Upon traversing the Douluo Continent, Lin Tianmeng discovers that he has unexpectedly transformed into the Dream Ice Silkworm, a soul beast of 900,000 years, on the verge of breaking through to the million-year mark, thus becoming the first million-year soul beast in the Douluo Continent. He has also awakened a system that bestows upon him abundant offspring and blessings. With each progeny born, his cultivation will experience an enhancement, alongside rewards of soul skills, soul rings, soul power, and martial soul. The cultivation of his descendants will also provide Lin Tianmeng with a reciprocal benefit. At this moment, Lin Tianmeng is being relentlessly pursued by the Ice Emperor. Should the Ice Emperor consume the Dream Ice Silkworm, he would surpass the threshold of 400,000 years. Years later, having ascended to dominion over the Douluo Continent, Lin Tianmeng sets his sights on the realm of the gods. God King Tang San, it is time for me to claim your throne. Wives and children, follow me to ascend to the divine realm, to slay Tang San and seize the title of God King. With a resounding command, the first chapter unfolds. The Dream Ice Silkworm traverses, beginning with a perilous pursuit by the Ice Emperor. Do not flee. Resign yourself to being my feast. Once I consume you, I shall confidently strive for the 400,000-year limit. As Lin Tianmeng opens his eyes, these two statements resonate from behind him. 400,000 years? How familiar that sounds. He surveys his surroundings and is struck by the sight of ice and snow, enveloping the landscape in a silvery shroud. His own form has morphed into a colossal worm, entirely snow-white, adorned with 9 golden patterns. In an instant, Lin Tianmeng comprehends his predicament. He has traversed into peerless Tang sect. Furthermore, he has become the first golden finger of the original narrative, the Dream Ice Silkworm. At this moment, the Dream Ice Silkworm is being chased by the Ice Emperor. The prowess of the Ice Emperor is utterly terrifying. Its longevity, amassed through the consumption of cold ice marrow, far exceeds that of the Dream Ice Silkworm, which has merely accumulated 900,000 years. Moreover, this is the extreme northern territory, the Ice Emperor's homeland. Should it catch up to him, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, Lin Tianmeng flees with all his strength, burrowing into the earth to survive. Just then, a chilling mechanical voice reverberates in his mind. Congratulations, host, for binding the abundant offspring system. The host shall receive a golden-level reward upon marrying. If the host's wife becomes pregnant, a platinum-level reward will be granted. For each offspring born, the host shall receive a diamond-level reward. Detecting that the host is fleeing for his life, a novice gift pack is hereby presented. Upon opening the novice gift pack, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Breakthrough to the million-year limit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Strong attack type, soul skill, *1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the reward. Million-year soul beast capture, net *1. Lin Tianmeng is both astonished and elated. This novice gift pack has indeed proven to be immensely beneficial. At this moment, he feels a surge within, and a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminates the entire extreme north. The Ice Emperor's pursuit of the Dream Ice Silkworm is momentarily halted by the soaring golden radiance. When it regains its senses and attempts to continue the chase, it discovers to its astonishment that it has become ensnared. Damn it! What is this contraption? The Ice Emperor furrows its brow, attempting to pierce through the binding million-year soul beast capture net with its scorpion tail, but no matter how it struggles, escape proves impossible. At this juncture, Lin Tianmeng approaches with a cheerful demeanor, or rather, crawls closer. It is you. How did you manage this? The Ice Emperor gazes at Lin Tianmeng in disbelief, having just witnessed Lin Tianmeng merely evading moments ago. That is of no concern to you. Simply understand that you are now trapped within this net. With but a thought, I can reduce you to ashes. Lin Tianmeng tilts his round head, revealing a teasing smile. The Ice Emperor shudders. Under normal circumstances, it would not believe the Dream Ice Silkworm's words. However, the very net enveloping it has instilled a palpable sense of impending doom. Lin Tianmeng gazes upon this scene with satisfaction. The million-year soul beast capture net is indeed extraordinary, capable of ensnaring even a million-year soul beast, let alone the Ice Emperor, which is merely over 300,000 years old. Their roles have been entirely reversed. Just moments ago, the Ice Emperor was the hunter, and Lin Tianmeng was the prey. Now, however, the Ice Emperor has become the hunted, and Lin Tianmeng is the hunter. In essence, the Ice Emperor's fate, survival or demise, now rests entirely within Lin Tianmeng's will. The Ice Emperor, being an astute soul beast, recognizes the necessity of action. Indeed, before Lin Tianmeng can utter his next command, The Ice Emperor speaks first. Since I have fallen into your grasp, state your desires plainly. The Ice Emperor is a proud soul beast, its essence flowing with the purest ice. Its pride is as formidable as it is. Yet, this pride must be grounded in the reality of survival. In its eyes, living takes precedence above all else. Lin Tianmeng smirks, meticulously observing the Ice Emperor ensnared within the capture net. The Ice Emperor, known in full as the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, boasts a body that intertwines hues of emerald and ice, undeniably captivating. Its elongated scorpion tail glimmers in a striking silver-white sheen at its tip. If one were to encapsulate the appearance of the Ice Emperor in a single word, it would be beauty, an exquisite beauty. Lin Tianmeng shamefully realized that she had developed feelings for Scorpion. Perhaps it was due to her transformation into the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm? Never mind that. Completing the system task is of utmost importance. Ice Emperor, Lin Tianmeng suddenly spoke. The Ice Emperor fixated its gaze upon her, eyes filled with both defiance and a will to survive. Bing bing, Lin Tianmeng uttered once more. Ice Emperor, how repugnant. Bing bing, did you not inquire what I desired? Now I can reveal to you. Lin Tianmeng gazed at the breathtaking emerald figure ensnared within the web and proclaimed, I want you to be my woman. Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor blurted out, impossible. It was, after all, the proud Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion. How could it ever become the woman of an ice silkworm? It would not accept that. Lin Tianmeng remained unperturbed, turning her body to display the 10 golden patterns adorning her form before the Ice Emperor. Do not be so hasty in your rejection, Bing Bing. The Ice Emperor, upon witnessing the 10 golden patterns on Lin Tianmeng, was utterly astonished. When did you break through to become a million-year soul beast? Just moments ago, while pursuing Lin Tianmeng, she had merely been a 900,000-year soul beast. Of course, Lin Tianmeng's 900,000 years had been attained through slumber, rendering it significantly inferior to the Ice Emperor's more than 300,000 years. Yet she had broken through to a million years. This was a qualitative leap. Even the weakest million-year soul beast possesses the capability to contend with soul beasts of less than 400,000 years. This is all thanks to you, Lin Tianmeng stated. If you had not pursued me so relentlessly, I would not have grazed the threshold of 99,000 years and subsequently broken through. Now, I am the only million-year soul beast on this continent, thus fully qualified to be your man. The Ice Emperor fell into contemplation. Lin Tianmeng was indeed correct. It was the sole million-year soul beast across the entire Douluo Continent. Even the Emperor Di Tian of the Stardow Forest possessed only 800,000 years of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor of the Extreme North, the foremost among the 3 kings, had yet to reach 70,000 years of cultivation. Presently, the Snow Emperor was in seclusion, preparing to break through the 70,000-year limit, rendering her incapable of coming to its rescue. Had the Snow Emperor been present, it would have never fallen for Lin Tianmeng's ploy. Yet now it found itself ensnared, with its fate resting solely in Lin Tianmeng's hands, whether to live or die. Bing Bing, have you made your decision? Lin Tianmeng inched closer. Do not presume that merely delaying will cause the web to lose its efficacy. Let me inform you, this web can ensnare even million-year soul beasts, and as long as I do not intervene, it will continue to operate until the soul beast within perishes. Chapter 2. Marrying the Ice Empress and receiving an SSR reward. The time left for you is dwindling. Lin Tianmeng felt that he had said all that needed to be said. The Ice Empress, in her quest for survival, would inevitably choose to become his woman. Indeed, her instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over her pride. All right, I promise you, she declared. A flicker of joy flashed in Lin Tianmeng's eyes. However, being well aware of the Ice Empress's nature, he felt it prudent to lay down the ground rules. I can release you, but I can also capture you again, so. The Ice Empress, being astute, understood his implication. With a huff, she proclaimed, by the ice god above, I, the Ice Queen, swear in the name of ice that as long as Tianmeng the Ice Silkworm releases me, I shall become his woman. Should I betray this oath, may all that belongs to ice be stripped from me. Among the soul beasts of the extreme north, such an oath is the most potent of curses. Once the Ice Empress finished her declaration, Lin Tianmeng's doubts were dispelled. I shall release you now. Lin Tianmeng raised a tentacle, forming a hand seal, and the large net enveloping the Ice Empress transformed into a small pouch that floated to her tentacle. Now freed, the Ice Empress's mindset was entirely different from before, as the price of her regained freedom was to willingly become the woman of the Ice Silkworm before her. Humiliation, absolute humiliation. Yet she had already sworn an oath to the Ice God. Welcome, Bing Bing, Lin Tianmeng said, putting away the pouch and smiling as he extended his tentacle towards the Ice Empress. She looked at him and sighed heavily. From this moment on, I am your woman. She conceded. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. This marriage is rated SSR. Congratulations, host, on receiving an enhanced SSR golden reward. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Ultimate Ice Martial Soul 1. Ultimate Ice Martial Soul? Lin Tianmeng's heart raced with excitement. This reward seemed to surpass even that of Platinum and Diamond levels. All thanks to the Ice Empress's formidable strength, which led to her being classified as SSR by the system. But Lin Tianmeng was currently a soul beast. Why would the system reward him with a martial soul? Could it be that he could, like humans, hunt soul beasts, absorb soul rings, and acquire more soul skills? Of course, these were matters for another time. The possession of the ultimate Ice Martial Soul meant that his potential had drastically increased. All of his original Ice attribute soul skills now bore the power of Ultimate Ice. Though it was merely the acquisition of a martial soul, it could be considered a leap in talent. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress became the top 2 soul beasts among the 3 great kings of the extreme north due to their unparalleled ultimate ice. Bing Bing. You are simply amazing, Lin Tianmeng exclaimed, unable to resist embracing the Ice Empress with his snow-white form. What? The Ice Empress instinctively struggled for a moment before recalling her current predicament and ultimately ceased her resistance, allowing Lin Tianmeng to hold her. It must be said that being entwined in the ice silkworm's body was quite comfortable, exuding a soft sensation. I mean, marrying you is truly wonderful, Lin Tianmeng clarified. The Ice Empress's face turned a rare shade of crimson. Humph. Lin Tianmeng paid no mind to her reaction. Bing Bing, now that you are my wife, why not stay at my home tonight? Your home? You have a home? The Ice Empress queried, perplexed. In her impression, Lin Tianmeng was either fleeing or on the run. Yet, Lin Tianmeng replied, Bing Bing, have you forgotten where my cultivation comes from? After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Empress gasped. You mean, the ice cavern? Yes. Bing Bing, you truly are clever, Lin Tianmeng chuckled. The ice cavern implied the presence of ice marrow. The reason the Ice Empress pursued Lin Tianmeng was that he had consumed an abundance of ice marrow. Devouring Lin Tianmeng would equate to consuming the ice marrow that he had partially digested. Shall we head there now? The Ice Empress eagerly suggested. Lin Tianmeng wore a teasing smile. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. But all right, let's return to our bridal chamber. The Ice Empress retorted indignantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Ha ha. Lin Tianmeng did not press the matter, knowing that once they entered the ice cavern, the Ice Empress would surely be drawn to the vast expanse of 10,000-year ice marrow. With the ultimate Ice Martial Soul, Lin Tianmeng's ice attribute soul skills received significant enhancements. Even his recently unlocked mental detection and mental sharing soul skills flickered with an icy glow. He shared the planar map he had detected with the Ice Empress. When she sensed the overlay of his soul skill, she instinctively attempted to retaliate. But Lin Tianmeng reassured her, do not resist. You will experience its wonders. The Ice Empress then relaxed her mind and accepted the mental detection sharing. In an instant, all the sights around them were etched in her mind. Within 1,000 miles, every rustle of the wind and movement of grass was visible to her. Even the intricate patterns of bare branches on the trees were clear as day. No wonder you could escape when I pursued you, the Ice Empress exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Tianmeng replied, what do you think? This soul skill is quite impressive, isn't it? When it comes to survival, I am quite the expert. Indeed, he was quite professional. For once, the Ice Empress refrained from retorting. In truth, after witnessing the marvels of mental detection, she began to reassess Lin Tianmeng's strength. She even started to think that perhaps marrying this ice silkworm was not such a disgraceful affair after all. Lin Tianmeng led the Ice Empress back to his humble abode, the ice cavern. Although she had imagined the quantity of ice marrow within prior to her arrival, upon entering, she was astounded by the sheer amount, far more than she had anticipated, and all of it was 10,000-year ice marrow. Seeing the Ice Empress's eyes gleaming with excitement, Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but playfully nudge her scorpion tail with his own, grandly stating, you may indulge freely in this 10,000-year ice marrow. Really? The Ice Empress turned around, both shocked and delighted. Lin Tianmeng nodded. Of course it's true. You are my woman, and what I possess, you shall have as well. Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. She willingly transformed into her female form. Aren't you eager for our bridal chamber? Let's do it now, she insisted. With the Ice Empress's cultivation, she could effortlessly assume human form. Primarily, she needed to take on this shape to engage in their union, as otherwise, reproductive isolation would occur. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng found himself utterly dumbfounded as he beheld the Ice Empress's human form. The reason was simple. She was simply too beautiful. She possessed a cascade of emerald green hair, styled into 2 ponytails on either side. The verdant attire she donned exquisitely accentuated her devilish allure. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her beauty rivaled that of blossoming spring peaches. Chapter 3. The Ultimate Ice Martial Soul, the Ice Emperor's Conception. Lin Tianmeng felt that he was on the verge of losing control. Since the Ice Emperor had transformed into human form, he too must assume a corporeal existence. Lin Tianmeng's snow-white figure stirred, twisting elegantly, and the Ice Emperor witnessed a flash of white light before her. The 7-meter-long Lin Tianmeng had metamorphosed into a tall, handsome man with fair skin. He stood there, exuding an air akin to that of a noble orchid and jade tree. In the original narrative, the human form taken by the ice silkworm was identical to Hui Yuhao's, yet now, Lin Tianmeng had transformed into his true appearance prior to his traversal. Ice, I have arrived. This time, it was Lin Tianmeng who was filled with impatience. The Ice Emperor did not resist his embrace. Instead, she reciprocated with fervor. In the icy cave, the atmosphere was enchanting. Subsequently, the Ice Emperor blushed deeply. Despite her cultivation spanning over 300,000 years, she was still inexperienced in matters of intimacy. Lin Tianmeng, revitalized, rose to retrieve 2 orbs of millennia-old ice marrow from the icy cavern, offering one to the Ice Emperor while consuming the other. Is this truly the millennia-old ice marrow? The Ice Emperor gazed at the orb radiating frosty luminescence, her heart swelling with excitement. The efficacy of a single orb of millennia-old ice marrow equated to 10,000 years of cultivation, providing her immense assistance in her future endeavor to breach the 400,000-year threshold. It would certainly enhance her chances by at least 20%. Indeed, with this, you can confidently pursue the threshold. Lin Tianmeng was not at all stingy. Since the Ice Emperor had already become his partner, her strength was tantamount to his own. Previously, had Lin Tianmeng consumed an orb of millennia-old ice marrow, he would have immediately fallen into slumber. But now, as a million-year soul beast, the stronger his power, the shorter his slumber would be after consumption. Given the Ice Emperor's true strength, she would likely require only 10 to 8 days to fully digest the orb of millennia-old ice marrow. Realizing its value, the Ice Emperor unhesitatingly devoured it. Before succumbing to slumber, Lin Tianmeng and the Ice Emperor shared another moment together. Congratulations, host, on successfully inducing your wife's pregnancy. Congratulations, host, on receiving a platinum-level reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a reward, Millennia Soul Ring 1. A Millennia Soul Ring. Lin Tianmeng activated the soul essence within him and was astonished to find a black soul ring materializing beneath his feet, slowly ascending. The Ice Emperor was equally astonished. Isn't this a soul ring possessed by humans? Indeed, I am as perplexed as you, Lin Tianmeng admitted, truly bewildered as to why the system had bestowed upon him a martial soul and a soul ring, given that he was ostensibly a soul beast. The soul beast itself was his martial soul. At that moment, he recalled that when the Ice Emperor had pursued him, the system had granted him a soul skill. Moreover, it was an offensive type. Lin Tianmeng continued to channel his soul power, eager to unleash this new skill. He merely lifted a finger, pointing toward a substantial block of ice, which shattered upon command, vanishing without a trace. Truly, this offensive soul skill possessed commendable power. He had merely exerted a fraction of his soul power. Otherwise, with such destructive capability, the entire icy cavern could have collapsed. You possess an offensive soul skill? The Ice Emperor regarded Lin Tianmeng with heightened curiosity. The Ice Silkworm clan had always been known for their psychic-type soul beasts. While there might be a few with offensive capabilities, they could never rival the strength of offensive-type soul beasts. Yet, the strike Lin Tianmeng had just demonstrated was on par with the offensive soul skills of those formidable soul beasts. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. The Ice Emperor sighed. Lin Tianmeng retracted his finger and remarked, perhaps it is due to the excessive consumption of ice marrow that my soul power underwent a mutation, resulting in this transformation. Nonetheless, it should be a fortuitous development. His gaze descended to the Ice Emperor's abdomen, filled with tenderness. Within her, a little life was beginning to blossom. He pondered what kind of being would emerge from the union of an ice silkworm and an ice scorpion. A month later, nourished by the millennia-old ice marrow, both Lin Tianmeng and the Ice Emperor had experienced a notable enhancement in their strength, particularly the Ice Emperor, who had never before ingested such marrow, yielding even more pronounced results. I believe I am now ready to attempt breaching that threshold, the Ice Emperor declared, her eyes ablaze with determination. Lin Tianmeng was well aware of her fervent pursuit of power. However, he advised, let us wait a while longer, it is not yet time. Why? The Ice Emperor inquired, perplexed. Lin Tianmeng gently placed his hand upon her abdomen, explaining, because within you, there is a little one. The Ice Emperor gasped, you mean? I am pregnant. She looked down at her still human form. Indeed, Lin Tianmeng affirmed, once you have given birth, take some time to recuperate before attempting to breach the threshold. The Ice Emperor found it hard to believe that she would experience pregnancy. The Ice Scorpion clan's reproductive rate was relatively swift, capable of birthing within 2 months. But each brood yielded only 5 to 10 offspring, which paled in comparison to ordinary scorpions. Yet, as the Ice Scorpions were beings of ultimate ice, their standards for strength were exceedingly high, and many clan members dedicated themselves to enhancing their capabilities, resulting in few opting to pause for reproduction. Consequently, despite the potential for a brood of 5 to 10, the clan remained sparse. Take the Ice Emperor as an example. Had she not been compelled to agree to be with Lin Tianmeng, she might never have conceived in her lifetime. Very well, the Ice Emperor conceded. Lin Tianmeng's reasoning was sound. Given her current condition, forcibly attempting to breach that threshold could undermine her power. It would be wiser to wait until she was in peak condition to surmount the 400,000-year threshold in one fell swoop. Just as Lin Tianmeng was about to express more, he suddenly felt the ice beneath them tremble violently. What is happening? Lin Tianmeng and the Ice Emperor exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous portent. Let us venture outside and investigate. Agreed. The two transformed into their original forms and exited the icy cave. Upon reaching the surface of the extreme northern land, the tremors intensified. Just as Lin Tianmeng contemplated the cause of the disturbance, the Ice Emperor exclaimed, "Oh no! It is the Snow Emperor." Upon hearing the name Snow Emperor, Lin Tianmeng instantly comprehended. According to the timeline, the Snow Emperor was likely attempting to breach the 700,000-year threshold at this moment. Unfortunately, the attempt had failed, forcing the Snow Emperor to revert to human form once more. At that moment, a human titled Douluo discovered the Snow Empress and utilized a powerful soul-guiding device, the God-sealing platform, to bind the embryo of the Snow Empress, who was on the verge of her reincarnation. Subsequently, he sold her to an auction house, from which she eventually found her way into the hands of Jing Hongchun, the head of the Mingda Hall at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 4. The Fixed Soul Canon versus the Wrath of the Ice God, the shock of the two emperors of ice and snow. It seems that the Snow Empress is at the critical moment of her reincarnation. The intense tremor just moments ago was likely caused by that titled Douluo attempting to capture the Snow Empress. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianmeng hastened his pace. If he were to be late, the Snow Empress would be captured. After breaking through the million-year limit, Lin Tianmeng's speed had significantly increased, allowing him to barely keep pace with the Ice Empress. Tianmeng, hurry! It was evident that the Ice Empress was extremely anxious. In the original narrative, she harbored special feelings for the Snow Empress. However, Lin Tianmeng felt no jealousy. Instead, he was pleased. After all, once they rescued the Snow Empress, everything would be well. With his years of experience in evasion, Lin Tianmeng continued to surge forward. Finally, they both arrived at the source of the tremor. In the midst of the icy expanse, a man, clad in metal plates and bearing a fixed soul cannon on his shoulders, was aiming the cannon's muzzle at a snowball floating in the air. Schwer. The Ice Empress instantly recognized that the object was the embryo of the Snow Empress. Binger, what are you doing here? Run. The Snow Empress, transformed into her embryonic form, was prepared to self-destruct alongside the titled Douluo, but upon seeing the Ice Empress, she quickly halted her actions to detonate her spiritual essence. However, the Ice Empress, with her fiery temperament, would not tolerate the audacity of a mere human to bully the soul beasts of their extreme northern territory. Without hesitation, she positioned herself in front of the Snow Empress and launched a fierce assault on the titled Douluo. Her entire body was as unyielding as profound ice, and her strength was formidable. She attacked without any intention of holding back, her pincers infused with the essence of ultimate ice, which most opponents could not withstand. Yet, this titled Douluo was evidently not an ordinary foe. Bing Bing, be careful. Lin Tianmeng, witnessing the titled Douluo, pressed the launch button on the fixed soul cannon, rushed forward, using his massive form, nurtured by the essence of ultimate ice, to shield both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress behind him. Tianmeng, you Ice Empress, didn't he expect him to act this way? Yet, it was too late for the Ice Empress to stop him. The ground shook violently, filling the Ice Empress's heart with tremors as she finally comprehended Lin Tianmeng's intentions for standing before her. The power of that fixed soul cannon was indeed terrifying. Had human technology advanced to such a degree? Binger, are you alright? The Snow Empress asked anxiously. The Ice Empress shook her head. Schwer, I am fine, but Tianmeng. That last strike had immense power, and Lin Tianmeng had faced it head-on. As the mist from the cannon's discharge dissipated, the Ice Empress finally saw Lin Tianmeng's form clearly. Tianmeng, how are you? The Ice Empress's anxiety now rivaled her earlier concern for the Snow Empress's predicament. If previously she had been willing to marry Lin Tianmeng solely for her survival and the precious cold ice marrow, now, with Lin Tianmeng willing to risk his life to protect her, his image had etched itself deeply into her heart. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Tianmeng's mouth as he coughed twice. Truly, the soul-guiding devices of the Sun-Moon Empire were immensely powerful. Fortunately, he had acted decisively to protect the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. Otherwise, they might not have been able to endure such an assault. Why are you so foolish? The Ice Empress's heart twisted with worry. Your defenses are strong, but your attack power does not match mine. What would happen if you were to die? Lin Tianmeng was taken aback by how significant he was in the Ice Empress's eyes. Before he could respond, the titled Douluo across from them revealed a greedy expression. Ha ha, another 10,000-year soul beast. It seems today will be quite fruitful. Lin Tianmeng understood that the titled Douluo possessed a soul-guiding device capable of capturing the Snow Empress's embryo, which was why he felt emboldened. However, this time, with Lin Tianmeng present, even if he was a titled Douluo, he could not succeed. Preying on two vulnerable females was hardly heroic. If he had the gall, he should come at Lin Tianmeng instead. He stood resolutely at the forefront. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were certainly no weaklings, but at this moment, under Lin Tianmeng's protection, they appeared so. Binger, who is that? The Snow Empress, perceiving the unfolding events through her embryonic form, was puzzled, as she had been unaware of Lin Tianmeng's existence. The Ice Empress blushed slightly and replied, "Swear, he is my husband, Tianmeng." "What? You and him?" Indeed, the Ice Empress confessed candidly. Initially, the Snow Empress found it hard to accept. But upon reflecting that Lin Tianmeng was willing to stand in front of the Ice Empress, it seemed only natural that the Ice Empress would have affection for him. "Seeing that you have found a good partner brings me peace," the Snow Empress remarked. "Swear, did you fail to break through the 700,000-year threshold?" "Yes. It was precisely because of my failure that I chose to reincarnate, but I never anticipated. Do not worry, we will protect you." The Ice Empress brandished her long scorpion tail, the hardest part of her entire body. "Be cautious. The weapons wielded by that human are unlike anything I have ever encountered." They had both witnessed the might of the two shots from the fixed soul cannon, and were grateful not to have faced them directly. Otherwise, they would surely have suffered grievous injuries. Humans are indeed the most potential-laden race, the Snow Empress could not help but exclaim. Arrogant humans. The Ice Empress harbored a deep disdain for humans, especially this titled Douluo who dared to threaten the Snow Empress's life. The Snow Empress refrained from arguing, instead turning her gaze toward the battlefield between Lin Tianmeng and the titled Douluo. "What are you?" The titled Douluo, having never encountered the Ice Silkworm clan, did not recognize Lin Tianmeng. "I have come to take your life." Lin Tianmeng stood resolute, unafraid. Though the fixed soul cannon wielded by the titled Douluo was formidable, Lin Tianmeng understood that the soul masters of the Sun-Moon Empire primarily focused on soul-guiding devices, with their own soul power being relatively lacking. Thus, even among titled Douluo, those of the Sun-Moon Empire could not be compared to those from Shrek Academy, having surpassed the million-year limit. Lin Tianmeng had also acquired the ultimate ice martial spirit and offensive soul skills, utilizing his innate formidable defenses and evasion abilities. It would not be difficult to outlast a titled Douluo who relied solely on soul-guiding devices. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianmeng made his move, employing a soul skill obtained through the system called the Wrath of the Ice God. Who is the Ice God? He is the deity revered by all soul beasts in the extreme northern lands. Lin Tianmeng summoned the soul power within him, prior to acquiring offensive skills. His attack power was indeed modest. However, the profound soul power characteristic of a million-year soul beast was something that even the titled Douluo could not rival. Chapter 5. Igniting the essence of the spirit to aid the Snow Empress in rebirth. The Snow Empress was captivated. Activating a soul guide requires soul power. And to unleash the formidable might of a soul guide, one must possess an abundance of soul power. Even if the titled Douluo were to cultivate for another 1,000 years, he would still fall short when compared to Lin Tianmeng in his current state. Moreover, Lin Tianmeng was a soul beast embodying both the attributes of spirit and ultimate ice. "Very well, I shall first deal with you, the colossal insect, and then attend to the other two." The titled Douluo's eyes gleamed with greed, utterly oblivious to the chasm that lay between him and Lin Tianmeng. A slight smile graced Lin Tianmeng's lips. He was unperturbed by the prospect of the soul guide's deployment, but rather concerned if it were not employed. Adjusting the trajectory of the soul guide's fire was a specialty of his. As the titled Douluo prepared to launch the soul cannonball, a momentary illusion flickered through his mind, causing the cannonball to veer off course, landing perilously close to Lin Tianmeng's feet. Off target, the titled Douluo was perplexed. He had been so precise in his aim. Unbeknownst to him, the deviation of his cannonball was the result of Lin Tianmeng's interference. Indeed, it was his potent spirit attribute soul skill, the mental disruption. Mental disruption was a relatively gentle soul skill, consuming negligible soul power for Lin Tianmeng, nearly inconsequential. Is he a spirit attribute soul beast? The Snow Empress inquired of the Ice Emperor, her astonishment palpable. The Ice Emperor nodded. Indeed, while his attack power may be modest, this aspect is commendable. At that moment, The Snow Empress noticed the 10 golden patterns adorning Lin Tianmeng's form, her astonishment deepening. He is a million-year soul beast. Hearing the incredulity in her voice, the Ice Emperor felt a surge of pride swell within him. Yes, a month ago, he had transcended the million-year threshold, truly becoming a million-year soul beast. As he spoke, the Ice Emperor's gaze was suffused with tenderness, which the Snow Empress could not help but notice. She pondered, could this be the power of love? The sight of this million-year ice silkworm stirred a unique sensation within her. I refused to yield. Once more, the title Douluo was not limited to merely the fixed soul canon. In truth, he was adorned with soul guides throughout. Yet, as the battle with Lin Tianmeng progressed, he found it increasingly excruciating. Every strike either missed or was effortlessly neutralized. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. Lin Tianmeng cried out, and the title Douluo suddenly felt as though his mind were being pierced by needles, enduring not just pain but relentless dizziness. This was Lin Tianmeng's most formidable spirit attribute soul skill, the soul shock. Following this, the fury of the ice god was unleashed. At this juncture, the title Douluo was ensnared in a state of disorientation. Even a mere few seconds were sufficient for the fury of the ice god to take effect. Consequently, he bore the full brunt of the attack, spewing forth blood as he toppled backward. Victory! He actually won. The incredulity in the Snow Empress's eyes was unmistakable, while the Ice Emperor beamed with pride. This was her husband. Even with all those formidable soul guides, the title Douluo had fallen to Lin Tianmeng. With a decisive blow, Lin Tianmeng did not allow himself to become complacent. He swiftly seized the title Douluo's fixed soul cannon and aimed it at him. Boom! The power of the 9th level fixed soul cannon was something Lin Tianmeng had already experienced. At that time, he had been well prepared, instantly activating all defenses. Coupled with the Ice Emperor's protection, he had sustained minimal damage. However, the title Douluo was in a different predicament. Having directly endured the fury of the ice god, he now faced the onslaught of the 9th level fixed soul guide. Even a Douluo golden immortal would find it impossible to intervene. Thus, a title Douluo met his demise. The light in the Snow Empress's eyes intensified. She had not anticipated his overwhelming strength. Having vanquished the enemy, it was now time to save the Snow Empress. Hello, Snow Empress. I am Tianmeng, the husband of Bingbing. Lin Tianmeng introduced himself. Greetings, Tianmeng. The Snow Empress, still in her embryonic form, was cradled in the Ice Emperor's hands. Tianmeng, what should we do about Snow Heir's current condition? The Ice Emperor gazed anxiously at the Snow Empress's embryonic form, uncertain of the way forward. The Ice Emperor had never attempted to restore a soul beast to human form, and this was the Snow Empress's first endeavor as well. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the title Douluo, the Snow Empress would likely have succeeded in becoming human by now. The entirety of the Snow Empress's embryonic form emanated a void-like hue, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. The Snow Empress appeared to sense the impending fate that awaited her, and thus consoled the Ice Emperor. Bing Heir, do not grieve for me. This is my own choice. But, Snow Heir, the Ice Emperor's eyes were filled with reluctance. Naturally, Lin Tianmeng would not allow the Snow Empress to perish in this manner. The Ice Empress was the true sovereign of the extreme northern lands, her cultivation nearing 700,000 years. Even the Emperor of the Star Doe Forest might struggle to triumph over the Snow Empress in this realm. Yet for soul beasts, every 100,000 years represented a trial of heaven. Should they fail to transcend, they faced either the rebirth into human form or obliteration. The Snow Empress's current state was one that others might find insurmountable, but for Lin Tianmeng, it was merely a slight challenge. Bingbing, do not worry. I have a way to save the Snow Empress, Lin Tianmeng assured. Really? What method? The Ice Emperor's spirits lifted immediately. The Snow Empress cast a curious glance at Lin Tianmeng. She had lived for over 600,000 years, and this attempt to breach the 700,000-year threshold was to extend her life by another 100,000 years. If survival were possible, who would willingly embrace death? I am a spirit attribute soul beast, and my mental strength is inherently formidable. As long as I burn a portion of my own spiritual essence and combine it with other methods, I can certainly assist the Snow Empress in her rebirth. Upon hearing this, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress exhibited expressions of shock. Burning spiritual essence? But you will sustain grave injuries. Absolutely not, the Ice Emperor exclaimed, while the Snow Empress added, the spiritual essence of a soul beast is the very foundation of its existence. Once it dissipates, the soul beast would be reduced to nothingness. Thus, when Lin Tianmeng proposed to sacrifice part of his spiritual essence for her salvation, the Snow Empress could not possibly agree. Injured. Should you encounter a soul master's pursuit, you would be obliterated. Lin Tianmeng countered, rest assured, I can manage to avoid serious harm. But regardless, the price will be steep, the Snow Empress insisted. The Snow Empress was not inclined to owe favors to other soul beasts. If Lin Tianmeng were to make such a significant sacrifice for her, she felt compelled to reciprocate. Then let this be the course of action. Lin Tianmeng proclaimed, I shall assist you in your rebirth, and in return, you will agree to become my woman upon your success. What do you say? Chapter 6, Triumph. The ultimate ice martial soul materializes as the Ice Fairy. Upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's words, Snow Empress was momentarily taken aback, then began to contemplate. The Ice Emperor, too, was momentarily stunned, but soon displayed an expression of delight. Unlike humans, soul beasts do not adhere to gender hierarchies. They revere strength above all. Soul beasts are drawn to power. Thus, formidable soul beasts often find themselves accompanied by numerous females. They do not demand their mate's exclusive affection like humans. Rather, they embrace and protect the other female soul beasts that stand behind their male counterpart. Given the close bond between the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, if Snow Empress were to agree to marry Lin Tianmeng, the Ice Emperor would surely welcome the arrangement. The reason Snow Empress did not outright refuse was significantly influenced by the Ice Emperor. Their relationship had transcended mere love. Additionally, Lin Tianmeng's earlier display of strength had altered Snow Empress's perception. Initially, she believed the Ice Emperor was settling for a lesser partner, considering Lin Tianmeng merely a feeble ice silkworm unworthy of her. However, after witnessing his prowess in the recent battle, her views shifted entirely. As a soul beast, she too developed an admiration for strength. Moreover, Lin Tianmeng had expressed his willingness to sacrifice a portion of his spiritual essence to save her, making it only fair that she reciprocate with some cost of her own. The chastity of soul beasts is not held in as high regard, at least. It pales in comparison to the value of a fragment of spiritual essence. Very well, I accept your proposition. Snow Empress pondered briefly before providing her answer. Congratulations, host, on your successful marriage. This marriage has been rated as SSR. Congratulations, host, for receiving an enhanced SSR gold level reward. Congratulations, host, for acquiring one complete restoration of spiritual essence, and the ultimate ice martial soul materializes as the Ice Fairy martial soul. These two rewards left Lin Tianmeng utterly astonished. It was as if they had been tailor-made for him. He had initially feared that burning a portion of his spiritual essence would drastically diminish his power. Yet, the system granted him a restoration reward. If that is the case, then let us proceed. Are you ready? Lin Tianmeng inquired of Snow Empress. Yes, let us begin. Snow Empress replied, her mood now markedly different from before. For as long as Lin Tianmeng aided her in successfully achieving rebirth, she would become his wife. The Ice Emperor watched intently over Snow Empress's embryonic form, anxious of any unforeseen mishaps. Alas, despite having cultivated for over 300,000 years and possessing immense strength, he found himself powerless in this situation. It all depended on Lin Tianmeng. I shall commence now. This process may be quite agonizing, so you must endure, Lin Tianmeng cautioned. Snow Empress clenched her teeth. After more than 600 millennia, she had endured her fair share of suffering. I will, she affirmed. Good. As soon as Lin Tianmeng completed his statement, he began to channel his soul power, igniting a portion of his spiritual essence. The Ice Emperor's heart raced with urgency. He wished for the safety of both soul beasts. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng unleashed his martial soul. In the air, a young maiden clad in white danced gracefully. Her cherubic face delicate and flawless, her skin fair, and her long white hair billowing in the wind. That is, the Ice Fairy. The Ice Emperor could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. It turned out that Lin Tianmeng's martial soul was indeed the Ice Fairy. In truth, this martial soul was a reward recently bestowed upon Lin Tianmeng by the system. Previously, he possessed only a pseudo-martial soul, the ultimate ice. Now, with the Ice Fairy, his martial soul had truly taken form. Moreover, the accompanying soul ring had also become significantly more powerful. Although Lin Tianmeng was uncertain why his martial soul could attach a soul ring without fully materializing, he accepted whatever the system offered. As Lin Tianmeng assisted Snow Empress in her rebirth, she endured excruciating pain. Lin Tianmeng, too, was not faring well. Igniting his spiritual essence was indeed agonizing. Nevertheless, he had to spare some of his focus to monitor the extent of his spiritual essence's combustion. Should he burn too much, the entire soul beast would perish. Even if he had the means to restore his spiritual essence later, it might be too late. Snow Empress proved more resilient than Lin Tianmeng. Although she was in considerable distress, she remained silent. In such circumstances, how could Lin Tianmeng cry out? He did not wish to appear weak in her eyes. Finally, once Lin Tianmeng had controlled the burning of his spiritual essence to the anticipated level, he gradually withdrew his soul power. After infusing his formidable mental strength into her, the pain Snow Empress endured lessened considerably. However, Lin Tianmeng, having overexerted his mental energy, staggered backward. The Ice Emperor promptly caught him. Tianmeng, are you all right? Are you hurt? Lin Tianmeng shook his head. I am fine. I merely overextended myself. Thankfully, my spiritual essence remains intact. Soon, with the system's restoration reward, I shall regain my peak state. Snow Empress should be on the verge of success, he remarked, gazing at the embryonic form suspended in the air. Thank goodness you are both unharmed. The Ice Emperor felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lin Tianmeng was taken aback. You were worried about me? The Ice Emperor shot him a glance, reproachfully stating, Of course, you are my husband. Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, Lin Tianmeng felt a sweet warmth in his heart. It seemed that the Ice Emperor was not as cold-hearted as he had presumed. Unbeknownst to him, in the hearts of soul beasts, life always takes precedence. If a soul beast is willing to sacrifice its life for another, it would be welcomed into their fold. Thus, the Ice Emperor had genuinely carved out a place for Lin Tianmeng in her heart, and it was a significant one at that. By the way, why is your martial soul the Ice Fairy? The Ice Emperor suddenly remembered to inquire about Lin Tianmeng's martial soul. Lin Tianmeng scratched his head. I am not entirely sure. Soul beasts should not possess martial souls, let alone one as illustrious as the Ice Fairy. That is true. The Ice Emperor, now more concerned for Snow Empress, chose not to pursue the matter further. Lin Tianmeng was correct. He could not fathom why the system had granted him a martial soul. After all, he was a soul beast. A soul beast is inherently its own martial soul. How could it possess another? As time passed, the glow surrounding Snow Empress's embryo began to intensify. Tianmeng, look quickly. Has she succeeded? The Ice Emperor gazed up, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Lin Tianmeng, witnessing the scene for the first time, thought it should be a success. Indeed, the radiant light soon enveloped Snow Empress's embryo entirely before dispersing. Amidst the flickering brilliance, a figure gradually took shape. She was a young maiden, her features exquisitely harmonized, embodying unparalleled beauty. Her legs were long and graceful, and her arms, delicate as polished lotus roots, complemented the flowing white gown she wore as she danced gracefully in the frigid snow. Her elegance was striking, a true blossom of beauty. Chapter 7. The Ice Emperor gives birth, receiving a diamond-level reward. Lin Tianmeng was utterly mesmerized. The Ice Emperor's humanoid form had already been breathtaking. But she was astonished to find the Snow Empress, upon her rebirth, equally enchanting. As the mist dissipated, the Snow Empress emerged from the scattered starlight, approaching Lin Tianmeng step by step. Schwer, you have succeeded. The Ice Emperor exclaimed with delight. Yes, I am well now. Binger. Thank you, the Snow Empress replied, her gentle smile illuminating her face. In the presence of other spirit beasts, the Ice Emperor was formidable and enigmatic, renowned for her fiery temper. Yet before the Snow Empress, she appeared as an adorable neighbor girl, utterly charming. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but think how fortunate it was to have saved the Snow Empress. Otherwise, she would never have witnessed such a tender expression from the Ice Emperor. And you, Tianmeng, the Snow Empress said, looking at Lin Tianmeng, if it weren't for you, I would have long since been lost. She spoke the truth. Had Lin Tianmeng not arrived in time, the Snow Empress would have resorted to self-detonation of her spiritual essence. However, Lin Tianmeng knew that she would not have had that opportunity. The spirit devices of the Sun and Moon Empire had developed to a terrifying degree, capable of binding even such a powerful spirit beast as the Snow Empress. Though she was in the process of rebirthing, the Snow Empress had over 600,000 years of spirit power. No need for thanks. We are family now, Lin Tianmeng replied. The Ice Emperor gazed at the newly reborn Snow Empress and teased, Indeed, as I am with child, I shall need your assistance during this time, Schwer. The Snow Empress looked at her in astonishment. You are pregnant? Yes. The Ice Emperor beamed with joy, clearly eager for the arrival of her offspring. Lin Tianmeng also felt anticipation, as this would lead to the acquisition of a diamond-level reward from the system. That evening, the Snow Empress returned with Lin Tianmeng to her cozy abode, the Ice Cave. Having just been reborn, all of her 600,000 years of spirit power had vanished, leaving only the spirit of the Ice Goddess. Lin Tianmeng also possessed the spirit of the Ice Goddess. I found a spirit device on that titled Douluo which can detect spirit power levels. Place your hand on it and see what level you are now, Lin Tianmeng said, producing an object that resembled a crystal ball. Spirit device? The Snow Empress looked puzzled, for the spirit devices she had seen before were entirely different. Yes, spirit devices come in various forms, and their power varies according to their level, Lin Tianmeng explained. Now I understand. The Snow Empress placed her small hand on the crystal ball, which flickered rapidly before settling in a designated area. Level 10. Lin Tianmeng exclaimed with delight. No wonder you are a reborn spirit beast, with innate full spirit power. Once you recover, I will help you hunt for a spirit ring. The Snow Empress blinked her breathtakingly beautiful eyes and said, Your spiritual essence has been damaged and needs immediate restoration. Indeed, it seems you must recuperate for a while before venturing out, the Ice Emperor lamented. Lin Tianmeng remained silent, yet had already devised a plan. Bing bing. Please retrieve a piece of 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow for the Snow Empress, so she can nourish her body. Lin Tianmeng instructed the Ice Emperor. Of course, why didn't I think of that? The Ice Emperor promptly went to the cave and found a piece of the precious cold ice marrow, exclaiming, "This is a tremendous boon for our ice attribute spirit beasts." Upon seeing the 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow, the Snow Empress gasped in astonishment. There is actually 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow here? If only I had possessed such a large piece before attempting to rebirth, I might not have had to choose that path. However, it was not too late. Consuming this marrow would greatly nourish her body. The longevity of the first spirit ring she would acquire would significantly increase, allowing her to endure at least 1,000-year spirit ring. Typically, the maximum age limit for a spirit master's first spirit ring was over 300 years. Yet with the nourishment of the cold ice marrow, the Snow Empress's first spirit ring would give her a head start. Thank you. The Snow Empress recognized to whom this territory belonged, directing her gaze towards Lin Tianmeng. Not at all, Lin Tianmeng replied. A month later, after the Snow Empress's body had been nourished by the cold ice marrow, her constitution had become remarkably pure. Originally endowed with innate full spirit power, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate further with the addition of the cold ice marrow. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng had secretly utilized the restoration of spiritual essence, now fully recovered. The Snow Empress, upon her rebirth, was 18 years old, an age of unparalleled vitality. During this month, Lin Tianmeng successfully planted the seed within the Snow Empress. Congratulations, host. Your wife is pregnant. Congratulations, host. You have received a platinum-level reward. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 10,000-year spirit ring 1. In addition, there was another delightful piece of news. The Ice Emperor had given birth. The Ice Emperor had delivered 8 offspring. Consequently, Lin Tianmeng's system for abundant progeny erupted with numerous rewards that evening. Congratulations, host. 1 offspring has been born. You have received a diamond-level reward, doubled spiritual power. Congratulations, host. 1 offspring has been born. You have received a diamond-level reward, 10,000-year spirit ring 1. Congratulations, host. 1 offspring has been born. You have received a diamond-level reward, auxiliary spirit skill 1. In total, there were 8 ice blue scorpion offspring, and Lin Tianmeng received 8 rewards, namely, doubled spiritual power, 10,000-year spirit ring 2, auxiliary spirit skill 1, offensive spirit skill 1, doubled total spirit power, increased spirit ring limit 2. In an instant, Lin Tianmeng felt as though his spiritual sea had doubled in size, a refreshing sensation flooding his mind. Moreover, the amount of spirit power he could summon had also doubled. The spirit power of a million-year spirit beast was incredibly dense. Even though Lin Tianmeng was a million-year spirit beast born from slumber, his spirit power remained uncompromised. Thus, his spirit power now equated to that of a 2-million-year spirit beast. His 3rd and 4th spirit rings were both red, symbolizing 10,000 years. Additionally, he discovered 2 extra vacant slots among the spirit rings he could perceive. This indicated that while a standard spirit master could possess a maximum of 9 spirit rings, Lin Tianmeng could hold 11. Even more astonishing was the realization that he considered the least impressive auxiliary spirit skill to be food-related. This unique soul skill enables the creation of numerous ice pops, which can significantly enhance both the users and their allies' attack power, boasting an impressive amplification of at least 20%, surpassing the initial enhancement provided by the most formidable auxiliary martial soul in the entire continent, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Furthermore, these ice pops can be preserved for a minimum of 1 month if stored in a refrigerator. Logically, only food-type martial souls would possess such a soul skill. However, under Lin Tianmeng's influence, the impossible becomes possible. Chapter 8, Departing for Shrek, Encountering the Protagonist Group. Lin Tianmeng, naturally, is generous with his offspring. Thus, each of the newly born ice blue scorpion hatchlings received a small portion of eternal cold ice essence, as there is more than enough of it at his disposal. Thanks to the blessings of the many offspring, many blessings system, the cultivation of Lin Tianmeng's progeny also contributes to his own strength. In essence, the greater their power, the more formidable Lin Tianmeng becomes. Despite the Ice Emperor's fiery temperament, she proves to be a tender mother. For days, she has been instructing the little ice blue scorpions on how to absorb the eternal cold ice essence and effectively utilize their ice attributes. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress has been well protected by Lin Tianmeng. Tianmeng, I am not so delicate. You need not be overly concerned, the Snow Empress remarked, a rosy blush gracing her flower-like visage as the thought of harboring new life filled her with immense joy. The Ice Emperor has a gestation period of merely 2 months, while the Snow Empress requires 10 months after her rebirth. Now, on the 5th day of her pregnancy, Lin Tianmeng forbade her from engaging in any work. How can that be? You are now with child, he insisted. Humans are fragile, especially during pregnancy, and must take proper care of themselves. Though the Snow Empress verbally dismissed his concerns, she felt a warm delight within, as it signified Lin Tianmeng's care for her. Due to the eternal cold ice essence, her soul power has already ascended to level 53, her soul rings shimmering in hues of 2 purple and 3 black. All 5 soul rings were acquired with the assistance of Lin Tianmeng and the Ice Emperor. In the extreme north, where ice attribute soul beasts abound, it is exceedingly simple to bestow soul rings upon the Snow Empress. Had her current physique been capable of withstanding more soul ring years, Lin Tianmeng would have sought to provide her with a 10,000-year soul ring for her second. Schwer, now that you have been reborn, do you wish to venture outside? Lin Tianmeng suddenly inquired. Outside, beyond the extreme north? The Snow Empress blinked in wide-eyed wonder, her gaze filled with longing. Her choice to be reborn was, in fact, motivated by a desire to experience more of the world within her limited time. Although she had been the true sovereign of the extreme north for over 600,000 years, she had never ventured far. Having witnessed the soul tool carried by the title Douluo, her yearning for the human world intensified. Yes, to the cities of humanity, Lin Tianmeng affirmed. Despite her essence as a soul beast, her spirit is distinctly human. Remaining in the extreme north would surely lead to her suffocation from monotony. Moreover, the main storyline predominantly unfolds within Shrek Academy, where key female characters also make their appearances. If she does not attend Shrek Academy, how might she acquire greater rewards? More offspring, more wives, more children. Such is the path to enhancing one's strength. After all, she will eventually confront Tang San directly. The Snow Empress cast a glance at the Ice Emperor before admitting, I do feel a bit inclined to go. However, ice, when it comes to humans. The Ice Emperor's eyes gleamed with disdain and contempt. In short, she harbored a profound dislike for humanity. I shall refrain from joining. Remaining in the extreme north suits me just fine. I have surpassed the threshold of 400,000 years and have truly become the sovereign here. Indeed, after giving birth, the Ice Emperor eagerly sought to break through that barrier and succeeded, now standing as a 400,000-year soul beast. Lin Tianmeng was not taken aback by the Ice Emperor's response. He had never intended to persuade her, only to convince the Snow Empress. Then shall I take Schwer out for a glimpse of the world? What do you think? Really? The Snow Empress gazed at him with anticipation. Of course it's true. With me by your side, no one in the human realm would dare to bully you. Lin Tianmeng confidently assured her. The Snow Empress had no doubt of his words. Lin Tianmeng was a million-year soul beast and possessed formidable mental prowess. Even in human society, few could rival him. When shall we depart? The Snow Empress was already brimming with eagerness. If you wish, we can leave at any time, Lin Tianmeng replied. How about we set off tomorrow? The Snow Empress readily agreed, her longing to explore undeterred by her pregnancy. The Ice Emperor, however, was of a different mind. What is there to see in humanity? You all go if you wish. I must tend to the children. Unable to restrain herself, the Snow Empress laughed. Ice, when did you become so dutiful? The Ice Emperor's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Then we shall depart tomorrow, the Snow Empress resolved. Very well. I, Lin Tianmeng, shall arrive at Shrek Academy. The following day, bidding farewell to the Ice Emperor in the extreme north, Lin Tianmeng transformed into human form, hand in hand with the Snow Empress, as they appeared together in Shrek City. Although the Snow Empress did not explicitly express it, Lin Tianmeng could discern her curiosity about the surroundings. Shrek City stands independent from any nation on Douluo Continent, with Shrek Academy situated at its easternmost point. A bit farther still lies the Stardow Forest. Every graduate from Shrek Academy is undeniably a powerful soul master. Do you not wish to learn about human soul masters? I shall escort you to enroll at Shrek Academy, Lin Tianmeng proposed. Shrek Academy? Indeed, Shrek Academy is the foremost institution on the continent, home to many formidable soul masters. As Lin Tianmeng and the Snow Empress strolled through the streets of Shrek City, hand in hand, they captured the attention of numerous onlookers. After all, handsome men and beautiful women are universally admired. Shrek City serves as a prime location for trade among several nations. Thus, the crowds consisted not only of Shrek Academy students, but also citizens from various countries. Among them, the Snow Empress stood out for her striking beauty. Being a natural ice goddess, prior to her rebirth, she bore a striking resemblance to a human girl. Xiao Yuhao, look. Ahead lies Shrek Academy. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng heard a familiar voice. Xiao Yuhao? Wu Yuhao? Could that be Tang Yu speaking? Upon turning around, he confirmed his suspicions. The girl enthusiastically introducing Shrek Academy was indeed Tang Yu, the current head of the Tang sect. Beside her stood a tall, handsome man. Gazing at Tang Yu with affectionate eyes, he must be Bei Bei. To the right of Tang Yu stood a boy who had seen little of the world. Known as Hui Yuhao. It was indeed unexpected to encounter the protagonists here. Hui Yuhao's first wisdom soul ring should have been the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. However, with Lin Tianmeng's arrival and his marriage to the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, It was only natural that he would not become Hui Yuhao's soul ring. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao still became acquainted with Tangya and Bei Bei, eventually arriving at Shrek City. Yet, one wonders whether his first soul ring was obtained with the assistance of Bei Bei and Tangya. Tianmeng, what are you gazing at? The Snow Empress inquired, noticing Lin Tianmeng's unwavering focus on a particular direction. Lin Tianmeng withdrew his gaze, smiled lightly, and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Let us proceed to register at Shrek Academy." "Certainly." The Snow Empress, elated, promptly linked her arm with Lin Tianmeng's. Chapter 9. Applying for a position as a teacher in the Outer Academy, and roommate Wang Donger. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the observing Hui Yuhao. "Little Yuhao, what are you staring at?" Tangya suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his view. Hui Yuhao, feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted, "The sister in front was simply too beautiful. I couldn't help but steal a few glances." "Ha!" Bei Bei erupted into hearty laughter. "Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Dear Xiaoya, do not be so hard on our junior. What are you calling me? Such a lack of respect." "Xiaoya teacher, that should suffice, no?" Bei Bei chuckled. "That is more like it." Tangya raised an arm, gesturing ahead. "We are nearing Shrek Academy. Little Yuhao, once you enter, be sure to study diligently and not be distracted by pretty faces, understood?" Hui Yuhao promptly responded, "Understood, teacher Xiaoya." At Shrek Academy, the Snow Empress had already attained the rank of a 5-ring soul king, thus she could not enter the Outer Academy as a student. However, Lin Tianmeng had devised a plan. He would have the Snow Empress apply for a teaching position in the Outer Academy. As for Lin Tianmeng himself, he utilized the simulation soul technique of the Ice Silkworm clan to present himself as a level 21 Great Soul Master with only 2 white soul rings. "You wish to apply for a position as a teacher in the Outer Academy?" The staff member at the interview station examined the Snow Empress, remarking, "Given your age, you cannot be very old, can you?" The Snow Empress tightly grasped Lin Tianmeng's hand, feeling a hint of nervousness as it was her first time conversing with a non-enemy human. Lin Tianmeng offered her an encouraging smile. "Yes, I am only 18 this year. Yet I am already a 5-ring soul king," she summoned her courage to declare. The staff member inhaled sharply. "You are accepted." Shrek Academy's principle was simply to admit monsters, be they monstrous students or monstrous teachers. Lin Tianmeng did not anticipate such ease in the process. "That young man, are you also here to apply for a teaching position?" After admitting the Snow Empress, the staff member inquired of Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng shook his head. "I am here to enroll as a student. I possess only 2 10-year soul rings and am at level 21. The staff member paused, casting Lin Tianmeng a strange glance, seemingly pondering how it was that his girlfriend was a 5-ring soul king while he was but a level 21 Great Soul Master. Nevertheless, Lin Tianmeng's level met the admission criteria for Shrek Academy, and thus he too was granted enrollment. Exiting the registration office, Lin Tianmeng and the Snow Empress received their dormitory keys and entered Shrek Academy together. "However, this means we cannot reside together," the Snow Empress expressed regretfully, as she was assigned to a teacher's dormitory while Lin Tianmeng was placed in the student dormitory. "Not to worry, there will be holidays," Lin Tianmeng reassured. He certainly did not wish to part from such an exquisite beauty. Very well. Although the Snow Empress felt somewhat disappointed, she was soon captivated by the scenery of Shrek Academy. Lin Tianmeng accompanied her on a brief tour of the academy, reminding her to take care of her health and to avoid any undue stress before they parted ways to their respective dormitories. Lin Tianmeng, clutching his new student badge and dormitory key, arrived before the student dormitory building. Outside the entrance lay a recliner upon which a somewhat disheveled old man reclined. While others might not recognize him, Lin Tianmeng knew exactly who he was, a legendary figure from decades past, the current Sea God Pavilion Master, Dragon God Douluo. His soul power had reached the pinnacle of 99 levels, making him the strongest individual at Shrek Academy. Although Lin Tianmeng was a million-year soul beast, he would not dare to provoke him lightly. Thus, he feigned ignorance and proceeded directly into the dormitory building. Just as Lin Tianmeng crossed the threshold, Muin suddenly opened his eyes. Clearly, he had sensed an unfamiliar aura emanating from Lin Tianmeng. However, he merely furrowed his brow and did not pursue Lin Tianmeng. At that moment, Hui Yuhao arrived, brandishing his identification tag, and respectfully bowed to Muin. "Hello, esteemed elder. I am a new student. Would you like to check my student number?" Muin, momentarily distracted, decided to drop his thoughts about Lin Tianmeng. After all, what secrets did Shrek Academy's students not harbor? Furthermore, should anything arise, he could suppress it at any moment. No problem. Your dormitory is in room 106 on the 1st floor. The 4th floor is off limits, as it is designated for female students. Thank you, esteemed elder. Hui Yuhao entered the dormitory building with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Tianmeng's dormitory was room 108. Upon seeing this number, he felt no particular emotion. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Not for any other reason, but because standing inside was none other than the female protagonist from the original story, Wang Dong. Yet now, she was disguised as Wang Dong, appearing in male attire. At that moment, she had already shed her outer garment, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. Upon unexpectedly spotting Lin Tianmeng, she instinctively moved to cover her upper body, exclaiming, "Why you came in without knocking?" Wang Dong was facing away from Lin Tianmeng, thus she did not see the smirk that had crept onto his lips. Indeed, she was still very much a girl. Despite her disguise, her demeanor and actions were distinctly feminine, easily betraying her true identity. "Apologies. I thought no one was inside and entered directly." Lin Tianmeng offered a gentle apology. Only then did Wang Dong don her outer garment and turn to face Lin Tianmeng with an indignant glare. "You must remember to knock next time, understood?" "Indeed." Lin Tianmeng nodded gently. He had no intention of provoking Wang Dong at such a critical juncture, for that would only lead to a confrontation outside the dormitory, risking the exposure of his abilities to Mu In, which would be quite undesirable. Seeing Lin Tianmeng's compliance, Wang Dong felt it unnecessary to press further. However, she still felt compelled to establish some ground rules with her new roommate. "Since we are now roommates, I must lay down 3 rules. First, do not bring anyone back to the dormitory without permission. Second, no shirtless wandering in the dorm. Third, do not disturb me while I am practicing or sleeping." Lin Tianmeng listened intently until the end. Well, not bad. At least he wasn't entirely responsible for the cleanliness of the dormitory. It seemed that Wang Dong did not harbor any dislike for him. "All right, I agree. However," "What?" Wang Dong suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of tension. Lin Tianmeng glanced at her and said, "Since you have set the rules for us, I too shall propose 3 conditions. Is that unreasonable?" Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, but replied, "Fine, go ahead. First, we shall take turns cleaning the dormitory. Second, you may have your quirks about cleanliness, but it must not be excessive. Third, since we are now roommates, we should support each other during our time at the academy. What do you think?" Upon hearing these 3 stipulations, Wang Dong displayed a peculiar expression. What does he mean by having quirks about cleanliness, but not excessively? How does he know I have such tendencies? Nevertheless, these terms were relatively acceptable to her. "All right, I agree," Wang Dong said, adding, "By the way, my name is Wang Dong. What is yours?" "I am Lin Tianmeng." Lin Tianmeng possessed an appealing exterior. His bright eyes and flawless teeth, along with his striking eyebrows and starry gaze, made him a pleasure to behold. Thus, Wang Dong had refrained from reacting angrily at first. "So, shall we head to the dining hall together tonight?" Wang Dong inquired tentatively, having never considered that Lin Tianmeng might decline. However, Lin Tianmeng replied, "I'm sorry, but I have already made plans." Wang Dong felt a twinge of disappointment, and her perception of Lin Tianmeng shifted. He appeared less appealing to her now. "Humph, it's just a meal. If you don't want to join me, there are plenty of others who would," she scoffed, tossing her silk quilt onto the bed before walking out. Indeed, she still had the demeanor of a child. Lin Tianmeng paid little heed to this, tidying up his own bed before exiting the dormitory. He would not be like Hui Yuhao, who was solely devoted to cultivation. After all, marrying a wife and having a child would offer benefits unattainable to an ordinary person even after decades or a century of cultivation. Now that he was at Shrek Academy, a visit to the Sea God Lake was imperative. The inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is situated on an island in the heart of the Sea God Lake. Under the sunlight, the waters of the lake shimmered brilliantly. As Lin Tianmeng approached the shore, merely gazing at the surface of the lake filled him with immense joy. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul power. He looked up towards the center of the lake and spotted a small dark figure approaching him, becoming clearer as it drew nearer. That was Ma Xiaotao, the prized disciple of Yin Xiaojia, the dean of the Martial Soul Department. A 19-year-old 6-ringed soul emperor known as the Blazing Demon. Ma Xiaotao's martial soul was the evil fire phoenix, and excessive cultivation could lead her to become deranged. At this moment, it was evident that she had indeed lost control. Just as Ma Xiaotao was a mere 10 meters away from Lin Tianmeng, he made his move. He gently raised his right hand, and the chilling aura of extreme ice emanated instantly. Ma Xiaotao, rushing towards him, immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. The entire Sea God Lake was frozen by Lin Tianmeng's extreme ice attribute. His martial soul was now extreme ice, capable of encasing vast territories in ice in an instant, derived from the eternal frozen domain of the Ice Empress. However, to avoid prematurely revealing his strength, Lin Tianmeng had restrained himself, only freezing the lake. Retracting his hand, Lin Tianmeng hurriedly approached to check on Ma Xiaotao's condition. Fortunately, the evil fire within her was merely suppressed by the sudden onslaught of extreme ice, causing her to faint, but without any threat to her life. However, lying on the ground, Ma Xiaotao was undeniably captivating. At 19, unlike the 11-year-old Wang Dong, Ma Xiaotao had developed a figure that could only be described as alluring. Her long crimson hair cascaded down her back, and her slender, seductive form was nothing short of mesmerizing. After stealing a few glances at her, Lin Tianmeng quickly stepped back, sensing the presence of a super Douluo. Xiao, are you all right? Indeed, moments later, Yin Xiaozhe appeared before Lin Tianmeng, frowning as he cast a quick glance at him before rushing to assist Ma Xiaotao. Seeing her in a fainted state, he promptly administered a medicinal pill. Ma Xiaotao has awakened. Teacher, what happened to me? I felt an incredibly cold yet soothing aura earlier, and it was so delightful that I couldn't bear it, leading me to faint. Is that so? Yin Xiaozhe pondered for a moment, and then stood up to face Lin Tianmeng. Are you a student from the Outer Academy? Lin Tianmeng did not conceal his identity. After all, Yin Xiaozhe was the dean of the MartialSouls department, and uncovering a student's background was a simple task. He nodded. Today is my first day reporting. My name is Lin Tianmeng, and I am in class one of the new students. Upon learning that Lin Tianmeng was from the Outer Academy, Yin Xiaozhe's expression softened as he addressed him. I am a teacher in the Inner Academy. This is Ma Xiaotao, my prized disciple. Her martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. She suddenly burst out from the Inner Academy because she was overtaken by the evil fire during her cultivation. Had it not been for you, she might have charged into the Outer Academy, and the consequences. Yin Xiaozhe left the statement unfinished, yet Ma Xiaotao understood, lowering her head in embarrassment. Since you were able to suppress the evil fire within Xiaotao, may I inquire about your martial soul? Yin Xiaozhe was particularly interested in this. Ma Xiaotao was the top genius of the Inner Academy, possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix divine beast, but her lineage was impure, necessitating assistance for suppression. However, the water attribute martial soul was woefully ineffective in this regard. If a student with an ice attribute martial soul could help Ma Xiaotao, Yin Xiaozhe would spare no effort to secure him. Lin Tianmeng recognized this as an excellent opportunity for matchmaking and thus did not withhold the truth. Teacher, my martial soul is the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress? Extreme Ice. Yin Xiaozhe's eyes widened in shock. While others might not recognize the Ice Empress, he was well aware of its significance. It was said that the most fearsome creature in the far north was the king among Ice Empresses. Among humans, Yin Xiaozhe had never encountered anyone possessing the Ice Empress as their martial soul. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Tianmeng, endowed with the extreme ice attribute, could completely suppress the evil fire within Ma Xiaotao. Furthermore, possessing the extreme ice martial soul foretold a future of boundless potential for Lin Tianmeng. At this moment, upon hearing the phrase extreme ice, Ma Xiaotao's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. Only then did she take a moment to truly observe Lin Tianmeng. He was strikingly handsome and possessed an elegant demeanor. If I could cultivate with him. Ugh. Ma Xiaotao, what on earth are you thinking? He is merely a first-year student from the Outer Academy, and at most, he is only around 12 years old. Indeed, in order to instill greater faith in Yin Xiaozhe, Lin Tianmeng directly unleashed his martial spirit. The cold visage of the ice goddess materialized in the ethereal form, reflecting in the eyes of Yin Xiaozhe and Ma Xiaotao. It truly is the ice goddess. After the initial surprise, Yin Xiaozhe swiftly turned to Ma Xiaotao and asked, Xiaotao, do you recall what I once told you? Ma Xiaotao's cheeks flushed crimson as she nodded and replied, I remember. You once mentioned that if I were to encounter a soul master with an ice attribute martial spirit, I should cultivate with him. Chapter 11. Yin Xiaozhe's Assistance. Wang Dong's uncharacteristic behavior. Observing Ma Xiaotao's current expression, Yin Xiaozhe comprehended her thoughts instantly. She clearly found this young student rather appealing. Yet, despite Ma Xiaotao's fiery temperament, she remained a girl at heart. Thus, let him, her teacher, take on the task of voicing such sentiments. Lin Tianmeng, I am Yin Xiaozhe, the Dean of the Martial Spirit Department at Shrek Academy. I ask you, do you wish to cultivate with Xiaotao? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Lin Tianmeng, on the other hand, felt elated within. It truly was a case of serendipity. The opportunity had come effortlessly. Yin Xiaozhe was indeed remarkable. Originally, Lin Tianmeng had anticipated that winning over Ma Xiaotao would require considerable time, but with Yin Xiaozhe's assistance, he could directly cultivate with her. Hence, he stepped forward and bowed deeply to Yin Xiaozhe, proclaiming, Dean Yin, I am willing. Yin Xiaozhe nodded in satisfaction and turned to Ma Xiaotao. And you, Xiaotao? Ma Xiaotao spoke in a voice scarcely louder than a whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. I am willing too. Very well. In that case, I can rest easy. Ha! Yin Xiaozhe was, of course, delighted. Cultivating with Lin Tianmeng would only bring benefits to Ma Xiaotao. Congratulations to the host on successfully marrying. This marriage has been graded as SR. Congratulations to the host for receiving an enhanced SR Golden Level reward. Congratulations to the host for the reward. Level 9 Defensive Soul Guidance Device. A Level 9 Defensive Soul Guidance Device. Lin Tianmeng learned through the system that this device was named Sunset of the Gods. capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 98th level super Douluo. It shared a similar nature with Jing Hongqin's red dust protection, yet boasted superior quality. With Ma Xiaotao's malevolent fire now suppressed, she would not suffer from its backlash for at least a period of time. Thus, after solidifying their relationship, Yin Xiaozhe led Ma Xiaotao back to the inner academy. However, Ma Xiaotao had arranged to meet him again the following day, having successfully married Ma Xiaotao. Lin Tianmeng felt elated and strolled around the academy for a while before heading to the dormitory of the outer academy teachers to meet Xuedi. They had agreed to rendezvous there, and then proceed to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, Lin Tianmeng spotted Xuedi standing there. There was no escaping the fact that Xuedi's beauty was strikingly high, and she was quite youthful. Amidst the crowd of outer academy teachers, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Tianmeng, Xuedi exclaimed upon noticing him. The human world is vibrant, yet it remains a realm of unfamiliarity. Only Lin Tianmeng was a familiar presence to her. Xuei, have you been waiting long? Lin Tianmeng jogged over, gently taking Xuedi's hand, and said, Did I not ask you to come down only when I arrived? Take care of yourself. Xuedi offered a soft smile. It's fine. I just came down not long ago. Let's go eat. All right. The cafeteria of the Shrek Outer Academy was not far from the dormitory. Upon entering, they found many counters where food could be purchased using soul coins. Upon seeing the prices displayed, Xuedi suddenly gasped softly. Oh no, we don't have any soul coins. Yet, Lin Tianmeng, like a magician, produced several gold and silver soul coins from his storage soul guidance device and reassured Xuedi, no need to worry, I have some. He was well aware that purchasing items in the human world required soul coins. So he had sold some lower-level soul guidance devices obtained from a titled Douluo as soon as he entered Shrek City. At that time, Xuedi was lost in the scenery of Shrek City and had not noticed. Without soul coins, how could one pay tuition? The tuition for the first semester was a hefty 10 gold soul coins. Teachers were exempt from tuition fees, so Xuedi was unaware that Lin Tianmeng possessed soul coins. Now, seeing the coins in Lin Tianmeng's hand, her expression turned curious. Come, today my husband treats you to a meal, Lin Tianmeng said with a raised eyebrow. Xuedi shot him a mock glare. In that case, I shall not hold back. Fear not, I am more concerned that you might be too polite. Lin Tianmeng replied with a smile. Only you would say that. Hurry and join the queue. All right. Lin Tianmeng headed to the gold soul coin section, where the food was crafted from soul beasts, including both animal and plant soul beasts. In essence, any food purchasable with gold soul coins here was highly beneficial for soul masters. Lin Tianmeng was quite generous, ordering several dishes, filling 2 trays. Try this. He offered one of the portions to Xuedi. Xuedi had consumed numerous soul beasts, but had never tasted food prepared in such a manner. Upon her first bite, her eyes lit up. This is delicious. Indeed, I find it rather delightful as well. Lin Tianmeng was genuinely hungry, and thus indulged a bit more. After finishing their meal, they exited the cafeteria, completely unaware of a pair of eyes that had been fixed on them since their entry, watching intently until they left. That person was Wang Dong. How infuriating, claiming to have an appointment, only to go on a date with another girl. Wang Dong had already seen them when Lin Tianmeng and Xuedi entered hand in hand. Xuedi's beauty was simply captivating, and Wang Dong nearly found himself captivated as well. However, the thought of such a stunning beauty being on a date with Lin Tianmeng only fueled his resentment. What merit did he possess to be worthy of her? He was more fitting for her, if anything. No, he was not worthy either. That night, after bidding farewell to Xuedi, Lin Tianmeng returned to the student dormitory. This time, he remembered to knock before entering. However, there was no response from within. Naturally, Lin Tianmeng assumed Wang Dong was not present, so he unlocked the door with his key and stepped inside, only to find Wang Dong glaring at him from his bed. You actually returned? Wang Dong exclaimed. I thought you would be spending the night out. Lin Tianmeng was utterly perplexed. What had he done to offend this girl? The inner workings of an 11-year-old girl's mind were truly beyond his understanding. Why must I spend the night outside? Lin Tianmeng walked over and sat on his bed. Wang Dong, however, did not respond. I am going to sleep now. Do not disturb me. She promptly burrowed under the covers, not even bothering to change out of her clothes. Then she closed her eyes. Lin Tianmeng, I truly cannot comprehend. I simply do not understand. Compared to Wang Dong, my own Xuer is far more adorable. With this thought, Lin Tianmeng decided to disregard whatever was on Wang Dong's mind, stood up, and took a change of clothes to the bathroom for a shower. When he returned, Wang Dong had already fallen asleep, and Lin Tianmeng could hear her rhythmic breathing. He hung his washclothes up and then lay down on the bed, reflecting on the events of the day before sleep. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for tomorrow. Chapter 12, Teacher Xue. It turns out Wang Dong was jealous. The following day, the first-year class was already filled with students, and Lin Tianmeng was among them. Shrek Academy enrolls a limited number of students each year, primarily due to its stringent requirements. Applicants must be under 12 years of age and possess a spirit rank above 15. Lin Tianmeng, appearing only 11 years old, still looked quite youthful. He glanced back and noticed a boy sitting diagonally behind him, Hui Yuhao, the son of fortune. However, Hui Yuhao became the son of fortune because the Dream Ice Silkworm sought him out from the very beginning, becoming his wisdom spirit ring, and subsequently led him to find the Ice Emperor, who also became his wisdom spirit ring and granted him an ice blue scorpion martial spirit. Now, without the guidance of the Dream Ice Silkworm, would Hui Yuhao still be the son of fortune? Hey, what are you looking at? Sitting to Lin Tianmeng's right was Wang Dong. As they were roommates, Lin Tianmeng replied, just observing the other students. Wang Dong curled her lip at such a young age. Already looking at pretty girls, how shameless. Lin Tianmeng initially did not grasp the meaning behind Wang Dong's words. But upon turning back to see that Xiao Xiao was seated beside Hui Yuhao, he understood. Nevertheless, he chose not to clarify. Let the misunderstanding be. Silence. Class is beginning. A wrinkled-faced Zhou Yi entered the classroom, stood at the podium, and clapped her hands. The new students immediately turned their attention to her. Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi. From today until the end of this semester, I will be the teacher for class 1 of the newcomers. Before the newcomer assessment, if you fail to meet my expectations, you will be expelled. The newcomer assessment will take place in 3 months. If you are eliminated in the team competition, you will also be expelled from Shrek Academy. Lin Tianmeng was well aware of Zhou Yi's character. She was exceedingly strict with her students, regardless of background. Anyone who did not meet her standards would be expelled. However, after delivering her admonition, Zhou Yi did not immediately send them out for laps, but instead beckoned towards the classroom door. Xiao Shui, come in. The students curiously looked towards the door. Then they beheld a young maiden clad in a flowing white dress, gracefully entering and standing beside Zhou Yi. Upon seeing her beauty, the students were left in awe. What enchanting eyes! With a playful glance and a charming smile, her skin seemed as delicate as a petal, and her cherry lips were adorned with a subtle gloss, making her appear exceptionally lovely. In that moment, everyone thought, how could there be such breathtaking beauty in the world? Only Lin Tianmeng allowed himself a faint smile. His Shui was indeed such an unparalleled beauty. Even Wang Dong, sitting beside him, was momentarily mesmerized. Then she recalled that this was the same girl she had seen dining with Lin Tianmeng in the cafeteria the previous day. At that moment, Zhou Yi spoke. Allow me to introduce her. Her name is Xiao Shui, a newly hired teacher from the outside academy, responsible for your practical lessons. You may address her as Teacher Xiao Shui. The Snow Emperor slightly nodded towards the students below. Hello, everyone. Hello, Teacher Xiao Shui. The newcomers, all under 12, filled with youthful aspirations, felt their hearts flutter at her appearance. Even Hui Yuhao, upon seeing the Snow Emperor, momentarily lost his composure. He had seen her upon entering Shrek City the previous day, but from a distance, and without a clear view of her face, he had not recognized her. This lesson will be taught by Teacher Xiao Shui, Zhou Yi announced after introducing her. I will return for the next class. Make sure to heed your teacher's instructions. She then quietly added to Xiao Shui, if anyone misbehaves, just let me know, and I will deal with them. In response to Zhou Yi's kindness, the Snow Emperor smiled. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Well then, I shall take my leave. After Zhou Yi departed, the Snow Emperor stood at the center of the podium. Everyone, stand up and run 100 laps around the playground. Lin Tianmeng. Why? Isn't the Snow Emperor supposed to be gentle? He had never anticipated that the Snow Emperor would follow Zhou Yi's approach. Upon hearing her words, not only was Lin Tianmeng stunned, but so were the other students. What? Can't you understand what I'm saying? A displeased expression crossed the Snow Emperor's exquisite features. We understand, we understand. Lin Tianmeng was the first to respond, then dashed out of the classroom. Of course, he must obey what his wife said. With Lin Tianmeng leading the way, the other students quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the playground, without waiting for the Snow Emperor's command, Lin Tianmeng began to sprint furiously. His spirit power was more robust than anyone else's, and by the time the others started running, he had already completed several laps. The Snow Emperor stood above, watching Lin Tianmeng's vigorous running with a satisfied smile. Teacher Zhou Yi truly was a master at managing her students. Her methods were indeed effective. Wang Dong joined the running throng, swiftly catching up to Lin Tianmeng, and quietly asked, Hey, Lin Tianmeng, what is your relationship with Teacher Xiao Shui? Just a teacher-student relationship. But I saw you dining together in the cafeteria yesterday, holding hands. Wang Dong replied, displeased. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Lin Tianmeng finally understood why she had been so peculiar the night before. So she had seen him displaying affection with the Snow Emperor. However, why was Wang Dong upset about him showing affection with the Snow Emperor? Was she feeling jealous? No way. Lin Tianmeng tilted his head to look at Wang Dong, his gaze slightly different from before. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Dong felt both shy and irritated. Could it be that you were feeling jealous? Lin Tianmeng inquired. Wang Dong was taken aback. Then her face flushed crimson. How is that possible? You're daydreaming. After saying this, she swiftly ran ahead, not wishing to continue the conversation with Lin Tianmeng. The first to complete 100 laps was none other than Wang Dong, who possessed the radiant butterfly martial soul of the goddess of light. As for the second place, it was naturally Lin Tianmeng, who concealed her true strength. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao lagged behind at the very end. However, his perseverance was commendable, despite running last. He never uttered a word of surrender. In this regard, Lin Tianmeng held a certain admiration for him. It was a pity that the illustrious child of destiny, who should have had a brilliant future ahead, at least the potential to become a deity on par with Tang San, was ultimately reduced to being merely a part of Tang San's family's combat strength due to Tang San's cunning tactics. Xiao Xiao also completed her 100 laps, and, upon seeing Wang Dong and Lin Tianmeng sitting on the grass, introduced herself. Hello, I am Xiao Xiao. I am Lin Tianmeng, came the reply. Lin Tianmeng was well aware of Xiao Xiao's identity, as she was destined to be one of the future Shrek 7 monsters. Despite her petite and adorable appearance, she was indeed a genius with twin martial souls. Chapter 13. Enlightening Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong conceded in their duel. With a cool demeanor, Wang Dong stated, I am Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao glanced between Wang Dong and Lin Tianmeng. If judged by looks, Wang Dong was indeed more handsome, especially since she was disguised as a boy. Nevertheless, Lin Tianmeng possessed a slightly superior aura, and in terms of appearance, he was not lacking either, albeit presenting a more masculine charm. Have you two known each other for long? Xiao Xiao inquired. I don't know him at all, Wang Dong replied. Turning her head away, Lin Tianmeng, with a shy smile, clarified, we are roommates. Ah, I see, Xiao Xiao understood, realizing Wang Dong's Sundra nature. Despite sharing a dormitory, she stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. Wasn't he that the very definition of its Sundra? Look, that boy seems to be lagging behind. And he hasn't even completed 100 laps yet. Xiao Xiao pointed at Hui Yuhao on the playground. Lin Tianmeng turned to look and indeed saw Hui Yuhao drenched in sweat, yet he persisted. This must be the most unfortunate child of destiny, though chosen by fate. His talents were disappointingly meager. Ultimately, he was brought into Tang San's fold. Observing Hui Yuhao in such a plight, Lin Tianmeng suddenly had an idea. Why should Tang San be the only one to take away the child of destiny? Lin Tianmeng could do it too. With that thought, Lin Tianmeng stood up. What are you planning to do? Wang Dong noticed something amiss with Lin Tianmeng and asked. I'm going to help that last place runner. Lin Tianmeng replied as he made his way back to the track. He approached Hui Yuhao and ran alongside him, asking, how are you holding up? Have you reached your limit? Hui Yuhao was taken aback by Lin Tianmeng's arrival, but managed to respond. I can still hold on. Try running the Shantian skill. It might alleviate some of your suffering, Lin Tianmeng suggested. Hui Yuhao was astonished. How do you know about the Shantian skill? It was widely known, as Tang's sect had been all the rage on the continent a millennium ago. Hui Yuhao, still quite young, didn't delve further into Lin Tianmeng's knowledge. He attempted to follow Lin Tianmeng's advice and activated the Shantian skill, feeling his body rejuvenated as if nourished, quickly regaining strength. It really works. Thank you, Hui Yuhao exclaimed. By the way, what is your name? Lin Tianmeng smiled. I am Lin Tianmeng. After saying this, he left the track. On his way back, he encountered the Snow Empress, who remarked, when did you become so kind-hearted? Lin Tianmeng shrugged. I have always been warm-hearted. Although the Snow Empress had made everyone run laps, she did not declare that those who failed to complete 100 laps would be expelled, so despite the fatigue, there wasn't an overwhelming sense of crisis. A few who tried to cheat were swiftly called out by the Snow Empress. Don't think I didn't see you. Just because you sneak around doesn't mean you can escape my notice. While I may not expel you, if Teacher Zhou finds out, the consequences will be unbearable for you. The Snow Empress quickly assumed her role as a teacher. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but think that if the Snow Empress spoke like this at home, it would be quite tempting. Hearing her words, those who hadn't completed their laps hurriedly returned to the track. Once everyone finished their 100 laps, the Snow Empress declared, what I am going to teach you is practical combat. Thus, in this lesson, everyone was paired off to attack one another. The first to knock down their opponent would be the victor. The Snow Empress's teaching method seemed even more direct and brutal than Teacher Zhou's. However, since it was the command of his beloved, Lin Tianmeng naturally complied. I'll team up with you. Wang Dong volunteered, her gaze fixated on Lin Tianmeng. As if her eyes were a soul-binding blade, Lin Tianmeng let out a sigh. Having lived for over 600,000 years, the Snow Empress possessed keen insight and immediately recognized that Wang Dong was a girl. She shot a reproachful glance at Lin Tianmeng, as if to say, how long has it been, and you've already entangled yourself in romantic debts? Lin Tianmeng felt helpless. It wasn't something he desired. The inner world of an 11-year-old girl was truly beyond his comprehension. All right, let us team up then, Lin Tianmeng conceded. With 100 students in the class, they could form 50 pairs. At the Snow Empress's command, 50 battles among soul masters below a certain rank began. On Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong's side, Wang Dong was the first to unleash her martial soul. In an instant, the dazzling brilliance of the goddess of light butterfly captivated everyone's attention. The world's most beautiful butterfly martial soul indeed suited Wang Dong perfectly. Come on, I will definitely defeat you, Wang Dong declared, pointing at Lin Tianmeng with fierce determination. I fear you may find that difficult, Lin Tianmeng countered as he summoned his own martial soul. The ethereal figure of a maiden in white danced gracefully in the air, leaving Wang Dong momentarily stunned. Your martial soul looks so much like Teacher Snow. Lin Tianmeng, of course, did not reveal the truth. How would I know? All I know is that you should be cautious now. The Ice Heaven Snow Maiden martial soul possessed the ultimate ice attributes. No matter how beautiful Wang Dong's goddess of light butterfly was, it could not compare to that level. Furthermore, Lin Tianmeng wielded numerous 10,000-year and 100,000-year spirit rings, which endowed him with formidable spirit abilities. Soon enough, Wang Dong began to feel as though she was suffocating. With the ultimate ice attributes, Lin Tianmeng's attack power was immensely strong. Moreover, he was also a spirit beast of the mental attribute, merely employing the simplest spirit ability and suppressing it to 100 years of power. Wang Dong found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Indeed, while Wang Dong had many hidden cards, there was no need to reveal them in an internal class spar. I concede, Wang Dong declared. Lin Tianmeng immediately withdrew his spirit power, causing the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden to vanish from the air. Gasping for breath, a stunned Wang Dong exclaimed, "How can your martial soul be so powerful? I have never seen a martial soul like that." Lin Tianmeng smiled and said, "My martial soul is the ice goddess with the attribute of supreme ice." Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Supreme ice, indeed supreme ice. No wonder he could defeat her in an instant. This man is truly formidable. Unbeknownst to Wang Dong, after this battle, her perception of Lin Tianmeng had undergone a significant transformation. After a day of classes, Lin Tianmeng arrived at the designated meeting place, the Sea God Lake. As promised to Ma Xiaotao, "Tianmeng, you finally made it." Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, Ma Xiaotao rushed toward him fervently. "Quick, help me suppress the evil fire. I've overtrained. And if it weren't for the effect of your supreme ice within me, I would have likely fallen into chaos again." Ma Xiaotao embraced Lin Tianmeng and plunged into his arms. In an instant, Lin Tianmeng felt a searing warmth. Chapter 14. Suppressing Ma Xiaotao's evil fire. An encounter with the senior sister. He dared not delay, immediately unleashing his martial soul. Feeling the penetrating chill of supreme ice, Ma Xiaotao's entire body relaxed. "Indeed, I had to seek you out." While assisting her, Lin Tianmeng inquired, "Wasn't it said that you wouldn't be affected by the evil fire for a while? How did it escalate so quickly?" Ma Xiaotao sighed. "I couldn't help myself and trained a bit longer. You know, I can't bear to let my talent go to waste." Lin Tianmeng understood the pride that resided within Ma Xiaotao. "Next time you decide to train wholeheartedly, you must have me by your side, understood?" Lin Tianmeng asserted. "Understood." Ma Xiaotao felt a surge of affection for Lin Tianmeng, especially since he did not chastise her for overtraining like Yin Xiaozhi did. It was evening, and many students were passing by the Sea God Lake, so they decided to find a more secluded place for her to recover. Primarily because Ma Xiaotao's clothing had been nearly incinerated by the evil fire, exposing her smooth arms and calves. If others were to see her, Lin Tianmeng would be in a world of trouble. "Then let us go to my dormitory. I'll take you there," Ma Xiaotao suggested. "But can I enter the girls' dormitory?" "It's fine. The inner courtyard disciples' dormitories are in a separate area, each with their own room." "I see. Well, let us not delay. Lead the way, and I shall take you there." "All right." Ma Xiaotao exhaled, her breath hot, igniting a fire within Lin Tianmeng's heart. Upon entering the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, while carrying Ma Xiaotao, they encountered a familiar face. "Xiaotao, what happened to you? Who is he?" Ma Xiaotao looked up. Her face flushed. "Senior sister, I've been afflicted by evil fire. This is my husband, who possesses the attribute of supreme ice." "What?" Zhang Lishuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Supreme ice? Wait, Xiaotao, are you married?" Ma Xiaotao, feeling overheated, struggled to articulate her words. Lin Tianmeng interjected, "Yes, yesterday, under the witness of Dean Yan, Xiaotao and I established our engagement. My martial soul is the ice goddess, capable of suppressing her evil fire. Xiaotao is in dire straits, and I must take her back to the dormitory. Excuse us." With that, Lin Tianmeng quickened his pace, holding Ma Xiaotao tightly as they headed towards the dormitory, leaving Zhang Lishuan standing in stunned silence. The man had the ice goddess martial soul. Moreover, Xiaotao was with him. After arriving at Ma Xiaotao's dormitory, Lin Tianmeng swiftly laid her on the bed and sat beside her, releasing the essence of his supreme ice attribute. Ma Xiaotao shivered involuntarily, but it was evident that her condition had improved significantly. She exhaled a breath of warmth, closed her eyes, and savored the moment. At this point, her clothes had been entirely burned away, leaving her unclothed. Hold me tight, Tiandream, Ma Xiaotao implored. Clutching Lin Tiandream as the alternating sensations of ice and fire became increasingly unbearable. Lin Tiandream embraced her firmly in return. What transpired next was only natural. When Lin Tiandream opened his eyes again, dawn had already broken. Is it morning? He rubbed his eyes and reached out to find Ma Xiaotao beside him. She was still exhausted from the previous night and had yet to awaken fully. Reflecting on the events of the night before, Lin Tiandream couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caused your wife to conceive. Congratulations, host. You have received a platinum-level reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ice Explosion Technique Soul Skill 1. The Ice Explosion Technique. It was indeed the Ice Explosion Technique. As the name suggests, it allows for the control of explosions wherever there is ice. It is a powerful soul skill belonging to the Ice Scorpion clan of the far north. But the rarity of its appearance is exceedingly low. Even the Ice Emperor does not possess this skill. The system truly rewards hard work. And his efforts from the previous night had not been in vain. Is it already daytime? Ma Xiaotao stirred awake, noticing Lin Tiandream sitting beside her and asked, Is it morning? Yes, you were too tired last night. Rest a little longer. I will go to the dining hall to fetch you some food. Now that Ma Xiaotao had truly become his wife, Lin Tiandream naturally intended to take good care of her. The evil fire within Ma Xiaotao had been suppressed, but her face remained flushed. This was because she was completely unclothed beneath the covers. Moreover, she finally recalled the events of the previous night. How utterly mortifying. Next time you train on your own, please exercise some restraint. Don't overdo it. If you wish to train at full capacity, come find me, Lin Tiandream advised. Okay, Ma Xiaotao nodded. Though she felt a blend of embarrassment and indignation, the effects of their first dual cultivation were undeniably different. It seemed that her master was correct. As long as she could cultivate alongside a man of ice affinity, her power would rapidly advance. Furthermore, Lin Tiandream's attribute was the pinnacle of ice. Lin Tiandream closed the door behind him, intending to visit the dining hall in the inner courtyard. Over the years, countless students had enrolled in Shrek's outer academy. Yet only a select few could enter the inner courtyard. Currently, the total number of disciples in the inner courtyard did not exceed 50. This scarcity underscored the exclusivity of the inner courtyard disciples. As a direct disciple of the martial soul department head, Yin Xiaozha, Ma Xiaotao possessed exceptional talent. But within the inner courtyard, her abilities ranked second. The first place belonged to the senior sister Zhang Lishuan, whom Lin Tiandream had fortuitously encountered yesterday. In fact, after Lin Tiandream had carried Ma Xiaotao away, Zhang Lishuan had been pondering Lin Tiandream's identity. It was common knowledge that Ma Xiaotao's fiery temperament ranked second in the inner courtyard, with no one daring to claim the title of first. Coupled with her formidable phoenix martial soul and her remarkable talent of reaching Soul Emperor at the age of 19, what man would dare to pursue her? Yet, astonishingly, the seemingly mere 11 or 12-year-old Lin Tianmeng had captured the heart of Ma Xiaotao. This was truly incredible. However, since the two had already established a marriage contract, witnessed by Yin Xiaozha, Zhang Lishuan naturally refrained from saying much. Just as she pondered this, she spotted someone running from a distance. Wasn't it Lin Tianmeng? The very one she had encountered the previous day? Senior sister, you're here too, Lin Tianmeng greeted upon seeing Zhang Lishuan. Where is Xiaotao? How is she? Zhang Lishuan inquired with concern. Lin Tianmeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, Xiaotao is fine, just a bit tired and in need of rest. I came here to bring her some food. Tired? In need of rest? Zhang Lishuan's expression grew peculiar. Ahem, she said, the cafeteria is closed at this hour. So why not come to my place? I can prepare a meal for you to take back to Xiaotao. Chapter 15. The gentle and virtuous senior sister, Wang Dong, who had waited the entire night. Such a fortunate turn of events. Lin Tianmeng readily agreed. Sure, I appreciate it, senior sister. Zhang Lishuan replied, no need for thanks. I merely care about Xiaotao's well-being. Thus, Lin Tianmeng followed Zhang Lishuan to her dormitory. As expected of a senior sister, her room was far more luxurious than Ma Xiaotao's. It was not only spacious but also divided into several areas, a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen. However, she herself paid little heed to such extravagance, as her bed was dressed with simple bedding. Upon entering, Zhang Lishuan headed straight for the kitchen, turning back to Lin Tianmeng to say, there's a sofa over there. Please sit and wait a moment. I know Xiaotao's preferences well. I will be quick. All right, senior sister, Lin Tianmeng nodded obediently. He was taken aback that Zhang Lishuan could cook, and from her words, it seemed that Ma Xiaotao frequently enjoyed her meals. Sigh, how enviable it was for Beibei, who not only had the youthful and beautiful Tanya, but also a senior sister who harbored affection for him. Lin Tianmeng couldn't bear to see the senior sister troubled by matters of the heart, potentially wasting her life. Therefore, he resolved, senior sister, he too desired. Yet, This matter required careful consideration. Lin Tianmeng had not returned all night, and Wang Dong was already in a state of anxious anticipation. Despite her words urging Lin Tianmeng not to come back, his absence only heightened her agitation. Where on earth had he gone? With no classes that day, Wang Dong waited alone in the dormitory, yet Lin Tianmeng did not appear. Countless scenarios played out in her mind, such as Lin Tianmeng possibly visiting teacher Xiaoxue or encountering some unfortunate event. Yet, even if something had occurred, what did it have to do with her? It was not as if she had prevented his return. Just as Wang Dong was fidgeting with impatience, a knock echoed at the dormitory door. It must be Lin Tianmeng returning. Excitedly, Wang Dong opened the door only to find Hui Yuhao from the neighboring dormitory standing there. Her previously elated expression instantly felt doused with cold water, cooling her enthusiasm. "Why are you here?" Wang Dong said somewhat curtly. Hui Yuhao, perplexed by Wang Dong's sudden displeasure at his presence, replied, "I came to find Lin Tianmeng." "Is he here?" Wang Dong, feeling frustrated, said, "I'm looking for him too. I have no idea where he has gone." Hui Yuhao shared her disappointment. After cultivating all night, he felt he had made some breakthroughs by combining the Xiantian skill with his spiritual attributes, and he had hoped to consult Lin Tianmeng. To his dismay, he found him absent. "Why are you two here? Were you waiting for me?" Lin Tianmeng had just returned from Ma Xiaotao's side and approached upon seeing Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong conversing. The moment Wang Dong saw Lin Tianmeng, she felt an immense sense of grievance. She had waited the entire night for him. How could he return only now? "Lin Tianmeng, I attempted to integrate the Xiantian skill into my soul power during my cultivation last night, and indeed, I achieved some breakthroughs." Hui Yuhao was completely unaware of Wang Dong's inner thoughts and felt thrilled by this discovery. Had it not been for Lin Tianmeng's reminder, he would never have thought of this approach. "Is that so? That's wonderful," Lin Tianmeng responded. "Thank you so much. I had intended to treat you to a meal, but I currently have no money," Hui Yuhao said. "However, I can grill fish. How about I prepare some for you tonight?" Hui Yuhao's martial spirit was his eyes, which allowed him to master the art of controlling fire exceptionally well, resulting in deliciously grilled fish. Thus, Lin Tianmeng gladly accepted. "All right then, I will thank you in advance." "I should be the one thanking you," Hui Yuhao said cheerfully. "I'll return to my cultivation now. See you tonight." Watching Hui Yuhao depart, Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but shake his head. Last night, while he was engaging in dual cultivation with Ma Xiaotao, Hui Yuhao had stayed awake the entire night, diligently honing his skills. Truly, he was a person destined for greatness, sufficiently diligent and hardworking. With Lin Tianmeng present, Tang San should not hope to gain any advantage. "Hey, what are you staring at? Am I invisible to you?" Wang Dong suddenly jumped in front of Lin Tianmeng, fuming. Lin Tianmeng had been engrossed in conversation with Hui Yuhao, neglecting her, which had already irked her. Now that Hui Yuhao had left, Lin Tianmeng still failed to engage with her. Lin Tianmeng found her reaction perplexing, as he had done nothing to offend Wang Dong. "Some unexpected circumstances arose yesterday, causing me to be unable to return. I spent the night outside, and while you may not care, you shouldn't ridicule me. Alas, my fate is truly unfortunate." Lin Tianmeng sidestepped Wang Dong and sat on his bed. Wang Dong had been furious, but upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's words, concern quickly overshadowed her anger. All right, I won't say anything more. You should rest now." Although Wang Dong was unaware of the specifics of Lin Tianmeng's ordeal, she could see his exhaustion was genuine, and she suddenly found herself reluctant to disturb him further. That evening, Hui Yuhao caught a plethora of fish and invited Lin Tianmeng to enjoy the grilled delicacies. Consequently, Lin Tianmeng brought the Snow Empress along. He had already disclosed the matter of dual cultivation with Ma Xiaotao to her, withholding nothing. After all, with the Ice Empress absent, the Snow Empress was his primary partner. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress was not angered. She merely chided him lightly to avoid entanglements with romantic debts. Lin Tianmeng naturally agreed to her words, though whether he would abide by them in the future remained uncertain. "Teacher Xiaoxue, you both." Hui Yuhao had previously been unaware of the relationship between the Snow Empress and Lin Tianmeng. Now, seeing them arrive together, he was utterly astonished. The Snow Empress smiled gently and said, "I forgot to introduce you. Lin Tianmeng is my husband." Hui Yuhao's eyes widened even further. Nevertheless, he refrained from saying much, as doing so would be rude. "Brother Tianmeng, Teacher Xiaoxue, the fish is ready. Let us eat while it's hot." "Thank you." To be frank, Hui Yuhao's skill in grilling fish is truly exceptional. The exterior is crispy while the interior remains tender. Just a single bite allows one to savor the delightful crunch of the fish meat. Lin Tianmeng had long sought an opportunity to meet Hui Yuhao alone, and now seemed to be the perfect moment. "I heard you have joined the Tang sect, is that correct?" Lin Tianmeng inquired. "Yes. It was Teacher Xiaoya and Senior Brother Bebe who took me in. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have been able to enter Shrek Academy," Hui Yuhao replied. "May I see your soul rings?" After a moment's hesitation, Hui Yuhao responded, "Certainly." As soon as he spoke, a circle of yellow 100-year soul rings materialized beneath his feet. These soul rings were acquired with the assistance of senior brother Bei and teacher Xiaoya, originating from a spirit-type soul beast. Although it may not be particularly strong, it complements my attributes perfectly. I see, Lin Tianmeng acknowledged. After losing the advantage of the Dream Ice Silkworm, Hui Yuhao had acquired a 100-year spirit ring with the help of Tangya and Bei. Naturally, the abilities attached to this soul ring paled in comparison to Lin Tianmeng's mental detection and mental sharing. Chapter 16. Bestowing the Xian Shui Dan. The freshman assessment begins. However, it is still something that can be cultivated. Hui Yuhao had joined the Tang sect, but that was of little consequence. Lin Tianmeng had already set his sights on Tangya. Once he captured Tangya, the Tang sect would undoubtedly become Lin Tianmeng's possession. Your martial soul is quite commendable, and the soul ring is well suited, but your innate talent. Lin Tianmeng observed Hui Yuhao with a hint of regret. Hui Yuhao sighed, lowering his head. My innate soul power is only at level 1, the most inferior talent possible. Even if I exert 3 times the effort, I have yet to break through to level 15. The requirements for enrollment at Shrek Academy are to be under 12 years old and possess soul power above level 15. Had it not been for encountering Tangya and joining the Tang sect, Hui Yuhao would never have been able to enter Shrek Academy. Xiao Yuhao, don't lose heart just yet. Lin Tianmeng retrieved a blue pill from his storage soul guide and handed it to Hui Yuhao, saying, talent can be altered through medicinal pills. Try using this tonight. It should at least triple your innate soul power. Triple? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in shock. Does that mean that by taking this pill, my talent could rise from level 1 to level 3? If that's the case, then with 3 times the effort, I could keep pace with those classmates who have innate soul power of level 9, or even at maximum level. The gift was indeed monumental. No, Tianmeng. This pill must be incredibly valuable. I cannot accept it. Hui Yuhao was a person who cherished gratitude, and he felt unable to reciprocate such a significant favor from Lin Tianmeng. This pill was the Xian Shui Dan, originally intended for Hui Yuhao by Bei. However, since Hui Yuhao had not fused with the Dream Ice Silkworm spirit ring, he had not awakened the abilities of mental detection and mental sharing, thus failing to assist Bei in defeating Su Sanshur. Yet Lin Tianmeng insisted, it is indeed quite precious, but I have no use for it myself. Here's the deal. You take this pill, and if you ever find yourself in a position to help me in the future, you can return this favor. How does that sound? Rest assured, I won't require you to do anything unethical. Lin Tianmeng's tone was gentle, his words particularly comforting, and they resonated deeply with Hui Yuhao. After a moment's contemplation, Hui Yuhao accepted the pill, saying, Tianmeng, since my mother passed, apart from teacher Xiaoya and senior brother Bei, you have been the kindest person to me. In the future, should you need my assistance, I shall not hesitate to face any danger. Good. Lin Tianmeng replied with a soft smile. The fish is finished, we should not delay. Go back and fuse with the Xian Shui Dan. 3 months later. Today marked the day of the freshman assessment at Shrek Academy, with students competing in groups of 3. Should they be eliminated in this assessment, they would not be allowed to remain at Shrek Academy. Zhou Yi had grouped Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao together, naming their team the Lin Tianmeng team. Hui Yuhao, on the other hand, was teamed with other students, with the groupings determined by Zhou Yi to ensure that every team could unleash their optimal strength. After the cleansing effect of the Xian Shui Dan, Hui Yuhao's innate soul power had risen to level 3, and with his unwavering effort, he had now reached level 17. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng had also elevated his soul power level to 25 to match his revealed strength. Captain, how shall we cooperate later? Xiao Xiao, a girl with an adorably sweet smile, inquired. Her appearance differed from Wang Dong's, possessing a more youthful and charming demeanor. Since the groupings had been finalized, Xiao Xiao had taken a particular liking to conversing with Lin Tianmeng, as she found him even more handsome than Wang Dong. While Wang Dong was indeed handsome, his attractiveness was tinged with a certain delicacy, making him appear more feminine. In contrast, Lin Tianmeng was both handsome and masculine, the perfect magnet for young girls like Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong proudly lifted his chin, declaring, of course, I will take the lead. You two can just hide behind me. I was asking the captain, not you, Xiao Xiao retorted, sticking out her tongue. Humph. His soul power is still lower than mine. Wang Dong protested, feeling indignant. Lin Tianmeng's soul power stood at 25, while Wang Dong had reached 28. Just listen to my commands during the match. We are among the stronger teams of the freshmen, so it shouldn't be too difficult, Lin Tianmeng advised. All right, Captain. Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly. Humph. Wang Dong continued to grumble. Lin Tianmeng stepped forward, locking eyes with him, his gaze sharp and his tone serious. Wang Dong, I don't care what grievances you may have with me, but we are a team. If you refuse to follow my lead as captain, then you won't participate in the match. Wang Dong had never seen Lin Tianmeng so stern before. Furthermore, he had merely been teasing and did not genuinely intend to defy Lin Tianmeng's orders. Among the new students this year, there were even Soul Kings present. If this level 28 Soul Master did not participate, how would they win? Moreover, Wang Dong had been eagerly awaiting this opportunity to prove himself. He could not afford to sit out. Why are you being so fierce? I never said I wouldn't listen to you. Wang Dong pouted, visibly displeased. Lin Tianmeng mused. Little girl, how will I not be able to handle you? That's good. Lin Tianmeng coldly glanced at Wang Dong before turning to converse with Xiao Xiao, leaving Wang Dong fuming in place. Damn it. How dare he say that to me? I want to win the championship too. Wang Dong turned back to see Lin Tianmeng chatting happily with Xiao Xiao, the latter's gaze seemingly glued to Lin Tianmeng. For some reason, witnessing this scene filled her heart with discomfort. That feeling is akin to having something that rightfully belongs to you snatched away by another. The highly anticipated freshman assessment commenced after the director of the Martial Soul Department, Douluo, delivered his address. Lin Tianmeng drew lots, and the first team selected was that of Huang Chutian. The team comprised 3 individuals, Huang Chutian, Lan Luoluo, and Lan Susu. Lin Tianmeng was aware that Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu were twins, both possessing the rare martial soul of hair, along with an exceptionally uncommon soul fusion technique. However, with Lin Tianmeng's mental detection and mental sharing, coupled with the ice attribute of his martial soul, Ice Goddess, and the accompanying Ice God's Wrath skill, confronting Huang Chutian's team was essentially a trivial matter. Nevertheless, he intended to provide Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao with some opportunities for experience. Chapter 17, Capturing the Twins. Wang Dong shed tears. Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, you 3 must be cautious. Huang Chutian's soul power is formidable and should not be underestimated, Zhou Yi cautioned them. The Snow Empress also arrived, standing silently behind Zhou Yi without uttering a word. Understood, Teacher Zhou, the trio replied in unison. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Tianmeng deliberately cast a flirtatious glance at the Snow Empress. She returned his gaze, albeit with a hint of reproach, as if to say, Teacher Zhou is still present. Mind your manners. The names of the competing parties were announced. Huang Chutian, Lan Luoluo, Lan Susu, Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, both sides sprang into action. The first to act from Lin Tianmeng's side was the control-type Battle Soul Master, Xiao Xiao. Behind her, Lin Tianmeng unleashed his soul skills. Utilizing both mental detection and mental sharing, every subtle change on the battlefield was instantly conveyed to Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong's minds. Xiao Xiao's 3-live soul-settling cauldron promptly obstructed the adversary's path. In Lin Tianmeng's presence, employing underhanded tactics was futile, seeing that a direct assault was ineffective. Huang Chutian opted to confront Xiao Xiao's 3-live soul-settling cauldron alone, while instructing the twin sisters, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu, to engage Wang Dong and Lin Tianmeng. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, both possessed strikingly beautiful long hair and exuded youthful vitality. In truth, even before the match commenced, the twins had developed a fondness for Lin Tianmeng. His appearance was exceptional among his peers, naturally drawing the sisters' admiration. As soul masters depend on teamwork, Lin Tianmeng's appealing looks and commendable strength suggested that aligning with him could significantly enhance their combat prowess. Thus, when facing Lin Tianmeng, they chose to hold back. Lin Tianmeng, acutely aware of his overwhelming strength, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu exchanged glances before both offering Lin Tianmeng warm smiles. Acknowledging their restraint, Lin Tianmeng decided not to allow them to suffer too harshly. He unleashed his mental attribute soul skill, employing mental interference to disorient them, followed by a vigorous offensive. Referee, Lin Tianmeng called out. At that moment, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu were sent soaring into the air, rendered incapable of fighting back. The referee was taken aback, having witnessed none of the mechanisms behind Lin Tianmeng's triumph. Once he saw that Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu had been caught by the referee, Lin Tianmeng finally felt at ease. Realizing that he could not contend with all 3, Huang Chutian conceded defeat. Lin Tianmeng's team triumphs over Huang Chutian's. The referee's voice resonated throughout the venue. How could it end so quickly? Wang Dong lamented. I haven't even had a chance to strike. Isn't it better to win easily? We will face even stronger teams later, and you will surely have your opportunity to act, Lin Tianmeng reassured. The 3 descended from the competition stage. While on the other side, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu were left in utter shock at the sudden disintegration of their martial souls. It was real. I felt as if I had lost all connection with my martial soul. Indeed, Lin Tianmeng is extraordinarily powerful. The sisters hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to seek out Lin Tianmeng to inquire about the incident. Lin Tianmeng. As Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu arrived, Xiao Xiao had already departed, and Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong were preparing to return to their dormitory for some rest. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Lin Tianmeng turned, offering a cultured smile. Why did our martial souls suddenly collapse? The sisters gazed at him with eager curiosity. Lin Tianmeng smiled faintly. Would you like to know? If you wish to learn, how about we establish a marriage contract? The sisters were taken aback. Wang Dong exclaimed, Lin Tianmeng. You are utterly shameless. Internally, Wang Dong was seething with indignation, feeling a mix of anger and despair. On one hand, he found Lin Tianmeng's demeanor too frivolous. Yet on the other, he questioned why he treated newly acquainted girls this way while being different with her, his roommate. Wang Dong assumed that Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu would share his sentiments, viewing Lin Tianmeng as shameless and disrespectful. However, after a brief discussion, the sisters surprisingly agreed. Very well, we accept your proposal. They actually agreed. Wang Dong felt his worldview shatter under the unprecedented shock. Lin Tianmeng, I'm ignoring you, he declared, covering his face as he stormed out. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng was wholly unconcerned with him, as the system rewards began to be dispensed. Congratulations to the host on successfully marrying. Marrying two at once. This marriage's rank is doubled to SR. Congratulations to the host for receiving an enhanced SR gold level reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the reward, Life Reflection Shield 1. The Life Reflection Shield. Originally the most formidable life-saving soul skill of the Ice Silkworm, could only be utilized by Lin Tianmeng himself. However, the version granted by the system had transformed into a soul-guiding device that could be bestowed upon others. Given that the Snow Empress was currently at the 5th ring of cultivation, facing a powerful enemy without Lin Tianmeng's presence could potentially lead to dire consequences. Yet, with the Life Reflection Shield, the Snow Empress could confront formidable foes independently and emerge unscathed. It's settled. I shall give it to the Snow Empress. Thus, Lin Tianmeng promptly changed direction towards the assessment area, intending to present the Life Reflection Shield to her. Meanwhile, Wang Dong had already returned to the dormitory. How infuriating. How utterly infuriating. How could he act this way? Wang Dong couldn't fathom why he felt such anger. Beyond frustration, there was a profound sadness. Why did he feel so disheartened by Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu's willingness to enter into a marriage contract with Lin Tianmeng? Did she truly develop feelings for Lin Tianmeng? However, Lin Tianmeng is so shameless. She should not be capable of liking him. Wang Dong found herself engulfed in confusion. After Lin Tianmeng presented the Life Reflection Shield to the Snow Empress, she returned to her dormitory. Upon discovering Wang Dong weeping on her bed, Lin Tianmeng was momentarily flustered. Wang Dong, what is the matter? She cautiously approached Wang Dong, yet this was her first encounter with a woman in tears, leaving her at a loss as to how to proceed. Woo, don't come near me, I despise you. Wang Dong protested, burying her head beneath her pillow, her voice thick with sobs. Lin Tianmeng was entirely bewildered as to how she had offended this young lady. Hadn't everything seemed fine during the competition? Please stop crying. If you have grievances, share them with me, and I shall assist you, alright? Lin Tianmeng was not adept at offering comfort, but he could take practical action. Chapter 18. Battle against the 7 treasures, Glazed Tower. A resounding victory. Wang Dong, so proud, would never reveal the truth. Leave me be. I wish to cry for a while, she replied. Very well, Lin Tianmeng conceded, as he truly lacked the ability to console her, and thus returned to his own bed. After a time, Wang Dong's sobs ceased, and Lin Tianmeng quietly approached to find she had fallen asleep. Her exquisite profile presented itself before him. This little girl was indeed more endearing when not causing a ruckus. The following day marked the second round of the freshman assessment competition, which should have been relatively easy. Yet regrettably, Lin Tianmeng's luck was quite poor, as he drew the Ning Tian team. The captain, Ning Tian, was already over level 30, a soul master, and her martial soul was the top-tier support type, the 7 treasures Glazed Tower. Indeed, Ning Tian hailed from the 9 treasures Glazed sect and was the sect's junior master, destined to become the future leader. Behind her stood 2 other female teammates. One was Nanmen Yuner, with long, light green hair and the martial soul of the azure bird, and the other was Wufeng, with short, fiery red hair and the martial soul of the red dragon. Lin Tianmeng recalled them distinctly, for they were once a couple. Wufeng harbored feelings for Ning Tian. Yet Ning Tian bore the responsibility of revitalizing her sect, making a relationship impossible. Consequently, Tang San transformed Ning Tian into a male. Transformed into a male, This is simply absurd. Such antics were merely one of the many ridiculous things Tang San had done. He seemed quite eager to engage in such folly. For someone like him to ascend to the position of a god king was an utter disgrace to the divine realm. Lin Tianmeng was destined to be the one to bring an end to such shame. The competitors announced their names. Wufeng, a level 25 assault soul master. Wufeng was always so ostentatious. Nanmen Yuner, a level 24 agility soul master. Ning Tian, a level 31 support soul master. So ostentatious, indeed. So, it seems only your team boasts a soul master? Are soul masters truly so impressive? I am still a million-year soul beast. Just saying that would terrify you. Lin Tianmeng scoffed. Lin Tianmeng. Wang Dong glanced at Lin Tianmeng and added, Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao did not announce her level either. Xiao Xiao. The referee did not require them to declare their soul power levels, so after they finished, he shouted, the match begins. Meanwhile, in the stands, Zhou Yi and Mu Jin began to wager. Mu Jin believed that Lin Tianmeng's team, consisting of only 3 great soul masters, could not possibly defeat Ning Tian's team, which included a soul master possessing the 7 treasures, Glazed Tower. What's wrong? Are you afraid to wager? Zhou Yi taunted Mu Jin. How could I possibly be afraid? What are the terms? Mu Jin was easily provoked, especially since Zhou Yi was her romantic rival. If you lose, I want a soul bone, Zhou Yi declared. What? A soul bone? Are you insane? Soul bones are exceedingly rare. They only manifest upon the death of a 100,000-year soul beast. Other 1,000 or 10,000-year soul beasts have only a minuscule chance of producing a soul bone, and every single soul bone that appears will inevitably spark fierce competition among soul masters. And now, Zhou Yi wishes to wager a soul bone? Could it be that Lin Tianmeng's team possesses some secret weapon? Enough of the chatter. Just say whether you accept the bet. Zhou Yi coldly stared at her. Mu Jin gritted her teeth, responding, I accept the wager, but I do not want a soul bone. If you lose, have fun. You craft me a closed-body soul guiding device. If you truly do not wish to bet, just say so, Zhou Yi replied. Mu Jin knew Zhou Yi would never agree, hesitating for a moment before saying, fine. I accept the wager. A soul bone it is. She could not believe that a soul master could lose to a great soul master, especially considering Ning Tian's martial soul was the top-tier support type, the 7 treasures, Glazed Tower. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, confident that no matter how cleverly Mu Jin schemed, she could never anticipate that Lin Tianmeng's martial soul was the ultimate ice. The Snow Empress stood beside Zhou Yi, and upon hearing Mu Jin mention a closed-body soul guiding device, she touched her own storage soul guiding device, revealing a beautiful smile. Inside was the powerful defensive soul guiding device, the life reflection shield, which Lin Tianmeng had gifted her. As the competition commenced, Lin Tianmeng instructed Wang Dong to take the forefront. During the drawing of lots, Lin Tianmeng had informed Wang Dong that today was her time to shine, alongside Xiao Xiao, both supporting roles. Wang Dong had not showcased her true strength in the previous match, causing her to cry in frustration. Thus, Lin Tianmeng was determined to allow her to revel in the spotlight today. Wang Dong readily agreed, and upon seeing her smile, Lin Tianmeng felt a swell of pride. You didn't tell me why you were crying yesterday, yet I still managed to figure it out, didn't I? Wang Dong stood at the front, releasing her martial soul. The resplendent bright goddess butterfly instantly captured everyone's attention, including the 3 opponents. Ning Tian was the first to react. Her expression grave. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is speed. Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner immediately sprang into action. However, Wang Dong was not to be trifled with. Her martial soul inherently provided her with wings, granting her remarkable speed. Although Nanmen Yuner's martial soul also possessed wings, its speed and lineage could not compare to the bright goddess butterfly. Xiao Xiao, Lin Tianmeng softly called, utilizing the mental sharing soul skill. Lin Tianmeng could undoubtedly take the lead in this match. Xiao Xiao nodded and stepped forward to join the fray, employing her 9 Phoenix flute to hinder the opponent's speed. Dual martial souls? Ning Tian was taken aback. She had previously overlooked this mere level 22 girl. To her astonishment, she discovered that Xiao Xiao possessed dual martial souls. With Xiao Xiao's interference, Nanmen Yuner and Wu Feng's movement slowed. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao surrounded the 2 of them. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is release. Ning Tian utilized her second soul skill to break through the encirclement set by her opponents, thereby rescuing her teammates. That Ning Tian is truly infuriating, Wang Dong remarked with displeasure. If it weren't for Ning Tian's soul skill, both Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner would have been eliminated long ago. I will take care of her, Lin Tianmeng declared as she stepped forward. This time, Wang Dong refrained from complaining about Lin Tianmeng denying her an opportunity. Instead, she obediently retreated to the back. Xiao Xiao followed suit. What are they planning? Wu Feng pondered, perplexed. Be cautious, Ning Tian advised. Lin Tianmeng smiled faintly. So you wish to display ostentation, do you? Allow me to show you what true flamboyance looks like. In the next moment, Lin Tianmeng unleashed her martial soul. The breathtaking and stunning ice goddess appeared before everyone's eyes. Ning Tian's expression changed dramatically. This is bad, retreat, she exclaimed urgently. But it was already too late. A soul skill derived from the ultimate ice attribute is not something that can be easily evaded. Chapter 19. The Designated Core Disciple. Ning Tian's thoughts. Possessing the top-tier auxiliary martial soul, the 7 treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, Ning Tian could not even withstand a single move from Lin Tianmeng. She coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Ning Tian. Upon witnessing Ning Tian's incapacitation, Wu Feng immediately became furious. dare to harm Ning Tian, and I shall make you pay." She summoned her red dragon martial soul and unleashed her most powerful second soul skill. Unfortunately, without Ning Tian's support, she was outmatched in both speed and strength by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. At that moment, Nanman Yuner also stepped in to assist Wu Feng. Lin Tianmeng simply observed the four of them in combat. After all, the outcome of this match was already a foregone conclusion. Indeed, within less than half a minute, Wu Feng and Nanman Yuner were rescued from the competition arena by the referee. Lin Tianmeng's team triumphed over Ning Tian's team. Mu Jin stared in shock, her eyes wide. "Zhou Yi, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Her gaze was filled with resentment. A bright goddess butterfly, a dual martial soul, and the ultimate ice. Not to mention, they might not even win against a soul sovereign, let alone a soul sect. "What? Are you trying to back out because you lost?" Zhou Yi chuckled, completely unfazed. Although Mu Jin was furious, having made a wager, she had no choice but to accept her defeat. She tossed Zhou Yi a secret soul bone and turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the stands, Du Weilen was left utterly astounded. A bright goddess butterfly, a dual martial soul, and the ultimate ice. This directly designates them as core disciples of the martial soul department. Especially the ultimate ice, it must be reported to Dean Yan. Consequently, even before the assessment concluded, Du Weilen rushed to find Yin Xiaozha. Dean Yan, he exclaimed breathlessly as he entered Yin Xiaozha's office. Seeing his urgency, Yin Xiaozha inquired, "Director Du, what has happened?" "The ultimate ice. Among this year's newcomers, a martial soul with the ultimate ice attribute has appeared," Du Weilen declared excitedly. He had expected Yin Xiaozha to share in his enthusiasm, but instead, Yin Xiaozha merely smiled and said, "Is it a student named Lin Tianmeng?" "Yes, Dean Yan." "How did you know?" Du Weilen asked, astonished. Yin Xiaozha replied, "In my presence, he has already wed Xiao Tao." Du Weilen was left speechless. "But, Dean, he is only 11 years old. Xiao Tao is already 19. "It was his own choice," Yin Xiaozha stated. "Since he is Xiao Tao's husband, I will naturally grant him the position of core disciple in the martial soul department, especially considering he possesses the ultimate ice attribute." Du Weilen nodded, leaving the office still in a daze. On Ning Tian's side, apart from Wu Feng, who remained unconvinced, both Ning Tian and Nanman Yuner began analyzing the strengths of Lin Tianmeng's team. "Just a single soul skill immobilized my martial soul. At that moment, I felt as though my very soul was under his control, unable to break free," Ning Tian reflected, filled with dread as she recalled the match. "Thank goodness this is merely a newcomer assessment. Had Lin Tianmeng been a true enemy, my life would have likely ended today. Just how powerful is Lin Tianmeng's martial soul?" Nanman Yuner, lacking Ning Tian's experience, was bewildered. Ning Tian sighed. "If I am not mistaken, it should be a type of soul beast from the extreme north." "Huh, but his martial soul clearly resembles a young girl. How could it be a soul beast?" Ning Tian explained. "It is said that in the farthest northern reaches of Douluo Continent lies a place known as the Extreme North, where the top-ranked soul beast is called the Ice Goddess, resembling a human female." "Ah, such a soul beast exists," Nanman Yuner exclaimed. "Moreover, the Ice Goddess possesses the ultimate ice attribute." Ning Tian continued. "My parents once told me that if I ever encountered a male soul master with the ultimate attribute, I must do everything possible to marry him." "What?" Nanman Yuner gasped. Wu Feng interjected, "Absolutely not." "Wu Feng, what is wrong with you?" Ning Tian asked, surprised by her reaction. Wu Feng glared at her in frustration. "No means no. Young mistress, you are the young mistress of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. What will happen to the sect if you marry?" Ning Tian regarded Wu Feng as if it was obvious. "I will manage it alongside him, and when we have children, they can inherit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect." Wu Feng was momentarily speechless. Even if she wished to stop it, she didn't know how to respond. On Lin Tianmeng's side, the three of them once again secured victory in the match, and now they need not worry about being eliminated. However, judging by their current display of strength, the championship of this year's newcomer assessment was virtually assured. "Yay, we won again." Xiao Xiao, still a child, wore her joy on her face. Though Wang Dong did not express it as overtly, it was evident that she was pleased. She glanced at Lin Tianmeng, thinking, "All right, considering you allowed me to indulge this time, I shall not hold it against you too much." "Wait a moment," Zhou Yi called out to them. "Teacher Zhou." Lin Tianmeng and the others turned back to see Zhou Yi holding something in her hand, a smile gracing her face. "You all performed admirably in this match. This is a gift from me." As she spoke, she revealed a secret soul bone. It is, in fact, a soul bone. Upon witnessing their astonished expressions, Zhou Yi explained. "This soul bone is called the secret soul. It cannot be used directly, but it can enhance your compatibility with other soul bones during fusion and will also alleviate the pain to a certain extent. As for who among you will use this soul bone, you three can discuss it among yourselves." "Thank you, Teacher Zhou," Lin Tianmeng said as he accepted the soul bone, expressing his gratitude to Zhou Yi. After Zhou Yi departed, The three of them exchanged glances. What are you looking at me for? This young master is affluent enough and has no shortage of soul bones. You two can discuss amongst yourselves. Wang Dong haughtily lifted her chin, indicating her disinterest in the soul bone. After some contemplation, Xiao Xiao remarked, Tianmeng, in this competition, it is not Wang Dong and I who will play a decisive role. But you. This soul bone is best suited for you. Lin Tianmeng was taken aback by the willingness of both to offer it to him. However, this secret method soul bone was indeed beneficial to him. After all, the reward for winning the freshman assessment would also be a soul bone, and he could distribute it to them later. Very well, since you both are willing to give it to me, I shall accept it. However, should I obtain another soul bone next time, I shall forego it, Lin Tianmeng said with a smile. Both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao concurred. All right, you two should return to rest. I have some matters to attend to and will return later. Lin Tianmeng appeared somewhat anxious, exchanged pleasantries, and departed. Chapter 20. Yin Xiaozha learns of Ma Xiaotao's pregnancy, and Tangya extends an invitation to join Tang sect. Xiao Xiao thought little of it, assuming Lin Tianmeng truly had urgent business to handle. However, Wang Dong's gaze sharpened. Teacher Xiao Xue's belly seemed to have subtly rounded recently. Indeed, at that moment, Lin Tianmeng was with the Snow Empress. Swear, take it slow. Lin Tianmeng wished to support the Snow Empress directly, fearing she might stumble. The Snow Empress sighed, Tianmeng. It has only been 3 months. My belly is merely beginning to show a bit. It is nothing serious. Besides, at 3 months, the fetus is stable, and we can engage in intimacy. Yet, Lin Tianmeng refrained from broaching the subject, concerned about her well-being. Currently, there is no issue. But soon I must venture into the Star Do Forest, Lin Tianmeng stated. At that time, I shall provide you with additional soul-guiding devices for your protection. You should remain at Shrek Academy and take good care of yourself. You are going to the Star Do Forest? Indeed, although I possess 1,000,000 years of cultivation. With my current strength, I cannot guarantee victory against a human rank 99 limit Douluo. I even question whether I can contend with a rank 98 super Douluo. If Lin Tianmeng had truly become a 1,000,000-year soul beast through combat and cultivation, he would undoubtedly have the confidence to defeat a super Douluo or limit Douluo. However, his cultivation had been acquired through slumber. Even with numerous rewards, it was still insufficient. He must expedite his expansion and acquire more rewards. The Snow Empress, though reluctant to part from Lin Tianmeng, understood the nature of soul beasts and would not hinder her husband's quest for strength. Very well, you may go. I will take care of myself. You are the best, my Shuer. The news of Ma Xiaotao's pregnancy swiftly reached Yin Xiaozha. This came about as he was instructing Ma Xiaotao in her training and noticed her frequent retching and excessive drowsiness. Xiaotao, what is wrong? You are retching and drowsy. You used to rise early, yet now you sleep until midday. Yin Xiaozha looked at Ma Xiaotao with concern. Ma Xiaotao was his prized disciple. If anything were to happen to her, it would weigh heavily on his heart. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Ma Xiaotao confessed, I apologize, teacher, for causing you worry. It's just, well, I'm pregnant. She lowered her head. What? Yin Xiaozha felt as if struck by lightning. Xiaotao, you foolish girl. After a lengthy pause, he could only utter this exclamation. Indeed, Ma Xiaotao was pregnant, but had he not invited Lin Tianmeng for dual cultivation, she would not be in this situation. Therefore, blame could not be placed on Ma Xiaotao or Lin Tianmeng. He could only hold himself accountable. After a tumultuous inner conflict, Yin Xiaozha finally said, very well, in that case, Xiaotao, during your training, try to exercise caution and avoid any harm to the fetus. Yes, teacher. Ma Xiaotao nodded. That Lin Tianmeng, I will summon him for personal instruction. Ma Xiaotao was taken aback. Teacher, you wish to take Tianmeng as your disciple? No, Yin Xiaozha shook his head. With his talent and current strength, I am not yet worthy to be his master. Ah, why not? You are a super Douluo. Ma Xiaotao was perplexed. Could Lin Tianmeng's potential surpass her expectations? Yet, his martial spirit was the ultimate ice. Yin Xiaozha had already formulated a plan in his mind. While he certainly lacked the qualifications to be Lin Tianmeng's master, his teacher, Muan, would undoubtedly be capable. The only uncertainty lay in whether his teacher would be willing to accept Lin Tianmeng as a disciple. Ma Xiaotao was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated Yin Xiaozha would hold Lin Tianmeng in such high regard. Could it be that the ultimate ice was truly that formidable? Xiaotao, your martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix. If one day all the malice dissipates, your martial spirit will transform into a fire phoenix of the ultimate fire attribute. Yin Xiaozha said earnestly. Me? Ultimate fire? Ma Xiaotao blinked in surprise. Thus, the two of you are the most compatible, since you are now carrying his child. Focus on nurturing the fetus and give birth to it, Yin Xiaozha smiled. I am eager to see what kind of martial spirit will awaken from the union of ultimate ice and ultimate fire. Lin Tianmeng's team had achieved consecutive victories in 2 assessment matches, as had Hu Yuhao. Tianmeng, were it not for the Xian Shui Dan you provided, my soul power would not have increased so rapidly, and our team would not have won 2 matches in a row, Hui Yuhao excitedly told Lin Tianmeng. So, Tianmeng, do you want to eat grilled fish? I'll save 2 for you today, no 4. If you ever want more, just call for me. Hui Yuhao's team was of moderate strength, and the opponents they faced over the past few days were not particularly strong, thus they emerged victorious. Recently, Hui Yuhao had set up a stall selling grilled fish at the academy entrance with Tang Ye's assistance, and it seemed to be doing quite well. Lin Tianmeng had initially shown little interest, but then recalled that Hui Yuhao had met Jiang Nannan, renowned as the most beautiful girl in the outer academy, at that very stall. I must go? All right, I agree, but I shall accompany you. Lin Tianmeng patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder and said, Huh. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback before responding. Okay. At the entrance of Shrek Academy's outer academy, Hui Yuhao set up a grill and began grilling fish. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Xiao Yuhao, congratulations on passing the assessment. You won't be expelled from the academy. As Lin Tianmeng quietly observed Hui Yuhao grilling fish, a youthful woman with long black hair, dressed in the Shrek Academy outer academy uniform, bounced over to Hui Yuhao. Thank you, Teacher Xiaoya. Hui Yuhao smiled. Tanya, grinning, inquired, have the first 2 grilled fish been prepared? I am quite eager. To her surprise, Hui Yuhao replied, Teacher Xiaoya, I have already reserved the first 2 grilled fish for Brother Tianmeng. You can have the next 2. Brother Tianmeng? Tanya curiously glanced at Lin Tianmeng, who was beside Hui Yuhao, and asked, is it him? Hui Yuhao nodded. If it weren't for Brother Tianmeng, I certainly wouldn't have been able to win the competition. So that is how it is. Since he is someone who aided Hui Yuhao, Tanya felt somewhat at ease. She took the initiative to greet Lin Tianmeng. Hello, Junior. My name is Tanya, the leader of Tang sect. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us. Chapter 21. Delivering grilled fish to Jiang Nannan. With Su Sanshi to the soul fighting area. Joining Tang sect? Lin Tianmeng smiled faintly. He would undoubtedly join, but not in such a manner. He intended to bring Tanya under his wing, and then directly become the next leader of Tang sect. Did the Tang God King not wish to revitalize Tang sect? With Lin Tianmeng around, Tang San could forget about succeeding. I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of joining any sect, Lin Tianmeng declined. Tanya was not offended. After all, she had employed this tactic many times before, yet had only managed to deceive Hui Yuhao thus far. Very well, but in light of your assistance to Xiao Yuhao, we shall be friends, Tanya said with a smile. All right, Lin Tianmeng replied with a slight smirk. Friends, after all, are often the foundation of deeper relationships, are they not? Yuhao, please give the first grilled fish to Sister Xiaoya. I am not in a hurry. Since they were now friends, Lin Tianmeng chose to exhibit a gentlemanly demeanor. Of course, Hui Yuhao readily agreed. As Tanya swiftly took a bite of the first grilled fish, she exclaimed with satisfaction, Thank you, Tianmeng. Yuhao's grilled fish is truly exceptional. I look forward to this flavor every day. Just as the second grilled fish was finished, a line began to form. Junior, may I have a grilled fish? Certainly, please hold on a moment. Hui Yuhao first handed the second grilled fish to Lin Tianmeng, before proceeding to grill the third. Each fish required meticulous attention, thus the process was slow. However, the queue continued to grow. Just as the third fish was nearing completion, a commotion erupted in the line. Sister Nannan. It's Sister Nannan. Quickly make way. The crowd immediately parted to allow Jiang Nannan through. Her popularity in the outer courtyard was remarkable, having even been dubbed the goddess of the outer courtyard. With her flowing golden waves of hair and a strikingly delicate yet charming appearance, she easily stood out from the other female students, despite merely wearing the Shrek outer courtyard uniform. How much for a grilled fish? Jiang Nannan approached Hui Yuhao and inquired. 5 copper soul coins, Hui Yuhao replied. 5 copper soul coins seems a bit steep. I believe 3 copper soul coins would be more reasonable. And you'd still make a profit, Jiang Nannan suggested. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback before responding. I'm afraid my grilled fish is priced at 5 copper soul coins each. No sooner had he spoken than a figure surged from the back of the line, charging toward Hui Yuhao. How dare you speak back to Nannan? The individual, with striking red hair and a tall stature, was none other than Su Sanshi. Hui Yuhao was at a significant disadvantage in terms of cultivation compared to Su Sanshi. Should he decide to attack, Hui Yuhao would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Tanya was about to intervene, but Lin Tianmeng was quicker. To bully a first-year junior, you truly have a grand demeanor, Lin Tianmeng interjected, standing firm before Hui Yuhao's grill, effectively blocking Su Sanshi's punch. Su Sanshi exhibited a look of astonishment. Well, a spirited lad. You are also from Shrek Academy? He asked Lin Tianmeng. You are not worthy to know, Lin Tianmeng retorted, stepping forward and revealing the grilled fish in his hand. Sister, this grilled fish is on the house, a gift from me, he declared. Before Jiang Nannan could respond, Su Sanshi's temper flared. Hey you, how dare you compete with me for a woman? Su Sanshi, Jiang Nannan frowned, reiterating, Let me make it clear once more, I am not your woman, now or ever. Su Sancher was momentarily at a loss for words. Immediately after, Jiang Nanan took the grilled fish from Lin Tianmeng, flashing him a radiant smile. Thank you, Junior. No need for thanks. My name is Lin Tianmeng, a student from class 1 of the freshmen. He introduced himself. Lin Tianmeng understood that as long as Su Sancher was present, Jiang Nanan would be inclined to accept the grilled fish he offered. However, despite Jiang Nanan's clear rejection, Su Sancher was not one to let matters rest. Kid, you're impressive. How about a match in the soul fighting area? Su Sancher challenged, feeling humiliated that Jiang Nanan preferred this junior's grilled fish over his company. What? Are you out of your mind? Tanya interjected, stepping forward to defend. He is a freshman. Are you really going to bully him? I could always suppress my soul power to the great soul master level and compete with him, Su Sancher declared, turning to Lin Tianmeng. So what do you say, kid? Care to accept the challenge? Su Sancher. Jiang Nanan's frown deepened. Heh, Nanan, just watch. I am the strongest. Su Sancher flattered Jiang Nanan. Su Sancher, if you insist on fighting, I will call Beibei to deal with you. Bullying a junior is hardly an accomplishment. Tanya positioned herself protectively before Lin Tianmeng, evidently having regarded him as one of her own. However, Lin Tianmeng responded, it's all right. I will take him on. Su Sancher seized the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, exclaiming, Nanan, shall ya see? He has agreed. Let us head to the soul fighting area. Very well, Lin Tianmeng replied calmly. Su Sancher strode ahead confidently. I will be waiting for you in the soul fighting area. Don't be a coward. I am infuriated by this Su Sancher, bullying the weak. Tanya stomped her foot and remarked to Lin Tianmeng, Tianmeng, don't go. I will call Beibei to help you. It's fine, Sister Xiaoya, I can defeat him. Really? Tanya looked skeptical. Given Lin Tianmeng's stature, could he truly best Su Sancher? Junior, I apologize. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have targeted you, Jiang Nanan expressed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, having just met Lin Tianmeng, who had generously treated her to grilled fish, yet such a situation arose. It's no trouble, Lin Tianmeng assured her, as he had deliberately provoked Su Sancher to enter the soul fighting area. Once there, Su Sancher would discover the formidable presence he had inadvertently challenged. Seeing they could not dissuade him, Tanya and Jiang Nanan had no choice but to follow. Hui Yuhao, unable to sell any more grilled fish, packed up and joined them. To the soul fighting area they went. Remarkable, indeed, you dare to show up. Su Sancher scoffed upon seeing Lin Tianmeng take the stage. Jiang Nanan was certainly his, Su Sancher thought. Lin Tianmeng was merely a newcomer, audacious enough to compete for a woman, as if he had a death wish. Soon, he would make Lin Tianmeng aware of the might of the four-element soul sect. Competing in the soul fighting zone required a fee, but fortunately, Tanya had covered Lin Tianmeng's expenses. Jiang Nanan wished to contribute as well, yet found herself powerless to do so. Since you possess such confidence in defeating me, how about we place a wager? Lin Tianmeng proposed, gazing at Su Sancher. What shall we wager? Chapter 22. A complete victory over Su Sancher. The concern of two women. If you lose, you must refrain from pursuing Sister Jiang in the future. Can you manage that? Lin Tianmeng's voice, though not loud, was clear enough for all to hear. From the sidelines, Jiang Nanan observed Lin Tianmeng's determined expression and couldn't help but ponder. Is he willing to compete against Su Sancher for my sake? In her eyes, Lin Tianmeng's image seemed to elevate significantly. Su Sancher, confident in his impending triumph over Lin Tianmeng, readily replied, fine. But if you lose, you'll have to call me big brother whenever you see me. How does that sound? His intent was to diminish Lin Tianmeng's standing in Jiang Nanan's eyes, if he pushed too far. However, Jiang Nanan might perceive him as overly aggressive. This wager was perfectly balanced. Agreed. Lin Tianmeng replied without hesitation. At that moment, many spectators had gathered in the soul fighting zone, most of whom had witnessed the events unfold at the academy's entrance. Lin Tianmeng, what brings you to the soul fighting zone? Wang Dong, initially there to observe, was taken aback to discover Lin Tianmeng on stage. She turned to Hui Yuhao, asking, Hui Yuhao, who is Lin Tianmeng competing against? Hui Yuhao, equally anxious, responded, it seems he is facing an upperclassman, a fourth-ring soul sect member this year. What? A wave of concern washed over Wang Dong. How could Lin Tianmeng, merely a second-ring soul master, possibly defeat a fourth-ring soul sect member? Don't worry, Wang Dong. The rules of the soul fighting zone dictate that they will only spar lightly. Moreover, the terms of their wager are quite simple, even if Tianmeng loses. He merely has to address that upperclassman as big brother in the future, Hui Yuhao reassured her. Yet, Wang Dong's expression remained stern. Lin Tianmeng would never call someone else big brother. This implied that Lin Tianmeng possessed a secret weapon to ensure his victory, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would not lose. On this point, Wang Dong understood Lin Tianmeng far better than Hui Yuhao. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, Lin Tianmeng and Su Sancher sprang into action simultaneously. Su Sancher flashed a devilish smile, declaring, "I have suppressed my soul power to the level of a great soul master. This should hardly be considered bullying, right?" Enough with the idle chatter. Lin Tianmeng moved with incredible speed, swiftly positioning himself behind Su Sancher. Suddenly, Su Sancher felt an intense chill radiating from behind. So cold, he thought. How could such a level of ice be produced by a mere second-ring soul master? Just as Su Sancher sensed the dire predicament and prepared to use his soul skills to reposition himself, he found that his body had become immobile. How is this possible? Despite suppressing his soul power to the great soul master level, he was still a fourth-ring soul sect member. How could he be subdued by a true second-ring soul master? At that moment, Lin Tianmeng had merely utilized a straightforward soul skill. Ice in itself was his most potent weapon. The pinnacle of ice required unparalleled control. Lin Tianmeng, being a soul beast with dual attributes of ice and spirit, had a million years of cultivation that would not diminish at the level of spiritual power. The initially disadvantaged ice attribute had been amplified many times over due to the awakening of the ultimate ice martial spirit. In this context, facing off against Su Sancher, who wielded a water attribute, was akin to a complete domination. Su Sancher, under Lin Tianmeng's suppression, could not exhibit a shred of advantage. Referee, is it not time to declare a winner? In Lin Tianmeng's hand was a simple soul guide device, shaped like a dagger, the tip poised threateningly at Su Sancher's throat. The referee had not anticipated that this match would conclude in such a manner. He hastily proclaimed, "The victor of this match is Lin Tianmeng." The outcome left all present utterly astounded. A second-ring soul master had decisively defeated a fourth-ring soul sect member in a single move, and moreover, without even unleashing his martial spirit. Standing upright after retracting the dagger, Lin Tianmeng returned to face Su Sancher. "You lost. Do not forget our wager," he stated. With that, he descended from the stage, leaving Su Sancher standing there, still in shock. Just moments ago, the icy aura emanating from Lin Tianmeng had instilled in Su Sancher a sense of impending doom. As Lin Tianmeng departed, Su Sancher felt a slight relief. He lifted his gaze towards Lin Tianmeng's retreating figure. What on earth was that fellow's martial spirit? On the sidelines, Lin Tianmeng noticed Wang Dong's presence and smiled, asking, "What brings you here?" "I was worried you might be bullied, so I came to check on you." "What's the matter?" Wang Dong pouted. "Tianmeng, that soul skill you displayed was incredible." Hui Yuhao gazed at Lin Tianmeng with admiration. Although they were the same age, he had managed to defeat a fourth-ring soul sect member. Tang Ye chimed in, "Tianmeng, I never expected you had such prowess. That was impressive. I could never best Su Sancher." Lin Tianmeng shrugged. It was merely that my martial spirit's attributes coincidentally countered his. Upon hearing this, Tang Ye inquired, "What is your martial spirit?" Lin Tianmeng remained silent. "Ah, my apologies. I may have overstepped." Tang Ye quickly covered her mouth. A soul master's martial spirit should not be disclosed casually. "No worries, Sister Ye. There are too many people around. I will tell you next time." Lin Tianmeng winked. Too many people? Did he mean to say he would share when they were alone together? Tang Ye's cheeks suddenly flushed. At that moment, Jiang Nanan approached, apologetically addressing Lin Tianmeng. "Junior, I'm glad you're all right. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't be able to forgive myself." Jiang Nanan was inherently gentle, her temper flaring only towards Su Sancher. She was exceptionally tender with Lin Tianmeng. "Sister Jiang, there's no need for self-reproach. His treatment of you was intolerable. I acted only because I could not stand by. It was not your fault," Lin Tianmeng reassured her. That said, had it not been for Jiang Nanan's intervention, Su Sancher would not have engaged Lin Tianmeng in the first place. "Always calling me sister feels too distant. If you don't mind, you can simply call me Nan Nan," Jiang Nanan smiled. "Indeed, she is the most beautiful girl from the Foreign Language Institute. Her smile is truly captivating." Wang Dong stood nearby. Noticing that Lin Tianmeng seemed enchanted by Jiang Nanan's smile, and could not help but let out a hum of discontent. How bothersome that he is already admiring pretty girls at such a young age. "All right, Nanan Jie," Lin Tianmeng also smiled. "With one Xiaoye Jie and one Nanan Jie, it is evident that younger boys are more susceptible to the charms of older sisters. Kid, don't think that just because you won this time, I will let you win again next time." Su Sancher approached defiantly, his words directed at Lin Tianmeng, yet his gaze drifted toward Jiang Nanan. Chapter 23, Wang Dong's Dilemma. The final assessment competition. He lost the match, and according to their wager, he cannot pursue Jiang Nanan any longer. "Is that so?" "Unfortunately, I will still defeat you next time," Lin Tianmeng remarked. "Anyone can talk tough, right? What can a mere unawakened Xuanwu Shield martial soul compete with? It would be nothing but self-degradation. You, just wait." Su Sancher shot Lin Tianmeng a fierce glare before leaving the battle arena. Lin Tianmeng then bid farewell to Hui Yuhao and the others and returned to the student dormitory with Wang Dong. Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong suddenly called out. Lin Tianmeng instinctively responded. He then heard Wang Dong ask, "Tell me, who is more attractive, Jiang Xuejie or me?" Lin Tianmeng. "Are you still cross-dressing? Big sister? Is this question really that difficult to answer?" Wang Dong huffed. She knew that Lin Tianmeng was simply a visual creature. He gravitated toward whoever looked better. "If I must say, Nan Jie is certainly more beautiful than you." Lin Tianmeng pretended to ponder before replying. "What?" Wang Dong was incensed. However, Lin Tianmeng quickly added, "Of course she is more beautiful. You are a boy, not a girl." Wang Dong was momentarily speechless. This was indeed true. She had been rather foolish to pose such a question to Lin Tianmeng. Thankfully, he had reminded her just in time. Yet, she still felt somewhat unconvinced. "You are right. But if I were a girl, I would undoubtedly be 100 times more attractive than Jiang Xuejie." Lin Tianmeng could not help but laugh out loud. This little girl certainly possessed a strong desire to win. "What are you laughing at?" "No laughing aloud, humph." A few days later, today marked the final and crucial round of the freshman assessment competition. In the previous days, Lin Tianmeng's team had triumphed over all opponents, maintaining a perfect record, and had advanced to the finals. This time, they were set to compete against the Dai Huabin team. Dai Huabin was actually Hui Yuhao's half-brother, yet their personalities were completely different. Born into the Duke of the White Tiger's household, Dai Huabin had been spoiled from a young age. Perhaps his strength was indeed formidable among his peers, but he harbored a most fatal flaw: arrogance. Arrogance leads to underestimating one's opponents. And underestimating is a grave error in strategy. The names of the competitors were announced. Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao. The match commenced. Dai Huabin was the first to act. His martial soul was the evil Eye White Tiger, one of the most powerful beast martial souls. However, in Lin Tianmeng's eyes, it was merely mediocre. In the presence of his ice goddess, it was nothing but trifling. In this match, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao stood at the forefront. Lin Tianmeng's strategy was simplicity itself, to provide Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao with the best training opportunities while he himself would strike decisively at the most critical moments. Yet, their strategy infuriated Dai Huabin. "Daring to underestimate me? Humph, let's see how you fare against my might." Dai Huabin charged toward Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, appearing intent on a direct assault. Zhu Lu and Cui Yiji followed suit, seemingly confident in their ability to defeat Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong's martial soul was unleashed in an instant. The resplendent light goddess butterfly always became the focal point of the arena. Even her three opponents could not help but admire her inwardly, especially Dai Huabin. The light goddess butterfly martial soul was simply too beautiful. How wonderful it would be if his future wife possessed such a martial soul. Alas, his destined spouse was bound to be Zhu Lu, who wielded the netherworld spirit cat martial soul. Under Lin Tianmeng's mental probing and sharing, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao perfectly anticipated their opponent's every move, systematically dismantling them. Despite being outnumbered 2-3, their advantages were evident. Xiao Xiao played the Nine Phoenixes flute, reducing the opponent's speed by 10%. Wang Dong unleashed his winged side blade martial technique, directly clashing with Dai Huabin. "Attack that kid at the back," Dai Huabin commanded. "Understood." Lin Tianmeng, being exceptionally handsome, had already caught Cui Yiji's eye. "Hey, don't run away, handsome." Cui Yiji licked her lips and threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Tianmeng. This was her nine-tailed fox martial soul's first soul skill, Bewitch. Among her peers, almost no one could remain unaffected by her enchanting skill, hence her confidence. However, as she sprinted toward Lin Tianmeng, intending to ambush him, she discovered that there was no trace of pink in his eyes. This indicated that Lin Tianmeng had not fallen under her charm. "I originally had no intention of intervening, but since you have set your sights on me, if I do not reveal some of my abilities, you will likely not relent, will you?" Lin Tianmeng smiled amiably at Cui Yiji, his gaze devoid of any murderous intent. Yet, Cui Yiji inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. This is bad. The Lin Tianmeng, who had remained hidden behind his teammates, was the true core of the entire team. Cui Yiji attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Facing Lin Tianmeng's soul impact head-on, she collapsed unconscious to the ground. Without pausing, Lin Tianmeng advanced to position himself between Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, assisting them in their assault on Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. Cui Yiji's sudden collapse sent shockwaves through Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. It was Lin Tianmeng who did this. Now that Lin Tianmeng had entered the fray, it was clear they could no longer hide. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu exchanged glances and then charged toward one another, embracing tightly. "What are they doing?" Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were baffled. "They are performing a martial soul fusion technique," Lin Tianmeng replied nonchalantly. He was not attempting to prevent them from executing their martial soul fusion technique. Rather, he merely wished for Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to gain a closer understanding of it. The fusion technique generated by the evil-eyed white tiger and the nether spirit cat is indeed formidable. Upon witnessing it, Du Weilin could no longer remain seated. Just as he was about to approach, he was restrained by Yin Xiaozhe, who grasped his arm. Director Yin? Du Weilin gazed at him in confusion. Yin Xiaozhe shook his head and said, "There is no need to intervene. This match will undoubtedly be won by Class 1 of the newcomers. Director, do you hold them in such high regard?" Du Weilin's expression reflected his astonishment. The 3 members of Lin Tianmeng's team were merely great soul masters, while Dai Huabin was a 3-ringed soul sovereign. Yin Xiaozhe refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "You will see for yourself." On the competition stage, the fusion technique of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu unleashed tremendous power. Yet, Lin Tianmeng did not retreat. Instead, he faced it head-on. Had he lost his mind? Certainly not. Du Weilin observed as Lin Tianmeng's right hand gently turned, summoning an ice and snowstorm capable of engulfing the entire arena. Chapter 24, Victory, Champion. Yin Xiaozhe's special training. The oppressive sensation brought forth by the ultimate ice was something ordinary ice attributes could never achieve. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's fusion technique was instantly shattered by the ice storm, and they collapsed from the significant drain on their soul power. The referee hurriedly rescued them, as the storm's might was far beyond what a mere 2-ringed great soul master could wield. With the outcome determined, Lin Tianmeng effortlessly retracted the ice storm. The blizzard that had swept across the arena dissipated into the air. The referee, still shaken, announced, "Lin Tianmeng's team triumphs over Dai Huabin's team." Wang Dong was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We are the champions! We are the champions!" Haha! Xiao Xiao shared in the elation, and the 2 girls simultaneously embraced Lin Tianmeng. He didn't resist. Being embraced by 2 girls felt rather pleasant. Suddenly, Lin Tianmeng sensed a gaze fixed upon him. He looked up to find the Snow Empress standing on the upper floor. "This is..." Lin Tianmeng scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. It wasn't his initiative to embrace them. He couldn't be blamed. Fortunately, the Snow Empress merely shot him a glare without taking further action. After the competition, Yin Xiaozhe called the 3 of them over. "The champions of the newcomer assessment will receive separate rewards. Come with me." "Yes." Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao regarded Yin Xiaozhe with great respect, considering him the director of the Soul Master Department. Lin Tianmeng, however, held a different perspective. To him, since Yin Xiaozhe was Ma Xiaotao's teacher, he was akin to a half-teacher for him as well. Moreover, Yin Xiaozhe was a witness to the bond between him and Ma Xiaotao. You 3 performed exceptionally well during the assessment. Once in the office, Yin Xiaozhe displayed a gentle demeanor as he addressed them. Defeating a soul sovereign with the rank of Great Soul Master signifies that your potential is immeasurable. Xiao Xiao, being a twin martial soul, is a rarity not seen in Shrek Academy for a millennium. While such talent is extraordinary, with great power comes great responsibility. You may find it impossible to evade certain matters in the future, thus you should strive to enhance your strength promptly. Wang Dong, your martial soul is the radiant goddess butterfly, the most beautiful butterfly martial soul on the continent, and your second soul ring is of a millennium caliber, indicating that your physical strength can withstand higher-level soul rings. If you maintain your current pace of improvement, you might be able to fuse a 10,000-year soul ring by the time you reach level 40. Lin Tianmeng, your martial soul is the ice goddess, with the attribute of ultimate ice. I will personally teach you some techniques regarding the use of soul skills and the explosion of soul power shortly. Given our relationship, I trust one need not elaborate further. Yin Xiaozhe elucidated the characteristics of their martial souls. Apart from the brevity concerning Lin Tianmeng, both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao gained insights from his words. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but think, as expected of the director of the Soul Master Department. His understanding of martial souls surpasses that of an ordinary teacher. Regarding his intention to personally instruct Lin Tianmeng, he felt no resistance. The mental prowess of a million-year soul beast is exceedingly formidable, and Lin Tianmeng's own mental power had doubled. As long as he did not actively reveal himself, Yin Xiaozhe would remain oblivious to the truth of his identity as a soul beast. This year's reward for the champion of the newcomer assessment is a soul bone. As for whom it shall be fused with, you 3 may discuss amongst yourselves. Yin Xiaozhe retrieved a soul bone from his storage soul guide, stating, "This soul bone is known as the left leg bone of the empty bright demon leopard. Upon fusion, it can enhance a soul master's speed." "Another soul bone?" Wang Dong exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. "What? Do you have other soul bones?" Yin Xiaozhe inquired, puzzled. Wang Dong quickly realized her overly enthusiastic exclamation had slipped out and promptly closed her mouth. In the end, it was Lin Tianmeng who responded, "Director Yin, just now, Teacher Zhou also gifted us a soul bone. The 2 of them have already decided to give that one to me. So let them discuss whom this one should go to." "I see." Yin Xiaozhe nodded. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, and Wang Dong spoke first. "This soul bone does not align well with my martial soul. The fusion would be quite painful, and I fear the discomfort. Therefore, I believe it would be best for you to take it." Xiao Xiao was deeply moved, realizing that despite Wang Dong's words, She genuinely cared for her teammates. However, she felt somewhat guilty about accepting Wang Dong's offer. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng patted her shoulder, saying, "It's all right, Xiao Xiao, you should accept this soul bone. I will find another one for Wang Dong." Soul bones are indeed exceedingly rare, but for Lin Tianmeng, acquiring them was not particularly difficult. Hearing Lin Tianmeng's words, Wang Dong suddenly felt a warm sensation in her heart. Is he considering my feelings? All right then, thank you both. Xiao Xiao, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the soul bone without hesitation. Ultimately, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao departed, leaving Lin Tianmeng behind. Are you aware that Xiao Tao is pregnant? Yin Xiaozhe turned back, regarding Lin Tianmeng with a serious expression. I know, but I have been focused on preparing for the competition and haven't had the time to visit her, Lin Tianmeng explained. I am not here to reprimand you. I merely hope you can treat her with kindness. Yin Xiaozhe was not one to take on disciples lightly. Ma Xiaotao was his most prized student, and naturally, he would care for her feelings. Had it not been for his encouragement for Ma Xiaotao to form a betrothal with Lin Tianmeng, she would not have found herself in this situation. Thus, ultimately, it was his fault. From today onward, I will conduct special training for you. I will inform Zhou Yi, and once your soul power reaches level 30, you can return to your normal classes. 2 months later, Lin Tianmeng finally emerged from Yin Xiaozhe's intensive training. It must be said that Yin Xiaozhe, as the director of the Soul Master Department, indeed possessed profound insights into the application of martial souls. Under his tutelage, Lin Tianmeng has now mastered the art of utilizing soul techniques with remarkable finesse, even achieving the fusion of multiple soul skills. Were it not for the concern that the passage of time might worry Xueti and the others, Lin Tianmeng would have relished the opportunity to continue his studies for a while longer. In a mere 2 months, your soul power level has already reached 30, a testament to your exceptional talent. Yin Xiaozhe stood opposite Lin Tianmeng, gazing at him as he proposed. I have 2 recommendations. Firstly, refrain from acquiring a soul ring for now, and instead accumulate your soul power to potentially leap 2 or even 3 levels at once. Secondly, you could venture into the Star Dough Forest now to obtain a soul ring and expedite your ascension to Soul Master. Should you choose the latter, I would personally accompany you. Yin Xiaozhe's intention was clear. He wished to assist Lin Tianmeng in hunting for his 3rd soul ring. Chapter 25. Offspring's Recompense. Tanya inquired once more. Yin Xiaozhe had always held high hopes for Lin Tianmeng, and after this period of training, his expectations had only intensified. However, upon hearing his words, Lin Tianmeng shook his head gently. Thank you for your kind offer, Director Yin. But I would prefer to hunt for the 3rd soul ring on my own. In truth, he had already acquired a 3rd soul ring, a blood red one of 100,000 years. It would certainly pose a problem if Yin Xiaozhe were to discover that he had absorbed what was actually a 5th soul ring. Yin Xiaozhe paused for a moment before responding. Very well. Do take care and avoid venturing too deep into the Star Dough Forest. Understood. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Tianmeng unexpectedly collided with Wang Dong, who was just about to open the door. Ouch! Lin Tianmeng's face was struck by the door. Lin Tianmeng, you're back? Upon hearing his voice, Wang Dong's heart leapt with joy, but upon seeing his appearance, she quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize someone was outside. What could Lin Tianmeng say? It's nothing. Just let me in to rest for a bit. I'm utterly exhausted. Thankfully, it was merely a slight pain without any lasting marks. Come in quickly, Wang Dong exclaimed. You have no idea how I've spent these past 2 months. Director Yin said to keep you here, and Wen Ti even let us bid you farewell. During your special training, Xiao Xiao and I tried to visit you several times. But Director Yin and Wen Ti permit us to enter. Wang Dong spoke with a tone of grievance. Sitting on the bed, Lin Tianmeng chuckled upon seeing Wang Dong's expression. So you missed me that much? Wang Dong's cheeks flushed. Who missed you? She hurriedly denied. It was Xiao Xiao. She wanted to see you. And I went along with her. Oh, so it's Xiao Xiao who misses me. Then I should go find her now. No. Wang Dong blurted out. Why not? Lin Tianmeng teased her deliberately. No means no, Wang Dong pouted. Aren't you tired? You should rest first before going. All right then. Lin Tianmeng understood the principle of moderation and decided not to tease her further. By the way, didn't Xiao Xiao and I both receive a soul bone earlier? I have an extra one here. It's for you. Lin Tianmeng produced the Golden Radiance left arm bone and handed it to Wang Dong. As a child of a prestigious family, Wang Dong was well versed in such matters and immediately recognized the considerable value of the soul bone. Is this truly the Golden Radiance? She inquired. I bought it, Lin Tianmeng replied, explaining how he had sold the soul tools left behind by the title Douluo from the Sun Moon Empire, earning a substantial amount of gold soul coins. To Lin Tianmeng, a solitary Golden Radiance left arm bone was of little consequence, but for Wang Dong, its significance was entirely different. Grasping the soul bone in her hands, she raised her gaze to Lin Tianmeng, her eyes soft and gentle. Thank you, she said. Lin Tianmeng smiled slightly. Do we need to be so polite with each other? All right, quickly fuse with the soul bone. I'll protect you during the process. He was right. There was no need for such formality between them. Wang Dong suppressed all her thoughts and nodded earnestly, saying, okay. That evening, Lin Tianmeng visited Xuedi before entering the inner courtyard. At this moment, Ma Xiaodao was already 5 months pregnant, her belly noticeably larger than before. Tianmeng, what brings you here? Ma Xiaodao exclaimed with a mix of surprise and delight upon seeing Lin Tianmeng. Isn't the teacher helping you with special training? Have you already broken through to level 30? Ma Xiaodao, who could hardly stay idle, was now restricted from excessive training due to her pregnancy, and she felt stifled. Indeed. Otherwise, Director Yin Wun Ti have let me out, Lin Tianmeng replied with a smile. So you're heading to the Star-Do Forest to hunt for a soul ring? Yes, but before I leave, I have a gift for you. Ma Xiaodao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What kind of gift? Lin Tianmeng retrieved the 9th level defensive soul tool, God's Setting Sun, and placed it in her hands. This is a 9th level soul tool, God's Setting Sun, capable of withstanding the full force attack of a level 98 Super Douluo. In other words, it can block attacks from all soul masters, provided they aren't limit Douluos. 9th level soul tool? Ma Xiaodao's eyes widened in astonishment. She was aware that the academy had a soul tool department dedicated to researching soul tools, but as of now, there wasn't a single 9th level soul master in the academy. Thus, it was impossible for anyone to create a 9th level soul tool. Could it be that Lin Tianmeng had procured it from the Sun Moon Empire? Yet, 9th level soul masters were exceedingly rare there as well. Each 9th level soul tool crafted by a 9th level soul master would incite fierce competition among formidable individuals and would typically remain in the possession of the soul master themselves. Lin Tianmeng noticed Ma Xiaodao's bewilderment and reassured her, "This is my gift to you. Keep it safe, as it may help shield you from a fatal blow until I return." The gravity of Lin Tianmeng's gift was undeniable. However, Ma Xiaodao would not be polite. Upon hearing this, she accepted it without hesitation, saying, "All right, I'll await your return. And our child," Ma Xiaodao added, looking down and gently rubbing her belly, her gaze tender. Just as Lin Tianmeng was about to speak, he suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Offspring's cultivation level has all reached 300 years. Congratulations, host. You have received a recompense reward. Congratulations, host. All attack type soul skills power has increased by 100%. Congratulations, host. The duration of all 10,000-year soul rings has increased by 10,000 years. Congratulations, host. You have received an 8th level fixed position soul cannon. The 8 ice blue scorpion offspring birthed by the Ice Emperor, nourished by the eternal ice essence. All surpassed 300 years in cultivation. The enhancement of their cultivation could provide Lin Tianmeng with significant benefits. The stronger the offspring, the stronger Lin Tianmeng would become. Once Xuedi and Ma Xiaodao's child was born, Lin Tianmeng would be poised to gain another wave of diamond-level rewards. The multi-offspring, multi-blessing system was indeed formidable. What? Little Tianmeng, you're planning to go to the Star-Do Forest? Outside the academy, Tang Yu was conversing with Lin Tianmeng while enjoying the grilled fish that Hui Yuhao had prepared. Upon learning that Lin Tianmeng intends to venture into the Star-Do Forest to hunt for her 3rd spirit ring, I was utterly astonished. How could this junior have reached level 30 so swiftly? My own cultivation has only just surpassed that threshold. At that time, my own 3rd spirit ring was procured with the assistance of Bei. It would indeed be a pity for someone with Lin Tianmeng's remarkable talent not to join Tang's sect. Indeed, I have come here today to bid you farewell. Lin Tianmeng, while savoring the deliciously crispy grilled fish, truly is a culinary delight. Xiao Tianmeng, have you truly not considered joining Tang's sect? Tangya, unwilling to relent, inquired once more. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianmeng replied, I could join, indeed. Really? Tangya's eyes brightened. However, I have a condition. Chapter 26. Tangya's concerns. Zhu Lu takes initiative. Tangya, perplexed, asked, what condition? Lin Tianmeng revealed a confident smile. The condition is that you, Sister Xiaoya, must agree to be my woman. What? Tangya abruptly stood, her eyes wide with shock. Yet, Lin Tianmeng remained unperturbed. He understood that even if Tangya did not immediately acquiesce, she would certainly contemplate it. As expected, after her initial surprise, Tangya sat back down, reflecting that in terms of appearance and talent, Lin Tianmeng far surpassed Bei. Moreover, with Lin Tianmeng's martial soul being the ultimate ice, his future prospects are boundless. Although Bei is currently a soul sect, he is several years older than Lin Tianmeng and possesses a cultivation level exceeding hers by over 10 levels. While Tangya was unaware of Bei's true background, she knew he had access to numerous precious resources, yet he was unwilling to share them with her. Otherwise, she might have also reached the soul sect by now. Recently, Bei's strength had increased significantly, while she had stagnated, causing her inner turmoil to intensify. Now, with Lin Tianmeng presenting such a condition, She hesitated. Xiao Tiandream, may I take some time to consider? Tang did not outright refuse. Lin Tiandream smiled. Of course. I am in no rush to join Tang's sect. Tang finally sighed in relief. However, it appeared she must swiftly make a choice between Bei and Lin Tiandream. Zhu, what did you say? You intend to seek out Lin Tiandream? On the shores of the sea god lake, Dai Huabin looked incredulously at his childhood friend. Zhu, her eyes were filled with determination. Yes, I am going to find him right now. During the freshman assessment finals, Zhu had noticed Lin Tiandream, whose martial soul had astonished even Du Weilin, and whose strength far exceeded Dai Huabin's. She had always been drawn to the strong. Why? Dai Huabin exclaimed in frustration. We can utilize martial soul fusion techniques. You and I are a natural pair, destined for you to become my wife. He had always believed this, never once considering that Zhu might change her mind. I have no intention of vying for the head of the Zhu family, nor do I harbor any affection for you, Zhu replied. From a young age, her family had instilled the notion that she should marry Dai Huabin. Yet no one had ever regarded her own feelings. For Dai Huabin, Zhu's admiration was merely for his strength, not love. It was evident to her that Dai Huabin did not truly care for her either. They were both bound by this age-old tradition. You cannot leave me. Dai Huabin blocked Zhu's path, his gaze fierce. Without Zhu, he would be unable to contend for the title of the next White Tiger Duke. Why not? Zhu scoffed. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You want to marry me simply to secure the dukedom, and once you become the White Tiger Duke, you will take many concubines. If that is the case, why should I not pursue the one I truly love? With that, Zhu turned away, disregarding Dai Huabin's attempts to stop her. No, Dai Huabin shouted, but Zhu did not halt. Lin Tiandream, you are stealing my woman. I will not rest until I have my revenge. Meanwhile, Lin Tiandream was conversing with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao on the playground. Upon learning of Lin Tiandream's impending journey to the Star Doe Forest, both expressed deep concern. Perhaps I should accompany you. My strength is also formidable, Wang Dong declared, thumping his chest. And I, being a twin martial soul, would surely be of some assistance. Xiao Xiao volunteered as well. Lin Tiandream shook his head. You both have yet to reach level 30. I shall take you along next time. This time, I am solely hunting for spirit rings. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao felt it unwise to press further. As the three strolled and chatted, they suddenly spotted a figure rushing towards them. Look, who is that? Wang Dong pointed. Xiao Xiao squinted. It seems to be a student from our outer academy. She is coming this way. As the figure drew nearer, they recognized her as Zhu, who stood resolutely before Lin Tiandream, her face unflustered despite the distance she had run, her gaze fixed with unwavering determination. Lin Tiandream, I wonder if you are in need of a woman? Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao. Lin Tiandream's expression brightened. Indeed, I am in dire need. Hearing this, Zhu's heart eased slightly as she looked at Lin Tiandream and earnestly asked, Then, would you be willing to be with me? Willing? I would be delighted. Why would I refuse such an offer? Besides, Zhu is quite beautiful. As for her engagement to Dai Huabin, Lin Tiandream was unconcerned. After all, Dai Huabin could not contend with him. Very well, from this moment forth, I shall be your woman. Zhu blushed slightly. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. Congratulations, host, for receiving a golden level reward. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the reward. Extreme Ice Attribute Soul Skill, Sigh of the Ice God 1. Another powerful offensive soul skill. My combat capabilities have significantly increased. In a moment of excitement, Lin Tiandream embraced Zhu and planted a kiss on her lips. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Lin Tiandream, how dare you? Just then, Dai Huabin, who had been pursuing Zhu, arrived and was infuriated by the scene before him. He rushed forward, intent on reclaiming Zhu. However, he had underestimated Lin Tiandream's strength. As he charged towards Lin Tiandream, a brilliant light radiated from Lin Tiandream. Subsequently, Dai Huabin was sent flying. Have you broken through to level 30? Dai Huabin crashed against the opposite wall, sliding down as blood trickled from his mouth. Whether I have or have not, you lack the qualifications to know, Lin Tiandream disdainfully retorted, holding Zhu tightly in his embrace, and defiantly kissed her once more in front of Dai Huabin. Lin Tiandream, I will not let this go. Dai Huabin had never perceived any particular feelings towards Zhu before, yet now, witnessing Lin Tianmeng kiss Zhu, he felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Perhaps it was not solely due to the fact that his beloved was being taken away, but also because Lin Tianmeng was openly challenging his authority. How could Dai Huabin, the son of the illustrious White Tiger Duke, suffer such a profound humiliation at the hands of Lin Tianmeng? He could not accept it. However, in his current state, he was no match for Lin Tianmeng. Remaining there would only lead to further disgrace. Thus, he rose, casting a venomous glare at Lin Tianmeng and Zhu before turning to leave. He intended to leverage the power of the White Tiger Duke's estate to obliterate Lin Tianmeng and reclaim Zhu. After Dai Huabin departed, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao managed to reattach their astonished jaws. Tianmeng Yu. Xiao Xiao coughed awkwardly, as the scene had been exceedingly bizarre. Chapter 27. Departure. Stardew Forest. Shi and Wang Dong had suddenly transformed into the proverbial third wheel. Wang Dong's face was even redder than Zhu Lu's. How could Lin Tianmeng act in such a manner? To fall for every girl he encounters? First it was Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu, and now it was Zhu Lu. When would it be her turn? Wait, Lin Tianmeng was not even worthy of her. Even if he were, she would never stand in line. Lin Tianmeng released Zhu Lu from his embrace. Zhu Lu, her cheeks flushed, awkwardly said, "I'm sorry for making you witness such a spectacle. It's quite all right. Tianmeng is not only handsome but also powerful. If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly fall for him." Xiao Xiao quickly chimed in. Zhu Lu offered an apologetic smile, while Wang Dong remained silent. She had grown increasingly discontent with Lin Tianmeng. First it was teacher Xiao Xue, then Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. And now Zhu Lu. How could this man be so infuriating? Tianmeng, I'll head back now. If anything comes up, you can find me in class too, Zhu Lu said, noticing the time. All right. With Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao present, Lin Tianmeng could not make any advances towards Zhu Lu right there. Wang Dong, why are you silent? Just a moment ago, you were quite chatty, Xiao Xiao noted, realizing that Wang Dong had not spoken a word since Dai Huabin's departure. I don't feel like talking right now. Wang Dong shot Lin Tianmeng a glare as she spoke. Xiao Xiao was perplexed. Lin Tianmeng, observing Wang Dong's demeanor, could easily surmise her thoughts. This girl was undoubtedly envious. However, there was no need for jealousy, for Wang Dong would eventually be his. The following day, Stardew Forest. Lin Tianmeng was not here to seek any third soul ring. He already possessed 4 soul rings, with their respective ages being 20,000 years, 20,000 years, 200,000 years, and 200,000 years. Tianmeng, are you planning to venture deeper? Zhu Lu inquired, her expression grave. The Stardew Forest was a habitat for soul beasts, and it was rumored that formidable beings over 10,000 years old resided deeper within. Do not worry, I shall protect you, Lin Tianmeng reassured her. Initially, he had intended to traverse the Stardew Forest alone, but after Zhu Lu had recently cast aside Dai Huabin, he feared that Dai Huabin would seek her out for trouble in his absence. Thus he decided to bring her along. Moreover, it offered an opportunity to be in the wild. Zhu Lu nodded and continued to follow Lin Tianmeng deeper into the forest. Upon entering the Stardew Forest, Lin Tianmeng lifted the special barrier he had previously placed to conceal his presence as a million-year soul beast. Thus they encountered no soul beasts along the way. The outer areas were primarily inhabited by soul beasts of 1,000, 100, and 10-year cultivation levels. Upon sensing the aura of a million-year soul beast, they did not dare to emerge. How strange. The last time I accompanied my clan to procure a second soul ring, we encountered many low-tier soul beasts. Why are there none today? Zhu Lu remarked, perplexed. Isn't it good that there are no soul beasts? Tonight, we shall find a place to rest in the outskirts and venture deeper tomorrow. You want to delve into Stardew Forest? But that is too dangerous, Zhu Lu exclaimed, taken aback. In her mind, although Lin Tianmeng was powerful, he was still only at level 30. The soul beasts deeper within the Stardew Forest were at least 10,000 years old. Zhu Lu, do you trust me? Lin Tianmeng did not directly answer her question, but posed one of his own. Zhu Lu hesitated for a moment, then replied, Of course I trust you. Lin Tianmeng was already her man, and she had unwavering faith in him. That is wonderful. Lin Tianmeng found a spacious clearing, set up a tent, and declared, Let us rest here tonight. Zhu Lu did not press further. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardew Forest, beside the Lake of Life. What? The aura of a million-year soul beast? Xiangjun, are you certain? The speaker was the 80,000-year soul beast. The number 1 among the 10 fearsome beasts in the Stardew Forest, Emperor Tian. Among the soul beasts recognized and ranked by humanity, Emperor Tian held the highest cultivation level. However, there were even higher entities above Emperor Tian, such as the Silver Dragon King, who was currently recuperating in the Lake of Life. Xiangjun's massive form was slightly bowed, showcasing the immense authority of Emperor Tian. It was reported to me by the offspring from the outskirts. There can be no mistake. Xiangjun, known for his fiery temperament, could not sit still upon hearing of the million-year soul beast's emergence and immediately sought out Emperor Tian. Could it be that a million-year soul beast truly exists on the continent? Emperor Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though they say it is a million-year soul beast, we have yet to see its true form. Perhaps it is merely bluster. Let us capture it first and then discuss. Xiangjun boasted. Absolutely not. Emperor Tian interjected swiftly. We do not yet know the truth of the matter. We must not act rashly. Xiangjun snorted in disdain. Once again, we must not act rashly. This Emperor Tian is truly overly cautious. He did not understand that Emperor Tian's reluctance to allow him to act recklessly was to protect the Silver Dragon King slumbering in the lake of life. As human society progressed at an alarming rate, their advanced soul-guiding devices threatened even the existence of soul beasts. If this continued, it would not be long before soul beasts ceased to exist. The only solution to this crisis lay in the emergence of the Silver Dragon King. At that moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the lake of life. Emperor Tian, my lord, what is your command? Emperor Tian's eyes brightened. Normally, the Silver Dragon King remained silent during its recovery, but this time it spoke. Did this indicate that it would soon fully recover? Summoned Bai Ji to see me. The Silver Dragon King instructed. Yes, my lord. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ji arrived. She is the most formidable among the Emerald Swan clan of the Douluo Forest, boasting a cultivation of 580,000 years, ranking fourth among the 10 fearsome beasts. However, her soul abilities are primarily restorative in nature, akin to the Tree of Life, earning her the colloquial title of Healer. Addressing the Master, before the Silver Dragon King, they are but subordinates. Biji, radiant in emerald green, embodies the essence of the Emerald Swan, with a long, graceful neck and unparalleled beauty. A million-year soul beast has ventured into the Douluo Forest. Please investigate the periphery and report any findings promptly. Yes, my lord. Biji accepted the command and departed from the core area of the Douluo Forest, heading towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng and Zhu Lu were engaged in indescribable activities. Lin Tianmeng noticed that Zhu Lu was still quite shy. Although she was betrothed to Dai Huabin, their relationship had yet to reach the level of a consummated marriage. This evening, she would unequivocally become Lin Tianmeng's woman. To be with a powerful being like Lin Tianmeng had always been Zhu Lu's cherished desire. Chapter 28. The Invincible Soul Guidance Shield of Level 9. Biji's arrival. The peripheral soul beasts were too intimidated by the aura of the million-year soul beast emanating from Lin Tianmeng to venture outside, hiding away in their little dens. Thus, throughout the night, they were undisturbed. Oh, but that is not entirely accurate. Biji had actually arrived at the periphery long ago. However, her shyness compelled her to retreat upon hearing sounds from the tent. She intended to wait until they were finished before proceeding to investigate. To her surprise, they showed no signs of fatigue throughout the entire night. At dawn, Zhu Lu was thoroughly exhausted and fell asleep in the tent, while Lin Tianmeng remained invigorated. Congratulations to the host for successfully causing his wife to conceive. Congratulations to the host for receiving a platinum-level reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Level 9 Invincible Soul Guidance Shield. The Invincible Soul Guidance Shield is the ultimate defensive soul guidance tool for soul masters, capable of trapping soul masters of the same level within its confines. The higher the level of the shield, the longer it can restrain a soul master. A level 9 shield can hold a super Douluo for at least 1 minute, and a limit Douluo for 30 seconds. In that brief minute or 30 seconds, the user can escape from peril during a battle. It can be said to be the most powerful life-saving artifact among soul guidance devices. Indeed, with this reward, even if he were to confront Emperor Tian in his prime, he could still retreat unscathed. Lin Tianmeng stored the Invincible Soul Guidance Shield in his storage soul guidance device and was about to return to the tent when he suddenly heard a melodious voice. Since you have arrived at the Douluo Forest, why not step forth for a conversation? As soon as that enchanting voice, akin to the sound of silver bells, echoed, a smile graced the corners of Lin Tianmeng's lips. As a million-year soul beast of spiritual attributes, his perception was extraordinarily keen. In fact, he had sensed Biji's presence the moment she entered the periphery of the Douluo Forest the previous night. However, he was preoccupied with other matters at the time and chose to ignore her, intending to let her stew a bit. After waiting until dawn, when Biji still had not shown herself, Lin Tianmeng pretended to return to the tent to continue with Zhu Lu. As expected, Biji could no longer contain herself. To reveal oneself, one must first set an example, right? Lin Tianmeng's gaze locked onto Biji's location. Feeling Lin Tianmeng's scrutiny, Biji inexplicably trembled. Despite her cultivation reaching 580,000 years, she believed that as long as she sincerely wished to hide, Lin Tianmeng should not have been able to detect her whereabouts. Yet, it was evident that Lin Tianmeng had already discerned her position. Could it be that this million-year soul beast possessed spiritual attributes? Biji felt she had committed a faux pas. As her words fell, a stunning emerald green swan emerged slowly from the thicket, radiating a brilliant jade light, crystalline and translucent. The emerald swan Biji, a 580,000-year soul beast, was indeed breathtaking. Lin Tianmeng's eyes sparkled. Biji's true form could easily rival that of the Ice Emperor. Yet, their beauty was entirely distinct. The Ice Emperor embodied fierce aggression, exuding an aura of combat, while Biji represented support, primarily in healing, with a gentle demeanor advocating for peace. Are you aware of Biji's cultivation? Biji gazed at Lin Tianmeng in astonishment. She had deliberately concealed her cultivation, yet it was effortlessly unveiled by Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng did not respond directly, but instead inquired, "Pray tell, what brings you to seek me?" BG realized there was no need for further concealment, as no matter how she attempted to hide, Lin Tianmeng would ultimately unveil her. "Is it not you who radiates the aura of a million-year soul beast in the periphery? What is the purpose of that?" BG asked straightforwardly. "Of course, it is to inform the soul beasts within your core circle," Lin Tianmeng replied with a hearty laugh. Had he not transmigrated into the body of the dream ice silkworm, the soul beasts of the Douluo forest over 100,000 years old would have divided his soul power, treating him as food, devouring him bit by bit. Lin Tianmeng lifted his gaze to BG. Despite her advocacy for peace and her gentle nature, she too was among those soul beasts seeking to divide the power of the dream ice silkworm, constantly espousing peace, yet when faced with immense profit. Had she not also compromised? "My lord, you have discerned Lin Tianmeng's peculiarities. I am Tianmeng, a bona fide million-year soul beast." Lin Tianmeng transformed into his original form, a 7-meter-long ice silkworm appearing before BG. "Ice silkworm, you are a soul beast from the extreme north?" BG's eyes widened in disbelief. But the most powerful soul beast from the extreme north should be the Ice Sky Snow Lady. As soon as BG finished speaking, Lin Tianmeng reverted to human form and unleashed his martial soul. In the air, dancing upon shards of ice, was none other than Lin Tianmeng's martial soul. "The Ice Sky Snow Lady. What? You possess a martial soul? And it is the Ice Sky Snow Lady." BG felt her worldview beginning to crumble, for everything before her should have been impossible. Yet, paradoxically, all of it was so palpably real. Initially, BG was merely astonished by Lin Tianmeng's power. But in the next moment, her expression shifted. She suddenly realized that she was unable to harness her soul power. What is happening? Deprived of her ability to control her soul power, BG was no different from an ordinary emerald swan. "It is merely a temporary severance of your connection with your soul power," Lin Tianmeng said nonchalantly. By now, his spiritual power had reached an unparalleled peak. Regarding BG's healing attributes, Lin Tianmeng had already devised a strategy. The first step was to sever her connection with her own soul power. A 580,000-year soul beast unable to utilize soul power pales in comparison to Zhu Lu, a mere two-ringed soul master. In the presence of a million-year Lin Tianmeng, what is happening? At that moment, Zhu Lu rubbed her drowsy eyes and emerged from the tent, only to be struck dumb by the scene before her. She exclaimed, "Tianmeng, what on earth is this?" Lin Tianmeng turned to her and offered a faint smile, replying, "Oh, it's nothing significant, merely the capture of a 58,000-year-old soul beast." Zhu Lu gasped in disbelief. 58,000 years? A soul beast? Only within the core region of the Douluo forest could one expect to encounter a soul beast of 10,000 years. What on earth is a 58,000-year-old soul beast doing here? Most shocking of all was Lin Tianmeng's use of the term capture in his previous statement. This implied that Zhu Lu couldn't help but swallow hard. This was far too exhilarating. "Tianmeng, what have you done to me?" Despite her best efforts to channel her soul power, there was no response. In that moment, a profound sense of fear enveloped her. Faced with Lin Tianmeng's ice, snow maiden martial spirit, while being unable to utilize her own soul power, Ji felt an overwhelming chill coursing through her body, shivering uncontrollably. Chapter 29. The master you speak of must be the Silver Dragon King, correct? Did I not mention before? I have done nothing but render you temporarily unable to use your soul power. Lin Tianmeng took deliberate steps forward, stating, "And even if you could summon your soul power and skills, do you truly believe you could defeat me?" Ji fell silent. Lin Tianmeng was indeed correct. His strength was formidable, and his soul power unfathomable. She was merely a healing-type soul beast, wholly incapable of contending with Lin Tianmeng. "Very well. It is my inadequacy that has led to my downfall. Do with me as you will." With that, Ji closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. However, after a prolonged wait, she felt no pain. Could it be that Lin Tianmeng had no intention of killing her? Upon reopening her eyes, she was taken aback to find Lin Tianmeng and Zhu Lu enjoying a picnic beside the tent. "This is delicious. You should try some too. And this? It's all preserved within soul-guided devices. Would you like me to heat it up? Wow, this flavor is exquisite." Watching this scene unfold, Ji couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Were they truly behaving as though she did not exist? After all, she was a distinguished 58,000-year-old emerald swan. When had she ever endured such indignity? Yet, at this moment, she could only watch as the two of them shared tender moments, utterly powerless to intervene. The task assigned by her master was now beyond her reach. Lost in sorrow, Ji was suddenly approached by Lin Tianmeng. "What do you want?" Her heart raced, pounding at least double its normal rate. To her surprise, Lin Tianmeng merely placed some food into her hands, saying, "You can no longer utilize your soul power, but that does not mean you cannot eat. Watching us feast, I am certain you must be hungry as well. Under her watchful gaze, Lin Tianmeng continued, "This is food from the human world. You should give it a try. It's quite delightful." Bai Ji found herself at a loss as to why, despite Lin Tianmeng's display of overwhelming power, he had only severed her connection to her soul power without any further actions. What was his true objective? Before she could articulate her thoughts, Lin Tianmeng had already turned away, returning to his jovial conversation with Zhu Lu. At that moment, Zhu Lu looked at Lin Tianmeng with a mixture of love and admiration. Her admiration for his strength was palpable. While those around her quaked at the thought of a 10,000-year soul beast, Lin Tianmeng had effortlessly captured a 58,000-year-old emerald swan. Zhu Lu felt a surge of gratitude for her swift decision to align herself with Lin Tianmeng. Bai Ji glanced at the food in her hands. Earlier, Lin Tianmeng had mentioned that these were human delicacies. Under normal circumstances, she would have refused to partake, but now, hunger gnawed at her. Having eaten nothing the previous night and having her connection to her soul power severed early that morning, she felt utterly miserable. With that thought, Bai Ji lowered her head and took a bite of the warm meat pie. Instantly, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. This was simply too delicious. Was this truly the food of the human world? She devoured the food in a few swift bites, still craving more. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Lin Tianmeng, asking, Tianmeng, do you have any more to eat?" "Indeed," Lin Tianmeng replied with a smile. "Here, this roasted fish is quite tasty. You should give it a try." The roasted fish he presented was prepared by Hui Yuhao just before his departure. Although it had lost some of its freshness, it was still remarkably superior to the roasted fish found outside. "Thank you," Bai Ji said eagerly, taking a bite. She felt as though her taste buds had been utterly conquered by the roasted fish. The flavors were unlike anything she had ever experienced. Novel, stimulating, and utterly delicious. Heavens! This is simply divine. Bai Ji could not help but exclaim. Within moments, the entire fish was consumed. Having softened her heart, any lingering hostility towards Lin Tianmeng had dissipated, replaced by a desire to draw closer to him. After all, he possessed an abundance of delightful food. Lin Tianmeng himself was astonished that he had managed to win over Bai Ji with mere sustenance. However, this was for the best. It spared him considerable effort. Zhu Lu, observing Bai Ji, could not contain her curiosity, asking, "Are you truly a soul beast of over 58,000 years?" Bai Ji's form was irresistibly beautiful, the emerald hue embodying her essence. "Indeed," Bai Ji nodded, affirming, "I possess the cultivation of 58,000 years. Then why have you appeared on the periphery?" Bai Ji hesitated, her long eyelashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze slightly. "I was sent here by my master." "Your master?" Zhu Lu's curiosity deepened. A soul beast with 58,000 years of cultivation must have a master of even greater power. While Zhu Lu could not deduce the truth, Lin Tianmeng could. He turned to Bai Ji and inquired, "The master you refer to must be the Silver Dragon King, correct? How do you know?" Bai Ji quickly covered her mouth in shock. Lin Tianmeng merely smiled, offering no response. At that moment, Bai Ji regarded Lin Tianmeng as a figure shrouded in mystery. A million-year soul beast capable of severing her connection to her own soul power. And who knew her master was the Silver Dragon King. Bai Ji ultimately concluded that Lin Tianmeng was not to be trifled with. In the core region of the Star Do Forest, has Bai Ji not returned yet? Di Tian lifted his gaze towards his subordinates and inquired. "We have failed to locate Bai Ji," one replied. "Incompetent fools." Di Tian frowned. "All of you, get out of my sight." "Yes." The subordinates hurriedly retreated, well aware that they could not afford to offend the wrathful Di Tian. "Di Tian, do remain calm." The voice of the Silver Dragon King resonated from the Lake of Life, soothing the tumultuous emotions of Emperor Tian. "My lord, I am deserving of 1,000 deaths." With utmost reverence, Emperor Tian knelt before the Lake of Life on one knee. "Bai Ji is your wife. It is only natural for you to worry, and I do not hold it against you." The voice of the Silver Dragon King was profoundly rich. It was now the sole remaining embodiment of the purest bloodline of the dragon soul beasts in this world. While the world believed the Golden Dragon King to be deceased and the Silver Dragon King missing, only a select few were aware that the Silver Dragon King resided within the heart of the Star Do Forest, fiercely guarded by powerful soul beasts that had existed for over 100,000 years. Once the Silver Dragon King regained its full strength and emerged from the Lake of Life, the entire continent would be reshuffled. "Thank you, my lord." Emperor Tian rose to his feet. He indeed harbored deep concerns for Bai Ji's situation, as she was to face a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. Although it remained uncertain whether this soul beast truly possessed 1,000,000 years of cultivation, it was undeniable that it was immensely powerful. Otherwise, Bai Ji would have returned by now. "Do not worry. I can sense that Bai Ji's essence has not vanished. She is certainly still alive," the Silver Dragon King reassured. Chapter 30, Conquering Bai Ji. Together to face battle with Emperor Tian. Bai Ji was indeed alive. However, wow, just how many grilled fish do you possess? On the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, Other soul beasts dared not show themselves, leaving only Lin Tianmeng, Zhu Lu, and Bai Ji. Before arriving at the Star Dough Forest, Lin Tianmeng had never anticipated Bai Ji to be such a glutton. Merely the grilled fish prepared by Hui Yuhao had completely conquered her appetite. There are none left. The one you hold is the last, Lin Tianmeng stated, raising her hands in exasperation. Then what about you? Bai Ji glanced between Lin Tianmeng and the grilled fish in her hand. There was only one left. Lin Tianmeng had initially brought numerous grilled fish, but she had devoured them all, leaving only this final piece. Bai Ji stared at the grilled fish, her mouth watering incessantly. Yet in the end, she extended the grilled fish towards Lin Tianmeng. Well then, you can have this one. She turned her head away, unable to bear watching the grilled fish slip away from her grasp, feeling a deep reluctance. After all, Lin Tianmeng had already allowed her to enjoy so many pieces. So it would be ungracious not to leave the last one for him, wouldn't it? Bai Ji's advocacy for peace partly stemmed from her propensity to be soft-hearted. Aren't you going to eat it? Lin Tianmeng blinked at her, inquiring. Bai Ji swallowed hard and nodded. Then I shall eat it. Lin Tianmeng feigned a glance at her. All right, you go ahead. Bai Ji's face was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she desperately longed for the grilled fish, while on the other, she felt it unjust to consume the last piece herself. Alas, what a dilemma. Ha ha ha. I shan't tease you anymore. I do not fancy grilled fish. So you may have this one. Lin Tianmeng laughed heartily, handing the grilled fish back to Bai Ji. Bai Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Really for me? Of course. He replied. Wonderful. Thank you, Tianmeng. Bai Ji exclaimed joyfully, taking a bite of the grilled fish. Delicious. Lin Tianmeng was truly remarkable. Far kinder than Emperor Tian had ever been. When Emperor Tian pursued her, he would protect her from harm, but when it came to matters of interest, his first thought would always be for himself. However, Lin Tianmeng was different. He had given her so many grilled fish without a second thought, and even the last piece he offered without hesitation. In comparison to Lin Tianmeng, Emperor Tian appeared exceedingly selfish. No need for thanks. Once you finish eating, we shall set off, Lin Tianmeng declared. Set off? Where to? Bai Ji asked, bewildered. Zhu Lu, however, had complete faith in Lin Tianmeng. All right, wherever you go, I shall follow. Bai Ji quietly lowered her head. We are heading to the heart of the Star Dough Forest, Lin Tianmeng announced. Bai Ji. Zhu Lu. Are you mad? The soul beasts in the core are not all like me, specializing in healing. Their attacking power is formidable. Bai Ji, forgetting about her grilled fish, could not bear the thought of Lin Tianmeng venturing into the core to face death. Since I have declared my intent to go, I am prepared for battle. Are you both willing to accompany me? Lin Tianmeng smiled confidently. Zhu Lu stepped forward, placing her small hand in Lin Tianmeng's palm, stating, even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I am willing to go with you. Bai Ji, so determined? Aware that she could not remain silent, Bai Ji addressed Lin Tianmeng. I can accompany you, but Emperor Tian possesses an unparalleled power of 800,000 years. I am concerned for your safety, but I am going to the core to find Emperor Tian. Lin Tianmeng replied nonchalantly. Why? Bai Ji asked, perplexed. Because I wish to take you away, Lin Tianmeng said, his gaze deep, looking at Bai Ji. I am aware of the relationship you share with him. Thus, a confrontation between Emperor Tian and myself is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji stood frozen in place, a sense of realization dawning upon her. He was doing this for me. He was willing to challenge the strongest soul beast of the Star Dough Forest, the number one among the 10 ferocious beasts, possessing 800,000 years of cultivation, all for her. Raising her head, Bai Ji looked resolutely at Lin Tianmeng and said, since you have the ability to sever my connection with my own soul power, you should also be able to restore it, correct? Assist me in re-establishing that connection, and I shall join you in confronting Emperor Tian. In that moment, Bai Ji had been thoroughly swayed by Lin Tianmeng. Very well. Lin Tianmeng had no doubt about Bai Ji's words, and he immediately released her from her restraints. You may now use your soul power normally, Lin Tianmeng said. Bai Ji was deeply moved. If she were in Lin Tianmeng's position, she would not have so readily restored the connection. Yet, Lin Tianmeng displayed such trust in her. Any lingering sympathy she had for Emperor Tian vanished completely in that instant. All right, let us depart. Bai Ji summoned her soul power, transforming into a breathtaking beauty. Her human form differed from that of the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor had been a soul beast reincarnated into a human, choosing the age of 18, appearing more youthful. In contrast, Bai Ji exuded an air of worldly experience. Her hair was a vibrant green, cascading down her back, adorned with a pair of wings by her ears. She wore fluffy attire that was somewhat playful, yet more so exuded maturity and allure. Furthermore, Bai Ji's appearance starkly contrasted with Zhu Lu, who appeared merely 11 years old, while Bai Ji looked to be in her 20s. Under the impact of Bai Ji's beauty, Zhu Lu felt somewhat inadequate. Yet, Lin Tianmeng held her hand tightly and said, "What is there to fear? You became my true wife last night." Zhu Lu's cheeks flushed. Lin Tianmeng understood the meaning of Lin Tianmeng's words. Although the humanoid form of Bijia was more beautiful than hers, in the future, marrying Lin Tianmeng would still place Zhu Lu ahead of Bijia. Bijia and Zhu Lu flanked Lin Tianmeng, making their way deeper into the Douluo forest. Within the core circle, Di Tian could no longer contain his impatience. Hasn't Bijia returned yet? It has been quite some time. By the shores of the Lake of Life, Di Tian paced back and forth. He worried for Bijia, yet dared not defy the command of the Silver Dragon King. After all, Bijia had been dispatched by the Silver Dragon King to gather intelligence, and it remained uncertain whether she had succeeded. If he were to retrieve Bijia now, it would be tantamount to opposing the Silver Dragon King. Despite the Silver Dragon King currently being in a state of recovery and not having emerged, Di Tian still feared offending it. It could be said that even if the Silver Dragon King ordered him to kill Bijia, he would undoubtedly comply. In Di Tian's eyes, interests outweighed all else. A woman could be replaced, but once interests were lost, they could not be regained. The three-headed crimson demon hound, Qi Wang, respectfully reported to Di Tian. According to the peripheral soul beasts, it seems Bijia has encountered danger, but she should be safe from life-threatening harm. Chapter 31, Stimulating Di Tian. What kind of soul skill is this? The three-headed crimson demon hound, also known as Qi Wang, ranks 8th among the 10 fierce beasts, possessing an impressive cultivation of 300,000 years. However, before the 800,000-year-old Di Tian, it could only bow in submission. Upon hearing Qi Wang's words, Di Tian felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, without an order from the Silver Dragon King, he was powerless to seek out Bijia. Just then, a soul beast came to report. Beast God, Bijia has returned. Di Tian was both startled and overjoyed. She has finally returned. Where is she now? The soul beast stammered. She. Speak quickly. Di Tian could hardly contain his impatience. She returned with that million-year soul beast. What did you say? Di Tian sprang to his feet, swiftly circumventing the soul beast beneath him, heading towards the entrance of the core circle. Sure enough, upon arriving, he spotted Bijia engaging in lively conversation with a man, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. Bijia. Di Tian called out to her. Only then did Bijia notice Di Tian, looking up at him and saying, Di Tian, you're here. What on earth is going on? Who are they? Di Tian, inherently suspicious, felt an ominous premonition as he observed Bijia chatting so merrily with Lin Tianmeng and Zhu Lu. Bijia frowned. How had she never noticed Di Tian's propensity for suspicion before? Fortunately, she had already resolved to leave Di Tian and embrace Lin Tianmeng. This was a wise choice for her. In that case, let us put an end to this. Di Tian, let us part ways. Bijia's gaze was clear, her emerald green eyes sparkling with an unusual light. This very light had once been Di Tian's favorite. Yet now, Bijia was telling him they should break up? Why? The soul power within Di Tian was on the verge of erupting. His temper was already volatile. And it was only Bijia's healing presence that had allowed him to restrain his anger in the past. But now, Bijia dared to leave him. He could not accept Bijia's betrayal. He pointed accusingly at Lin Tianmeng beside Bijia. Is it him? Are you breaking up with me for him? Bijia understood Di Tian well and knew he was about to explode with rage. Therefore, she said, Di Tian, please calm down. Have I ever said anything when you took so many concubines in the Douluo forest? Soul beasts revere the strong as their rulers. Countless male soul beasts willingly bow to you, and naturally, many female soul beasts are eager to become your concubines. I simply never cared about it before. Di Tian was quite frustrated. The practice of taking concubines was far too common among soul beasts, and he could not comprehend why Bijia would be bothered by it. But you are my wife. Without you, perhaps I would have already gone mad in my cultivation. Yes, he had not intended to mention this, but once he did, Bijia grew even angrier. You married me merely to have me assist you in recovering and consolidating your soul power during your cultivation, to provide healing when you were on the verge of going mad. Bijia fixed her sorrowful gaze on Di Tian. What you truly desire is not me, but rather a jade swan with a cultivation of 580,000 years. The jade swan species is exceedingly weak, typically consumed by other soul beasts while still in their juvenile stages. Bijia was the only jade swan in the Douluo forest to have surpassed 10,000 years of cultivation. Beyond her, the highest cultivation among jade swans was merely a little over 10,000 years, and a jade swan of over 10,000 years could hardly provide Di Tian with substantial assistance. Bijia. Di Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Bijia's words echoed his own hidden thoughts. There had been so many female soul beasts vying to become his wife. Yet he had ultimately chosen Bijia, who lacked offensive power, solely for her extraordinary healing abilities. Di Tian, no more words. My mind is made up. Bijia shook her head, sighing. No, you cannot betray me. In an instant, a powerful force erupted behind Di Tian, as if an all-consuming darkness enveloped the entire core area. Di Tian's gaze was fixed squarely on Lin Tianmeng as he roared. You are betraying me for him, aren't you? Then I shall kill him now and reclaim you. Bijia was taken aback. Di Tian, no? Bijia hastily unleashed her soul power in an attempt to stop Di Tian. Yet Lin Tianmeng stepped forward, shielding Bijia and Zhu Lu behind him, saying, Do not worry, I will be fine. Just be careful. Understood. Seeing that Lin Tianmeng showed no fear of him, Di Tian's brow furrowed tightly. Kid, although you are a million-year soul beast, in an actual battle, with your abilities, you may not even defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. I advise you to surrender to avoid unnecessary suffering. In the face of Di Tian's earnest counsel, Lin Tianmeng remained unmoved. If a battle is to be fought, let it commence. No more words. At least you have a bit of spirit. Di Tian's black dragon claws were gathering power, but soon, you may find yourself meeting the King of Hell. Di Tian's full-force strike could even alter the colors of the heavens. Countless dark clouds loomed over the Star Doe forest, with thunder and lightning flashing ominously. Tianmeng, be careful. Zhu Lu, cradled in Bijia's arms, felt the overwhelming pressure from Di Tian. As a mere two-ringed Great Soul Master, she was unable to withstand it. Fortunately, Bijia was there. Do not worry. Even as the situation grew dire, Lin Tianmeng still found the time to reassure Zhu Lu. In Zhu Lu's heart, besides concern, there lingered a hint of sweetness. Di Tian, on the other hand, was consumed by an even greater rage. How could one still entertain thoughts of romance, utterly oblivious to the imminent peril he faced? The black dragon claw extended forth, directly aiming at Lin Tianmeng's vital point. Di Tian was naturally confident in his prowess, and he spoke the truth, under normal circumstances. Being struck by his black dragon claw would only lead to death. However, he was confronted by Lin Tianmeng. Level 9 Invincible Soul Guidance Shield, activate. Without even releasing his martial spirit, Lin Tianmeng ensnared Di Tian within the shield he had just acquired that morning. What sort of soul skill is this? Di Tian was utterly astounded. He was a soul beast with an impressive 800,000 years of cultivation, equivalent to the pinnacle Douluo among humans. What kind of soul skill could possibly bind him? The level 9 Invincible Soul Guidance Shield could only contain Di Tian for 30 seconds. Yet 30 seconds was more than sufficient for Lin Tianmeng to accomplish much. He unleashed his martial spirit, channeling his soul power, and the full might of the ice god's fury erupted. Following that was Lin Tianmeng's mightiest attack soul skill, the ice god Sai. Chapter 32. Capturing Guyuna. Di Tian was ensnared within the Invincible Soul Guidance Shield. No matter how he attacked the surrounding barrier, he could not break free. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng's two formidable ice-based attack soul skills loomed before him. Di Tian's cultivation was equivalent to that of a peak Douluo, while Lin Tianmeng's was akin to that of a quasi-god. Just when Di Tian was gripped by terror, Lin Tianmeng's ice god's fury and ice god's Sai suddenly veered off course. Di Tian's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Their target is the Silver Dragon King. Di Tian intended to rush to the rescue, yet he could not break the soul guidance shield. Be careful, my lord. In desperation, Di Tian could only let out a loud cry. At that moment, within the lake of life, a sudden array of silver light erupted, as a massive silver dragon emerged from the waters. How dare this mere million-year ice silkworm attempt to harm me? Amidst a swirling mist radiating silver light, a slender woman with flowing silver hair gradually took form. Her silver-white eyes were strikingly cold, yet exceptionally beautiful, graceful and enchanting, with a delicate figure and skin like ice. She was the soul beast sovereign, the avatar of the dragon god, the strongest ruler of Douluo Continent, Silver Dragon King Guyuna. With a gentle lift of her right hand, she commanded the elemental power around her, transforming everything into her weapons. Lin Tianmeng's ice god's fury and ice god's Sai dissipated into nothingness under Guyuna's elemental force. My lord. Di Tian felt a mix of surprise and joy. He was glad that the Silver Dragon King was unharmed, yet astonished that she had emerged from the lake of life. Could it be that her injuries had fully healed? If so, then from this moment forth, humanity would no longer reign supreme over Douluo Continent. Guyuna gracefully stepped out from the white mist, her ethereal demeanor causing Zhu Lu and Bai Ji to feel a pang of inadequacy. The Silver Dragon King. This is indeed the Silver Dragon King. Bai Ji's eyes were filled with disbelief. Simultaneously, she was deeply concerned for Lin Tianmeng. From the moment Guyuna appeared, Di Tian had already concluded that Lin Tianmeng was a dead man. Yet, in the face of all this, Lin Tianmeng not only showed no fear, but wore an expression of exhilaration. Indeed, this was the way to draw you out, Silver Dragon King. A confident smile graced Lin Tianmeng's lips, leaving Guyuna somewhat perplexed. I am unaware of the reason for your smile. Do you truly believe you can defeat me with your current cultivation? Though Lin Tianmeng was a million-year soul beast, his combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Even with the powerful soul skills of Ice God's Fury and Ice God's Sigh, he was still no match for Gu Yuna. However, Lin Tianmeng's audacity to venture into the core of the Douluo forest to challenge Di Tian and provoke the Silver Dragon King suggested he had an ace up his sleeve. That ace was the million-year soul beast capture net. This was a gift from the system at the very beginning, not a soul guidance device from Douluo Continent, nor a consumable item. The life reflection shield and God's setting sun he later acquired from the system were both one-time consumables, used once and gone forever. Yet the million-year soul beast capture net was different. This was the source of Lin Tianmeng's confidence in bringing Zhu Lu to the Douluo forest. No matter how powerful or beautiful, or how cool her demeanor, before the million-year soul beast capture net, she was but a triviality. At this moment, Di Tian remained trapped within the invincible soul guidance shield. From the onset of Lin Tianmeng's battle with Di Tian until now, merely 20 seconds had elapsed. In that brief span, he not only ensnared Di Tian, but also compelled the Silver Dragon King to reveal herself. Is this truly the realm of the strong? Bai Ji and Zhu Lu, having witnessed the entire spectacle, were not only worried for Lin Tianmeng, but also deeply pondered. Just how strong is he? Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng show no intent to flee in the presence of Gu Yuna, she furrowed her brow slightly. You were originally a soul beast from the extreme northern lands. For the sake of our shared kinship, I shall spare your life. Lin Tianmeng raised an eyebrow at this. Responding, I truly appreciate the mercy of the Silver Dragon King. You ought to address me as my lord. Gu Yuna stomped her foot forcefully. The immense and profound aura of the Dragon King immediately enveloped the area. Bai Ji and Zhu Lu could hardly withstand such overwhelming pressure, both kneeling to the ground. Even Di Tian, under the weight of the bloodline pressure, knelt before Gu Yuna. Only Lin Tianmeng stood resolutely. A look of surprise crossed Gu Yuna's stunning visage. You are not afraid of my pressure? Why should I be afraid? Lin Tianmeng stroked his chin confidently as he stepped forward. At this moment, Gu Yuna was filled with curiosity about Lin Tianmeng. However, she believed that within the Douluo forest, she was the sovereign. Whether an 800,000-year soul beast or a million-year soul beast, they should all be her subordinates. Thus, upon seeing Lin Tianmeng remain unfazed by her pressure, she ceased to hold back. Unleashing her elemental power, she commanded wind, fire, lightning, and wood, among other elements. Tremble, ice silkworm of the extreme north. Gu Yuna was confident that this strike would thoroughly subdue Lin Tianmeng. Alas, she had miscalculated. Even without utilizing ice, Lin Tianmeng would never cower before her. Moreover, the ultimate ice attribute not only enhanced his attack power, but also significantly bolstered his inherent ice properties. Therefore, when Lin Tianmeng unleashed his soul shock, even the formidable Gu Yuna could not help but be momentarily dazed. Regardless of the circumstances, the mental attribute soul skill, soul shock, was his most formidable strike. In the fleeting moment of Gu Yuna's hesitation, Lin Tianmeng activated the million-year soul beast capture net. Regardless of how pure or powerful one's bloodline may be, as long as their cultivation does not exceed 1,000,000 years, escape from this net is impossible. What is this? Why can I not move? To her astonishment, Gu Yuna, ensnared by the capture net, felt an emotion akin to fear. The immense pressure she had exuded from the ancient Dragon King dissipated entirely. Lin Tianmeng stood before her, a gentle smile gracing his features. There is no need to struggle. You shall never break free from this net. At that moment, the invincible soul guide barrier that had trapped Emperor Tian finally lost its efficacy, allowing him to escape his bonds. What do you intend to do to my master? Do not approach, unless you desire her death. Lin Tianmeng had, unbeknownst to anyone, acquired a finely crafted dagger, its tip poised dangerously against Gu Yuna's neck. Should he press it down even a fraction more, she would lose her life forever. Within this million-year soul beast capture net, as long as Lin Tianmeng did not consent, no one could save her. They could only watch helplessly as she slowly succumbed. Indeed, Emperor Tian was cautious. Do not harm her, and I shall refrain from acting. Chapter 33. Gu Yuna's Pendant, Wang Dong's Guardian. That is more like it. Lin Tianmeng smirked. Return to your dwelling. Your presence is no longer required here. Emperor Tian clenched his fists. He was the beast god of the Douluo forest. He was the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. When had he ever endured such humiliation? However, the Silver Dragon King remained under Lin Tianmeng's control. My master, I, Emperor Tian, gazed at Gu Yuna ensnared within the net, torn with indecision. Gu Yuna reassured him, I am unharmed, though he has confined me. He bears no intent to kill. You have had a long day. Return and rest for now. Upon hearing these words from Gu Yuna, Emperor Tian finally nodded in acquiescence. Very well, my master. As he departed, he cast a lingering glance at Bai Ji. Bai Ji did not shy away from his gaze. Instead, she met it with her clear, unwavering eyes, signifying her untainted conscience. With a sigh, Emperor Tian turned to leave. Speak, what do you wish to do with me? Realizing her escape from the net was impossible, Gu Yuna retracted her soul power and sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating. Truly, as the soul beast sovereign. The Silver Dragon King remained composed under any circumstance. Lin Tianmeng complimented her, then added, my confinement of you stems only from my inability to defeat you. I do not require you to do anything for me. Really? Gu Yuna regarded him with skepticism. Of course, if I were to deceive you. The moment I release you, you would undoubtedly seek to kill me, would you not? The previous tactics that worked on the Ice Emperor were effective due to his devotion to the Ice God. However, they would not apply to Gu Yuna. Thus, Lin Tianmeng resolved to proceed with caution. At least you possess some self-awareness. Gu Yuna felt a swell of defiance. Her injuries had yet to fully heal, leaving her with only 70 or 80% of her original strength. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into Lin Tianmeng's trap. Lin Tianmeng blinked. Did Gu Yuna just display a hint of affection? It seemed that no matter the age, women shared a common trait. Very well, I shan't say more. Come back to Shrek with me. Lin Tianmeng adjusted his attire, addressing both Gu Yuna and Bai Ji. Zhu Lu approached Lin Tianmeng hesitantly. Unable to meet Gu Yuna's gaze directly, she tugged at Lin Tianmeng's sleeve and whispered, Tianmeng, are you really bringing her back with us? Look at you. Do not fear. With me present, she cannot stir up any trouble. Lin Tianmeng affectionately ruffled Zhu Lu's hair, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, he exuded an aura of warmth and grace. Under his reassurance, Zhu Lu felt a sense of calm. Yes, I trust you, she replied. Zhu Lu accepted the situation rather easily, but Bai Ji was evidently burdened with more thoughts. In the Stardow Forest, Gu Yuna was the ultimate ruler. Even Emperor Tian referred to himself as her subordinate, let alone Bai Ji. Yet now, Bai Ji had betrayed Emperor Tian. She found herself uncertain on how to face Gu Yuna. Lin Tianmeng perceived Bai Ji's confusion and, without hesitation, pulled her into his embrace. With me here. What do you have to worry about? She was once your master. Now, however, Lin Tianmeng glanced at Gu Yuna, and the unspoken understanding hung in the air. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's eyes brightened with clarity. Indeed, with Lin Tianmeng by her side, what was there to fear? Having chosen Lin Tianmeng, she was now his woman. Gu Yuna was her former master, but not her current one. Tianmeng, does this mean we are considered a couple? Bai Ji inquired. Most certainly. Lin Tianmeng nodded. Very well, then I shall accompany you. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. This marriage has been rated as SSR. Congratulations, host, on receiving an SSR Enhanced Golden Level reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a reward, 100,000-year soul ring. Another 100,000-year soul ring. Lin Tianmeng's 5th soul ring. He now possessed 5 soul rings, 2 at 20,000 years, 2 at 200,000 years, and 1 at 100,000 years. The lowest among them was still 20,000 years. The moment Lin Tianmeng acquired the soul ring, the Ice Empress martial soul spontaneously manifested, revealing all 5 soul rings to the onlookers. Gu Yuna was utterly astounded. How is this possible? How can a soul beast possess a martial soul? And a powerful one at that, the Ice Empress martial soul. 300,000-year soul rings. How can this be? Countless questions erupted in her mind. Lin Tianmeng was shrouded in too many mysteries. At that moment, Gu Yuna's perception of Lin Tianmeng underwent a profound change. A million-year soul beast, indeed formidable. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Lu and Bai Ji were equally astonished. They were aware of Lin Tianmeng's strength, but they had no idea he was this powerful. Retracting the Ice Empress martial soul, Lin Tianmeng waved his hand, and Gu Yuna, along with the net, was ensnared within. Although a storage soul guide cannot hold living beings, Lin Tianmeng could freely manipulate the million-year soul beast capture net, allowing him to shrink both the net and its captive, securing it to his belt. The proud soul beast sovereign, Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, was thus reduced to a striking ornament adorning Lin Tianmeng's waist. Gu Yuna's fury was now uncontainable. Alas, she was still unable to break free from the net. She could only endure Lin Tianmeng's humiliation. At the entrance of the Stardow Forest, Lin Tianmeng held Bai Ji's hand in his left, and with his right, he grasped Zhu Lu's hand. As they approached the entrance, preparing to leave, Lin Tianmeng suddenly spotted a girl with short powder blue hair leaning against a towering tree. Could that be Wang Dong? What was she doing here? Lin Tianmeng instructed Biji and Zhu Lu to wait for him at the spot, then hurriedly approached and gently shook Wang Dong's shoulder. What are you doing? I finally managed to fall asleep, Wang Dong murmured, pouting as she awoke, rubbing her bleary eyes and speaking in a disgruntled tone. However, upon realizing that it was Lin Tianmeng who was shaking her, her demeanor transformed and she beamed with joy. Lin Tianmeng, is it really you? You've come out? Before Lin Tianmeng could react, she leaped into his arms. Thank goodness you're safe. I'm so relieved. Wang Dong nestled her head against Lin Tianmeng's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Lin Tianmeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly embraced her back. It was only when he glanced down that he noticed her tear-streaked face. Of course. I'm fine. Please don't cry, he reassured her. Yet, Wang Dong's tears left him feeling utterly lost. Just moments ago, he had faced Di Tian and Gu Yuna with unwavering resolve and confidence. But now, in the presence of crying Wang Dong, he felt like an ordinary boy unsure of how to console a girl. You have no idea how worried I was when I heard you were going to the Star-Do Forest alone. I was anxious all day, and eventually, I couldn't sit still any longer, so I came to find you. But I didn't see a single spirit beast at the outskirts, and naturally, I couldn't find you either. In the end, I had no choice but to wait at the entrance, hoping I would see you when you came out. Chapter 34. Gu Yuna's Silent Grievances, BG's Sense of Crisis. Lin Tianmeng was astonished that Wang Dong would go to such lengths for him. Was she not afraid of encountering high-level spirit beasts while venturing alone into the Star-Do Forest? When Wang Dong arrived at the forest, Lin Tianmeng must have been deep within its outer regions, close to the heart of the Star-Do Forest, while Wang Dong was merely roaming the periphery as a two-ringed soul master, too timid to venture further. This unfortunate circumstance led to their missed meeting. It was evident that Wang Dong was utterly fatigued, likely from running around in search of him without proper rest. After finally managing to fall asleep, she had been roused by him. All right, stop crying. I'll take you back to the academy, Lin Tianmeng said, feeling touched yet unsure how to express it. Settling for those words. Fortunately, Wang Dong ceased her tears and nodded in agreement. Lin Tianmeng helped her to her feet, and they walked hand in hand back to Biji and Zhu Lu. Wang Dong, what are you doing here? Zhu Lu exclaimed, recognizing Wang Dong from the freshman assessment competition. Wang Dong had also been present when she had asked Lin Tianmeng if he needed any women. Thus, seeing Wang Dong here caused a rosy blush to appear on Zhu Lu's cheeks. Wang Dong, equally flustered, declared proudly, I'm here to hunt for a spirit ring. She had no intention of revealing that she had come for Lin Tianmeng. Hunting for a spirit ring? You've reached level 30? Zhu Lu said, her eyes widening in surprise. Oh well. Wang Dong faltered, realizing her secret had been exposed. All right, it's not a big deal. Since we've run into each other, let us head back to the academy together. Lin Tianmeng quickly intervened to ease the tension. Oh, Zhu Lu responded, refraining from further questions. Biji, unfamiliar with Wang Dong, remained silent as well. However, all of this was keenly observed by Gu Yuna, who was merely a decorative presence beside Lin Tianmeng. Humph, this Lin Tianmeng is indeed quite the charmer. That Wang Dong is clearly a girl, even in boy-esque clothing. I can recognize her instantly. Biji and Zhu Lu are already Lin Tianmeng's women, and now this makes 3. Gu Yuna fumed internally, eager to see just how many wives this shameless soul beast could amass. Shrek Academy. Upon his return, Lin Tianmeng attracted considerable attention, not for any other reason, but because he was accompanied by 3 individuals. One was his roommate Wang Dong, another was the outstanding student Zhu Lu from Class 2, and the last was a breathtaking beauty with long, jade-green hair. Even standing alongside Zhu Lu and Biji, Wang Dong's allure was undeniably on par with theirs. Moreover, at this moment, Wang Dong sported short hair and male attire. In the midst of these 3, Lin Tianmeng, the freshman from Class 1, was surrounded like a star among planets. Though he was merely a newcomer at Shrek Academy's outer campus, he had already become a legendary figure within a few short months. The reason, the stunning beauties of the outer campus were all, to varying degrees, connected to him. First, there was the newly arrived teacher, Teacher Xue. Her unique and ethereal demeanor captivated many. Some upperclassmen even regarded her as their dream girl. Yet, Teacher Xue was already over 5 months pregnant, her belly slightly rounded. Speculation abounded, ultimately landing on Lin Tianmeng, as Teacher Xue exhibited a warmth towards him that she did not extend to others. Additionally, there was Zhu Lu, a member of the team that secured 2nd place in the freshman assessment. Zhu Lu had been the partner of Dai Huabin, and although they had never made it public, everyone anticipated they would eventually marry. However, no one expected Zhu Lu to abandon Dai Huabin to become Lin Tianmeng's woman. Some students had witnessed her confessing to Lin Tianmeng on the playground, and the news spread rapidly. Dai Huabin had subsequently beaten those students in a fit of rage, only to face disciplinary action from the academy, receiving a week's suspension from classes. Moreover, Senior Tang Yi seemed to share a good rapport with Lin Tianmeng, as did the first beauty of the outer campus, Jiang Nanan. In short, Lin Tianmeng had nearly become a common enemy among the male students of the entire outer campus. Tianmeng, you've finally returned. Upon arriving back at Shrek Academy, the first person Lin Tianmeng sought was Xue Di. Even in her pregnant state, she retained her graceful figure. Her cold yet elegant aura was akin to that of Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King. However, Gu Yuna's indifference emanated from deep within her being, a trait befitting her status as the sovereign of spirit beasts. In contrast, Shueti's aloofness was reserved for outsiders, and she was nothing but warm and welcoming toward Lin Tianmeng. Look at you, weary from your travels. You must be exhausted. Would you like to rest at my place for a while? Shueti's eyes sparkled brightly, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor she displayed towards other students. I'm not tired, Shuer. Lin Tianmeng smiled as he held the hand of the Snow Empress, introducing her to others. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhu Lu, a student from Class 2 of the freshman cohort, and this is Biji, the healing spirit beast from the Stardow Forest. Biji. The Snow Empress furrowed her brow slightly. For as one of the 10 great beasts, she was well aware of Biji's reputation. The Emerald Swan species, renowned as the most formidable healing spirit beast within the Stardow Forest, boasts an impressive cultivation of 580,000 years. If the extreme north could possess such a powerful healing spirit beast, the mortality rate of spirit beasts in that region would be significantly reduced. Hello, Biji, I am Xiaoxua, a teacher from the Outer Academy. The Snow Empress extended her right hand towards Biji. Ah, greetings, Biji responded, grasping her hand. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming chill emanating from the Snow Empress's touch. Is this the ultimate ice? At that moment, Lin Tianmeng chuckled and added, she is also my wife. Hailing from the extreme north. The extreme north. Biji's heart skipped a beat. The woman before her possessed an exquisite beauty and a graceful figure. A spirit beast from the extreme north, wielding the ultimate ice, and looking so remarkably beautiful. Surely, she was none other than the sovereign of the ice and snow maidens. The true ruler of the extreme north, the Snow Empress. To her astonishment, the Snow Empress was indeed Lin Tianmeng's wife. In the presence of the Snow Empress, even Biji, with her 580,000 years of cultivation, could not help but feel a twinge of inferiority. Furthermore, the Snow Empress was pregnant. A sense of urgency surged within Biji's heart. Well then, since you all are acquainted, let us proceed with our separate agendas, Lin Tianmeng interjected, causing Biji and the Snow Empress to release each other's hands. Separate agendas? They both remained perplexed by the meaning. Wang Dong, Zhu Lu, you two should return to your dormitory first. I will summon you later for dinner, Lin Tianmeng instructed. Biji, please follow the route I mentioned and head to the dean's office to find Yin Xiaozha. Chapter 35, Joining the Sea God Pavilion? The Silver Dragon King emerges. The Snow Empress is astonished. Half an hour later, within the office of the Dean of the MartialSouls Department. What? You claim to be a 10,000-year spirit beast from the Stardow Forest? Yin Xiaozha abruptly stood, his gaze fixed upon Biji, filled with disbelief. Biji merely shook her head gently, stating, to be precise, I am actually a healing spirit beast with a cultivation of 580,000 years. Yin Xiaozha, as the Dean of the MartialSouls Department at Shrek Academy, with his extensive knowledge, he had already deduced who this woman before him was upon her mention of 580,000 years. She was none other than Biji, the Emerald Swan, currently ranked 4th among the 10 great beasts. Yet, Biji should have been within the core circle of the Stardow Forest. How could she have suddenly appeared at Shrek Academy? After the initial shock, Yin Xiaozha quickly steeled himself. Speak, what is your purpose for coming here? He demanded. It was hard for him to believe that one of the 10 great beasts would arrive at Shrek Academy without any ulterior motive. Biji settled into the chair opposite him, her eyes gleaming with a verdant light. I understand this may be hard to believe, but my purpose here is to join the Sea God Pavilion. What? Yin Xiaozha was once again taken aback. The Sea God Pavilion was a closely guarded secret of Shrek Academy. How had Biji come to know of it? Moreover, as a spirit beast, she harbored intentions of joining the Sea God Pavilion? Yin Xiaozha felt as though his worldview was being challenged. You had better provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, should matters escalate, I cannot guarantee your safety, he warned. A 10,000-year spirit beast is highly coveted no matter the location, as it signifies the presence of a 10,000-year soul ring, a symbol of strength among soul masters. Yin Xiaozha, at the Super Douluo level, possessed formidable attacking power. Yet, even with Biji's high cultivation, she remained merely a healing spirit beast. However, Biji's intent was not to engage in conflict with Yin Xiaozha. I have departed from the Stardow Forest, and am now the wife of a student within your academy. Biji spoke, her gaze radiating warmth. A student within the academy's ranks? Yin Xiaozha's hostility diminished slightly at her words. However, he remained cautious and inquired, and who is that student? Biji looked up at him, smiling. His name is Lin Tianmeng. What? Yin Xiaozha slammed his hand down, shattering the table. He had never anticipated that it would be Lin Tianmeng. This young man was truly impressive. Yin Xiaozha's ire stemmed from a sense of injustice for his prized disciple, Ma Xiaotao, with such exceptional talent and capabilities. How could Lin Tianmeng be deemed worthy? Strictly speaking, it was true that Biji was stronger than Ma Xiaotao. However, that could not justify Lin Tianmeng's flirtatiousness. Had he known to be more cautious when witnessing the marriage contract between Ma Xiaotao and Lin Tianmeng, he would have done so. Alas, it was too late. He could only accept the situation. Desiring to join the Sea God Pavilion is not a decision I can make unilaterally. It must go through the Sea God Pavilion meeting. Yin Xiaojia calmly stated after regaining his composure. BG remained gentle in her demeanor. Very well. Then, accompany me to the Sea God Pavilion. Yin Xiaojia had initially intended to keep her waiting, but fearing that lower-ranked soul masters might seek him out and potentially clash with BG, he decided to escort her directly. After all, the Sea God Pavilion was filled with powerful soul masters, and should BG wish to stir any trouble, it would be utterly impossible. Lin Tianmeng explained to the Snow Empress all the gains from his journey to the Stardow Forest, including the decorative item, Guyuna, that hung at his waist. What? You mean to say that the Silver Dragon King is inside this? The Snow Empress gasped, covering her cherry lips in astonishment. She had heard of the Silver Dragon King's existence, but had never encountered it. Thus, she had assumed the Silver Dragon King to be missing. To her surprise, the Silver Dragon King had been residing in the life lake of the Stardow Forest. Had it not been for Lin Tianmeng, the Silver Dragon King would undoubtedly not have emerged so soon. Indeed, she is the Silver Dragon King, Lin Tianmeng affirmed. And how do you plan to accommodate her? The Snow Empress's question struck at the heart of the matter. Lin Tianmeng held the small net in his palm, gazing at the miniature version of Guyuna within, and smiled. To be honest, I haven't quite thought that through yet. The Snow Empress sighed in exasperation. And you dare to bring her to the academy? What if she escapes and wreaks havoc within the institution? Had the Snow Empress retained her powers from before her rebirth, she might have been able to withstand a while. But now, her strength had dwindled to merely 5 rings. She couldn't even endure a single soul skill from Guyuna. Fear not. This net will undoubtedly contain her. Lin Tianmeng expressed his unwavering confidence in that regard. Otherwise, he would certainly not have dared to bring Guyuna to the academy. Well, as long as you have a plan, that suffices. The Snow Empress pondered for a moment before inquiring, what is your purpose in sending Bai Ji to find Yin Xiaojia? Bai Ji is a soul beast. Her sudden appearance in the human realm, especially when facing a super Douluo alone, would undoubtedly be perilous. I sent her to seek Yin Xiaojia with the intention of having her join the Sea God Pavilion, Lin Tianmeng replied. What? The Snow Empress was once again taken aback. She was well aware of what the Sea God Pavilion entailed. It was even more mysterious than the inner court of Shrek Academy, rumored to be presided over by the most formidable beings of Shrek Academy. Yin Xiaojia is quite powerful. Isn't he? He has already attained the rank of 95. However, within the Sea God Pavilion, he is merely considered average. There are soul masters of levels 98 and even 99. This is far too dangerous. I must go and see for myself. The Snow Empress could no longer remain seated. Yet, Lin Tianmeng held her back. You are a soul beast undergoing recultivation. Your strength has diminished. Your presence there would be futile and may expose your identity. Then what should I do? Do not fret. I have everything arranged. Now, we must attend to some serious matters. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress's cheeks flushed. That evening, Lin Tianmeng returned to the dormitory, feeling invigorated. Wang Dong had just finished showering, droplets of water glistening on her hair. You're back? Her striking pink-blue short hair was quite eye-catching, invariably drawing the attention of many. With a beauty emerging from the bath, Lin Tianmeng found it hard to divert his gaze. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Wang Dong playfully reproached him. Lin Tianmeng chuckled. Indeed, I have never encountered someone so handsome. Humph, Wang Dong, while drying her hair, asked, have you finished dealing with everything? Let us attend class together tomorrow. Yes, sounds good. Lin Tianmeng nodded in agreement. After drying her hair, Wang Dong fetched a hairdryer. Turning to Lin Tianmeng, could you help me dry my hair, please? Chapter 36, Wang Dong's Tenderness. Bai Ji provokes a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion. Previously, Wang Dong had always dried her own hair after showering and had never permitted Lin Tianmeng to assist her. Why was she now so uncharacteristically asking for his help? Nevertheless, it was a trivial matter, so Lin Tianmeng naturally did not refuse. All right. The hairdryer in Wang Dong's hands was, in fact, a soul guide device. One that could be operated without the need for soul power. Of course, it bore no offensive capabilities and was merely a household item. Wang Dong sat quietly on the edge of the bed as Lin Tianmeng stood before her, holding the hairdryer. The only sound between them was the gentle whir of the wind. In such a setting, Wang Dong suddenly felt a profound sense of tranquility. This guy? Though undeniably shameless and bothersome, why was it that she did not repel his closeness? All done, Lin Tianmeng gently announced as he switched off the hairdryer. In truth, Lin Tianmeng was quite patient when it came to Wang Dong. As long as she did not cause a ruckus, he would be exceptionally gentle, akin to caring for a child. Thank you, Lin Tianmeng. It was only Wang Dong who preferred to address him by both name and surname. Yet he was indifferent to it. Regardless of how she chose to call him, he did not mind. However, to elicit a thank you from the proud Wang Dong was indeed no easy feat. Just as Lin Tianmeng was about to set down the hairdryer, he suddenly felt a soft sensation from behind. Wang Dong had unexpectedly embraced him from behind. Wang Dong, you, don't speak, let me hold you for a moment. Wang Dong buried her head into Lin Tianmeng's back, breathing in the air that carried his presence. Lin Tianmeng could only swallow his questions. When did this girl become so dependent on him? First, asking him to dry her hair, and now this sudden embrace from behind. He was quite taken aback. After a moment, Wang Dong finally released him. Lin Tianmeng, the next time you go out, could you take me with you? I want to hold you back. I'm already at level 29, and I'll soon become a soul master, truly. Wang Dong earnestly sought to prove herself. Lin Tianmeng, reaching out to tousle her pink-blue short hair, replied, all right, I promise you. Wang Dong's eyes sparkled. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Great. Wang Dong's spirits soared, transforming her demeanor into that of a joyous child. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the dormitory door. Tianmeng Go, are you there? It was Hui Yuhao's voice, tinged with urgency. Wang Dong quickly stood up, but Lin Tianmeng said, he is probably looking for me. I'll go open the door. Wang Dong now seemed to have adopted a gentler demeanor. Lin Tianmeng opened the door and inquired, little Yuhao, why the rush? What is the matter? Hui Yuhao, flustered, replied. Tianmeng Go, the dean sent me to find you. He is downstairs. The dean? Yin Xiaozhe? Lin Tianmeng immediately understood. All right, I'll head down now, he said. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong hurriedly followed, tugging at Lin Tianmeng's sleeve. You promised to take me with you. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but smile. All right. I'll take you along. Let us go. Wang Dong exclaimed joyfully, yes. The two made their way downstairs. Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng accompanied by Wang Dong, Yin Xiaozhe frowned. Lin Tianmeng realized that they were likely heading to the Sea God Pavilion, and Wang Dong shouldn't have the qualifications to enter, yet he had just promised her. And he was determined to keep his word. Dean Yin, you summoned me in such haste. Is there something urgent? Lin Tianmeng feigned innocence. Yin Xiaozhe, exasperated, retorted, stop pretending. I'm here to take you into the Sea God Pavilion. By GS arrival has convened a meeting at the pavilion. This was all the doing of that scoundrel. And he still had the audacity to act innocent. It infuriated him. How could he have recklessly entrusted Xiao Tao to him back then? Dean Yin, I do not wish to enter the Sea God Pavilion. Just when Yin Xiaozhe assumed Lin Tianmeng would surely comply, Lin Tianmeng unexpectedly stated this. Why? No particular reason. I simply do not want to go. Is it really such a problem if I choose not to attend? Yin Xiaozhe, being astute, soon deduced the situation. Lin Tianmeng was certainly attempting to leverage his reluctance to secure Wang Dong's inclusion. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to attend. Yet, Yin Xiaozhe found himself unwittingly falling into Lin Tianmeng's trap. After all, it was crucial for him to attend this meeting. Without him, they could not ascertain by GS current stance. I hereby grant special permission for both of you to attend. Now, hurry along. The elders are anxiously awaiting. Yin Xiaozhe declared decisively. Lin Tianmeng instantly beamed with joy. Thank you, Dean Yin. Yin Xiaozhe truly wished to roll his eyes in exasperation. However, he refrained, choosing to maintain his composure. Lin Tianmeng grasped Wang Dong's small hand and smiled as she said, let us proceed to the Sea God Pavilion together. Wang Dong felt a profound sense of gratitude. Lin Tianmeng was willing to offend Yin Xiaozhe for her sake. Wang Dong nodded emphatically, allowing Lin Tianmeng to hold her hand. The Sea God Pavilion, the most clandestine location of Shrek Academy, stood before them, carved from the golden tree. Its surroundings were adorned with shimmering golden trunks, exuding opulence. Although it was Lin Tianmeng's first visit, he had already acquired a certain understanding of the place, thus displaying no extraordinary emotions. In contrast, Wang Dong, being a newcomer and accompanied by Yin Xiaozhe, felt a tinge of nervousness. Fear not, I am here. Lin Tianmeng reassured her. Wang Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Xiaozhe had discerned Wang Dong's true identity as a girl disguised as a boy during the freshman assessment when he first encountered the radiant goddess butterfly. Now, witnessing their intimate interaction, his heart brimmed with anger. Yet, he could not directly expose Wang Dong's identity. Furthermore, with even the Emerald Swan Bija being Lin Tianmeng's wife, Lin Tianmeng had accumulated quite the romantic entanglements. Severing ties with one Wang Dong would not prevent a multitude of others from emerging. Yin Xiaozhe decided to let it be, planning to have Xiao Tao handle it later. Upon entering the conference room, Lin Tianmeng's gaze immediately fell upon the dragon god Douluo Moen, who lay helplessly in a reclined position. Moen appeared to recognize him. They had previously crossed paths beneath the dormitory building. Ah, it is you, young one. Is this Emerald Swan Bija your companion? Moen's voice, though aged, commanded respect from all present. Indeed, Bija is my wife. I am a student of Shrek Academy, and she wishes to join the Sea God Pavilion to remain by my side, Lin Tianmeng elucidated. Xian Lao, seated and munching on a chicken leg, scrutinized Lin Tianmeng with piercing eyes. Young man, do you truly possess the capability to tame a soul beast over 50,000 years old? Bija, Unwilling to see Lin Tianmeng wronged, interjected, I willingly married Tianmeng and voluntarily defect to join Shrek. Chapter 37. Muin's Endorsement, Bijia. The newly inducted elder of the Sea God Pavilion. In a sense, Bijia's defection was not entirely accurate, as Lin Tianmeng was, at his core, still a soul beast. However, this fact remained unknown to the others. Lin Tianmeng possessed a unique ability to conceal his soul beast aura. Moreover, having been human before his transmigration, no one could discern that he had transformed into a soul beast. Xianlao, did we not summon this child to confirm Bijia's identity? Now that it is established, should we not proceed to vote? Lin Lao rapped the table. A millennium ago, during the Beast Tide, Lin Lao had been profoundly impressed by Bijia. Though she was a soul beast, she advocated for peaceful coexistence, and it was through her assistance that the pact between humans and soul beasts was forged. Thus, Lin Lao wholeheartedly supported Bijia's inclusion in the Sea God Pavilion. Indeed, let us commence the voting, Xian Liner asserted confidently. As the dean of the Soul Engineer Department, she had every reason to support her mother, especially since Bijia's affiliation with the Sea God Pavilion promised benefits for all. While Shrek Academy did have healing soul masters, the highest among them only reached the 70th level, possessing the Tree of Life martial soul. Otherwise, Mulao would not have spent so many years confined to a recliner, suffering for half his life. If Bijia were to lend her aid, Mulao's affliction might very well be cured. Xian Liner, known for her aversion to evil and her gratitude for kindness, would never forget the debt she owed Mulao, her mentor. I too support an immediate vote. The Vice Dean of the Soul Engineer Department, Qian Duo, backed his wife's every decision. Wait, Lin Tianmeng, who is the person accompanying you? Suddenly inquired Kai Meyer, the Vice Dean of the Soul Master Department, who had been mostly silent. Wang Dong, upon hearing this, hurriedly stepped back behind Lin Tianmeng. What are you afraid of? You are Wang Dong, the possessor of the most beautiful butterfly martial soul on the continent. Lin Tianmeng gently traced patterns in her palm, smiling reassuringly. Wang Dong was taken aback. Indeed, she was the little princess of Haotian's sect, raised with utmost affection. Why should she feel fear? Having resolved her thoughts, Wang Dong stepped forward boldly. Esteemed elders and deans, I am Wang Dong, a student from the Outer Academy's first class, and my homeroom teacher is Ms. Zhou Yi. Oh, so you are from Ms. Zhou Yi's class? Xian Liner couldn't help but smile. Qian Duo cast her a helpless glance, but remained silent. Zhou Yi was the wife of Fan Yu, the most gifted instructor of their generation in the Soul Engineer Department. If all went accordingly, Fan Yu would undoubtedly become the vice dean, or even the dean in the future. Zhou Yi often dressed as an elderly woman, yet she was, in fact, a strikingly beautiful young woman in her 30s, though few had the privilege of witnessing her true appearance. Lin Lao nodded approvingly at Wang Dong. This child is commendable. Teacher, what do you propose? Shall we begin the voting now, or? Yin Xiaozhou inquired. Mu Lao's voice remained as frail as ever. Since Bijia's identity has been verified, let us proceed with the vote. Those in favor of Bijia joining the Sea God Pavilion, please raise your hands. After Muin's words, he was the first to raise his hand. The matters endorsed by Mu Lao were seldom contested within the Sea God Pavilion. Consequently, Bijia's admission was unanimously approved. Welcome, Bijia, to the Sea God Pavilion. I will take the liberty of assigning her an elder position. Does anyone object? Muin's murky gaze swept across the assembly. There were no dissenting heads among the crowd. Bijia's role within the Sea God Pavilion was thus established, ensuring that Lin Tianmeng would possess considerable backing at Shrek Academy. While it was difficult to predict the future, his path within the inner academy promised to be unimpeded. Since I have joined the Sea God Pavilion, I shall contribute to the academy. Bijia rose, radiating a verdant glow. Is this the healing soul skill of the Emerald Swan? Lin Lao recognized it immediately. Bijia's healing abilities extended beyond mere restoration. She could infuse her soul power as life force into those needing repair, be they soul beasts or humans. Life force is the essence of existence. Bijia raised her hand, and the verdant light began to accumulate in her palm. Then she directed her hand toward Muin, who lay in the recliner. Teacher, Yin Xiaozhou, feeling anxious, attempted to intervene. Yet, Xian Lao held him back, shaking his head. Bijia was assisting Muin in healing, regardless of the outcome. It was imperative not to interrupt. Wang Dong stood beside Lin Tianmeng, gazing curiously at the scene before him. Could such a formidable emerald swan truly be Lin Tianmeng's wife? Unaccountably, he felt a pang of inferiority wash over him. Neither teacher Xiaoxue nor Bijia could compare. The only ones who might stand on equal footing were the sisters Zhu Lu and Lan Luoluo. Lin Tianmeng's excellence was overwhelming. As Wang Dong shifted his gaze to Lin Tianmeng, he noticed her turn her head and gently wink at him upon sensing his attention. Suddenly, he realized he had been overthinking. All he needed to do was treat her well, and that should suffice. Mu Lao, the treatment process may entail some discomfort. Please bear with it, Bijia advised. Muin smiled faintly. Very well, Do not concern yourself with me. Proceed as you wish. After all, I am but an old relic. To be honest, Muin held little hope for Bijia's healing abilities. After all, even the immense life force contained within the golden tree had failed to cure him. Bijia's palm emitted a brilliant green glow, transforming into countless specks of light that floated towards Muin's body. Everyone held their breath, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Bijia radiated an even more dazzling light, as tiny golden sparks converged toward her, all of which she infused into Muin's being. That was the life force derived from the golden tree. Lin Lao abruptly stood up, exclaiming with excitement. The life force of the golden tree had been activated by Bijia's soul technique. Yin Xiaozhou was equally exhilarated, knowing that under such circumstances, Mu Lao's injuries might very well be healed. At that moment, Muin began to sense the revival of his nearly exhausted organs, a process that was inherently painful. Yet he could endure it. He never anticipated that after lying incapacitated for so long, he would rise again with Bijia's assistance, despite Muin often feigning indifference. It was merely a facade born from the acceptance of his fate, forcing himself to maintain a calm mindset in the face of hopelessness. However, at the moment when healing was within reach, a radiant smile akin to sunlight graced his face, a long-lost expression of joy. Chapter 38. Healing Muon. Accepting Lin Tianmeng as a disciple. After a brief moment, beads of sweat appeared on Bijia's forehead, but the joy of success was undeniable. Muin's long-standing internal injuries had been entirely healed. Expressions of astonishment filled everyone's eyes. Teacher, Yin Xiaozhou rushed forward, supporting Muin in an attempt to help him stand. At that moment, Muin felt as if he had undergone a baptism, brimming with vitality. Xiaozhou, do not assist me just yet. Let me see if I can stand on my own, he said, his voice, once frail, now imbued with a newfound vigor. Yes, teacher, Yin Xiaozhou replied, filled with excitement as he stood by watching. Muin grasped the armrest of the recliner, slowly moving his body. His legs, long devoid of sensation, now seemed to be revitalized, able to shift. Ultimately, he leveraged the recliner and stood upright. Yin Xiaozhou, Xian Liner, Xian Lao, Lin Lao, and others were all wide-eyed in astonishment. A medical miracle, truly a medical miracle. Who would have thought Bijia's healing arts were so potent? If only they had been able to summon her sooner, Mu Lao would not have endured such prolonged suffering. Bijia, you are extraordinary. Voices of joy erupted as everyone expressed their delight. Bijia smiled gently. It was but a simple task, thanks to the immense life force contained within the golden tree. However, Mu Lao should still take time to recuperate and ensure proper nutrition in his diet. Do not overexert yourself. Hearing this, Xian Lao burst into laughter. Mu Lao, did you hear that? It seems we must keep a close watch on you from now on. Ha! Muin, equally elated, responded, very well. I shall take some time to rest. Once I have fully recovered, I will dedicate myself to safeguarding our Shrek Academy. Tears of joy streamed down Yin Xiaozhou's face. He nearly wished to bow in gratitude to Bijia. Bijia, I must apologize for my earlier misconceptions. I sincerely thank you for healing our teacher's internal injuries. He bowed deeply, filled only with gratitude towards Bijia. Bijia merely waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need for formality. As a senior of the Sea God Pavilion, it is my duty. Yin Xiaozhou felt a wave of shame wash over him, recalling how he had initially perceived Bijia as a disruptive force sent from the Star Dough Forest. His grievances towards Lin Tianmeng had also been numerous. However, now, no resentment lingered in his heart, and his gaze towards Lin Tianmeng was filled with warmth. This left Lin Tianmeng somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Bijia had successfully joined the Sea God Pavilion as a senior elder. After standing, Muin felt invigorated, and soon his gaze turned towards Lin Tianmeng. Young lad, you have truly surprised me. In his youth, Muin had once loved a woman to the core, yet ultimately, that love remained unfulfilled. However, in moments of need, he had found favor in the eyes of other women, though none lasted long. This child, Lin Tianmeng, bore a striking resemblance to his youthful charm. I must ask, do you have a master? Muin inquired with a beaming smile directed at Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng, astute as he was, discerned the underlying meaning in Muin's words. Muin, the undisputed strongest of Shrek Academy, had previously been incapacitated by severe internal injuries, rendering him unable to stand, let alone unleash his full strength as a limit de law. Yet now, under Bijia's care, it would not be long before he regained all of his former prowess. Moreover, a crucial point was that by becoming Muin's disciple, he would stand on equal footing with Yin Xiaozhou. Additionally, since Muin was actually Bei Bei's great ancestor, becoming Muin's disciple would grant him an upper hand over Bei Bei. At that point, even if he were to win over Tangya, Bei Bei would have no grounds for complaint. Mu Lao, I do not yet have a master, but today, Tianmeng feels a profound sense of regret for not having met you sooner. If you do not mind, I wish to become your disciple, Lin Tianmeng proclaimed. bowing deeply before Muon. Muon was elated. Excellent, excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Rise. Master. Lin Tianmeng stood up, calling out obediently. Guyu Na, who hung from his waist as an ornament, pouted upon witnessing this scene. This fellow, clearly a soul beast, was kneeling before a human as his master. What irked her further was that Lin Tianmeng had refused to kneel before her, the Silver Dragon King, yet now he bowed before a feeble, old man. Lin Tianmeng was utterly taken aback by the audacity. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaozhi was left in utter shock upon hearing Mu Un's declaration. A closed-door disciple. Teacher had actually accepted Lin Tianmeng as his closed-door disciple. You must understand that even Yin Xiaozhi, the current dean of the Soul Spirit Department, is merely a nominal disciple of the Master. A closed-door disciple is akin to family, akin to a son. How much esteem must the Master hold for Lin Tianmeng to be willing to accept him as a closed-door disciple? Lin Tianmeng comprehended the significance of being a closed-door disciple and recognized that Yin Xiaozhi had undoubtedly been provoked. Wang Dong, with a somewhat aggrieved expression, took Lin Tianmeng's hand. Realizing his oversight, Lin Tianmeng felt a sudden clarity. How could he have forgotten Wang Dong? Master, I have a small, humble request. Lin Tianmeng conveyed with a glance towards Wang Dong before bowing respectfully to Mu In. Mu In was indeed pleased with Lin Tianmeng as his disciple and responded with a smile, "Speak your mind." Lin Tianmeng stepped forward, still holding Wang Dong's hand, and asked, "Master, might it be possible for you to also accept my roommate, Wang Dong, as a closed-door disciple?" Wang Dong gazed at Lin Tianmeng, disbelief filling her eyes. Could he truly be willing to go to such lengths for her? After all, he had just become a disciple. His foundation was yet unsteady. What if he inadvertently angered Master Mu, leading to a retraction of the acceptance? Earlier, when she grasped Lin Tianmeng's hand, her intention was merely to ask him to advocate on her behalf, never anticipating he would propose that Master Mu accept her as well. In truth, Wang Dong would have been more than content with merely being a nominal disciple. Just as her anxiety peaked, Muin's hearty laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha, child. You possess a commendable spirit. I find it quite endearing." Turning to Lin Tianmeng, Muin continued, "Initially, I intended to present you with a token of our first meeting. However, since you have made this request, let us forego the token in favor of accepting Wang Dong as a closed-door disciple, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tianmeng felt there was no room for dissent and promptly replied, "Thank you, Master." Wang Dong, quick to react, bowed deeply to Muin, exclaiming, "Master, please allow your disciple to pay their respects." Very well, very well. Muin was particularly elated today. Not only had he healed from his internal injuries, but he had also taken in 2 closed-door disciples. He retrieved 2 items from his storage soul guide and declared, "Wang Dong, this is your token of our first meeting. Please accept it." The 2 items were, respectively, a soul bone and a soul guide device. Chapter 39, The Soul Bone and the Soul Guide Device. The true love of Emperor Tian is actually. Yin Xiaozhi was utterly astonished upon seeing the soul bone. "Master, is this not the soul bone you have treasured for many years, the one from 100,000 years ago?" Xian Liner, equally amazed, stepped forward, pointing to the soul guide device and exclaiming, "Master, is that not the highest grade fixed soul guide cannon currently in our academy? Designed and crafted by Vice Dean Qian Duo himself, an 8th level fixed soul guide cannon." Muin's generosity was truly awe-inspiring. Each of these items, when presented individually, would incite fierce competition among countless powerful beings. Yet now, Muin was bestowing them upon Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong as tokens of their first meeting. The prior assertion regarding Lin Tianmeng not receiving a token was merely a pretext for accepting Wang Dong as a disciple, 2 items for 2 individuals. And Wang Dong certainly would not claim them all for herself. "Now that these items are yours, you may allocate them as you wish. I shall not interfere," Muin stated, his implications unmistakably clear. However, there was no need for subtlety, as Wang Dong had already resolved that once they departed from the Sea God Pavilion, she would entrust both items to Lin Tianmeng. Bai Ji observed Wang Dong with a sense of discomfort. She could easily see that Wang Dong was disguised as a male and recognized her as a formidable rival. In truth, she was not the only one who discerned this. The senior members and deans within the Sea God Pavilion had also taken note. Only Wang Dong remained blissfully unaware of her own exposure. Nevertheless, everyone maintained a tacit agreement not to reveal her secret. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong indeed handed over the 100,000-year soul bone and the 8th level fixed soul guide cannon to Lin Tianmeng. "These are for you. Had it not been for you, Master Mu would never have accepted me as a disciple." Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Lin Tianmeng, her expression betraying her happiness. "No, you must keep both of these items," Lin Tianmeng insisted. "But why? These are coveted treasures for every soul master." Wang Dong protested. Setting aside the 8th level fixed soul guide cannon, that 100,000-year soul bone is an invaluable treasure. When Mulan acquired that soul bone, he had already fused with 4 soul bones and could no longer integrate anymore, thus he preserved it as a cherished keepsake. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly fused it at that time. A 100,000-year soul bone can bestow 2 soul skills. Yet Lin Tianmeng was willing to relinquish it without a second thought. This soul bone, like the golden radiance I previously gifted you, possesses a light attribute, which does not align with my own. You would benefit from it far more. Lin Tianmeng explained. But you have already given me a piece of golden radiance. Wang Dong interjected, unable to contain her surprise. Yet you have only fused with 1 soul bone. Keep this one for now, and when your body's strength is sufficient to withstand the 100,000-year soul bone, you may fuse it then. No matter how Wang Dong argued, Lin Tianmeng remained resolute, adamant about bequeathing the soul bone to her. As a soul beast, Lin Tianmeng could not fuse with soul bones, but he believed that the previous secret method soul bone might hold unique efficacy for him, which was why he had retained it. The 100,000-year soul bone, however, should be reserved for Wang Dong. With no other option, Wang Dong conceded. Very well. I shall keep the soul bone, but as for the 8th level fixed soul guide cannon, I absolutely cannot utilize it. You should retain it. Wang Dong not only had no skill in using such combat-oriented soul guide devices, but she also held a deep-seated aversion to them. It was an intrinsic repulsion she could not fully comprehend. Despite the rapid advancement of soul guide technology, she knew that failing to learn about soul guides would inevitably lead to obsolescence in society. Lin Tianmeng understood this principle, thus he advised Wang Dong. I know you are not fond of soul guides, but you must learn to embrace new concepts. Hold on to this 8th level fixed soul guide cannon for now. I will teach you how to use it. It could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Wang Dong felt conflicted about whether she should learn to use soul guides, her heart heavy with indecision. In truth, there is no need for such turmoil. How about this? Tomorrow, I will take you to the soul guide department to witness their soul guides in action. Lin Tianmeng resolved, deeply invested in Wang Dong's well-being. All right. Wang Dong finally nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Bai Ji sought out Lin Tianmeng, while Wang Dong did not feel the need to accompany him. After all, Bai Ji was Lin Tianmeng's wife, whereas Wang Dong was merely a female disguised as a male, a roommate at best. Observing the couple's affectionate interactions would only serve to deepen her own frustration. Thus, Lin Tianmeng followed Bai Ji to her residence. The senior members of the Sea God Pavilion resided in the inner courtyard, each possessing their own private chambers, comparable to the inner courtyard disciples, albeit more opulent. Tianmeng, I have a secret to share with you. Upon entering the room, Bijia solemnly addressed Lin Tianmeng. What secret? Lin Tianmeng's curiosity was instantly piqued. Bijia did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced at the ancient pendant of Gu Yu Na hanging from Lin Tianmeng's waist. Lin Tianmeng, increasingly perplexed, wondered what the secret could possibly be. At that moment, Bijia took a couple of steps inward, settled onto the sofa, sighed, and revealed, in truth, I share no marital bond with Tian. Lin Tianmeng exclaimed in shock. Gu Yu Na, who was meditating cross-legged in the web, slightly lifted her eyelids, but did not fully open her eyes. No way. Haven't you two been together for many years? Lin Tianmeng inquired. Upon mentioning this, Bijia became infuriated. Indeed, I have been married to Tian for over 100,000 years, yet in his heart, he has always cherished a dream lover. A dream lover? Yes. Bijia pointed to Gu Yu Na at his waist and declared, the one he loves most is the Silver Dragon King. Gu Yu Na? Lin Tianmeng. Gu Yu Na? She was astonished to discover that Tian's affections were directed towards her. What a joke. I am the sovereign of soul beasts. Tian is merely my subordinate and could never be my husband. Bijia paid no heed to the shock displayed by Lin Tianmeng and Gu Yu Na, continuing. Tian married me solely for my formidable healing abilities. For over 100,000 years, he has yearned for the Silver Dragon King. There has never been any genuine affection between us. This revelation left Lin Tianmeng initially astonished, but as he absorbed the entirety of Bijia's words, his heart swelled with sympathy for her. He approached, seated himself beside Bijia, embraced her delicate waist, and softly assured her, Tian failed to appreciate your worth, and that is why you found yourself by my side. Rest assured, I shall treat you with utmost care from now on. Bijia nestled into Lin Tianmeng's embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Then, her gaze fell upon Gu Yu Na at Lin Tianmeng's waist, and a sudden idea struck her. Tianmeng, she began. This is my private residence, and there will be no interruptions. Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, we. Such an unmistakable hint left Lin Tianmeng with no room for misunderstanding. Even if he had other obligations, he would gladly set them aside. After uttering those words, Lin Tianmeng swept Bijia into his arms, striding boldly into the bedroom. Chapter 40. In the realm of ice, Ma Xiaotao unleashes fury upon Dai Yuang. Everything remained unspoken. Afterward, Bijia glanced at Lin Tianmeng's attire resting upon the bedside, with Gu Yuna conspicuously hanging there. With Gu Yuna present, Bijia felt an immense satisfaction. Tian, she is indeed your beloved Silver Dragon King. Yet now, she is compelled to remain here. Domain-type soul techniques have always been among the most potent manifestations of soul abilities. Lin Tianmeng had previously wielded the eternal freezing domain, granted to him by the essence of ultimate ice, but it was not his innate soul skill. However, with the acquisition of the ice god domain, Lin Tianmeng could now unleash its full potential. After enjoying a refreshing shower in Bijia's bathroom, he expressed his intent to depart. Take your time. Should you encounter any issues in the inner courtyard, just mention my name, Bijia said with a smile. Now a venerable figure within the sea god pavilion, she could still instill authority among the disciples of the inner courtyard. Understood. Lin Tianmeng nodded. The inner courtyard, despite hosting only a few dozen disciples, was far from small. It boasted an array of complete facilities, and even the competition arenas were significantly larger than those in the outer courtyard. Hey, you there. How did you get in here? This is not a place for you. Lin Tianmeng was admiring the scenery of the inner courtyard when a stern voice rang out from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to find a familiar face. What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. This is the inner courtyard, and your uniform clearly marks you as an outer courtyard disciple. Now, tell me, how did you manage to sneak in? Dai Yueheng scowled, confronting Lin Tianmeng. Although he was not the most gifted disciple in the inner courtyard, he generally concealed his impulsive nature, putting on a refined demeanor in the presence of inner courtyard disciples. However, faced with the intruder Lin Tianmeng, he felt no need for pretense, especially after having been humiliated by Ma Xiaodao. How dare you, the son of the White Tiger Duke, behave in such a manner? Lin Tianmeng crossed his arms, observing him with amusement. How do you know who I am? Dai Yueheng's heart sank. This outer courtyard disciple was no ordinary individual. Thus, he resolved to settle matters swiftly. With that thought, he disregarded any rules of the academy and launched an attack on Lin Tianmeng. His martial spirit was the evil-eyed White Tiger, a signature martial spirit of the White Tiger Duke lineage. Yet, lacking a suitable partner for spirit fusion from the Zhu family, he was resigned to never compete for the next White Tiger Duke position. This very circumstance had darkened his disposition over time. Roar. The evil-eyed White Tiger was indeed a powerful beast spirit, swift in its approach, and in an instant, it was upon Lin Tianmeng. However, Lin Tianmeng chose not to act hastily, for he noticed a crimson figure materializing not far behind Dai Yueheng. Dai Yueheng, how dare you? The red figure moved with incredible speed, the evil fire phoenix martial spirit fully unleashed, as the sixth soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower, descended rapidly. Sister Xiaodao, how could it possibly be you? Dai Yueheng was utterly astonished, yet he had no choice but to confront the overwhelming might of Ma Xiaotao's ultimate soul skill. Phoenix Meteor Shower, White Tiger Shield, White Tiger Radiant Wave, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Ignoring the depletion of his soul power, Dai Yueheng unleashed 3 soul skills in rapid succession. Yet, even in such dire straits, Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix Meteor Shower inflicted significant damage upon Dai Yueheng. Sister Xiaodao, why are you attacking me? Dai Yueheng was seething with anger, but he dared not speak too harshly in the presence of Ma Xiaodao. Otherwise, provoking her would not be a trivial matter. How dare you even ask? Ma Xiaodao was engulfed in flames of red, letting out a cold huff as she declared, "You had the audacity to harm my husband. How could I possibly refrain from punishing you?" What? Dai Yueheng felt as if struck by lightning. Turning back, Ma Xiaodao inquired of Lin Tianmeng. Tianmeng, are you all right? Lin Tianmeng shook his head. I'm fine. Fortunately, Xiaodao, you arrived just in time. His words subtly implied that had Ma Xiaodao not intervened, Dai Yueheng would certainly have harmed him. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao's anger intensified. Dai Yueheng, Ma Xiaodao possesses an exceedingly fiery temperament, rivaling even that of the Ice Emperor. After she uttered those 3 words, she unleashed her attack alongside a resounding cry of the phoenix. Dai Yueheng wished to offer an explanation, but first, he had to withstand Ma Xiaodao's onslaught. This left him utterly unable to defend himself amidst her relentless assault. Ultimately, under the force of Ma Xiaotao's vigorous attack, Dai Yueheng found himself transformed into a frizzy-haired mess. Sister Xiaodao, please allow me to explain. Humph. With Ma Xiaotao's fury momentarily quelled, Dai Yueheng seized the opportunity to speak. However, before he could elucidate, he had to apologize to Lin Tianmeng, or else there would be no discussion. Ma Xiaodao had always exuded such dominance. Dai Yueheng cast a glance at Lin Tianmeng, harboring a deep-seated resentment that had reached its zenith, yet he dared not reveal it in front of Ma Xiaodao. I'm sorry, I was unaware that you were Sister Xiaotao's husband, and I should not have acted so rashly against you, Dai Yueheng murmured, lowering his head. Tianmeng, what do you say? Should we forgive him? If not, I shall strike him again, until you are appeased. Ma Xiaodao linked her arm with Lin Tianmeng. embodying the essence of a commanding sister. Lin Tianmeng, who was not truly angry, merely sought to temper Dai Yueheng's arrogance. Thus, he remarked, "Let it be for now, Xiao Dao. But do exercise caution the next time you unleash your soul technique." Lin Tianmeng was indeed concerned for her unborn child. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Very well, I understand. This was an exceptional circumstance, after all. What else could I do when he sought to bully you?" Ma Xiaodao declared with her head held high. Her tenderness towards Lin Tianmeng was matched only by her icy demeanor towards Dai Yueheng. "Since Tianmeng has forgiven you, we shall let this matter rest. However, should there be a next time, you know the consequences." Dai Yueheng hastily replied, "I understand, Sister Xiaodao. I shall never dare to act so again." That is more like it." Ma Xiaodao tilted her head towards Lin Tianmeng and said, "Tianmeng, let us depart." "All right." Lin Tianmeng smiled in agreement. Before leaving, he turned back to Dai Yueheng, flashing a provocative smile. Dai Yueheng was nearly driven to fury. Yet, he could not contend with Ma Xiaodao. He could only swallow his anger. Nonetheless, he believed that Ma Xiaodao could not always be by Lin Tianmeng's side. The moment he encountered Lin Tianmeng alone, he would not hesitate to strike. Chapter 41. The Thin-Skinned Senior Sister, Wang Dong's Martial Soul Fusion. "Tianmeng, why didn't you inform me of your arrival at the inner courtyard?" Ma Xiaodao exclaimed, still seething with anger over the earlier incident. "Had I not been taking a stroll nearby, that scoundrel Dai Yueheng would have bullied you." Ma Xiaodao had forgiven Lin Tianmeng, but had not extended the same courtesy to Dai Yueheng. She would undoubtedly thrash him again upon their next encounter. "I came to find you, but I was in such a rush last time that I lost my way," Lin Tianmeng replied, his eyes unwavering as he spun a tale. "Oh, I see," Ma Xiaodao said, her heart aching for Lin Tianmeng as she poured him a glass of water, handing it to him. "You should rest for a moment." "Were you frightened?" In Lin Tianmeng's presence, Ma Xiaodao transformed into a gentle and caring figure, completely shedding the fiery rage she had displayed before Dai Yueheng. "I am fine. I am now a soul master of the third ring, and with my attributes, you know that Dai Yueheng stands no chance against me," Lin Tianmeng assured her. A soul master of the third ring is indeed no match for a soul emperor of the sixth ring. However, Lin Tianmeng's attribute was the pinnacle of ice. Moreover, he possessed formidable soul techniques and soul tools. As long as Dai Yueheng was not determined to take his life, he would not be in any danger. Reflecting on this, Ma Xiaodao's ire subsided somewhat, yet she insisted, "But Dai Yueheng should not have treated you that way. If he were to truly harm you, just wait and see what I would do to him." Lin Tianmeng could not help but chuckle. "Let us set that aside for now. How has your training been? Have you faced any backlash from your evil fire recently?" Ma Xiaodao shook her head. "No, it seems your pinnacle ice counters my evil fire quite effectively. If you haven't experienced any backlash that presents a problem," Lin Tianmeng remarked with an air of determination. Why is that?" Ma Xiaodao initially did not grasp his meaning. Upon witnessing Lin Tianmeng's smile, she let out a soft hum. I see. So this is your intention. Well then, did I guess correctly? Let us go to the bedroom." A hint of sweetness graced Ma Xiaodao's face. All right. Time passed, and Ma Xiaodao finally composed herself. "I'm utterly exhausted. When will I be able to give birth?" Carrying a child had drained her stamina considerably. Just as Lin Tianmeng was about to speak, a knock resounded from outside the door. "Xiaodao, are you in there?" "Oh no, it's Senior Sister." Ma Xiaodao hastily donned her clothing, determined not to let Senior Sister see her in such a state. "What are you worried about?" "I shall open the door," Lin Tianmeng said nonchalantly. Ma Xiaodao's face flushed crimson. "Very well then. Xiaodao, are you inside?" Zhang Lishuan, believing Ma Xiaodao to be absent, was about to leave when Lin Tianmeng opened the door. "Senior Sister, please come in and have a seat." Lin Tianmeng beamed with a brilliant smile. In an instant, Zhang Lishuan comprehended the situation. A lone man and woman alone in a room. What else could they be up to? Being somewhat bashful, she recognized that she was interrupting a private moment and promptly turned to leave. "No, that's unnecessary. My matter isn't urgent. Just have Xiaodao come find me later. Farewell." With that, Zhang Lishuan hastily departed. Lin Tianmeng was left feeling somewhat helpless. Ma Xiaodao emerged from the bedroom, inquiring, "Why did Senior Sister leave?" "I am not quite sure, but she mentioned for you to find her later," Lin Tianmeng replied. "Oh, all right." That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Tianmeng found Wang Dong sitting cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in her training. "When did you become so diligent?" Lin Tianmeng could not resist asking. Wang Dong opened her eyes, exclaiming with resignation, "If I don't work harder, I will never catch up to you. I too wish to ascend to the third ring as soon as possible." Wang Dong indeed possessed considerable talent. Her previous laziness was the sole reason she had yet to reach the third ring. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have achieved the rank of Soul Master by now. "If you wish to expedite your soul power, I do have a method, though I cannot guarantee its efficacy," Lin Tianmeng pondered before speaking. "What method? Do share." Wang Dong's interest piqued instantly. If it meant a swift elevation of her soul power, she would reach the third ring sooner. Martial soul fusion, Lin Tianmeng declared. Wang Dong looked at him in astonishment. Martial soul fusion was no simple feat. First, the martial souls of both individuals must be highly compatible. For instance, during their previous competition, they had encountered Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, whose martial souls were the evil-eyed white tiger and the underworld spirit cat, both belonging to the feline family, which allowed them to perform a martial soul fusion and unleash a fusion technique. However, she and Lin Tianmeng are quite different. One is the goddess of light with a butterfly martial spirit, while the other possesses the martial spirit of the Ice Queen. At first glance, there seems to be little synergy between them. Lin Tianmeng's aspirations diverge entirely from those of Wang Dong. Originally, when Hui Yuhao simultaneously wielded both the spiritual eye and the ice-blue scorpion martial spirits, he was capable of achieving a perfect martial spirit fusion with Wang Dong. Now, Lin Tianmeng also possesses two martial spirits. His primary martial spirit, the Dream Ice Silkworm, embodies both ice and psychic attributes, similar to Hui Yuhao's spiritual eye, augmented by the supreme ice prowess of the Ice Queen martial spirit. Perhaps it would indeed be worthwhile to experiment. As for the martial spirit of Ilex, which does not count as a true martial spirit, Lin Tianmeng remains uncertain. Nevertheless, one must try. If it is feasible, will it not be revealed through experience? He remarked. Wang Dong contemplated this and agreed. How would they know without attempting? Very well, let us proceed. But how shall we conduct this trial? Wang Dong gazed at Lin Tianmeng with innocent curiosity. Lin Tianmeng smiled and said, "Have you forgotten how we utilized martial spirit fusion against Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu? You mean we must embrace?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's face immediately flushed. "No, that's out of the question. I have a cleanliness obsession." "Do not worry. I shall ensure cleanliness," Lin Tianmeng replied as he approached her. Wang Dong hesitated, yearning to refuse, yet inexplicably found herself wishing to draw closer to Lin Tianmeng. In fact, during their last encounter, she had been the one to initiate the embrace. Consequently, when Lin Tianmeng drew near, she faltered for a moment, but ultimately did not reject him. "Fine, let us give it a try," she conceded. Lin Tianmeng took the lead. "You should attempt to channel your soul power." "All right," Wang Dong responded, infusing her body with soul power, while Lin Tianmeng did the same. They soon felt their soul powers intertwining, flowing toward one another. Astonishingly, it was indeed possible. Their soul powers were being transmitted between them. Confused by the phenomenon, Wang Dong inquired, "Why can our soul powers connect in this manner?" Lin Tianmeng explained, "Because our martial spirits are in perfect harmony. Henceforth, when we cultivate together, our soul power will at least double." Wang Dong was both astonished and elated, astonished that despite having two martial spirits, she could achieve perfect fusion with Lin Tianmeng, and elated at the prospect of accelerating their soul power enhancement through joint training. Initially, she intended to keep her second martial spirit a secret, but with Lin Tianmeng, she felt reluctant to conceal too much. Thus, she confided in him, "Actually, I possess two martial spirits." Chapter 42, Journey to the Soul Guidance Department, Fan Yu's Attitude. Lin Tianmeng showed no signs of surprise. Noticing his lack of astonishment, Wang Dong asked, "Did you already know? For us to achieve perfect martial spirit fusion, you must possess at least two martial spirits," Lin Tianmeng replied. "However, I will not pry into the nature of your second martial spirit, and I shall keep my second one confidential as well." "What do you think?" Wang Dong was utterly shocked. "You also have a second martial spirit?" "Indeed. Otherwise, how could we fuse?" "Oh, that makes sense," Wang Dong finally realized. Lin Tianmeng mused that there was no trace of Ilex in his sea of consciousness. Yet he still achieved perfect martial spirit fusion with Wang Dong. Perhaps it was because this fragment of his soul originated from another realm, thus constituting a form of divine consciousness. Regardless, the fusion was a positive outcome. In the future, he would have more opportunities to embrace Wang Dong. Despite her youth, she felt delightfully soft and fragrant in his arms, which he relished. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Wang Dong, noticing Lin Tianmeng's gaze, feigned annoyance. "I'm looking at you. Is it forbidden to look?" Lin Tianmeng replied with a playful nonchalance. "Yes, it is." After saying this, Wang Dong mumbled under her breath, "Pervert." "What did you say?" "Nothing," Wang Dong quickly retorted. Lin Tianmeng had certainly heard her call him a pervert, but instead of confronting her, he remarked, "Now that we are sworn brothers in the same sect, will you be addressing me as senior brother from now on?" Wang Dong paused, her delicate face flushed. "Who would call you senior brother?" At that moment, Lin Tianmeng adopted a more serious demeanor and said, "If you do not address me as such, I might just let you go." The initial martial spirit fusion requires an embrace to trigger. Thereafter, mere physical contact suffices, though Wang Dong was unaware of this. She believed that only an embrace could facilitate martial spirit fusion. Consequently, upon hearing his words, she panicked. No, I will call you that." She then opened her eyes to look at Lin Tianmeng, cleared her throat a couple of times, and finally said, "Ahem, senior brother." Lin Tianmeng raised an eyebrow. That is more like it. Humph. Wang Dong pouted. This Lin Tianmeng only knew how to bully her. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng thought to himself, little girl, do you really think I cannot handle you? The next day, in class 1 for new students, this lesson was conducted by Zhou Yi. Having been absent from class for over 2 months, the students were thrilled to see Lin Tianmeng return, Zhou Yi included. In a previous assessment for new students, Lin Tianmeng had demonstrated his psychic attributes, which Zhou Yi reported to Fan Yu. Fan Yu suggested that if Lin Tianmeng truly possessed psychic abilities, it would be worth exploring. If not, then it was no matter. Thus, after today's lesson, Zhou Yi planned to introduce Lin Tianmeng to the Soul Guidance Department, allowing him to familiarize himself with the various soul guiding devices and assess his interest in them. This would also provide Fan Yu an opportunity to ascertain whether Lin Tianmeng's martial spirit indeed possessed psychic attributes. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. After the class ended, Zhou Yi called Lin Tianmeng aside. Lin Tianmeng, please stay. Yes, Teacher Zhou. Lin Tianmeng surmised her intentions. However, he had intended to take Wang Dong to the Soul Guidance Department today, so this would serve as a valid reason. He turned to Wang Dong and said, you should stay as well. But Teacher Zhou didn't call for me, Wang Dong replied, aware of Zhou Yi's temperament. Defiance could lead to severe consequences. Lin Tianmeng, however, smiled and reassured her, do not worry, it will be fine. Even if there are issues, I will take responsibility. Wang Dong felt her heart swell with warmth. Why did she always feel so secure when she was with Lin Tianmeng? Once the other students had departed, Zhou Yi stepped down from the podium and regarded the two of them. Wang Dong, why aren't you leaving with the others? Teacher, Wang Dong started to speak. Teacher, it was my request to keep Wang Dong here. She has shown great interest in soul guiding devices. Originally, I intended to wait until after class to approach you with a request for her to visit the Soul Guidance Department. Lin Tianmeng interjected protectively, stepping closer to Wang Dong. Wang Dong felt delighted by his defense, yet she had no interest in the Soul Guidance Department. In fact, she was quite resistant to the idea. However, she refrained from contradicting Lin Tianmeng at that moment, for Lin Tianmeng spoke out of concern for her. So it was, and it appears that your thoughts align quite harmoniously with mine. Let us proceed. Wang Dong's talent is also quite remarkable. Should she harbor an interest in soul guiding devices, it is quite possible that the Soul Guiding Department could secure 2 core disciples in one fell swoop. If such an outcome were to materialize, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Fan Yu. Zhou Yi, known for her decisive nature, eschewed superfluous chatter and promptly led the two of them to the Soul Guiding Department. Fan Yu, I bring you 2 students eager to explore the world of soul guiding devices, she stated, her demeanor less imposing than when addressing her students. Yet, upon hearing her words, Fan Yu furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, interested in soul guiding devices? What is their soul power level? Zhou Yi responded enthusiastically, one is at level 30, and the other at 29. Only then did Fan Yu's expression soften a bit. Their talent is commendable. What are their martial souls? One possesses the ultimate ice martial soul, the ice goddess, and the other embodies the light goddess butterfly. Isn't there a spiritual attribute among them? Fan Yu asked. It seems that one of their martial souls carries a spiritual attribute in its soul skill, though I am not entirely certain why, Zhou Yi replied. That is inconceivable. An ultimate ice martial soul cannot possibly possess a spiritual attribute. You must have misjudged, Fan Yu retorted, his displeasure evident. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong stood there, listening to Fan Yu's critical appraisal. Wang Dong could not help but clench her fists. Teacher Zhou was genuinely eager to secure an opportunity for them to experience soul guiding devices. Yet Fan Yu remained perpetually dissatisfied. In her role as the unequivocal authority in her class, Zhou Yi found herself humbled in the presence of this soul guiding instructor. Nevertheless, even with her deference, the instructor remained unimpressed, seemingly uninterested in allowing the two of them to gain insight. This was utterly intolerable. Wang Dong, unaware of the relationship between Zhou Yi and Fan Yu, instinctively believed Fan Yu was deliberately targeting Zhou Yi. After all, she was the little princess of the Haotian sect, and Zhou Yi was her homeroom teacher. How dare he bully her? Thus, in a moment of exasperation, Wang Dong spoke up, Teacher Zhou, is this the only instructor in the soul guiding department? Chapter 43. Fan Yu refuses to accept students. Xian Liner takes charge. Zhou Yi was taken aback, but quickly realized the reason behind Wang Dong's question. The soul guiding department indeed had many instructors, but Fan Yu was an 8th level soul instructor, the highest rank aside from the dean and vice dean. Zhou Yi explained. However, this did little to quell Wang Dong's anger. We merely wish to observe the soul guiding devices. We need not consult an instructor of such high standing. A 2nd or 3rd level instructor would suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Teacher Zhou? Zhou Yi found herself at a loss for words. Fan Yu, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh, saying, Zhou Yi, it appears your students share your temper. Fan Yu. Zhou Yi was known for her unique teaching style. well recognized among the teachers of Shrek Academy. Yet, all her students were elite among elites. Therefore, despite some disagreement with her methods, no one could deny the impressive results they yielded. However, Fanyu did not share this sentiment. Zhou, undeniably beautiful and still in her 30s, insisted on dressing herself like an old woman. Did she not realize how unappealing that was? Moreover, while Zhou maintained a stern demeanor in front of her students, she was exceedingly gentle when with Fanyu. Yet, whenever Fanyu thought of her elderly attire, it made him feel ill, further souring his attitude toward her. Zhou remained oblivious to this. She was aware only that Fanyu was her husband, and thus she must support his endeavors. Otherwise, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong would likely have become core disciples in the MartialSouls department. Teacher Zhou. This time, it was not Wang Dong speaking, but Lin Tianmeng. Wang Dong glanced at him, and Lin Tianmeng offered her a reassuring look. What is it? Zhou asked. Wang Dong is right. Since this instructor is unwilling to show us the soul guiding devices, let us seek out another teacher, he stated, fully supporting Wang Dong's stance. This meant that despite Wang Dong's impulsive expression of dissatisfaction toward Fanyu, Lin Tianmeng bore no ill will and was indeed willing to back her wholeheartedly. Wang Dong gazed at Lin Tianmeng's profile, and a warm sensation surged within her. Is he standing up for me? She mused. Meanwhile, Zhou hesitated. Fanyu's intentions were clear. He was evidently disinclined to accept the two students. However, if she simply took them to find another instructor, how would that reflect on Fanyu? To her surprise, Fanyu remarked nonchalantly, if they wish to seek other instructors, by all means, take them. I do not believe there exists a teacher here who understands soul-guiding devices better than I. Zhou was left speechless. Fanyu had truly embarrassed her today. Conversely, it was Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong, her students, who staunchly defended her. The scales in Zhou Yi's heart began to tip. Ultimately, she could not allow her students, who were willing to stand up for her, to feel disheartened. Thus, she declared, very well, I shall take you to find other instructors. Yes, Wang Dong nodded enthusiastically. Lin Tianmeng smiled and followed Zhou out. Once they had all departed, Kai Tu emerged from the training ground, carrying a soul-guiding cannon, and asked, Teacher, did I just hear several voices speaking? You must have misheard, Fanyu replied. Oh, initially, Wang Dong had been resistant to using soul-guiding devices, harboring a strong aversion to them. However, following the earlier incident, her interest in them suddenly peaked. Did Fanyu not assert that she and Lin Tianmeng were unsuited for utilizing soul-guiding devices? Yet, she felt compelled to try. When they arrived with another instructor, Wang Dong exhibited tremendous enthusiasm for the soul-guiding devices. This unexpected turn of events even took Lin Tianmeng by surprise. Wow, so this is how a soul-guiding device works. How fascinating. Under the instructor's guidance, Wang Dong progressed rapidly. While others required extensive time to master the use of a small soul-guiding device, she grasped it proficiently after only 1 or 2 demonstrations, even managing to extrapolate further applications. In summary, Lin Tianmeng could discern that she possessed remarkable talent in this regard. Fortunately, he had brought Wang Dong to the soul-guiding department today. Otherwise, he would have struggled to alleviate her hostility towards soul-guiding devices. Observing Wang Dong's swift mastery of the soul-guiding devices, Zhou felt a deep sense of gratification. This child is quite exceptional. Since Fanyu was unwilling to accept them, she sought a way for other teachers to take in Wang Dong and Lin Tianmeng. However, when Zhou presented this idea to a certain teacher, the teacher displayed a look of shock. The two of them have been expressly assigned by the dean for personal instruction. I cannot dare to take on the role of their teacher. What? Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other teachers. They have all received the dean's directive. Then why did Fanyu I cannot say. All I know is that the dean has instructed that if a student named Lin Tianmeng and another named Wang Dong were to arrive at the Soul Guidance Department, it must be reported to her immediately for her to personally teach. Zhou couldn't help but gasp. Are you saying the dean has actually arrived? Yes. She merely wished to observe the level of understanding these two children possess regarding soul tools, which is why she asked me to demonstrate for them first. So that was the case. Zhou finally understood that Fanyu must have also received the dean's instructions. But when she had just brought Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong to find Fanyu, she hadn't disclosed their names. What a twist of fate this was. To think that students the dean was keen on and wished to personally instruct had been outright rejected by Fanyu. In that moment, Zhou suddenly felt that Fanyu might not be a good teacher after all, nor a commendable husband. At the very least, he fell far short of the husband frequently mentioned by teacher Shui. Fortunately, Zhou was unaware that the husband spoken of by the Snow Empress was Lin Tianmeng. Otherwise, she would have been utterly astounded. Indeed, both of you are quite remarkable. At that moment, the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner, stepped forward from behind the curtain, clapping her hands twice, addressing Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong. She initially thought these two children possessed talent solely in martial souls. But upon witnessing their adept handling of soul tools just now, she immediately felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Good day, Dean. The teacher promptly bowed to SoulLand. Zhou also slightly inclined her body, greeting, good day, Dean. Though she was not a teacher in the Soul Guidance Department, she held equal respect for both deans of Shrek Academy. Moreover, her relationship with SoulLand extended beyond mere colleagues. They were friends. Thank you for your hard work. Especially you, Teacher Zhou, for bringing me such excellent prospects, SoulLand said with a smile, stepping forward to embrace Zhou affectionately. The students are still present. What an inappropriate display. Zhou hastily extricated herself, frowning slightly. Haha, what? Are you afraid Fan you will find out and cause a scene? SoulLand teased. Zhou, I'm not saying this lightly, but that fellow Fan you has been utterly spoiled. You claim to have a way with managing husbands. Yet I see that a man should not be indulged too much. Take our Duo, for instance. Aside from other matters, he treats me exceptionally well. Had such comments been made in the past, Zhou would have dismissed them without a second thought. However, just earlier, when she brought Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong to him, his attitude was less than favorable. Compared to Duo, Fan Yu indeed seemed excessively arrogant. Seeing that Zhou remained silent, SoulLand assumed she was indifferent as usual and thus refrained from saying more, directly approaching Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong. So, how do you find using the soul tools? Is it seamless? Though both SoulLand and Yin Xiaojia held positions as deans of Shrek's Outer Academy, their personalities were vastly different. SoulLand was straightforward, wearing her emotions on her sleeve. In contrast to Yin Xiaojia, Lin Tianmeng preferred the company of someone like SoulLand. I think it's quite good, Wang Dong replied with a smile. Lin Tianmeng nodded in agreement. Not bad. SoulLand, astonished, remarked. These are the most beginner-friendly soul tools developed by the Soul Guidance Department, and your evaluations are merely quite good and not bad. Truly worthy of being Master Mu's disciples. Upon hearing SoulLand's final statement, Zhou was rendered speechless. Liner, what did you say? They are yes. You heard correctly. They are Master Mu's disciples, and indeed, his direct disciples. SoulLand winked at Zhou. Zhou, not only was she shocked, but the Soul Guidance Department teacher standing behind her was equally astounded. Who is Master Mu? He is the head of the Sea God Pavilion, the true first powerhouse of Shrek Academy. Even Yin Xiaojia and SoulLand are his disciples. Yet, even they are merely outer disciples. Direct disciples are those who are entrusted to care for their master in their old age. They represent the highest echelon of disciples, indicating that the master regards them as family. SoulLand was not overly concerned with this. What excited her now was that these two children possessed remarkable talent in soul tools. Learning to use soul tools is merely the initial step. Only when you truly master crafting them can you become a true soul master. SoulLand stated. However, I will not compel you to learn to craft soul tools. That will depend on your interest. Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Dean, I wish to learn to craft soul tools. She had already felt the wonders of soul tools, and merely using them was no longer sufficient. After saying this, she turned to Lin Tianmeng and asked, what about you? Lin Tianmeng replied with a smile, I would also like to give it a try. Excellent. You have discerning eyes, truly worthy of being my chosen students. SoulLand expressed her satisfaction. Although Shrek Academy is divided into the MartialSouls Department and the Soul Guidance Department, the quality of students in both is not even remotely comparable. Yin Xiaojia's side consistently believes that soul masters are the eternal theme of the continent, while soul tools are merely a fleeting phenomenon. Thus, they always draw the most talented students into the MartialSouls Department to become core disciples. The Soul Guidance Department can only accept those students whose talents are not as high. Consequently, the disparity between the MartialSouls and Soul Guidance Departments has widened significantly. Yet, despite this, Yin Xiaojia still envies the Soul Guidance Department as funding, which exceeds that of the MartialSouls Department. He fails to realize that the MartialSouls Department also possesses substantial funds. They simply allocate it all to cultivate core disciples. With so many core disciples in the MartialSouls Department, their funding, when divided, leaves little for each. The Soul Guidance Department has more funding because it has fewer disciples. Each disciple can receive better treatment than the core disciples of the MartialSouls Department. You too shall learn to craft soul tools under my tutelage from now on, SoulLand declared. Yes, Dean. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong exchanged glances, both beaming with smiles. What? The Dean is personally instructing them in crafting soul tools. Upon hearing this news, Fan Yu felt as though struck by lightning. The students he dismissed had, in fact, been taken in by SoulLand. Observing Fan Yu's reaction, Zhou felt even more disappointed in him. Indeed, and my two students are actually Master Mu's direct disciples. Impossible. Fan Yu slammed his fist onto the table, unable to accept the harsh reality before him. His temperament had always been this way, when Zhou dressed as an old woman. She was merely mimicking his demeanor towards his students. It was simply that he did not possess the appearance of an elderly man. Initially, Zhou Yi had not perceived anything amiss, but today, even Wang Dong and Lin Tianmeng, two of his students, discerned that Fan Yu regarded her with disdain. After years of companionship, the bond between them seemed to pale in comparison to that which she shared with these two students. How lamentable. This was Zhou Yi's sorrow. Whether it was possible or impossible, one could inquire with the dean of the Immortal Academy. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. With that, Zhou Yi turned and departed. Under the guidance of Xian Liner, Lin Tianmeng, and Wang Dong grasped the conceptual framework for crafting a first-level soul guide. The next time they visited, Xian Liner would have each of them attempt to create one. It was already quite late, so it was best to send them home. Today's lesson had truly been enlightening. Wang Dong couldn't help but exclaim, "Weren't you reluctant to use a soul guide just yesterday?" Lin Tianmeng teased. Wang Dong stuck out his tongue and retorted, "Humph, I shall do as I please. It is none of your concern." Just as Lin Tianmeng was about to respond, a melodious voice called out from behind them, "Tianmeng go, Wang Dong." They both turned to see Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, what brings you here?" Wang Dong inquired, stepping forward with a look of confusion. "I've actually wanted to find you both for quite some time, but Teacher Zhou kept you and then vanished. So I had no choice but to wait here." Xiao Xiao pouted, looking quite aggrieved. Lin Tianmeng immediately understood. It was clear that Xiao Xiao hadn't seen him in a long while and wished to speak with him. But who would have thought she would have no opportunity after class? Now, however, they had crossed paths. Since there was no class now, why not seek out Hui Yuhao for some grilled fish? Lin Tianmeng suggested. Hui Yuhao sold a limited quantity of grilled fish each day, only 20. But he had assured Lin Tianmeng that no matter the time or quantity, he would gladly prepare them whenever Lin Tianmeng desired. Sounds great. Xiao Xiao brightened up instantly. I've been longing for the taste of grilled fish. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Then let us go find him now. Chapter 45. Special grilled fish for Lin Tianmeng. The arrival of Jiang Nanan. At the entrance of the outer courtyard, Hui Yuhao's grilled fish remained a hot commodity, with long lines forming daily for purchases. However, he only sold 20 fish at a time, with a limit of one per person. Otherwise, he would have long since amassed wealth from his grilled fish enterprise. When Lin Tianmeng and the others arrived, Hui Yuhao had just sold his last fish and was preparing to close up shop. Xiao Yuhao. Upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's voice, Hui Yuhao turned around and, seeing it was indeed them, smiled broadly. Tianmeng go, it's you. It's been ages. It truly had been a while. What level is your soul power at now? Lin Tianmeng inquired. Questions regarding soul power levels were not something Hui Yuhao would easily disclose to others. But since it was Lin Tianmeng asking, he divulged without reservation. I've reached rank 2, level 21, all thanks to the Xian Shui Dan you gave me. What? Xian Shui Dan? Wang Dong's expression soured instantly. She turned to Lin Tianmeng and said, why would you give such a precious item to him, and not to me? I need to increase my soul power too. Humph. Lin Tianmeng was at a loss. Haven't I found other means to help you enhance your soul power? Besides, you belong to the Haoyan sect, and they have countless treasures. The Xian Shui Dan is merely a drop in the bucket. He didn't believe Wang Dong was merely envious of the Xian Shui Dan. Rather, he suspected she felt a sense of crisis, fearing Hui Yuhao might catch up to her in soul power. However, Lin Tianmeng was mistaken once again. Wang Dong's fixation on the Xian Shui Dan stemmed from her desire to be the best brother in Lin Tianmeng's eyes, while Hui Yuhao would always be second. Hui Yuhao was a sensitive soul. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, he felt a pang of distress. Tianmeng gu, Wang Dong is right. Perhaps I am not suited to using the Xian Shui Dan. As Hui Yuhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, Lin Tianmeng quickly reassured him. What do you mean you're not suited? I gave it to you, and I have no regrets. Don't belittle yourself. Although your innate soul power is low, with the nourishment of the Xian Shui Dan, your cultivation speed has already accelerated several times compared to before. Wang Dong's innate soul power was quite high, making the Xian Shui Dan less beneficial for her. After Lin Tianmeng spoke, Hui Yuhao's expression finally brightened somewhat. He bore the heavy burden of avenging his mother's death and sought to exact revenge on the White Tiger Duke's residence. If he did not quickly enhance his soul power, how could he possibly achieve that? Furthermore, Lin Tianmeng's words clearly favored him, which made Hui Yuhao feel a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Tianmeng go. No need for thanks. You've already called me brother. How could I not treat you well? Lin Tianmeng waved his hand dismissively. You're just good at being nice. Wang Dong shot him an exasperated glance, but she refrained from mentioning the Xian Shui Dan any further. Lin Tianmeng was right. The primary function of the Xian Shui Dan was to cleanse one's marrow, and since her innate soul power was already substantial, its effect would be negligible. At most, it would only elevate her soul power by 1 or 2 levels. Have you closed up shop already? What a pity we won't get to eat grilled fish, Xiao Xiao sighed. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao said, are you here for grilled fish? Then I won't close up shop just yet. Tianmeng go, please wait a moment. I'll go catch a few fish. I'll go catch them, Wang Dong volunteered. Despite being spoiled since childhood, She was quite sensible. She had noticed Hui Yuhao's distress due to her earlier words. However, she found it difficult to apologize verbally and could only express her remorse through actions. Hui Yuhao was about to insist that he could manage on his own, but Lin Tianmeng nodded. All right, then hurry back. Okay. Wang Dong skipped away eagerly. Tianmeng go, did I do something wrong? Hui Yuhao asked nervously, concerned that he might have created a rift between Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong. Oh, Hui Yuhao, what are you worried about? Tianmeng Gu and Wang Dong have always interacted this way. They're fine, Xiao Xiao remarked nonchalantly. Yes, don't overthink it. Wang Dong is simply carefree. She never holds grudges. Lin Tianmeng added. Hui Yuhao's sensitive heart truly needed proper guidance. Thank you both. Hui Yuhao was aware that they spoke out of concern for him. Therefore, when it came time to grill the fish, he would ensure he prepared the most delectable grilled fish. Just then, the first beauty of the outer courtyard, Jiang Nannan, appeared. Oh, have the grilled fish sold out? She appeared somewhat disappointed, but her face lit up upon noticing Lin Tianmeng's presence. Tianmeng, you're here. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly since the last time. Ever since you defeated Su Sanchi in the Soul Arena, he has not troubled me again. Having liberated herself from Su Sanchi's entanglements, Jiang Nannan found herself significantly relieved. Now, the only concern weighing on her was her lack of funds. Were it not for this predicament, she wouldn't have hesitated for so long before deciding to purchase grilled fish, only to discover that it was already sold out. The 5 copper coins were indeed a bit hard to part with, particularly because her financial situation was quite dire, and she hoped to spend her limited resources wisely. Had it not been for Lin Tianmeng gifting her a grilled fish last time, she might not have had the chance to indulge at all. Sister Nannan, you have arrived just in time. Xiao Yuhao is offering free grilled fish for us to enjoy. You should join us. Lin Tianmeng invited with a warm smile. Jiang Nannan was taken aback. Is that really true? Of course. Isn't that right, Xiao Yuhao? Lin Tianmeng turned to Hu Yuhao. He nodded vigorously, absolutely. As long as you're a friend of Tianmeng, all grilled fish here is on the house. Then I am indeed in for a treat today. Jiang Nannan replied with a smile that perfectly embodied grace and beauty, her laughter akin to blooming flowers. Wow, Sister Jiang, your smile is truly enchanting. Xiao Xiao, a fellow girl, couldn't help but stare in awe. Jiang Nannan felt a bit bashful, replying, you are beautiful as well. Hee. Xiao Xiao giggled in return. Before long, Wang Dong returned, carrying a large bag of fish. It took me quite a bit of effort to get these. Hu Yuhao, you must grill them well, or I won't be satisfied. Rest assured. Hu Yuhao immediately set about preparing the fish. Oh, Sister Jiang is also here, Wang Dong remarked, slightly puzzled upon seeing Jiang Nannan. I came to buy grilled fish, but I didn't expect it to be sold out, Jiang Nannan admitted shyly. Previously, Wang Dong had harbored some animosity towards Jiang Nannan, as she was renowned as the most beautiful girl from the outer academy and had once captivated Lin Tianmeng with her looks. However, that was a different time now. She had merged her martial spirit with Lin Tianmeng's and was unlikely to part ways in the future. Perfect. Sister, stay with us and enjoy the grilled fish. Hu Yuhao's grilling is simply delightful, Wang Dong said, lifting her chin with a smile. Chapter 46. Jiang Nannan's gratitude, Lin Tianmeng's generosity. Thank you. Jiang Nannan's demeanor had transformed considerably. Previously, Su Sanchi's incessant pursuit had made her increasingly irritable. Each time he appeared, she felt compelled to reveal her worst side in an attempt to drive him away. Yet, Su Sanchi remained oblivious, convinced of his own deep affection, often lost in self-pity. He failed to comprehend that what he deemed heartfelt devotion was, to her, an unbreakable shackle. His relentless pursuit had confined her, making her hesitant to visit places she desired or savor the food she craved. Even during holidays, she only dared return home, for in crowded places like malls, Su Sanchi would appear indiscriminately. She had long grown weary of such a life. Fortunately, Lin Tianmeng's arrival had helped her put an end to those days filled with anxiety. Now, she could go wherever she pleased without fear of Su Sanchi suddenly appearing to ruin her hard-won tranquility. Being with Lin Tianmeng and the others brought her immense comfort. The fish is ready. Everyone dig in. Hu Yuhao distributed the grilled fish among them. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng said, Xiao Yuhao, please pack up any leftovers for me to take home. BG particularly loved the flavor of the grilled fish, and Lin Tianmeng remembered her fondness well. Of course, Hu Yuhao readily agreed to Lin Tianmeng's request, while only Wang Dong pouted. Humph, that guy must be planning to share the grilled fish with some girlfriend. Xiao Xiao, unaware of the underlying tension, thought Lin Tianmeng merely wanted to take the fish home to avoid hunger later. This is so delicious, Hu Yuhao. Your grilled fish is truly exceptional. No wonder so many people line up every day, Jiang Nannan exclaimed in delight. Free food tastes the best, Hu Yuhao said modestly, scratching his head. As long as everyone is satisfied, that is what matters. Everyone was joyous, except for Gu Yuna. Though trapped in a net, her sense of smell was intact, and the aroma of the grilled fish tantalized her senses, making her salivate. She had gone days without food. And had it not been for her ability to absorb elemental energy to sustain her life signs, she would have perished long ago. Ironically, at that moment, Lin Tianmeng brought her to witness others feasting on grilled fish. This is utterly intolerable. Noticing Gu Yuna's distress, Lin Tianmeng reached for the ornament at his waist. Gu Yuna felt as if she were being treated like a small pet. Do you wish to have some grilled fish? Lin Tianmeng whispered to her. Gu Yuna scoffed softly. Do you think I'll get any just because I want it? Her voice was barely audible, meant only for Lin Tianmeng's ears. He remained silent, merely bringing the grilled fish closer to her. The wafting aroma nearly enveloped Gu Yuna. A single bite would surpass bliss itself. The net had gaps, allowing Gu Yuna to reach the fish. At that moment, her form had shrunk considerably, making the grilled fish appear significantly larger before her. She couldn't help but swallow hard. That insufferable Lin Tianmeng was deliberately flaunting the grilled fish before her. Why don't you eat? Lin Tianmeng asked when he noticed Gu Yuna's inaction. Gu Yuna hesitated. Did Lin Tianmeng mean to offer her the fish? If you're hungry, eat quickly, otherwise. If someone else sees, I want to be able to give it to you later, Lin Tianmeng urged. Feeling a sense of urgency, Gu Yuna seized the moment and took a bite of the fish. Heavens, this is simply exquisite. After years of recuperating in the lake of life, Gu Yuna savored something so delightful for the first time. She immediately lost control, devouring the entire grilled fish that was 10 times larger than her current form. Hey, Tianmeng, what happened to your grilled fish? Xiao Xiao, who had not seen how Lin Tianmeng had eaten, turned around to find only fish bones left in his hand. I was too hungry and ate a bit too quickly. Haha, Lin Tianmeng quickly replied. Oh, Xiao Xiao accepted his explanation without probing further. Once everyone had finished their grilled fish, they returned home, while Lin Tianmeng packed several fish to deliver warmth. Tianmeng, aren't you going back to the dormitory? Wang Dong was reluctant to part with him. I have some matters to attend to first. Would you like to join me? Lin Tianmeng offered as a way to retreat. Wang Dong quickly shook her head. No, you go ahead. Thank you for treating me to grilled fish, Tianmeng. Jiang Nanan expressed her gratitude to Lin Tianmeng. Her smile now brighter than before, all thanks to his kindness. Sister Nan, there's no need to be so polite. I am merely a person of warm-heartedness. Lin Tianmeng remarked. Wang Dong could not help but internally scoff. How shamelessly boastful. Despite Lin Tianmeng's words, Jiang Nan felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. Not only was Lin Tianmeng willing to treat her to grilled fish, but he had also offended Su Sancher on her behalf. She felt compelled to do something in return. Lin Tianmeng was adept at the art of reciprocity. He first visited Zhu Lu, presenting her with 2 grilled fish, which deeply moved her, prompting her to plant a kiss on his cheek. As for the sisters Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu, he gifted each of them a fish as well. However, the shy sisters merely thanked him softly and suggested he assist them with practical combat issues next time. Lin Tianmeng readily agreed. He then proceeded to the dormitory of the teachers in the outer courtyard, where he presented 2 grilled fish to Xue Di. You came all the way here at night just to deliver grilled fish to me? Xue Di received the fish, unable to suppress her laughter. Indeed, they're particularly delicious. You must try them when you return, Lin Tianmeng replied. Xue Di nodded, smiling at him, and inquired, what transpired today? Teacher Zhou has been in a foul mood since returning from the Soul Guidance Department. It became evident that Xue Di was concerned about Zhou Yi. There was no point in hiding the truth, so Lin Tianmeng recounted the events that had unfolded after their visit to the Soul Guidance Department. I understand now. Xue Di nodded. You should return early and rest. We have classes tomorrow. All right, she concluded, taking the grilled fish into her dormitory. Lin Tianmeng sighed, pondering the peculiar nature of female friendships. Xue Di and Zhou Yi were clearly 2 fundamentally different personalities, yet they managed to coexist harmoniously. After leaving Xue Di, Lin Tianmeng entered the inner courtyard. Typically, disciples from the outer courtyard were not allowed to enter the inner courtyard freely, but Lin Tianmeng was an exception, being a disciple of Master Mu and the husband of Baiji. Upon arriving at Ma Xiaotao's dormitory, he found the senior sister present as well. What a delightful surprise. Tianmeng, what brings you here? Ma Xiaotao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Despite her typically fierce demeanor, she, too, craved affection. I brought you some grilled fish, Lin Tianmeng said, handing her 2 fish. Since the senior sister is here, you can each have one. Ma Xiaotao naturally accepted, saying, how thoughtful of you to think of me while enjoying grilled fish. Come in and sit for a while. Zhang Lishuan, on the other hand, appeared somewhat embarrassed, her only flaw being her shyness. The moment she saw Lin Tianmeng, she recalled the day she had knocked on the door only to be greeted by him. Oh, just thinking about it makes me feel awkward. Wow, this grilled fish is delicious. Senior sister, you must try it. Ma Xiaotao urged. Yes, thank you, Lin Tianmeng. Zhang Lishuan stammered, attempting to maintain her composure. Fortunately, Lin Tianmeng soon suggested his departure. I must head back early. We have classes tomorrow, so I won't linger. Xiaotao, senior sister, I shall visit again when I have the time. Are you leaving so soon? Ma Xiaotao said reluctantly. However, Zhang Lishuan's demeanor shifted. She stood up confidently and said, take care on your way back, Junior. Lin Tianmeng sighed, realizing that the senior sister was eagerly wishing for his swift exit. After departing from Ma Xiaotao's dormitory, Lin Tianmeng made his way to Bai Ji's side. Upon seeing the grilled fish, Bai Ji's eyes lit up. Oh, is this the same kind of grilled fish you shared with me in the Stardew Forest? It looks splendid. Bai Ji had developed a fondness for Lin Tianmeng due to the grilled fish. After arriving at Shrek Academy, she missed that flavor dearly. To her delight, Lin Tianmeng had brought it to her today. Thank you, Tianmeng. Bai Ji exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace that nearly left him breathless. There's no need for such formality between us. Please, enjoy, Lin Tianmeng urged. All right. Bai Ji released him and eagerly devoured the grilled fish. Suddenly, she remembered Gu Yuna and glanced at Lin Tianmeng's waist. How has she been lately? Bai Ji pointed at his waist. No change. She remains as she always is. Lin Tianmeng replied. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna, upon Lin Tianmeng's entrance into the room, hastily sat cross-legged, closing her eyes in a pretense of meditation. There was no other choice. The mere sight of Bai Ji made her feel utterly embarrassed. However, Gu Yuna bore no ill will toward Bai Ji. Instead, she blamed it all on Di Tian. Had Di Tian not loved her, Bai Ji would not have acted that way, and she would not have felt so awkward. Thus, all the blame lay with Di Tian. Why must he love her, the soul beast sovereign? Could he not have chosen someone else? Bai Ji happily savored the grilled fish, her face radiating satisfaction. If you ever have more, do remember to bring some to me. Bai Ji was indifferent to most things, save for this particular flavor. Rest assured. Lin Tianmeng replied with a smile. The night at Shrek Academy was far quieter than during the day. Lin Tianmeng found a spot to sit and removed the pendant from his waist, holding it in his hands. What are you staring at? If you have the courage, release me. Gu Yuna's pent-up resentment had accumulated over several days. Imagine, the illustrious soul beast sovereign, the Silver Dragon King, confined within this meager capture net and reduced to a mere pendant. What was worse, she was forced to witness him flirt with other women. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Nan, Zhu Lu, Ma Xiaotao, Bai Ji, she could hardly keep count. Lin Tianmeng sighed. I wouldn't dare release you. If you were to emerge, I would be the first to meet my demise. Humph, at least you have a modicum of self-awareness, Gu Yuna retorted disdainfully. Lin Tianmeng continued. Thus, it's best for you to remain inside. Gu Yuna scowled. Just then, as Lin Tianmeng prepared to leave, he spotted a familiar figure approaching from a distance. Lin Tianmeng, you've stolen my woman, thinking that with the teacher's protection in the academy, you're untouchable? It was Dai Huabin, who appeared somewhat inebriated. His steps unsteady and his face flushed. Dare you challenge me in the soul fighting area? He challenged. Gu Yuna observed with interest. He has come looking for you. Let us see how you handle this. Lin Tianmeng remained unfazed. A mere soul master of the third ring? What is there to contend with? He stepped forward and addressed the drunk Dai Huabin, setting aside the fact that the academy prohibits students from drinking. The mere thought of you drowning your sorrows in alcohol after Zhu Lu was taken from you hardly qualifies you as a man. Now you seek me out in a drunken haze to challenge me? Where were you before? Let me guess. I just saw Zhu Lu half an hour ago, and you showed up right after. Did you just go to pester Zhu Lu and ended up getting chased away by her? Speaking of which, the taste of Zhu Lu is indeed quite delightful. Lin Tianmeng's every word seemed to pierce deep into Dai Huabin's heart, inciting both fury and regret within him. Lin Tianmeng, the bloodshot veins in his eyes intensified, and his fists clenched tightly. Before losing Zhu Lu, he had not comprehended her significance in his life. It was only after her departure that he realized the depth of his remorse. Unfortunately, Zhu Lu was unwilling to rekindle their romance, leaving him with no choice but to seek out Lin Tianmeng for a confrontation fueled by alcohol. Ultimately, his disarray was easily discerned by Lin Tianmeng. What? You lack charm and yet blame me for taking away Zhu Lu? Do you not know that it was Zhu Lu who sought me out, wishing to be my woman? Lin Tianmeng stoked the flames further. As his words faded, Dai Huabin felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and with a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tianmeng, you wait for me. Were it not for the fact that they were at Shrek Academy, he would have already gone berserk and engaged Lin Tianmeng in a fight. Dai Huabin was loath to admit his crushing defeat, yet he understood that even if he entered the arena of souls, he would still not be Lin Tianmeng's match. It seemed he would have to resort to the power of the Duke's manor after all. Wandering in a daze, Dai Huabin departed, while Lin Tianmeng did not pursue him further. Gu Yuna, perplexed, inquired, why did you not simply kill him? He harbors hatred towards you. Keeping him alive will only bring disaster. To which Lin Tianmeng shrugged helplessly, replying, pray tell, Silver Dragon King, you are so powerful, if 1,000-year soul beast. or even 100-year soul beast, or animosity towards you, would you personally eliminate it? Gu Yunao paused, contemplating before answering. No, there's no need for that. The disparity in strength is far too great. Even if that 1,000-year soul beast cultivated for another 100,000 years, I could still easily dispatch it with a single blow. Then that settles it, does it not? Besides, how do you know I do not hold a grudge myself? Lin Tianmeng laughed heartily as he strolled towards the dormitory area. Chapter 48, the Core Disciple Treasure Appreciation Event, a privilege granted by Xian Liner. The following day, with Xian Liner's special permission, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong only needed to attend half a day's classes in the Martial Spirit Department, spending the afternoon studying in the Soul Guidance Department. By the end of the day, both of them were utterly exhausted. Although Xian Liner's teaching philosophy was not as stringent as Zhou Yi's, it was by no means easy. However, after concluding the day's lessons, Xian Liner handed each of them a card, stating, "Tonight, there will be a Core Disciple Treasure Appreciation event in Shrek City. If you two have nothing else to attend to, go and broaden your horizons. Oh, and feel free to purchase whatever catches your eye. This dean has plenty of funds." Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong exchanged glances, both joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, Dean Xian." After they left the Soul Guidance Department, Yin Xiaojia also found them and similarly presented them with 2 cards for the Core Disciple Treasure Appreciation event. The only difference was that regarding the event, Yin Xiaojia said, "I have authorized a credit limit of 100,000 gold soul coins for each of you, which you may use freely, but this amount must be repaid to the Academy annually." In Yin Xiaojia's presence, they refrained from commenting. Once he departed, the two began to discuss. "It seems that Dean Xian is far more generous, allowing us to buy whatever we fancy without worrying about the cost. Dean Yin, on the other hand, despite the Martial Spirit Department not being short on funds, only grants us a limit of 100,000 gold soul coins, and we still have to repay the Academy," Wang Dong remarked, unable to contain herself. "Indeed. Others say that Vice Dean Qian Duo of the Soul Guidance Department is a miser, but in my view, it's actually Dean Yin," Lin Tianmeng chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. "So, shall we attend tonight's treasure appreciation event?" he inquired. "Of course, especially since Dean Xian is footing the bill," Wang Dong replied, grinning widely. That night, Shrek City was ablaze with lights. It was a bustling hub for merchants from various empires, and even at night, it was filled with a throng of people. Attending the Core Disciple Treasure Appreciation event were not just the two of them, but also other core disciples, such as Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's invitation card had been issued by Zhou Yi, and a few others from the new student class, including Hui Yuhao, had also received cards. Initially, Hui Yuhao had only a decade-old soul ring that had been misunderstood during the new student assessment, which is why Yin Xiaojia and Du Weilan had not permitted him to become a core disciple. However, Hui Yuhao's first soul ring was now a century old, and he had displayed considerable strength during the assessment, successfully earning his status as a core disciple. Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, and Xiao Xiao arrived together. Though Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao only had the credit limit of core disciples, as they were not students of Xian Liner. "Brother Tianmeng, is there anything you wish to purchase? I can transfer my credit limit to you," Hui Yuhao offered. He had long considered that the items sold in such places would be exceedingly expensive, and even with a credit limit, he would likely be unable to afford anything. It was better to let Lin Tianmeng have it. Combined, their limits could amount to a substantial sum, and he could always earn money to repay the Academy later. Upon hearing Hui Yuhao's words, Wang Dong immediately rolled her eyes. How dare he compete with her for Lin Tianmeng? He doesn't need your limit. Dean Xian has already stated that as long as we like something, we can take it, and she will cover the costs, Wang Dong declared proudly, lifting her chin. "Wow, such a wonderful arrangement," Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her innocent nature oblivious to Wang Dong's animosity towards Hui Yuhao. Lin Tianmeng was aware of Wang Dong's jealousy, but he had anticipated that she would also be envious of other women. All right, the treasure appreciation event is about to begin. Let us hurry inside," Lin Tianmeng, as the leader of this small group, declared, and they ceased their inquiries. Inside the treasure appreciation event, even the servers were youthful and stunning, with long legs and beautiful features. Lin Tianmeng felt as though he had wandered into a realm of enchantment. Nevertheless, the women surrounding him were all equally beautiful, rendering these others unworthy of his attention. Noticing that he merely cast a fleeting glance at the women before shifting his gaze away, Wang Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, upon reflection, given that Lin Tianmeng already had so many women around him, it was normal for him to overlook these others. She found herself growing irritated again. "Hui Yuhao, look, that sister over there has such long legs." Xiao Xiao could not help but exclaim. Yes, indeed, Hui Yuhao wanted to look but felt hesitant. And that sister over there, wow, she is so beautiful. To their surprise, it was Xiao Xiao among the four who was most captivated by the beauty around them. "Greetings, esteemed soul masters. I am the person in charge here, and I welcome you to the Treasure Appreciation event. The event will be held on the second floor. Should you require credit, please bring your cards to the evaluators for assessment. A young girl in a flowing white dress approached them, announcing their arrival at the event. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong need not evaluate their credit limits, but Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao have indeed conducted an assessment. Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao, your respective credit limits are set at 100,000 gold soul coins, which can only be utilized once per annum, necessitating re-evaluation in the subsequent year, declared the young woman in a white dress as she returned the cards to them. The sum of 100,000 gold soul coins aligns precisely with the price previously mentioned by Yin Xiaozhe to Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong. It appears that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this is the standard limit for core disciples of the Outer Academy. While 100,000 gold soul coins may seem neither excessive nor insufficient, it is certainly capable of purchasing a multitude of items outside. Yet within the Treasure Appreciation Conference, prices are exorbitantly high, and it is likely that this sum could only afford a single item. Esteemed guests, please feel free to select, the young woman in white stated before preparing to exit. Just then, an elderly lady with a head full of white hair and an elegant demeanor entered. You may leave. I shall take over from here, she instructed. The young woman in white, taken aback, promptly replied, Yes, Elder Lin. Indeed, this white-haired elder is one of the esteemed seniors of the Sea God Pavilion, and the mother of Xian Liner, Elder Lin. While Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao were unfamiliar with this elderly lady, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong recognized her. Greetings, Elder Lin. Greetings, Elder Lin, they both exclaimed in unison. Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao quickly followed suit. Greetings, Elder Lin. Elder Lin responded, being quite amiable. Noticing their politeness, she smiled and said, I shouldn't really be here in such a setting, but Liner insisted I come, fearing you might be bullied. This treasure pavilion is essentially a property of the Sea God Pavilion, and I am its unseen proprietor. Simply take whatever you fancy. Elder Lin remarked with generosity. Elder, you and Dean Xian are truly alike in beauty and grace. Wang Dong couldn't help but praise. Chapter 49, presenting the Zhu Lu Soul Bone. Cui Yiji's bold proposal for marriage. Elder Lin smiled and said, All right, go ahead and choose. Once you have selected your items, simply call for that young woman in white. Understood, Elder Lin. The Treasure Appreciation Conference boasts an array of treasures, all cherished artifacts of Shrek Academy, or rather, the Sea God Pavilion. Once Elder Lin departed, Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao felt a slight reduction in the atmospheric pressure surrounding them. Wang Dong, who exactly is that Elder Lin? Xiao Xiao inquired, unclear about Elder Lin's true identity, only aware that she claimed to be the behind-the-scenes owner of the Treasure Pavilion. Hui Yuhao, equally curious, asked Tianmeng, Wang Dong. You seem quite familiar with Elder Lin. Who is she? Since Elder Lin had revealed herself, there was no need to conceal her identity from the two. Thus, Lin Tianmeng explained, Elder Lin is one of the esteemed seniors of the Inner Academy's Sea God Pavilion and the mother of Xian Liner, the head of the Soul Engineer Department. Both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao were left astonished. Goodness, that's utterly astonishing, Hui Yuhao exclaimed. The mother of the dean looks to be no more than 60 or 70 years old. Xiao Xiao expressed her admiration for Elder Lin's youthful appearance. Wang Dong couldn't help but chuckle. I've heard that reaching the rank of Title Douluo allows one to maintain eternal youth. If we can break through to Title Douluo before the age of 30, we could remain forever youthful. Wow, Xiao Xiao sighed in admiration. But to achieve Title Douluo before 30, there are likely very few across the continent who can manage that. We will definitely be among them, Wang Dong asserted confidently. All right, let us select some treasures. Choose whatever you desire, Lin Tianmeng encouraged. Hui Yuhao felt a twinge of guilt, saying, Tianmeng, Xiao Xiao and I only have a credit limit of 100,000 gold soul coins. We shouldn't take too much. His sensitivity made him feel that Elder Lin's previous statements were directed solely at Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong. However, this was not entirely his fault, as Elder Lin had not clarified her intent. Indeed, Tianmeng, perhaps we should refrain from taking anything for now and discuss it later. Xiao Xiao stepped forward. Observing their hesitation, Lin Tianmeng waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? Wang Dong and I have the privilege to take freely. Just let us know what you desire, and we shall carry it for you. Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao were left dumbfounded. It can be done this way? Why not? Now, hurry and choose. If you delay, the good items will be snatched away by others. Encouraged by Lin Tianmeng, Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao finally felt liberated. At that moment, other core disciples arrived on the second floor. Dai Huabin came alone, and upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, his fists clenched tightly. Zhu Lu arrived alongside Cui Yiji, and upon spotting Lin Tianmeng, she excitedly dashed over, exclaiming, Tianmeng, you're here. Zhu Lu, you've come as well, Lin Tianmeng replied with a slight smile. Zhu Lu, unabashed, linked her arm with Lin Tianmeng's. Dai Huabin's expression darkened instantly, but he restrained himself from approaching. After all, Causing a scene here would undoubtedly reflect poorly on him. Thus, Dai Huabin turned and went to another room to select items. Tianmeng, do you have enough of a limit? I also have a credit limit of 100,000 gold soul coins, all available for your use, Zhu Lu offered generously. Witnessing Zhu Lu clinging to Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong felt a surge of frustration within. Humph, how despicable to be so intimate in front of her. Lin Tianmeng gently stroked Zhu Lu's hair, saying, my limit is certainly sufficient, just tell me what you fancy. Really? Zhu Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had indeed set her sights on something. Cui Yiji cheerfully approached Zhu Lu, saying, now you should be able to acquire that soul bone, right? They had previously noticed a soul bone from a 10,000-year-old agility-type soul beast, priced at 230,000 gold soul coins. That soul bone was far too expensive. With her limit of only 100,000, even combined with Tianmeng's, they would only have 200,000. Zhu Lu sighed in resignation, realizing she would not be able to obtain that soul bone. Just 230,000 gold soul coins? Very well, I shall procure it for you. Lin Tianmeng said nonchalantly, directly seeking out the young woman in white who had been waiting at the entrance. Please wrap this soul bone for me, he instructed. The young woman in white understood that he was a distinguished guest entrusted by Elder Lin and could not afford to be negligent. Certainly. Soon. The soul bone was in Lin Tianmeng's possession. Here you go, he said, handing it over to Zhu Lu without a moment's hesitation. Zhu Lu was both astonished and delighted. Goodness, Tianmeng, such a precious treasure. Are you truly willing to give it to me? What could be more precious than you? You are my wife, Lin Tianmeng replied with a gentle smile. I cannot thank you enough, Tianmeng. Zhu Lu, a vivacious girl, disregarded the presence of others and planted a kiss on Lin Tianmeng's lips, then whispered in his ear, to show my gratitude, let us indulge in some excitement tonight. Having recently conceived, Zhu Lu was aware she could not engage in intimate relations for 3 months, and her meaning was unmistakable. How could Lin Tianmeng possibly refuse? All right, he replied. Cui Yiji, who witnessed the entire scene, couldn't help but gasp. As long as I become your wife, can I choose any treasure here? Cui Yiji nervously inquired, swallowing hard. She had her own desires, but her quota was insufficient. Lin Tianmeng recognized this as a splendid opportunity, and he nodded in agreement, stating, yes, as long as you are my wife, you may take whatever you wish. I shall cover all expenses. Cui Yiji felt a shameful thrill. She leaned closer to Lin Tianmeng, batting her alluring pink eyes, and asked, so, can I also marry you? The crowd gasped in unison, under the watchful eyes of all. Lin Tianmeng slightly nodded, of course. With Lin Tianmeng's affirmative answer, Cui Yiji was overjoyed. All right, from this moment on, I am your woman. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. Congratulations, host, on receiving a golden level reward. Congratulations, host, on the reward. The duration of all soul rings increases by 1,000 years. It seemed that the simple golden level reward paled in comparison to the SSR enhanced golden level reward. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. In this treasure appraisal event, all treasures could be freely selected. Lin Tianmeng informed Cui Yiji. Wow, this is simply marvelous. Cui Yiji exclaimed, and in her excitement, a pink foxtail sprouted behind her. Her martial spirit was the nine-tailed fox, and beauty and allure were her greatest weapons. Lin Tianmeng's eyes widened at the sight of the foxtail. Wang Dong, behind them, was infuriated with himself. How could he have acquired another so quickly? Chapter 50. The anxious Xiao Xiao encounters Jiang Nan Nan. She hadn't even queued yet. Oh wait, she could never queue. That annoying Lin Tianmeng. Couldn't he take his time in collecting wives? At least give her a moment to breathe. Besides, she could also take anything at the treasure appraisal event. Why didn't Cui Yiji marry her instead? Of course, this notion was one Wang Dong could only entertain in his mind, for she too was a woman. I want that. Cui Yiji pointed at a level 4 soul-guiding weapon and exclaimed to Lin Tianmeng. She had already advanced to the 3rd ring, and with a bit more effort, once she reached the 4th ring Soul Master realm, she would be able to use level 4 soul-guiding weapons freely. Lin Tianmeng glanced at the weapon she indicated, which was a long pink whip adorned with intricate patterns. Utilizing it would enhance a Soul Master's attack power to some degree and extend the effects of soul skills. It was priced at 3 million. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, a level 4 soul-guiding device is even more expensive than a soul bone? Lin Tianmeng replied, it still depends on the quality. Different qualities command different prices. He then addressed the girl in white. Please wrap this up for me as well. Without asking a single question, the girl in white complied immediately. The astonishment in Cui Yiji's eyes deepened. Just the previous soul bone from Zhu Lu had already cost over 200,000 gold soul coins, and with the addition of the level 4 soul guiding weapon, the total exceeded 500,000 gold soul coins. Such a high price was something even Dai Huabin from the Duke of the White Tiger's residence could not afford. Yet, Lin Tianmeng purchased it for her without a flicker of hesitation. What a display of extravagance. Soon, A box containing the coveted level 4 soul-guiding weapon rested in Cui Yiji's hands. She was not one to be shy, especially after Zhu Lu had set an example. Without hesitation, she embraced Lin Tianmeng tightly, her foxtail wrapping around his waist. "If you wish to find me, you are always welcome," she whispered softly in Lin Tianmeng's ear. Then, she released him, revealing a cunning smile that could only be described as enchanting. "Brother Tianmeng, we shall take our leave now. Awaiting your return." Zhu Lu and Cui Yiji interlinked their hands as they spoke to Lin Tianmeng. "All right, see you soon," Lin Tianmeng replied, his heart brimming with excitement. Just Zhu Lu alone was already a paragon of beauty, and now he had the addition of Cui Yiji with her nine-tailed fox martial spirit. The thought sent a thrill through him. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao began to feel somewhat uneasy. "Brother Tianmeng, you just said we could take anything. Does that mean I can too?" Before she could finish, Wang Dong rushed forward to cover her mouth. "Are you kidding? One Cui Yiji is already enough? You want to add Xiao Xiao to the mix?" "Absolutely not. Don't forget, I also have the privilege to take things freely. Just tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you. No need to marry him." Wang Dong huffed. "Oh, is that allowed?" Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Tianmeng. Wang Dong, brimming with anger, said, "What are you looking at him for? What he can give you, I can provide as well. So, am I to marry you then?" Wang Dong. "No need. Just stay single. No one has to marry anyone." Xiao Xiao nodded, somewhat dazed. However, deep down, she felt envious of Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong. As a student of Xianliner, they had the freedom to take anything from here. Moreover, she already harbored feelings for Lin Tianmeng. Marrying him seemed rather appealing. But she was still too young, perhaps in the future. Ultimately, Xiao Xiao selected a soul-enhancing pill containing 4 pieces, priced at a modest 400,000 gold soul coins. Hui Yuhao was uncertain about what to choose. So Lin Tianmeng took the initiative to select a soul bone suitable for a mental attribute soul master. This soul bone was quite costly, even more so than Zhu Lu's. Priced at 420,000 gold soul coins, it left Hui Yuhao taken aback. "Brother Tianmeng, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Hui Yuhao hadn't anticipated Lin Tianmeng's generosity. After all, 420,000 gold soul coins was no small sum. "Take it. You must," Lin Tianmeng insisted firmly, handing him the soul bone. "Brother Tianmeng, if you don't take it, I will be upset," Lin Tianmeng warned. Hui Yuhao, not wishing to anger Lin Tianmeng, reluctantly accepted the box containing the soul bone. "Thank you, Brother Tianmeng." He silently vowed that whenever Lin Tianmeng needed his assistance, no matter how challenging the task, he would be willing to help, even at the cost of his own life. Indeed, Hui Yuhao had never known anything but maternal love in his life. Any kindness shown to him elicited a profound sense of gratitude. Lin Tianmeng had aided him immensely and gifted him such a precious soul bone. This debt of gratitude would forever remain etched in his heart. Even if one day Lin Tianmeng were to stand against the entire world, he would gladly lend his support. It was in that moment that Hui Yuhao finally understood why those stunning women were so willing to be with Lin Tianmeng. If he were a woman, he would likely succumb to the allure of Lin Tianmeng's pomegranate pants. "Come, let us explore other rooms." Lin Tianmeng was unaware of what Hui Yuhao was contemplating. They had already selected everything within this room, leaving only items of little interest to them. The young lady in the white dress warmly escorted them to the next room and kindly remarked, "You may choose freely, without concern for the price. Simply call for me once you have made your selections." Both Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong nodded in agreement. "Tianmeng, it's you. What a coincidence." Zhang Nannan was in this room, selecting items as well. She was also a core disciple from the Outer Academy, with a quota of 100,000 gold soul coins. "Sister Nannan," Lin Tianmeng waved. Wang Dong and the others also greeted Zhang Nannan amicably. "Sister Shui, why haven't I seen Sister Tangya?" Hui Yuhao inquired, having searched for some time without spotting her. "Tangya's soul power is too low. She is not a core disciple." Zhang Nannan shook her head. She too wished to be here alongside Tangya, but regrettably, Tangya did not enjoy the privileges of a core disciple. This reminded Lin Tianmeng of the condition Tangya had proposed when she invited him to join the Tang sect. He wondered if she had made up her mind yet. Beibei and Su Sanshur, both core disciples, should also be in the treasure-gathering pavilion now. However, as Su Sanshur had lost a bet, he could not engage with Zhang Nannan, so they deliberately avoided the room where she was. From a man's perspective, Lin Tianmeng felt that Beibei did not truly love Tangya. Beibei was a descendant of Mu Lao, possessing an abundance of rare treasures. Yet he refused to give Tangya even the slightest token of affection. Otherwise, she would not still be hovering at just over level 30. It could be said that Tangya's subsequent darkness was inextricably linked to Beibei. Perhaps even that Beibei was indirectly responsible for the corruption of Tangya's martial soul. Chapter 51. The shock of Beibei regarding the quota for Tangya. Is it true that non-core disciples cannot enter the Treasure Appreciation Conference? Lin Tianmeng asked the young lady in white. The young lady, not daring to be negligent, replied, "Generally speaking, Yes, only core disciples possess cards that grant access to the conference. However, what? Lin Tianmeng prompted. The young lady looked at him and said, "You are entitled to special privileges. Anyone you bring in, regardless of whether they possess a core disciple card, may enter the conference." That was precisely the response he had been waiting for. "Sister Nan, could you please fetch Sister Tanya for me and bring her along?" Lin Tianmeng requested. Although Jiang Nan did not understand why Lin Tianmeng enjoyed such special treatment, she was a good friend of Tanya, and naturally, it would be best if Tanya could come here to select treasures as well. Thus, she nodded. "All right, I shall go right now." As Jiang Nan dashed out, she coincidentally encountered Bei and Su Sancher. "Nan, why the rush? Where are you off to?" Bei inquired. Jiang Nan initially intended to tell them she was going to find Tanya, but upon reflection, it struck her that even Lin Tianmeng, whom she had only met a few times, was willing to extend a special quota to Tanya, while Bei was unwilling to bring her in. Therefore, she chose not to respond and left the treasure-gathering pavilion directly. Bei was left puzzled. Could it be that she saw me with you and now harbors resentment towards me as well? Bei asked Su Sancher. How would I know? Su Sancher was extremely vexed. Although he and Jiang Nan were both at Shrek Academy, it had become exceedingly difficult to even meet. With Nan gone, Bei suggested, "Let us check out this room. Perhaps there is something you need." Su Sancher nodded in agreement and followed her inside. Lin Tianmeng and the others were already there. Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, Su Sancher's expression darkened. It was a case of enemies meeting, and they were particularly hostile towards each other. Su Sancher was eager to defeat Lin Tianmeng. But this was the treasure-gathering pavilion, guarded by powerful figures from the academy, preventing him from acting out. Bei, unfamiliar with Lin Tianmeng, only recognized Hui Yuhao. "Little Yuhao, you're here too. Have you found anything of interest?" Bei asked, presenting a cultured demeanor. Hui Yuhao answered candidly, "Yes, I have already purchased something." "Oh, what is it? May I take a look?" "Certainly." Hui Yuhao produced the soul bone, and upon seeing it, Bei exclaimed in astonishment. "This is a soul bone produced by a 10,000-year spirit attribute soul beast, and it's a head soul bone? Goodness, this must be quite expensive." Hui Yuhao glanced at Lin Tianmeng, and upon receiving a nod from him, he replied, "Yes, it is priced at 420,000 gold soul coins." Bei. "Little Yuhao, where did you acquire such a large sum?" Bei was aware of Hui Yuhao's financial struggles. He was exceedingly poor, to the extent that Bei had helped him pay his tuition for Shrek Academy. However, aside from that, she had not assisted him further. Hui Yuhao had arrived at the new student class with barely a few silver soul coins to his name. Thankfully, Tanya had introduced him to the business of selling grilled fish. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford even a meal. In terms of cultivation, Lin Tianmeng had aided him. Otherwise, he would not have progressed so quickly to become a two-ringed soul master. Relying solely on Bei, he would have inevitably starved. "It was a gift from Brother Tianmeng," Hui Yuhao stated. "What?" Bei was utterly astonished. That was 420,000 gold soul coins. He was reluctant to part with it, yet Lin Tianmeng was willing to give it to Hui Yuhao. What exactly was the nature of their relationship? Su Sancher was also greatly astonished. In his recollection, Lin Tianmeng did not seem to be particularly wealthy. Ahem. Su Sancher broke the silence. Bei, let us first select the items we need." "All right." Bei understood that there was no point in probing further and nodded in agreement. Wang Dong began to choose items as well, pulling Xiao Xiao along with her. "I needn't pick anything. I already have enough," Xiao Xiao said, holding up the bottle in her hand. With 4 soul-raising pills, she felt quite satisfied. "Those are only worth 40,000 gold soul coins. You should select another item," Wang Dong declared grandly. Their conversation was not particularly subdued, and Bei and Su Sancher naturally overheard. However, they did not inquire directly, but rather speculated silently. Could it be that Wang Dong's family was quite affluent? Yet even if they were wealthy, a few million gold soul coins was no trivial matter. Just like Su Sancher, he belonged to the Xianming sect, which was well off. Yet he could not simply gift someone items worth several million gold soul coins. In fact, he would hesitate even to purchase such expensive items for himself. Before long, Jiang Nan returned with Tanya. The young lady in white had already instructed the attendant at the door to allow Tanya direct entry into the Treasure Appreciation Conference. She truly made it in. Tanya was quite surprised, as she had initially thought Jiang Nan's words were merely jest. Jiang Nan brought Tanya upstairs to the room where Lin Tianmeng and the others were, and upon seeing Bei and Su Sancher there, her expression became somewhat awkward. However, upon reconsideration, she recalled that Su Sancher had promised not to entangle her any further. Thus, even if they were to select items in the same room, it should pose no issue. As long as she ignored him, all would be well. "Xiaoya, what brings you here?" Bei exclaimed, a look of astonishment on her face. "Aren't you without a core disciples card?" At Bei's words, Tanya felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Did he imply that she was unworthy of being there? Where I choose to go hardly requires your permission, Tangya replied coolly. Bei was momentarily taken aback and hastily clarified, Xiaoya, that's not what I meant. Yet, Tangya had already taken Jiang Nanan's hand and headed towards Lin Tianmeng, clearly wishing to disregard him. Su Sanshur patted Bei on the shoulder and sighed, my unfortunate brother. Not that I'm like you. Bei retorted disdainfully. Upon reaching Lin Tianmeng, Tangya displayed a sweet smile. Tianmeng, Nanan mentioned that you brought me here? Lin Tianmeng nodded affirmatively. Yes, Sister Xiaoya. Feel free to pick anything you like. I'll cover the cost. Really? Tangya's surprise was palpable. She had no reason to doubt Lin Tianmeng's sincerity. Of course it's true. Just select a piece, and you'll see, Lin Tianmeng generously replied. Tangya was unreserved with her friends. All right, I want to hold back. What should she choose? She pulled Jiang Nanan along to browse, mumbling as she examined the items. Don't you need a soul bone? Bei and the others all have theirs, yet you're still without one, Jiang Nanan remarked. At times, she felt sympathy for Tangya, who bore the heavy responsibility of reviving the Tang sect while lacking financial resources. Furthermore, her talent was mediocre, and she had yet to acquire even a single soul bone. However, soul bones were exceedingly expensive. Tangya had seen the soul bones on display, but their price tags were staggering, each costing millions of gold soul coins. Chapter 52, Bei's breakup, Tangya's affection. You need a soul bone, right? Sister Xiaoya. Let me help you choose one. Lin Tianmeng volunteered, locating a suitable left arm bone for the blue-silver grass martial soul, priced at 370,000 gold soul coins. This one will do. Please wrap it up for me. Lin Tianmeng instructed the attendant in white. Certainly. The attendant replied without hesitation. Tangya gasped, covering her mouth. Tianmeng, this is far too precious, Before she could finish, Lin Tianmeng interrupted, Sister Xiaoya, this is a gift from me to you. If you refuse it, I might not consider you a friend anymore. With such a declaration, could Tangya still decline? Certainly not. Thank you, Tianmeng. Tangya's heart raced, for 370,000 gold soul coins was no trivial sum. Though she did not necessarily need a soul bone. If Bei had been considerate, he could have easily used his allowance to buy her a soul-raising pill. Yet, he had not done so. Bei, her boyfriend, was unwilling to sacrifice his own interests for her. In contrast, Lin Tianmeng, whom she had only met a few times, was willing to gift her such a valuable item. It was evident who valued her more. The scales in Tangya's heart tilted significantly towards Lin Tianmeng. Seeing Lin Tianmeng effortlessly bestow such an expensive soul bone upon Tangya left Bei utterly shocked. Xiaoya, how can you accept gifts from other men so casually? Bei, usually composed and amiable, seemed to lose his poise. 370,000 gold soul coins was not beyond his means. He merely deemed it unworthy. After all, Tangya's talent was lackluster, and her martial soul, the blue-silver grass, was the least impressive. Even with a soul bone, what could she achieve? Bei was always thoughtful, unwilling to invest in endeavors that bore no fruit. Furthermore, that was 370,000 gold soul coins at stake. It would have been better had he kept silent. For upon uttering those words, a look of displeasure crossed Tangya's delicate features. If I refuse the gift from Tianmeng, should I wait for you to offer me something? Xiaoya, enough. Tangya shut her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, her voice was resolute. Bei, let us break up. Bei. The words struck him like a thunderbolt. Why? Xiaoya, my feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon. How did I never realize before that you are so glib of tongue? Tangya fixed her gaze upon him. You always speak beautifully, yet you refuse to part with anything good for me, believing it a waste if I were to use it. Is that not true? Bei was taken aback. He had thought Tangya was carefree and untroubled, never suspecting she could perceive such profound matters. To his surprise, she had been aware all along. Xiaoya, you need not say more. I will not turn back. Tangya's resolve was unwavering. What she desired was not a gentle and affable elder brother like Bei, but rather a man who could be warm and attentive to her needs. Bei, hailing from the blue electric tyrant dragon clan, could not possibly lack valuable items. Yet, over the years, had he ever gifted her anything? No, not even a single soul-raising pill. Leave, she commanded him. Bei raised his hand, wishing to stroke Tangya's hair as he once did, but this time he realized he no longer had that privilege. Knowing he was in the wrong, Bei chose to remain silent, turning to leave. Hey, Bei, where are you going? Su Sanshur hurriedly followed him out. Bei felt a deep sense of melancholy. Moments ago, he had been mocking Su Sanshur, yet now he found himself abandoned by Tangya. Inside the room, while Tangya had uttered those words, her heart ached as well. She collapsed into Jiang Nanan's embrace, weeping silently. All right, Xiaoya, stop crying. He is not worth your tears. Jiang Nanan gently patted Tangya's back. No, Nanan. I'm not crying for Bei. I'm crying for all the years I've wasted. Previously, Tangya had been blinded by her emotions, unable to see clearly. Now, having broken up with Bei, she finally understood that it had always been one-sided on her part. When had Bei ever genuinely cared for her? In her moments of need. All he offered were empty platitudes. Sister Xiaoya, don't cry. Although you've lost Bei, you still have the soul bone I gifted you. Lin Tianmeng seized the moment to assert his presence. Upon hearing this, Tangya looked down at the soul bone in her hands. Instantly, her sorrow dissipated. She broke into a smile, stepping out of Jiang Nanan's embrace and enveloping Lin Tianmeng in a hug. Thank you so much, I truly appreciate it, Tianmeng. Tangya was inherently innocent. Whoever treated her kindly, she felt inclined to reciprocate the sentiment. Sister Xiaoya, there's no need to be so formal. Congratulations on finally seeing through that scoundrel, Lin Tianmeng remarked. Haha, indeed, it is a cause for celebration. Tangya, feeling a sudden surge of joy, waved her hand grandly and declared, Today, dear little ones, I shall treat you all to a meal. What do you say? Absolutely. Upon witnessing Tangya's uplifted spirits, they too felt a wave of happiness wash over them. Just before they departed, Wang Dong urged Xiao Xiao to grab another soul guide device, while Lin Tianmeng also took 2 additional items. Xiaoya, this is for you. Once outside, Jiang Nanan produced a white porcelain vial. Tangya, taken aback, inquired, What is this? Open it, and you shall find out. Trusting Jiang Nanan implicitly, Tangya uncorked the vial, and a potent aroma of medicine quickly wafted into the air. Is this a soul elevation pill? Tangya's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, it's a gift for you, Jiang Nanan replied with a smile. 1 soul elevation pill is valued at a staggering 100,000 gold soul coins at the Treasure Appreciation Conference, and Jiang Nanan's annual quota totals merely that amount. If Jiang Nanan is willing to use her quota to aid in enhancing her soul power, what about Bei? What has Bei done? The more Tangya pondered, the angrier she became. Nanan, I believe that my decision to part ways with Bei tonight is the wisest choice I have made in over a decade, she asserted. Jiang Nanan blinked and suggested, Have you considered finding another boyfriend? I see some who seem quite fond of you. Are you referring to Tianmeng? Tangya felt her cheeks flush at the mere mention of his name. Jiang Nanan merely smiled in silence. Turning her gaze back, Tangya noticed Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong walking side by side. Despite Lin Tianmeng being only 11, he exuded a masculine charm and striking handsomeness that surpassed even Wang Dong. It wouldn't be so bad if he were to become her boyfriend, would it? Xiaoya, why are you staring at me? Lin Tianmeng noticed Tangya's gaze and inquired. No, I was just looking around, Tangya stammered, her face growing even redder as she was caught in the act. Chapter 53. Taking a wife, the Tang clan changes hands. However, Lin Tianmeng was not inclined to let her off the hook so easily, and with a playful smile, he said, Xiaoya, I recall that when you initially invited me to join the Tang clan, I proposed a condition. Have you given it some thought? The suddenness of Lin Tianmeng's question caught Tangya off guard. To be honest, she had contemplated this condition for quite some time. Her decision to break up with Bei today was indeed influenced by it. What condition? Jiang Nanan asked, puzzled. What are you two playing at? Tangya cleared her throat and said, Cough. Nanan, why don't you take them to the restaurant first and wait for me there, all right? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nanan complied. All right then. Though curious, she respected Tangya's wishes. Wang Dong, Yuhao, Xiao, let us head to the restaurant. Sure, of course. Both Hui Yuhao and Xiao had no objections, but Wang Dong was different. She placed her hands on her hips and shot Lin Tianmeng a fierce glare before turning to Jiang Nanan. All right, Senior Jiang, let us go. Lin Tianmeng shrugged, thinking to himself that he hadn't done anything wrong. Once the others had departed, Tangya finally mustered the courage to speak. She looked at Lin Tianmeng, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Xiaoya, why are you so nervous? Am I that intimidating? No, not at all. Tangya touched the soul bone in her hand, suddenly filled with resolve. About the condition you mentioned last time, I accept. What condition, Xiaoya? I don't quite understand. Lin Tianmeng feigned ignorance with a sly smile. Tianmeng, you're insufferable. Tangya couldn't help but stamp her foot, exclaiming, I agree to be with you, to become your woman. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking a wife. Congratulations, host, on receiving a gold-level reward. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward. Level 3 Soul Guide Baby Bottle X10. Not too shabby. Although merely a level 3 baby bottle, there are 10 of them. Moreover, they are perfectly suited for Tangya. In that case, allow me to present you with another gift, Lin Tianmeng said generously. What gift? Tangya's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Tianmeng had already gifted her a soul bone today and was now offering yet another present. Was it not 1,000 times more generous than Bei? Here it is. Lin Tianmeng produced a level 3 baby bottle and handed it to Tangya. As the leader of the Tang clan, she was aware that the clan had gradually declined due to the emergence of soul guides, yet she did not harbor any aversion towards them. Rather, she hoped to acquire more for research purposes. Is this a baby bottle? She asked. Indeed, a level 3 baby bottle. Now that you are a soul master, you can use it normally. The bottle's purpose is to replenish soul power. By precharging it, you can absorb the soul power within when needed. Since baby bottles are difficult to make, they are quite costly and rarely circulate in the market, typically appearing only at auctions where they fetch exorbitant prices. When not in use, you can charge it in advance and take it out when the time comes, Lin Tianmeng explained. Tang pondered for a moment and asked, if I charge it with soul power, can you use it? Lin Tianmeng was taken aback. Was she suggesting he consume from her baby bottle? Yes, he nodded. That is fantastic. I was at a loss for how to express my gratitude to you, Tang replied with a smile. Lin Tianmeng smirked and said, Xiaoya, if you truly wish to thank me, why not pass the position of clan leader to me? What do you think? He had long desired to take over. The decline of the Tang clan was not merely due to the rapid development of soul guides. A significant factor was that each generation of leaders failed to adapt. The clan had been passed down for millennia, yet now only Tang and Hui Yuhao remained. Bei Bei had been expelled from the Tang clan and was no longer a member. One could argue that the Tang clan was failing, yet it had endured for a millennium. Conversely, one could assert that the Tang clan was thriving, yet it now consisted of only the clan leader and a single disciple struggling to survive. It was absurd. Lin Tianmeng initially anticipated Tang would resist, but to his surprise, she readily agreed. Sure, I wasn't particularly keen on managing the Tang clan anyway, she said. Why is that? With only myself left in the entire clan, what is the point? Moreover, I've heard that our ancestor, Tang San, ascended to godhood long ago. Yet no divine assistance has graced the Tang clan in all this time. Tang shrugged and remarked, in a sect that even its ancestors do not care for. What need do I have to cling to it? If you desire it, take it. My goodness, what a revelation. Lin Tianmeng felt a sense of embarrassment in comparison to Tang's clarity. Thank you, Xiaoya. You're still calling me Xiaoya? Tang feigned annoyance. Lin Tianmeng chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Tang's waist. Xiaoya. Leaning against Lin Tianmeng, Tang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. As the two held hands and arrived at the designated restaurant, Tang's charming visage was as flushed as a ripe apple. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Nan could no longer feign ignorance. Lin Tianmeng was quite swift in his actions. Please, take a seat and enjoy your meal. Shall we order some more dishes? No need. This is sufficient, replied Tang as she sat down beside Lin Tianmeng, her mind far from the meal at hand. Wang Dong set down his chopsticks, simmering with frustration. How could Lin Tianmeng be so unscrupulous? First it was Zhu Lu and Cui Yijia, and now he had added Tang to his collection. Truly, he monopolized all the good fortune. Unable to contain himself, Wang Dong stood up and declared, Tang, may I apply to join the Tang sect? Tang was taken aback. She then replied, Ahem, you should ask Tianmeng. I have already transferred the Tang sect to him. From this day forth, he is the sect leader. What? Jiang Nan, Wang Dong, and Hui Yuhao were all left in stunned silence. Xiaoya, the Tang sect is your lifeblood. How could you willingly relinquish it? Jiang Nan understood the deep significance Tang placed upon the Tang sect. Wang Dong was not a member of the Tang sect and had no standing to comment. Hui Yuhao was merely astonished. He held absolute faith in Lin Tianmeng and wholeheartedly supported him as the leader of the Tang sect. Tang shyly smiled and said, I am already Tianmeng's wife. It is only natural that I hand over the Tang sect to him. Jiang Nan's lashes quivered. Indeed. Seizing the moment while everyone was present, Lin Tianmeng held Tang's small hand and proclaimed, from now on, the Tang sect will no longer be known as the Tang sect. It shall be renamed the Tianmeng clan. At this juncture, he glanced at Wang Dong and winked, asking, Wang Dong, didn't you express a desire to join the Tang sect? Would you care to join our Tianmeng clan instead? Wang Dong instinctively wanted to agree, but ultimately restrained himself. Who would want to join your so-called clan? She thought defiantly. Chapter 54. The Reaction of God King Tang San and the Revenge of Dai Huabin. Conversely, Hui Yuhao was exceedingly delighted. From this moment forth, I shall be a member of the Tianmeng clan. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, clan matriarch. Quite right, this lad is quite astute. Lin Tianmeng nodded slightly. All right, let us sit down and eat. Upon hearing the title of clan matriarch, Tang felt an overwhelming sense of bashfulness. She had not anticipated marrying so swiftly, and to someone several years her junior, no less. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the Tang sect had unexpectedly changed hands. Sea god Tang San had been meticulously monitoring the Douluo Continent, intent on guiding the fate there to ensure that the child of destiny became part of his Tang family. Until now, everything had been well within his grasp. Yet now, the Tang sect had suddenly changed ownership, and it had been renamed the Tianmeng clan. Henceforth, there would be no Tang sect on the Douluo Continent. How could this be permissible? Tang San could no longer remain seated. He felt compelled to descend to the lower realm. Third brother, you cannot go. Xiaowu grasped his arm. Tang San realized he had acted impulsively. As a deity, he must not interfere with affairs in the lower realm. Previously, he had pried into the fate of the child of destiny, Hui Yuhao, and had sent his daughter down, all exploiting loopholes in the rules. If he were to act on his own accord and descend, he would likely be condemned by the entire divine realm. I will not go, Tang San pondered before ultimately deciding against descending personally. However, he was determined to observe the identity of the one who had usurped his Tang sect. Tang San attempted to peer into Lin Tianmeng's fate using divine power, only to find himself engulfed in a shroud of mist. When he sought to delve deeper, his divine power recoiled violently. With a gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Third brother, what has happened? Xiao Wu rushed to support him. I am fine. Naturally, the Tang sect would not inform Xiao Wu of his recent actions, as prying into another's fate was a violation of the divine realm's rules. Seeing that Tang San was unharmed, Xiao Wu sighed. I wonder how our daughter is faring on the Douluo Continent. A mother's heart is always burdened with worry regarding her daughter's safety. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San recalled that he had a daughter on the Douluo Continent. Though Tang Wu Tong had ventured there of her own accord, could she have done so without Tang San's tacit approval? From the moment she descended, Tang San had already charted the course for her future, dividing into two, only to unite once more. His aim was to ensure she could win over the child of destiny on the Douluo Continent. However, as time passed, engrossed in his daily romantic exchanges with Xiao Wu in the divine realm, he nearly forgot about his daughter. Do not worry, Xiao Wu. I am well aware. He reassured her. Xiao Wu nodded but remained deeply concerned. If third brother was able to send their daughter down, then might she also descend to the Douluo Continent? She was truly anxious for her daughter. On the Douluo Continent, after finishing the dinner hosted by Tanya, Lin Tianmeng returned to the academy. Initially, he had hoped to share a bed with Tanya that night, but his mind was still preoccupied with Zhu Lu's remarks during the treasure appraisal event. Since it was something exhilarating, he felt compelled to attend. Thus, upon returning to Shrek Academy, Lin Tianmeng headed straight for the dormitory. He had anticipated that finding Zhu Lu would require some effort, but to his surprise, she was already sitting on the steps waiting for him when he arrived at the bottom. Tianmeng Gu. Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, Zhu Lu's eyes sparkled with joy. Why aren't you in the dormitory? It's so hot outside. Lin Tianmeng tenderly ruffled her hair. I was afraid you wouldn't find me, so I waited here for you. Zhu Lu's affection and admiration for Lin Tianmeng were genuine. When she fell in love, she would pour forth her utmost enthusiasm. Ahem. Wang Dong, who stood behind Lin Tianmeng, awkwardly cleared her throat. She, along with Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao, had returned with Lin Tianmeng. This situation was undeniably awkward. Tianmeng Gu, we'll head back to the dormitory first. See you tomorrow. Hui Yuhao was the quickest to react, quickly bypassing Zhu Lu and entering the dormitory building. Xiao Xiao followed closely. I'll be going back too. Tianmeng Gu, leaving Wang Dong standing alone. Wang Dong. These two little rascals. Why do they run away so quickly when faced with a situation? Wang Dong looked up and saw Lin Tianmeng and Zhu Lu both gazing at her. The awkwardness intensified. You two carry on. I'll be leaving now. Wang Dong exclaimed before dashing into the dormitory, as if Lin Tianmeng and Zhu Lu were some sort of ferocious beasts. In the enchanting glow of the night, Zhu Lu regarded Lin Tianmeng with a dreamy expression. Tianmeng Gu, let us find a place. All right. Lin Tianmeng took her hand. Shall we go to Shrek City and find a hotel? Zhu Lu softly replied. Lin Tianmeng felt no inconvenience in this arrangement whatsoever. In the current embrace of warmth and softness, all else must be cast aside. Meanwhile, in Shrek City, Dai Huabin pressed his lips tightly together, having laid an elaborate trap, eagerly awaiting Lin Tianding's return. Initially, he had intended to act as soon as Lin Tianding departed from the treasure-gathering pavilion, but with Tanya and the others present, he had to temporarily postpone his plans. Ultimately, Lin Tianding returned to Shrek Academy with Wang Dong and the others. Dai Huabin thought he would be unable to take action that night, yet unexpectedly, Lin Tianding returned with Zhu Lu. Moreover, they entered a hotel. What could those two be doing inside? Dai Huabin didn't need to contemplate. He already knew. Those scoundrels. He struck his fist against the wall in frustration. However, this could work to his advantage. Once Lin Tianding emerged, he would command his men to strike. He would never dare to act within Shrek Academy, but in Shrek City. As long as he executed it cleanly, there would be no fatal evidence left behind. When you see Lin Tianding, everyone will strike together. I want to see his corpse. Clenching his fists, Dai Huabin thought, since he, a three-ringed soul master, could not defeat Lin Tianding, surely the five-ringed soul kings and six-ringed soul emperors who emerged from the White Tiger Duke's mansion could dispose of him. Yes, young master. This time they had brought 5 soul kings and 2 soul emperors with them. With such a formidable lineup, Lin Tianding had no chance of survival. Dai Huabin was a vengeful man. He had harbored resentment towards Lin Tianding ever since being defeated by him in the freshman assessment. Adding to that was Zhu Lu's involvement. He silently vowed that one day he would kill Lin Tianding. Today would be the day of Lin Tianding's demise. concealed behind a building. Dai Huabin awaited Lin Tianmeng's arrival in silence. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind stood his brother, Dai Yueheng. Dai Yueheng was far more astute than Dai Huabin. He too harbored hatred for Lin Tianmeng, but he would not resort to such foolish methods. However, if Dai Huabin's plan succeeded, he could satisfy his vengeance without bearing any responsibility. It was simply perfect. He has arrived. The moment Lin Tianmeng and Zhu Lu appeared, Dai Huabin relayed his orders to the Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. Kill him, he commanded. Yes, at Dai Huabin's command, 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Emperors surged forth. The nightlife of Shrek City remained vibrant, yet at this late hour, the streets were not crowded. Dai Huabin wished to eliminate Lin Tianmeng in a secluded spot, but his overwhelming hatred left him with little choice. His enmity towards Lin Tianmeng even surpassed his desire to enter the Inner Academy. Even if expelled from Shrek Academy, he was determined to see Lin Tianmeng dead. Be careful, Tianmeng, there's danger, Zhu Lu exclaimed, gripping Lin Tianmeng's hand as they walked, suddenly gripped by anxiety. She then saw several soul masters glowing with brilliance, their soul rings dazzling, advancing towards them. In that moment, Zhu Lu, who had yet to break through to the 3rd ring, sensed the chilling breath of death. The approaching figures were none other than Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. Don't be afraid, step behind me, Lin Tianmeng said, his expression unwavering. He had sensed the murderous intent of the Soul Kings and Soul Emperors long before they appeared. To Zhu Lu, these formidable opponents were life-threatening, but to Lin Tianmeng, they were no different from mere ants. Zhu Lu obediently retreated behind Lin Tianmeng. In the presence of Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, she was utterly insignificant. Her only role was to protect herself, ensuring Lin Tianmeng had no worries. A mere Soul King and Soul Emperor dares to harm me? In the face of their fierce assault, Lin Tianmeng advanced rather than retreated. With a subtle lift of his hand, he unleashed the absolute suppression of the ultimate ice. Those Soul Kings and Soul Emperors charging towards him were instantly encased in ice. Even their martial souls recoiled in fear. This was Lin Tianmeng's most powerful domain soul skill, the Ice God domain, capable of freezing an expanse in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Dai Huabin stood frozen in shock. No, this is impossible. He could hardly fathom that Lin Tianmeng possessed such strength. That was 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Emperors. If it were him, he wouldn't stand a chance against even a single Soul King. What manner of monster is Lin Tianmeng? With the plan failing, Dai Huabin, fearing exposure, turned to flee. Trying to escape? Come here. Lin Tianmeng had already detected Dai Huabin's presence. In the blink of an eye, he had seized him back. Dai Yueheng, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread and also attempted to turn away. Alas, with Lin Tianmeng's keen spiritual perception, no one could hope to escape. Thus, Dai Yueheng, like Dai Huabin, was pulled back. Let me go, let me go. Dai Yueheng could hardly believe that as a 6-ringed Soul Emperor, he was rendered as defenseless as a chick before Lin Tianmeng. Zhu Lu was taken aback, but having once ventured into the Star-Dough forest with Lin Tianmeng, she held a certain understanding of his might, so she quickly came to terms with it. Dai Huabin, you actually resorted to the Duke's power to assassinate Tianmeng. I truly misjudged you. Zhu Lu was furious, even more so than she would have been had Dai Huabin dispatched assassins against her. Victor's write history. I have nothing to say. Dai Huabin maintained his defiance. However, Dai Yueheng was not so resolute. As a disciple of the Inner Academy of Shrek, his future was boundless. If he did not swiftly distance himself from this situation, he would certainly be expelled from the Inner Academy. That would be utterly humiliating. Thus, he pleaded, I did nothing. Those Soul Kings and Soul Emperors were brought by Dai Huabin. I was merely watching from the sidelines. It truly has nothing to do with me. Brother. Dai Huabin looked at Dai Yueheng in disappointment, as if it were the first day he had met this brother. Enough, you both need not say anything. To dare assassinate me in Shrek City, you ought to know the consequences. Lin Tianmeng said impatiently, Dai Huabin, I gave you a chance. But you insisted on thrusting yourself upon my blade. Since that is the case, I shall not allow a scourge to remain at my side. Hearing Lin Tianmeng's words, Dai Yueheng gasped, Lin Tianmeng, you intend to kill him? No, that's not permissible. He is a student of Shrek Academy. You cannot. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dai Yueheng was now filled with fear. Alas, it was too late. Lin Tianmeng did not even grant Dai Huabin the opportunity for a final word. With a mental attribute soul skill, Dreaming Finger, the esteemed soul master Dai Huabin, a dignified figure of the 3-ring soul rank, met his demise at the hands of Lin Tianmeng, who unleashed a soul skill that had been cultivated over a millennium. Dai Yueheng was left utterly astonished, despite being rivals. They were, after all, brothers born of the same mother. How audacious could Lin Tianmeng be to strike down Dai Huabin without a moment's hesitation? This was Shrek City, a place of profound significance. What had transpired? Lin Lao rushed to the scene, only to find a fallen student and several soul masters encased in ice. Her heart raced as she had just received alarming news from the enforcers of Shrek City, fearing that Lin Tianmeng, a favored student of Xian Liner, might have encountered peril. Fortunately, Lin Tianmeng appeared unscathed. Help! Dai Yueheng cried out upon seeing Lin Lao, as if she were a beacon of hope. He may not have known her identity, but the formidable aura she exuded assured him that she was no ordinary individual. Lin Tianmeng had gone so far as to kill Dai Huabin. He had to seek assistance. Save me. I am Dai Yueheng, a disciple of the inner court of Shrek Academy. He not only captured me, but also murdered my brother, Dai Huabin. Zhu Lu could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "You are the villain crying out first. Old woman, it is these two who orchestrated the pursuit of Lin Tianmeng by the Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. Were it not for Lin Tianmeng's formidable strength, he would have long since been a victim of Dai Huabin's treachery. Let us return to the academy to discuss this further," Lin Lao declared, waving her hand. And in an instant, the encased Soul Masters and the body of Dai Huabin vanished. Meanwhile, Dai Yueheng was ruthlessly beaten by Lin Tianmeng before being unceremoniously thrown into the academy. Lin Lao witnessed Lin Tianmeng's actions, yet chose to feign ignorance. If the truth were as Zhu Lu asserted, Lin Lao believed that merely eliminating Dai Huabin was already a lenient measure. Had it been her, all of them would have faced dire consequences. Dai Yueheng was engulfed by terror. Lin Tianmeng had disregarded both Shrek Academy and the Duke of the White Tiger's household, directly slaying Dai Huabin. He could only feel fortunate that he had not partaken in the plot to assassinate Lin Tianmeng, for otherwise, he would surely have met the same fate. Previously, when Ma Xiaotao defended Lin Tianmeng, Dai Yueheng had thought him merely a soul master of the 30th rank. Yet today, he realized the extraordinary might Lin Tianmeng possessed. 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Emperors had not been able to evade even a single attack from him. Chapter 56, Xian Liner protects her own, furiously rebuking Yin Xiaozha. At Shrek Academy, what? Someone attempted to assassinate my student? They seek death. Upon hearing that Lin Tianmeng had been targeted, Xian Liner was beside herself with rage. Liner, please calm down and allow them to explain what transpired, Yin Xiaozha urged. Priding himself on fairness and impartiality, Xian Liner shot him a glance before turning her head away. Humph. Yin Xiaozha felt utterly helpless. Burdened by his youthful transgressions against Xian Liner, Dai Yueheng had been released by Lin Tianmeng and now stood before the 2 esteemed deans and Lin Lao, feeling somewhat intimidated. Nonetheless, he began, Dean Yin, Dean Xian, the situation is as follows. My brother, he had a personal grudge with Lin Tianmeng, but he merely wished to engage him in a friendly spar. A spar? Zhu Lu's face twisted with indignation. To send 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Emperors to spar with brother Tianmeng? His intention was clearly to take Tianmeng's life. Initially, Zhu Lu might have harbored some camaraderie for Dai Huabin, but after this night, she had finally seen his true colors. Rather than striving to enhance his own abilities, he resorted to utilizing the Soul Masters from the Duke of White Tiger's household to assassinate Lin Tianmeng, showing no sense of responsibility. Moreover, Dai Huabin was fully aware that Lin Tianmeng was her husband, yet he still sought Lin Tianmeng's demise. This indicated that Dai Huabin held no affection for her, not even the bond of comradeship. If that were the case, why should she feel any sorrow for Dai Huabin? He was hardly a man. Upon Zhu Lu's declaration, Xian Liner immediately rallied in agreement. Exactly. What spar is there to speak of? Is this truly how one spar? Yin Xiaozha rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Liner, please hold your temper and allow Dai Yueheng to finish his account. What more is there to say? Xian Liner refused to heed him, striding forward to deliver an emphatic slap to Dai Yueheng's face. The sound resonated sharply, leaving him utterly stunned. Dean Xian, Liner, how could you take matters into your own hands? Yin Xiaozha frowned. As a dean, he needed to consider multiple perspectives, not simply heed one narrative. I will act as I wish. What of it? Xian Liner stood her ground, exuding an aura of authority. Lin Lao intervened, attempting to mediate. All right, Liner. Do not act impulsively. Xiaozha, you are aware of Liner's temperament. Do not hold it against her. Yin Xiaozha could only sigh. Lin Tianmeng found the scene amusing. However, he felt a swell of gratitude that Xian Liner was willing to stand up for him, even without knowing the full circumstances. Moreover, that night at the treasure appreciation event, he had spent Xian Liner's money. Dean Xian, I believe there is no need to listen to Dai Yueheng any further. The Soul Masters I encased in ice are still alive. If you investigate, you will uncover who sent them, Lin Tianmeng stated. Hearing this, Xian Liner replied, indeed. It is quite simple. Why complicate matters? So vexing. She referred, of course, to Yin Xiaozha. Yin Xiaozha sighed deeply. Liner, you do not comprehend. Lin Tianmeng is but a 3-ring Soul Master, yet he managed to encase 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Emperors by himself. If he possesses no secrets, I would not believe it even under duress. Yin Xiaozha was known for his suspicion. Do I not comprehend? Very well. I shall summon our teacher to adjudicate this matter and determine who is truly in the dark. Xian Lin'er placed her hands on her hips. Upon hearing the mention of the teacher, Yin Xiaoxia's composure visibly faltered. Lin Tianmeng was the prized disciple of Mu'in, regardless of his transgressions. They should not fall to the judgment of his nominal senior, Din Yin, regardless of whether my brother instigated the Duke's household soul masters. It is irrefutable that Lin Tianmeng killed him. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Dai Yueheng realized that failing to seek help would spell doom. And thus he hastily proclaimed, my brother, Dai Huabin, has always been exceptionally gifted, achieving the 3 rings at a tender age, and is likely to become the next heir of the Duke's household. Yet he has met such an untimely end. If my father were to find out, he would surely not let this matter rest. He should not have mentioned the Duke of White Tiger's household. As soon as he did, Xian Lin'er grew even angrier. What? Are you threatening me? Go back and summon Dai Hao. Let us see if he dares to exchange blows with me. Dai Yueheng fell silent, intimidated. Humph. Xian Lin'er crossed her arms defiantly, to threaten Shrek Academy with the Duke of White Tiger's household. Yin Xiaoxia, do not tell me you were deaf just now. Yin Xiaoxia cleared his throat. I indeed heard you. That is well. Xian Lin'er shot him a glance. Old Lin watched helplessly as the two engaged in their verbal sparring. Even after all these years, nothing had changed. With that in mind, my judgment regarding this matter is, immediately expel Dai Yueheng from Shrek Academy and revoke his status in the inner court. Xian Lin'er delivered her ultimatum. This is unjust. Dai Yueheng protested. Xian Lin'er stepped forward, fixing him with a steely gaze. Unjust? When Dai Huabin wielded the power of the White Tiger Duke's residents to commit murder in Shrek City, why didn't you voice your concerns about fairness? If you dare to challenge this, feel free to have Dai Hao come to confront me. Xian Lin'er had always been assertive, despite being a woman. Her title was that of the martial god Douluo. Dai Yueheng understood that his fate was sealed. All of this was Dai Huabin's fault. It was bad enough that he had brought ruin upon himself, but now he had dragged his elder brother down with him. Tianmeng, let us depart. Xian Lin'er beckoned to Lin Tianmeng. Since the matter had been resolved, Lin Tianmeng saw no reason to linger. Yes, Din Xian. Thus, he took Zhu Lu's hand and followed Xian Lin'er out. Yin Xiaoxia's expression fluctuated, revealing his inner turmoil. However, he did not question Xian Lin'er's decision. Consequently, Dai Yueheng's expulsion from the inner court was a foregone conclusion, with no chance of redemption remaining. Inside the office of the director of the Soul Guidance Department, Lin Tianmeng had already escorted Zhu Lu back to her dormitory, and old Lin had returned to rest. Only Lin Tianmeng and Xian Lin'er remained in the office. Lin, Tianmeng, Xian Lin'er seethed. I granted you the privilege to purchase treasures at the Treasure Appreciation Conference, not so you could squander my funds on frivolous pursuits. Had it not been for old Lin's earlier revelation, she would have remained unaware of what Lin Tianmeng had actually acquired. Lin Tianmeng scratched his head, chuckling. Din Xian. All of this is for the benefit of our Soul Guidance Department. Xian Lin'er responded, puzzled. Din, think about it. The items I procured tonight at the conference, aside from soul bones, are primarily soul devices. Although soul devices may be challenging to create, they are remarkably user-friendly. Once one becomes accustomed to using a soul device, utilizing those not crafted by oneself can feel less compatible. By that time, will you still fear that they will be reluctant to join the Soul Guidance Department for their studies? Chapter 57. Hui Yuhao reveals his identity. A gift for the Snow Empress. It must be said that Lin Tianmeng's words had indeed touched Xian Lin'er, causing her to lose some of her ire. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you this once. However, while engaging in romantic pursuits is one matter, do remember to exercise caution next time, lest you fall into someone else's trap as you did this time. Lin Tianmeng knew that Xian Lin'er still cared for him. Rest assured, Din Xian, I won't repeat my mistakes. He assured her. Xian Lin'er nodded in acknowledgement. The following day, merely one night had passed. Yet the incident involving Dai Huabin and Dai Yueheng had spread throughout the entire Shrek Academy. In the morning, after finishing her first class, Zhou Yi eagerly sought out Lin Tianmeng. Brother Tianmeng, is what they say true? The rumors claim that Dai Huabin is dead, that you killed him. The rumors further state that Dai Yueheng has been expelled from the inner court and banished from Shrek Academy. Hui Yuhao had just emerged from the White Tiger Duke's residence, where Duke Dai Hao was both his biological father and the murderer of his mother. It is undeniable that his mother's death was linked to Dai Hao. Had he only considered the two of them during that time, she would not have succumbed to illness. The Duchess was directly responsible for his mother's demise, and Dai Hao was an accomplice. Additionally, Dai Huabin and the indifferent Dai Yueheng, all 4 of them, were Hui Yuhao's mother's murderers. Hui Yuhao recalled that upon leaving the White Tiger Duke's residence en route to the Stardow Forest, his singular motivation for survival was revenge. His enemies were the entirety of the White Tiger Duke's residence. He vowed to sever the lineage of the evil White Tiger clan once and for all. Seeing the bloodshot hue in Hui Yuhao's eyes, Lin Tianmeng understood the depth of his concern regarding this matter. Thus, he replied, "Yes, all they say is indeed true. Dai Huabin is deceased. I was the one who killed him. Dai Yueheng's expulsion from the academy was also orchestrated by my influence." Hui Yuhao was left in stunned disbelief. Dai Huabin is truly dead. The inner court disciple Dai Yueheng has genuinely been expelled from the academy. And all of this was brought about by Lin Tianmeng. Brother Tianmeng. Hui Yuhao felt a surge of emotions. Was it excitement or something else? Regardless, his gaze toward Lin Tianmeng was filled with fervor. Thank you. Thank you for avenging me. Before Lin Tianmeng could inquire further, Hui Yuhao continued. In truth, I am the biological son of the White Tiger Duke. He recounted much, and Lin Tianmeng listened quietly, allowing him to express his thoughts uninterrupted. Once Hui Yuhao had shared his experiences, he added, "Therefore, I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Tianmeng." Lin Tianmeng smiled, patting him on the shoulder. "Have you forgotten? You are a member of the Tianmeng family. It is only natural for me to assist you in avenging your grievances." With the major grievance avenged and having gained such a commendable elder brother, Hui Yuhao felt the shadows in his heart begin to lift. "Brother Tianmeng, you are right. I will diligently strive to make significant contributions to our Tianmeng family," Hui Yuhao declared with determination. "Good, your words suffice. Now return and prepare for class." Lin Tianmeng consoled Hui Yuhao as a caring elder might. Yes, Hui Yuhao felt an unexpected surge of motivation. "Hey, what were you two whispering about just now? Why did Hui Yuhao suddenly seem so animated?" After Hui Yuhao left, Wang Dong poked Lin Tianmeng's arm, questioning curiously. Lin Tianmeng refrained from disclosing Hui Yuhao's lineage. He was merely expressing his gratitude for last night's soul bone incident. "Oh," Wang Dong leaned on the desk, idly twirling the pen in her hand, seemingly bored. When Lin Tianmeng returned home last night, it was already quite late, and she had long since fallen asleep. They hadn't exchanged more than a few words. Just as she was waiting for class to end, Lin Tianmeng was called away by Hui Yuhao once again. "Why is he always so popular? The teacher has arrived," someone called out. Everyone hurriedly took their seats. Today's class was taught by Teacher Shui. Although Teacher Shui was beautiful and charming, she was also quite formidable. In general, offending Teacher Zhou might result in a few extra laps around the playground. But crossing Teacher Shui could lead to being frozen for an entire class. The Snow Empress deliberately concealed her martial soul and the essence of ultimate ice, leading everyone to believe she was merely an ice attribute soul master. Yet even so, being frozen for a class could lead to lingering colds for several days. That sensation was far from pleasant. The Snow Empress entered the classroom from the door, standing at the lectern, and immediately spotted Lin Tianmeng, smiling at her. The Snow Empress merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Lin Tianmeng promptly straightened in his seat. Teacher Shui was not one to be trifled with. Practical experience is, and will forever remain, the sole criterion for validating the abilities of a soul master. The Snow Empress maintains her characteristic chilliness, despite her seemingly sweet exterior. Anyone who has interacted with her dares not linger under her frigid aura for more than a single class period, except for Lin Tianmeng. When the two of them are alone, the Snow Empress is anything but aloof. Cold. In Lin Tianmeng's presence, her warmth knows no bounds. However, to the students of Class 1, the Snow Empress is an entity to be avoided at all costs. Even Wang Dong harbors a fear of her ice attributes. As the class concludes, without the need for the Snow Empress to utter a word, Lin Tianmeng eagerly scurries out after her. "Schwer, I attended the Core Disciples Treasure Appraisal event at the Academy yesterday and brought you a gift," he exclaims, presenting the item he procured with a sense of pride. "What is this?" The Snow Empress's eyes light up with interest. She understands that Lin Tianmeng has been quite busy lately, juggling the study of martial soul principles and soul guidance devices. Thus, despite her longing for him, she refrained from interrupting his endeavors. A level 5 close-range soul guidance device. Perfectly suited for you. Once you break through to level 60, I'll procure a level 6 one for you, Lin Tianmeng reveals as he opens the box for her. The Snow Empress, having seldom encountered soul guidance devices, has yet to utilize the life reflection shield Lin Tianmeng gifted her previously. "I understand," she responds softly, her belly already beginning to show a significant roundness. Lin Tianmeng feels a pang of sorrow. "It's been over 5 months. Why are you still teaching? Shrek Academy is utterly inhumane." The Snow Empress smiles gently. "I simply wished to see you, which is why I did not take a break." Lin Tianmeng, filled with guilt, implores, "Please, refrain from teaching and focus on nurturing the baby. I will visit you whenever I have the time." The Snow Empress nods in agreement. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Duke's residence, Dai Yueheng returns without even gathering his belongings. He is a 6-ring soul emperor, after all, a 6-ring soul emperor under 20. Originally, he was to represent Shrek Academy in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition next year, but now he has been expelled from the academy. If his father were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. For a moment, Dai Yueheng hesitates, uncertain whether to step inside the Duke's residence. Young master? Is that you? The guards of the Duke's residence recognize Dai Yueheng and approach him with enthusiasm. Since you're back, why not come inside? Indeed. The Duchess has been yearning for your return. At this point, Dai Yueheng finds there is no avenue for escape. He must steel himself and enter the Duke's residence. Where's my mother? He inquires. The Duchess is in her chambers, the guard replies. Resolutely, Dai Yueheng decides to seek out his mother first. Inside the Duchess's chambers, she exclaims in surprise, Hunger, what brings you back? Since both her sons have attended Shrek Academy, she rarely sees them except during holidays. As a mother, she naturally misses her children. Mother, Dai Yueheng, fully aware of the calamity he has caused, kneels before her. What are you doing? A sense of foreboding suddenly washes over the Duchess. With his head bowed, Dai Yueheng dares not meet her gaze. It's about my brother. Bino. What about Biner? Speak. He has died. The Duchess gasps. How can this be? Wasn't he at Shrek Academy? She struggles to accept the devastating news of Dai Huabin's death. Reluctantly, Dai Yueheng recounts the entire sequence of events to her. What? You were expelled from Shrek Academy? The Duchess reels from the double blow, nearly fainting. Dai Yueheng hurriedly supports her. Mother, this is all that Lin Tianmeng's fault. If it weren't for him, my brother would still be alive, and I wouldn't have been expelled. The mere mention of Lin Tianmeng ignites a fierce intensity in Dai Yueheng's eyes. Does your father know about this? The Duchess realizes she must maintain her composure. I have yet to speak with father, Dai Yueheng replies. The Duchess falls into deep thought. Such a significant matter should not be concealed from Dai Hao. However, if she informs him, he would undoubtedly refuse to seek justice from Shrek Academy and would not retaliate against Lin Tianmeng. You should stay home for now. I will discuss this with your father. The Duchess devises a bold plan in her mind. She intends to utilize the power of the Duke's residence to send more formidable soul masters to eliminate Lin Tianmeng. While they may not be able to contend with Shrek Academy, a mere student from the Outer Academy poses no threat to them. She believes Shrek Academy would not risk conflict with the Duke's residence over an Outer Academy disciple. Yet, she fails to comprehend that if this were true, why would Lin Tianmeng remain unscathed after eliminating Dai Huabin? Yes, mother, Dai Yueheng, understanding his mother's character, realizes she has already formulated a plan and quietly withdraws. Within the inner academy of Shrek, Ma Xiaotao learns from Zhang Lishuan that Dai Yueheng has been expelled from the academy and removed from the inner ranks. She quickly inquires about the details. It is then that she discovers that Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin, those audacious miscreants, actually attempted to employ the Duke's residence's power to assassinate Lin Tianmeng. This revelation infuriates Ma Xiaotao. Had Dai Yueheng been present, she would have incinerated him with her Phoenix meteor shower. All right, Xiaotao, you are with child. Do not let your temper flare, Lin Tianmeng promptly reassures her. How could you not inform me of such a significant event? If it weren't for senior sister, I would still be in the dark. Ma Xiaotao reprimands him, though Lin Tianmeng perceives a hint of playful affection in her tone. Given the urgency of the situation, you were in the inner academy, even if I signaled. By the time you arrived, the matter would have already concluded, Lin Tianmeng explains. Ma Xiaotao acknowledges this reasoning, but remains worried for Lin Tianmeng's safety. Next time, if anything like this occurs again, be sure to notify me at the very first opportunity, understood? She insists. Understood, Lin Tianmeng responds with a smile, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Instantly, Ma Xiaotao's face flushes as if engulfed by an inferno. By the way, Tianmeng, do you know senior sister? Ma Xiaotao suddenly asks. I've only seen her once or twice while here. Why do you ask? It seems she is quite concerned about you, Ma Xiaotao replies. Senior sister is worried about me? Lin Tianmeng is taken aback. He recalls that he has scarcely exchanged a few words with Zhang Lishuan. Well, she hasn't explicitly stated it. But I can tell, Ma Xiaotao states. Senior sister is known for her cold demeanor, but has a warm heart. Once you become her friend, she will fiercely protect you. All right, for your sake, I shall speak kindly of her the next time we meet. How annoying. Ma Xiaotao laughs as she leaps into his embrace. In the evening, Lin Tianmeng had arranged to meet Tangya at Hui Yuhao's grilled fish stall, but upon his arrival, he was surprised to find Bei already there. Xiaoya, the previous incident was my fault. After you broke up with me, I reflected deeply and realized that I cannot bear to lose you, Bei declared, standing before Tangya, his gaze filled with deep emotion and remorse. Xiaoya, after you left that day, I was truly heartbroken. I apologize for my past mistakes. I do not expect your forgiveness, but I hope you can grant me another chance, if you would be so kind. The scene was at the entrance of the academy, bustling with passers-by. Whether familiar with Bei or not, onlookers were thrilled to witness his heartfelt plea for Tang Ya's forgiveness. Forgive him. Forgive him. Where can you find such a passionate man? You should cherish this opportunity. He has publicly confessed his feelings. You ought to accept him. Tang Ya, standing opposite Bei, was seething with anger. This Bei, always feigning a demeanor of gentility, yet here he is, groveling for my forgiveness, merely seeking to exploit the sympathy of the crowd to coerce me into submission. Those ignorant of the truth were oblivious to her reasons for breaking up with Bei. They only saw him humbly pleading, naturally siding with him, and pressuring her to forgive. I have made my position abundantly clear before. Please do not approach me again, understood? Tanya could no longer contain her frustration and shouted at Bei. He was taken aback. His Tanya should be the kindest of women. Surely, with his humble demeanor, she would feel moved and forgive him, returning to his side. But why did she seem even more irritated than before? He could not comprehend it. The onlookers, too, were bewildered. They began to murmur disapprovingly towards Tanya. This young lady, how ungrateful. A man like this deserves to be married. He is pleading with you, so just agree already. Such a cold-hearted girl. Hui Yuhao, who was selling grilled fish nearby, could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to defend Tanya. What do you know? You are merely hearing one side of the story. This man has caused Xiaoya great pain. Do you understand? Chapter 59, Rectifying Bei. Ice, I am the master. Those who spoke ill of Xiaoya, do not bother lining up, for I shall not sell my grilled fish to you. Hui Yuhao was equally incensed. When he first met Bei, he had thought him genuinely refined. Now, he realized Bei was nothing more than a hypocritical scoundrel. Hui Yuhao's words left the passers-by feeling somewhat awkward. He was right. They knew nothing of the truth. Lacking the support of the crowd, Bei found himself isolated. Yet he knew that if he could not sway Tanya this time, there would be no opportunity left. Thus, he stepped forward, addressing Tanya. Xiaoya, I truly recognize my errors. Please grant me another chance. I will make amends for my past mistakes. He opened his arms, preparing to embrace Tanya. She could see no way to evade him. Just then, Lin Tianmeng darted out from the crowd, moving with a speed reminiscent of a specter, quickly positioning himself in front of Tanya. Dare to touch my woman? You must be tired of living. Lin Tianmeng unleashed the ice goddess martial spirit, and the frigid essence surged forth, charging furiously towards Bei. What kind of soul skill is this? Bei hastily released his martial spirit to counter Lin Tianmeng's assault, clearly seeing the colors of the three soul rings behind him. White, white, black. What an unusual arrangement. Even Bei, who prided himself on his knowledge, could not fathom why Lin Tianmeng's soul rings were so peculiar. He was, of course, unaware that these were colors simulated by Lin Tianmeng's ice silkworm lineage. In truth, both his first and second soul rings were black, representing 10,000 years, while his third soul ring symbolized 100,000 years with its crimson hue. Bei had no time for contemplation as he hurriedly employed his soul skills to defend against Lin Tianmeng's attack. Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunderous Might, Wrath of Thunder, Thunder Dragon Head. 4 soul skills from a 4-ringed soul master. Under equal conditions, Bei was absolutely confident he could defeat his opponent. Alas, his adversary was Lin Tianmeng, Fury of the Ice God, one of the strongest attack soul skills associated with Lin Tianmeng's Ice Goddess martial spirit. The Fury of the Ice God surged forth, relentlessly aimed at Bei. Faced with the Fury of the Ice God, Bei felt as though his martial spirit might shatter. What kind of soul skill was this? His martial spirit was none other than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, one of the 3 strongest sects from a millennium ago. Yet, before Lin Tianmeng's Fury of the Ice God, he could not muster even a fraction of his power. Upon arriving, Lin Tianmeng had witnessed Bei attempting to coerce Tanya into submission through public sentiment and trying to embrace her. Thus, he resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to Bei. Ice, I am the master. Lin Tianmeng softly uttered these words, and in an instant, Bei was stripped of his ability to wield his soul skills, even his martial spirit dissolving into the ice. He fell to his knees, his legs losing all strength, unable to rise. In that moment, Lin Tianmeng appeared to Bei as a god presiding over all. Tianmeng, are you all right? Tanya was the first to express concern for him. I am fine. Lin Tianmeng replied with a smile. This Bei is truly insufferable. I made my stance so clear previously, yet he still insists on pursuing me. Tanya gazed at the kneeling Bei, feeling not a shred of sympathy, only endless revulsion. Bei, let me make this clear. I will never forgive you in this lifetime. So abandon all hope. Furthermore, I already have a husband, and it is he, Tanya stated, linking her arm with Lin Tianmeng's, speaking boldly. Bei's heart sank to despair. His Xiaoya had ultimately departed from him. Tianmeng, Hui Yuhao, upon witnessing Lin Tianmeng's arrival, felt an overwhelming sense of joy, and now, seeing him defeat Bei with a single move, he admired him even more. Lin Tianmeng gently patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder, saying, You did well just now. Thank you for standing up for Xiaoya. What are you saying, Tianmeng? Both you and Xiaoya are my benefactors. It is only right that I speak up for her. Hui Yuhao quickly asserted his stance. Had it not been for Tanya's interest in him in the Stardow Forest, Bei would never have extended an invitation for Hui Yuhao to join the Tang sect. Xiaoya, What do you propose we do with this fellow? I am at your service. Lin Tianmeng grasped Tang Ye's delicate little hand and spoke. Tang Ye's face gradually flushed with a rosy hue. Let him kneel here. A fierce expression briefly flickered across Tang Ye's delicate features, but when faced with Lin Tianmeng, she remained the charming and endearing Tang Ye. Very well, you have the final say? Lin Tianmeng entwined his fingers with Tang Ye's and turned to head towards the academy. Hui Yuhao continued to peddle his grilled fish. Those still queuing had never urged Tang Ye to forgive Bei. The onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding events, were left momentarily speechless. Had Lin Tianmeng not been so formidable, they might have dared to voice their opinions. However, upon witnessing the 3 peculiar soul rings adorning Lin Tianmeng, they fell silent. Many hastily seizing the opportunity to slip away. They did not wish to suffer the same humiliation as Bei, forced to kneel at the academy's entrance. What a disgrace. The market at the academy's entrance gradually dispersed by 10 o'clock in the evening, leaving only Bei still kneeling there, his face etched with humiliation. Tang Ye had actually betrayed him. He had even turned down senior sister Zhang Lishuan for Tang Ye. Otherwise, according to their childhood engagement, he should have been paired with Zhang Lishuan. Tang Ye, since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. 3 days later, within the Sea God Pavilion, it was a rest period, and Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong were here learning from Muin. Muin was quite pleased with their progress in cultivation, offering guidance from time to time. Indeed, the advancements you both have made during this period are remarkable, Muin said, stroking his white beard with joy. He had not anticipated that in his twilight years, he would receive 2 disciples of such exceptional talent. Before Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong could respond, a knock echoed from outside the door. Xuanzu, it is I, Bei. It turned out Bei had arrived. Come in. Muin called, opening the door with a wave of his hand. Bei was seething with pent-up anger. Ever since that night, when Lin Tianmeng took Tang Ye away, he had knelt at the academy's entrance for an entire night. If it hadn't been for encountering Su Sanshur the following morning, who had summoned a teacher to help him break free from Lin Tianmeng's binding effect, he might still be kneeling there. After being released, his legs had nearly lost all sensation. He had recuperated for 3 days before arriving here. The strangeness of Lin Tianmeng's 3 soul rings was overwhelming. With his current strength, he could not contend with Lin Tianmeng. Thus, he had come today to lodge a complaint with Muon. Chapter 60. Humiliation of Bei, ranking of the Tianmeng family matriarch. As the head of the Sea God Pavilion and the guardian of Shrek Academy, Muin would certainly not allow an unknown student to remain in the academy. Thus, Bei had entered with confidence. However, upon pushing the door open and suddenly seeing Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong, his pupils dilated in shock. Lin Tianmeng. How could he be here? A tempest of emotions surged within Bei. Nevertheless, he had to first pay his respects to Muin. Xuanzu, Bei bowed respectfully. Ah, Bei, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Let me introduce you to my 2 cherished disciples, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong. Tianmeng, Wang Dong, this is my great-grandson Bei. Muin, oblivious to the enmity between them, introduced them with a warm smile. Greetings, Senior Bei, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong said obediently, particularly Lin Tianmeng, who deliberately elongated his tone to irk Bei. Xuanzu, I, Bei, am usually composed, but faced with this situation, I find myself at a loss. Although Muin was his elder, several generations separated them. Muin had stated that Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong were his disciples, meaning they could potentially care for Muin in his old age, akin to sons. Wait, Muin suddenly interjected. What is it? You 2 little ones have misaddressed him. Muin chuckled. By lineage, Bei should be calling you both grandfather. The 3 of them were momentarily dumbfounded. Subsequently, Bei clenched his fists. Why? By what right? Lin Tianmeng had stolen his woman, and now he was expected to call Lin Tianmeng grandfather? Bei, are you not the most polite one? Why are you silent? Muin prompted, noticing Bei's prolonged silence. As an elder, Muin held filial piety and manners in high regard. Bei's greatest support at Shrek Academy was Muin. Thus he could not afford to offend him at this moment. Consequently, Bei suppressed his indignation and, with great humiliation, bowed to Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong, uttering, grandfather. Wang Dong felt a chill run down her spine. As a girl disguised as a boy, she never imagined she would one day be addressed as grandfather. Lin Tianmeng, however, bore no psychological burden and said openly, please, rise. Bei immediately straightened up. Seeing you get along harmoniously puts my mind at ease, Muin said, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Bei, it seems I cannot lodge my complaint this time. But he would not give up easily. Surely, Muin had been swayed by Lin Tianmeng, which was why he had taken Lin Tianmeng as a disciple. At the right moment, he would definitely remind Muin to expel Lin Tianmeng from the sect. By the way, Bei, did you come to see me for something important? Muin suddenly inquired. Bei cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, no, nothing at all. Really? No, Bei insisted, I merely wanted to see you. He had long heard that Muin's internal injuries had healed and that he could now stand. However, he had been too focused on cultivation to visit. Well, you may return now. Muin nodded, then suddenly added, by the way, regarding Lishuan, you. He knew Bei was not fond of Zhang Lishuan and had feelings for Tang Yu instead. However, Bei had always ignored Zhang Lishuan, which was not a suitable situation. Muin was reluctant to bring it up, as Bei had always resisted discussing it. Yet this time, to his surprise, Bei readily agreed. Xuanzu, I will visit senior sister, he said. Muin was somewhat taken aback, but nodded in approval. You have grown. Bei lowered his head, but his gaze darted towards Lin Tianmeng. As if to say, what does it matter that you took Tangya? I still have senior sister. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but smirk. Who would ultimately claim senior sister was still uncertain. Tangya was no longer the head of the Tang sect, free from burdens. No longer needing to rack her brains to recruit people into the Tang sect. Lin Tianmeng had informed all his wives about the renaming of the Tang sect to the Tianmeng family. They naturally joined in as well, even taking the initiative to arrange themselves in order. The two of us, being the least capable and the youngest, shall position ourselves behind the elder sisters. The sisters, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu, were the first to step forward and express this sentiment. They were quite bashful, as until now, they had not yet established a genuine connection with Lin Tianmeng. It was not that they did not wish to, but rather that Lin Tianmeng had not sought them out. Being young girls, they tended to be somewhat reserved regarding such matters. Lin Tianmeng discerned the implications in their words. With a gentle embrace around one of them, he whispered, how about the two of you join me tonight? Both sisters blushed deeply. Naturally, they could not say no, but in the presence of so many elder sisters, they certainly could not agree openly. Lin Tianmeng paid little heed to their verbal response, as their reactions were enough to convey their feelings. Then I shall take the second to last place. I, too, have yet to share a night with Brother Tianmeng. Cui Yiji unabashedly proclaimed, her character always straightforward. She even expressed a hint of grievance that Lin Tianmeng had not approached her until now. Brother Tianmeng, when will you come to my place? Cui Yiji revealed her pink foxtail and playfully entwined herself around Lin Tianmeng, pouting in displeasure while casting flirtatious glances his way. Lin Tianmeng found it utterly irresistible. Cui Yiji was indeed a little enchantress. I will seek you out, I promise, Lin Tianmeng assured her. Cui Yiji blinked. All right, I'll be waiting. Next to speak was Zhu Lu. I am also quite young. I shall place myself in the third to last position. Zhu Lu was carrying Lin Tianmeng's child, though it was still early in the term, hence not yet noticeable. Tang Yu felt somewhat awkward, as she had not yet consummated her relationship with Lin Tianmeng either. However, she had previously been the leader of the Tang sect, and even though she had since stepped down, everyone still afforded her a degree of respect. I shall take the position just before Zhu Lu. This was the first time Tang Yu felt an impulse to be proactive in a relationship with a man. During her previous relationship with Bei, such thoughts had never crossed her mind. Ma Xiaodao coughed a couple of times to elevate her presence. Ahem. I am an inner court disciple, a 67th level Soul Emperor. Surely no one objects to my taking the first place? Ma Xiaodao had always been exceptionally proud, especially considering that those before her appeared as younger sisters in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianmeng replied, that might not be appropriate. Why not? Ma Xiaodao retorted defiantly. Look behind you, Lin Tianmeng instructed. Ma Xiaodao turned around to see the poised and elegant figure of the Snow Empress, a teacher from the Outer Court's new student class. In the presence of the ice and snow spirit, the Snow Empress, even the fiery Ma Xiaodao felt somewhat diminished. Yet, she was merely a 5-ring Soul King, while I am a Soul Emperor. Ma Xiaodao stomped her foot in indignation. Lin Tianmeng approached with a smile, whispering a few words in her ear. Given the Snow Empress's pride, she would never reveal her true identity on her own, hence Lin Tianmeng spoke on her behalf. What? Is this true? Ma Xiaodao exclaimed, astonished. Lin Tianmeng nodded. Ma Xiaodao swallowed hard, reluctantly conceding her position. Very well. In that case, I shall take second place. The Snow Empress naturally became the indisputable first lady. No, I should not be first. At that moment, the Snow Empress spoke, her voice melodious like silver bells, captivating all attention. The first place should belong to Bing, she declared. Bing? Who is Bing? Except for the Snow Empress and Lin Tianmeng, none were aware of the Ice Empress's existence. Lin Tianmeng chuckled. Once the holidays arrive, I will take you all to the extreme north, where you will meet Bing. She is my first woman. With that, everyone understood the implications. Nevertheless, the term extreme north sent chills down the spines of several. I have heard from teachers that the extreme north is a forbidden zone for humanity, where the extreme cold is unbearable for ordinary soul masters, Tang Yu remarked in astonishment. Zhu Lu added, I've heard that the extreme north is home to 2 of the 10 fierce beasts, their mastery over ice reaching a pinnacle. At these words, Ma Xiaodao's expression turned uneasy, For Lin Tianmeng had just revealed to her that teacher Xiaoxua was indeed the Ice Empress of the extreme north, now reborn. However, no matter how one viewed it, the Snow Empress ranked third among the 10 fierce beasts. The mere thought of having attempted to compete with the Snow Empress for first place left Ma Xiaodao feeling utterly embarrassed. She was merely a 6-ring Soul Emperor, while the Snow Empress was nearly 700,000 years old. Moreover, if the battle took place in the extreme north, even the number 1 ranked golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian, might not be able to guarantee her defeat. The once headstrong Ma Xiaodao no longer dared to claim that venturing into the extreme north would be a walk in the park. What? Wouldn't we freeze to death if we went there? Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu clung to each other in fear. Fear not. With me around, you will not be harmed by the cold, Lin Tianmeng declared confidently, waving his hand. Then I can rest easy, Cui Yiji said, placing a hand on her little heart. Increasingly aware of the importance of strength, it seemed imperative to elevate her level to 30 as soon as possible. After speaking, Lin Tianmeng produced several porcelain vials from his storage soul guide, handing one to Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, Tangya, and both Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. These are soul-enhancing pills, which can assist you in rapidly boosting your soul power. Each vial contains 2 pills. These should not be consumed excessively, but taking 1 or 2 will be beneficial. These soul-enhancing pills were purchased with Xian Lin Er's money at the Treasure Appreciation Conference. Should another such conference occur, he would certainly procure more close-range soul guides to distribute among his many wives for their protection. The Snow Empress and Ma Xiaodao had already reached 5 and 6 rings, respectively, so the pills would not be of significant help to them. I cannot accept this, Tianmeng. Nanan has already given me one, so you should keep these for yourself. Tangya insisted. Lin Tianmeng, however, shook his head. Take what is given to you. With no choice, Tangya accepted them. Zhu Lu and the others were elated, as they desperately needed to elevate their soul power quickly. 2 soul-enhancing pills could allow them to increase their levels by 2. Thank you, Brother Tianmeng. They chorused. What else with the formality? Lin Tianmeng chuckled, approaching Cui Yiji and lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Oh, Cui Yiji widened her eyes, displaying a look of confusion. You mischievous little sprite. I must take care of you at once and seek out those 2 sisters later tonight. Lin Tianmeng smiled faintly. Ah, how detestable. Although Cui Yiji uttered such words, her arms quickly wrapped around Lin Tianmeng's neck. This place, once known as the Tang sect, now belonged to the Tianmeng family. Today, Lin Tianmeng was determined to claim Cui Yiji. As the 2 entered the room, the remaining individuals hastily distanced themselves. It was simply too embarrassing. Everyone should head back for now. We shall gather again when time permits, Shuedi proclaimed. All right, they all agreed, eager to leave the awkward situation behind. However, had Lin Tianmeng embraced any of them, it would have been a different story. Within the room, Cui Yiji willingly presented the pink whip she had acquired at the treasure appraisal event. It was a level 4 soul-guided weapon. Although Lin Tianmeng outwardly portrayed himself as a soul master, he was fully capable of wielding this level 4 artifact with ease. Please be gentle with me, Cui Yiji purred, her gaze sultry and enticing. Lin Tianmeng felt a rush of blood to his head. This time, you shall not escape. An hour later, the notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for successfully causing your wife to conceive. Congratulations, host, for receiving a platinum level reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining rewards. 1 level 6 close-range soul-guided device and 1 level 9 baby bottle. The level 6 device was relatively common, albeit costly. However, the level 9 baby bottle seemed to be an unprecedented marvel. The creation of a baby bottle was extraordinarily intricate, becoming increasingly complex with each level. While a level 9 bottle could theoretically be produced, those who had genuinely ascended to the level 9 Soul Master rank would rarely squander their time crafting such an item. Thus, the market had scarcely seen a level 9 baby bottle. Generally, titled Douluos did not require replenishment of soul power, but unforeseen circumstances could always arise. Lin Tianmeng decided to keep this level 9 baby bottle for the time being, contemplating its future use. As for the level 6 close-range soul-guided device, it would naturally be bestowed upon Ma Xiaodao. Lin Tianmeng ensured an equitable distribution of rewards. That night, outside the Shrek Academy, Lin Tianmeng was preparing to seek out the sisters Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu when he unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. She was Ning Tian, the young master of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Lin Tianmeng, during the new student assessment, you displayed the ultimate ice abilities, Ning Tian remarked. I had already noticed you at the treasure appraisal event, but regrettably, you did not see me. Lin Tianmeng was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why Ning Tian was here and addressing him in such a manner. However, before he could inquire, Ning Tian revealed her intentions. As the young master of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and you being a soul master of the ultimate attribute, I am willing to propose marriage, with my school as the dowry. Chapter 62, an unexpected interruption from Wu Feng and Gu Yu's discontent. Ning Tian's eyes were filled with determination. The matter of marriage could not be delayed any longer. As the young master, she bore the responsibility of revitalizing her sect. If she were to marry an ordinary soul master, she could not rely solely on herself to achieve this goal. Thus, she had long sought a formidable partner. Lin Tianmeng's appearance offered her a glimmer of hope for her family's resurgence. As long as they united in their efforts, the Nine Treasures glazed tile school would surely flourish. For the sake of her sect, she was even willing to relinquish her future position as its leader. Confronted with Ning Tian's bold proposal, Lin Tianmeng thought to himself, such a delightful turn of events. Just as he was about to consent, Wu Feng suddenly sprang forth. Ning Tian, you cannot marry him. With her crimson hair flowing, Wu Feng swiftly positioned herself before Ning Tian, obstructing her line of sight. You cannot forsake your own love for the sake of the sect. Lin Tianmeng found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Wu Feng harbored feelings for Ning Tian, yet it was a one-sided affection. Ning Tian held no interest in Wu Feng. Her heart was drawn only to powerful men. Wu Feng, why did you follow me? Ning Tian furrowed her brow tightly. Did I not instruct you not to come along? Ning Tian was somewhat aware of Wu Feng's feelings for her. But she truly did not have any romantic inclination towards women, nor towards Wu Feng. Did it mean that just because Wu Feng liked her, she was obliged to be with her? It was utterly nonsensical. She was Ning Tian, the young master of the Nine Treasures glazed tile school. Yet she also had the right to pursue love. Ever since the new student assessment, Ning Tian had developed an interest in Lin Tianmeng. Initially, her admiration stemmed from his strength, but gradually, it had blossomed into genuine affection. Marrying Lin Tianmeng would not only aid in revitalizing her sect, but also allow her to be with the man she cherished. What could be more perfect? If I do not follow, you will sacrifice your love. I cannot allow such a thing to occur, Wu Feng declared passionately. It seemed as though marrying Lin Tianmeng would lead Ning Tian to immediate demise. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Ning Tian. Should you have a change of heart, I can pretend I heard nothing. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng's face brightened with hope. Yet Ning Tian appeared utterly alarmed. No, I have not changed my mind. Ning Tian insisted anxiously. I already stated that I would use the Nine Treasures glazed tile school as my dowry, requesting you to marry me. Wu Feng, in a state of panic, interjected, Ning Tian, you cannot do this. Why can't I? On what grounds do you speak to me in such a manner? Ning Tian finally lost her temper, glaring at Wu Feng. Do not forget that you are also a disciple of the Nine Treasures glazed tile school, while I am the young master. Wu Feng had not anticipated that Ning Tian would invoke her status to pressure her. After all, Ning Tian was clearly aware of her feelings. Young master, enough. Ning Tian glared furiously at Wu Feng. My repeated indulgence of you has been my mistake. But you should understand that our relationship is merely one of superior and subordinate. Hearing these words, Wu Feng felt her heart stop momentarily. She could hardly maintain her stance. Ning Tian did not harbor feelings for her. Ning Tian did not possess that kind of affection for her. Yet, even if Ning Tian did not love her, she could not marry Lin Tianmeng. Although Wu Feng did not know Lin Tianmeng well, she could sense that he was not a good person just by looking at him. No, I cannot allow Ning Tian to leap into the flames. Suddenly, Wu Feng raised her head and pointed at Lin Tianmeng. I challenge you, Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng pointed to his own face and said, You wish to challenge me? Indeed. Wu Feng huffed angrily. Wu Feng, what are you doing? Do you not even heed the words of your young master? Ning Tian stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Lin Tianmeng. This time, she was genuinely furious. Originally, out of respect for Wu Feng being her classmate, she did not wish to be overly harsh with him. However, it was evident that Wu Feng no longer regarded her, the young sect master, with any esteem. Young sect master, please move aside. Wu Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity, refusing to budge. What if I do not? Ning Tian stood resolutely in place. Wu Feng, emboldened by their camaraderie, began to overstep her bounds. Kindly step aside, Wu Feng insisted. I shall not, Ning Tian retorted. The two stood in a stalemate. Lin Tianmeng felt an awkwardness in the air and interjected, Perhaps you two should settle this first? I have matters to attend to. He had promised Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu that he would consummate their union tonight. Had it not been for their unexpected arrival, he would have already reached the agreed-upon destination. Realizing that her chances of marrying off today were slim, Ning Tian apologetically said to Lin Tianmeng, I am sorry for taking up your time. Please attend to your affairs. I shall seek you out another time. All right, Lin Tianmeng nodded. Ning Tian was quite decent, perceptive of the circumstances and aware of when to show goodwill. However, Wu Feng was a different story. She harbored affections for Ning Tian, yet he did not reciprocate, and she believed he ought to love her, incapable of marrying another. Nevertheless, this was irrelevant to Lin Tianmeng. Ning Tian could accept or reject her advances at his discretion. If Ning Tian failed to manage Wu Feng properly, then perhaps it was best he declined. Of course, the one who would ultimately regret it would not be him. Tianmeng Gu, Lan Luoluo, and Lan Susu had long been waiting for him at the hotel. Upon seeing the two sisters, Lin Tianmeng promptly cast aside the earlier events from his mind. At such a moment, all else paled in comparison. Only the consummation mattered. After attending to the important affairs, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, on successfully causing your wife to conceive. Congratulations, host, for receiving platinum level reward 2. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. All soul ring years increased by 10,000 years too. This meant that the duration of all his soul rings had been extended by 20,000 years. Even the lowest 10,000-year soul ring now boasted a lifespan of 40,000 years. The power he could wield had consequently expanded. Subsequently, Lin Tianmeng took the two sisters to bathe together. The pendant of Gu Yuna on the bedside glared in annoyance, arms crossed. How infuriating. This shameless Lin Tianmeng. Every time he engaged with a woman, he made her watch from the bedside. She was the illustrious soul beast sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. After stewing in anger, Gu Yuna began to devise a plan. How could she ensure that Lin Tianmeng would refrain from making her witness such events in the future? She had seen enough. Although Lin Tianmeng's escapades were indeed extravagant and varied, repetition would inevitably breed weariness. Now she was closing her eyes and covering her ears. Yet she could still conjure vivid images in her mind. Lin Tianmeng was truly overstepping his bounds. Chapter 63. Unveiling Zhou Yi's true form. Gu Yuna and the Snow Empress converse. The next day, in the outer courtyard's classroom dormitory, Lin Tianmeng had promised to visit the Snow Empress often, hence his presence today. The Snow Empress's dormitory was a double room, shared with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had stepped out to attend to matters and would likely not return until the afternoon. Have you just returned from the Soul Guidance Department? Are you tired? The Snow Empress offered him some fruit she had cut. Today was a holiday. Yet Xianliner had summoned Lin Tianmeng early for an examination. Upon passing, he would ascend to the rank of a second-level Soul Master. Although his time in the Soul Guidance Department had been brief, Xianliner recognized his exceptional talent. Alongside Wang Dong, they were undoubtedly the most gifted students the department had seen in years. Thus, Xianliner held high expectations for them, hoping they would achieve results swiftly and thoroughly embarrass Yan Xiaoxia. Not at all. I have obtained my second-level Soul Master badge. Lin Tianmeng pointed to the medal pinned to his attire. The Snow Empress couldn't help but chuckle. You truly see yourself as a student, don't you? Lin Tianmeng, after all, was a million-year soul beast. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, he smiled, then added, by the way, I worked up a bit of a sweat on my way here. May I use your bathroom to wash up? This was the shared dormitory of the Snow Empress and Zhou Yi. Of course, go ahead. Zhou Yi mentioned she would not return until the afternoon. The Snow Empress replied. Lin Tianmeng nodded, stripped off his clothes, and slipped into the Snow Empress's slippers as he entered the bathroom. The pendant of Gu Yuna was resting on his trousers, which he placed on the Snow Empress's bed upon undressing. Snow Empress, you are a soul beast of over 600,000 years. Ranking third among the top 10 fierce beasts, Gu Yuna's voice suddenly resonated. The Snow Empress paused momentarily before responding. Indeed, Gu Yuna, as the Silver Dragon King and Sovereign of Soul Beasts, would have found herself subordinate to the Snow Empress had she not been ensnared by Lin Tianmeng. As a favored child of heaven and snow, a spirit soul beast of the extreme north, why have you chosen to degrade yourself by marrying an ice silkworm? Gu Yuna had long harbored resentment over this matter. Soul beasts should all be her subjects. The Snow Empress smiled faintly and replied, you may not believe it, but I married him because he once saved my life. Gu Yuna fell silent. If that were the case, then the Snow Empress's marriage to Lin Tianmeng was indeed justified. Soul beasts valued their lives above all else. To survive, they would undertake any endeavor. May I be so bold as to inquire, do you have someone you love? The Snow Empress suddenly asked. This time, it was Gu Yuna who was taken aback. However, she quickly shook her head, declaring no one is worthy of my affection. I once thought the same before meeting Tianmeng. The Snow Empress remarked with a gentle smile. Gu Yuna, this woman is truly beyond redemption. She would never develop feelings for any person or soul beast. She was the Silver Dragon King. The Snow Empress tenderly caressed her abdomen, where a small life was blossoming, a child of hers and Lin Tianmeng. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuna rolled her eyes. A powerful woman would not be swayed by a man. Men would only hinder her use of soul techniques. Lin Tianmeng soon finished his shower, wrapping himself in a towel, droplets of water trickling from his hair. Schwer, is this towel yours? I didn't bring one, but I saw one inside and used it, Lin Tianmeng said. Ah, that belongs to the Snow Empress, she replied, somewhat surprised. For that towel was indeed Zhou Yi's. At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and Zhou Yi rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, look at my memory, I've forgotten something. As she lifted her gaze, she unexpectedly caught sight of Lin Tianmeng, who had just emerged from his bath. Lin Tianmeng was equally taken aback, for within the dormitory, Zhou Yi had no pretense. At this moment, she appeared to be merely in her 30s, her features strikingly beautiful and alluring. Subsequently, Zhou Yi shut her eyes and let out a cry. Ah! Instantly, the sound reverberated throughout the entire dormitory building. Xuedi hurried to close the dormitory door. Otherwise, other teachers would undoubtedly come to inquire about the commotion. Teacher Zhou, please calm down and allow me to explain. Xuedi coughed awkwardly, feeling quite embarrassed, but she felt compelled to clarify the situation. Zhou Yi's earlier shout had been a reflexive reaction. Now that she had regained her composure, her agitation had subsided. Lin Tianmeng was her student, and he was only 11 years old. Even if he had seen her true self, she had nothing to lose. However, she couldn't believe she had been so careless as to leave the house without her elderly disguise, allowing Lin Tianmeng to glimpse her true appearance. What a blunder. Now, do tell me what exactly transpired, Zhou Yi said, taking a seat and speaking coldly. Lin Tianmeng did his best to diminish his presence. After all, he had borrowed her bathroom and was wandering around her dormitory shirtless. Xuedi approached Zhou Yi, sighed, and said helplessly, since you've already caught me out, I shall not hide the truth any longer. Zhou Yi's heart sank. What on earth was going on? She anxiously inquired. Having become quite familiar with Xuedi over time, she cherished her character, and the two had become good friends. Seeing Xuedi in such a state, she immediately sensed that something significant must be afoot. Otherwise, Xuedi would not behave in this manner. Xuedi glanced at Lin Tianmeng, then at Zhou Yi, and finally determinedly stated, in truth, Lin Tianmeng is my husband. What? Zhou Yi's eyes widened in shock. She was aware that Xuedi had a husband, as otherwise, she would not be pregnant. Yet, she never imagined that Xuedi's husband would be her own student. This very Lin Tianmeng, wrapped in her bath towel. Indeed, the towel draped around Lin Tianmeng was hers. How on earth had this lad managed to win over little Xue? His presence here at this moment could only mean one thing. He was undoubtedly here to be with her. The mere thought of this possibility made Zhou Yi's expression darken. You quickly put on your clothes, Zhou Yi said irritably. Yes. Lin Tianmeng quickly returned to the bathroom to retrieve his clothes. Zhou Yi was indeed beautiful, but her temperament was quite something. Little Xue, is this lad really your husband? Zhou Yi still found it hard to believe. Xuedi nodded. I would never jest about such matters. She was right. Zhou Yi, at that moment, was at a loss as to how to regard Lin Tianmeng, her student. Teacher Zhou. Teacher Xue, I've put on my clothes. Lin Tianmeng emerged from the bathroom, grinning sheepishly. He had not anticipated Zhou Yi's return at such an inopportune time. Moreover, he truly had no intention of being intimate with Xuedi here. He had merely run out of breath and sought a quick shower. Chapter 64, Lin Tianmeng's Proposal. Fan Yu's Secret. Since you have seen my true self, I shall no longer conceal it from you, Zhou Yi said helplessly. What else could she do? She had no choice but to let it all hang out. As you can see, this is my genuine self. Normally, I don the guise of an elderly woman to command greater respect from my students, instilling a sense of fear that facilitates the execution of my teaching plans. She looked at Lin Tianmeng and added, I hope you can keep this a secret. It was acceptable for Lin Tianmeng alone to witness her true appearance, but it was imperative that the other students remain unaware. Lin Tianmeng nodded. Teacher Zhou, I will keep your secret. But I do not understand why you feel the need to disguise yourself as an old woman. You are so beautiful. The students would be more inclined to listen to you if they saw your true self. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Yi suddenly furrowed her brow. Indeed, Lin Tianmeng had a point. Why had she initially resorted to such a disguise to enhance her authority? Reflecting on it now, she recalled certain clues. It seemed that at the time she had just successfully landed a teaching position at Shrek Academy's external department, presenting her charming and radiant visage to her students. They had all adored her as a teacher, and she had been incredibly gentle back then. But one day, Fan Yu had learned of a student harboring feelings for her, resulting in a heated argument between them. Fan Yu claimed that it was precisely because she presented herself so alluringly in class and engaged in some unbecoming behavior that had incited the student's infatuation. She had been utterly oblivious to any inappropriate conduct she might have exhibited while teaching and had believed Fan Yu was merely grasping at straws. Ultimately, Fan Yu had delivered an ultimatum. If she continued in this manner, their marriage would inevitably end in divorce. She had been compelled to relent. To avoid similar situations in the future, she had adopted the elderly disguise and endeavored to appear stern and cold. She had been masquerading as an old woman for several years, so long that she had almost forgotten about it. Now, upon reflection, Zhou Yi felt a surge of anger at Fan Yu for his recent disdain toward her elderly appearance. After all, it had been Fan Yu who had forced her into this disguise in the first place, yet he now criticized her for it. Fan Yu was the very definition of double standards. After reminiscing about all this, Zhou Yi felt that her years of effort had been in vain. You are right, Zhou Yi suddenly stood up, declaring confidently, "From this day forth, I shall present myself as I truly am." Her gaze radiated unparalleled confidence. A self-assured woman is always the most beautiful. Even though she was already in her 30s, Lin Tianmeng found it impossible to tear his eyes away from Zhou Yi in her newfound confidence. "Thank you, Lin Tianmeng. I never imagined that after living for over 30 years, I would find such clarity in your youthful perspective." Zhou Yi smiled gently at Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng scratched his head, unsure why Zhou Yi seemed so grateful to him. He had merely expressed his honest thoughts. It was perplexing. In any case, Zhou Yi chose not to pursue the matter of Lin Tianmeng borrowing her bathroom and allowed him to leave. Subsequently, Zhou Yi resolved to set aside her original plans for the day. She needed to confront Fan Yu. This marriage no longer warranted continuation. "Hey, Lin Tianmeng, what are you thinking about?" Wang Dong waved her hand in front of Lin Tianmeng's eyes and said, "Ah, it's nothing." Lin Tianmeng had indeed been lost in thought just moments ago, pondering over matters concerning Zhou Yi. "Where have you been?" "I've been searching for you everywhere," Wang Dong pouted, her voice tinged with displeasure. She had also received her second-level Soul Mentor badge and wished to share her joy with Lin Tianmeng, but upon turning around, she discovered that he had inexplicably vanished. "Oh, I just remembered that Teacher Zhou needed to see me, so I hurried off and forgot to let you know. I apologize," Lin Tianmeng explained, well aware that Wang Dong responded better to gentle persuasion than harshness. "Fine, I suppose I can believe you," she replied after a moment's thought. "By the way, the holidays are approaching. Do you plan to go home after the break?" Indeed, the holiday was fast approaching. "Yes, and you?" Lin Tianmeng could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the northernmost lands. While Shrek Academy was filled with enchanting beauties, it was the northernmost lands that provided him with the most suitable environment for his existence. The Ice Empress and Snow Empress were both his women, and there, he was the sovereign. "I will definitely be heading home as well," Wang Dong remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Tianmeng. She found herself wishing he could accompany her home. Yet, she hesitated, knowing she was from the Haotian sect and had two exceedingly powerful fathers. What if her fathers disapproved of Lin Tianmeng and decided to teach him a lesson? Wang Dong sighed helplessly. "What's wrong? Does going home make you unhappy?" Lin Tianmeng asked with concern. Wang Dong shook her head. "No, I just feel that once the holidays start, we won't see each other for an entire month. And I'll miss you." Despite being somewhat spoiled and having a bit of a temper, Wang Dong had a kind heart. Moreover, she harbored a somewhat special affection for Lin Tianmeng. "I will miss you too," Lin Tianmeng replied. "Really?" Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. "Of course it's true. We are roommates and practically spend every day in the same room. Suddenly being apart will surely be an adjustment." Humph. Wang Dong had initially thought he was finally being sincere, only to realize he remained as incorrigible as ever. Nevertheless, in light of their imminent separation for the holidays, Wang Dong graciously chose not to hold it against him. Soul Guidance Department. Zhou Yi arrived at Fan Yu's workplace. Although they had been married for several years, Fan Yu had always been preoccupied with his career, seldom paying attention to Zhou Yi's life. For a long time, Zhou Yi had failed to perceive anything amiss. However, after witnessing the rapport shared between Lin Tianmeng and teacher Xiao Shui, along with Lin Tianmeng's meticulous care for her, her perspective underwent a profound transformation. She began to realize that Fan Yu did not treat her as well as she had believed. In truth, she should have recognized this earlier. Xian Liner was a prime example. Being good friends with Xian Liner, she was well aware that Xian Duoduo and Xian Liner had yet to consummate their marriage. But so what? Xian Duoduo's affection for Xian Liner had never waned. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but lament her own fate. There was a secret she had long kept to herself, one that even her close friend Xian Liner was unaware of. This secret was that Fan Yu was, in fact, impotent. Chapter 65. Zhou Yi confronts Fan Yu, the student's thoughts. "Zhou Yi, what brings you here?" Fan Yu instinctively furrowed his brow upon noticing Zhou Yi in his work area. He disliked being interrupted while working, a fact Zhou Yi was well aware of. Typically, she would not come by. "Fan Yu, we need to talk." This time, Zhou Yi had foregone her usual elderly disguise, her stunning beauty leaving the students present utterly captivated. Upon noticing their astonished gazes, Fan Yu's frown deepened. Hadn't he previously instructed her not to reveal her true self in front of the students? Although he initially hesitated to step outside with Zhou Yi, the piercing gazes of the students compelled him to comply. "Very well," Fan Yu acquiesced. Zhou Yi then turned and stepped out of the classroom ahead of him. Though it was merely a small gesture, Fan Yu perceived a chilling detachment emanating from her. What had transpired? Zhou Yi had always been exceedingly warm towards him. Once they had departed, the students congregated. "Who was that stunning woman just now?" "I don't know. It's my first time seeing her. She is absolutely beautiful. She perfectly aligns with my aesthetic preferences. I particularly enjoy women who are slightly older than me." But judging by teacher Fan Yu's reaction, it seems they know each other. Could she possibly be teacher Fan Yu's mistress? One student suddenly proposed, sending shockwaves through the group. I've seen teacher Fan Yu's wife. She's an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles. Although I don't understand why teacher Fan Yu, at only 40, would marry someone so much older. That still doesn't justify any infidelity. We must prevent teacher Fan Yu from making a grievous mistake. Yes, we must intervene. The students, youthful and impassioned, felt compelled to act in defense of their sense of justice, even if it meant undertaking actions they might otherwise shy away from. Stopping teacher Fan Yu's potential infidelity was their undeniable responsibility. After some deliberation on how to proceed, they hurriedly pursued them. Kai-Tu scratched his head in confusion, feeling somewhat baffled, yet he followed along with them. Outside the classroom, while Fan Yu's students were strategizing, Zhou confronted him directly. Fan Yu, I'm truly tired after all these years. Let us get a divorce. Why? Fan Yu was taken aback by her immediate declaration of divorce. After years of companionship, he had never once heard her utter the word divorce. He believed he had firmly established control over Zhou Yi's affections. He was aware of her feelings for him, which was precisely why he had taken liberties with her. Yet now, Zhou Yi had come to a realization. To hell with affection. Fan Yu had never regarded her as a person. Moreover, their relationship had never truly been consummated. When did you become so verbose? Zhou Yi mimicked Fan Yu's usual demeanor, frowning coldly as she stated, I'm informing you of the divorce, not seeking your agreement. With that, she turned to leave. However, at that moment, Fan Yu stepped forward and grasped her hand. You can't leave without clarifying this. As he held her hand, he sensed a significant drop in the pressure emanating from her. She seemed to have changed. But when did things begin to change? Let me go? Zhou Yi glared at Fan Yu with disdain. How had she never realized before how troublesome Fan Yu could be? How irritating. At that moment, Fan Yu's students rushed out of the classroom. They all witnessed Zhou Yi turning to leave, only to be forcibly pulled back by Fan Yu. Panic ensued. Teacher Fan Yu, you cannot do this. Please release this sister. Teacher Fan Yu, have you forgotten your wife? Though she may have aged, she has always treated you well. You must not betray her. Yes, Teacher Fan Yu. As your students, we cannot stand by and watch you stray from the right path. Please reconsider, Teacher Fan Yu. Kai-Tu also stepped forward, earnestly stating, Teacher Fan Yu, they speak the truth. You must not make a grave mistake. Upon hearing the students' words, Zhou Yi began to understand. They likely mistook her for Fan Yu's mistress. After all, when she had previously visited the Soul Guidance Department as Fan Yu's wife, she had been adorned in elderly makeup. Now, revealing her true appearance, it led the students astray. However, the willingness of these students to stand up for her, an elderly woman, was a testament to their kindness. It appeared that not all of Fan Yu's students were blindly loyal to him. They possessed their own values, discerning right from wrong. Ironically, it was Fan Yu, as a teacher, who had been causing her harm all along. What are you all talking about? How have I gone astray and made a grave mistake? Fan Yu was bewildered by their sudden outburst. At that moment, Zhou Yi broke free from Fan Yu's grasp and approached the group of students. They appeared somewhat anxious, as rumors suggested that those who disrupt others' families are quite fearsome. What do you intend to do? Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. Zhou Yi smiled reassuringly. Take a good look at me. Do I not seem familiar to you? The students momentarily stared blankly. However, it did not take long for them to make the connection. Sister, your skin. It seems that if it were to wrinkle, it would resemble teacher Fan Yu's wife. And your eyes. I feel like I have seen them somewhere. Ah, could it be? Sister, you are not teacher Fan Yu's wife, are you? They had only seen her from afar before, failing to notice any resemblance. Yet, upon closer inspection, the similarities became evident. No matter how expertly she applied her elderly makeup, it was still based on her true visage. Indeed, I am the elderly woman you encountered previously. Zhou Yi smiled radiantly, with a charming smile and captivating eyes. My brows and eyes curved gracefully, embodying a myriad of enchanting charms. The students found themselves utterly entranced. Then, Zhou Yi continued, I have come to speak with your teacher Fan Yu about divorce. What? This series of twists and turns left them utterly astonished. Zhou Yi turned to Fan Yu and declared, I have said what I needed to say. We are getting a divorce. I will now seek old Lin for the necessary documentation. In his spare time, old Lin also oversees the marital relationships between students and teachers within the academy. While marriage does not require registration, divorce must be documented. Of course, the regulations of Shrek Academy do not stipulate that both parties must agree for a divorce certificate to be issued. As long as one party requests a divorce, the certificate can be granted. Thus, Zhou Yi's divorce was all but assured. Chapter 66. Fan Yu releases his soul ring. Xian Linner steps in to intervene. Stop right there. This was the first time Fan Yu had felt such humiliation before his students, and he could not accept it under any circumstances. You cannot divorce me. Fan Yu stepped forward to block Zhou Yi's path and unleashed his martial soul. 8 soul rings illuminated around him. He was an 8-ring soul Douluo, while Zhou Yi possessed only 6 rings. What? Do you intend to use force to coerce me? Zhou Yi frowned slightly. That is not my intention. I simply do not wish for you to leave so easily. Fan Yu suddenly realized how remarkably beautiful Zhou Yi was. Even his young students were captivated by her allure. How could he allow a divorce? If they truly divorced, it would open the door for other men to approach Zhou Yi. That simply could not happen. Even though he held no deep feelings for Zhou Yi, he could not permit her to be with another man. Human nature is such that the more one lacks something, the more one desires to flaunt it. He struggled in that regard, but he did not blame himself. He blamed Zhou Yi. It was she who made him feel inadequate. Yet, Zhou Yi was indeed exceptionally lovely, granting him a sense of pride among his colleagues. What he did not anticipate was that every time Zhou Yi revealed her true self, someone would inevitably become enamored with her beauty. This simply could not be allowed. Zhou Yi belonged to him. Fan Yu, step aside. Zhou Yi also unleashed her martial soul, seemingly ready to confront Fan Yu head-on. The nearby students were left in a state of shock. Most of them were 3-ring or 4-ring soul masters. And witnessing Fan Yu and Zhou Yi release their martial souls and soul rings filled them with trepidation. After all, they were facing a 6-ring soul emperor and an 8-ring soul Douluo. The mere pressure emanating from them rendered it nearly impossible for the students to approach. How could Teacher Fan Yu engage in combat with Teacher Zhou Yi? Teacher Fan Yu's temperament seems to be even worse. They were all Fan Yu students, and by all rights, they should not speak ill of him. However, the thought of Fan Yu using his strength to suppress his own wife was something they simply could not accept. Their image of Teacher Fan Yu instantly shifted from admirable to diminutive. Perhaps it was time to find a new teacher. Zhou Yi, you are no match for me. I advise you to retract your martial soul. Fan Yu exuded a strong sense of confidence in this regard. After all, he was an 8-ring soul Douluo. How could Zhou Yi, a mere soul emperor, hope to defeat him? Enough of your nonsense. Why don't you fight me? Zhou Yi chose to confront Fan Yu head-on this time. Even if she could not win, she would at least take a piece of him with her. She, Zhou Yi, should be this audacious. Very well, since you insist on competing, I shall indulge you. Zhou Yi's demeanor successfully ignited Fan Yu's competitive spirit. He had always been a staunch proponent of traditional gender roles, believing that women should remain at home, cooking and cleaning, rather than seeking the limelight. Women who sought attention were deemed unworthy. With determination, Fan Yu resolved to unleash his soul skills against Zhou Yi right there. His students could no longer bear to watch. Teacher Fan Yu, you cannot do this. Please stop. Unbeknownst to them, the more they spoke, the angrier Fan Yu became. He was acutely aware that once Zhou Yi shed her elderly disguise, she would instantly attract a throng of men eager to champion her cause. It was all a deliberate ploy. She had the audacity to entice his student. He must teach Zhou Yi a proper lesson. Just as Fan Yu prepared to unleash his soul technique, Xian Liner appeared. Who dares to engage in brawls within the soul guidance department? Fan Yu furrowed his brow. It seemed today he could not reprimand Zhou Yi. Xian Liner was Zhou Yi's confidant, and she would undoubtedly shield her. Dean Xian, the students greeted obediently. Yes. You all may return to your studies, Xian Liner instructed. Indeed, the students felt a sense of relief upon her arrival. At least this confrontation would not escalate. What a farce. Who would dare to fight in front of the soaring Valkyrie, Xian Liner? Surely, they must be courting death. What are you two up to? Xian Liner, resplendent and commanding as the head of the soul guidance department, made it clear that even Fan Yu, who prided himself as a genius soul master, had to show her respect. Thus, he withdrew his martial spirit. Zhou Yi also retracted her martial spirit, her expression as cold as frost, remaining silent. Fan Yu spoke first. Dean Xian, this matter concerns our marriage. I kindly ask you not to interfere excessively. Xian Liner was not swayed by his words. Why not resolve your marital issues at home? Instead, you come to the soul guidance department to brawl before so many students. Fan Yu, you truly are something. It was Zhou Yi who provoked me first. Fan Yu puffed out his chest, believing he bore no fault. Xian Liner frowned and turned to Zhou Yi. What exactly is going on? Zhou Yi sighed. I want a divorce. What? Xian Liner was taken aback. Such a significant matter, and you didn't even inform me? Fan Yu seemed to seize the opportunity and hastily interjected. She came to me today and directly stated her desire for a divorce. How could I possibly consent? Naturally, I must prevent her. Fan Yu's reasoning, while somewhat justifiable, placed Xian Liner in a difficult position. Zhou Yi continued. Liner, let me be honest with you. I am determined to end this marriage. Unless Fan Yu were to kill me. As Zhou Yi confided in her dear friend, Xian Liner comprehended her resolve. She was adamant about this divorce. Even to the point of death. What had Fan Yu done to provoke such justified wrath? Zhou Yi had always been remarkably tolerant of him. She frequently dismissed comments about Fan Yu being inferior to Qian Duo, never once contemplating divorce. Why the sudden change today? However, Xian Liner knew Zhou Yi well. She must genuinely feel she could no longer endure this marriage to choose such a drastic path. As her confidant, Xian Liner naturally supported Zhou Yi's decision. Regardless, fighting here was not an option. You are both educators. Such behavior sets a poor example for the students, Xian Liner admonished. Fan Yu, This class has yet to conclude. Please return and teach them. Her implication was clear. Fan Yu should cease obstructing Zhou Yi. No, Fan Yu blurted out. He could not allow Zhou Yi to leave him. Previously, he had not recognized any feelings for her, but the mere thought of their divorce stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him, as if a piece of his heart had been hollowed out. It was akin to wearing a watch for so long that its absence felt unsettling, not necessarily out of love, but simply out of an aversion to losing something familiar. Din Xian, you cannot be biased, Fan Yu stated. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. I do not wish to divorce Zhou Yi, and I promise to treat her well in the future. Zhou Yi scoffed. There is no need for that. She turned to leave. Fan Yu attempted to stop her, but Xian Liner positioned herself in front of him. Din Xian, please step aside, he implored. You are a teacher in the Soul Guidance Department, and it is class time. You cannot leave freely, Xian Liner replied, clearly supporting Zhou Yi. Din Xian Yu. Fan Yu dared to bully Zhou Yi, but could not confront Xian Liner. That would be folly. She was the soaring Valkyrie. Super Douluo Xian Liner. As a Soul Douluo, facing her would only lead to his demise. As educators, we should prioritize teaching our students. Xian Liner gazed at Fan Yu with a hint of coldness. Therefore, I ask you to return. Fan Yu clenched his fists. Ultimately, he returned to the classroom, weighing the consequences and deciding it was unwise to challenge Xian Liner. What transpired? Were you not satisfied with this marriage before? Why the sudden urge for divorce? As soon as Fan Yu departed, Xian Liner pressed Zhou Yi for answers. Zhou Yi sighed. He does not love me, and I no longer wish to continue. You have been married for so many years. What is there to discuss regarding love? Xian Liner blinked. Zhou Yi regarded her and asked, and what about you and Qian Duo? How come you haven't? Xian Liner's cheeks flushed. Although she had been married to Qian Duo for many years, they had never consummated their union. It was primarily due to her inability to overcome her own mental barriers. In their discussions, married women often delved into topics revolving around men, naturally including intimate matters. Yet, curiously, Zhou Yi had never shared any details regarding her intimate life with Fan Yu. Xian Liner had long been intrigued but refrained from asking. As it was a sensitive topic, since you wish to divorce, then do so. Come, I will take you to see my mother. Xian Liner was unwavering in her support for Zhou Yi's decisions. Thank you, Liner, Zhou Yi smiled. Had it not been for Xian Liner's timely intervention, today's situation could have spiraled out of control. Being merely a 6-ringed Soul Emperor, she stood no chance against the 8-ringed Fan Yu. What are you being so formal for? Xian Liner chuckled, patting her shoulder. I've never liked that guy Fan Yu. I wholeheartedly support your decision to divorce him. Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile brightly. Just look. You look stunning without makeup. Your smile is absolutely beautiful. Please, refrain from that elderly makeup in the future, Xian Liner remarked. Yes, I won't wear it again. Zhou Yi replied. In the inner courtyard, Lin Tianmeng invited Ma Xiaotao to dine in the cafeteria, and Ma Xiaotao brought along her good friend, Zhang Lishuan. The senior sister is accompanying me. Is it too much to ask you to treat us to a meal? Ma Xiaotao chimed playfully. What could be excessive? I will certainly treat you to the finest. Lin Tianmeng declared, patting her chest to assure them of her ample funds. I will go get your meals. Please wait a moment. He rose to his feet and made his way towards the food-serving window. All right, Ma Xiaotao nodded. Zhang Lishuan felt somewhat uneasy, for she was aware of the relationship between Ma Xiaotao and Lin Tianmeng, having never experienced romantic love herself. She was oblivious to the feelings of affection that one might have for another. Her feelings for Bei Bei had gradually developed based on their childhood betrothal. When Muin had found her, he had nurtured her with great care, albeit with the stipulation that she would become Bei Bei's betrothed. At that time, both she and Bei Bei were still quite young, having grown up together as innocent childhood friends. However, as time passed, Bei Bei became enlightened. He realized that his feelings for Zhang Lishuan did not constitute love, and after meeting Tanya, he devoted himself entirely to her, gradually growing distant from Zhang Lishuan. Yet, Zhang Lishuan held on to her initial vow, which deterred her from seeking a boyfriend. Xiaotao, how do you and Lin Tianmeng usually interact? Do you consider yourself happy? Zhang Lishuan asked, her curiosity piqued. Ma Xiaotao was momentarily taken aback before responding. Of course, I am happy. Our interactions are quite relaxed. I do not need to hide anything in his presence. But I've noticed that you seem much gentler when you're with him, Zhang Lishuan inquired further. Ma Xiaotao chuckled. That's because whenever he is around, I cannot help but become more tender. In front of others, I am a fierce and fiery spirit, yet with Tianmeng, I feel immense joy and a profound sense of security. Zhang Lishuan nodded, still somewhat perplexed. Ma Xiaotao was known for her fiery temper. Any male student at the academy who dared to provoke her would certainly face her wrath. Hence, witnessing Ma Xiaotao's involuntary gentleness in front of Lin Tianmeng left Zhang Lishuan bewildered. Could it be that having feelings for someone truly alters one's character? Yet, why did she not experience any such change in her demeanor around Bei Bei? Senior sister, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're not getting any younger. Even I, who was once deemed the most difficult to marry off, have found a husband. When do you plan to find a boyfriend? Ma Xiaotao bluntly stated, unaware that Zhang Lishuan was Beibei's betrothed, as Zhang Lishuan had never disclosed this fact. Zhang Lishuan, shake my head. I do not know, she replied, still struggling to comprehend what it meant to truly like someone. I'm back. I'm not sure what you all like to eat, so I bought a little of everything. Lin Tianmeng returned with 3 servings of premium meals, which were far superior to those available to the Outer Academy. Not only in terms of ingredients, but also in price. Core disciples of the Outer Academy could dine for free, but this was not the case for the Inner Academy. Resources were limited. The Outer disciples were provided meals for free to focus on early training. Disciples of the Inner Academy, having reached the Soul King or Soul Emperor level, could take on tasks to earn soul coins, ensuring they were generally not short on funds. Wow, it smells so good. Ma Xiaotao was indeed hungry. Shi Wuti ordinarily orders such a lavish spread for herself. This is too much. The 3 of us can't possibly finish it, Zhang Lishuan exclaimed, her eyes widening. No worries, just leave the leftovers to me, Lin Tianmeng insisted, vowing to avoid waste. He wants to eat their leftovers? Zhang Lishuan's heart raced unexpectedly. What are you waiting for? Eat up, Ma Xiaotao urged, noticing Zhang Lishuan hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. Oh, all right, Zhang Lishuan finally began to eat. However, before she could take more than a few bites, a familiar figure appeared before their table. Senior sister. It was Bei, his face adorned with a warm and refined smile. What brings you here? Zhang Lishuan suddenly felt a surge of irritation. It was strange. She had always hoped to see Bei, yet now that he was actually here, her excitement had waned. Senior sister, I bought some food as well. You know my appetite is small. I can't finish it alone. Would you like to share with me? Bei asked with a smile. What? He wants me to eat his leftovers. Zhang Lishuan's anger flared. Chapter 68. The shameless Bei, the senior sister's rejection. Lin Tianmeng had just mentioned that he would take care of any leftovers from their meal with Ma Xiaotao. But what did Bei say? Bei suggested that he could not finish his meal and wanted her to help him finish it. How utterly disrespectful. Comparatively, Zhang Lishuan felt a growing dissatisfaction towards Bei. I've already bought my meal, so I won't be joining you, she stated firmly. Upon hearing Zhang Lishuan's refusal, Bei's composed demeanor crumbled. Why, senior sister? We have always had a good relationship. Bei exclaimed, slightly anxious, as he had indeed seen Lin Tianmeng inviting Zhang Lishuan to dine with him, which prompted his visit. Tang had already been taken by Lin Tianmeng. Zhang Lishuan could not be lost to him as well. In Bei's mind, Zhang Lishuan had always been the caring older sister figure who looked after him with great attention. Moreover, everyone in the Inner Academy was gossiping that the senior sister harbored feelings for a man, thus disregarding the affections of other male students. This man must surely be him. Who says we have a good relationship? Zhang Lishuan had never disclosed her betrothal to Bei, so she was unwilling to acknowledge it. Typically, Bei maintained his distance from her. Why was he suddenly approaching her today? Initially, Zhang Lishuan had held high hopes for Bei, believing for a long time that he might be her future partner. However, after Bei reached adulthood and fell for Tanya, he began to distance himself from her, even pretending not to recognize her when they met. Her disappointment accumulated, growing ever larger. The summer quilt, the winter fan, the attentiveness after the heart has turned cold. These 3 things are the most useless. Senior sister, Bei, wished to apologize but cannot find the words. He felt as though he owed her nothing. Rather, it was her connection to him through their childhood betrothal that allowed her to survive and remain at Shrek Academy. Hey, what is wrong with you? The senior sister has already expressed her unwillingness to dine with you, so why are you still lingering? Ma Xiaotao's temper flared. No one could contain her when she was riled up. As a core disciple of the Outer Academy, Bei was naturally aware of Ma Xiaotao's formidable reputation. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to give up so easily. Xiaotao, I merely wish to invite the senior sister to dinner, with no ulterior motives, Bei explained. Do you think the senior sister is someone you can simply invite and expect her to agree? Ma Xiaotao slammed her hand on the table, declaring, Don't interfere with my meal, just get lost. Bei gaped in shock. Ma Xiaotao disdainfully remarked, What? Not satisfied? Do you wish to engage in a brawl with me, mother? Perfect. I believe this meal is still missing a roasted suckling pig. Bei felt deeply insulted. Ma Xiaotao had actually called him a pig. Moreover, the senior sister didn't even refute her. All right, Xiaotao, do not let anger consume you. Being upset while dining is detrimental to one's health, Lin Tianmeng interjected, concerned that Ma Xiaotao might become excessively agitated. Out of respect for Tianmeng, I shall not hold it against you. But you had better cease your pursuit of the senior sister, or else my evil fire phoenix is not one to be trifled with. Ma Xiaotao threatened. Strangely, Bei felt genuinely intimidated by her. The evil fire phoenix of the 6th ring Soul Emperor was truly beyond his capabilities. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede. Did the senior sister truly refuse to dine with him? In the past, she had always acquiesced to his requests. Just then, Zhang Leixian spoke up. Can you not dine alone? If you have bought too much food, cannot you save it for the next meal? When you were with Tangya, I did not see you struggling to survive. Zhang Leixian was genuinely angered this time. I do not know why Tangya is not by your side today, but let me make it clear. I, Zhang Leixian, am not your pet to summon at will. I am a living, breathing individual. After you and Tangya became a couple, Mu Lao decided that our childhood engagement could be annulled, so I have no ties to you now. Do not bother me again, understood? Upon hearing these words, Ma Xiaotao was taken aback. What? Did the senior sister mean she was the betrothed child bride of this outer courtyard student? And it was related to Mu Lao? Goodness, how had the world suddenly become so incomprehensible? Shoo, do not make a sound. Let us quietly enjoy the spectacle, Lin Tianmeng whispered, tugging at Ma Xiaotao's hand. Ma Xiaotao nodded in agreement. On Beibei's side, upon hearing Zhang Leishuan's declaration, he was left in a state of shock. His senior sister had never spoken to him in such a manner. It must be Lin Tianmeng. She had undoubtedly said many disparaging things about him to the senior sister. Lin Tianmeng. Beibei suddenly pointed at the quietly spectating Lin Tianmeng, exclaiming, Did you say something to the senior sister? Me? Lin Tianmeng, suddenly called out, was somewhat taken aback. He had not mentioned anything to Zhang Leixian. He had not even uttered Beibei's name. Enough. Zhang Leixian stood up, pointing at Beibei. This is a matter between you and me. It concerns no one else. If you do not wish to be looked down upon by me, then depart from here at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action against you. Zhang Leixian was ranked first among the inner courtyard disciples. At the age of 24, she was already an 8-ring soul Douluo. No matter how gifted Beibei was, he could not possibly defeat an 8-ring soul Douluo with his soul sect power. At this moment, many onlookers in the cafeteria had begun to take notice of their confrontation. Among the inner courtyard disciples, who was not a dragon among men, some of them harbored secret affections for the senior sister. Seeing the senior sister being aggressively confronted by Beibei, they could no longer hold back. Hey, you there. What is the meaning of this? Did you not hear the senior sister ask you to leave? Indeed. You had better scram while you still can. Senior sister, who is this person? He does not seem to be one of our inner courtyard disciples. If he is not an inner courtyard disciple, what is he doing here? Get out. In that moment, Beibei could no longer maintain his refined demeanor. However, he found it impossible to engage in a loud argument with Zhang Leixian. Senior sister, I hope you can reflect on this. I have already broken up with Xiaoya. With that, Beibei left. Zhang Leixian, however, was even more infuriated. What did Beibei mean by that? Was he implying that now that he had broken up with Tangya, he wanted to turn back to her, his betrothed childhood bride? Why should she be expected to be the one to pick up the pieces? She had countless admirers at Shrek Academy. Even without Beibei, she could find a suitable partner. She, Zhang Leixian, did not need Beibei. Senior sister, what on earth is happening? Ma Xiaotao, seeing Zhang Leishuan's furious and sorrowful demeanor, quickly inquired. Zhang Leixian shook her head and replied, I truly did not expect he would turn out to be such a person. She had misjudged Beibei. Chapter 69, Beibei's Downfall, Tangya's Dark Blue Silver Grass. In truth, I was rescued by Mu Lao and brought back to the academy. Zhang Leixian recalled that time with a heavy heart. Mu Lao treated me wonderfully, taking care of me in many ways, allowing me to survive and awaken my martial soul. However, he had one condition. I had to agree to become Beibei's childhood bride. When Beibei grew up, I was to marry him. At that time, I was very young. Only 6 years old, just awakening my martial soul, utterly confused about my future. If it had not been for Mu Lao, I might not have even survived. So I agreed to his condition. From then on, Mu Lao made me practice and play with Beibei regularly, and we became childhood sweethearts. However, as Beibei grew older, he fell for the outer courtyard student Tangya. He told me that our engagement was null and void, and that he intended to marry Tangya. After hearing this, Ma Xiaotao slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, So that's how it is. Beibei is trying to repay a favor. Now that he has broken up with Tangya, he comes crawling back to you, the quintessential scumbag. Indeed, but it is a pity that I am only now coming to realize this. Zhang Leixian sighed helplessly. Reflecting on her 24 years, it seems she had been atoning for her initial vow all along. She remained single, rejecting any confessions of love, unwilling to experience romance, all because of Beibei. The conditions set by Mu Lao had firmly shackled her. Otherwise, perhaps she would have already been in a relationship or even married by now. Thinking of this, Zhang Leixian could not help but envy Ma Xiaotao. Xiaotao, do you know? I actually envy you. Huh, envy me? Ma Xiaotao was somewhat surprised. Yes, Zhang Leixian said with a smile. Look at how well you and Lin Tianmeng get along. Although your temper is still quite fiery, the happiness and joy on your face are unmistakable. When you look at him, your eyes are filled with love. And he gazes at you the same way. She was deeply envious of their mutual affection. Ahem. Ma Xiaotao's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She linked her arm with Lin Tianmeng's and declared, Of course, Tianmeng is the best man. Lin Tianmeng felt a bit shy at her words. Senior sister, with all due respect, with your qualifications, you could marry any male student in the academy, and they would be utterly deserving of you. In contrast, some of them may not be worthy of you, he remarked. Lin Tianmeng's words resonated deeply with Zhang Leixian. She could not help but smile, saying, well, I have made my decision. Since Mu Lao has stated that the engagement is null and void, I should begin considering my own lifelong matters. That's the spirit. Lin Tianmeng nodded. By the way, you two should eat. It will taste terrible if it gets cold. Indeed, the vastness of the heavens and the earth pales in comparison to the necessity of sustenance, exclaimed Ma Xiaotao. Zhang Lishuan finally unveiled a genuine smile, emanating from the depths of her heart. The incident of Bei being spurned by the senior sister had spread throughout the entirety of Shrek Academy. During their leisurely conversations, everyone found themselves engrossed in this topic. Have you heard? Senior Bei has fallen from grace. What? How did that come to pass? I heard that yesterday. Senior Bei invited the senior sister to dinner at the inner courtyard canteen, and she rejected him. Is such a thing truly possible? Isn't Senior Bei's girlfriend Tangya? That is old news. Senior Tangya has long since parted ways with Bei. Moreover, after being rejected by the senior sister, Senior Bei even resorted to coercive tactics, attempting to manipulate her into acquiescence. What? What do you mean by coercion? Ah, you are unaware of this? Allow me to elaborate. This dialogue circulated throughout the academy within a single day. Everyone was aware that the refined and gentle Bei had indeed fallen from grace, particularly in the eyes of the outer courtyard disciples. Prior to this, Bei was considered a star among the outer courtyard students, his elegant demeanor proving irresistibly charming. Many female students were captivated by his sophistication and even formed a support group in his honor. In the outer courtyard, any disparaging remark against Bei would provoke his fans to defend him vehemently, sometimes even culminating in brawls. However, Bei paid no heed to such matters, believing them to be beyond his control, as he had not instigated the formation of any fan clubs. Previously, his supporters found no fault in this dynamic. Yet now, Bei's genteel persona lay in ruins. His grace, his gentleness, his warmth, all mere facades. The true Bei was nothing more than a petty individual seeking to exploit gratitude for personal gain. In the outer courtyard, Bei enjoyed considerable fanfare, while in the inner courtyard, the senior sister's admirers far outnumbered his, with nearly all disciples in the inner courtyard being her fans. What was Bei to dare to compel the senior sister? Consequently, the support groups of the senior sister and Bei clashed violently. The inner courtyard disciples, possessing higher ranks, thoroughly bested Bei's supporters. Furthermore, many had withdrawn from his fan club in light of his disgrace, leading it to dwindle into insignificance. With the loss of support from these individuals in the outer courtyard, coupled with the prevailing negative sentiment towards him, Bei could no longer stride with the same confidence as before. His good friend Su Sanshur even found time amidst his busy schedule to mock him. Is it true, Bei? So you and the senior sister share such a relationship? Su Sanshur draped an arm around Bei's shoulders, reveling in his misfortune. Now we are truly companions in adversity. I've been forsaken by Nan Nan, and you have been cast aside by both Xiaoya and the senior sister. Who said we are companions in adversity? Bei retorted, pushing Su Sanshur away with disdain. Unlike Su Sanshur, who had long pursued Jiang Nan Nan without success, Bei had at least publicly acknowledged his relationship with Tangya within the academy. Su Sanshur rolled his eyes. Are you not in the same predicament now? Finding the conversation tedious, he departed after uttering these words. He had initially regarded Bei as a warm-hearted individual, only to discover he was, in fact, a scoundrel, and that his object of desire was none other than the senior sister. Though Su Sanshur's affections lay with Jiang Nan Nan, he held the senior sister in perpetual reverence. Many students shared this sentiment. Thus, Bei's attempts to exploit the senior sister had provoked the ire of all male students in both the inner and outer courtyards. It appeared that Bei's standing within the academy would soon suffer irreparable damage. Nevertheless, few seemed to care. Tiandeng, I am now at level 33. I have consumed 2 soul-enhancing pills, Tangya exclaimed animatedly to Lin Tiandeng in the outer courtyard. Rapid advancement is indeed commendable, but one must also focus on consolidating their cultivation, Lin Tiandeng advised. Rest assured, I am well aware. Since encountering Lin Tiandeng's other wives, Tangya had developed an acute sense of urgency. They were all so exceptional, while she felt her martial soul was merely the ordinary blue-silver grass. It seemed unlikely she would achieve any significant accomplishments in this lifetime. Xiaoya, do you not feel deeply troubled by your martial soul being blue-silver grass? Lin Tiandeng suddenly recalled something and inquired. Indeed, the blue-silver grass is exceedingly weak, Tangya sighed. Let me share a secret. The reason our ancestor from Tang sect ascended to godhood with a blue-silver grass martial soul a millennium ago is that his martial soul was the blue-silver emperor, not merely the ordinary blue-silver grass. Moreover, he also possessed a twin martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Yet, Tang Ye had nothing but a single blue-silver grass. However, Lin Tianmeng knew that Tang Ye's martial soul was not just any blue-silver grass, but rather dark blue-silver grass. If the right opportunity arose for it to mutate, it could transform into dark blue-silver grass. At that point, Tang Ye's cultivation speed would increase exponentially, swiftly surpassing level 40. Lin Tianmeng's mental prowess was arguably the strongest on the continent. As long as he remained by Tang Ye's side, she would never suffer backlash from her martial soul. Thus, he resolved to assist her. Xiaoya, do you wish to seek vengeance? Lin Tianmeng suddenly asked. The leap in topic was substantial, yet upon hearing the word revenge, Tang Ye trembled with emotion. She clenched her fists, determination gleaming in her eyes. Yes, I yearn to avenge myself against those beasts. They made me an orphan. They killed my parents. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Tianmeng, filled with compassion, embraced her, comforting her. Do not weep. I will avenge you. Upon hearing this, Tang Ye quickly interjected, but you are only at the 3rd ring. Lin Tianmeng did not respond to her objection, but instead asked, where are they? They are my enemies, she replied. In Tiando City, at the Iron Blood sect. As she uttered these words, the hatred in Tang Ye's heart could no longer be concealed. That place had once been the site of the Tang sect. The Iron Blood sect had slaughtered her parents and all the disciples of the Tang sect at that time, then claimed the land as their own. Very well, let us depart at once. Lin Tianmeng's gaze hardened with resolve. What? But we are both only at the 3rd ring. We would be marching to our doom. Tang Ye expressed her concerns. Xiaoya, do you trust me? Lin Tianmeng gazed into her eyes and asked softly. Tianmeng, what kind of question is that? I wholeheartedly trust you. Having chosen Lin Tianmeng as her husband, she was entirely devoted to him. In that case, what I am about to tell you must be followed without question, understood? Without hesitation, Tang Ye nodded, understood. Lead the way. Lin Tianmeng led Tang Ye away from the academy and into a thicket of brambles on the back mountain. Xiaoya, unleash your blue-silver grass, Lin Tianmeng commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Although Tang Ye did not comprehend why Lin Tianmeng insisted on this, she complied and released her martial spirit. The resilient blue-silver grass began to spread gradually. To her astonishment, it surged directly toward the thicket of brambles, and she found herself unable to retract it. Tianmeng, what is happening? Why do I suddenly feel as though I cannot control my martial spirit? Tang Ye exclaimed in alarm, as the blue-silver grass seemed to have broken free from her command, voraciously consuming the brambles. The soul power generated from devouring the life force of the thorns was surging into her body. My soul power seems to have skyrocketed. Tang Ye was both surprised and delighted. Relax, you need not do anything now. Just leave it to the blue-silver grass, Lin Tianmeng said softly, wrapping his arms around Tang Ye's waist from behind. All right, Tang Ye, having tasted the sweetness of this experience, willingly allowed the blue-silver grass to continue converting life force into soul power for her benefit. However, she gradually sensed her mental state becoming somewhat disoriented, as if she were on the brink of transforming into some terrifying creature. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng intervened. A vast surge of mental energy from the million-year-old ice silkworm flooded into Tang Ye's sea of consciousness, the refreshing sensation instantly awakening her. What just happened? Tang Ye blinked, looking bewildered. It's nothing. I'm here, Lin Tianmeng reassured her. Just focus on unleashing the blue-silver grass. I'll handle the rest. All right. For the first time, Tang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of security, as though she would be safe as long as Lin Tianmeng was by her side. Initially, she had been under the control of her blue-silver grass martial spirit, which caused her momentary mental disarray. However, with Lin Tianmeng's assistance, she gradually began to regain control over the blue-silver grass, devouring the bramble's life force and converting it into her own soul power. Instantly, Tang Ye's soul power level surged significantly. Once the entire thicket of brambles had been consumed, Lin Tianmeng said, all right, let us stop for now. Tang Ye skillfully retracted her blue-silver grass, her gaze still clear, seemingly unaffected by the dark blue-silver grass. Yet Lin Tianmeng understood that there would still be an impact, though it would not directly undermine her mental faculties. Come, let us measure your soul power level. Lin Tianmeng produced a soul tool resembling a crystal ball for testing soul power. All right, Tang Ye placed her hand on it and infused it with her soul power. Level 37. Upon seeing this number, Tang Ye was rendered speechless. How is this possible? I was just at level 33. In such a brief span, she had remarkably ascended to level 37, faster than consuming a soul elevation pill. Lin Tianmeng smiled. It aligns with my expectations. Tianmeng, what on earth is happening? Tang Ye quickly turned to Lin Tianmeng, grasping his hand in inquiry. Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you, Lin Tianmeng jested, pointing to his cheek. You're insufferable. Although Tang Ye feigned annoyance, she promptly planted a kiss on Lin Tianmeng's cheek. Now can you tell me? She teased. If you don't tell me, I'll kiss you again. Tanya laughed. Then I shan't tell you, as I wish to be kissed again. Lin Tianmeng shrugged playfully. Tanya leaned in and pecked him on the lips, saying, all right, I'm genuinely curious. Hurry and tell me. Satisfied, Lin Tianmeng finally explained, in truth, your blue silver grass is not ordinary. It is the dark blue silver grass that can consume life force. Dark blue silver grass. Tanya glanced down at the blue sprig in her hand. The once pure blue hue had now dulled slightly, seemingly shifting toward black. Indeed, this is your true martial spirit. However, the ability to consume life force is a trait of evil soul masters. Ah, then Tanya felt a surge of anxiety. She did not wish to become an evil soul master. Fear not, with me by your side. You will not become an evil soul master, Lin Tianmeng assured her. Even if you were to directly consume human life force, I would ensure you do not transform into an evil soul master. Thank you, Tianmeng. Tanya nestled into Lin Tianmeng's embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. If this were the case, with such a rapid increase in soul power, she would have the confidence to seek revenge against the Iron Blood sect. I will accompany you here again tomorrow. Do not feel burdened. Just remember one thing. I am always here for you. Tanya's emotions fluctuated greatly within such a short period. Thankfully, Lin Tianmeng was present. Chapter 71. The Darkening of Tanya. Ning Tian proposes again. That night, Tanya was filled with joy, as she had broken through to level 37. I never dreamed my cultivation speed could be this swift, she declared. At this rate, in just a few days, I will be able to exact my revenge. She clenched her small fist, her eyes gleaming with determination. However, when she looked at Lin Tianmeng, she reverted to her charming, demure self. Tianmeng, what would I do without you? Lin Tianmeng smiled gently, but you have me now, and I will always be by your side. Tanya nestled into Lin Tianmeng's embrace, her cheeks flushed. They found themselves in the Tianmeng family estate, where everyone else was at the academy, rendering the place tranquil and serene, with just the two of them. Tanya felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Despite having been in a relationship with Bebe for some time, there had been little physical contact. Bebe had barely held her hand. At that time, Tanya had been puzzled by her strong aversion to Bebe's touch, despite them being a couple. Now, she realized it was because she subconsciously knew Bebe was duplicitous, which caused her to recoil from his advances. Yet, with Lin Tianmeng, she had never felt such resistance. In fact, she welcomed his closeness. Since they were to celebrate, Lin Tianmeng wore a mischievous smile. What more could Tanya possibly misunderstand? She was willing to surrender herself to Lin Tianmeng. He swept her into his arms and carried her to the bedroom. However, he did not immediately proceed with the main event. Instead, he said to Tanya, shall ya? Unleash your blue silver grass. All right, she replied without hesitation. As the blue silver grass manifested, it immediately targeted the potted plants on the windowsill. Then, the vitality of that potted plant was completely drained. Tanya's eyes grew dim as well. This time, Lin Tianmeng refrained from utilizing his mental power to assist Tanya in suppressing it. Consequently, Tanya fell under the control of the dark blue silver grass. Succumbing to the shadows, you lie down. She coldly commanded Lin Tianmeng, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Lin Tianmeng felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely what he desired. He fled, she pursued, and they were ensnared in an endless chase. Before long, 2 hours had passed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caused your wife to become pregnant. Congratulations, host. You have received a platinum level reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the reward, a level 5 close-range soul guide, and the mental attribute soul skill, group weakness 1. Soon, Tanya would be able to break through to level 50, and at that time, the level 5 close-range soul guide would be gifted to her. The group weakness soul skill, if employed in warfare, would be a remarkable asset. The relentless pursuit of Tang had left Lin Tianmeng utterly fatigued. After the chase concluded, he drifted off to sleep, content upon hearing the system's notifications. The following morning, Lin Tianmeng attentively listened to Zhou Yi's lecture. Today marked Zhou Yi's first appearance in her true form before the freshman class, and the students were utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that the seemingly elderly woman they were accustomed to seeing was concealing such a stunning visage beneath her mask. Her voice had also reverted to its original timbre. Listening to the current Zhou Yi's lecture was nothing short of a delight. The students blinked in amazement, paying meticulous attention, fearful of missing any of Zhou Yi's expressions. Who doesn't love to behold beauty? Today's lesson concludes here. Class dismissed, Zhou Yi announced. Yet everyone sensed that she was utterly transformed. Once Zhou Yi departed, a lively discussion ensued. Goodness, I never expected Teacher Zhou to be so beautiful, Xiao Xiao exclaimed as she rushed over to Lin Tianmeng and the others. Wang Dong was equally astonished, remarking, indeed, Teacher Zhou is undeniably lovely. Why did she always disguise herself as an old woman before? Lin Tianmeng merely smiled in silence. He had heard from Shui Di about Zhou Yi's divorce. She was now single. Tianmeng, do you know why this is? Xiao Xiao inquired. Lin Tianmeng shook his head, replying, not at all. Oh, Xiao Xiao accepted his response without further questions. However, Wang Dong was convinced that Lin Tianmeng must know some underlying details, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared unfazed upon witnessing Zhou Yi's true appearance. Contemplating this, Wang Dong couldn't help but emit a cold snort. What are you huffing about? Lin Tianmeng asked with a smile. Before Wang Dong could respond, a distinctive voice interrupted. Lin Tianmeng. Standing outside the classroom was Ning Tian, the vice leader of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect. She regarded Lin Tianmeng and asked, may I have a word with you? Sure. Lin Tianmeng surmised her intentions. Wang Dong tugged at him. What are you going to do? What if she means to harm you? Ning Tian was a formidable presence among this year's freshmen. Although she was merely an auxiliary, her effects were remarkably potent. Why don't you accompany me? Lin Tianmeng suggested, taking a step back. Wang Dong replied, no. You should go alone. What else could it be when a beautiful woman sought him out? Wang Dong could easily deduce that. Lin Tianmeng stood up and exited the classroom. In the expansive academy square, he walked with confidence. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? Ning Tian realized she could no longer delay and got straight to the point. It's about the matter from last time. This time, no one will interrupt us. Lin Tianmeng, will you marry me? Are you truly considering using the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect as leverage for marriage? Lin Tianmeng replied, yes, to prevent the sect from being ruined in my generation. Once I become the leader, I will hand over the position to you and only serve as the sect leader's wife. Ning Tian had come prepared, and her dowry was not to be underestimated. I can agree to your proposal, but I have one condition, Lin Tianmeng stated nonchalantly. What condition? Ning Tian asked eagerly. Expel Wu Feng from the sect. Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she hadn't anticipated Lin Tianmeng to hold a grudge. However, weighing the pros and cons, she understood. All right, I agree. Wu Feng will no longer be a disciple of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Lin Tianmeng nodded. In that case, why wait for an auspicious day? Let us formalize our engagement now, shall we? Ning Tian was the most anxious among them. Ideally, her marriage should be decided by her parents. But Lin Tianmeng was simply too desirable, and she feared missing her chance. Very well, from this moment on, I, Ning Tian, take you, Lin Tianmeng, as my betrothed. In life and death, we shall stand together, never to part. Congratulations, host, you have successfully married. Congratulations, host, you have received a golden level reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the reward, a Millennium Ethereal Fragrance Exquisite Item 1. The Ethereal Fragrance Exquisite Item was a nemesis to all poisons, capable of neutralizing any toxin. Merely standing beside it would render one immune to all toxins, and consuming it would dissolve any poison entering the body thereafter. Chapter 72, Wang Dong apologizes. Tang Yu reaches level 40. The Millennium Ethereal Fragrance Exquisite Item had yet to awaken its intelligence, which would only occur after 10,000 years. I will take leave immediately to return to the sect and share this wonderful news with my parents. Ning Tian exclaimed excitedly, thrilled at the prospect of marrying Lin Tianmeng. With the ultimate ice attribute, if she could become a title Douluo in the future, she would be an invincible existence. Yes, you should go back, Lin Tianmeng indicated. Showing no intention of accompanying her to the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he would visit once Ning Tian had settled her affairs. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Tianmeng found his deskmate, Wang Dong, sulking in her seat, casting glances at him. Wang Dong, what's wrong? Who upset you? Tell me, and I'll go thrash them. Lin Tianmeng jested, playfully shaking his fist. Wang Dong snorted coldly. Did Ning Tian come looking for you just now? She clearly understood the situation but couldn't bring herself to voice it. The matters of marriage seemed a distant reality for her. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, every time she witnessed Lin Tianmeng take another woman as his wife, her heart ached unbearably. On several occasions, she nearly revealed her own identity as a girl. Oh, you mean Ning Tian? She indeed has her eyes on me, Lin Tianmeng admitted. Wang Dong's fists clenched tightly. But, Lin Tianmeng continued. But what? Wang Dong looked at him with anticipation. Lin Tianmeng smiled faintly. I have set forth certain conditions, and only upon their complete fulfillment will I acquiesce to her request. Teasing Wang Dong is undoubtedly a significant source of amusement for Lin Tianmeng. How could she possibly relinquish that? Moreover, he has indeed proposed some conditions, which Ning Tian has already agreed to. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong felt less distressed than before. By the way, what level is your soul power at now? I have reached the pinnacle of level 30. Once the holidays commence, I shall venture forth to hunt for a soul ring. And perhaps I shall ascend 2 or 3 levels in one go. The moment the topic of soul power levels arises, Wang Dong becomes imbued with confidence. Lin Tianmeng nonchalantly fabricated a number. I am at level 33. How could you progress so swiftly? Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. She had only just managed to reach level 30. If this continues, will she not fall behind Lin Tianmeng? That simply cannot be. Not so fast. I am already 2 levels above you, Lin Tianmeng replied. I have been preoccupied with other matters these past few days. Wait for me tonight. We shall cultivate together. Very well. Wang Dong, too, yearned to elevate her soul power expeditiously. The two of them were capable of performing a martial soul fusion, achieving a perfect fusion, and training together would yield results far beyond their individual efforts. However, each time they had to embrace closely, which was rather too embarrassing. Contemplating this, Wang Dong shot Lin Tianmeng a playful glare. It's all your fault, Lin Tianmeng. That evening, Lin Tianmeng first took Tanya to the back mountain, where they devoured the life force of several plants, elevating her soul power to level 40. It felt nothing short of a dream. In merely 2 days, I have ascended to level 40. Tanya stared blankly at the increasingly dark hue of the dark blue silver grass in her hands. Now, she merely required a soul ring to become a 4-ring soul master. At that point, she would possess sufficient confidence to annihilate the entire Iron Blood sect in Heavenly City. However, consolidation is still necessary. Lin Tianmeng advised, continue practicing the blue-silver grass as you normally would, and while I am not present, ensure it does not consume any living beings. Tanya's gaze was remarkably clear, understood. With Lin Tianmeng's assistance, she had not fallen under the control of the dark blue-silver grass. Instead, she gradually began to gain a degree of mastery over it. Given time, she would undoubtedly perfect her control over her martial soul. After escorting Tanya back, Lin Tianmeng returned to his dormitory, where Wang Dong had been waiting for quite some time. You're back, Wang Dong exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. She had thought she would have to wait much longer. Clearly, he still holds her in his heart. Lin Tianmeng nodded. The holidays are nearly upon us. Let us take advantage of this time to cultivate diligently and strive for you to ascend another level. Excellent. Wang Dong felt a sweet sensation in her heart. It turned out that Lin Tianmeng truly cared about her affairs. However, just as Lin Tianmeng was about to embrace Wang Dong, she remarked, You reek of sweat. Go wash up before you hug me. Lin Tianmeng sighed. Very well. He chose not to argue and directly took his change of clothes to the bathroom. Yet, as he departed, Wang Dong began to question whether she had been overly harsh. He had hurried back to expedite her upgrade, yet Wang Dong felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps she should not be so resistant to his embrace. In truth, she harbored no obsessive cleanliness. She simply did not wish to grant any advantage to the male classmates in her dorm, using her aversion as an excuse. In fact, she had already embraced Lin Tianmeng several times. Biting her lip, Wang Dong thought to herself, next time, I absolutely will not act this way. If he wishes to embrace me, let him do so. After Lin Tianmeng finished his shower, he hastily dried his hair and changed clothes before emerging. I apologize, Wang Dong suddenly said. Lin Tianmeng, did you do something wrong? Lin Tianmeng inquired. Wang Dong's face flushed. I should not have insisted you wash up. I know you hurried back because of me. Oh, this little girl even knows how to apologize. Since Wang Dong has said so, how could he not take the opportunity to tease her? Ahem. Lin Tianmeng sat down and said, You have no idea how deeply your words have wounded my tender heart. I am still rather distressed. It feels as though my heart is being squeezed painfully. Wang Dong was taken aback, rushing over to touch his heart. Her face etched with concern. What should we do? Does this help? Lin Tianmeng seized Wang Dong's hand. Instinctively, she tried to pull away, but upon seeing the pained expression on Lin Tianmeng's face, her heart softened. Fine. After all, we have embraced before. What is the harm in merely touching his hand? It's effective. Please massage me more, just like this. Lin Tianmeng held Wang Dong's hand, guiding it over his chest. Wang Dong's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Nonetheless, she was genuinely concerned for Lin Tianmeng, and thus followed his instructions, gently massaging while asking, Is this any better? Yes, it's slightly improved, Lin Tianmeng nodded. That is good, Wang Dong sighed with relief. She truly feared for Lin Tianmeng's well-being. If anything were to happen to him, she would never forgive herself. Lin Tianmeng luxuriated in Wang Dong's massage for a while before stating, All right, I'm fine now. Let us begin our training. Weren't you eager to level up? Wang Dong was taken aback. You're truly all right? I'm not that anxious to level up, actually. What she wished to convey was that she prioritized Lin Tianmeng's health above all. If it came to it, she would prefer to forego training this evening. Chapter 73. Daring to compete with me for Tanya? Slaying the man in black robes. The health of Lin Tianmeng was undoubtedly more vital than her soul power level. I assure you, I am perfectly fine, Lin Tianmeng affirmed. Seeing that Wang Dong still appeared skeptical, he added, Here's the deal. When we cultivate, our martial souls are interconnected. If I truly feel unwell, you will sense it as well. At that point, you can simply cease your training. Wang Dong contemplated this and found it acceptable. Very well. This time, It was Wang Dong who initiated the embrace with Lin Tianmeng. In an instant, a rich soul power began to flow within both of them. This is the allure of martial soul fusion. Do you think we might also possess a martial soul fusion technique like Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu did before? Wang Dong suddenly inquired. We will, Lin Tianmeng replied. Not only that, but there will also be 3 days later. Heaven Do City, Iron Blood Sect. Upon seeing the plaque hanging at the entrance, Tang Ya's eyes turned fierce. Iron Blood Sect. Today marks the day of your annihilation. Tang Ya strode confidently into the Iron Blood Sect, proclaiming loudly, summon Tai Li to me. Tai Li is the sect master of the Iron Blood Sect. It was he who, in those years past, led the disciples of the Iron Blood Sect in a massacre of the Tang clan, mercilessly slaying Tang Ya's parents. Lin Tianmeng stood resolutely beside Tang Ya, though he had no intention of intervening at that moment. The dark blue silver grass that Tang Ya wielded required the vitality of living beings for sustenance, and the disciples of the Iron Blood Sect were the perfect nourishment for her. Who would dare trespass upon the Iron Blood Sect? Seeing Tang Ya's audacity, the disciples immediately stepped forward, likely tasked with guarding the entrance. Die. Tang Ya uttered no superfluous words. Her purpose here was singular, slaughter. All who resided in this place must perish. She unleashed her dark blue silver grass, propelling it directly toward the nearest disciples. What kind of martial soul is this? The dark blue silver grass exhibited immense power, capable of directly devouring vitality. As mere disciples of the Iron Blood Sect with limited cultivation, they soon transformed into desiccated husks under the relentless consumption of Tang Ya's dark blue silver grass. Those who had not yet engaged in battle were struck with terror at this sight and hastily fled. Run! There's a murderer! Yet, Tang Ya would not grant them the luxury of escape. With her dark blue silver grass now at level 40, it had grown even more formidable. And combined with her completely darkened soul skills, her offensive prowess soared to unprecedented heights. The fleeing disciples, too, became mere sustenance for the dark blue silver grass. Who dares to act so recklessly within my Iron Blood Sect? The young master of the sect, Tai Tang, appeared with a cadre of disciples. He was a 4-ring soul master, though his soul ring composition paled in comparison to that of the students from Shrek Academy, boasting only 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple ring. In the Iron Blood Sect, he was indeed considered strong, yet before Tang Ya, he was but a minor obstacle. I have come for vengeance. Ha ha. Tai Tang, today it is not just you who will die, but your father as well. You both shall perish. A dark light erupted from Tang Ya's eyes. Lin Tianmeng did not restrain her. Vengeance had been her driving force for survival all these years. Even if it meant defying the world, she must avenge her family's massacre. When Tai Tang sensed the dark blue silver grass rushing toward him, he instinctively recognized the danger. But before he could utilize his soul skills, he was consumed. Young master. The surrounding disciples and elders were left in stunned disbelief. Do not fret. I shall treat everyone equally. Tang Ya's defiant smile revealed a visage akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. What is happening? The sect leader, Tai Li, finally made his entrance, immediately unleashing his martial soul and soul rings. A 6-ring soul emperor. Lin Tianmeng knew that Tang Ya could not contend with Tai Li, so he focused on the approaching figure of Tai Li and unleashed his mental attribute soul skill, soul shock. As a soul emperor, Tai Li possessed no means to withstand the force of the soul shock, especially given his ordinary soul ring composition. In an instant, his head exploded. Sect leader. Sect leader. The nearby disciples and elders finally realized that the true threat was not Tang Ya, but rather Lin Tianmeng, who stood beside her. However, even if they sought revenge, it was too late. For under Lin Tianmeng's protection, Tang Ya successfully consumed the vitality of every individual in the Iron Blood Sect. Her soul power grew ever more profound. Once she acquired her 4th soul ring, she was poised to break through the 50-level threshold in one fell swoop. Yet, the exertion took its toll, and she collapsed. Lin Tianmeng swiftly caught her. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed a circle of black soul rings manifest around Tang Ya. This was a 10,000-year soul ring. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Tianmeng understood. Upon awakening her dark blue silver grass, it had bestowed upon her a soul ring, one that coalesced from the vitality absorbed from the Iron Blood Sect's members. This soul ring even bore an accompanying 10,000-year soul skill. Lin Tianmeng lifted Tang Ya into his arms, ready to depart. Just then, an elder cloaked in black appeared. Hand her over to me, he commanded. Lin Tianmeng paused, then replied with a smirk, and what if I refuse? Then you shall die. The black-robed elder was a sinister soul master of the Holy Spirit sect, known for his ruthless methods. He had been sipping tea in a nearby tea house when Tang Ya made her entrance. The potential inherent in Tang Ya's dark blue silver grass was immense. Should he bring her to the Holy Spirit sect, she might even ascend to the status of a saintess. In that case, his own prospects for promotion would be bright. As for Lin Tianmeng, Despite his ability to obliterate the Soul Emperor Tai Li with a single strike, the black-robed elder regarded him with disdain. Oh, is that so? Lin Tianmeng chuckled. He had longed to unleash his wrath since he could not do so within the confines of Shrek Academy. Since someone had so conveniently presented themselves, how could he not oblige? You dare to underestimate me? Prepare to die. The black-robed elder lunged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Lin Tianmeng. Having joined the Holy Spirit sect, his power had surged, and he had slain countless soul masters and soul beasts. Thus, he believed victory was assured. Unfortunately, he had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Wrath of the Ice God, one of Lin Tianmeng's most powerful attack soul skills. This time, he held nothing back and unleashed it at full force. As the black-robed man felt the bone-chilling cold, he realized something was amiss. Ultimate Ice? When Lin Tianmeng's soul skill approached him, he finally regretted his arrogance. No. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man was annihilated within the wrath of the Ice God. Martial Soul, obliterated. Soul Rings, obliterated. The black-robed elder, obliterated. Not a trace remained. By ending your life, I have also rid the world of a scourge. Lin Tianmeng cared not for the demise of the black-robed man. Those who dared to provoke him deserved their fate. Xiaoya, I shall take you home. Lin Tianmeng held Tangya close as they made their way to their predetermined lodging. He understood that Tangya might fall into unconsciousness after her revenge, so he had already secured accommodations. In the city of Tiando, a sect had been entirely slaughtered. The enforcers would undoubtedly take action. Nevertheless, Lin Tianmeng felt no fear. Chapter 74. Challenging the enforcers, Tangya withdraws. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall bury it. 2 hours later, Tangya awoke. The first thing she saw was Lin Tianmeng seated beside her. Tianmeng, where are we? What just happened? We are in a hotel in Tiando City. You lost consciousness a moment ago. Lin Tianmeng gently took Tangya's hand and replied. Huh, I lost consciousness. Tangya appeared bewildered. Lin Tianmeng nodded. Everyone from the Iron Blood sect has perished. Upon hearing the news, Tangya was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming joy. Splendid. Did I truly bring about their demise? Ha. I have finally avenged my parents. Prior to her fainting, Tangya had retained some memories, yet the events that transpired after her descent into darkness eluded her, including the appearance of the enigmatic elder in the black robe. Indeed, you have avenged your in-laws, little Ya. You are truly remarkable, Lin Tianmeng said with a gentle smile. At the mention of her in-laws, Tangya felt a tinge of shyness. However, Lin Tianmeng's warmth was genuine, in stark contrast to Bei Bei, who was duplicitous in her demeanor. By the way, have the enforcers from the Iron Blood sect come to trouble us? Tangya inquired with concern. You need not worry about that. I shall handle it, Lin Tianmeng assured her. Before Tangya could ask further, Lin Tianmeng continued. By the way, after you absorbed the life force of those from the Iron Blood sect, it seems you have been endowed with a martial spirit by the dark blue silver grass, and perhaps even a soul skill. Take a look. Really? Tangya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had she truly ascended to the rank of a four-ringed soul master? Hastily, she unleashed her martial spirit, and indeed, a circle of black soul rings slowly emerged. This was her fourth soul ring. Astonishingly, it was black. Tangya was even more astonished. Black signifies 10,000 years. Why not test your new soul skill? Lin Tianmeng encouraged her. All right. Tangya was eager to proceed. She invoked her fourth soul skill, the 10,000-year soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. In an instant, her dark blue-silver grass ensnared a potted plant resting on the windowsill, swiftly draining its life force. The speed was remarkable. Moreover, this cage was exceedingly difficult to escape from. It could be asserted that among those of equal rank, Tangya's soul skill was one of the most formidable. A soul skill imbued with an evil attribute was inherently far superior to an ordinary one. Tangya's blue-silver cage, even among evil soul masters, could be regarded as one of the most prominent. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the hotel door. Is this the place? Yes. Open the door. Soon, the door to the room swung open, revealing the enforcers from Heavenly City. You two are the ones who slaughtered the Iron Blood sect. The leader, possessing a face chiseled like a knife, appeared as though he had been scarred. Lin Tianmeng grasped Tangya's hand, offering her a reassuring glance before responding to the man's inquiry. It was not us who massacred the Iron Blood sect, but an evil soul master, he stated. What? The leader instantly became flustered. The enforcers behind him shared in his alarm. Observing their reaction, Lin Tianmeng mused. The enforcers of Heavenly City seemed to harbor a deep-seated fear of evil soul masters. Gradually, the leader regained his composure and presented a point of contention. Why were you two present at that location? Witnesses saw you entering the Iron Blood sect. We are students of Shrek Academy. Our teacher instructed us to procure some items from the Iron Blood sect. Here is the proof. Lin Tianmeng had meticulously planned this moment, producing a card that served as an external authorization from the Snow Emperor. Upon hearing that he was from Shrek Academy, the expressions of those present immediately grew grave. They dared not offend an evil soul master, nor could they provoke Shrek Academy. Clearly, this matter had to be laid to rest. Esteemed soul masters, we sincerely apologize. Our investigative direction was misguided, and we shall take our leave immediately, the leader decisively stated, offering apologies to Lin Tianmeng and Tang Ya. However, Lin Tianmeng had no intention of letting them depart so easily. Wait, is there something else you wish to convey? I have never heard of the enforcers of Heavenly City being permitted to intrude upon others' residences, Lin Tianmeng asserted sternly. The enforcers appeared somewhat flustered. It was true that they had not conducted their investigation thoroughly. If they had angered someone from Shrek Academy, they would surely face dire consequences from above. We sincerely apologize. Our intrusion was indeed unwarranted. Yet Lin Tianmeng shook his head. A mere light-hearted apology cannot absolve you of the wrongdoing of trespassing here. If I and my senior sister had been engaged in cultivation just now, and you barged in, what would have happened if we had lost control? Who among you would take responsibility? Lin Tianmeng was determined to confront them to the end. The enforcers exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, they resolved to present several soul-guiding devices as personal gifts to Lin Tianmeng and Tang Ya, thus concluding the matter. After they departed, Tang Ya gazed at Lin Tianmeng with eyes full of admiration. Tianmeng, you are truly brilliant. Not only did you evade their inquiry, but you also outsmarted them. Those soul-guiding devices are all at least of level 3. They will certainly feel the pinch for a while. Lin Tianmeng lifted his chin, feigning pride. It's nothing much. Merely third in the world. This elicited another laugh from Tang Ya. Shrek Academy. With her martial spirit having transformed into the dark blue silver grass, it was no longer suitable for her to remain at Shrek Academy. Thus, Lin Tianmeng suggested she withdraw and stay with the Tianmeng family to focus on recruiting disciples. The soul-guiding devices acquired from the enforcers of Heavenly City were all placed within the Tianmeng family. Lin Tianmeng returned to the academy himself. Lin Tianmeng, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even inform me. Didn't we agree that we would go wherever together? Wang Dong expressed her concern, having worried incessantly about his absence. Had it been any other matter, I would have taken you with me, Lin Tianmeng replied as he entered the dormitory. Closing the door behind him, then whispered into Wang Dong's ear, I went to kill someone. Wang Dong was taken aback, not due to the content of his words, but because of the proximity of his breath against her ear. It was too close. She quickly regained her composure. What on earth happened? Speak quickly. Lin Tianmeng sighed, plopping down onto Wang Dong's bed. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not ask him to rise. I went to help Xiao Yu avenge her parents. Lin Tianmeng recounted the events of his and Tang Ya's massacre of the Iron Blood sect to Wang Dong. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong was filled with righteous indignation. The Iron Blood sect is truly wicked. Not only did they murder senior sister Tang Ya's parents, but they also seized the former site of the Tang sect for themselves. Had I been there, I would undoubtedly have aided senior sister Tang Ya in her vengeance. After finishing her outburst, Wang Dong recalled Tang Ya's plight and inquired, how is senior sister Tang Ya now? She is unharmed, merely having withdrawn from the academy. Lin Tianmeng replied. Why? Wang Dong was perplexed. Isn't Shrek Academy a good place? Everyone has their own aspirations. She is now with the Tianmeng family, assisting in the recruitment of disciples. Oh, Wang Dong suddenly felt a sense of disinterest. She knew nothing about that Tianmeng family. Why is it that, despite sharing the same dormitory with Lin Tianmeng, she feels an ever-widening chasm between them? With the holiday approaching tomorrow, they will be separated for an entire month. Wang Dong lamented, her hair drooping disheartenedly. This was their first prolonged separation. So much had transpired during this brief span of time. It felt fleeting. Yet 2 months had already slipped away. The holiday had finally arrived. You're not leaving tonight, are you? Wang Dong lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with hope, though she feared the disappointment that might spill from Lin Tianmeng's lips. Lin Tianmeng, however, reached out to gently tousle her pastel blue hair, smiling as he reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Tonight, we shall bid a proper farewell. A wave of comfort washed over Wang Dong. All right. The two continued their conversation, with Wang Dong sharing snippets of her home life, while Lin Tianmeng listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with a remark or two. As their dialogue unfolded, fatigue overtook Wang Dong, and she dozed off. Lin Tianmeng softly covered her with a blanket before settling down for the night himself. The following morning, Wang Dong suddenly awoke, hastily glancing at the adjacent bed. Relieved to see Lin Tianmeng still there, she let out a sigh. What's wrong? Calling out so loudly this early? Lin Tianmeng, roused from sleep, rubbed his head and inquired. Embarrassed, Wang Dong blushed and confessed, I had a nightmare. I dreamt that when I opened my eyes, you were gone. But I'm right here, aren't I? Lin Tianmeng replied. Since we're awake now, let us get up. Wang Dong nodded softly. Today marked the day they would part ways, with a full month stretching ahead before their next meeting. They gathered their belongings and made their way downstairs. I'm leaving now. A mist of unshed tears seemed to gather in Wang Dong's eyes. Lin Tianmeng nodded in response. Wang Dong, hesitant to speak further lest her tears spill over, turned away and walked towards the entrance of the academy. Goodbye, Lin Tianmeng called after her with a smile. Watching as she departed, the little princess of the Haotian sect didn't appear as willful as one might expect. She was rather pleasant to be around. After a moment of reflection, Lin Tianmeng prepared to leave as well. He wondered if his wives were already waiting for him. Brother Tianmeng. Just then, he heard the voice of Hui Yuhao. Turning around, he saw Hui Yuhao approaching, accompanied by Xiao Xiao. Brother Tianmeng, where are you heading for the holiday? Xiao Xiao asked cheerfully. Home, Lin Tianmeng replied matter-of-factly. Hui Yuhao, with an anxious and hesitant demeanor, implored, Brother Tianmeng, I have nowhere to go. Can I accompany you for the holiday? Coming from the White Tiger Duke's residence, he found it filled with adversaries he wished to avoid. Xiao Xiao, though having a home, disliked being confined. And I want to come too, Brother Tianmeng. Is your home far? Can you take me along? I may not know how to grill fish, but I can make fish soup. She brimmed with youthful exuberance. Is that so? I'll think about it. Lin Tianmeng chuckled, feigning reluctance. Fearing he might refuse, Xiao Xiao tugged at his arm playfully, pouting, please take me with you. Everyone calls you Brother Tianmeng. You'll have to marry me for that. Lin Tianmeng teased, winking. Xiao Xiao. Hui Yuhao. Before Xiao Xiao could respond, Hui Yuhao, with a resigned tone, lamented. Then Brother Tianmeng, surely want to take me along. As a male, he could not marry Lin Tianmeng. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao felt she had struck an extraordinary bargain. I'm willing to marry you, Brother Tianmeng, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she clung to his arm. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a wife. Congratulations, host, on receiving a golden level reward. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the reward, auxiliary soul skill, Frosty Dilemma I, which, when used, can reduce the enemy's attack power by 30%. It appeared to be an auxiliary soul skill, likely a result of one of Xiao Xiao's martial souls being the Nine Phoenix's flute. Overall, this reward was not insignificant. Reducing the opponent's attack by 30% equated to enhancing their defense by the same margin. Furthermore, in actual combat, it could be combined with other soul skills for additional versatility. Alright, then you can come home with me, Lin Tianmeng declared. Fantastic. Yay, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, jumping with delight. Hui Yuhao, however, looked crestfallen. What is the matter, Xiao Yuhao? Lin Tianmeng feigned a teasing grin. Brother Tianmeng, please don't make fun of me, he sighed. He truly had nowhere to go. It was impossible for him to return to the White Tiger Duke's residence, and the academy prohibited students from staying during the holiday. Cheer up, I never said I wouldn't take you along, Lin Tianmeng reassured him, patting Hui Yuhao's shoulder. You just need to grill fish for us along the way. Really? Hui Yuhao's eyes lit up immediately. When have I ever lied to you? Have you packed everything? Let us go. I'm all set, ready to depart at any moment. Hui Yuhao nodded emphatically. What about you, Xiao Xiao? Lin Tianmeng was always gentle with his women. I'm ready as well. Xiao Xiao replied shyly, feeling bold for the first time. Yet, beside Lin Tianmeng, she felt a sense of safety, as if no matter what happened, he would always protect her. That feeling was rather delightful. No wonder even someone like Wang Dong enjoyed being around Lin Tianmeng. If Wang Dong knew of Xiao Xiao's thoughts, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes. Firstly, she was not a boy. Secondly, when had she ever enjoyed following Lin Tianmeng around? The three walked side by side through the academy, encountering numerous classmates along the way, each harboring dreams and aspirations for the future. Youth truly was a wonderful time. Just as they neared the academy's entrance, an unexpected visitor appeared. Lin Tianmeng. Bei Bei shouted, why did Xiaoyu drop out? Did you instigate her? Bei Bei was furious. He had intended to find Tanya over the holiday and care for her, hoping to resolve the misunderstandings between them. He knew Tanya cared deeply for the Tang sect, so he had planned to present her with some second-tier soul guiding devices to strengthen the sect. Surely, she would agree to reconcile with him. Yet, he never anticipated that Tanya would actually choose to withdraw from school. Chapter 76. Jiang Nanan steps in. The head of the Tianmeng family. After a brief moment of confusion, Bei Bei immediately thought of Lin Tianmeng. It must be Lin Tianmeng. He must have incited Tanya to withdraw from school. Bei Bei's furious exclamation successfully captured the attention of the students who were about to leave the outer courtyard. Tanya actually withdrew from school? However, hadn't Bei Bei already broken up with Tanya? Why was he now concerned about her affairs? How strange. Senior Bei Bei, please step aside. Lin Tianmeng did not respond to Bei Bei's words. In fact, the mere fact that he addressed him as senior was already a considerable concession. According to Muin's hierarchy, Bei Bei should actually be calling him grandfather. What if I refuse? As soon as Bei Bei's words fell, his martial soul was unleashed. The crowd was stunned. Was Bei Bei intending to fight? Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of fear. Bei was a 4-ringed soul master, while Lin Tianmeng was merely a 3-ringed one. However, Hui Yuhao was entirely unperturbed. He had witnessed Lin Tianmeng overpower Bei before. That day by the fish grill, Lin Tianmeng had left Bei utterly defenseless. This was the power of ultimate ice. Bei, what are you doing? Suddenly, an exquisitely enchanting voice rang out. Everyone hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound. There stood a woman in striking yellow high heels and a purple dress, her stunning beauty blooming before all, her devilishly alluring figure provoking a chorus of gasps. She was the most beautiful girl in the outer courtyard, Jiang Nanan. She was also a 4-ringed soul master. Although her combat prowess was not quite on par with Bei's, it was not far behind either. Nanan, what brings you here? Are you going to stand up for this guy? Tangya withdrew from school because of him. Bei retracted his martial soul. He realized he had indeed acted impulsively, setting aside whether he could defeat Lin Tianmeng. The mere attempt to fight within the academy would not end well. I know about Xiaoya's withdrawal. Jiang Nanan cast a disdainful glance at Bei. I understand you and Lin Tianmeng are at odds, but you shouldn't slander him. Tangya's withdrawal was entirely voluntary. With that, Bei felt as if struck by lightning. Such a significant matter as her withdrawal, and Tangya had informed even Jiang Nanan, but not him. In the past, he had been the closest person to Tangya. Can you please step aside now? If you insist on fighting, I shall oblige. Lin Tianmeng smirked. If a fight were to ensue, Bei was well aware of who would truly suffer. After weighing the pros and cons, Bei ultimately yielded. He had once again backed down. The surrounding students' opinions of Bei plummeted significantly, especially those girls who had once been part of Bei's support group. Bah, I can't believe I ever liked Bei. Turns out he's just a coward. He claims to be the strongest in the outer courtyard, yet he can't even take on a 3-ringed soul master. Now I understand why Senior Tangya broke up with him. I heard she is now with this remarkably composed junior. What keen insight. Lin Tianmeng brushed past Bei, accompanied by Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, as they left Shrek Academy. A month-long break had finally begun. Where are we heading first, Brother Tianmeng? Hui Yuhao inquired. Upon Bei's arrival, Hui Yuhao had felt a tangle of emotions. Had it not been for encountering Tangya and Bei, he surely would not have survived the Stardew Forest. He was immensely grateful to both of them. However, later on, Tangya had always been finding ways to help him, whether it was regarding financial matters or soul power issues. Bei, on the other hand, had only assisted him with a 10 gold soul coin tuition fee and then neglected him entirely. It was Lin Tianmeng who had provided him with Xian Shui Dan, aiding in the improvement of his physique and enhancing his innate soul power. Lin Tianmeng also instructed him on how to utilize the Xiantian Gong. In summary, without Lin Tianmeng's guidance, his cultivation path might have stagnated long ago. As for the favor Bei had done for him, he had returned the 10 gold soul coins after accumulating enough money. From then on, they owed each other nothing. Of course, we will first return to the Tianmeng family. Lin Tianmeng was eager to reunite with his women. The Tianmeng family? Xiao Xiao asked, perplexed. Hui Yuhao chuckled. Xiao Xiao? It's only natural you wouldn't know since you just became Brother Tianmeng's wife. The Tianmeng family used to be the Tang sect, but now Brother Tianmeng is the patriarch. So that's how it is. Can I join? Xiao Xiao asked. Lin Tianmeng gently caressed her cheek, replying, of course, but there are only your sisters there. You should learn from them often to quickly enhance your soul power level. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. Many sisters? The trio arrived at the entrance of the Tianmeng family, where Tang Ye's decisive actions, coupled with the allure of those soul guide devices, had swiftly attracted several disciples. This is the Tianmeng family. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter. 2 soul masters, each only at a dozen levels, stood guard at the entrance, likely placed there by Tangya. I am Lin Tianmeng. Please inform Tangya of my arrival, Lin Tianmeng said with a smile. Certainly. One of the soul masters turned to seek Tangya. However, he was quickly halted by the other soul master. What did he just say his name was? Lin Tianmeng. Then do you think Lin Tianmeng has any connection to the Tianmeng family? Both of them turned back to look at Lin Tianmeng, their faces beaming with smiles. You must be the patriarch. Teacher Xiao Ye has mentioned you. The patriarch's name is Lin Tianmeng. We sincerely apologize. Please, come in. Lin Tianmeng did not make things difficult for them, as it was indeed their duty. Moreover, this reflected well on Tangya's management. It's fine. We can enter ourselves. Lin Tianmeng waved them off. Yes. The 2 soul masters gazed enviously at Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, who followed closely behind Lin Tianmeng. They appeared to have a good relationship with the patriarch. As Lin Tianmeng led them inside, Tangya was in the courtyard tending to medicinal herbs. Tianmeng, you're back? Xiao Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, what brings you both here? Tangya lifted her arm to wipe the thin sheen of sweat from her forehead. You've worked hard, Xiaoya. Lin Tianmeng, ever perceptive, approached her, taking her hand and using a tissue to dab at her sweat. Teacher Xiaoya, Hui Yuhao greeted with a smile. Senior Tangya, Xiao Xiao, not very familiar with Tangya, addressed her formally. Xiao Xiao is now one of your sisters, and as for Xiao Yuhao, he has nowhere else to go. So I let him accompany us, Lin Tianmeng informed Tangya. Tangya nodded. All right, I will have someone take them to rest first. Xiao Xiao, with her striking beauty and quirky personality, was not unwelcome to Tangya. As for Hui Yuhao, there is even less to say. Chapter 77, Ma Xiaotao's discontent with Bai Ji, Xiao Xiao becomes the beloved of the group. Soon, two newly recruited disciples from the Tianmeng family arrived, escorting Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao to their guest rooms. On the way, Xiao Xiao encountered Bai Ji. Oh, and who might this be? Bai Ji, unfamiliar with Xiao Xiao, inquired of the soul master accompanying her. Madam Bai Ji, this is Madam Xiao Xiao. Madam Tangya asked me to take her to the guest room for some rest. The numerous titles of Madam were indeed a testament to the soul master's impressive memory. Hello, I am Xiao Xiao. Faced with the formidable presence of the Emerald Swan, Bai Ji, Xiao Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. She was merely a two-ringed soul master, her cultivation feeble in comparison. In contrast, Bai Ji was a soul beast of 500,000 years. Greetings, I am Bai Ji. We are all sisters here, so there is no need for formality. Bai Ji offered a gentle smile. Why yes. Xiao Xiao remained somewhat apprehensive. The soul master promptly took her to the guest room, where Xiao Xiao finally felt a significant sense of relief. The imposing aura that Bai Ji emanated had been nearly suffocating. Little did Xiao Xiao know that Bai Ji had almost instigated a conflict upon her arrival. The situation was such that, prior to this, the sisters had arranged their rankings within the Tianmeng family, with Ma Xiaotao positioned behind the Snow Empress. Just a few days later, the arrival of Bai Ji, who demanded to be placed before her, was simply intolerable. Consequently, Ma Xiaotao boldly challenged Bai Ji to a duel. Ultimately, it was the Snow Empress who intervened, revealing Bai Ji's true strength to Ma Xiaotao, convincing her to relent. After all, a 500,000-year soul beast was undoubtedly more formidable than a six-ringed soul emperor like Ma Xiaotao. Regardless of her reluctance, Ma Xiaotao had no choice but to concede her position. Naturally, such a humiliating affair was not something Ma Xiaotao would publicly share, leaving everyone else in ignorance. That evening, all members of the Tianmeng family gathered together, including the Snow Empress, Bai Ji, Ma Xiaotao, Tangya, Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, Lan Luoluo, Lan Susu, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Yuhao. Amongst these sisterly figures, Hui Yuhao appeared particularly out of place. Fortunately, Lin Tianmeng had arranged for him to sit beside her, greatly alleviating his discomfort. Brother Tianmeng, I have prepared an abundance of grilled fish for everyone. Please eat to your heart's content, and if it is insufficient, I can grill more. Hui Yuhao immediately stepped forward to express his dedication. He had little else to offer that would appeal to them, aside from his grilled fish. Little Yuhao's grilled fish is indeed exceptional. I shall not hold back. Tangya was the first to seize a grilled fish, taking a hearty bite. This is the flavor. Bai Ji also relished this dish, albeit with a more measured approach than Tangya's boisterous manner. So this grilled fish was made by you? It is truly delightful. Bai Ji complimented Hui Yuhao. Oh no, it is nothing. I can only grill fish, and I hope it meets your approval, Hui Yuhao replied hastily. Lin Tianmeng smiled, saying, Little Yuhao, you need not be so reserved here. We are all members of the Tianmeng family, and you are the first male to join us, aside from me. So you shall be the elder brother. And me? Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Pointing incredulously at his own face, he asked, Am I truly the elder brother of our family? Yes, Lin Tianmeng affirmed with a nod. Now, let us eat. I am quite famished. Oh, upon hearing that Lin Tianmeng was hungry, Hui Yuhao immediately set aside his concerns, quickly serving a few portions of food into Lin Tianmeng's bowl. Little Yuhao, that is rather unethical. How can you steal from your sisters? Tangya teased playfully, also placing some meat into Lin Tianmeng's bowl. Teacher Xiaoya, Hui Yuhao felt quite embarrassed. Ha. All right, Xiaoya is just teasing you. Look how frightened you are. The Snow Empress said gently. The grace of Teacher Shui was truly remarkable. This was the first time Hui Yuhao had seen her up close, and it evoked a peculiar sensation, one akin to the feeling of being a classmate who had unwittingly captured the attention of a beautiful teacher. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao felt no jealousy whatsoever. As the youngest of the ladies, Xiao Xiao thoroughly enjoyed the attentive care of her elder sisters. Xiao Xiao, you seem so thin. You should eat more, Zhu Lu advised, helping to serve her some dishes. Indeed, look at me, my figure is quite balanced, with the right amount of fullness and slenderness. Cui Yiji added with a smile, placing a piece of meat into Xiao Xiao's bowl. Sister Xiao Xiao, do eat a little more. Both Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu eagerly offered, ladling soup for her. Thank you. Xiao Xiao felt a bit shy. She had never participated in such gatherings before. What are you thanking us for? We are all family. Cui Yiji winked, smiling charmingly at her. Under their comforting gestures, Xiao Xiao quickly adapted to the atmosphere. Primarily, she was familiar with Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, and the Lan sisters, who were all warmly welcoming to her, with familiar faces around her. Xiao Xiao found it easier to integrate, even if she was initially timid. After everyone finished their dinner, Lin Tianmeng announced, "Let us rest well. We shall set off for the extreme north at dawn." "Very well," the Snow Empress replied with a gentle smile. She had long missed the Ice Empress. Once, in the extreme north, the two had been the best of sisters. Now, they were both married to Lin Tianmeng. Unfortunately, the Ice Empress held no affection for humanity and refused to step into the human world. Otherwise, Lin Tianmeng would certainly have brought her along. The extreme north? Why must we go there? Xiao Xiao, unfamiliar with the circumstances, asked curiously. Lin Tianmeng explained, "My home is located there." Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. The extreme north is not a forbidden area for humans? How could Brother Tianmeng's home be there? "You will understand once you go," the Snow Empress replied to Xiao Xiao. As a student of the new class, the Snow Empress was naturally her teacher, and Xiao Xiao felt compelled to heed her words. Oh, nevertheless, her curiosity persisted. The extreme north. What is it truly like? Teacher Zhou had mentioned it before, but only in vague terms. Many people on the continent were aware of the extreme north, yet very few had ventured there. Even those soul masters of ice attributes rarely dared to enter while hunting for soul rings, as the cold there was bone-chilling, rendering any clothing ineffective against the frigid temperatures. Stored food would freeze into solid blocks the moment it was retrieved. To hydrate, one could only consume the snow accumulated on the ground. However, enduring years of ice and snow was no simple task. Each bite was painfully cold. Xiao Xiao knew only this much. Beyond that, she was unaware. "Since you are leaving tomorrow, where will you sleep tonight?" the Snow Empress inquired. Naturally, she was referring to Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng gazed at the table full of beautiful women, finding himself in a quandary. Chapter 78. Tang San takes action. Dai Yueheng comes knocking. With whom should he spend the night? Observing Lin Tianmeng's troubled expression, Ma Xiaohao coldly remarked, "In my opinion, you should sleep with Hui Yuhao." Lin Tianmeng. Hui Yuhao. Just as Lin Tianmeng was about to retort, the others nodded in agreement. Regardless of which woman Lin Tianmeng chose, they would all feel envious. But if he chose Hui Yuhao, no one would be jealous. "That's a splendid idea, Brother Tianmeng. Tonight, why not spend the night with our Tianmeng family's elder brother?" Chuiji said, stifling a laugh. "Indeed, Tianmeng, it's Yuhao's first time here. Consider it a way to soothe his emotions," Tanya added while enjoying grilled fish. "However, Xiao Xiao is also here for the first time," Zhu Lu pointed out, indicating Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao quickly interjected, "There's no need to accommodate me. I can manage on my own." Thus, in the end, Lin Tianmeng had no choice but to share a room with Hui Yuhao. That night, as Lin Tianmeng looked around the room occupied by only two men, he sighed helplessly. Alas, how the world has declined. Human hearts are no longer as they once were. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, ever since the Tang sect changed hands, Tang San had kept a close watch on Lin Tianmeng's movements. Of course, he had not forgotten about Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao's cultivation speed was rather average among soul masters, and it seemed he and Lin Tianmeng were close friends. And now, they had gone so far as to share a room. Despite keeping an eye on Lin Tianmeng for so long, Tang San had yet to discern any peculiarities about him. Why had he experienced a backlash when attempting to probe into Lin Tianmeng's fate? Moreover, Lin Tianmeng had recently grown quite close to Donger. Donger was so innocent. What if she were deceived by that brat? Tang San could no longer remain idle. Ever since the Tang sect changed hands, he had harbored disdain for Lin Tianmeng. However, back then, he could not directly interfere in worldly matters, leaving him powerless and furious. But now, the situation was different. Tang San devised a clever plan. While he could not directly meddle in the mortal realm, the people there could. All he needed to do was locate Lin Tianmeng's enemies, provide them with some guidance and power, and he could manipulate them to eliminate Lin Tianmeng. Thus, he first approached the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. "I apologize, Dai Mubai, but for the sake of the Tang sect and my daughter's happiness, your White Tiger Duke's estate must make a sacrifice. Besides, it might not even lead to a sacrifice in the end." Tang San believed that with the strength of the White Tiger Duke's estate, combined with the hints and resources he provided, they would undoubtedly succeed in defeating Lin Tianmeng. The following day, everyone was geared up and ready to depart. Lin Tianmeng waved his hand, proclaiming, "Let us set forth. Our destination is the far north." However, before Lin Tianmeng could take a step, a group of individuals suddenly appeared before him. Trying to leave? It's not that simple. The leader, though masked, had a somewhat familiar voice, coupled with his stature. Lin Tianmeng smirked. "I imagine being expelled from Shrek Academy feels rather pleasant, does it not?" The leader trembled, growling, "How did you recognize me?" Indeed, the individual in question was none other than Dai Yueheng, the son of the White Tiger Duke, previously expelled from the academy by Xian Liner. The Duchess had initially been reluctant to let him come, but his hatred for Lin Tianmeng was so intense that not allowing him to join would be worse than killing him. Behind him stood a formidable lineup of Soul Kings, Soul Emperors, and Soul Saints. However, Their soul ring configurations were not as refined as those of Shrek Academy's students, merely average. Nevertheless, Dai Yueheng brimmed with confidence. After all, a pair of fists could hardly contend against a multitude. He was convinced that with so many soul masters at his disposal, he would surely be able to defeat Lin Tianmeng. Moreover, they had divine instructions backing them. Dai Yueheng, Ma Xiaotao frowned, asserting, "You must not have been thoroughly beaten by me yet." To be honest, upon seeing Ma Xiaotao behind Lin Tianmeng, Dai Yueheng truly felt a twinge of fear. During his time in Shrek's inner academy, Ma Xiaotao had been nothing short of a nightmare for him. He could neither best her in combat nor outwit her in conversation. Dai Yueheng always harbored the belief that as long as it was Ma Xiaotao, he would inevitably lose. There was simply no contest. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix was far too powerful. However, with so many soul masters backing him, the outcome of a confrontation was still uncertain. "Ma Xiaotao, you won't be so arrogant today. I will surely defeat you," Dai Yueheng shouted loudly. "Oh, then feel free to give it a try." Ma Xiaotao dismissed him entirely. Lin Tianmeng's half-brother, Hui Yuhao, clenched his fists upon hearing Dai Yueheng's name. This was his half-brother and sworn enemy. Dai Yueheng paid no attention to Hui Yuhao, viewing him merely as a touring soul master, and thus no threat. Enough of this idle chatter. Everyone, attack. With a command from Dai Yueheng, the soul masters behind him charged towards Lin Tianmeng and his companions. "Be careful, Tianmeng." Ma Xiaotao immediately unleashed her evil fire phoenix, positioning it in front of Lin Tianmeng. In her mind, Lin Tianmeng was still merely a three-ring soul zune. Even with his exceptional ice attribute, he could not possibly contend with so many soul masters. Hence, she utilized her strongest soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Simultaneously, the soul masters on Dai Yueheng's side each activated their respective soul skills. An unavoidable fierce battle was about to erupt. The Snow Empress, BG, and Tangya also summoned their martial spirits, preparing for combat. Lin Tianmeng unleashed his renowned area soul skill, Group Weakening. Additionally, he activated the newly acquired Ice and Snow Wandering. The opposing combat power immediately plummeted significantly. In terms of mental prowess, even the continent's strongest limit Douluo could hardly rival him. Not good. Dai Yueheng realized his combat power had diminished, and his expression grew grim. Although he had support-type soul masters on his side, their enhancement effects paled in comparison to Lin Tianmeng's soul skill. They couldn't even manage to neutralize the effects. Was he really going to have to resort to the divine trump card so soon? Just as he hesitated, Hui Yuhao surged from the side. "Dai Yueheng, I will kill you." His eyes were filled with hatred. Hui Yuhao activated the soul skill attached to his soul bone, along with his white tiger dagger. Charging at Dai Yueheng recklessly. "The white tiger dagger? How did you come by this? Is it not the possession of your father?" Dai Yueheng had once witnessed Dai Hao wielding the white tiger dagger, thus he recognized it almost instantly. The hatred reflected in Hui Yuhao's eyes sent a shiver down the spine of even this soul emperor, who was over 60 levels strong. Surely, he must be prepared for death. "Xiao Yuhao, do not act impulsively." Tangya swiftly approached Hui Yuhao and utilized the blue-silver prison to temporarily restrain Dai Yueheng. Chapter 79. The objective is to slay the god. Lin Tianmeng versus Tang San's divine sense. Teacher Xiaoya I. Hui Yuhao felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed acted too rashly. After all, he was merely a great soul master, and in such circumstances, he would only be courting death. Moreover, it was unreasonable for him to require Tangya to divert her focus to save him. "It's fine, retreat quickly," Tangya instructed him. Yes, Hui Yuhao dared not act recklessly again. He was unafraid of Dai Yueheng, but he feared for the safety of Lin Tianmeng and the others. After all, Tangya was merely a soul zone, and despite the prowess of her blue-silver prison, it could not hold Dai Yueheng for long. In mere moments, Dai Yueheng broke free. "Where's that brat?" Hui Yuhao's eyes bore a striking resemblance to his sinister white tiger. And coupled with the fact that he wielded his father's white tiger dagger, it was difficult not to draw connections regarding his lineage. "You shall contend with me." The dark aura emanating from Tang Ya's blue-silver grass caused even the soul emperor Dai Yueheng to tremble. "An evil soul master?" Dai Yueheng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Without granting him time to react, Tangya unleashed her soul skill once more, prompting Dai Yueheng to hastily engage. In less than half a minute, the two sides were embroiled in a fervent battle. Lin Tianmeng seized the opportune moment to strike again. Ice God Domain. In an instant, a soul skill capable of freezing vast expanses was unleashed by Lin Tianmeng. Poor Dai Yueheng and the powerful soul masters he brought along were all encased in ice. Dai Yueheng realized he could no longer hesitate. The divine gift bestowed upon him was a thread of divine awareness, enabling him to channel a portion of the sea god's power. Thus, he concentrated his soul power on this divine awareness and prepared to unleash it. With a resounding crack, the ice imprisoning him shattered. A blue trident emblem materialized between Dai Yueheng's brows. This was the power of the sea god. Lin Tianmeng narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Tang San could no longer remain idle. With the aid of this divine awareness, Dai Yueheng successfully liberated all his teammates. Tianmeng, retreat quickly. That is a divine directive. Bai Ji urgently grasped Lin Tianmeng's sleeve. As a soul beast, she had believed in the divine since her birth. Alas, even soul beasts that cultivated for 1,000,000 years found it exceedingly difficult to attain divinity. Snow Empress was also profoundly shaken, yet having been reincarnated as a human. Her apprehension towards divine awareness was not as intense as Bai Ji's. Lin Tianmeng scoffed. A god? A deity who is oblivious to the sufferings of humanity does not deserve the title. I, Lin Tianmeng, have come here to slay gods. Tang San may sit comfortably atop the divine throne, yet he has never sought to alleviate the suffering of those wretched humans. Now that he perceives a threat to his position, he resorts to employing the White Tiger Duke's estate to eliminate Lin Tianmeng. What kind of god is that? He closed his eyes and activated his mental detection. Although Dai Yueheng had been possessed by a thread of Tang San's divine awareness, he remained fundamentally human. Any slight disturbance, including their every action, would not escape the keen perception of Lin Tianmeng, a soul beast with a mental attribute honed over 1,000,000 years. Lin Tianmeng, how dare you oppose the divine? Do you wish to perish? Dai Yueheng was filled with trepidation. Before the divine, he could only bow in supplication. Yet Lin Tianmeng dared to speak of slaying gods. Such an affront to the divine was utterly irreverent. On the contrary, Lin Tianmeng advanced step by step. The pressure from the divine awareness indeed imposed certain restrictions on him, but his immense spiritual power was not to be underestimated. My slaying of gods is not born from a desire to live, but rather to replace the god you worship. One day, the realm of the gods will belong to me, Lin Tianmeng. Did not the god King Tang San wish to transform the divine realm into the Tang family's garden? Lin Tianmeng aspired to make it the Tianmeng family's sanctuary. The ice god's wrath surged forth. The ice god's lament cascaded. Ice and snow wavered, a collective weakening, a soul shock. In his battle against the soul emperor possessed by divine awareness, Lin Tianmeng did not hold back in the slightest. Xiao Tao, hand me the sunset of the gods. He turned to Ma Xiao Tao. Without hesitation, Ma Xiao Tao retrieved the 9th grade soul guide, Sunset of the Gods, which Lin Tianmeng had previously gifted her, and promptly passed it to him. Utilizing Sunset of the Gods to counter the divine awareness attack was the optimal choice. Despite Lin Tianmeng's audacious words, he had made ample preparations. The 9th grade soul guide, Sunset of the Gods, could withstand any full-force attack from a limit Douluo or below. Moreover, it was a one-time use item. This underscored Lin Tianmeng's seriousness regarding this battle. On Dai Yueheng's side, upon witnessing Lin Tianmeng's offensive approach, he could not afford to retreat either. O sea God, grant me strength. The trident emblem between Dai Yueheng's brows shone brilliantly. The two collided with one another, unleashing a radiant explosion of light and mist that enveloped a vast area. Brother Tianmeng, how is he? Hui Yuhao was exceedingly anxious. That was the power of divine awareness. The Snow Empress and the others wore solemn expressions. Xiao Xiao was on the verge of tears. The girls huddled together, anxiously awaiting the outcome of this confrontation. On Dai Yueheng's side, the soul masters he had brought along were equally hesitant to act. Just the presence of Ma Xiaotao and Bai Ji was enough to instill caution in them. The only course of action was to await the result of the clash between Dai Yueheng and Lin Tianmeng. After a moment, the mist dissipated and the light extinguished. On the battlefield, one stood while the other lay defeated. Standing there, gasping for breath, was Lin Tianmeng. Brother Tianmeng. Tianmeng. Everyone was filled with excitement. Lin Tianmeng clutched his chest and slowly approached, saying, "Do not worry. I am unharmed, merely a bit injured and my soul power is exhausted." However, he was not so fortunate. Lin Tianmeng cast a glance back at the fallen Dai Yueheng. Being forcibly possessed by the sea god's divine awareness had already inflicted considerable harm upon his body. Coupled with Lin Tianmeng's defeat, it was likely that he would not recover. The individuals accompanying Dai Yueheng hurried to assist him. "Young master, how are you, young master?" Dai Yueheng remained unconscious. "You have slain the young master. Everyone, avenge him." Lin Tianmeng regarded them with utter disdain. "Schwerer, Biji, Xiaotao, Xiaoya. Remember to leave 1 or 2 alive to carry the message back. Fear not." "All right, I understand. Tianmeng, you should sit down first, leave the rest to us." In an instant, they charged towards the battlefield. With Biji present, their soul skills would hardly be depleted. Hui Yuhao hurriedly supported the wavering Lin Tianmeng. "Tianmeng, are you all right?" Xiao Xiao and the others gathered around as well. "Tianmeng, I cannot bear the thought of losing you." Tears streamed down the faces of the sisters, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. Seeing them cry, Xiao Xiao could not help but join in. Lin Tianmeng, noticing their distress, smiled gently. All right, I'm fine. I've merely sustained a minor injury, so do not weep." Tang San's spiritual power was indeed formidable. At present, Lin Tianmeng was still unable to extricate himself completely from its grasp. Chapter 80. Tang San faces backlash. Dai Yueheng cannot be saved. However, Lin Tianmeng clenched his fists. Soon, he would grow even stronger. When that time comes, no spiritual force, no divine king would be worthy of his regard. Tang San's intervention had served as a wake-up call. From here on, he would methodically sever Tang San's limbs. The Tang clan was the first arm, and the Duke of the White Tiger's estate was the second. While they concerned themselves with Lin Tianmeng, the battle on Shuedi's side was nearing its conclusion. Ma Xiaotao, who would not exhaust her soul power, was truly a phoenix goddess born for combat. Tianmeng said to leave one or two alive, not to kill them all, Shuedi reminded. Oh, I nearly forgot. Ma Xiaotao scratched her head and quickly halted her actions. Had she delayed any longer, the Soul Emperor before her would have perished. Having narrowly escaped death, the Soul Emperor was now filled with dread. The Duchess had not warned them about the enemy's terrifying prowess. Where the Phoenix meteor shower descended, not a blade of grass would survive, and that silver-haired figure, possessing the essence of ice, was no less formidable. Biji, with her flowing green hair, played the most crucial role. Were it not for her, Ma Xiaotao and Shuedi would have long since exhausted their soul power. Just as he trembled in fear, believing his demise was imminent, Lin Tianmeng, seated on the steps, spoke. Return and inform the Duke of the White Tiger that I, Lin Tianmeng, stand opposed to him. The Soul Emperor scrambled away, stammering, why yes. Lin Tianmeng turned to Hui Yuhao. Do you still harbor any feelings for the Duke of the White Tiger's estate? Hui Yuhao's eyes revealed a complex array of emotions. Unwillingness, resentment. Among those in the Duke's estate, the only one he could somewhat accept was his younger brother, Dai Luoli, who had once aided him and his mother. However, Dai Luoli was not present at the Duke's estate. He was currently serving in the military. Tianmeng, the destruction of the Duke of the White Tiger's estate has been my long-held aspiration, Hui Yuhao declared emphatically. As for Duke Dai Hao, he felt no twinge of nostalgia. A father who was oblivious to the birth of his own child. Could one expect him to cherish paternal bonds? In Hui Yuhao's heart, there existed only his mother, Hui Yun'er. As for a father, he had none. Very well, Lin Tianmeng patted his shoulder. It seems our plan to venture to the extreme northern lands will have to be postponed for a few days. First, we shall resolve the matter with the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. This time, he would not remain passive. He would take the initiative. In the divine realm, Tang San, having lost a fragment of his spiritual consciousness, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. 1/10 of his power was gone. Who exactly was Lin Tianmeng? To have obliterated even a trace of his spiritual awareness. Xiaowu, Xiaowu. Tang San called out for Xiaowu, but found no response. His brow furrowed in concern. At the Duke of the White Tiger's estate, Dai Hao had just returned today. The royal family of the Xinglua Empire, seeing him exhausted from constant duty at the military camp, had granted him a few days of leave for rest. Upon his return, however, he discovered that the loyal soldiers he had stationed at the Duke's estate had mysteriously vanished. He inquired of his wife, but she hesitated and failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. What on earth was happening? With a frown, Dai Hao seemed ready to explode with anger. In the past, while stationed at the military camp, he had entrusted the household to the Duchess, and there had never been any significant errors. Thus, he had always placed great trust in her. To think that such a grave oversight would occur now, just when the Duchess was at a loss for words. A report came from outside, announcing that a loyal soldier had returned. Quickly, invite him in, Dai Hao instructed. A look of relief washed over the Duchess's face. As long as the task had been completed, she could devise a means to absolve herself from any blame, even if Dai Hao inquired about her culpability. After all, couples do reconcile after quarrels. Yes, soon, the loyal soldier entered, but he was drenched in blood, barely resembling a human being. A jolt of alarm struck the Duchess. My lord, my lady, the soldier attempted to kneel, but grimaced in pain from his leg injury. Dai Hao quickly helped him up, saying, hurry, sit down. How did you sustain such severe injuries? He then turned to the Duchess. Why are you not fetching water? The Duchess hesitated for a moment before reluctantly going to fetch water. Dai Hao had always been like this, preferring to mingle with the soldiers. To demonstrate his affection for them, he insisted that the Duchess personally serve water to his loyal men. She had grown weary of it. Yet, as long as Dai Yueheng could inherit the Duke's legacy, she would no longer need to pretend. My lord, the eldest young master, the loyal soldier cried. He has sustained grave injuries. What? The Duchess, startled, spilled the water she had just poured. What did you say? Say it again. She approached the soldier, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Her gaze was so terrifying that the soldier struggled to find his words. Dai Hao rebuked. Step back, I shall ask. Only then did the Duchess return to her seat. My lord, I have brought back the eldest young master. He is just outside. Please, see to his injuries. Upon hearing this, Dai Hao quickly ordered those outside. Hurry, bring the eldest young master in. Yes. Two guards carried Dai Yueheng into the room. My son, how could you? The Duchess, upon seeing her son, battered and unconscious, was unable to contain her tears. The loyal soldier informed. The eldest young master took all the loyal soldiers from the Duke's estate to attack the Tiando city's Tiandream family. Unfortunately, we were defeated, dozens. Even hundreds of us went, and in the end, only I and the eldest young master survived. The fate of Dai Yueheng remains an enigma. Quickly, summon a healing soul master. Dai Hao understood that the immediate priority was to save Dai Yueheng. He was unaware of Dai Yueheng's expulsion from Shrek Academy. Nor did he know of Dai Huabin's demise, all concealed by the Duchess. Just as he had been oblivious to Hui Yuhao's birth, this extended to the death of Hui Yuner as well. Dai Hao's mind was consumed with thoughts of the military and warfare. He was not one to linger over familial attachments. His brief entanglement with Hui Yuner had been a fleeting affair, easily cast aside. It was precisely for this reason that the Duchess felt emboldened to deprive Hui Yuner and her child of sustenance, relegating them to the most menial tasks within the Duke's estate. The healing soul master arrived swiftly, a six-ringed soul emperor. Quickly, assessed the condition of the young master. Yes, after examining Dai Yueheng's injuries, the healer let out a heavy sigh. The Duchess panicked. How is my son? Can he be saved? The elder replied, My lord, my lady. Forgive my bluntness, but the young master's internal organs have been shattered. It appears he endured forces beyond his capacity, and as those forces dissipated, his body followed suit. Chapter 81. The Duchess under house arrest. Lin Tianmeng driven mad? In other words, recovery is impossible. Upon hearing this, the Duchess nearly fainted. Both of her sons were on the brink of death. How could she possibly endure this? Is there anyone who can elucidate this matter? What is the Tiandream family? And why did hunger attack them? Dai Hao was utterly bewildered. The pain of losing a child weighed heavily upon him. Yet he must swiftly unravel the circumstances surrounding this calamity. The guards glanced at the Duchess, who seemed somewhat guilty. Dai Hao furrowed his brow. If he could not discern the underlying issues now, he would not be worthy of the title of Marshal. Speak. What is truly going on? Dai Hao typically refrained from raising his voice at the Duchess, yet within the Duke's estate, he commanded great authority. In moments of anger, the Duchess could only appease him. With both sons lost, she had no lingering affections left. Thus, she laid bare the entire truth. Is it truly so? Dai Hao's frown deepened upon hearing her account. Huabin and Yueheng. As their father, he had remained blissfully unaware when both sons faced peril. I am unworthy to be their father. He struck his fist against the wall. Yet the Duchess interjected. How? This is not the time for self-recrimination. We must avenge our sons. Her eyes glinted with fierce determination. Madam, what do you understand of this? Dai Hao glared at her. If not for her, would his sons have met such fates? You need not concern yourself with this matter. From this day forth, remain in your chambers and await my resolution before I hold you accountable. Dai Hao was resolute in his intent. The Duchess looked at him incredulously. What? Dai Hao, you intend to hold me accountable? Did he consider her akin to a soldier in his ranks? A fierce glare from Dai Hao silenced her. The Duchess staggered, nearly collapsing. She seemed to forget that Dai Hao was a soldier of unwavering resolve, his hands stained with countless lives. Guards, escort the lady back to her quarters. Yes. Thus, the Duchess found herself under house arrest. The Tiandream family. Under the potent healing abilities of Baiji, Lin Tiandream's injuries healed rapidly. Tiandream, your injuries were indeed severe. Had I not been present, you would have needed at least half a month of recovery. Baiji remarked. Nonetheless, even though you are better, it would be wise to rest for a few days and nourish yourself. Thankfully, her over 50,000 years of cultivation allowed for such swift recovery. Otherwise, Lin Tiandream would not have healed so quickly. Very well, Lin Tiandream nodded, affirming he would heed Baiji's counsel. He had initially planned to wait a few days before approaching the Duke's estate. After all, a buffer period was necessary, was it not? How infuriating. What is a mere Duke of the White Tiger? What audacity to attempt an assassination in broad daylight. Ma Xiaotao's temper flared again. Were it up to her, not a single survivor would remain, and she would storm the Duke's estate, leaving no trace behind. Xiaotao, do not act rashly, Lin Tiandream cautioned. I will not let them off easily, rest assured. Very well. Ma Xiaotao sulked as she sat down. At this moment, Hui Yuhao was overwhelmed with guilt, his eyes glistening with crimson. Brother Tiandream, I am sorry. If it weren't for me, the Duke's estate would not have sought us out. It is not your fault. Even without you, I would have clashed with the Duke's estate, Lin Tiandream replied. The evil Eye White Tiger lineage was a family that had inherited the legacy of Tang San and his brothers, Dai Mubai, for millennia. Lin Tiandream's goal was to slay the gods. The evil Eye White Tiger lineage must be severed from existence by his hands. Hui Yuhao mistakenly believed Lin Tiandream's words were meant to comfort him. His resolve to follow Lin Tiandream for a lifetime solidified further. With just a word from Brother Tiandream, he would brave any peril without a moment's hesitation. Before long, The enforcers of Tiando City arrived, the same group as before. Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, they were taken aback. What? It is you again? Last time, they had suffered losses at Lin Tianmeng's hands, failing to resolve the matter and ultimately losing several soul-guiding devices. Indeed, such coincidence. Lin Tianmeng forced a strained smile. But this time you have misidentified the culprits. It was the Duke's estate of the Star Luo Empire that instigated this. Observe, I have sustained grave injuries and was nearly slain. Though Lin Tianmeng's internal injuries had been treated, he had yet to change clothes, presenting a disheveled appearance that was quite striking. What? The Duke's estate of the White Tiger? The enforcers exchanged glances. They were enforcers of the Tiando Empire. Their reach did not extend to the Star Luo Empire. I have no reason to deceive you, Lin Tianmeng asserted. I understand you cannot intervene, but surely there are those who can. What do you imply? Even before Dai Yueheng's attack, Lin Tianmeng had anticipated the enforcer's arrival. Thus, a bold idea emerged in his mind. I know there are individuals above you. The Duke's estate has harmed me. I must seek retribution for this wrong. You are aware that I am affiliated with Shrek Academy. The individuals accompanying me also hail from Shrek Academy. Their soul power is considerable. I wish to establish contact with your royal family to negotiate a collaboration. Upon hearing this, the leading enforcer was left utterly astounded. Your Excellency, do you mean to declare enmity against the Star Luo Empire? This is utterly unfathomable. Presently, Heavenly City does not belong to the Heavenly Empire, as it has long been divided into the Douling Empire and the Tianhun Empire. Now, Heavenly City serves as the capital of the Tianhun Empire. Initially, the resources of the Heavenly Empire were inferior to those of the Star Luo Empire, and the division has only exacerbated this disparity. To be frank, the Douling Empire and the Tianhun Empire have long harbored ambitions to unite against the Star Luo Empire, yet they have refrained from doing so. Firstly, in terms of soul masters and soul engineers, the combined might of the two empires pales in comparison to that of the Star Luo Empire. Secondly, should the three empires engage in conflict, the Sun Moon Empire would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to intervene. Lin Tianmeng proclaimed, "The Duke of the White Tiger intends to slaughter my entire family. Why should I not seek vengeance?" However, an assault on the Duke of the White Tiger's estate would inevitably draw the attention of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, leading to an unavoidable tempest of bloodshed. I hope to collaborate with the royal family of the Tianhun Empire, the specifics of which necessitate face-to-face negotiation. I trust it will not be too much trouble for you to assist in reporting this. Lin Tianmeng fixed his gaze upon them, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. You need only inform your superiors. Whether they choose to cooperate is their concern. Upon hearing this, the enforcers could only conclude that Lin Tianmeng had surely lost his mind. How could the Star Luo Empire be so easily toppled? Moreover, the youth before them appeared to be no older than 15. His soul power could not possibly be formidable. Chapter 82. Princess Vina of the Tianhun Empire. Simulated soul skills. To recklessly provoke the royal family of the Star Luo Empire would be tantamount to courting death, would it not? Yet, my audacity to speak thus must surely be backed by a certain degree of confidence. Lin Tianmeng smiled faintly and instructed the beautiful women behind him, "Everyone, please release your soul rings." Although the others were uncertain of his intentions, they complied. Ma Xiaotao, Shuedi, Tangya, and Zhu Lu all unleashed their soul rings. Astonishingly, every one of their soul rings was blood red. This hue symbolized 10,000 years of soul rings. The aura emanating from these rings evoked an involuntary sense of panic, causing chills to run down their spines. How could this be? The leading enforcer collapsed onto the ground, utterly overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the 10,000-year soul rings. He was merely a soul king at present, and his soul rings were far from optimal. He had never even possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. He sensed that had these individuals not been suppressing their murderous intent, he and his fellow enforcers would have been rendered breathless, perhaps even incapacitated. These crimson soul rings were a product of Lin Tianmeng's simulated soul skill. Given that he was inherently a million-year soul beast and possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, even the simulated versions exuded considerable might. Now, may we proceed as I have indicated? Lin Tianmeng's gaze was one of disdain for the masses. Indeed, we shall report this immediately. The enforcers were thoroughly intimidated. Blood-red 10,000-year soul rings. If the Tianhun Empire declined to collaborate, what if they were to turn and ally with the Star Luo Empire instead? No, this cannot be. We must report this at once. It requires urgent attention. Come, return with me. The leading enforcer waved his hand, hastily ushering his companions away as if fleeing from a monstrous predator. Hui Yuhao had intended to inquire, but realized the urgency of the situation and refrained from disrupting Lin Tianmeng's plan. Once the enforcers had departed, he finally asked, "Tianmeng, what was the meaning behind those red soul rings? Why did mine also turn red?" He possessed 2 yellow soul rings, both of 100-year rank. Yet, just moments ago, they had inexplicably transformed into red, exuding a terrifying aura. To be candid, he was nearly frightened into submission by his own transformation. That was one of my soul skills, called simulation, Lin Tianmeng explained, recognizing their curiosity and addressing it directly. Simulation? It can even mimic the color of soul rings. What an extraordinary skill, Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Shui Di, already aware that the Ice Silkworm clan possessed such a simulation ability, was not as surprised. However, she was more intrigued by another topic. Tianmeng, do you truly intend to attack the Star Luo Empire? Ma Xiaotao quickly chimed in. Yes, I was just about to ask. Tianmeng, your ambitions are quite grand, but I find it exhilarating. Dai Yueheng had always flaunted the prestige of the Duke of the White Tiger's estate within the academy, and she had long harbored disdain for it. Is it merely a matter of a better lineage? In this continent, strength remains the only eternal standard. Everyone, let us rest for now and recuperate. Based on my judgment, news from the Tianhun Empire should arrive by tomorrow. Lin Tianmeng felt somewhat fatigued, and Tang Ya, closest to him, promptly offered her support. Allow me to escort you back to your quarters for some rest. Very well. Tang Ya's dark blue silver grass had proven invaluable today. With Lin Tianmeng present, she would not succumb to darkness. Hui Yuhao stood silently behind, contemplating whether he too might one day possess the strength akin to that of brother Tianmeng. Tianhun Empire. What? All 10,000 years soul rings. Princess Vina of the Tianhun Empire gazed in astonishment at the high-ranking enforcers reporting before her. This revelation was exceedingly shocking. Indeed, Your Highness, those 10,000-year soul rings were witnessed firsthand by my subordinates. He had just conveyed Lin Tianmeng's proposal to Vina. The princess's expression turned grave. Within the royal family of the Tianhun Empire, those truly capable of making decisions were only her elder brother and herself. Has this matter been reported to my brother? She inquired. It has been reported. His Majesty sent me to ascertain your opinion. Vina understood. Her brother must surely be intrigued, yet still somewhat hesitant. Hence his decision to consult her. I shall meet with my brother at once. You may leave now. As you wish, Your Highness. The next day, to emphasize the gravity of the situation, Princess Vina of the Tianhun Empire personally visited the Lin Tianmeng family as patriarch. Behind her stood an elder, sent by her brother to ensure her safety. We welcome Princess Vina. Lin Tianmeng offered a slight bow, recognizing the need to show proper respect on their territory. Princess Vina exhibited none of the haughty demeanor typical of royalty and quickly assisted Lin Tianmeng. You are too courteous. Upon hearing of your injury, I brought a vial of elixir for you. Please accept it. Lin Tianmeng paid no mind to the contents of the vial and simply instructed Shui Di, standing beside him, to accept it. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Vina then noticed that the two women standing beside Lin Tianmeng exuded an exceptionally strong presence. Even the title Douluo standing behind her conveyed through voice transmission. These two are formidable. Their strength is considerable. Even I feel a twinge of wariness. How could they not be powerful? One is the Snow Empress, the foremost among the 3 kings of the extreme north, and the other is Bai Ji, the 4th ranked among the 10 fierce beasts. I presume the princess is already aware of the proposal I put forth yesterday? Lin Tianmeng inquired. Vina took a seat opposite him, responding, I have a general understanding, but we need to discuss the specific details further. Vina adopted a modest demeanor. She never put on airs as a princess. For the Heavenly Soul Empire pales in comparison to the Star Luo Empire. To topple the Star Luo Empire, collaboration with powerful clans is essential. The Snow Demon Sect is one such ally. However, the sect's young master, Mu Shui, did not attend today, and she remains unaware of these matters. Vina plans to let the Snow Demon Sect intervene only after a solid partnership is established. Very well, Lin Tianmeng nodded, sensing the sincerity of the Heavenly Soul Empire. He continued, my strategy is to first breach the White Tiger Duke's manor, eliminate the Duke and all of his personal guards, thereby crippling the Star Luo Empire's left and right arms. Vina nodded in agreement, a sound plan. Though she was already aware that the White Tiger Duke's manor had offended this young man, leading to its impending doom, she could not deny that targeting the White Tiger Duke's estate was indeed a wise choice. The Sun Moon Empire frequently assaults the Star Luo Empire. Without the Duke Dai Hao's oversight, even the minor skirmishes with the Sun Moon Empire would be more than enough to trouble them. Chapter 83. Dai Mubai seeks guidance from Tang San as Lin Tianmeng strikes the Duke's manor. At that point, the Heavenly Soul Empire would seize the opportunity to invade and supplant the Star Luo Empire. I require an army, Lin Tianmeng stated. No problem. Would 100,000 suffice? Vina replied generously. That will do. Lin Tianmeng smirked. His decision to ally with the Heavenly Soul Empire hinged on acquiring an army. At that time, he could effortlessly annihilate the White Tiger Duke's manor. In reality, he did not need 100,000 troops, but since Vina offered, he would not dispute it. After all, as Han Xian once said, the more, the merrier. First, let us level the White Tiger Duke's manor. Thank you for your generosity, Princess. This is a token from our sect. I hope you will accept it. With the Heavenly Soul Empire displaying sufficient sincerity, Lin Tianmeng naturally would not accept without offering something in return. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ji produced a soul bone and a soul guide. The soul bone perfectly matched Her Highness's twin martial souls, while the soul guide was merely a common milk bottle seen at various auctions. Lin Tianmeng explained, "How did you know I possess twin martial souls?" Vina exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had always been cautious, rarely revealing her other martial soul in public. Everyone only knew of her martial soul, the Snow Lotus. However, in truth, she also possessed another martial soul, her innate martial soul, the Brain. She had long joined the sect most suited for the development of her innate martial soul, the innate sect. How did Lin Tianmeng uncover such secrets? Even unbeknownst to her closest maid? In that moment, Vina's respect for Lin Tianmeng deepened. If this person could be an ally, he must not become an enemy. Vina was now exceedingly grateful for her choice to collaborate with Lin Tianmeng and personally come to demonstrate the Heavenly Soul Empire's sincerity. As long as the princess is willing to cooperate with our sect, I will not act in a manner that harms her, Lin Tianmeng stated without directly answering. Vina pondered for a moment before concluding, then I shall not be polite. Thank you. In the divine realm, Tang San had nurtured himself for quite some time and finally repaired the internal injuries caused by a fragment of divine consciousness shattering. However, Xiao Wu seemed to have vanished. He searched throughout the entire divine realm, but could not find her. Xiao San, what are you doing? Dai Mubai, feeling bored today, sought out Tang San for a chat. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Tang San felt a pang of guilt. He had utilized the power of the White Tiger Duke's manor without permission, and ultimately, it had ended in failure. Such a humiliating affair was not something he would disclose. Nothing much, just consolidating my divine power. Tang San quickly composed himself, masking any trace of his unease. Although the lineage of the White Tiger Duke was passed down by Dai Mubai, tracing back further, it was not within Dai Mubai's jurisdiction. Thus, he bore no fault. Sigh, I envy you. Xiao Wu never gets angry with you. I merely glanced at another goddess today, and Zhu Qing was furious. Even kicking me out, Dai Mubai lamented, turning to Tang San for advice. Xiao San, teach me how to appease women. Tang San furrowed his brow. Appease women? I have never done that. Xiao Wu had always loved him unconditionally, treating him well without any need for coaxing. How could Dai Mubai, as a towering man, stoop to such lengths to placate a woman? It was truly a disgrace to their masculinity. Every woman is different. I cannot instruct you, Tang San replied. Fine then, Dai Mubai said, somewhat disappointed but did not press further. 3 days later, in the Star Luo Empire, at the White Tiger Duke's manor, a sea of white greeted the eye. Dai Hao's eldest son, Dai Yueheng, had died. The Duke's manor was in mourning. Dai Hao decided to bury both sons together. The Duchess, previously confined, was now released. My sons, why have you departed from me? The Duchess wailed, tears streaming down her face. Dai Hao also bore a sorrowful expression, yet he shed no tears. He had another younger son, far away in the military camp. Originally, he intended to choose between Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin as his successor. He had never considered his son Dai Luoli. After all, his abilities were far inferior. However, now that both Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin were deceased, only Dai Luoli remained. No matter how reluctant he was to nurture Dai Luoli, he had no choice but to proceed. Once the mourning was concluded, he would return to the military camp, find Dai Luoli, and seek someone to instruct him. My lord, my lady, someone is here. Suddenly, a guard rushed in from outside, exclaiming. Dai Hao immediately frowned. What is all this commotion? Who has arrived? Dai Hao preferred to impose the military's discipline upon the guards of the Duke's manor. It is a young man, accompanied by many soldiers. What? Who dares to gather soldiers before the gates of my White Tiger Duke's manor? Have they lost their minds? Come, let us take a look. With resolute strides, Dai Hao approached the grand entrance of the Duke's estate, only to find the guards lying motionless on the ground. Their fates uncertain. What could have transpired? As he surveyed the disarray before him, a surge of fury welled within him. Rarely did he experience such anger. The last occasion was when the Duchess had caused the demise of his 2 sons. Indeed, the White Tiger Duke was remarkable. Seeing is believing. Lin Tianmeng wore a faint smile as he took a few steps forward, entering the Duke's abode as though it were a deserted realm. Following him were 100,000 soldiers, along with Ma Xiaotao and the others. Hui Yuhao had also arrived. Dai Hao narrowed his eyes and inquired, May I ask who you are? He was certain he had not wronged anyone, and this youth was unfamiliar to him. Ah, does the Duke not even recognize me? Lin Tianmeng feigned confusion. I am Lin Tianmeng, the one your sons sought to eliminate. You are Lin Tianmeng. Dai Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the architect of his sons' deaths would be so youthful, appearing to be no older than 15. Indeed, it is I. Lin Tianmeng crossed his arms, smiling as he addressed Dai Hao. Your 2 sons did indeed perish by my hand. Dai Hao clenched his fists, veins bulging. However, aside from them and Dai Luoli. You still have another son, Lin Tianmeng continued. What nonsense are you speaking? I have but 3 sons in total, and thanks to you, only one remains. Dai Hao was clearly incredulous. He had entirely forgotten that on one occasion, inebriated, he had taken advantage of a foot servant. What was more, he had no inkling that this servant had borne him a son. Upon hearing Dai Hao's words, Hui Yuhao, standing behind Lin Tianmeng, felt his heart plummet. His biological father was utterly unaware of his existence. Little Yuhao, go forth and exact vengeance upon your enemy. Oh, is that so? Lin Tianmeng chuckled. Dai Hao noted that whenever this youth smiled, he felt as though his secrets were being laid bare for all to see. Yet, he was certain he had no other sons. Dai Luoli had been an unexpected outcome of an encounter with a concubine of the Duke's house. Aside from that, his intimate relations had exclusively been with the Duchess. Both his elder and younger sons had been born of her. Little Yuhao, come here. Lin Tianmeng beckoned to Hui Yuhao. Yes, brother Tianmeng. Hui Yuhao suppressed the tempest of emotions within him and quickly approached Lin Tianmeng's side. Duke, take a closer look. Does this child not bear a striking resemblance to you? Lin Tianmeng remarked. Dai Hao furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? He asked. Lin Tianmeng offered no reply. Hui Yuhao fixed his gaze upon Dai Hao. From the moment his mother had perished from starvation, he had vowed never to forgive Dai Hao in this lifetime, nor would he acknowledge a thief as his father. Dai Hao scrutinized Hui Yuhao, his unease growing with each passing moment. Who are you? He demanded. Hui Yuhao turned his head away. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao, unable to contain herself, rolled her eyes and exclaimed angrily, How dare you ask him who he is? A man who cannot control his desires is unworthy of the title of Duke. I had thought you were a man. Given Ma Xiaotao's fiery temperament, had it not been for Lin Tianmeng's prior warning to avoid rash actions, she would have long since scratched the face of this so-called Duke. Dai Yueheng had often boasted to her that his father was devoted, with only the Duchess in his heart. What utter nonsense. The more Dai Hao gazed at Hui Yuhao, the more alarmed he became. Suddenly, he recalled a time when he had been intoxicated. Could it be that the servant had indeed borne him a son? Yet, he could not even remember the servant's name. Brother Tianmeng, Hui Yuhao's emotions were complex. Upon seeing Dai Hao, he was reminded of his deceased mother. If prior to her passing he had harbored a glimmer of hope regarding his father, that hope had vanished the moment she died. If Dai Hao truly cared for them, how could his mother have starved to death? Lin Tianmeng had brought Hui Yuhao here not only to provide him the opportunity for revenge, but also with the intent of exposing Dai Hao's vulnerabilities. What right did a man who was irresponsible toward women and children have to live so lavishly? Little Yuhao, unleash your martial soul, Lin Tianmeng instructed. All right. Hui Yuhao's eyes shone brightly, dazzling those around him. 2 yellow soul rings gradually ascended from his being. Your martial soul is an eye? Dai Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you possess a mutated martial soul? I am not a mutated martial soul. I have no connection to the evil Eye White Tiger lineage. Hui Yuhao replied coldly. Dai Hao sighed. If he had merely suspected that Hui Yuhao bore a resemblance to him before, he was now nearly certain that Hui Yuhao was indeed his biological son. Yuhao, I owe you and your mother an apology. Where is she? I will ensure her well-being. Dai Hao attempted to mend the rift between himself and his son. You are unworthy to mention her. Hui Yuhao shouted vehemently, his eyes aflame with rage. Dai Hao was taken aback. Why? Lin Tianmeng stepped forward, shielding Hui Yuhao behind him, and quietly advised, Enough, retract your martial soul. The rest is for me to handle. However, Hui Yuhao shook his head. Brother Tianmeng, it has always been my dream to see the White Tiger Duke's estate fall. May I take vengeance with my own hands? Lin Tianmeng patted his shoulder, saying, Of course, but for now, step back. Hui Yuhao nodded and withdrew his martial soul, standing quietly. At that moment, the Duchess arrived, accompanied by a throng of maidservants. Zhao, what on earth has transpired? Spotting so many soldiers outside, the Duchess felt immense dread. Had her loyal guards still been present, she would have felt no fear. Yet those guards had perished due to her misguided decision. Nevertheless, Dai Hao had brought back several loyal soldiers from his camp. Why are there so many? It is truly frightening. The Duchess covered her mouth with a handkerchief, appearing quite disdainful of the scene. Dai Hao turned to her, coldly fixing her with a glare. I ask you, do I not have another son? Upon hearing this, the Duchess dropped her handkerchief in shock. Why, you know? So you have known all along? Dai Hao felt the rage within his chest threatening to boil over. He could have had another son. Yet, it all stemmed from that foolish woman. How? How could you speak to me in such a manner? I am your legitimate wife. That foot-washing maid has no right to bear your child. The Duchess did not believe she was in the wrong. You. Dai Hao raised his hand, and in a flash, struck the Duchess across the face. The Duchess was taken aback. You actually hit me. Her eyes widened in shock, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. After all these years of bearing your children and managing the Duke's household, is this how you repay me? Do you truly think the deaths of our 2 sons have nothing to do with you? If you had cared for them more, How could they have met such a fate? And what of that Hui Yuner? Is it not because you have long forgotten her? Otherwise, would I dare to withhold her sustenance? Even the Duchess knew Hui Yuner's name, yet Dai Hao could not recall it. You dare to say such things? Dai Hao, in a fit of rage, had just lost 2 sons and now, upon discovering he still had one, found the Duchess's words to be a slap in his face. Why should I not speak? If not for your tacit approval, would I dare? The two were on the brink of a physical altercation. Lin Tianmeng cleared his throat and said, Ahem, have you both had your fill of this quarrel? Let the battle commence. With that, he did not allow Dai Hao a moment to react, and with a sweeping gesture, commanded the 100,000 soldiers to rush forward. Xiao Yuhao, go forth and exact vengeance upon your enemies. Thank you, Brother Tianmeng. Hui Yuhao's eyes reddened as he charged into the fray. The personal guards and protectors of the White Tiger Duke were caught off guard and fell at the hands of the enemy. Xiao Yuhao, I shall assist you. Tang Ya unleashed her dark blue-silver grass, ensnaring Dai Hao within a cage of blue-silver. Hui Yuhao drew forth the White Tiger dagger, his gaze unwavering, and lunged at Dai Hao. Let us end our grievances once and for all. Upon seeing the White Tiger dagger, Dai Hao felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart. Chapter 85. The Fall of the White Tiger Duke's Manor. The imperial response of the Star Luo Empire. He remembered. Indeed, he had once, in a drunken stupor, engaged with a foot-washing maid. Subsequently, he had given her the White Tiger dagger, a soul tool he had always carried, as a keepsake. Afterward, he left the Duke's manor and returned to the barracks. He vaguely recalled that the woman had been exceedingly gentle, her eyes always filled with admiration upon seeing him. Yet, he had failed her. It was his fault. Hui Yuhao's eyes were devoid of any lingering affection. His purpose for being here today was to exact revenge on his foes. Dai Hao, the Duchess, and all those personal guards and protectors had collectively contributed to the tragedy that befell Hui Yuhao and Hui Yuner. Though Dai Hao was an 8-ring soul de law and felt immense guilt over the matter, he could not simply accept death. His mission was to protect his homeland. A nation is a collective. Safeguarding the collective ensures the well-being of the individual. Therefore, as Hui Yuhao charged towards him, he unleashed his martial soul. Xiao Yuhao, be cautious. Tang Ya swiftly employed her binding soul technique, pulling Hui Yuhao back. An 8-ring soul de law could break Tang Ya's blue-silver cage in an instant. Her cultivation was still too low. At that moment, the Duchess also summoned her martial soul. Though her cultivation was not on par with Dai Hao's, she was still at the Soul Emperor level. The personal guards began to engage in battle. Let me handle this. Ma Xiaotao, seeing the dire situation on Tang Ya's side, rushed over. Her evil fire phoenix martial soul was an exceptionally radiant presence. Phoenix crying to the heavens. Phoenix piercing the clouds. Phoenix meteor shower. This is bad. Dai Hao could not help but exclaim. His 8 soul rings were not optimally matched, and his soul skills were merely average against Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix bloodline martial soul. His only advantage lay in his cultivation level. 100,000 soldiers could easily raise the White Tiger Duke's manor to the ground simply by their numbers. Amidst the chaos, the Duchess was being severely beaten by the Snow Empress, on the verge of collapse. Do not be deceived by the fact that the Snow Empress is merely a soul king. Her attribute is the epitome of ice. Coupled with BG's continuous replenishment of soul power, it was exceedingly easy for the Snow Empress to torment the Duchess. Xiao Yuhao, go over there for now. Tang Ya tossed Hui Yuhao to the Snow Empress with her blue-silver grass. Hui Yuhao was momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure. Come forth to meet your demise. The Duchess was the direct cause of his mother Hui Yuner's death. Hui Yuhao's hatred for her was no less than for Dai Hao. You, a mere 2-ring soul master. Think you can kill me? The Duchess wore a defiant smile, completely underestimating Hui Yuhao. I should have killed you back then. Hui Yuhao's eyes blazed with fury. You harmed my mother, and today, I shall ensure you meet your end. Under the cover of the Snow Empress and BG, Hui Yuhao concentrated all his soul power into this strike. How is this possible? The Duchess lowered her head, staring blankly at the White Tiger dagger embedded in her chest. But that is not the end. Hui Yuhao withdrew the White Tiger dagger and plunged it in again. He withdrew it once more and thrust it in again. This cycle repeated no less than 10 times. Xiao Yuhao, she is already dead. The Snow Empress grasped Hui Yuhao's arm, shaking her head at him. Little Snow, I apologize, I could not restrain myself just now. Hui Yuhao shed 2 streams of tears. He had finally avenged his mother. Mother, do you watch over me from above? Have you seen your Xiao Yuhao avenging you? Leave him to me. Lin Tianmeng approached the Snow Empress and spoke. Lin Tianmeng had no intention of personally intervening today. After all, it was merely the White Tiger Duke's manor. Very well. Brother Tianmeng. Hui Yuhao lowered his head, akin to a child who had erred, unable to meet Lin Tianmeng's gaze. Yet, Lin Tianmeng smiled. What troubles you? Is avenging your mother not a matter worthy of joy? Brother Tianmeng, you do not blame me? Hui Yuhao's eyes brightened. I brought you here precisely so you could avenge her. How could I possibly blame you? Brother Tianmeng. Hui Yuhao leaped into Lin Tianmeng's embrace, bursting into tears. Thank you. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. No matter how hard he tried to appear mature, he was still merely an 11-year-old child at heart, having avenged a great grievance. Hui Yuhao's first instinct was to cry. For some reason, he felt that as long as brother Tianmeng was by his side, he had nothing to fear. It was as if he had a father protecting him. Thus, he could only weep in Lin Tianmeng's arms. At that moment, news of Dai Hao's death reached them. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao's emotions were not as stirred as before. Being able to personally slay the Duchess was already a fulfillment of his desires. Dai Hao is the embodiment of the 8-loop Contra, and even with the protection of the Snow Empress and her allies, Hui Yuhao cannot guarantee a single fatal strike. In any case, both Dai Hao and the Duchess have met their demise. His grievances have been avenged. All right, cease your weeping. We must prepare for the next phase of our battle plan, Lin Tianmeng stated. Next phase? Indeed, the subsequent step involves launching an assault on the Star Luo Empire. Lin Tianmeng's eyes sparkled with fervor. Perhaps, one day, he might unify this vast continent. In a single night, the Duke of the White Tiger's estate was reduced to rubble. When the royal family of the Star Luo Empire received this news, incredulity was the predominant reaction. How could this be possible? It was the estate of the White Tiger Duke, the lineage of the malevolent-eyed White Tiger. Princess Su Jiujiu of the Star Luo Empire displayed a look of horror. Although reluctant to believe it, the truth was undeniable. Investigate who was responsible for the overnight annihilation of the White Tiger Duke's estate. Commanded the Emperor of the Star Do Empire, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Your Majesty, I have some leads, a general interjected. You know who did it? Su Jiujiu turned to him, her gaze piercing. This was no trivial matter. Whoever was behind it had brazenly challenged the dignity of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. They had to take action, or risk losing face. The assault on the Duke's estate was carried out by a contingent of soldiers. Eyewitness accounts estimated their numbers to be around 100,000. What? Su Jiujiu's eyes widened in disbelief. 100,000 attacking the White Tiger Duke's estate. This is an outright slap in the face to the Star Luo Empire. Brother, what is your perspective on this? Su Jiujiu inquired, looking toward the Emperor. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Dai Hao's death is a loss for the entire Star Luo Empire, the Emperor declared. Issue a decree for the White Tiger Duke, Dai Hao, to be interred with imperial honors, and ensure that the other members of the White Tiger Duke's estate receive elevated burial rights. Understood. This action by the Emperor was intended to placate the populace within the Star Luo Empire. After all, in the eyes of many citizens, the White Tiger Duke was their guardian deity. Brother, once we uncover the truth, what shall we do? Su Jiujiu, accustomed to a position of superiority, was initially taken aback by the destruction of the White Tiger Duke's estate. Now, regaining her composure, she began to contemplate how to confront the army that had dared to provoke the Star Luo Empire. 100,000 was no small number. It was undoubtedly an act orchestrated by one of the other 3 empires. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire analyzed. We shall start by investigating the 3 major empires. Once we ascertain the truth, we will decide on our course of action. Chapter 86. Su Jiujiu in her lofty position, the celebration banquet of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Su Jiujiu frowned, wanting to retort, but upon noticing her brother's meaningful glance, she stifled her words. Let us proceed as I have instructed. Begin the investigation. You may all withdraw. Yes, Your Majesty. The royal family of the Star Luo Empire still commanded great respect among the ministers. Once they had departed, Su Jiujiu approached and asked, Brother, this is clearly a targeted attack against our Star Luo Empire. They have openly slapped us in the face. It is obvious which empire is behind this. Why even investigate? The Star Luo Empire has never been on good terms with the Heavenly Soul Empire or the Douluo Empire. Su Jiujiu and Vina also had their own rivalries. Although the Sun and Moon Empire frequently dispatched troops to assault the Star Luo Empire, these were mere skirmishes. In those times, the presence of White Tiger Duke Dai Hao made it difficult for the Sun and Moon Empire to gain a foothold. The Heavenly Soul Empire and the Douluo Empire had been covetous, but due to the Sun and Moon Empire, they had refrained from direct conflict. Yet now, the delicate balance had been disrupted. Su Jiujiu suspected the Heavenly Soul Empire, but questioned whether they truly had the audacity to act. Knowing that war would inevitably invite the Sun and Moon Empire to exploit the situation, we must investigate. Otherwise, how can we maintain the trust of the people? The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire's expression grew serious. Jiujiu, your perspective remains too simplistic. Su Jiujiu protested. Do the thoughts of the common folk truly carry such weight? They are not soul masters. Jiujiu, the Emperor raised his voice. I have told you countless times, water can carry a boat. It can also capsize it. I have no heirs. The Empire will one day be entrusted to you. I hope you consider the welfare of the people and ensure the continued prosperity of the Star Luo Empire. Chastened, Su Jiujiu did not rebel. For her brother spoke the truth. However, she did not take his words to heart. She believed that since the citizens could thrive under the protection of the royal family, they ought to express gratitude and loyalty rather than require the royal family to consider their opinions. Heavenly Soul Empire. Following the fall of the White Tiger Duke's estate, Lin Tianmeng and his companions became esteemed guests of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Princess Vina welcomed them warmly, personally escorting them to the banquet. Elder Tianmeng, we have prepared the best seats for you, affording a clear view of tonight's performances. Vina smiled throughout, guiding them to their places. Thank you, Princess. Lin Tianmeng remained humble, aware that this was merely the beginning. The Douluo Empire would not be easily toppled. This matter required careful deliberation. Do not mention it. It is our duty. Vina increasingly admired Lin Tianmeng. Despite the throng of beautiful women surrounding him, this was merely a symbol of his strength. If Lin Tianmeng were not formidable, why would so many enchanting women choose to follow him? Truth be told, had she not already had a boyfriend, she might have felt a stir of affection upon meeting a man like Lin Tianmeng. Tianmeng, what brings you here? Just as they were conversing, Ning Tian, seated across from them, spotted Lin Tianmeng and displayed a look of surprise. She rose and walked over, exclaiming with delight, "Have you also been invited to the banquet by the royal family of the Heavenly Soul Empire?" Vina's mouth fell open in astonishment. Ning Tian, Elder Tianmeng. Do you two know each other? The Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School, located in Tiando City, was one of the largest sects in the Heavenly Soul Empire. However, it had significantly declined from its former glory a millennium ago, which explained Ning Tian's eagerness to revitalize her sect. Ning Tian smiled sweetly, introducing herself. Princess Vina. Tianmeng is my husband. Vina's eyes widened in shock. So it turned out that the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School had also been intertwined with Lin Tianmeng. Vina felt immensely grateful for her decision to ally with Lin Tianmeng. Otherwise, the Heavenly Soul Empire might never rise again, forever remaining beneath the Douluo Empire's dominance. This was not the future she desired, nor was it what her elder brother wished. Tianmeng, my parents have already been informed. They are overjoyed. They were planning to visit you at a later time, but I never expected to encounter you here. Ning Tian expressed her enthusiasm. After all, Lin Tianmeng was the one who could one day save the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School. She certainly could not afford to be negligent. It should indeed be I who pays a visit to my parents-in-law, Lin Tianmeng remarked with a smile. Since I have the opportunity to see them today, I shall go over and greet them. Very well, I shall accompany you, Ning Tian replied, her face adorned with a perpetual smile. A surge of satisfaction coursed through Ning Tian when she witnessed the astonished expression on Vina's face. Despite the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School being stationed in Tiando City, the Heaven Soul Empire had not extended them much assistance. On the contrary, the sect's ambition to expand posed a threat to the royal family. Thus, while Ning Tian and Vina maintained a facade of camaraderie, in reality, neither could tolerate the other. Vina was always of the opinion that the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School was at the end of its fortune and could not rise again. However, with Ning Tian's marriage to Lin Tianmeng, Vina was compelled to reassess the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School. It turned out that Ning Tian had become the wife of brother Tianmeng. Xiao Xiao gazed at this scene in astonishment. In her mind, the martial soul of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda had always been remarkably powerful in terms of support. Zhulu was also somewhat taken aback, but she quickly grasped the situation. Ning Tian had always aspired to revitalize the sect, so her choice of brother Tianmeng came as no surprise. So that is how it is, Xiao Xiao nodded. While she did not comprehend everything, she was well aware of Lin Tianmeng's formidable strength. After all, he was a man bold enough to confront even spiritual senses directly. It was likely that the royal families of the several empires could only bow their heads in submission under his spiritual pressure. In Xiao Xiao's eyes, no one could compare to her brother Tianmeng. Ma Xiaotao took a sip of orange juice and disdainfully remarked, "What is so impressive about the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Such was Ma Xiaotao's character, forever unable to tolerate others. Life and death were trivial to her. If she was unsatisfied, she would confront it head-on. The fiery demon was not named in vain. Look at what you're saying, Sister Xiaotao. How could Ning Tian possibly compare to you? She is merely a three-ring soul master, Cui Yiji remarked, her expression enchanting, a habit she had long since adopted. Although she was in the same class as Ning Tian, her soul power had yet to reach 30 levels. Thus, she had always been overshadowed by Ning Tian. She also harbored a certain displeasure toward her. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tianmeng returned. Upon seeing Ma Xiaotao's furious demeanor, he inquired, "Xiaotao, what troubles you? Who has upset you?" The moment Ma Xiaotao laid eyes on Lin Tianmeng, her anger diminished significantly. However, she was not the type to back down easily. "Isn't it because of you? Why marry so many wives when you have nothing better to do?" Ma Xiaotao crossed her arms and glared at Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng found himself both amused and exasperated. If he could only marry one, it certainly wouldn't be Ma Xiaotao. Chapter 87. The Granting of the Title of Duke. Wu Feng follows Ning Tian. Vina approached and personally poured wine for Lin Tianmeng. The Star Luo Empire should soon take action. Does the head of the Tianmeng clan have any strategies? She asked. Lin Tianmeng did not stop her from pouring wine for him. He merely replied, Princess Vina has surely devised a strategy in her heart, has she not? Vina smiled and said, Naturally, I have, but it is still not sufficiently mature. Even without the White Tiger Duke, the Star Luo Empire remains a formidable opponent. Unlike Su Jiujiu, Vina had never been arrogant. The immaturity could still be refined. Lin Tianmeng, adept at evasion, refrained from divulging his thoughts. Vina did not press the matter. Lin Tianmeng's assistance in eliminating the White Tiger Duke's estate had already been a significant aid to them. The first wave of counterattacks from the Star Luo Empire would undoubtedly fall upon the Heaven Soul Empire. If they could not withstand it, they would seek Lin Tianmeng's help. Once the Emperor of the Heaven Soul Empire took his seat, the banquet officially commenced. This banquet was specifically held for the Tianmeng family. And the Heaven Soul Empire did not shy away from openly declaring it a celebration of victory. A celebration of victory for what, one might ask? It was self-evident. The Heaven Soul Empire intended to assert itself. It was no longer possible for the Star Luo Empire to oppress them as it once did. Having lost the White Tiger Duke, the Star Luo Empire first experienced a significant reduction in military strength. It was crucial to understand that the elite soldiers of the Star Luo Empire were among the finest. One would realize, after experiencing battle, just how vital a commander is. Although the Star Luo Empire still had other generals at their disposal, none could match the credibility of the White Tiger Duke, head of the Tianmeng clan. After deliberation with my royal brother, we have decided to bestow upon you the title of Duke. What are your thoughts on this? Vina stated. A Duke is the highest rank among the 5 noble titles. The Heaven Soul Empire was truly investing heavily. Upon hearing Princess Vina's declaration, everyone present at the banquet was taken aback. The Heaven Soul Empire would not casually bestow a title of Duke. What merit did this seemingly unremarkable young man possess to be granted such an honor? However, the members of the 9-treasure glazed tile school were all smiles. Ning Tian was especially elated. She had always known that Lin Tianmeng was no ordinary individual. Fortunately, she had acted swiftly. Just as everyone was in a state of shock, Lin Tianmeng declined Vina's proposal. I apologize, but I do not wish to become a duke at this time. Why? Vina was genuinely perplexed. Because I do not want a title to become my endpoint, Lin Tianmeng replied with a confident demeanor. He raised his head, his eyes reflecting the sky. His ambitions extended far beyond the confines of a mere Heaven Soul Empire, not to mention Douluo Continent. Upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's words, Vina was taken aback. After regaining her composure, she said, In that case, my royal brother and I will not insist. However, the title of Duke will always be reserved for you by the Heaven Soul Empire and can be conferred at any time. Lin Tianmeng nodded. Indeed. Powerful soul masters often possess peculiar idiosyncrasies, and Vina did not mind this at all. However, when Lin Tianmeng declared that the title of Duke was not his destination, Vina's heart quivered. Where exactly would this young man's future endpoint lie? As the banquet concluded, Ning Tian did not return to the sect with her parents, but instead approached Lin Tianmeng. Initially, Ning Tian had no intention of vying for affection. Yet the multitude of exceptional women around Lin Tianmeng made her anxious. She feared that she might fall short compared to them, leading Lin Tianmeng to eventually grow weary of her. Tianmeng, where are we headed? I just heard Princess Vina refer to you as the head of the Tianmeng clan. Ning Tian inquired, expressing her curiosity. I have established a sect called the Tianmeng family, and I am the head. Therefore, you shall naturally be the head's wife. Lin Tianmeng replied, gently caressing her cheek. Ning Tian's face flushed. Nevertheless, she remained apprehensive. But what about the 9-treasure glazed tile school? Do not worry. I do not intend for you to withdraw from the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Our sect is not bound by such rules. What I say is the rule. With his words, Ning Tian felt reassured. Brother Tianmeng, Sister Xiaoya has taken us back first. You two enjoy your conversation. Zhu Lu waved at Lin Tianmeng and said, Ning Tian is a newly joined sister, and although not everyone acknowledges her, they still afford her a measure of respect. All right, Lin Tianmeng nodded. When Ning Tian encountered Lin Tianmeng at the banquet, she was quite taken aback, primarily due to the multitude of beautiful women surrounding Lin Tianmeng. Among them were several whom she recognized, including classmates from Shrek Academy, and even a teacher from the freshman class. Initially, Ning Tian believed that as the young master of the 9-treasure glazed tile school, her status would grant her some privileges at Shrek Academy. However, reality shattered her illusions. The academy was teeming with prodigies, those possessing twin martial souls, and others wielding the most profound ice powers, each one capable of easily overpowering her. If Ning Tian had once held a sense of superiority over others, she now found herself humbled. Her martial soul was merely of the support type, and in a one-on-one battle, she knew she could not possibly compete with Lin Tianmeng and her formidable companions. Thus, Ning Tian resolved to adopt a more low-key approach and refrain from provoking trouble. Are your parents satisfied with me? Lin Tianmeng inquired, gently grasping Ning Tian's small hand. Ning Tian was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated such a question from someone as powerful as him. Even if her parents were dissatisfied, what could it possibly matter? Yet, his concern for her was undeniable. Ning Tian couldn't help but think, so he cares for me. Her mood lifted instantly. Of course they are satisfied. They said to take you to the 9-treasure glazed tile school whenever you have the time, Ning Tian replied. All right, I'll go once I'm free. Just then, as they were engaged in pleasant conversation, a red figure came rushing towards them. Lin Tianmeng swiftly shielded Ning Tian behind him and instantly unleashed his martial soul. Mental disturbance. With a loud bang, the red figure suddenly veered off course and collapsed to the ground, rising in fury to glare at them both. Wu Feng. Ning Tian exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape. She had not expected Wu Feng to appear so suddenly and attempt to attack her. Since expelling Wu Feng from the 9-treasure glazed tile school, they had not been in contact. Wu Feng had caused several disturbances at the school's entrance, yet had never laid eyes on Ning Tian again. Over time, Ning Tian had gradually forgotten her, perceiving her as an inconsequential figure. However, Wu Feng had not. The long absence had only intensified Wu Feng's longing for Ning Tian, making it increasingly uncontrollable. She had to see Ning Tian. Thus, she began secretly gathering information about her. Finally, today, Wu Feng learned that Ning Tian was invited to the royal banquet of the Heavenly Soul Empire and decided to wait for her there. Little did she expect that Lin Tianmeng would also be present. Chapter 88. Wu Feng's proposal is rejected. I'm not someone who can be had by just anyone. Moreover, she was holding Ning Tian's hand. Wu Feng was instantly consumed by rage. Who did Lin Tianmeng think he was, daring to hold her goddess Ning Tian's hand? Unfortunately, Wu Feng had overestimated her own worth and underestimated Lin Tianmeng. Haven't you already left the 9-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Tian asked, puzzled as to why Wu Feng had approached her. Wu Feng stood there, fixated on her, as if Ning Tian's hand-holding with Lin Tianmeng was a betrayal. Such a gaze irked Ning Tian. However, Wu Feng had never cared about her feelings. You expelled me from the sect because of him, didn't you? Wu Feng's tone was grave, her anger palpable. Ning Tian frowned and replied, expelling you was my decision. You need not blame others. Wu Feng, however, dismissed her words, insisting that Lin Tianmeng had instigated the expulsion. Don't think I'm unaware. You've been bewitched by him. I simply don't understand. He has so many women. Why must you cling to him? Are you that desperate? Wu Feng's words left Ning Tian in disbelief. She couldn't fathom why Wu Feng, who had once professed her affection, would resort to such venomous language. Lin Tianmeng tightened his grip on Ning Tian's hand and spoke up. So, being with me makes Ning Tian cheap, while being with you is a match made in heaven. You claim to love Ning Tian, yet you belittle her with such vile words. Do you even deserve to utter the word love? Wu Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. You. Ning Tian gazed at her, shaking her head. It became clear to her that this woman, who had once loudly professed her love, had seen her merely as a possession. When someone else threatened to take her away, Wu Feng's first reaction was not heartbreak, but rage. Such possessiveness could hardly be called love. Wu Feng, please leave, Ning Tian said, casting a deep look at her. Considering our past friendship, I will not make things difficult for you. This was her final opportunity for Wu Feng. No. Wu Feng yelled frantically. If it weren't for him, you would eventually be mine. She then unexpectedly turned her attention to Lin Tianmeng, staring intently at him. I want to marry you. Will you accept? Ning Tian had grown weary of her and had no intention of reaching out again. However, if Wu Feng were to become Lin Tianmeng's woman, Ning Tian would inevitably have to interact with her. At that point, she would have no control over the situation. Wu Feng was entirely confident, never considering that Lin Tianmeng might refuse. Unfortunately, she did not understand him well enough. Though I may take many wives, I am not one to accept just anyone, Lin Tianmeng replied coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and revulsion, as if she were nothing more than filthy refuse. Someone like you, even if offered to me, I would not accept. As if fearing his words lacked impact, he added, you're not worth my time. Wu Feng was left in shock, followed by an eruption of fury. You dare reject me? I will kill you. Wu Feng unleashed her red dragon martial soul once more and charged recklessly toward Lin Tianmeng. Even if it cost her life, she would drag Lin Tianmeng down with her. As she barreled toward him, Lin Tianmeng felt exasperated. Though her speed might seem swift to others, it was painfully slow in the face of his immense spiritual and soul power. He couldn't comprehend why Wu Feng always seemed to think she could defeat him. When had he ever given her such an impression? The 7 Treasure School was renowned for its speed. Ning Tian activated her soul skill, not to amplify Wu Feng, but to enhance Lin Tianmeng. Wu Feng felt once again betrayed by Ning Tian. Lin Tianmeng paid Wu Feng no heed. After all, she was merely a 2-ring soul master, not even a soul sovereign, foolishly attempting to challenge a being that had existed for 1,000,000 years. Surely, she was delusional. However, he would not allow Wu Feng to be defeated so easily. That would be utterly uninteresting. Thus, he pulled Ning Tian close, enveloping her in his embrace, and then kissed her. Instantly, a crimson hue spread across Ning Tian's cheeks. Tianmeng, she had never kissed anyone before. At that moment, Wu Feng, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage. Lin Tianmeng, how dare he? Ning Tian is her woman. Ah, I will kill you. Wu Feng's fury reached its peak. She unleashed her most formidable soul skill. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Lin Tianmeng's expression grew increasingly grave. He could tolerate provocation, but when it came to threats against him, he would only resort to a mere beating. However, Wu Feng was genuinely intent on killing him. Such a person must not be spared. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Therefore, when Wu Feng approached him, he merely extended his hand and tightly clasped her neck. Let me go? Wu Feng's most powerful soul skill was effortlessly neutralized by Lin Tianmeng. Now, she was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at his mercy. I offered you a chance. Lin Tianmeng regarded her with disdain. When Ning Tian suggested sparing you, I had no intention of holding it against you. But you insisted on courting death, and thus you cannot blame me. In that moment, Wu Feng's red figure was reflected in his eyes. Unable to breathe, she struggled against the grip on her neck, but it was futile. The strength in Lin Tianmeng's hand was insurmountable. It felt as if she were facing a deity. Please, please. She capitulated, fear overtaking her. Then she saw a smile emerge at the corner of Lin Tianmeng's mouth. Now you know fear? Too late. With a slight increase in pressure, a sickening crack echoed as Wu Feng's neck snapped. In her final moments, Wu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. She could not comprehend why Ning Tian would choose to marry Lin Tianmeng. She did not understand the source of Lin Tianmeng's immense power. Yet now, she would take these questions with her to the afterlife. Ning Tian's heart raced. Wu Feng was dead. Lin Tianmeng had killed her. He was truly formidable. Fearing he might frighten Ning Tian, Lin Tianmeng quickly discarded Wu Feng's lifeless body and turned back to her, gently saying, "It's all right now. Let us depart." Surprisingly, Ning Tian's gaze held not fear or trepidation, but rather admiration. Tianmeng, you were so cool just now. Ning Tian's eyes sparkled. Lin Tianmeng, It was nothing much. He did not quite understand. However, as long as he hadn't frightened Ning Tian, that was a positive outcome. As for Wu Feng, who cared? He had only intended to reject her, never to cause her death, but as the narrative unfolded, the characters dictated the course. Wu Feng's desire for marriage was not born of affection for Lin Tianmeng, and after being spurned, she would inevitably seek to kill him. In such circumstances, Lin Tianmeng could only retaliate. Otherwise, it would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain, inviting endless troubles. Chapter 89, Journey to the Far North. The Ice Bear King Xiaobai. The following day, a corpse was discovered in the city of Tiando, suspected to be the result of a soul master brawl. The enforcers split up to investigate and eventually traced the matter back to Lin Tianmeng. Upon learning this, every enforcer furrowed their brows. Ultimately, they chose to report it. Boss, what should we do? Lin Tianmeng is a distinguished guest of the Heavenly Soul Empire, and the enforcers in Tiando City are all subjects of the empire. Moreover, they have received word that His Majesty the Emperor intends to elevate Lin Tianmeng to a duke, which he declined. Now that Wu Feng's death is linked to him, they were hesitant to act independently. The highest commander of the enforcers rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Are you all fools? The Patriarch Tianmeng is someone even Princess Vena dares not provoke. You actually think you can apprehend him? This matter requires no further investigation." His subordinates quickly responded, "Yes, boss. We will be more cautious in the future and refrain from provoking just anyone." At last, Lin Tianmeng and his numerous wives arrived in the far north. Wow, it truly is a land of ice and snow. Xiao Xiao and several younger girls were astonished by the silver-clad landscape. They had expected it to be extremely cold, but, astonishingly, it was just as Lin Tianmeng had said. He had a way to keep them warm. Apart from Lin Tianmeng and the Snow Empress, everyone else was visiting the far north for the first time. Amidst the entire icy city, the Snow Empress danced gracefully. The foremost of the three kings of the far north had returned. Mama. Just then, a massive white ice bear approached upon hearing her voice. The moment the Snow Empress set foot in the far north, it sensed her familiar aura. Xiaobai. The Snow Empress's eyes sparkled with surprise. In full view of everyone, the bear, towering higher than a person, charged at the Snow Empress. "Little Snow, be careful." Those unfamiliar with the Ice Bear King Xiaobai assumed it meant to harm the Snow Empress and rushed to warn her. Ma Xiaotao even prepared to unleash her soul skill. "It's fine. They know each other," Lin Tianmeng reassured them. Only then did the others comprehend. The Ice Bear King Xiaobai leapt into the Snow Empress's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Woo-woo, Mama, I thought you had abandoned me." The Snow Empress, having taken on a youthful form of merely 18, with a slender figure, was now being embraced by a bear whose height exceeded her own, calling her mama. The sight was almost too much to bear. I have returned, Haven Ti. Now stop crying. The Snow Empress beamed, her eyes filled with warmth. The Ice Bear King Xiaobai was her adopted son. Xiaobai possessed formidable combat prowess, yet due to the Snow Empress's guidance, he rarely revealed himself, thus not ranking among the 3 kings of the far north. Otherwise, the third-ranked Titan Snow Demon King would not have been able to maintain his position. As soon as the Snow Empress spoke, Xiaobai immediately ceased his weeping, gazing innocently at her and the humans accompanying her in the far north. Xiaobai, come here. Let me introduce you. The Snow Empress led Xiaobai before everyone, introducing him one by one. The first she introduced was Lin Tianmeng. This is your father, the Snow Empress declared. Xiaobai. Lin Tianmeng. The crowd. Despite the bewilderment of the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, it obediently called out, Father. Lin Tianmeng's expression appeared somewhat awkward. Hello. The Snow Empress explained. Xiaobai is my adopted child, and since Tianmeng is my husband, he naturally becomes Xiaobai's father. Nonetheless, everyone still found this quite surreal. The Snow Empress continued, introducing others. This is your 3rd aunt, this is your 4th aunt, and your 5th aunt. The Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, addressed each of them in turn. In any case, it was rather absurd. Bai Ji was promoted to 3rd aunt, and Ma Xiao out a 4th aunt. Xiao Xiao was designated as the little aunt. Alright, we should be heading back now. Xiaobai, you can find a place to play by yourself. The Snow Empress gently patted Xiaobai's massive form and said, Although reluctant, it still departed. We should also leave for the ice cavern. Lin Tianmeng cleared his throat awkwardly twice before stating. In truth, when the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, called him father just now, he had hoped to receive a reward from the system. However, it did not happen. It seems that adopted children do not count. Only biological ones do. Upon entering the ice cavern, Lin Tianmeng immediately heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your offspring's cultivation has all reached 1,000 years. Congratulations, host. You have received a nurturing reward. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Level 6 Soul Guidance, Device 1. Congratulations, host. All soul ring ages have been increased by 10,000 years. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. 100,000 year soul ring 1. The children of him and the Ice Empress had all achieved the remarkable milestone of 1,000 years. It had been less than a year since he left the extreme north. Who dares intrude upon my cavern? The Ice Empress had sensed the presence of outsiders approaching early on. However, there were too many of them, with various attributes, making it difficult for her to discern friend from foe. Fortunately, she recognized the aura of the Snow Empress, which prevented her from hastily revealing herself. Instead, she used her soul power to project her voice outward. Bing bing, it's me, Tianmeng. Perhaps it was the bittersweet feeling of returning home. But Lin Tianmeng felt a surge of excitement within. The Ice Empress was his first woman. She was also the one who bore him children first. Tianmeng, you've returned? The Ice Empress exclaimed with delight as she immediately stepped out. Is Schwerer back as well? Lin Tianmeng felt quite helpless. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress had known each other for far too long, and the bond between them was something even he, as their husband, could not rival. Thus, the Ice Empress had been the first to detect the Snow Empress's aura rather than his. Who understands the plight of family? My first wife and second wife have such a strong bond that they never quarrel, while I seem to be overlooked. Binger. The Snow Empress smiled and approached, embracing the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress nestled in her embrace for 3 seconds before lifting her head. Why are there so many people? The Snow Empress, exasperated, introduced everyone again. There were simply too many individuals. It took a considerable amount of time just to make the introductions. Once the Snow Empress finished, the Ice Empress's gaze turned cold. Apart from Bai Ji from the Stardow Forest, everyone was human. She despised humans the most. This Lin Tianmeng only knew how to vex her. Humph. The Ice Empress snorted coldly and turned to return to her children. Lin Tianmeng had anticipated this outcome and was not particularly surprised. Come on in, he said. The 8 ice blue scorpion offspring had now grown, each possessing a cultivation of 1,000 years. Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, they obediently called out, Father. Chapter 90. The Human Soul Master Team massacres the extreme north. The Ice Empress furies. Lin Tianmeng felt a wave of frustration. All his children were ice blue scorpions. This was simply, ahem, everyone, please take a seat. Lin Tianmeng gestured for everyone to sit down. Hui Yuhao was the only other boy besides Lin Tianmeng in this gathering of women, and he felt somewhat out of place in the ice cavern. Brother Tianmeng, is Bing Bing Big Sister also a soul beast? Hui Yuhao inquired curiously. Yes, she is the second-ranked king of the extreme north, the Ice Blue Empress Scorpion. The second king. Hui Yuhao felt as though his worldview had been completely transformed. He was unaware that teacher Xiao Shui was actually the foremost among the 3 great kings of the extreme north. Thus, He was quite astonished to learn of the Ice Empress's identity. He then looked at the Ice Empress, his eyes filled with reverence for a powerful being. What level has your soul power reached? Lin Tianmeng asked. 24th level. As soon as he mentioned this, Hui Yuhao felt a swell of pride. When he first entered Shrek Academy, he was merely at the 13th level, not even meeting the admission criteria. Yet now, in less than a year, he had ascended to the 24th level, gaining 11 levels in total. Apart from Lin Tianmeng's assistance, it was also the result of his diligent cultivation. Well then, during this period, focus on your training and strive to reach the 30th level. I shall assist you in hunting for soul rings. When Lin Tianmeng made this statement, it seemed as if it were merely a trivial matter. However, Hui Yuhao nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Brother Tianmeng, that is a 6-level difference. There's less than a month left in the break. Can I really reach the 30th level? What is stopping you? Lin Tianmeng patted his shoulder and said, the extreme north is abundant in rare materials. Even if I merely force-feed you, you can break through to the 30th level. Although most of the resources here are primarily suitable for ice attribute soul masters, there are still some for mental attribute ones. In any case, just focus on your training and don't slack off. I will find a way for the rest. After Lin Tianmeng finished speaking, he stood up to chat with Bai Ji and the others, leaving Hui Yuhao sitting there in a daze, carefully contemplating Lin Tianmeng's words. Brother Tianmeng means that as long as he trains diligently, he will definitely reach the 30th level by the end of the break. Furthermore, Brother Tianmeng also mentioned helping him hunt for mental attribute soul rings. After realizing these 2 points, tears streamed down Hui Yuhao's face. He had never experienced paternal love since childhood. Yet why did he feel this emotion once again from Lin Tianmeng? Lin Tianmeng was entirely unaware of Hui Yuhao's thoughts. His initial approach to Hui Yuhao was merely to disrupt Tang San's plan to control the Child of Fate. However, gradually, Lin Tianmeng discovered that Hui Yuhao was a child who understood gratitude. A little kindness shown to him would be repaid tenfold. He was indeed worth cultivating further. When the time comes, if he brought Hui Yuhao to the divine realm, how would Tang San react? Just as they were enjoying their camaraderie, an ice blue scorpion suddenly crawled in from outside, shouting at the top of its lungs, "Not good, not good. A multitude of human soul masters has arrived outside." What? The Ice Empress emerged first. The ice scorpion was one of her protected kin, thus it promptly sought her out upon the onset of trouble. Lin Tianmeng quickly turned to approach. What is happening? The ice scorpion, upon unexpectedly encountering so many individuals in the ice cavern, momentarily found itself bewildered. Speak up, for I am nearly at my wit's end. The Ice Empress furrowed her brow. Yes, a sudden squad of human spirit masters has arrived outside. The leader appears to be a titled Douluo. They wield formidable artifacts and are currently clashing with our spirit beasts. How audacious of these petty humans to wreak havoc in the extreme north. At the mention of this, the Ice Empress's fury surged, and without a moment's hesitation, she exited the ice cavern. The Snow Empress, however, wore a look of dread. This is dire. Those human spirit masters must be wielding spirit guiding devices. If a titled Douluo is employing them, their power will be monumental. Tiandream, let us assist Ice. Indeed, Lin Tiandream had already intended to do so. Xiao Xiao Yu Hao, Zhu, you stay behind and guard this place. Wait, I must also go. It was inconceivable for Ma Xiaotao to remain behind in such circumstances. Even though this realm belonged to spirit beasts, she had aligned herself with Lin Tiandream and thus felt compelled to assist him. Naturally, Bai Ji accompanied them as well. Guided by the ice scorpion, they swiftly reached the battlefield. Upon arrival, the Ice Empress's anger ignited. Even Ma Xiaotao, a human spirit master, could not help but gasp in shock. Before them lay a vast expanse strewn with the corpses of ice attribute spirit beasts. Their life force extinguished. Their spirit rings had been harvested. Some had even been rendered into spirit beast essence. The Ice Empress was genuinely enraged. Vile humans, I shall not let you escape unscathed. When Lin Tiandream and the Snow Empress were absent, the Ice Empress was the true sovereign of the extreme north. All spirit beasts here were considered her subjects. Yet, under her protection, her kin had been tortured to this extent by a band of human spirit masters. How could she possibly remain calm? Oh, there are still fish that slipped through the net. Just as the Ice Empress and her companions were seething with rage, the squad of spirit masters returned. Their faces bore expressions of triumph, indicating a bountiful harvest. The leader, a robust figure, was adorned with various spirit guiding devices. He even carried a fixed spirit guiding cannon upon his shoulder. Lin Tianmeng, having studied spirit guiding devices at Shrek Academy, immediately recognized that the cannon was of the 8th rank. This meant that the leading spirit master was at least of the spirit Douluo rank. His dark skin marked him as a member of the Sun Moon Empire, and those following him shared the same complexion. It appeared they were a contingent of spirit masters from the Sun Moon Empire. Vile humans, may you all perish. The Ice Empress, ever impulsive, despite having witnessed the power of spirit guiding devices before, could not contain her wrath and immediately struck at the Spirit Masters. Ice Empress's Claw. Domain of Eternal Frost. Wrath of the Ice Sovereign. Nevertheless, even in her fury, the Ice Empress activated her defensive spirit skill, Ice Sovereign's Protection. As the Ice Empress made her move, the leading Spirit Master retaliated. Fixed Spirit Guiding Cannon. Fire. Lin Tianmeng was taken aback, for he discerned that although it was an 8th rank fixed spirit guiding cannon, it was wielded by a titled Douluo. Ice, be cautious. He first warned the Ice Empress, and then immediately unleashed his mental attack spirit skill, Soul Shock. Even a titled Douluo would be significantly affected by his Soul Shock. The commanding titled Douluo, struck directly by the Soul Shock, briefly lost focus. This moment of distraction sealed his fate. Within the Ice Empress's domain of eternal frost, she was the absolute sovereign. Fueled by the wrath of the Ice Sovereign, the Ice Empress's speed and power peaked in an instant. Die! She charged forward. The Ice Empress's claw piercing through the body of the leading titled Douluo. Blood erupted in a spectacular display. Chapter 91. Slaying the leading titled Douluo, persuading the Ice Empress. The once arrogant titled Douluo, upon regaining his senses from the brief disorientation caused by the Soul Shock, beheld the Ice Empress's claw piercing through his chest. Yet, he could do nothing, for he was within the Ice Empress's domain of eternal frost. Coupled with his grievous injuries, he could only watch helplessly as the Ice Empress's claw penetrated him. The Spirit Masters trailing behind him wore expressions of utter horror. Though the Ice Empress and Lin Tianmeng's flawless cooperation had rendered the severe wounding of this titled Douluo seemingly effortless to these Spirit Masters, the leading titled Douluo represented their sect's pinnacle of strength. Schwer, shout how, by G, intercept them. Lin Tianmeng shouted. Rest assured, leave it to me. Those Spirit Masters attempting to flee would soon discover the treachery of the extreme north. 10,000-year spirit beasts. The gravely injured titled Douluo staggered back, expelling a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in shock. 10,000 years? You refer to that Titan Snow Demon? The Ice Empress revealed a confident smile. She was no mere 10,000-year spirit beast. Her cultivation had surpassed 400,000 years. The titled Douluo finally comprehended the gravity of the situation he had provoked. No wonder the titled Douluo from their sect, who had come to hunt for spirit rings, had gone missing previously. It turned out he had crossed paths with a spirit beast he should not have. Indeed, the titled Douluo Lin Tianmeng and the Ice Empress had encountered last time was also from their sect. Had it not been for a narrow escape, he would have succeeded in taking the Snow Empress's embryonic form for rebirth, exceeding 10,000-year spirit beasts. If I can slay one, it would be a tremendous gain. The leading titled Douluo did not relent. Even if he were to perish, he would take someone with him. The Ice Empress's offensive power was formidable, and the defense of Ice Sovereign's protection was no trivial matter. He understood that he could not possibly defeat the Ice Empress. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Lin Tianmeng, pondering, why is this fellow staring at me? Let us make you the target. The titled Douluo believed he had chosen the right opponent. He could not surpass the Ice Empress, but could he not overpower Lin Tianmeng? He prepared to load another round into the fixed spirit guiding cannon and produced an 8th rank close combat spirit guiding device. Although his cultivation had reached level 90, he was not a 9th rank spirit master, merely an 8th rank one. Lin Tianmeng observed him loading the fixed spirit guiding cannon, wondering if this fellow had been suddenly possessed, to think him an easy target. At this moment, the Ice Empress could not help but smile slightly, casting a knowing glance at Lin Tianmeng before retreating from the battlefield. Others might not grasp Lin Tianmeng's combat prowess, but she was far from oblivious. At that moment, the titled Douluo made the fateful decision to wager everything, risking it all. Even in the face of death, he intended to drag Lin Tianmeng down with him. However, just as the soul-guided cannon was charging its final moment, Lin Tianmeng struck. The Ice God Domain. This was a realm uniquely his own, with power surpassing even the Ice Emperor's eternal frozen domain. It could instantly freeze a vast expanse. In that fleeting instant, the barrel of the 8th level soul-guided cannon that the titled Douluo bore upon his shoulder was encased in ice. A feat that even the Ice Emperor's domain could not achieve. How could this be possible? Channeling all his soul power, the titled Douluo found his body immobilized by ice, yet his soul power remained unbound. After a moment of astonishment, he immediately began to struggle against the icy shackles. At that juncture, Lin Tianmeng strode toward him. What a pity, you had a chance to escape. Lin Tianmeng smiled gently, and after uttering these words, unleashed his strongest attack soul skill, Ice God's Fury. The immense power of the ultimate ice that accompanied the Ice God's Fury left the titled Douluo with no time to evade. Boom. The ice shattered in response. The frozen titled Douluo was likewise reduced to several fragments. His eyes remained wide open, seemingly unable to fathom the strength that Lin Tianmeng possessed. Lin Tianmeng stood coldly before the pile of ice shards, remarking, unfortunately for you, you chose an opponent you could not defeat. Meanwhile, on the Snow Empress's side, The battle had also concluded. BG had proven to be an extraordinarily powerful support, enabling the Snow Empress and Ma Xiaodao to maintain their peak condition throughout. In this Soul Master team from the Sun Moon Empire, aside from the leader being a titled Douluo, the others were merely Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, with not a single Soul Sage among them. Yet they dared to wreak havoc in the extreme north, truly reckless. Although victory had been achieved, both the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress felt profound sorrow. The fallen soul beasts could never be revived. If they had even a breath left, I might have tried. But they have all perished, BG lamented. Being a soul beast herself, she too mourned the loss of those deceased creatures. Rumor had it that BG's healing arts were miraculous. As long as there was a breath of life, she could save them. Let us bury them, the Ice Emperor said, closing her eyes in anguish as she addressed the Ice Blue Scorpion. Yes. The Ice Blue Scorpion promptly rallied its kin and the families of the other fallen soul beasts to jointly give them a proper burial. Upon returning, Lin Tianmeng could see that the Ice Emperor was in a very poor state. She was consumed by guilt. Lin Tianmeng grasped her hand, saying, "This is not your fault. You have done exceptionally well." The Ice Emperor shook her head, rarely displaying such an expression of helplessness. "I know. This matter was due to my oversight." "No, it is not solely your fault," Lin Tianmeng replied. "What do you mean?" The Ice Emperor was perplexed. "This is the extreme north. After the Snow Empress and I leave, you are the highest-ranked soul beast here," Lin Tianmeng asserted. "But the extreme north is not solely inhabited by you. What about the Titan Snow Demon King? Perhaps it is in seclusion." The Ice Emperor was not entirely sure. Bing. "You must understand that the extreme north is a shared homeland for ice attribute soul beasts. Relying solely on yourself for protection is far from sufficient. Unity is essential." Lin Tianmeng's words illuminated the Ice Emperor's understanding. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. "Tianmeng, you are right. I cannot remain complacent, nor can I shoulder everything alone. The extreme north is our shared homeland. We all must safeguard it." As she spoke passionately, she transformed into her human form. "Follow me, Lin Tianmeng." Without further ado, the Ice Emperor dragged him into her chamber. 2 hours later. "Congratulations, host. You have received a platinum-level reward." "Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Assault-type Soul Skill Ice God Dance." The Ice God Dance, an Assault-type Soul Skill, boasts top-tier power and agility among Lin Tianmeng's offensive abilities. It seems he will be able to employ this soul skill when facing even more formidable foes in the future. Chapter 92. A Reunion with Wang Dong. A new substitute teacher. A month later. Thus concluded the journey to the extreme north. The Ice Emperor was once again pregnant, likely to give birth in another month. When they first arrived in the extreme north, Ma Xiaodao had been quite defiant towards the Ice Emperor. Yet as they prepared to depart, she found it hardest to part with the Ice Emperor. As Shrek Academy commenced its new term, Lin Tianmeng and Hui Yuhao were promoted to the second year. They were assigned to a class taught by Zhou Yi and the Snow Empress, though this time, some of the classmates had changed. Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, Ning Tian, and others were placed in the new student class. The holiday had just ended, and classes would officially begin tomorrow. Lin Tianmeng habitually entered the dormitory as he had before the holiday. Just then, he caught sight of Wang Dong emerging from the bathroom, her hair wrapped in a towel. It was evident that Wang Dong noticed him as well. Following this was a startled exclamation that echoed through the air. "Ah?" Lin Tianmeng quickly shut the dormitory door and rushed over to cover Wang Dong's mouth. "Don't scream. Do you want everyone in this building to witness your post-bath appearance?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dong realized the impropriety of the situation and nodded in agreement, indicating she would not scream again. Lin Tianmeng then released her. "My apologies. I thought no one was in the dormitory, so I came in without knocking. That was my mistake." Lin Tianmeng admitted fault, knowing Wang Dong preferred gentleness over harshness. Indeed. Upon his apology, Wang Dong felt compelled to suppress her temper. "Fine, considering your sincere apology, I shall let you off this time," Wang Dong huffed, pouting. "But this is not to be repeated." Lin Tianmeng chuckled. "You seem to have mellowed after a month apart." Wang Dong's cheeks flushed slightly. In truth, over the past month, she had thought of Lin Tianmeng every day. Although it was merely a month-long break, it felt as though a century had passed. Only later did she realize that it was not time dragging on, but rather the absence of Lin Tianmeng by her side. Yet upon seeing him again, her resolve crumbled instantly. "Humph," Wang Dong shot Lin Tianmeng an annoyed glance. If he hadn't barged in unexpectedly, she wouldn't have screamed out loud. How frustrating. The atmosphere of their long-awaited reunion had been ruined by him. "You, turn around first. I need to change," Wang Dong instructed. "Do you not need me to dry your hair?" Lin Tianmeng inquired. Previously, after a bath, Wang Dong had asked him to dry her hair. The mere mention of this caused a peculiar feeling to swell within Wang Dong. "No, I can do it myself," she retorted. Lin Tianmeng did not press the issue. He simply remarked, "Very well, please finish your preparations quickly so we can practice together." Wang Dong nodded. How could she have forgotten that she could fuse her martial soul with Lin Tianmeng's? Their combined training would yield greater results with less effort. Perhaps she would never be able to part from Lin Tianmeng in this lifetime. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. How dare that brat Lin Tianmeng sneak a glance at my daughter? The destruction of the White Tiger Duke's estate was one thing, but Lin Tianmeng's audacity towards his daughter was utterly intolerable. Humph, Lin Tianmeng, you have sealed your own fate. Tang San realized he needed to find a way to eliminate Lin Tianmeng as soon as possible. The boy possessed far too much destructive potential, first with the Tang sect, then with the White Tiger Duke's estate. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a formidable rival in the future. Yet, during his last attempt, he had used a trace of divine consciousness and not only failed to eliminate Lin Tianmeng, but had also lost a significant portion of his power. It was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. To make matters worse, Xiao Wu was still missing, and he could not find her despite searching the entire divine realm. He had even asked Dai Mubai and the others to help inquire, but they too had come up empty-handed. Where could Xiao Wu possibly be? The next day marked the official start of the school year. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong arose early. They knew that if they were late, Zhou Yi would not let them off easily. Tianmeng Gu, you've arrived. Tianmeng Gu, I've been waiting for you for so long. Upon entering the classroom, Zhu Lu, Xiao Xiao, Cui Yiji, Ning Tian, and Hui Yuhao greeted him warmly. Wang Dong, who entered alongside Lin Tianmeng, was overlooked. However, she was not concerned about being ignored. Rather, she wondered how it was possible that in just a month, Lin Tianmeng had acquired so many more wives. When the day came for her to reveal her identity as a daughter, would there still be a place for her by Lin Tianmeng's side? This fellow, how could he so casually take multiple brides? If Lin Tianmeng were aware of her thoughts, he would surely retort, I haven't taken anyone haphazardly. I didn't even choose Wu Feng. Soon after, Zhou Yi arrived. Everyone, please be quiet. Zhou Yi no longer appeared as the old crone she once did, but revealed her true self, delicate and graceful, fairer than any flower. The first-year students from other classes could not help but gasp in astonishment upon seeing Zhou Yi. Isn't she supposed to be an old witch? Meanwhile, those who had previously studied in Zhou Yi's class, though not as awestruck as during their first encounter, still felt that learning from such a teacher was an absolute delight. First, let me inform you that our second grade class 1 will still be taught by me and teacher Xiaoxue. However, teacher Xiaoxue is currently on maternity leave and will not be able to teach for a while, so the academy has arranged for a substitute teacher. You will meet her in the next class. I will keep you in suspense for now. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, the students below buzzed with anticipation. Who could this mysterious substitute teacher be? Yet at that moment, Lin Tianmeng was not thinking about the substitute teacher. Instead, his mind was on Xue Di. She was already 8 or 9 months pregnant, and her due date was likely within days. Once today's classes were over, he intended to accompany Xue Di. He absolutely had to take leave on the day she gave birth to care for her. All right, let us begin class. Zhou Yi reverted to her stern teaching manner. But her beautiful visage made the students all the more inclined to heed her words. Even Wang Dong sat up straight, attentively listening to Zhou Yi's lecture. After class, Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but tease. What? Even you are captivated by teacher Zhou's beauty? Wang Dong huffed, turning her head away. So what? I also enjoy looking at beautiful women. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, who do you think the substitute teacher will be? Wang Dong inquired curiously, blinking her eyes. Lin Tianmeng shook his head, replying, I have no idea. But don't worry, didn't teacher Zhou say she would return for the next class? The break was short, and they would soon meet the new substitute teacher. 20 minutes later, the class bell rang. Everyone sat obediently, awaiting the arrival of the substitute teacher. Who could it be? Each student speculated countless times in their minds. But when the substitute teacher finally entered the classroom of second grade class 1 and stood at the podium, they realized they had all guessed incorrectly. Chapter 93. The substitute teacher is actually. Hello, everyone. I am the substitute teacher for second grade class 1, Zhang Lishuan. Until teacher Xiaoxue is able to teach again, I will be taking over. Standing at the podium, Zhang Lishuan spoke with poise, radiating an aura of confidence. Upon hearing the name Zhang Lishuan, many students below displayed expressions of disbelief. She was the esteemed senior sister of the inner academy. Among the upperclassmen in the outer academy, at least half had secretly harbored crushes on the inner academy's senior sister, Zhang Lishuan, even if some had never seen her face. Yet that did not diminish their admiration and longing for her. The outer academy was better off. Most male disciples in the inner academy were truly infatuated with the senior sister. Previously, they had no idea that Bei Bei had a betrothal agreement with Zhang Lishuan. Back then, she was the object of their dreams. Even the dark-hearted Dai Yueheng could not escape this trend. At this moment, Lin Tianmeng sat in second grade class 1, right in the front row, closest to the podium. When he looked up at Zhang Lishuan, he too was quite taken aback. Yet Zhang Lishuan unexpectedly smiled at him. Well, now that my self-introduction is complete, let us formally begin our class. Her smile lasted only 2 seconds, but Lin Tianmeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The Inner Academy's senior sister was likely even more formidable in her strictness towards students than Zhou Yi. Lin Tianmeng, you answer the question. Zhang Lishuan called on him directly. Lin Tianmeng immediately stood up. Having studied in the Soul Guidance Department for so long, what do you think the attitude of a Soul Master towards Soul Guidance devices should be? Zhang Lishuan inquired. This question was quite relevant to his studies, and Lin Tianmeng found it relatively easy to respond. Soul Masters and Soul Guidance devices should complement each other. As a Soul Master, one may not be able to create Soul Guidance devices, but one must learn to use them. Soul Guidance devices have already been integrated into everyday life, and those that require a significant amount of soul power to operate will undoubtedly become indispensable in battles in the near future. Our academy has lagged behind in this regard, trailing the Sun Moon Empire by hundreds or even thousands of years. If we ourselves disdain the use of Soul Guidance devices, how can the Soul Guidance Department of our academy possibly develop? Lin Tianmeng's words ignited contemplation among all present, including Zhang Lishuan. She had not anticipated such an eloquent response from him. His utterance encompassed his personal reflections and resonated deeply with others. All right, please take your seat, she said with a smile re-emerging on her face. Lin Tianmeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It must be said that even he could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness in the presence of the Inner Academy's senior sister. Of course, the situation would be quite different if Ma Xiaotao were by his side. You are absolutely right, Lin Tianmeng. As Soul Masters, while one may not possess the ability to create soul tools, mastering their usage is imperative. Zhang Lishuan's insights were remarkably advanced. Although she had previously been a core disciple in the Martial Spirit Department, her ascent to the Inner Academy had only solidified her belief in the paramount importance of soul tools. In this class, I shall take everyone to the Soul Tool Department, she announced, instantly piquing the interest of her students. Apart from Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong, the others had yet to visit the Soul Tool Department. This was largely due to Yin Xiao's excessive emphasis on each new cohort, as he only permitted a handful of leftover students from the Martial Spirit Department to enter the Soul Tool Department, resulting in a skewed understanding of soul tools among the students. Teacher, I'm also eager to learn how to create soul tools. May I? Hui Yuhao raised his hand politely to inquire. Zhang Lishuan replied, this decision is beyond my authority. To remain in the Soul Tool Department for study, you will need to exert your own efforts. If you can gain the approval of the Soul Tool Department's instructors, I believe you can indeed stay on to learn. Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled with realization. I understand now. Thank you, teacher. As a mental attribute Soul Master, he had long held an interest in soul tools, yet had lamentably lacked the opportunity to engage with them. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Lishuan led all the students from class 1 of the second year out of the classroom. Oh, is that not the new substitute teacher Zhang Lishuan from class 1 of the second year? Where's she off to? The homeroom teacher of class 2, Mu Jin, remarked with a sharp tongue. She harbored a long-standing rivalry with Zhou Yi. Both had once vied for the affection of Fan Yu, only for him to ultimately choose Zhou Yi. As for Mu Jin, she remained unmarried, still clinging to the hope of rekindling her romance with Fan Yu ever since learning of his divorce from Zhou Yi. However, when she finally encountered Fan Yu, she was met with his unrelenting rejection. She could not fathom what made her inferior to Zhou Yi. In any case, Mu Jin harbored animosity towards all those aligned with Zhou Yi. With Zhang Lishuan now serving as a substitute teacher in class 1 of the second year, she naturally became one of her adversaries. Where I am going hardly requires the approval of Teacher Mu, does it? Zhang Lishuan shot her a cold glance, not even pausing in her stride. The students naturally followed her as they continued toward the Soul Tool Department. Zhang Lishuan, what do you mean by that? Mu Jin exclaimed in exasperation. It was one thing for Zhou Yi to disregard her, but how could even a substitute teacher show her such disrespect? She had been recognized as an excellent teacher the previous year and was on the verge of advancing to a higher grade. Zhang Lishuan turned back, a look of confusion crossing her face. What? Does Teacher Mu believe your authority surpasses that of the dean? She had been appointed by the dean to substitute in class 1 of the second year, and her unique position meant that she only needed to inform the dean of her plans for classes. No one else had the right to question her. Mu Jin had overstepped her bounds. You're slandering me. Mu Jin's heart sank. She dared not challenge the dean's authority, despite her usual arrogance. She was utterly cowed in front of Yin Xiaozha, who could easily reassign or dismiss her. Thus, she only dared to spar verbally with Zhou Yi, though she never managed to come out on top. Say what you will, Zhang Lishuan dismissed her, not sparing her another glance, and directly addressed her students. Let us proceed. Mu Jin was furious but could say nothing, left to stamp her feet in frustration. Soul Tool Department. Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, since you both have experience studying here, please guide the other students in familiarizing themselves with the basics of soul tools, Zhang Lishuan instructed. Yes, teacher, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong nodded obediently, each leading a group of classmates to explore the soul tools and explain their usage. Hui Yuhao was deeply intrigued by the soul tools, listening intently. Chapter 94, Xian Liner Recruitment, Fan Yu's Signature Frown. Lu Xian, you arrive here without even a word of notice? If I had not happened to be nearby, I would have remained unaware of your presence, Xian Liner said as she entered, adorned in a delicate green gown, her graceful figure immediately capturing the attention of many students. Zhang Lishuan, pleasantly surprised by Xian Liner's appearance, exclaimed, "Lu Xian, meet Dean Xian." Xian Liner waved her hand dismissively. "We need not stand on ceremony with one another. By the way, I heard you are currently substituting in the Outer Academy?" "Indeed," Zhang Lishuan nodded. In truth, Yin Xiaozhe's first choice for a substitute teacher had not been Zhang Lishuan, given her lack of systematic teaching experience. However, upon learning that the class in question was Class 1 of the second year, she had proactively expressed her desire to take on the role. Although Yin Xiaozhe was taken aback, he ultimately acquiesced. He remained unaware of Zhang Lishuan's true motivations for seeking this position. Others were equally oblivious, save for Zhang Lishuan herself, who understood all too well. She had volunteered to substitute in Class 1 of the second year primarily because Lin Tianmeng was there, for reasons she could not articulate. After a month-long break, she found herself yearning to see him. Despite the fact that Lin Tianmeng was Ma Xiaotao's husband, Zhang Lishuan had instinctively attempted to distance herself upon realizing her unusual feelings for him. Yet, such behavior was not in her nature. Why forfeit the chance to engage with a man who intrigued her due to societal norms? So, is the inner academy lacking in excitement, prompting you to come to the outer academy and poach our students? Xian Liner teased. Dean Xian, you jest. That could never be the case, Zhang Lishuan replied. All right, enough of the banter. Look at you, always with that serious demeanor. It's rather dull. You're still young. You should smile more, you know? Xian Liner remarked with exasperation. Zhang Lishuan initially resisted the urge to smile, yet her gaze inadvertently landed on Lin Tianmeng, who was explaining soul tools to the students. Unable to contain herself, a faint smile broke through. Xian Liner was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Lishuan, the stern senior sister renowned for her severity within the inner academy, was capable of such a heartfelt smile. In that instant, Xian Liner seemed to grasp the reason behind Zhang Lishuan's decision to serve as a substitute teacher in the outer academy. Dean. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong approached her to greet her after catching sight of her. The students following behind naturally exclaimed, "Greetings, Dean Xian." They were utterly taken aback to encounter the head of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner, in this place. Liner was indeed strikingly beautiful. Although her actual age might be nearing a century, her visage appeared to be that of a woman in her 30s, exuding a kind of mature charm. Liner's personality was somewhat vivacious. "Hello everyone. I am Xian Liner, the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department. If any of you are interested in soul guiding devices, feel free to come and visit anytime." The Soul Guidance Department was desperately in need of students. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao immediately felt a surge of excitement. "Dean Xian, I wish to join the Soul Guidance Department. May I have the privilege?" he declared, raising his hand high and stepping forward, his eyes sparkling with interest. Liner's eyelid flickered. "Of course, if you wish to learn how to create soul guiding devices, I will arrange for a teacher to instruct you. It's wonderful to have someone willing to join the Soul Guidance Department." She was not picky. Moreover, this young boy did not appear to be an ordinary individual. He likely possessed some degree of talent. "That is fantastic. Thank you, Dean Xian." Hui Yuhao was overjoyed, having harbored an interest in soul guiding devices for a long time, though he lamented being from the MartialSouls department. "Wait, I must first ask you, are you a core disciple of the MartialSouls department?" Liner inquired hastily. If Hui Yuhao were indeed a core disciple of the MartialSouls department, that would pose a problem. Yin Xiaozhe was notoriously stingy. Over the years, in every new student assessment, the outstanding students had been selected by the MartialSouls department first, leaving only the less talented for the Soul Guidance Department. In such circumstances, what gifted disciples could possibly remain? Liner believed that a significant reason for the decline of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy was Yin Xiaozhe's excessive frugality. This individual had single-handedly hindered the research progress of the Soul Guidance Department. Consequently, the department lagged behind the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire by several hundred to 1,000 years. If this situation persisted, the Douluo Continent would inevitably be swallowed by the Sun Moon Empire. Regrettably, Yin Xiaozhe had yet to realize this monumental issue. Hui Yuhao shook his head and replied, "I am not. During last year's new student assessment, my performance was rather unremarkable. My team didn't even make it to the top 3. And none of us became core disciples of the MartialSouls department. All right then, come find me after class. I will make arrangements for you." Yes. After Hui Yuhao's wish was fulfilled, Liner turned to the other students. "Are there any of you who wish to stay and learn about soul guiding devices?" Many students from Class 2 of Year 1 felt a stir of interest. Lin Tianmeng's earlier remarks had opened a new world for them. Dean Xian, I want to learn how to create soul-guiding devices. The petite and charming Xiao Xiao raised her hand, but added, however, I am a core disciple of the Martial Soul Department. Can I still join the Soul Guidance Department? She was intrigued by soul-guiding devices, but had previously known too little about them. After Xiao Xiao raised her hand, several other students followed suit. I want to learn too. And me. Among them were some core disciples of the Martial Soul Department. All right, I assure you all. Regardless of whether you are core disciples of the Martial Soul Department or not, as long as you wish to study in the Soul Guidance Department, I, Xian Liner, will guarantee your admission. She then tossed a remark to Zhang Lishuan. Lishuan, please help me keep a record of the names. I will go speak with Yin Xiaozhe about the students. Yes. Zhang Lishuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xian Liner was decisive. Whatever was on her mind was hard to conceal. After receiving the list from Zhang Lishuan, she spun on her heel and left in a whirlwind of energy. Once Liner departed, Zhang Lishuan took the students to find a suitable teacher to introduce them to soul-guiding devices. However, before she could locate an appropriate instructor, she unexpectedly encountered Zhou Yi's ex-husband, Fan Yu. Zhang Lishuan, what brings you here? Fan Yu frowned, a trademark gesture of his, seemingly discontent with everyone. Yet, Zhang Lishuan was not someone he could intimidate. I simply am here, that's all. Fan Yu's frown deepened. Why did everyone show him such disrespect? Ever since his divorce from Zhou Yi, his colleagues in the Soul Guidance Department had started to distance themselves from him. He had been in a foul mood, perpetually wearing a scowl. But the thought of apologizing to Zhou Yi was out of the question. He was still waiting for her to apologize to him. If there's nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave. I have a class to attend, Zhang Lishuan stated coldly. Fan Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had no authority over Zhang Lishuan. She was a disciple of the Sea God Pavilion's Master Mu, and even Yin Xiaozhe had to show her some respect. Ultimately, Fan Yu left without uttering a word. Zhang Lishuan held a low opinion of Fan Yu. Initially, she didn't know Zhou Yi well. But now that they had become colleagues, Zhou Yi, as a senior, had been very supportive of her. Although Zhou Yi was merely a 6-ringed soul master, Zhang Lishuan still respected her. In contrast, despite Fan Yu being an 8-ringed soul master, she held him in disdain. This was not about strength. She simply detested individuals with poor character. In the Martial Soul Department's office, Yin Xiaozhe declared firmly, let me be clear, today you must yield, whether you want to or not. Liner stood her ground. If even gifted disciples like Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong had joined the Soul Guidance Department, why shouldn't others be allowed? Liner, I have told you repeatedly, the combat methods that soul masters rely on most are always their martial souls and soul skills. They must remain in the Martial Soul Department. Yin Xiaozhe believed Liner was being unreasonable. For so many years, the core disciples of Shrek Academy had always been selected by the Martial Soul Department first. Why should this change during Liner's generation? Absolutely not. He would not concede. Yin Xiaozhe, do you truly believe that as long as you refuse to relent, I will be powerless? Liner flashed a sly smile. She had long anticipated that Yin Xiaozhe would not yield. However, she was equally determined not to give up. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhe's suspicions flared up again. What do you mean by that? What business is it of yours? Didn't you just say you wouldn't yield? Liner remarked as she left the office with the list in hand. I'm going to find someone who can resolve this matter. Yin Xiaozhe's eyes widened, and he hurriedly chased after her. Wait, let us discuss this further. He feared Liner was going to seek assistance from Master Mu. Even in his youth, he had noticed that Master Mu favored Liner over him. Though he had now become the head of the Martial Soul Department, Master Mu still did not pay him as much attention. If Xian Liner were to seek out Elder Mu, he might very well have to release these disciples. Moreover, Xian Liner would not have to pay any price for it. What is there to discuss? Did you not vehemently refuse? Xian Liner turned around, unperturbed by her surroundings, and spoke directly. The two had already exited the office, where a number of students were passing by. Yin Xiaozhe, being a person who valued his reputation, quickly suggested, let us speak inside. Everything is negotiable. Once he go in, you will surely demand exorbitantly, Xian Liner replied, her expression one of distrust towards Yin Xiaozhe. At this point, several students had already glanced in their direction. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yin Xiaozhe assured, I promise I won't be unreasonable, all right? This is what you said. You must not go back on your word. Xian Liner seized the opportunity, a smile gracing her face. Yin Xiaozhe realized he had fallen into her trap, but in front of so many students, he could not possibly go back on his promise. Fine, let us go in and discuss, he conceded. Now that's more like it, Xian Liner declared as she strode into the office, with Yin Xiaozhe following suit and shutting the door behind him. Xian Liner's maneuver had indeed secured an advantage over him. However, he was not one to easily concede defeat. Let me see the list again, Yin Xiaozhe requested. Here, she handed him the list, which included Xiao Xiao, Hui Yuhao, and several other students from Class 2. All possessing a minimum of 2nd-ring Soul Master status, with the highest being a 3rd-ring Soul Master. Liner, this is somewhat excessive, isn't it? They are already 2nd-ring. Shouldn't they continue their studies in the Soul Department? Yin Xiaozhi frowned as he spoke. Xian Liner, unyielding, countered, this is their own choice. And they have not stated they wish to abandon their soul studies. They simply do not wish to be core disciples of your department. Yin Xiaozhi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Xian Liner was correct. Not being core disciples did not equate to a cessation of their soul studies. Then you can take these few, but the rest must stay, he declared, striking through several names on the list. Those who had not become core disciples of the Soul Department. Upon seeing this, Xian Liner was both amused and infuriated. Yin Xiaozhi, do you truly believe everyone is a fool? Of course not, he replied with a rather forced smile. In front of others, he could employ all manner of cunning without guilt, but towards Xian Liner, he always felt a pang of remorse. However, that remorse was merely a fleeting sentiment. There was absolutely no way he could allow students to be dismissed. Well, since you do not wish to negotiate, I shall not waste any more time here, she declared. Unable to tolerate Yin Xiaozhi's obstinacy, she stood up and strode towards the door. Liner, think carefully. This is my final concession. Even if you seek out Elder Mo, there is no guarantee of a better outcome, Yin Xiaozhi warned, choosing not to pursue her this time, but standing firm in his resolve. Xian Liner cast him a cold glance over her shoulder, and that single look sent a chill through Yin Xiaozhi. Yin Xiaozhi, do you know what I dislike the most? It is your insincere demeanor. She regarded him with a void of emotion in her eyes. Yin Xiaozhi seemed to want to explain, yet found himself at a loss for words as he opened his mouth. Enough, you need not say more, Xian Liner interrupted, making a silencing gesture before turning to leave. In the teacher's dormitory of the outer courtyard, Xiao Shui, how are you feeling today? Zhou Yi inquired, having prepared a pot of chicken soup and serving a bowl to the Snow Empress. Quite well, as usual, replied the Snow Empress. Teacher Zhou, I truly appreciate your kindness. But perhaps you shouldn't go to such lengths next time, she added, surprised by the meticulous care Zhou Yi provided, which surpassed even Lin Tianmeng's attentions. No, you are nearing your delivery. Maintaining proper nutrition is essential. Also, you must not exert yourself too much. A daily stroll will suffice, and I shall supervise you. Zhou Yi expressed, her concern for the Snow Empress palpable. The Snow Empress smiled helplessly. I am truly grateful to you, Teacher Zhou. We are roommates, after all. It's no trouble, Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Having divorced Fan Yu, she felt unburdened and free from having to face his sour demeanor. Enjoying tea and conversation with the Snow Empress in their room, attending classes when scheduled, and returning to keep her company in between was a life Zhou Yi found immensely pleasurable. Indeed, she had grown fond of this newfound simplicity. There came a knock at the door, and upon opening it, Zhou Yi found Lin Tianmeng standing outside with a thermos in hand. Oh, it's you. Come in. She welcomed him. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, Lin Tianmeng said, having come specifically to visit the Snow Empress and even prepared soup for her. However, the Snow Empress had already had Zhou Yi's soup and could not possibly drink more at that moment. Chapter 96. Convening the Sea God Pavilion Meeting, Xian Liner versus Yin Xiaozhi. Shuer, I just finished class and made this soup. Remember to drink it when you feel hungry, Lin Tianmeng gently instructed the Snow Empress. Feeling a bit shy, especially in front of Zhou Yi, she merely nodded. All right. You two can be sweet with each other. I shall take a stroll, Zhou Yi interjected, eager to avoid being a third wheel. Hey, Teacher Zhou, the Snow Empress began, but before she could persuade her to stay, Zhou Yi had already exited, closing the door behind her with consideration. Shuer, are you aware that we have a new substitute teacher in our class? Lin Tianmeng poured a glass of water for the Snow Empress and inquired. She nodded. Yes, I heard it's Zhang Lishuan from the inner courtyard. Lin Tianmeng commented with a hint of exasperation. I wonder what she is thinking, coming in as a substitute teacher. Though she is quite beautiful, I still prefer you teaching us. The Snow Empress chuckled at his playful banter. How can you still joke at a time like this? As she slightly turned her head, Lin Tianmeng sat beside her on the bed, and as she leaned against him, a profound sense of security enveloped her. I speak only the truth, Shuer, he said, stroking her long hair. The Ice Empress was a being of snow and ice, born of nature, resembling a human yet belonging to the soul beasts. Her gestation period was akin to that of humans, lasting 9 months, whereas the Ice Emperor required only 2 months. With the Snow Empress by his side, Lin Tianmeng felt an even deeper affection for her. Soon, when the Snow Empress gave birth, Ma Xiaotao would likely be in a similar situation. However, Ma Xiaotao's fiery temperament often led her to confront any grievances head-on, regardless of her pregnancy, charging into battle without a second thought. Each time, Lin Tianmeng was left exasperated. He wished to intervene, but alas, her spirit was uncontainable, much like the Ice Emperor, and her strength was formidable. Our child will soon be born, the Snow Empress said, gently caressing her rounded belly, her eyes shining with tenderness. Lin Tianmeng was also eagerly anticipating. If it were a girl, she would undoubtedly be as beautiful as you. Shui Di smiled faintly, and the scenery outside seemed to be overshadowed by the radiance of her smile. At the Sea God Pavilion, old Lin was incensed after hearing the account from Xian Liner, slamming his hand on the table. Xian Liner, equally furious, placed her hands on her hips. Indeed, at such a critical juncture, with the Sun and Moon Empire nearly at the Academy's doorstep, Yin Xiaozhi still only thinks about his martial soul department. This matter must be brought to Mu Lao's attention. Old Lin would surely support his daughter unequivocally. Back when Yin Xiaozhi was courting Xian Liner, old Lin had already suspected he was not a worthy character. As expected, Yin Xiaozhi ultimately betrayed her for Kai Meyer, abandoning Xian Liner. Consequently, Xian Liner lost all hope in love. Although she married Qian Duo, she still could not accept him. Old Lin observed this with a heavy heart. Very well. Let us seek out Mu Lao now. This time, Xian Liner was determined to confront Yin Xiaozhi. These students were all interested in soul-guiding devices, eager to learn their creation. Why should they be forced into the martial soul department simply because Yin Xiaozhi refused to let them go? Is it you all? What business do you have with me? Mu Lao, now fully capable of walking unaided, no longer required a recliner. With newfound vitality, even this elderly gentleman began to relish life. No longer confined to seclusion, but instead wandering about. Sometimes he ventured to the outer court, other times to the inner court. Yet more often he strolled within the Sea God Pavilion itself. It was as though he had never used his legs before, a delightful novelty. For this, he was immensely grateful to Bai Ji. Mu Lao, Yin Xiaozhi has gone too far this time. Xian Liner recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Mu Lao stroked his beard, took a few steps forward, and remarked, I have long contemplated the discord between the martial soul department and the soul guiding department. So, Mu Lao, what do you mean? Xian Liner exchanged glances with old Lin and quickly inquired. Let us convene a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion. Mu Lao stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, Xian Liner's eyes widened in delight. Excellent. I shall notify all the esteemed elders and deans immediately. With a beaming expression, Xian Liner was thrilled that Mu Lao intended to convene a meeting regarding this matter. Yin Xiaozhi, just wait. This time, you shall not have your way. With Mu Lao's orders given and Xian Liner's speed being remarkable, it took less than a tea brewing time for everyone to gather. Elder Xian held a wine gourd in his left hand and a chicken leg in his right, taking a bite before sipping his drink. What is the urgency? I have yet to finish my meal. Elder Xian, whose martial soul was the gluttonous divine bull, bore a hint of divine beast blood, though it was not pure. This martial soul had a side effect. One must constantly consume food. Thus, he always carried provisions wherever he went. A wife may be absent, but one must never forsake a meal. Bai Ji and old Lin sat opposite Elder Xian. Bai Ji respected Xian Liner greatly, knowing she was Lin Tianmeng's instructor in the soul guiding department, and she was warm towards old Lin as well. Elder Xian. Upon seeing Elder Xian approach, Yin Xiaozhi hurriedly stood and bowed. Humph. Elder Xian did not even lift his head. Xian Liner rolled her eyes. This Yin Xiaozhi, merely putting on an act of politeness, right? Always presenting himself as a refined gentleman, yet every action he takes is steeped in selfishness. Xian Liner held him in disdain for such posturing. Hypocritical. Disgusting. How could she have ever been enamored by such a person in her youth? Thankfully, they never came to fruition as a couple, and Xian Liner genuinely wished to express her gratitude to Yin Xiaozhi for not marrying her back then. Just look at Kai Meyer now. It is evident that she is not devoid of strength, yet whenever she appears alongside Yin Xiaozhi, all attention is drawn to him, leaving Kai Meyer utterly overlooked. Her presence was completely overshadowed by Yin Xiaozhi. Now that everyone has arrived, let us commence the meeting. Mu Lao, seated in the main position, addressed the gathering. Liner, please elaborate on the matters we are to discuss today. Certainly, Mu Lao. Xian Liner promptly stood, exuding confidence as she nodded. The soul guiding department of Shrek Academy has developed to this point. Although funding is ample, the caliber of students pales in comparison to that of the martial soul department. We have lagged behind the Sun and Moon Empire by several centuries. If we continue to stagnate, we shall inevitably be crushed by them. Only Xian Liner would dare to speak such words. Yin Xiaozhi felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. He quickly retorted, Liner, do not resort to alarmist rhetoric. Xian Liner shot him a disdainful glance, choosing silence as she sat down. Chapter 97. Qian Duo confronts Yin Xiaozhi. Mu Lao's 3 questions. Yin Xiaozhi felt somewhat awkward but continued. Soul masters will always depend on their martial souls. The martial soul is what they need for their future development. Soul guiding devices are merely external tools, not an integral part of themselves. Qian Duo stood up. That is utter nonsense. Yin Xiaozhi was momentarily taken aback. Qian Duo glanced at him and said, if soul guiding devices are so insignificant, why do the other 3 great empires fear the Sun and Moon Empire so much? Are they afraid of the soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire? Yin Xiaozhi fell silent. Whenever he found himself at a loss for words in response to a question, he would resort to silence, using his mute acquiescence as a retort. Ultimately, Seeing that everyone seemed swayed by Qian Duoduo's words, Yin Xiaozhi realized he could no longer remain silent and thus steeled himself to say, Qian Duoduo, could you refrain from being so rude? Qian Duoduo was taken aback, pointing to his own face. What did you say? I'm rude. Yin Xiaozhi could not counter the validity of Qian Duoduo's earlier statement, so he resorted to a personal attack. He could only argue from the standpoint of manners, which indicated that Qian Duoduo's earlier remarks were indeed accurate. Even Yin Xiaozhi could not conceive of any alternative theory to refute them, effectively conceding to Qian Duoduo's assertions. Yin Xiaozhi, do not divert the topic. We are here to discuss the issues between the Soul Guiding Department and the Martial Soul Department. What does your criticism of Qian Duoduo's manners have to do with this? Xian Liner stood up to defend Qian Duoduo. Though there was no romance between them, they still presented themselves as a couple, and Yin Xiaozhi's disparagement of Qian Duoduo was tantamount to slapping her face. Liner, Xiaozhi merely misspoke. I will have him apologize to Qian Duoduo at once. Kai Meyer, not wishing for a quarrel, tugged at Yin Xiaozhi. However, Yin Xiaozhi seemed obstinate, ignoring Kai Meyer entirely. Her expression soured in an instant. Yin Xiaozhi had always treated her this way, marrying her yet consistently sidelining her. She, too, was a titled Douluo, yet her presence felt so diminished. It was one thing for Yin Xiaozhi to disregard her at home, but this was the Sea God Pavilion. Yin Xiaozhi is surprisingly disrespectful towards her. Although Qian Duoduo lacks manners and has spoken harshly, does that mean Yin Xiaozhi is justified in his words? Kai Meyer gazed at Yin Xiaozhi, ultimately relinquishing her desire to communicate with him. Yet, Yin Xiaozhi, seemingly oblivious, remarked, in any case, I will not yield these students. Xian Liner suggested, since no one can persuade anyone else, let us proceed to a vote. Elder Mu, what do you think? Elder Mu tapped his fingers on the table and stated, Xiaozhi, I have several questions for you, and I implore you to answer them honestly. Yin Xiaozhi promptly replied, yes. Please proceed, teacher. The first question posed was, you just claimed that martial souls are the foundation of a soul master's development, and that soul masters will always rely on their martial souls. So I ask you, what of those soul masters who possess insufficient innate soul power or whose martial souls cannot be cultivated? Elder Mu's first question left Yin Xiaozhi momentarily speechless. Teacher, Yin Xiaozhi attempted to explain, but Elder Mu did not afford him that opportunity and continued with his inquiries. The second question followed, as Qian Duoduo stated earlier. If soul-guiding devices are truly insignificant, then why does everyone fear the Sun Moon Empire? Do not utter that Shrek Academy is unafraid. You know in your heart that the Academy does not wish for the Sun Moon Empire to invade. After Elder Mu finished his second question, beads of sweat began to form on Yin Xiaozhi's forehead. He was at a loss for an answer. The third question came. You are the head of the Martial Soul Department, and each year many students graduate from this department. They are all your disciples, and your influence will only grow. When the time comes for you to vie for the position of Sea God Pavilion Master, your chances will increase. Yin Xiaozhi was truly startled by this third question. He hastily knelt down, explaining to Elder Mu, Teacher, I absolutely do not harbor such ambitions. I would never dare to covet the position of Sea God Pavilion Master. Oh, is that so? Elder Mu did not express disbelief, nor did he affirm his trust. Well, I have finished my questions. Let us proceed with the voting. Those in favor of Liner, please raise your hands. Yin Xiaozhi remained kneeling on the ground. Elder Mu did not instruct him to rise. Other elders and deans, who had previously leaned towards the Martial Soul Department, understood the implications of Elder Mu's three questions. The Soul Guiding Department could no longer remain stagnant. Thus, Xian Liner's proposal was passed unanimously. Even Kai Meyer raised her hand. As for Yin Xiaozhi's vote, it was conveniently disregarded. Elder Mu concluded decisively, in that case, Liner, please arrange for the students listed to join the Soul Guiding Department. Of course, we must not neglect the martial soul aspect. Ensure they maintain balance. Yes, Elder Mu. Xian Liner sparkled with joy, having secured the authority to bring these students into the Soul Guiding Department and having triumphed over Yin Xiaozhi's authoritarianism. From this moment forth, no one would dare underestimate the Soul Guiding Department, nor would anyone belittle her as its head. Standing, Xian Liner smiled at all the elders and deans, expressing her gratitude for their trust in the Soul Guiding Department. As the head of the Soul Guiding Department, I promise that we will continue to improve. Excellent. The assembly was invigorated, believing that the Soul Guiding Department could evolve to match, or even surpass, the Martial Soul Department. Compared to the spirited Xian Liner, Yin Xiaozhi resembled a defeated rooster. As the meeting adjourned, Xian Liner cast a glance at Yin Xiaozhi. His martial soul, the Radiant Phoenix, now resembled a plucked chicken. After Xian Liner and the others departed, only Elder Mu and Yin Xiaozhi remained. Xiaozhi, do you recognize where you went wrong? Elder Mu's deep and aged voice resonated in Yin Xiaozhi's ears, soothing and uplifting. No matter the time or place, Elder Mu's voice always felt like a gentle breeze. He stood as a steadfast guardian of Shrek Academy, Yin Xiaozhe lifted his gaze to Elder Mu and sighed. Teacher, perhaps I am indeed extreme, but soul masters must prioritize their martial souls. Did you not hear what I just said? While cultivation in martial souls cannot be neglected, what harm is there in having these students major in soul-guiding devices? Elder Mu, known for his logical reasoning, always left Yin Xiaozhe speechless. Why was he rendered speechless? Because Elder Mu's assertions were correct, and he found no way to counter them. But the position of head of the soul-guiding department will eventually surpass yours, will it not? Elder Mu anticipated his unspoken thought. Yin Xiaozhe quickly bowed his head. I assure you, I do not mean that. I implore you to see my sincerity. Chapter 98. The Snow Emperor produces. Lin Tianmeng refuses to participate in the selection competition. However, Elder Mu turned away and said, Enough, rise. I cannot change your mind. Your thoughts are already set in stone. Teacher, Although Yin Xiaozhe stood, he was no longer as upright as before. Elder Mu stated, You will not hold the position of head of the martial soul department for now. I will find someone to take your place. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhe was alarmed and quickly protested. Teacher, that cannot be. I have made my decision. Do not attempt to dissuade me. You may leave now. Elder Mu waved his sleeve and exited the meeting room. Upon returning, Xian Linner's first task was to enroll the students on the list into the soul guiding department and instruct them to report next week. When Hui Yuhao received the news, he was overjoyed. His martial soul, the spiritual eye, had limited prospects in martial soul development, while his mental attribute martial soul was far more advantageous in the soul guiding department. Shrek Academy's martial soul department did not delve deeply into the study of intrinsic martial souls, far less than the body sect. To achieve a second awakening, one could only join the body sect. However, at this time, Hui Yuhao had yet to hear of the body sect. How he would choose once he learned of it was a matter for another time. Tianmeng, I successfully joined the soul guiding department. Hui Yuhao exclaimed with delight, unable to contain his excitement as he shared the news with Lin Tianmeng. In the dormitory, Wang Dong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon seeing Hui Yuhao at Lin Tianmeng's door. This Lin Tianmeng not only enjoyed provoking women, but also seemed to attract men. Hui Yuhao called him Tianmeng brother every day. Did he truly regard Lin Tianmeng as a brother? That's a good thing. If anyone dares to bully you in the soul guiding department, just mention my name, and it will be effective, Lin Tianmeng promised, patting his chest. Ha. That is certainly the case, Hui Yuhao replied with a smile. Mentioning my name works just the same. We are both under the protection of Xian's head, Wang Dong retorted. Feeling indignant, Lin Tianmeng was baffled as to why this girl felt the need to compete with him over such trivial matters. But let her argue. It was not a significant issue. If only one day I could also receive guidance from head Xian, Hui Yuhao expressed wistfully. That day will come, Lin Tianmeng assured. Aren't you already at the third ring? How is it? How much do you feel your combat prowess has improved? During our time in the extreme north, Hui Yuhao successfully ascended to the 30th level and assimilated a soul ring. This soul ring was not acquired from hunting soul beasts in the frigid north, but rather obtained from the soul ring storage devices of those titled Douluos. That team of soul masters from the Sun Moon Empire had hunted numerous soul beasts and stored the soul rings generated post-mortem. Among these, some were 10 years old, others 100 years, and some even 1,000 years, with the oldest being 10,000 years. However, these soul-guiding devices have a limited shelf life, capable of preserving the rings for only a brief period. Nevertheless, Lin Tianmeng had previously enhanced them, and upon returning from the holiday, he sought out Xian Linner, which has now extended the preservation time of these soul rings. Xian Linner even replicated this soul-guiding device, creating several similar models. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng realized that Xian Linner was remarkably adept in the craft of soul-guiding devices. Given time, she could potentially become the only 9th-level soul master in Shrek Academy's history. My power has more than doubled. Tianmeng Go, my third soul ring is a millennium old, perfectly attuned to my martial soul, but alas, I have yet to test it in battle, Hui Yuhao exclaimed excitedly. Soon, it will be put to the test. Lin Tianmeng replied. Hui Yuhao was puzzled. Lin Tianmeng chose not to elaborate further. The high-level soul master competition across the continent is about to commence, and the academy will soon begin selecting the reserve team to accompany the main team to the capital of the Star Luo Empire for the competition. Although Hui Yuhao's innate talent is not particularly high, his martial soul is rather unique, making selection a possibility. However, among the original main team members, Dai Yueheng has passed away, and Ma Xiaotao is pregnant. Lin Tianmeng suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness, for both Dai Yueheng's demise and Ma Xiaotao's pregnancy were his doing. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, it was merely a competition. Whoever goes is irrelevant. He cared not for the honor of safeguarding Shrek's legacy for millennia. He is a soul beast. A soul beast. Who cares about Shrek Academy's 1,000-year heritage? Just a day before the reserve team selection, Shuedi gave birth. Lin Tianmeng had taken leave the previous day and had been waiting outside the delivery room ever since. Shrek City has its own maternal and child health hospital, allowing any student or teacher from Shrek Academy to apply for subsidies. However, Lin Tianmeng had no time to ponder such matters. Shuedi had just given birth and was still extremely weak. Shuer, how are you? You should eat something first, Lin Tianmeng said, cradling the child and holding a thermos. Shuedi managed a weak smile. Let me see the baby. Lin Tianmeng hurriedly brought the child closer, speaking softly. Look, it's a girl. She resembles you so much. Utterly adorable. Upon seeing the child's appearance, Shuedi mustered the strength to eat a little before drifting off to sleep. Lin Tianmeng's heart ached deeply. Wow, it's a girl. Let me hold her. Zhou Yi had just been waiting outside the delivery room. She only entered after Shuedi had fallen asleep, so as not to disturb the couple's conversation. Thank you for taking care of Shuer during this time, Lin Tianmeng said as he handed the child to Zhou Yi. What are you saying? Little Shuer is my friend. Of course, I must look after her, Zhou Yi replied, glancing down at the child in her arms. How adorable. Have you named her yet? Not yet. We'll decide when Shuer wakes up. Zhou Yi had classes in the afternoon, so she didn't linger longer, leaving Lin Tianmeng to care for Shuedi. Later that evening, Wang Dong came looking for him and said, Lin Tianmeng, there's a Soul Master selection competition tomorrow, and your name is on the list. Teacher Zhou asked me to see if you would attend. Lin Tianmeng knew that tomorrow's competition was to select the reserve team. But given Shuedi's frail condition, how could he leave? I want to be going, he stated. Wang Dong was not particularly surprised by this response, nodding as he said, all right, I'll go back and inform Teacher Zhou. However, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she pointed at the child in Lin Tianmeng's arms and cautiously asked, may I see her? Of course, Lin Tianmeng brought the child closer to her. Wow. Wang Dong felt her heart melting. This child had just been born and was already exquisitely beautiful, with a snow-white complexion, resembling a true snow doll. My goodness, how is she so beautiful? Wang Dong couldn't help but inquire. There were others from Haotian sect who had married and had children, and she had seen newborns before. But none looked as lovely as Shuedi's child. Chapter 99. The new dean of the Martial Soul Department, Wang Dong's decision. That is certainly because she resembles our little Shui teacher. Lin Tianmeng smiled gently. Wang Dong was momentarily dazzled by his smile. Lin Tianmeng appeared to be quite fond of his women. Well then, I'll go back and inform Teacher Zhou. Take good care of little Shui teacher. Goodbye, Wang Dong said before hurriedly leaving. Lin Tianmeng was left in a state of confusion, pondering what had offended her. After returning, Wang Dong felt a lingering dissatisfaction in her heart. Little Shui teacher and Lin Tianmeng had already had a child, yet she, Wang Dong, remained nothing. She could no longer continue in this manner. She needed to confess her identity as a woman to Lin Tianmeng. As she made this decision, Wang Dong's heart raced. What would happen once she revealed to Lin Tianmeng that she was actually a girl? She didn't know. However, she realized that if she didn't speak up now, she might never have the opportunity again. Lin Tianmeng was so powerful, handsome, and surrounded by women who came and went. Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, Tangya. Even little Shui teacher and Xiao Xiao, who had once teamed up with them during the freshman assessment, had all been won over by him. Wang Dong had previously refrained from confessing her feelings due to her belief in a lifelong partnership. Lin Tianmeng already had so many women. She truly did not wish to share a husband with others. Thus, she had hesitated to express her true feelings. But today, upon seeing the child born of little Shui teacher and Lin Tianmeng, exquisitely beautiful, with a delicate figure, she felt compelled to act. Lin Tianmeng had even chosen to forego participating in the reserve team selection to care for Shuedi. After all, representing Shrek Academy in battle was a tremendous honor. Yet Lin Tianmeng seemed utterly unconcerned. Or perhaps he did care, but his concern for Shuedi overshadowed everything else. What? You say Lin Tianmeng is not attending the selection tomorrow? Zhou Yi was astonished upon hearing the news Wang Dong relayed. Yes. He said he wants to stay and care for little Shui teacher, Wang Dong replied. Zhou Yi felt a mix of anger and understanding. Lin Tianmeng was a student of Shrek Academy. If he aspired to greater heights, participation in the reserve team selection was essential. Teacher Xiaoxue has just given birth, and under these circumstances, her husband should indeed not abandon her. Zhou Yi felt somewhat helpless. All right, I will personally seek him out shortly. After class, Zhou Yi hurriedly made her way to the hospital. You, make sure to participate in the reserve team selection tomorrow. Do you hear me? I will take care of Xiaoxue here. Zhou Yi took it upon herself, as her close relationship with the Snow Empress made it nothing extraordinary to look after her. At that moment, the Snow Empress had awoken, albeit still quite weak, and Lin Tianmeng was peeling an apple for her. What's the matter, Teacher Zhou? Why the long face? She inquired. Hearing the Snow Empress's somewhat feeble words, Zhou Yi's heart softened. She sighed. Alas, it's all because of your little husband. There's a very important selection tomorrow, but he wishes to stay and care for you. The Snow Empress then turned her gaze toward Lin Tianmeng. He smiled and said, if he doesn't want to go, then he doesn't have to. It's just a qualification for the reserve team. After all, even if I go, I may not be selected, so why bother? Zhou thought to herself. Lin Tianmeng is so talented. If he doesn't get selected, one can only imagine how the others would fare. Tianmeng, I think you should go. I'll be fine on my own. Besides, there are nurses here. The Snow Empress insisted. Yes, I will come to accompany Xiaoxue after class. You can rest assured and participate, Zhou added. However, Lin Tianmeng remained steadfast. No, I can forego the selection, but I absolutely cannot leave Xiaoxue at this moment. Teacher Zhou, I want to be going. Please register him, he stated resolutely. Seeing his determination, Zhou had no choice but to concede. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Xiaoxue, please rest well. The Snow Empress nodded. As Zhou exited the room, she couldn't help but sigh again. As Lin Tianmeng's teacher, she felt he ought to attend the selection, yet as a friend of Xiaoxue, she believed Lin Tianmeng's willingness to forego such a great opportunity to care for Xiaoxue indeed made him a good man. Thus, Zhou found herself in a dilemma. Before discovering that teacher Xiaoxue's husband was Lin Tianmeng, she had assumed all men were like Fan Yu, domineering, possessive, believing women to be mere appendages. Yet, over time, Lin Tianmeng's meticulous care for the Snow Empress put even her own roommate to shame. She realized that there are indeed good men in this world. She merely had chosen the wrong one. Fortunately, she had wisely cut her losses and regained her single status, freeing herself from the grievances caused by Fan Yu. Contemplating this, Zhou found herself somewhat envious of the Snow Empress. How wonderful it would be if she could find a husband as exceptional as Lin Tianmeng. Shaking her head, she attempted to dispel such unrealistic thoughts. Returning to her office, she completed the registration form and handed it to Du Weilin, then turned to leave. Wait, Teacher Zhou, why is Lin Tianmeng's name not on this list? Du Weilin quickly scanned the list, and, noticing the absence of Lin Tianmeng's name, hurriedly inquired. He has taken a leave of absence. He cannot participate in tomorrow's selection, Zhou replied. What? Du Weilin found himself in a predicament. The dean had issued a notice stating that while others could skip the selection, Lin Tianmeng must attend. Zhou casually remarked. If he doesn't wish to come, what can I do? Perhaps you should personally invite him. Director do with that. She turned to leave. Du Weilin, feeling exasperated, muttered under his breath. No wonder they are getting divorced. With Zhou Yi's temperament, anyone would find it unbearable. Fortunately, he had not been overheard by Zhou Yi. Otherwise, even in her departure, she would have returned to deliver him a couple of sharp slaps. With no alternative, Du Weilin had to consult the dean. Originally, he could have directly approached Yin Xiaozha, which would have been more convenient, but Yin had recently been dismissed, replaced by a new dean, of whom Du Weilin was unaware. He could only go to the dean's office to find someone. A few minutes later, Du Weilin stood outside the dean's office, knocked on the door, and announced, Hello, Dean, I am Du Weilin. Come in, a woman's voice responded. To his astonishment, the new dean turned out to be none other than the former vice dean, Kai Meyer. Though Kai Meyer had long been the vice dean of the martial spirit department, it was always Yin Xiaozha who represented the department during significant events, which resulted in her nearly lacking any presence. What is the matter, Director Du? Do you not recognize me? Kai Meyer asked. Noticing Du Weilin's astonishment as he momentarily forgot to speak, Du Weilin quickly regained his composure and said, No, Dean, I came to see you regarding Lin Tianmeng. Upon hearing it was about Lin Tianmeng, Kai Meyer inquired eagerly, Well, do tell. Lin Tianmeng was a close disciple of Old Mu, and if Old Mu wished, he could potentially inherit the position of Sea God Pavilion Master. Who would dare offend someone like that? Ironically, Yin Xiaozha always believed he would become the Sea God Pavilion Master himself. He never considered why Old Mu had never mentioned such a matter. Clearly, it was not on his agenda. It is like this. Teacher Xiaoxue has just given birth today, and he is determined to remain by her side to care for her. Refusing to participate in tomorrow's selection, Du Weilin explained. I see. Kai Meyer's expression softened. If that is the case, it is indeed understandable. Although I have never given birth, I have heard about the immense pain involved. At such times, a husband's presence is irreplaceable. Du Weilin hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns. Kai Meyer, sensing his apprehension, reassured him, What is the issue? It's not as if it can't be postponed. We can hold it a few days later, and it will be just as fine. Du Weilin was taken aback. When Yin Xiaozha was the dean, such a thing never occurred. Yin Xiaozha was very strict about regulations. Once a decision was made, it would not be changed lightly. Even in special circumstances, he would not delay everyone for the sake of one individual. Kai Meyer's willingness to consider such an adjustment was utterly irrational. It seemed that women, as the saying goes, have long hair but short wisdom. As the director of education, Du Weilin had been nurtured under Yin Xiaozha's guidance, and his mindset was heavily influenced by him. During Yin Xiaozha's tenure, Kai Meyer, as Vice Dean, had no say and little presence. Over the years, students in the martial spirit department only knew of a dean named Yin Xiaojia, while few were aware that there was also a vice dean named Kai Meyer. Noticing Du Weiland's prolonged silence, Kai Meyer frowned and asked, "Director Du, did you hear what I said?" "I heard. I will take care of it right away." Du Weiland quickly responded. Go ahead." Kai Meyer finally felt reassured. Du Weiland received his orders and, as he stepped outside, quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had not anticipated that Kai Meyer would exude even more authority than Yin Xiaojia. He had never felt such tension while serving under Yin Xiaojia. That evening, Zhou Yi conveyed the news of the postponement of the selection competition to Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng was somewhat taken aback. "Really? Dean Yin doesn't he strike me as someone who would change his mind?" Zhou Yi cast him a casual glance and replied, "Yin Xiaojia has been dismissed. The current dean of the Wuhuan department is the former vice dean, Kai Meyer." Lin Tianmeng finally grasped the situation. "All right, take good care of Xiaoxua. I'll head back now. If you need anything, just reach out," Zhou Yi said. Lin Tianmeng hurriedly stood to see her off. "Teacher Zhou, take care." Upon his return, Xuanti could not help but inquire, "What is going on? Has there been a change in the Wuhuan department?" Lin Tianmeng displayed a smirk of schadenfreude. "It appears so. Now Yin Xiaojia can no longer thrive on petty schemes." Xuanti chuckled. "While schadenfreude is acceptable, must you be so obvious?" She too held a disdain for Yin Xiaojia, viewing him merely as a dean who abused his status. In truth, he was nothing more than a selfish miser, fixated solely on his favored students. Look at Xian Liner, the dean of the Soul Guidance Department. She certainly does not resemble him in that regard. Xuanti had encountered Kai Meyer, the vice dean, before. At that time, however, the position of dean was still held by Yin Xiaojia, who preferred to monopolize power, leaving little room for Kai Meyer to shine. In the Soul Guidance Department, although Xian Liner ultimately made the significant decisions, Qian Duo played a crucial role, as his opinions were carefully considered by her. Yin Xiaojia, on the other hand, completely disregarded Kai Meyer's thoughts, viewing women as mere appendages to men, unworthy of independent opinions. I have long harbored a dislike for Yin Xiaojia. His dismissal is, I must say, a matter of public expectation. Lin Tianmeng shrugged, expressing his own helplessness. Xuanti laughed, but then added, "Dean Kai must hold you in high regard to have postponed the selection competition on your account." Lin Tianmeng blinked, leaning closer to Xuanti, and asked, "Schwerer, are you feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Xuanti's cheeks flushed crimson. She had no such intention. Just as Lin Tianmeng was about to speak, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. "Congratulations, host, on the birth of your offspring. Congratulations, host, on receiving a diamond-level reward. Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards, 100. 000, Year Spirit Ring, and 1 Level 10 Soul Guidance Device." Initially pondering the delay in the system's rewards and wondering if there was a malfunction, Lin Tianmeng realized, upon hearing the rewards, that the delay was due to the substantial nature of the rewards. A Level 10 Soul Guidance Device was nothing short of divine. This device was named Twilight of the Gods, noted to be usable in the divine realm. Its attack power was overwhelmingly potent, capable of instantly slaying a deity. Reading this description, Lin Tianmeng could not contain his excitement. One day, he would ascend to the divine realm. Tang San, wait for me. A week later, as a soul master, Xuanti's physical condition was significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals, and she had already been discharged from the hospital. Zhou Yi promptly took Lin Tianmeng to the site of the selection competition. This preliminary team selection would be a contest with all core disciples from the Outer Academy. Originally intended to be led by Elder Xian, but Bai Ji volunteered, prompting Mu Lao to appoint her instead. "Tianmeng," Bai Ji called as she spotted him. "How is Teacher Xiaoxua? I have yet to meet the child." Since they were at school, Bai Ji referred to Xuanti as Teacher Xiaoxua. "She has been discharged and will return to class after a period of recovery. It's simple to meet the child. Just come to find me when you have time. And I will take you," Lin Tianmeng replied. "All right." Among these core disciples were Ning Tian, Zhu Lu, Xiao Xiao, and Cui Yiji. Lin Tianmeng scanned the group and noticed the absence of Hui Yuhao, suddenly recalling that Hui Yuhao was not a core disciple. However, before he could contemplate his next move, a teacher from the Soul Guidance Department approached, leading Hui Yuhao. "Elder Bai Ji, this child is a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. Dean Xian sent me to bring him here." "Very well, let him stay." Bai Ji recognized Hui Yuhao, for she was particularly fond of grilled fish. "Brother Tianmeng, I have become a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department." Hui Yuhao exclaimed joyfully. "Congratulations. It seems your martial spirit is well suited for studying soul guidance devices," Lin Tianmeng remarked. However, before he could say more, Wang Dong pulled him aside. "What is up?" Lin Tianmeng asked, puzzled. Nothing. Wang Dong would certainly not admit that her jealousy was due to the presence of beautiful girls around Lin Tianmeng, but she had already devised a plan in her mind and quietly whispered in his ear, When we return to the dormitory tonight, I will reveal a secret to you. Chapter 101. By Ji leads the team, Jiang Nanan voluntarily requests to team up. What secret? Lin Tianmeng's curiosity was piqued. Wang Dong turned her head away. I told you it's a secret. You can't ask now. All right. Lin Tianmeng felt a twinge of disappointment. But since Wang Dong had promised to tell him later, he decided to wait. As soon as Wang Dong left Lin Tianmeng, the group of girls surrounding him immediately closed in. Brother Tianmeng, you must guide us during the assessment. Cui Yiji tugged at Lin Tianmeng's sleeve, pouting playfully. Brother Tianmeng, do you know the rules for this assessment? Brother Tianmeng, there are so many people here. I'm so nervous. Lin Tianmeng was surrounded by beauties. While on the other side, Beibei and Su San's expressions were dark as they stood there. Beibei, haven't you always wanted to take revenge for the love you lost? Why not make a move during the assessment? Su San urged. What is there to fear? Beibei's gaze was chillingly cold. Tangya had withdrawn from school, and the Tang sect had been renamed the Tianmeng family. Despite numerous attempts to see Tangya, he had been turned away each time and had never even laid eyes on her. Moreover, senior sister Zhang Lishuan, who was clearly within the inner academy, had also repeatedly rejected him with various excuses. Now, she had even taken a position as a substitute teacher in Lin Tianmeng's class. When Beibei first heard this news, he thought he could take advantage of the situation. Yet, despite being in the outer academy, he had not even seen Zhang Lishuan once. Damn it. She's definitely avoiding me. If it weren't for Lin Tianmeng's meddling, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Beibei had long harbored resentment towards Lin Tianmeng. That was a grudge over lost love. He and Lin Tianmeng were sworn enemies. Fine, you speak, and I'll back you up. Su San was also eager to take action. Had it not been for Lin Tianmeng's sudden appearance ruining his plans, he might have already won over Jiang Nanan by now. After saying this, Su San deliberately glanced at Jiang Nanan, who was standing not far away, chatting with other classmates. It seemed she sensed Su San's gaze and slightly furrowed her brows. I'll excuse myself for a moment, she said, turning to walk toward Lin Tianmeng. Su Sancher immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Hey, Beibei, could it be that Nan Nan has taken a liking to that boy? The sense of crisis is overwhelming. Why do you care about her? Didn't you say you weren't fond of Jiang Nanan? Beibei had no intention of involving himself in this matter. His own romantic life was already in disarray. Moreover, it was Su Sancher himself who had previously declared that he would no longer pursue Jiang Nanan. You know me. Once I set my sights on a woman, I cannot easily relinquish my feelings, Su Sancher sighed and remarked. Although he seemed incapable of winning Jiang Nanan's heart, he was far more devoted than Beibei. When Beibei initially courted Tangya to become his girlfriend, he should have resolved his relationship with Zhang Lishuan promptly. However, he did not. He viewed Zhang Lishuan merely as a backup option. Should Tangya ever lose interest in him and seek to part ways, he could still be with Zhang Lishuan. To be frank, Su Sancher could not agree with Beibei's perspective. While Su Sancher had an eye for beauty and enjoyed looking at attractive women, his feelings for Jiang Nan were genuine. He loved only her. Yet, as the saying goes, the fallen blossoms have intentions, while the flowing water is heartless. Jiang Nan did not harbor feelings for Su Sancher, and thus, no matter what he did for her, it would only be a burden to her. Tianmeng. Jiang Nan approached and greeted Lin Tianmeng with a smile. Sister Nan. Lin Tianmeng returned the smile, as Jiang Nan was a close friend of Tangya, and she certainly wanted to show her respect. If we form a team later, can you include me? Lin Tianmeng was taken aback by Jiang Nan's request. After all, she was from the Four-Ring Soul sect. If it were a team battle, she should ideally team up with classmates of the same rank. Nevertheless, since Jiang Nan had made the suggestion, Lin Tianmeng naturally would not refuse. Of course, she replied. With your word, I am at ease. After saying this, Jiang Nan hurriedly left, coming and going in a flash, leaving Lin Tianmeng somewhat bewildered. Noticing Lin Tianmeng still staring blankly at Jiang Nan's retreating figure, Wang Dong patted her shoulder and said, she's already far away. Lin Tianmeng finally snapped back to reality. If we form a team, you come to me, okay? Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, then replied, all right. In truth, Wang Dong had little interest in the Soul Master competition. Yet, a voice deep within her urged that she must participate in this grand event and secure victory, claiming it was to uphold the glory of Shrek Academy for millennia. Wang Dong found it puzzling. She had only been at Shrek Academy for a year. So how was the Academy's glory so closely tied to her? If anyone should be safeguarding something, it should be the honor of the Haotian sect. All right, since everyone is present, let us commence. BG took the place of Xian Lao as the highest commander. The selection will proceed as I dictate. Tianmeng, how do you propose we conduct the selection? BG did not directly announce the rules, but, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, turned to Lin Tianmeng. Understanding that BG was setting the stage for her, Lin Tianmeng replied, in my opinion, let's have a free-for-all battle. After a moment's thought, she added, this is the fastest and most straightforward way, and it allows for team formations. As for the team members, I have already decided. They will all be from our side. I fear not the numbers, but rather the lack thereof. Very well, as you say, a free-for-all battle it is, BG announced with a smile. All participants, step into the battle zone and engage in combat. You may form teams or fight solo, and the last 7 standing will be deemed the winners of this selection. As soon as the rules were announced, challenges swiftly arose. Teacher, my martial spirit is of the support type. In such circumstances, I am likely to be eliminated easily. I believe this is unfair. The question was posed by a senior student. BG responded, then you are free not to participate. The student, does anyone else have any objections? BG inquired again. This time, no one dared to voice any dissent. Then let us begin. With BG's command, all students positioned in the battle zone commenced their fights. On Lin Tianmeng's side, several individuals quickly gathered. Tianmeng go. Chuiji exclaimed, if you need any assistance, just let me know. And me, I can provide support for everyone, Ning Tianliang announced, revealing his 7 treasures glazed tower. Lin Tianmeng cautioned, be careful not to get hurt. Wang Dong, come to the front. Me? Wang Dong, having been singled out, felt a bit dazed, but she complied with Lin Tianmeng's request regardless. Yes, don't you remember we can perform martial spirit fusion? Lin Tianmeng smiled. Wang Dong was both surprised and delighted. Are you saying we can have a martial spirit fusion technique? Chapter 102, The Goddess of Light. The 7 members of the reserve team were confirmed. Lin Tianmeng nodded, yes. Although Wang Dong was thrilled, she also felt some trepidation. But we have never tried it before, what if? How will we know if we don't try? Come, give me your hand. Lin Tianmeng extended her hand. All right. Despite feeling somewhat shy about holding hands in front of so many people, Wang Dong understood the gravity of the situation and extended her own hand. Lin Tianmeng placed her delicate hand into his palm and gently grasped it. Ning Tian, Sister Nan Nan, and Xiao Xiao, you all provide cover for me. And be careful not to get hurt. Understood. With them providing cover in front, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong could focus on attempting their martial spirit fusion technique. Bei, look. Those 2 are actually holding hands in public. Su Sanshur watched in astonishment. Were Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong not both male? Could this be the true essence of brotherhood? But he had never held Bei's hand. Why do you care about them? We're teaming up, and those lower-year students are no match for us. Bei had already received insider information that the victors of this selection would constitute the reserve team for the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition and would accompany the main team members to compete in the Star Luo Empire this year. Thus, Bei had resolved that this selection must be won at all costs. However, Su Sanshur was unaware. He still believed it was merely a routine assessment. Therefore, when Bei immediately deployed his 4th soul skill, Su Sanchi's eyes widened in surprise. Seriously, Bei, is it necessary to go all out like this? Bei shot him an exasperated glance, saying, stop the nonsense and just do as I say. Su Sanshur pouted. Fine, since he was so determined to win. He would lend a helping hand. The entire battle zone was filled with dozens of core disciples from various grades in the outer courtyard. Bei sought the opportunity to launch an attack on Lin Tianmeng, but was intercepted by Jiang Nannan. Nannan, step aside. Bei implored, unwilling to harm Jiang Nannan. Yet, Nannan stood her ground, her gaze resolute. I will not allow it. If you have the capability, you shall have to step over my corpse. Su Sanshur, upon hearing this, hurriedly grasped Bei's arm. Perhaps we should focus on defeating the others first. He feared Bei's stubbornness, knowing that Nannan would not yield, leading to mutual destruction. Regrettably, Bei misconstrued his good intentions as ingratitude. Su Sanshur, are you still a man? Bei turned to chastise him. Su Sanshur retorted, am I not trying to help you? Is this how you repay me? With a huff, he declared, fine, you fight alone, and withdrew to seek other opponents. Thus, Bei stood alone. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong's martial soul fusion technique was reaching its completion. The atmosphere within the battle arena thickened with a veil of mist, drawing the attention of all present. Amidst the ethereal haze, a figure emerged, a woman with cascading powder blue hair and elongated phoenix eyes, filled with an expression of compassion. Her beauty was breathtaking, captivating to the point of being difficult to behold. As she danced gracefully through the dense mist, she radiated an enchanting allure, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Simultaneously, the martial souls of the opposing spirit masters were rendered powerless, unable to utilize their soul power. This was the result of the martial soul fusion between Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong, with the enchanting figure resembling a matured Wang Dong, yet imbued with elements of Lin Tianmeng, exuding both tenderness and strength. Their inaugural attempt at the martial soul fusion technique, Dance of Frost in the Moonlight, was a sight to behold. In an instant, an indelible image took root in the hearts of all onlookers. If the goddess of light were to take form, it would undoubtedly be akin to her. Even Bei found himself entranced, forgetting all about Tang Ye and Zhang Lishuan. as none could compare to the luminous goddess before him. He even completely overlooked that this martial soul fusion was a collaborative effort between Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong, recognizing that his dreamlike ideal, the goddess of light, contained a fragment of Lin Tianmeng as well. During the ethereal dance of the goddess of light, all adversaries of Lin Tianmeng were eliminated, leaving only their fellow comrades. A new mist arose, and moments later, it dissipated, revealing Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong once more in the battle arena. However, Wang Dong had succumbed to exhaustion and lay unconscious in Lin Tianmeng's embrace. Lin Tianmeng remained alert, cradling Wang Dong as he stood surrounded by Xiao Xiao, Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, Jiang Nan Nan, Hui Yuhao, Ning Tian, as well as Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. Together with Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong, they formed a group of 10. Zhu Lu sighed, "My time for childbirth is approaching. I cannot partake in such intense competitions, so I must withdraw." With that, she exited the arena. The sisters Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu exchanged glances and similarly stated, "Our strength is insufficient. Without Brother Tianmeng, we would have been eliminated long ago. We must also concede." After their departure, only 7 remained on stage. Very well, the preliminary selection for the reserve team concludes here. The victors are Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Nan Nan, Ning Tian, Cui Yiji, and Hui Yuhao. Announced BG. U7 will form the Shrek Academy reserve team and accompany the current main team to the Star Luo Empire for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Upon hearing this, the eliminated students realized the true purpose of the selection, and one by one, they lamented their lack of effort, regretting that they could have represented Shrek Academy. This was an opportunity to become part of the Shrek 7 monsters. All these core disciples harbored dreams of joining the illustrious ranks. However, they bore no ill will towards Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong, for the goddess of light was simply too mesmerizing. Her graceful dance had left an indelible mark on their minds, impossible to erase. Even Bei Bei, at that moment, forgot to harbor resentment towards Lin Tianmeng. The selection concluded so swiftly. Zhou Yi had just finished her class and intended to observe their battle, only to find it had already ended. Lin Tianmeng descended from the arena, handing Wang Dong to BG, saying, "Please assist her in recovering her soul power." Without hesitation, BG accepted, of course. As Lin Tianmeng prepared to leave, Zhou Yi quickly stopped him. "Where are you off to?" "To see Ma Xiaotao. Her time for childbirth is imminent," Lin Tianmeng asserted firmly. Zhou Yi responded, "Teacher Xiaoxue just gave birth, and now it's Ma Xiaotao. This student of mine seems busier than I am as a teacher." Yet, Zhou Yi couldn't voice her concerns further. "Very well, just remember to return for class tomorrow." In Chapter 103, Wang Dong's candid revelation of gender. Ma Xiaotao's obsession. "All right." Lin Tianmeng nodded, acknowledging that he hadn't attended class for several days. Under the influence of BG's formidable healing soul technique, Wang Dong swiftly regained consciousness. However, she soon realized that Lin Tianmeng was absent, with only BG and Zhou Yi present. "Teacher Zhou, what happened? Why am I here?" Zhou Yi shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Ultimately, it was BG who clarified. "You fainted due to soul power exhaustion. I restored your soul power, and now you may return." "Did I win?" Wang Dong inquired. Xiao Xiao approached, patting Wang Dong's shoulder with a smile. "Yes, we won. The 6 of us, along with Brother Tianmeng, make up the reserve team." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong finally exhaled in relief. "That's good." She then asked, "Where's Lin Tianmeng?" Xiao Xiao scratched her head, replying. Brother Tianmeng went to the inner courtyard to find Sister Xiaodao. Wang Dong's expression visibly darkened. "That detestable Lin Tianmeng. He leaves me here without a care as soon as the match concludes." Wang Dong felt anger rising within her, but with Lin Tianmeng not present, she couldn't vent her frustration on others. Instead, she composed herself and thanked BG. "Thank you, teacher, for helping me recover my soul power. It was a minor matter." BG nodded slightly. "Xiao Xiao, let us depart." Wang Dong, realizing Lin Tianmeng would not return soon, deemed it pointless to wait and suggested leaving. "All right, Xiao Xiao," unaware that Wang Dong was a girl, failed to grasp why Wang Dong was so upset upon learning that Lin Tianmeng had gone to find Ma Xiaotao. Thinking merely that Wang Dong had something to discuss with Lin Tianmeng, only to find him absent. The inner courtyard awaited them. "I am unable to attend the Soul Master competition this time. Since you have successfully passed the selection for the reserve team, I would like you to take my place in the competition." Ma Xiaotao reclined on her bed, her due date approaching soon, just half a month later than Xuedi, who had already given birth a week ago. It would soon be her turn. "If only I had known better, I would not have." Lin Tianmeng paused mid-sentence, taking a moment before saying, "Let us see when you give birth. If it coincides with the competition, I want to participate." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao immediately sat up straight. "What did you say? You want to compete?" Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "Of course, accompanying you is far more important than the competition," Lin Tianmeng replied matter-of-factly. But that is representing the academy in battle. There is a chance of becoming one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Ma Xiaotao gazed at him, astonished that he was willing to forsake such an opportunity for her. As a disciple of Shrek Academy, she held the academy's honor in high regard. Had it not been for her pregnancy, she would undoubtedly have represented Shrek Academy, as she was the captain of the main team, destined to shine brightly in the Soul Master competition. But alas, she was on the brink of giving birth. Fortunately, Lin Tianmeng had passed the academy's assessment and secured a place in the reserve team, allowing him to attend the competition on her behalf. Yet now, Lin Tianmeng was telling her he would stay to accompany her instead of competing. How can that be? Why not? Lin Tianmeng's gaze was remarkably clear. He had never placed much importance on competitions. To him, Ma Xiaotao's well-being was of utmost significance. Of course that cannot be, Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, filled with fervor. You must go and compete for me, do you understand? Even if you do not take the stage, just being there to observe will suffice. Consider it for my sake. Ma Xiaotao's attachment to Shrek Academy was profound. She would rather Lin Tianmeng not be by her side during childbirth than deny him the chance to compete. Seeing her so insistent, Lin Tianmeng reluctantly agreed. All right, I promise you. Please calm down and take good care of yourself. With that, Ma Xiaotao felt a sense of relief. Throughout her pregnancy, she had not experienced much discomfort. Even as her belly expanded, it had not greatly affected her. If it weren't for the impending due date, she would have insisted on participating in the competition. Now, having Lin Tianmeng represent her as a reserve was a comfort. Honestly, Lin Tianmeng's earlier words about preferring to stay and care for her rather than compete filled her heart with warmth. With a husband like this, what more could a wife desire? Later that evening, when Lin Tianmeng returned to the dormitory, Wang Dong was sitting at the table reading. You're back? Wang Dong closed her book and turned to look at him. In her eyes, there was a mixture of sorrow and surprise. Yes, Lin Tianmeng replied with a smile as he approached her, raising an eyebrow. Earlier today, you mentioned you had a secret to tell me tonight. What is it? To be honest, he had pondered for quite some time, but could not fathom what secret Wang Dong was referring to. Upon mentioning it, Wang Dong became awkward. Clearing her throat, she stood up and paced from one side of Lin Tianmeng to the other, then back again. This only piqued Lin Tianmeng's curiosity further. What is it? Just say it. The suspense is unbearable. Wang Dong finally stopped in front of him, looked up with determination, and said, the secret I want to tell you is. Lin Tianmeng's anticipation peaked. What is it? What is it? Under his curious gaze, Wang Dong gathered her courage and declared, actually, I am a girl. After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Lin Tianmeng, eager to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, Lin Tianmeng displayed a look of astonishment and replied, is that all? Wang Dong. I'm a girl. Aren't you surprised? Wang Dong felt a pang of frustration. She had mustered the courage to reveal her true gender. And this was his reaction. He is simply insufferable. No. Of course I'm surprised, Lin Tianmeng hastily corrected, not daring to admit he had known all along, fearing her wrath should she find out. After all, he had seen her just after she emerged from a bath, wrapped in a towel. Then tell me, who do you think is more attractive, me or your other female friends? Wang Dong, both embarrassed and annoyed, struggled to meet Lin Tianmeng's gaze as she posed the question. A perilous question indeed. Lin Tianmeng felt his brain cells dying in droves. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he replied, of course, you are more beautiful. Indeed, Lin Tianmeng had made the decision that whoever stood before him was the most beautiful. Whoever asked such questions was the fairest. Really? I don't believe you. Though Wang Dong was skeptical, she could not hide her delight, her lips curling into a smile. Women adore hearing sweet words, even if they suspect deceit. Lin Tianmeng sighed in relief, saying, how could you not believe it? I've come to understand that the girl we manifested during our martial soul fusion technique must be you as an adult. Her beauty was utterly mesmerizing. You should have seen how everyone present was awestruck by her breathtaking allure. Lin Tianmeng spoke sincerely, his words devoid of any pretense. Chapter 104. The 5 main team members. The ultimate ice amplification, Ling Luoqing. Only then did Wang Dong believe him, lamenting, it's a pity I wasn't there to witness it. No worries. The martial soul fusion technique is not a one-time occurrence. We will have another chance to use it during the Soul Master competition, Lin Tianmeng reassured her. Wang Dong nodded. The conversation fell silent. Lin Tianmeng, too, had nothing more to say, as the topic had concluded. However, Wang Dong continued to watch him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. What's wrong? He asked. Wang Dong stared at him. Now that I've told you I'm a girl, don't you have anything to say to me? What should I say? Lin Tianmeng genuinely did not comprehend Wang Dong's implication. Wang Dong, feeling both shy and vexed, thought of the matter of marriage. Yet, as a girl, it was difficult for her to bring it up. You fool. In the end, Wang Dong exclaimed, stomped her foot, and dashed past Lin Tianmeng to her bed, pulling the covers over herself and declaring, "I'm going to sleep now. Good night." Lin Tianmeng. It seemed he hadn't done anything particularly wrong. Why was she upset again? Sigh, why are women's thoughts so perplexing? A few days later, Bai Ji brought the 7 reserve team members to the Battle Soul Arena to meet the main team members. Originally, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yueheng should have been among the main team, but now they were absent. "Let us introduce ourselves," Bai Ji suggested. The selection of main team members commenced, and a tall male student smiled as he introduced himself. "I am Chen Zifeng from the Inner Academy, a level 57 Battle Soul King specializing in assault." Following him was a female student who greeted the group. "Hello everyone, I am Cici, a level 56 Battle Soul King specializing in agility." Her appearance and voice were rather ordinary, blending seamlessly into the crowd. It seemed as though she deliberately concealed her presence, appearing indifferent to her surroundings. However, Lin Tianmeng understood that all students capable of becoming Inner Academy disciples of Shrek Academy were far from simple. One must not be deceived by their outward demeanor. The next to speak was another female student, yet her beauty was striking, exuding a cold elegance with her fair complexion. She gazed at the reserve team members and stated coolly, "Inner Academy, Ling Luocheng, level 55 Control Battle Soul King." Her voice carried an innate sense of aloofness, as if warning others to keep their distance. Next, a diminutive male student introduced himself. "I am Yao Haoxuan from the Inner Academy, a level 55 Control Support Battle Soul King." The final member was a male student with a hint of delicate beauty. "I am Gonyang Mo from the Inner Academy, a level 59 Support Soul Master." With all 5 main team members having introduced themselves, it was evident they were all at the level 5 Spirit King rank. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Had he not engaged in those benevolent acts, the main team could have included 2 more Soul Emperors. Due to certain special circumstances, there were only 5 main team members. BG explained that during the actual competition, reserve team members would inevitably fill in. Who they would replace would depend on tactical arrangements. After BG's explanation, everyone realized that the Academy had no intention of adding 2 more main team members. Instead, it sought to provide the reserve team newcomers with opportunities to participate in the competition. After all, this was the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, an opportunity not readily available to everyone. Once the main team members finished their introductions, it was time for the reserve team members. Lin Tianmeng stepped forward first and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Tianmeng, a level 41 Assault Battle Soul Sect." "A battle sect?" The 5 main team members were taken aback. "Are you a 5th-year student from the Outer Academy?" Ling Luocheng inquired. Lin Tianmeng shook his head, replying, "Sister Ling, I am a 2nd-year Class 1 student." Ling Luocheng covered her mouth in astonishment. To be only in the 2nd year and already reach the level of a battle sect. Initially, she had looked down upon these reserve team members, but upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's level, her perception shifted subtly. "You specialize in assault? What is your martial soul?" Ling Luocheng asked, intrigued by Lin Tianmeng. Inquiring about martial souls is generally considered taboo among soul masters. However, since they were about to collaborate for the competition, familiarity with each other's martial souls was essential for effective coordination. Thus, no one found Ling Luocheng's question inappropriate. "Sister Ling, my martial soul is the Ice Empress," Lin Tianmeng stated confidently. "Ice Empress." The 5 main team members were astonished, particularly Ling Luocheng, who also specialized in ice attributes. Unable to contain her excitement, she stepped closer to Lin Tianmeng and exclaimed, "Ice Empress, the pinnacle of ice." Lin Tianmeng nodded. "Quick, let me see." Ling Luocheng's eyes sparkled with fervor. As an ice attribute soul master, she understood the significance of the pinnacle of ice. If she could harness its enhancement, the power of her soul skills could be amplified tenfold. Without further ado, she pulled Lin Tianmeng into the combat area. Wang Dong, witnessing Lin Tianmeng being whisked away, felt a mix of frustration and urgency. "This Inner Academy sister is far too hasty," he exclaimed. "Let's follow them." He urged Xiao Xiao and the others. "All right." Xiao Xiao, equally concerned for Lin Tianmeng, naturally joined them. The main team members were also eager to witness the pinnacle of ice, and thus, all gathered near the combat area. "Use your pinnacle of ice to enhance me." Ling Luocheng raised her staff, pointing forward. "All right." Lin Tianmeng stood behind her, raising a hand to rest on Ling Luocheng's back. In an instant, an intense chill radiated from her back, quickly enveloping her entire being. Is this the cold of the pinnacle of ice? As an ice attribute soul master, Ling Luocheng found it initially overwhelming. However, her internal ice elements soon began to acclimate to the enhancement provided by the pinnacle of ice. The staff in her hand shimmered, and she unleashed her first soul skill, Ice Staff. Instantly, torrents of icy blue energy surged into the sky. Even those not in the combat area, like Wang Dong and his companions, felt a penetrating chill. If confronted head-on, one could easily be frozen solid by this frigid ice attribute. Ling Luocheng, immersed in the experience, felt her ice elements elevate to an entirely new level. The sensation of extreme cold was something her own ice attributes could never replicate. Her soul skills naturally received the enhancement from the pinnacle of ice. This feeling was utterly exhilarating. At this moment, 4 soul rings appeared around Lin Tianmeng. 2 white and 2 black. The 3rd soul ring was black. The shock was palpable among the main team members. And even the reserve team members who had known Lin Tianmeng for a while were taken aback. Chapter 105. Xiao Zhao's ankle twisted? CC's secret. His soul ring configuration is remarkably peculiar. Jiang Nanan's eyes widened, as if she were seeing Lin Tianmeng for the first time. Hui Yuhao was equally astonished. He had previously witnessed Lin Tianmeng and Bei Bei in a fish stall fight, where Lin Tianmeng had 2 white and 1 black soul ring. And now he had gained another black one. He surmised that Lin Tianmeng must have employed some special method to alter the colors of his soul rings. However, what that method was, he had no idea. After all, he had seen Lin Tianmeng transform the soul rings of Ma Xiaotao and himself into blood-red hues. Ling Luoqing was also encountering such an unusual soul ring for the first time. Junior, it seems you have many secrets, she smiled, seemingly intrigued by Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng feigned ignorance. Oh, it's nothing much. The reserve team members continued their introductions. BG did not halt Ling Luoqing's attempts to have Lin Tianmeng enhance her. But the process needed to proceed. How can we coordinate in battle if we do not know each other? Hello esteemed seniors, my name is Xiao Xiao, also a second-year Class 1 student, with a level of only 32, and I am a control battle soul zone. Xiao Xiao appeared quite petite. And the main team members were surprised to learn she was already over level 30. I am Cui Yiji, a level 35 agility battle soul zone. Her martial soul was the nine-tailed fox, possessing alluring soul skills that could catch opponents off guard in battle. Greetings, everyone. I am Jiang Nannan, a level 44 agile attack spirit master. As Jiang Nannan stepped forward, the first thing that caught the attention of the selected team members was her exquisite beauty. The renowned beauty of the Outer Academy, Jiang Nannan. Shun Zifeng couldn't help but be momentarily dazzled. Having heard of her beauty, seeing her in person was indeed breathtaking. Jiang Nannan merely smiled softly, saying nothing more. Greetings, seniors. My name is Ning Tian, a level 36 auxiliary spirit master. Hello, everyone. I am Hui Yuhao, a level 31 control spirit master. Lastly, Wang Dong introduced himself. I am Wang Dong, a level 37 agile attack spirit master. Lin Tianmeng was somewhat astonished. He recalled that Wang Dong had only just reached the threshold of level 30 before the holiday, and now, over a month later, he had astonishingly ascended to level 37. Truly, one cannot underestimate the owner of a twin martial soul. Now that both sides have introduced themselves, feel free to get acquainted. I shall not intervene excessively. Bai Ji was content with her leisurely role, as her primary concern was the safety of the students. Understood. Bai Ji, being a seasoned elder of the Sea God Pavilion, commanded deep respect even from the inner academy disciples. By the way, the teacher leading this competition is Teacher Zhou Yi. By the time the tournament commences, Teacher Xiao Shui will resume her classes, and for the time being, Class 2 will be taught by Teacher Xiao Shui and Zhang Lishuan. Bai Ji suddenly recalled this matter and mentioned it. Lin Tianmeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the leading teacher would be Zhou Yi. Lin Tianmeng, hello. I am Cici. Cici took the initiative to walk over and greet Lin Tianmeng. Greetings, Senior Cici. Lin Tianmeng smiled and shook her hand. May I have a word with you after a while? Cici suddenly whispered in his ear. Although Lin Tianmeng was unsure of Cici's intentions, he did not refuse, replying, all right. Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, noticing something amiss, called out urgently. Ah, what is it? Come here for a moment. Xiao Xiao has suddenly twisted her ankle. In a moment of panic, Wang Dong hastily concocted a reason. Xiao Xiao, unharmed, questioned, how did your ankle twist suddenly? Let me see. Lin Tianmeng rushed over anxiously and spoke to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, feeling embarrassed, replied, ah, it's nothing, it doesn't hurt. Though she was puzzled by Wang Dong's sudden claim. As a teammate, she felt compelled to protect him. Let me take a look. Lin Tianmeng found a place for Xiao Xiao to sit, then gently lifted one of her feet, asking, is it this one? Xiao Xiao blushed and affirmed, MHM. It was the first time her foot had been touched by a boy. Lin Tianmeng, however, was unreserved. He removed Xiao Xiao's shoe and sought to examine her foot closely, stating, fortunately, there is nothing wrong. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's face was as red as a ripe apple. Meanwhile, Wang Dong stood nearby, feeling a mix of envy, jealousy, and a tinge of regret. Had she known, she wouldn't have fabricated such a story. She had unwittingly allowed Xiao Xiao to benefit from the situation. Even though it's nothing serious, be cautious and avoid injuring yourself, understood? Lin Tianmeng gently advised. Understood, Xiao Xiao replied obediently, nodding. Lin Tianmeng helped her put on her shoes and socks before leading her back to the battle spirit area. At that moment, the battle spirit area was already filled with selected and reserve team members sparring with one another. before officially participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. They were to engage in multiple sparring sessions to better familiarize themselves with their teammates and enhance their cooperation. After everyone had paired off for their duels, Bai Ji gathered them together, outlining some precautions for the competition before dismissing them, instructing that they reconvene at the same time and place the following day. Once everyone had departed, Cici waved to Lin Tianmeng. Junior, may I have a word? Of course. Lin Tianmeng followed her. Wang Dong, what are you staring at? Let's head back. Xiao Xiao urged when she noticed Wang Dong lingering in place. Oh, coming. Wang Dong, though reluctant, knew she couldn't eavesdrop. Meanwhile, Cici asked, Junior, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Lin Tianmeng queried, intrigued by the fact that Cici seemed to lack any notable presence in the original narrative. She appeared ordinary in looks, stature, and even her voice lacked distinctiveness. Lin Tianmeng recalled that the reserve team members were to accompany the selected members in an attempt to eliminate the evil soul masters. However, due to an error in judgment by Elder Xian and the carelessness of the selected members, the outcome was tragic. Yao Haoshuan perished in battle, Chen Zifeng lost a leg, and Gangyang Mo sustained severe internal and toxic injuries. As for Cici, although her internal injuries were relatively minor, her poison injuries were exceptionally grave. The thought of this young woman facing such a fate in the original story filled Lin Tianmeng with a sudden pang of pity. Unaware of Lin Tianmeng's emotional shift, Cici merely expressed her thoughts. Junior, I have heard of your reputation within the Inner Academy. Lin Tianmeng was taken aback to learn that he had gained notoriety in the Inner Academy. I am actually good friends with Xiao Tao. I simply spent time in seclusion for cultivation, hence my absence, Cici explained. I see. Under Lin Tianmeng's astonished gaze, Cici continued, people perceive me as ordinary, with no distinguishing features, and would not recognize me in a crowd. However, that is merely a facade I have constructed. Chapter 106. The true Cici behind the mask of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna. To Lin Tianmeng's astonishment, Cici tore off the mask from her face. Beneath the mask lay an exquisite visage. Heavenly. Even Lin Tianmeng, accustomed to beauty, could not help but gasp in awe. Cici smiled. Did you not anticipate this? Not just you, but no one else could have foreseen it. Lin Tianmeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I did not expect this. How is your mask crafted? It is so lifelike. Cici shook her head. That is a secret. I cannot divulge it to you. The reason I sought you out is for another matter. What is it? Lin Tianmeng's curiosity piqued immediately. He had assumed Cici to be quite ordinary, only to discover her facade was a cover for her true identity. The Cici behind the mask was entirely different in character. Her secret undeniably intrigued Lin Tianmeng immensely. I have heard that the child in Xiao Tao's womb is yours. Cici revealed with a mischievous smile, embodying a quirky demeanor. Yes, Lin Tianmeng felt no need to deny it. If I were to say that I wish to marry you, would you be willing to take me as your wife? Cici inquired tentatively. Having removed her mask, Cici exuded an enchanting aura. Lin Tianmeng, taken aback, responded, why only if? Upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's words, Cici seemed to gather her resolve, stepping forward. Then, would you be willing to marry me? After careful consideration, Lin Tianmeng replied, I would. Very well, then from this moment forth, I am your woman. Cici, without a hint of reservation, boldly wrapped her arms around Lin Tianmeng's neck and placed a kiss on his cheek. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. Congratulations, host, on receiving a golden level reward. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a reward. Level 5 Soul Guidance Device 1. When we reach the Soul Master competition, you must protect me, Cici said with a smile. Having long been aware of Lin Tianmeng's prowess from Ma Xiaotao, in the face of Lin Tianmeng, what Soul King or Soul Emperor was but insignificant. All right, I will certainly protect you, Lin Tianmeng affirmed, unwavering in his devotion to his beloved. Satisfied, Cici departed, while Lin Tianmeng made his way back to the dormitory. At that moment, the ancient Yuna hanging at his waist suddenly spoke. To love one is to love all, as a soul beast. How dare you take so many human wives? You are showing utter disrespect to my authority. She had anticipated that Lin Tianmeng would feel remorse upon hearing her words. Yet to her surprise, he replied, Oh, you're still alive? Yuna retorted, and Lin Tianmeng continued, My apologies. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about you. I hope you don't mind. Yuna thought to herself, if only she could unleash her original power, she would tear this shameless fellow to shreds. How humiliating it was for her, the illustrious Silver Dragon King, to be ensnared in this trap. Her presence diminishing to the point that even Lin Tianmeng was close to forgetting her. It was indeed a profound disgrace. You must be hungry, right? Allow me to fetch you something to eat as an apology, Lin Tianmeng suddenly proposed. Yuna's anger subsided slightly. That is more like it. Although she could go without food due to her cultivation, she still had cravings. Originally intending to return to the dormitory, Lin Tianmeng turned back and headed to the cafeteria. After packing a meal, He sought out a secluded spot to feed Yuna. Yes, he was indeed feeding her. Trapped within the snare, Yuna could not escape. And Lin Tianmeng dared not release her, for the might of the Silver Dragon King was not to be underestimated. More importantly, they were at Shrek Academy, a bastion of humanity. Should the Silver Dragon King emerge, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he had no choice but to endure her indignation. He scooped a spoonful of fried rice and brought it to Yuna's lips, saying, "Just eat. Are you hungry or not?" Initially, Yuna was quite disdainful. "I am the illustrious Silver Dragon King. Enough with the titles. Just tell me if you're hungry and if you want to eat." Lin Tianmeng replied impatiently. After a moment's contemplation, Yuna conceded, "I will eat." Without delay, Lin Tianmeng placed the spoon at her mouth. Summoning her resolve, Yuna swallowed a spoonful of fried rice, only to be utterly captivated by the delightful flavor. Heavens, this is exquisite. It had been ages since she had tasted anything. And at that moment, even a plain bun would seem delectable, let alone fried rice. "I want more," she indicated after finishing a spoonful. "You were just disdainful of the fried rice and reluctant to eat, weren't you?" Lin Tianmeng chuckled, realizing that even the proud Silver Dragon King could exhibit a touch of coyness. "What of it?" Yuna haughtily lifted her chin. Lin Tianmeng continued to feed her spoonful after spoonful until the entire meal was consumed, and Yuna still felt a yearning for more. "The cafeteria is already closed. I will bring you more next time," Lin Tianmeng promised. Yuna nodded. "You are finally showing some sense." Lin Tianmeng had finally done something that earned her approval, albeit just a little. Furthermore, during the spiritual clash between Lin Tianmeng and Tang San, Yuna had been hanging on his waist. She had witnessed that battle clearly, and it was at that moment that she began to reassess Lin Tianmeng, to confront divinity with the body of a soul beast. What Lin Tianmeng accomplished was something no other soul beast dared to attempt. In the eyes of both humans and soul beasts, the divine was always an exalted entity, to whom they could only bow in supplication. But Lin Tianmeng was different. He appeared entirely unperturbed by the divine. He even declared that his goal was to slay gods. Such words were utterly blasphemous. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, in that moment, Yuna found Lin Tianmeng somewhat handsome, not in the human sense, but in the manner of a soul beast. In short, she suddenly felt that Lin Tianmeng was not as intolerable as she once thought. That night, Lin Tianmeng returned to the dormitory, where Wang Dong was still awake. Ever since Wang Dong had confessed her female identity to him, their shared quarters had become exceedingly awkward. A solitary male and female cohabiting. One could easily imagine the ensuing implications. Yet, ironically, Lin Tianmeng was as oblivious as ever. Wang Dong's subtle hints completely eluded him. Moreover, Wang Dong could not take the initiative, as it was far too embarrassing. While Wang Dong felt awkward, Lin Tianmeng remained unfazed. He had known from the outset that Wang Dong was a girl. It was merely that she had been in denial, and he had been playing along with her charade. They had simply torn down that flimsy curtain of pretense. "What troubles you? Why are you still awake at this hour?" Lin Tianmeng inquired. Wang Dong cleared her throat. "Ahem. You go ahead and sleep. I will follow." Chapter 107. Marrying Wang Dong. Tang San is on the brink. "Why?" Lin Tianmeng asked, puzzled. "Oh, it's just how it is. You should sleep first, quickly," Wang Dong urged, pushing Lin Tianmeng toward his bed. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Lin Tianmeng asked, "By the way, does the academy know about your female identity?" "What of it?" Wang Dong replied, surprised that he would inquire so. "Surely the academy is aware. After all, my bright goddess butterfly martial soul can only manifest in females. It's normal for classmates not to see it, but among the teachers, there must be some who can tell. Then you should be able to choose to stay in the girls' dormitory," Lin Tianmeng suggested. This indicated that Shrek Academy was not as noble as outsiders perceived. Yin Xiaojia clearly knew Wang Dong was a girl, yet still placed her in the boys' dormitory according to her wishes. How perilous! Had it not been for Lin Tianmeng's gentlemanly demeanor, Wang Dong might have fallen prey to her dorm mates. As the dean, allowing his students to be put in such a precarious position was utterly irresponsible. Mu Lao's decision to remove Yin Xiaojia from his position was indeed the right course of action. Had it been Xian Liner or Kai Meyer assigning dorms, such a mistake would never have occurred. Lin Tianmeng thought this, yet Wang Dong misinterpreted his meaning. "Lin Tianmeng, are you trying to drive me away?" Wang Dong gazed at him, her eyes already glistening with unshed tears. "Do you truly despise me this much, wishing for my departure from this place?" Her voice trembled, laced with a hint of sorrow. Lin Tianmeng, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, quickly replied, "That's not my intention at all. In fact, I do not harbor any dislike for you." "Then, do you like me?" Wang Dong's tears began to fall, yet hope flickered in her eyes, yearning for Lin Tianmeng to confess his affections. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianmeng responded, "Of course I like you." Wang Dong was taken aback, joy mingling with her tears, leaving her uncertain whether to continue weeping or not. "So, won't you say something more?" she inquired. "What should I say?" Lin Tianmeng was utterly perplexed. Why was it that Wang Dong's words always eluded his understanding? Oh, why are you so dense? I mean that, Wang Dong exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Which part? That part. The more she elaborated, the more incomprehensible it became. Lin Tianmeng wore a puzzled expression. Why don't we sit down first and discuss this more slowly? Wang Dong sighed in resignation. All right then. Come, sit here. Lin Tianmeng settled onto his bed and patted the space beside him. Wang Dong, though feeling shy, eventually took a seat beside him. Now, tell me which part. Wang Dong fidgeted nervously, as a girl experiencing such profound feelings for the first time. She was at a loss for words. Finally, gathering her courage, she looked at Lin Tianmeng and asked, when you said you liked me, was that genuine? Lin Tianmeng nodded without hesitation, absolutely. Naturally, he had affection for Wang Dong, though he had never contemplated it in the context of a romantic relationship, viewing it more as a friendship. Yet, it seemed Wang Dong perceived it differently. Since you like me, would you consider marrying me? After uttering those words, Wang Dong's heart raced violently, as if it might leap from her chest. What would Lin Tianmeng's response be? Would he accept? Would he deem her frivolous? Would he think her immodest for such a proposal? Wang Dong's mind raced with countless possibilities. In a shocking turn, Lin Tianmeng exclaimed, What? You want me to marry you? His eyes widened in disbelief, clearly caught off guard by Wang Dong's proposition. Embarrassed and angry, Wang Dong retorted, If you don't want to, then forget it. There's no need to be insulting. She had finally mustered the courage to voice her feelings. Lin Tianmeng swiftly grasped her hand, saying, Please, don't be hasty. This is all so sudden. You must allow me some time to consider. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong settled back down. All right then, how long will you need to think? A tinge of worry crept in. She feared Lin Tianmeng might ultimately decline her offer. She had braced herself for a long deliberation. Yet, he replied, Just now, I have already made my decision. Wang Dong's heart began to race anew. I like you, Donger. Will you marry me? The moment those words fell from his lips, Wang Dong sprang to her feet. I will, she declared. Good. I promise to treat you well. Lin Tianmeng enveloped her in a warm embrace, holding her tightly. This time, Wang Dong did not resist, allowing him to hold her close. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying your wife. Congratulations, host, on receiving a golden tier reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Eternal Whale Gel 1. Level 3 Soul Guidance Device 1. Eternal Whale Gel? This is a prized item. Not only can it enhance physical qualities and extend the lifespan of soul rings, but it also possesses other benefits. Donger, how about we merge our beds tonight? Lin Tianmeng suggested suddenly. Wang Dong's cheeks flushed, yet she did not object. Meanwhile, in the Divine Realm, all of this was witnessed by Tang San. This rascal Lin Tianmeng had truly captured his daughter's heart. It was utterly unforgivable. Lin Tianmeng already had so many wives, and now he sought to claim his daughter, Wang Donger, as well. This was tantamount to a slap in the face for him, the God King of the Divine Realm. He had to find a way to eliminate Lin Tianmeng. It was imperative. Little San, what's wrong with you? Dai Mubai happened to pass by and, noticing Tang San in a frenzy, asked. Tang San quickly composed himself, adopting the demeanor of a God King. Nothing, just admiring the scenery. Where's Xiao Wu? It seems I've not seen her for quite some time. Zhu Zhuqing, standing behind Dai Mubai, suddenly remarked. At the mention of Xiao Wu, Tang San felt a pang of guilt. Xiao Wu is in seclusion. It would be unwise to disturb her. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing did not suspect anything. She merely thought it odd that every time Tang San was present, Xiao Wu would invariably appear, yet this time she was absent. By the way, little San, why haven't I seen your daughter Tang Wudong recently? Dai Mubai queried out of the blue. Tang San cleared his throat. Cough, cough. She might be off playing with other gods. He was unaware of Xiao Wu's whereabouts, but he tacitly accepted Tang Wudong's descent to the lower realms. Admitting that he had deliberately let Tang Wudong go would not be overlooked by the other god kings, so he refrained from telling the truth. Zhuqing and I are headed to join Rong Nianbing and the others for a gathering. Will you come along? Dai Mubai inquired. I shall pass. I wish you both a delightful time. Tang San waved his hand dismissively. Very well, we shall take our leave, Dai Mubai said, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they departed. Once they were out of earshot, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, Mubai, have you noticed that Tang San no longer shows you the same respect as before? Indeed. Dai Mubai certainly sensed the shift. Once, Tang San had called him Boss Dai, but that title had vanished entirely. Chapter 108. Wang Donger regains her female form, Ning Tian's request. Initially, when Dai Mubai's strength surpassed Tang San's, Tang San had referred to him as Boss Dai. However, as Tang San's power gradually eclipsed Dai Mubai's, the latter had not heard that title since. Especially after arriving in the Divine Realm. He and Zhu Zhuqing were merely second-tier deities, while Tang San was a first-tier deity, the god of the sea and the god of Shura. Dai Mubai had long recognized that after obtaining his divine status, Tang San often flaunted his authority before their former companions, considering himself superior due to his first-tier deity status. He had even ceased to acknowledge Dai Mubai as boss. You should really distance yourself from Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing advised. Dai Mubai fell into contemplative silence. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing was right. At Shrek Academy, Wang Donger had reverted to her female form, no longer donning male attire, although her hair would take some time to grow long. As she donned a dress, hand in hand with Lin Tianmeng, and entered the soul fighting area, everyone was taken aback. Xiao Xiao, utterly astounded, covered her mouth and exclaimed, Wang Dong, you are actually a girl. She recollected that Wang Dong and Lin Tianmeng shared the same dormitory. Then oh heavens, she dared not ponder further. Hello everyone, I must apologize for my earlier concealment. In truth, I am a girl, and my name is Wang Donger. Wang Donger felt a tinge of shyness, but nonetheless graciously elucidated the circumstances. Upon hearing her words, and coupled with the sight of Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger holding hands, what more was there to comprehend? Cui Yiji, being quite the extrovert, welcomed Wang Donger into their midst, proclaiming, Sister Donger, welcome to our big family. From now on, we shall be sisters. Wang Donger responded with a soft hum of acknowledgement. Last night, nothing had truly transpired between her and Lin Tianmeng. She wasn't yet ready for such a leap. Lin Tianmeng expressed his willingness to respect her wishes, suggesting they could become a genuine couple whenever she felt prepared. This thought filled Wang Donger with elation. He indeed cared for her deeply. The third-level soul guiding device, acquired by Lin Tianmeng through the system, had also been gifted to Wang Donger for her protection. BG paid no heed to Wang Donger but instead directed her gaze towards the pendant at Lin Tianmeng's waist. She noticed that Gu Yuna's complexion had seemingly brightened. When they had met yesterday, Gu Yuna appeared somewhat listless, as if she had lost her zest for life. Yet, after just one night, her countenance had regained its vibrancy, brimming with interest in life once more. To assert that nothing had occurred the previous night would be utterly unbelievable to BG. However, if it were indeed as she suspected, and Gu Yuna had developed feelings for Lin Tianmeng, that would be a fortunate turn of events. After all, regardless of Gu Yuna's status as the Soul Beast Sovereign or the Silver Dragon King, she would always rank behind BG. BG was among the first to become Lin Tianmeng's wife. Even Gu Yuna would have to respectfully address her as sister. Contemplating these thoughts uplifted BG's spirits. Today, we shall continue with our free sparring. Everyone, take a moment to familiarize yourselves with your teammates, BG announced. Yes, the group instinctively divided into teams. With Ling Luoqing approaching Lin Tianmeng to invite him, Junior, shall we form a team? Ling Luoqing, typically aloof and reserved, had been inspired to connect with Lin Tianmeng ever since discovering his attribute was the ultimate ice. After all, Lin Tianmeng's ability could amplify her own ice powers. Certainly. Lin Tianmeng nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the soul fighting zone, Wang Donger did not follow closely behind Lin Tianmeng, but instead took Xiao Xiao to seek out other teammates for sparring. Her strength was not to be underestimated. In the previous selection competition, she had only utilized a martial soul fusion technique alongside Lin Tianmeng and had not fought solo, leaving others unfamiliar with her martial soul and soul skills. This time, she intended to showcase her prowess. Xiao Xiao, please assist me shortly. Wang Donger called to Xiao Xiao as she took her position in the designated area. All right, no problem, Xiao Xiao replied, unleashing her 9 Phoenix ritual flute, which resonated gently. Yesterday, she had employed the 3-life soul calming cauldron martial soul. A dual martial soul. The selected team members on the opposing side were taken aback. No wonder she was chosen for the reserve team at such a young age. It was indeed a dual martial soul. Chun Zifeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Who wouldn't envy a dual martial soul? Joining Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao was the selected team member Cici. Opposing them were Chun Zifeng, Cui Yiji, and Hui Yuhao. Initially, Chun Zifeng believed that the existence of a dual martial soul was astonishing enough, and he thought nothing could surprise him further. However, the moment Wang Donger revealed her martial soul, his eyes widened in disbelief. What stunning butterfly wings they were. A dazzling blend of pink and purple radiated with a soft glow. If he were forced to use a single word to describe them, it would be breathtaking. The resplendent light goddess butterfly became the focal point of the entire arena upon its emergence. Xiao Xiao's 9 Phoenix ritual flute diminished the speed of the opposing soul masters, allowing Wang Donger and Cici to charge forward. Despite Cici's usual unassuming demeanor, her specialty lay in her extraordinary speed. So swift, it was as though she could teleport. Their sparring was unfolding with fervor. Meanwhile, under the enhancement of Lin Tianmeng, Ling Luoqing froze several opponents into ice sculptures with a single strike. The others had not even been afforded the opportunity to use their soul skills in her presence. Truly the ultimate ice. Ling Luoqing turned to Lin Tianmeng with admiration. Lin Tianmeng smiled faintly, gesturing towards the ice sculptures behind her. Ling, shouldn't we unfreeze them first? Yes, I almost forgot. Ling Luoqing smacked her forehead, too exhilarated to remember to thaw them out right away. Tianmeng, Ning Tian called from behind. What is it? Lin Tianmeng turned to inquire. Ning Tian, feeling bashful, stepped forward and whispered to Lin Tianmeng. My parents would like us to have children soon to carry on the legacy of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Lin Tianmeng, now that you've mentioned it, I find myself wide awake. That sounds wonderful, but given that we are about to compete, would it be inconvenient if we were to conceive at this time? Lin Tianmeng asked. Not at all, Ning Tian quickly replied, fearing Lin Tianmeng might be reluctant. Besides, we are merely the reserve team. I might not even get the chance to participate in the competition. Lin Tianmeng reflected for a moment and seemed to agree with her reasoning. He nodded in acquiescence. All right, you may determine the timing. Then, how about tonight? Ning Tian's cheeks flushed. She rarely spoke, and discussing such matters left her feeling utterly shy. Fortunately, Lin Tianmeng did not decline. Very well, tonight it is. Chapter 109. The Evolution of the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, a gift for Wang Donger. After finalizing the timing with Lin Tianmeng, Ning Tian cheerfully joined another team for sparring. Wang Donger's battle concluded swiftly as well. With Cece's assistance, the 3 girls emerged victorious. This experience significantly altered Wang Donger's perception of Cece. Chun Zifeng remarked helplessly, Cece, I never imagined you had such a hidden talent. I've never seen you use it during our training sessions. You have no idea how much I can do, Cece replied with a subtle smile. Sister Cece, your soul skill was indeed formidable. Honestly, the disparity in soul power between us and Senior Chun is too great. Without you, we surely wouldn't have won. Though Wang Donger had been somewhat spoiled by her family, she held a deep admiration for strength, regardless of whether it came from men or women. As long as one can surpass her in strength, her respect can be earned. A trivial matter. A faint smile still graced Cece's face. Before everyone, she was adept at putting on a facade. Night fell. Lin Tianmeng and Ning Tian arrived at the Jiubao Yuli sect. Lin Tianmeng's arrival was met with unanimous enthusiasm from all the disciples of the Jiubao Yuli sect. In present times, the Jiubao Yuli sect is no longer as renowned as it was a millennium ago. In Tiando City, they are considered merely average. Although Ning Tian's parents have reached the soul sage level, their martial souls are both the 7-treasure Liuli Pagoda, excelling in support rather than offense. The fate of the Jiubao Liuli sect is to find an exceptionally powerful soul master and assist him. Thus, Lin Tianmeng became the chosen one for Ning Tian's generation, the young sect master. Along the way, many bowed in respect to Ning Tian. As for Lin Tianmeng, they were uncertain how to address him. However, Ning Tian's parents had already instructed that upon Lin Tianmeng's entrance to the Jiubao Yuli sect, he should be greeted with the courtesy befitting a young sect master. Indeed, Ning Tian nodded slightly, taking Lin Tianmeng's hand as they entered her courtyard. Tianmeng, tonight we shall be undisturbed here. A hint of bashfulness crept onto Ning Tian's cheeks. To be candid, in the past, she would never have believed she would willingly surrender herself to a man so soon. In truth, she had previously harbored distrust toward men, considering them superficial. Yet everything changed upon meeting Lin Tianmeng. His shoulders were so broad, his demeanor so magnanimous. Despite having several wives, he treats each one with equal regard, never favoring one over another. Initially, Ning Tian's pursuit of Lin Tianmeng was indeed driven by impure motives. However, through this period of acquaintance, she had been profoundly captivated by Lin Tianmeng's strength and charisma. Well, Lin Tianmeng embraced her, smiling. After today, you shall truly belong to me. Ning Tian felt a mixture of shyness and joy, thinking that tonight, she would surely be lost in his embrace. A night passed. Congratulations, host's wife has successfully conceived. Congratulations, host has received a platinum level reward. Congratulations, host has received rewards. Chihuahua Tulip 1. Level 4 Invincible Soul Guidance, Shield 1. The Chihuahua Tulip is a celestial herb, perfectly suited for Ning Tian's consumption. Ning Tian, wake up. Lin Tianmeng gently patted her back. She had been so fatigued last night that she had fallen asleep. Ah, what is it? Ning Tian awoke groggily, and upon seeing Lin Tianmeng beside her, a wave of security filled her chest. This is for you. Lin Tianmeng presented the Chihuahua Tulip he had just obtained. What is this? Ning Tian took it, and upon closer inspection, her drowsiness vanished instantly. Is this the Chihuahua Tulip used by Ning Rongrong's ancestor? Legend has it that a millennium ago, the Jiubao Liuli sect was not known as such, but was instead the 7-treasure Liuli sect. Later, Ning Rongrong's ancestor consumed a Chihuahua Tulip, and the 7-treasure Liuli Pagoda in her hands transformed into the 9-treasure Liuli Pagoda. Henceforth, the 7-treasure Liuli sect was renamed the Jiubao Liuli sect. As a result, Ning Rongrong's ancestor obtained the opportunity to cultivate into a title de law. Although the Jiubao Liuli sect has retained this name over the millennia, No one has ever succeeded in evolving the 7-treasure Liuli Pagoda into the 9-treasure Liuli Pagoda. Thus, Ning Tian's parents remain mere soul sages to this day, unable to obtain further soul rings and soul skills. Level 79 is their pinnacle. But now, with the Chilua tulip in her possession, everything will be different. Thank you, Tianmeng. Ning Tian pecked Lin Tianmeng's lips eagerly, exclaiming with excitement. With this Chilua tulip, my 7-treasure Liuli Pagoda can transform into the 9-treasure Liuli Pagoda. The Jiubao Liuli sect will finally become a true Jiubao Liuli sect. Between husband and wife, there is no need for thanks. Your well-being is my well-being. Lin Tianmeng gently caressed her hair, smiling warmly. In that moment, a feeling called happiness surged within Ning Tian's heart. So this is what it feels like to be happy. The following day, when Ning Tian reappeared in the soul fighting arena, everyone was astonished to find that her 7-treasure Liuli Pagoda had indeed transformed into the 9-treasure Liuli Pagoda. This meant she possessed the potential to become a title Douluo. Such a phenomenon had only occurred twice in the entire Douluo Continent. One was Ning Rongrong from a millennium ago, and the other was the present Ning Tian. Everyone surrounded Ning Tian, bombarding her with questions. Wang Donger, however, rushed over to Lin Tianmeng and asked, "Did you have a hand in this?" She pointed toward Ning Tian. Lin Tianmeng shrugged. "If you already know, why ask me? You don't even save any good things for me." Wang Donger pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled, wishing to receive Lin Tianmeng's favor as well. "That herb isn't suitable for you. Here, take this." Lin Tianmeng, as if performing a magic trick, retrieved a fragrant Chilua celestial herb from his storage soul guide and handed it to Wang Donger without batting an eye. "I was just joking. But you really gave it to me." Wang Donger was taken aback, but quickly accepted it. The herb emitted a faint glow, clearly a precious item. "This is the fragrant Chilua celestial herb. It can ward off all toxins," Lin Tianmeng explained. "As long as you are near it, no poison can penetrate your body. And if consumed, you will become immune to all toxins." "How miraculous." Wang Donger widened her eyes. "Are you truly willing to give this to me?" Lin Tianmeng nodded. "What's wrong with giving it to you? Don't you like it?" "I like it. I like it immensely." Wang Donger, fearing he might retract his gift, hurriedly stored the fragrant Chilua celestial herb in her own storage soul guide, saying, "Once given to me, it cannot be taken back." Lin Tianmeng chuckled, "Of course." Wang Donger giggled, her heart thinking that apart from her two fathers and Haoyan sect, the person who treats her the best is undoubtedly Lin Tianmeng. Chapter 110. The Mystery of Wang Donger's Origin, Neo Tian and Titan. Deep within her memories, there seemed to be a presence of parents. Yet for as long as she could remember, she had never seen them. She only knew of a great uncle named Neo Tian and a second uncle named Titan. As for her biological parents, who they were, what they looked like, and why they were not by her side, she was utterly in the dark. Sometimes, she would feel an overwhelming sense of frustration when thinking about these matters. However, since meeting Lin Tianmeng, the frequency with which she recalled these thoughts had diminished significantly. She mused that perhaps having someone she cares for has dulled her longing and imagination regarding her biological parents. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Tianmeng noticed Wang Donger seemed lost in thought and inquired. "Ah, it's nothing." Wang Donger, feeling somewhat melancholic, sighed and said, "I was merely reminded of my parents whom I have never met. I do not even know who they truly are, what their identities might be, or if they are aware that somewhere in this world, they have a daughter." Whenever these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of sadness would inevitably wash over her. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianmeng immediately understood the source of her distress. After all, were not Wang Donger's parents none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, the illustrious figures of the divine realm? Had it not been for Tang San's frequent discussions with Xiao Wu about Douluo Continent, Tang Wudong would never have descended to the mortal realm out of curiosity. After Tang Wudong's descent, Tang San employed certain measures to split her into two beings, one being Wang Donger and the other Wang Qiuer. Could one truly fathom such actions from a father? Or rather, this scarcely seems like something a normal person would undertake. If Tang San could treat his own daughter in such a manner, one could only imagine how he regarded ordinary mortals. "Donger, if I were to tell you that your biological parents reside in the divine realm, would you believe me?" Lin Tianmeng resolved to initiate a path of revelation. He believed Wang Donger had the right to know of the unspeakable deeds Tang San had committed against her. "What?" Wang Donger exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you saying my biological parents are gods?" She had certainly heard of the divine realm. It was said that 10,000 years ago, the 7 members of Shrek Academy ascended to godhood and ventured to the divine realm. However, for millennia, that was merely a legend. Since then, there had been no reports of humans or soul beasts ascending to divinity and reaching the divine realm. Thus, Wang Donger assumed it was merely a tale, not a reality that transpired on Douluo Continent. "I understand this may sound utterly implausible to you, but I can assure you, every word I speak is the truth," Lin Tianmeng said with a serious countenance. Seeing his demeanor, Wang Donger couldn't help but begin to ponder. "I would certainly like to believe you. But this is simply too difficult to accept. How could she, a disciple of Haotian sect, suddenly have two parents from the divine realm? In truth, if you wish to verify this, it is rather simple, Lin Tianmeng interjected suddenly. How so? Wang Donger inquired, her eagerness palpable. She was desperate to uncover the truth of her origins. For so many years, others had parents while she was left without. Although Ning Tian and Titan treated her well, they were not her biological parents. Go back to Haotian sect and ask your two daddies, Lin Tianmeng replied with a shrug. Upon hearing this, Wang Donger asked, do they know? Indeed, Lin Tianmeng affirmed with a nod. How could they not? Neo Tian and Titan were once the 10,000-year soul beasts of Star Do Forest from a millennium ago. Later, they became Tang San's soul rings and ascended to the divine realm. After Tang Wudong descended, Tang San never considered finding someone to protect her. It was Xiao Wu who, concerned for their daughter, entrusted Neo Tian and Titan with the task of seeking out Tang Wudong and ensuring her safety. After all, she is her biological daughter. However, upon descending, Neo Tian and Titan only found Wang Donger and never encountered Wang Qiuer. They were utterly unaware that Wang Qiuer was also a part of Tang Wudong. One could hardly blame them. Who could have anticipated that Tang San would divide his own daughter in two? All right, I will return this weekend to inquire with them. Wang Donger resolved. She was determined not to remain in the dark any longer. Previously, she had merely considered herself an orphan, believing her parents to be long deceased. But now Lin Tianmeng had revealed to her that not only did she have parents, but they were also deities of the divine realm. She had to uncover the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San's veins bulged with rage as he seethed at the sight before him. Damn it! How did this Lin Tianmeng come to know about the divine realm? The act of splitting his daughter in two was something even Xiao Wu remained unaware of. It was entirely his doing. After a fit of fury, Tang San calmed himself and reasoned that Lin Tianmeng must possess some extraordinary quality that allowed him to uncover these secrets. Regardless, no matter how exceptional Lin Tianmeng might be, he would ultimately be eradicated. Tang San would never allow anyone to threaten his position. With a forceful slap on the table, Tang San sighed. Xiao Wu had been missing for quite some time. Previously, she had always been by his side, and he had never tasted the pangs of longing. But now, with her absence, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of when she would return. This uncertainty was truly vexing. However, the thought of descending to search for Xiao Wu was out of the question. After all, while Xiao Wu was paramount, his divinity held even greater importance. Years ago, he and Xiao Wu had jointly inherited the divine positions of Sea God and Shura God, and upon arriving in the divine realm, they were meant to share these two divine titles. Yet, Tang San had monopolized the power, while Xiao Wu, pregnant, soon ceased to concern herself with divine matters and focused on becoming a devoted wife. Tang San had exploited Xiao Wu's profound love for him, gradually consolidating the authority of both divine titles within his grasp. Consequently, when Tang Wudong had stealthily descended, Tang San had split her in two without Xiao Wu ever being the wiser. Reflecting on this, Tang San narrowed his eyes. In reality, he and Xiao Wu had been together in the divine realm for so long, yet the fervor of their early romance had long since faded. Their relationship had settled into a state of tranquility. While Tang San had been preoccupied with divine affairs, he had paid little attention to Xiao Wu, which was why he had not noticed. Now that Xiao Wu was gone, no longer at his side, he realized that he seemed to love her less than before. In fact, when faced with the choice between Xiao Wu and his divine status, he could unhesitatingly opt for the latter. As for Xiao Wu's matters, there was no need to rush. The pressing concern was to devise a method to eliminate Lin Tianmeng. He could not allow him to continue his brazen behavior. If one divine sense was insufficient, then he would employ two. He refused to believe that a mere Lin Tianmeng could withstand the might of a deity. 3 days later, at Haotian sect, Uncle, Father, you must tell me, are my biological parents in the divine realm? Upon her return, Wang Donger immediately sought out Neo Tian and Titan, unleashing the question that had been pent up for 3 days. She was utterly desperate to know the answer. Neo Tian and Titan, who were engaged in a game of chess, were momentarily taken aback by Wang Donger's inquiry. Neo Tian found himself at a loss for where to place the chess piece in his hand. Xiaodong, who informed you of this matter? Titan, impatient by nature, interjected before his elder brother could speak. Neo Tian nearly struck him on the head for his question. Did this not imply that he was tacitly acknowledging Wang Donger's words? As anticipated, upon hearing Titan's question, Wang Donger immediately pressed, Uncle, Father, did you already know about this? Her eyes glistened with crimson. It turned out she was truly the only one left in the dark. Who are her biological parents? And why have they treated her in such a manner? Xiaodong, do not be disheartened. This is an ordeal we too wish to avoid. Titan sought to offer an explanation, but his clumsiness with words left him at a loss, prompting him to glance at Neo Tian for assistance. With a sigh, Neo Tian rose and addressed Wang Donger. Xiaodong, please do not rush. Allow me to explain everything to you in due course. In Wang Donger's heart, Niu Tian commanded a certain authority, and his words carried greater credibility. "Uncle, please speak," Wang Donger implored as she took a seat. All she desired was to uncover the truth of her origins. Regardless of who her biological parents were, after years of care from Niu Tian and Titan, she had already come to regard them as her own family. As it unfolded, Niu Tian and Titan exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to reveal the truth to Wang Donger. "Your biological parents are indeed in the divine realm," Niu Tian stated. "Initially, we did not intend to inform you, as it would only serve to deepen your sorrow." "Why?" Wang Donger questioned, bewildered. "Because they have not descended to the mortal realm. They remain in the divine realm," Niu Tian clarified. "In fact, both Titan and I hail from the divine realm as well." "What?" Wang Donger exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Are you saying that both of you are gods?" "In theory, yes, but we have not inherited divine positions." Understanding Wang Donger's inquisitive nature, Niu Tian opted to divulge the entirety of the matter. "What exactly is going on?" "Uncle, second uncle, please tell me." The more Wang Donger listened, the more perplexed she became. Yet, this was a matter of her identity, and she felt compelled to know. Niu Tian continued, "In truth, Titan and I were once spirit beasts of the Star Do Forest." "What?" Wang Donger sprang to her feet. "You both are spirit beasts?" This revelation was simply astounding. "Indeed," Niu Tian affirmed. "I am the Sky Blue Bull Python, a spirit beast of 100,000 years. And your second uncle is the Titan Giant Ape, also a spirit beast of 100,000 years. We were sworn brothers with your mother, Xiao Wu, whom we affectionately call Sister Xiao Wu. My mother is named Xiao Wu. Is she also a spirit beast?" Wang Donger inquired, her curiosity piqued. Niu Tian nodded. "She too is a spirit beast of 100,000 years, specifically the soft-bone rabbit." Heavens! Wang Donger felt as though her worldview was crumbling. She was the daughter of spirit beasts. Then why am I not a spirit beast? The question finally dawned on her. "Because your father is human," Niu Tian explained. "His name is Tang San, a prodigious soul master from a millennium ago, possessing the exceedingly rare twin martial souls, blue silver grass, and the Haotian hammer." Upon hearing this, Wang Donger could not help but ask, "The Haotian hammer? So he founded the Haotian clan?" "Not quite." Niu Tian shook his head. "Your father's father, your grandfather, possessed the Haotian hammer martial soul, which your father inherited." "Oh," Wang Donger nodded in a daze before asking, "Then how did the blue silver grass martial soul come about?" She recalled that Tang Ye's martial soul was blue silver grass. Niu Tian shrugged. "Perhaps it is a matter of family inheritance. Your grandfather's wife was also a spirit beast." "What?" Wang Donger was taken aback by the complexity of her family's lineage. "Ahem, I digress. In summary, your biological parents are among the two who ascended to divinity a millennium ago," Niu Tian concluded. "Then why am I here?" Wang Donger was perplexed. "If that is the case, I should also be in the divine realm. You came down to the mortal realm secretly. Your mother, worried for you, entrusted us to protect you. So, that was the reason. And what of my father? Did he not care for me?" Niu Tian and Titan exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. After Wang Donger descended, Tang San had indeed not sent any word back, seemingly having forgotten about his daughter. "Your father is quite busy." Niu Tian attempted to defend Tang San, yet Wang Donger remained lucid. "Uncle, second uncle, you need not say more. I understand completely." If her biological father had any paternal affection for her, he would not have neglected to inquire about her well-being. As long as she knew her mother cared deeply for her, that was sufficient. "Xiaodong, are you all right?" Niu Tian expressed concern that Wang Donger might be overthinking. "Of course, I am fine. Do I look like something is wrong?" Wang Donger twirled around and declared, "All right, I have asked all my questions. I need to return to the academy as I have classes tomorrow. Allow me to escort you." Titan offered. "No need. I can manage on my own." Wang Donger declined Titan's kindness, leaving the Haotian clan without looking back. This child Niu Tian sighed once more, realizing that Wang Donger was upset with Tang San. To be frank, Niu Tian too believed that Tang San was neglectful of his daughter. If he had a daughter, he would certainly keep a watchful eye on her, fearing for her safety. Perhaps Tang San, being a once-in-a-millennium genius, had his own unique perspective on such matters. In the Xinglua Empire, Su Juzhou hurried into the imperial palace, calling out as she ran, "Brother, brother, urgent news." Seeing her in such a flurry, the emperor of the Xinglua Empire inquired, "Juzhou, what has transpired?" Su Juzhou halted, glancing around at the palace maidens. "You may all leave," she commanded. "Yes, your highness." In the royal family of the Xinglua Empire, Su Juzhou's words held the same weight as her brother's. Once the maidens had departed, Su Juzhou turned to her brother and said, "Brother, upon waking from my slumber today, I received a divine message." "What?" The emperor of the Xinglua Empire was taken aback. A divine message warranted the utmost respect. Su Juzhou's face bore a mix of urgency and excitement as she continued, "Brother, the matter of the White Tiger Duke's fall was traced back to the actions of the Tiando Empire, was it not? The divine message I received instructs us to attack a certain clan in Tiando City. Unlike Su Jiuzhou's enthusiasm, the emperor of the Xinghua Empire was more analytical. How did you receive this divine message? He queried. Su Jiuzhou retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, stating, "It is this. Last night, I had a dream," she elaborated. "In my dream, a deity clad in a blue robe appeared and identified himself as the sea god. He informed me that the Tiando Empire had offended him and requested that our Xinghua Empire assist him in exacting revenge. He also mentioned that to ensure our victory, this jade pendant contains 2 fragments of his divine consciousness. Should we encounter danger, we are to shatter this pendant, and he will be able to manifest in the Douluo Continent through the power of space." Chapter 112. Su Jiuzhou leads troops to Tiando City. Wang Donger's impression of Tang San. Initially, I thought it was merely a dream, but upon waking, I discovered an unfamiliar jade pendant resting on my bedside. Su Jiuzhou concluded, her excitement unabated. She had long desired to lead troops against the Tiando Empire. I have heard that when the Duke of the White Tiger House met its demise, the Heavenly Soul Empire shamelessly celebrated the event, even hosting a grand banquet in its honor. They seem to regard the Star Luo Empire with utter disdain. Jiuzhou, do not be so hasty. Even if your dreams hold truth, our target for attack is not the Heavenly Soul Empire. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire is rather prudent. Although the Divine has provided them with guidance, the Heavenly Soul Empire cannot be easily attacked. Should the 2 nations engage in conflict, the other 2 would inevitably join the fray. The Douluo Empire would surely assist the Heavenly Soul Empire, while the Sun Moon Empire would take advantage of the chaos. At that point, the Star Luo Empire would find itself at a disadvantage. Brother, what is there to hesitate about? The Divine has already given instructions. Even if we cannot assault the entirety of the Heavenly Soul Empire, we can certainly strike at Heavendo City, can we not? Su Jiuzhou felt her brother was being quite disheartening. After all, it was a divine edict. Moreover, the Divine had stated that should anything uncontrollable occur, one could shatter the jade pendant in hand, and the Divine would rend the void to appear. Then let us proceed as the Divine has decreed. Jiuzhou, you shall take a troop to Heavendo City and attack the Tianmeng clan. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Su Jiuzhou immediately set about her preparations. A warrior's spirit coursed through her veins. It was simply not her style to shy away from battle. Observing his sister's exuberant departure, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire suddenly felt a wave of concern. One could not help but ponder whether this divine instruction was indeed a blessing or a curse. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Wang Donger sought out Lin Tianmeng without delay. Just as you mentioned, both of my fathers are well aware of everything. They have divulged all matters to me. Wang Donger's expression was difficult to read. Was she pleased or displeased? The sudden revelation of such a monumental secret left her in a state of astonishment. Lin Tianmeng, aware that she would likely feel some discomfort, embraced her gently and murmured, "These are truths you would inevitably come to learn. It is better to know sooner than later." Indeed, Wang Donger had grown accustomed to Lin Tianmeng's embrace, not wishing to part from it. "Tianmeng, if my parents are from 10,000 years ago, why am I only 12 years old?" Wang Donger could not help but inquire. "You were born in the divine realm. Time only flows normally after descending to the mortal plane. By the way, do you recall any events from the divine realm?" Lin Tianmeng asked. Wang Donger shook her head. "I do not remember. I only have a vague sense that I have biological parents, yet I cannot clearly perceive their faces. What impression do you have of them?" This was what Lin Tianmeng was most eager to know. Wang Donger pondered for a moment and replied, "I heard from my uncle and second father that my mother is named Xiao Wu, a spirit beast of 100,000 years. When I descended to the lower realm, she worried for my safety and sent my uncle and second father to protect me. As for my father, I do not hold a favorable impression of him." Hearing this, Lin Tianmeng could not help but smile slightly, but still inquired, "Why is that?" "This is just my own thought. Based on what my 2 fathers have said, I feel that my father should be indifferent to my well-being." Wang Donger sighed. "Regardless of whether I ran away to the lower realm, as a father, he should have found a way to protect me, yet it seems he did nothing." "Exactly. That is precisely the sentiment." Lin Tianmeng had initially thought it would take some effort to sway Wang Donger, yet she had already contemplated all these matters herself. Tang San's indifference to his daughter was now finally coming back to haunt him, was it not? "I cannot speak to other matters. However, if it were Xiaoning who had done something similar, I would undoubtedly risk everything to descend and find her, ensuring her safety." Xiaoning, the daughter of Lin Tianmeng and the Snow Empress, was a name bestowed by the Snow Empress. Lin Tianmeng adored this daughter, often visiting her whenever he had the chance, buying her various toys and preparing milk for her. Upon hearing this, Wang Donger found it to be quite reasonable. Even Lin Tianmeng, at his age, understood the importance of treating his daughter well, while her biological father seemed incapable of doing so. Having been in the lower realm for so long, he probably had forgotten about her entirely. "It matters not. Ever since I began to have memories, I have only known my uncle and second father. After coming to terms with this, Wang Donger revealed a smile. The Soul Master competition is about to commence. Do you think we will have the opportunity to participate? I am uncertain. It depends on Teacher Zhou's tactical arrangements. Lin Tianmeng replied candidly. Wang Donger blinked. Oh right, this time our team leader is Teacher Zhou. We are her students. Do you think she might open a backdoor for us? What do you think? With Zhou Yi's temperament, she is not someone whom ordinary folk can provoke. Wang Donger laughed. Haha, I would not dare to offend Teacher Zhou. Let us wait for her tactical arrangements. 3 days later. Tiandeng, this is bad. Hui Yuhao was selling grilled fish at the academy entrance when Lin Tiandeng and Wang Donger, while enjoying their meal and chatting, suddenly heard Tang Ye's anxious voice. Xiaoya? Lin Tiandeng instantly stood up, searching for Tang Ye's whereabouts. I am here. Tang Ye clutched her chest, extending one hand forward, weaving through the crowd until she stood before Lin Tiandeng. The Tianmeng clan has been attacked. After uttering this phrase with great difficulty, Tang Ye collapsed. Xiaoya. Lin Tiandeng hurried over to support her, checking the fluctuations of her soul power. Tiandeng, what has happened to Sister Xiaoya? Wang Donger followed closely, filled with concern. Hui Yuhao abandoned his grilling, knowing he could not ignore Tang Ye's predicament. Brother Tiandeng, is Sister Xiaoya all right? Her soul power is depleted, and she has sustained severe injuries. Lin Tiandeng observed Tang Ye's condition gravely and stated, I will take her to find Biji. Do not panic. I will go too. Wang Donger insisted. Me as well. Hui Yuhao declared anxiously. You two wait here. I will return shortly. Lin Tiandeng instructed, lifting the unconscious Tang Ye and, disregarding the astonished gazes of the crowd, dashed into the academy towards the Sea God Pavilion. Although Wang Donger and Hui Yuhao were also very worried about Tang Ye's safety, they understood that with Lin Tiandeng's words, they should not create further chaos. What on earth has occurred? Wasn't Sister Xiaoya stationed at the Tianmeng clan? Hui Yuhao muttered to himself in confusion. Within Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, to reach the Sea God Pavilion, one must pass through the inner courtyard of Shrek. Lin Tiandeng. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Lishuan had just finished a day of substitute teaching and had not yet entered her dormitory when she spotted Lin Tiandeng rushing past, cradling a blood-soaked woman. Teacher Zhang. Lin Tiandeng nodded respectfully. Sister Xiaoya has suffered grave injuries. I must find someone to save her. Xiaoya? Tangya? This name resonated with Zhang Lishuan, as she had heard it countless times before. Back then, she harbored a twinge of guilt towards Beibei, as well as an obsession with their childhood betrothal. She had long been aware that Beibei and Tangya were together in a romantic relationship. Thus, Zhang Lishuan harbored a slight animosity towards Tangya, even before they had met. However, later, Master Mu informed her that Beibei had already found someone he cherished, thus freeing her from the constraints of their childhood betrothal. In that moment, she was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Whenever she encountered Beibei, she would instinctively shy away. Eventually, upon meeting Tangya, she discovered that she was an endearingly quirky young woman. Yet, it baffled her how someone as perceptive as Tangya could be enamored with Beibei, a man of false pretenses. Indeed, it was at that juncture that Zhang Lishuan's discontent towards Beibei began to fester. Despite being aware of their betrothal, Beibei chose to pursue a relationship with Tangya, and had it not been for her own discovery, he never intended to divulge this information. May I see her injuries? Zhang Lishuan inquired, gesturing towards Tangya in Lin Tianmeng's arms. The unconscious Tangya resembled a porcelain doll, fragile to the touch. Yet, Zhang Lishuan found that any animosity she had towards her had dissipated. In fact, she began to perceive Tangya as a victim. For Beibei's affections were never genuine towards any woman. His true loves were power and self-interest. Furthermore, Tangya was now Lin Tianmeng's wife, not Beibei's. Very well. Lin Tianmeng replied without hesitation, trusting in his senior sister. Besides, there must be healing soul masters within the inner courtyard, and it was best to avoid the Sea God Pavilion if possible, especially considering Tangya's dark blue silver grass. After assessing Tangya's condition, Zhang Lishuan remarked, fortunately, although her injuries appear alarming, the internal damage is not severe. There are those in the inner courtyard who can heal her. That's wonderful. Teacher Zhang, could you assist me? Lin Tianmeng exclaimed, filled with excitement. Of course, Zhang Lishuan responded, turning towards another direction. Follow me. All right. Lin Tianmeng carefully followed, cradling Tangya in his arms. Suddenly, Zhang Lishuan turned back, her gaze penetrating as she addressed Lin Tianmeng. There is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Upon seeing Zhang Lishuan's serious demeanor, Lin Tianmeng assumed it was of utmost importance and leaned in attentively. Yet, Zhang Lishuan simply stated, please refrain from calling me Teacher Zhang in the future. Lin Tianmeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, senior sister. Resigned, Zhang Lishuan turned back. Being referred to as senior sister was certainly preferable to the distance implied by Teacher Zhang. Time was of the essence regarding Tangya's injuries, and Zhang Lishuan accelerated her pace, swiftly guiding them to the location where the healing soul masters resided. "Leave her to me," said the inner courtyard disciple after examining Tang Ye's injuries, confirming that she could be treated. "Thank you very much." Lin Tianmeng gently laid Tang Ye down, expressing his gratitude. Zhang Lishuan remained by their side. Hasn't she already withdrawn from school? How could she suddenly appear here, covered in blood? Zhang Lishuan whispered to Lin Tianmeng, her curiosity piqued regarding Tang Ye's ordeal. "I am not entirely certain. We can only wait for her to awaken and inquire," Lin Tianmeng replied, shaking his head. He only knew that before losing consciousness, Tang Ye had mentioned something about the Tianmeng family being attacked. The specifics would have to wait until she regained consciousness. Though Lin Tianmeng was conversing with Zhang Lishuan, his gaze remained fixated on the unconscious Tang Ye, revealing his deep concern for her well-being. Observing this, Zhang Lishuan couldn't help but think to herself, Lin Tianmeng is truly a man of deep loyalty and affection. Despite being younger than Bei, he demonstrates far greater care for his girlfriend. Due to her betrothal to Bei, Zhang Lishuan had never experienced a romantic relationship throughout these years. She had only witnessed the dynamics of Bei and Tang Ye's love. In those days, Tang Ye's devotion to Bei was fervent. Even when her own strength paled in comparison to his, she refused to part ways with him, striving to cultivate her abilities in hopes of one day catching up to Bei. But what of Bei? He possessed numerous rare treasures yet refused to share even a single one with Tang Ye. In fact, she remained oblivious to his affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Whenever Tang Ye inquired about why his martial soul was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Bei would claim that he was an outcast from his sect, destined never to return. Cough, cough. Tang Ye stirred awake. "Where am I?" "Tianmeng." She blinked drowsily, immediately seeking Lin Tianmeng's presence. "I am here, Xiaoya. We are at the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, brought here by senior sister. And the soul masters of the inner courtyard are tending to your injuries," Lin Tianmeng explained. After speaking to Tang Ye, he quickly turned to the inner courtyard disciple, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your timely assistance. Please accept this soul-guided device as a token of my appreciation." He produced a 5th-level close-range soul-guided device and placed it in the disciple's hands. The inner courtyard disciple was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Zhang Lishuan. Zhang Lishuan herself was equally astonished. That was a 5th-level close-range soul-guided device. Even at the treasure exhibition in Shrek City, it would fetch several million to tens of millions of gold soul coins. Yet, Lin Tianmeng selflessly offered such a valuable item without a second thought for Tang Ye's sake. "Since it is a token of gratitude, you should accept it." Zhang Lishuan nodded to the inner courtyard disciple, urging him to take it. Very well. With his senior sister's endorsement, he had no choice but to comply. A 5th-level close-range soul-guided device. He was precisely at the 5th ring Soul King. Healing soul masters may lack offensive capabilities, but with this close-range soul-guided device, everything would change. At the very least, he now had the means to protect himself. "Tianmeng, those individuals deliberately let me go, intending for me to find you and relay a message. They aim to capture us all." Tang Ye gazed earnestly at Lin Tianmeng, her voice filled with indignation. "Do you know who they are?" Lin Tianmeng hastily inquired. Those who dared to directly confront the Tianmeng family and grievously injure Tang Ye were undoubtedly formidable foes. "I don't know. However, I overheard the soldiers addressing their leader as..." "What was the name?" Lin Tianmeng pressed. "Su Juzhou," Tang Ye replied. "Su Juzhou, from the Star Luo Empire." Lin Tianmeng's brows furrowed. Logically, the Star Luo Empire should not have the audacity to attack the Tianmeng family directly in Tiando City. Tiando City was the capital of the Heavenly Empire, and any conflict here would inevitably draw the intervention of the Heavenly Empire. Yet, even in such circumstances, Su Juzhou led troops into battle. Lin Tianmeng could not believe they lacked a guaranteed advantage. "Senior sister, I have a request." Lin Tianmeng rose, looking earnestly at Zhang Lishuan. Chapter 114. One man can hold off 1,000 troops. Su Juzhou hastily retreated. Zhang Lishuan could roughly guess his intention, but still asked, "What is it?" "I would like to ask you to look after Xiaoya for me," Lin Tianmeng stated. Tang Ye was taken aback. "Tianmeng, you are bringing me back with you? Though you have awakened, your internal injuries still require rest. Please wait here for my return, if you would be so kind." Lin Tianmeng coaxed gently. The elder sister is meticulous in her thoughts. With her presence, you shall never find yourself bored. Tang Ye blinked a few times, glancing at Lin Tianmeng and then at Zhang Lishuan. In truth, it was not only Zhang Lishuan who harbored a peculiar sentiment towards her. She felt the same towards Zhang Lishuan. After all, one was Bei's former girlfriend while the other was his betrothed childhood sweetheart. Even though both had distanced themselves from Bei now, the awkwardness lingered, refusing to dissipate. "Very well, I can assist in caring for her," Zhang Lishuan acquiesced. Indeed, she even felt a twinge of envy towards Tang Ye. The kindness Lin Tianmeng showed towards Tang Ye was evident, requiring no further elaboration. One only needed to observe his actions. A 5th-level close-range soul guide was something he offered without hesitation. Zhang Lishuan's agreement rendered Tang speechless. Thank you. No need for thanks, Zhang Lishuan smiled. Elder sister, I entrust Xiaoya to your care. Lin Tianmeng had already formulated a plan in his mind. This trip to Tiando City would undoubtedly not be a simple affair. Be cautious, Zhang Lishuan advised. Rarely did she express concern for others, but Lin Tianmeng was an exception. I will, Lin Tianmeng replied with a smile before turning to leave. The inner courtyard disciple remained awkwardly behind, quietly retreating to the bedroom. The conversation between Lin Tianmeng and Tang had hinted at matters concerning Tiando City. However, he would not divulge such information, especially after receiving a 5th-level close-range soul guide from them. Furthermore, with the elder sister present, discretion was paramount. Tangya, come with me, Zhang Lishuan said, turning back to open the door. All right. Tangya's injuries were not as severe now. She merely required further recuperation. Rising to her feet, she followed Zhang Lishuan out. Zhang Lishuan led her to her dormitory, saying, You may stay here temporarily. The bedroom contains but one bed. You shall sleep there while I take the couch in the living room. That won't do, Tangya replied. You've already been a burden. I cannot impose further. Tangya, you are the patient, Zhang Lishuan asserted with the authority of an elder sister, leaving no room for argument. Once your internal injuries have healed, you may find a way to repay me. Tangya opened her mouth, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. In Tiando City, the Tiandream family had already fallen. The disciples previously recruited had all been captured by the army of the Star Luo Empire. Princess Su Jiujiu had been fleeing for quite some time and had yet to encounter Lin Tianmeng. Soldiers reported to Su Jiujiu as she and her troops occupied the Tiandream family's courtyard, making themselves at home. No need to hurry. He will come in due time, Su Jiujiu said confidently, reclining in the patriarch's seat of the Tiandream family, lazily eating grapes, as though everything was under her control. This Lin Tianmeng truly knows how to indulge. Such a modest family possesses so many rooms, Su Jiujiu marveled. The maidservants and soldiers standing behind her remained silent, aware of her volatile temper and fearful of inciting her wrath with an ill-timed comment. Despite appearing as a docile younger sister before the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, she was often seen as a devil by her subordinates. Should the Star Luo Empire ever be passed down to Su Jiujiu, its demise would likely be imminent. Princess Jiujiu. It seems someone is approaching. A soldier rushed in to report. It must be Lin Tianmeng, Su Jiujiu exclaimed, rising to her feet. All of you, heed my command and assemble at the entrance. Yes. Su Jiujiu was escorted by a throng of maidservants and guards to the grand entrance of the Tiandream family. Indeed, Lin Tianmeng had arrived, but he was not alone. A girl named Bai Ji followed closely behind him. Su Jiujiu did not recognize Bai Ji, having only seen Lin Tianmeng in portraits. Thus, she stood on the steps, looking down at the two of them, and demanded, Are you the ones responsible for the fall of the White Tiger Duke's estate? Lin Tianmeng did not respond directly to her inquiry, but instead countered, Are you the princess of the Star Luo Empire, Su Jiujiu? And what of it? Su Jiujiu laughed, sensing that victory in this battle was assured. At that moment, the Tiandream family would lose its support, becoming entirely reliant on the Star Luo Empire. The diminutive Tiandream Empire dared to oppose them. They deserved such a fate. Su Jiujiu believed that Lin Tianmeng would surely be intimidated by her overwhelming presence. However, she could hardly anticipate that Lin Tianmeng's next words would be, You pale in comparison to Princess Vina of the Tiandream Empire. What did you say? Su Jiujiu retorted in a fit of rage. She harbored a deep disdain for Princess Vina. Though both were princesses, their loyalties lay in entirely different realms. Su Jiujiu looked down upon the entire Tiandream Empire and naturally held no desire to be compared to Vina. Lin Tianmeng's words were a clear insult. What? Is the princess of the Star Luo Empire not only inferior in demeanor, but also deaf? Lin Tianmeng added. You, Su Jiujiu, incensed, commanded the soldiers standing in front of her, Kill him. Yes, the soldiers were already prepared, utilizing the most advanced war-type soul guides currently available to the Star Luo Empire. In truth, Su Jiujiu believed that with these soul guides, they could even engage in direct combat with the Tiandream Empire without fear of defeat. Yet her brother had always disallowed her from declaring war on the Tiandream Empire, which vexed her greatly. Fortunately, she had finally brought her troops into Tiando City. Here, she could test the might of these soul guides. Simultaneously, Su Jiujiu unleashed her martial soul, the Star Crown, and amplified the soldier's abilities with her soul skills. Although the Star Crown's supportive capabilities did not rival that of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda, it was still capable of offense. Su Jiujiu smirked as she observed Lin Tianmeng and Bai Ji not far away. In just a few minutes, they should meet their demise at the hands of these soul guides. The mere thought of it lifted her spirits. However, the next moment, her smile faded. For Lin Tianmeng merely raised a hand, and with an unknown soul skill, the cannons of those soul guides were suddenly frozen in place. Frozen, with their power rendered useless. The soldiers in front of them fell into a state of panic. Although they were all soul masters, their soul power was low. The highest among them barely reached the 30th rank, while the lowest was in the teens. In large-scale warfare, soldiers relied heavily on their soul guides. Yet with a single movement from Lin Tianmeng, those soul guides could no longer charge their power. Retreat. Su Jojo sensed something was amiss and immediately issued the command. Alas, it was too late. Chapter 115. Tang San tears the void and descends upon Douluo Continent. Su Jojo suffered a backlash. The fury of the ice god, one of Lin Tianmeng's most formidable attack soul skills, under the enhancement of ultimate ice, obliterated all the soldiers rushing at the forefront in an instant. Indeed, it was obliteration. Their very beings vanished from the air, leaving not a trace behind. In Su Jojo's eyes, fear finally emerged. She now comprehended why the deity had bestowed upon her that jade pendant. Lin Tianmeng's power was simply terrifying. But this was not the end. While Lin Tianmeng harvested the lives of the soldiers with his soul skills, Bai Ji transformed the damage inflicted on the fallen soldiers into vitality, amplifying it all to Lin Tianmeng. Sustained by this life force, Lin Tianmeng's soul power scarcely diminished. At this moment, he resembled a terrifyingly potent perpetual motion machine. Princess, what should we do? The soldiers behind were paralyzed with fear, not daring to charge forward. Retreat, we must retreat immediately. Su Jojo's heart raced. She had never anticipated Lin Tianmeng's strength could be so overwhelming. No wonder her brother had urged her to bring an entire battalion. Otherwise, they would likely have been unable to withstand even the first wave of Lin Tianmeng's assault. Su Jojo hastily retreated to the rear. Given her level of soul power, confronting Lin Tianmeng head-on would only spell her doom. How could Lin Tianmeng be this powerful? Su Jojo gritted her teeth. Her current soul power was at level 36. If Lin Tianmeng were merely at level 40, she thought she might have a chance to contend with him. Yet, judging by the prowess Lin Tianmeng had just displayed, victory was utterly unattainable, even if she exerted every ounce of her strength. This was a battlefield. A loss here would most likely mean death. Just as Su Jojo withdrew, the jade pendant hanging at her waist suddenly emitted a blinding radiance. Yes, I still have the deity's assistance. Su Jojo clutched the pendant tightly, standing her ground and turning back. She need not flee. No matter how powerful Lin Tianmeng was, could he surpass a deity? Tianmeng, be cautious. That Su Jojo seems somewhat amiss, Bai Ji remarked, gripping Lin Tianmeng's arm. Lin Tianmeng halted his pursuit and inquired, are you referring to the jade pendant she clutches? Indeed. Bai Ji, well versed in such matters, noted, I once encountered something that radiated such brilliance at D Tian's place. However, it was D Tian's black dragon scale, which emitted a black light. This black dragon scale can connect to his spatial power. Spatial power? Lin Tianmeng questioned. Yes, he can place his black dragon scale on another person, and regardless of how far apart they are, if that person shatters the scale, he can tear through the void and appear before them using spatial power. Spatial abilities are part of D Tian's capabilities, but only soul beasts of his cultivation could achieve such feats. After absorbing Bai Ji's analysis, Lin Tianmeng began to grasp the situation. D Tian possessed 80,000 years of cultivation. His black dragon scale could indeed connect to space. So, who might have bestowed the jade pendant upon Su Jojo? Suddenly, a name surfaced in Lin Tianmeng's mind. Tang San. Lin Tianmeng, perish. Su Jojo's lips curled into a malicious smile as she raised the jade pendant and crushed it with force. In an instant, the entire Tiando city trembled. The ground beneath them began to shake violently. Su Jojo felt an intense pressure in her chest, and then, astonishingly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the price of forcibly wielding divine consciousness. Tang San's method indeed allowed his divine power to establish a connection with the Douluo Continent, but utilizing it forcefully would invite backlash. Originally, this backlash was meant to affect Tang San himself, but he had employed some means to transfer the divine backlash onto Su Jojo. Thus, within mere seconds of shattering the jade pendant, Su Jojo collapsed, bloodied. Princess, the maidservants hurriedly assisted Su Jojo, retreating to safety. At the very spot where the pendant had shattered, the divine King Tang San appeared, right before Lin Tianmeng. Although this was not Tang San's physical form, the patterns of the trident upon his head radiated with an incomparably dazzling light. The soldiers accompanying Su Jojo, witnessing this spectacle, all fell to their knees in worship. It is a deity. The divine being has appeared. The deity has come to save us. Tang San floated in the void, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng, do you acknowledge your errors? He asked. Lin Tianmeng stood firm, bracing himself. He assumed Tang San had traversed the rift of space to arrive here and would undoubtedly take immediate action to engage him in battle. However, He did not expect that Tang San's first act upon arrival would be to pose a question. Acknowledge my errors? What errors does he know of? Lin Tianmeng frowned. The soldiers kneeling on the ground buried their heads even lower upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's words. How dare he claim the deity was verbose? What if the deity grew angry and directed his wrath towards them? Lin Tianmeng. Tang San furrowed his brow. I intended to offer you a chance for repentance, yet you refuse it. Do not blame me for lacking mercy. Lin Tianmeng smacked his lips. What, are you deranged? He retorted. For a deity to engage in such trivialities is quite unbecoming, don't you think? You never intended to spare me, so what purpose does your grandiloquence serve? Even if I were to confess my faults, you would still pursue my demise. Moreover, what fault have I committed? I have done nothing wrong. Lin Tianmeng. Your lack of remorse is clear. Very well, in that case, I shall act in accordance with divine will today. Tang San could hardly tolerate being berated by such a minor character, yet he needed to maintain his facade of benevolence, so he refrained from retaliating. What kind of divine will are you claiming to uphold? If you wish to fight, then let us engage without further ado. Lin Tianmeng felt no fear. Despite Tang San's undeniable presence on the Douluo Continent, as a divine king, he could not bring his full might here. In other words, the Tang San on the Douluo Continent could at most exert half of his power. In such circumstances, Lin Tianmeng was not guaranteed to be defeated. Having already prepared for retribution after having courted the favor of his daughter, Lin Tianmeng found Tang San's hypocritical demeanor utterly contemptible. Knowing full well that humans who forcibly wield divine power would suffer backlash, he still directed that backlash on Dai Yueheng and Su Jujiu. A classic case of exploiting others while expecting them to endure the pain of the backlash. Since you were so intent on courting death, do not blame me. Tang San's trident blazed with brilliant light, and his divine power surged forth in an instant. It represented both his dual strands of divine consciousness and a fraction of his strength. Chapter 116. Wang Donger's disappointment in Tang San. The Divine King's divine maneuver. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble once more. The soldiers who had knelt on the ground were caught off guard and were lifted by Tang San's divine power. Subsequently, they were hurled towards Lin Tianmeng. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but exclaim, damn it. One could only say, such a maneuver was indeed worthy of the divine King Tang. Utilizing the soldiers who believed in him as weapons, completely disregarding their safety. Truly, only Tang San could accomplish such a feat. The soldiers, treated as mere weapons by Tang San, finally realized their dire predicament. They had been forsaken by the divine. They exerted all their strength to break free. But how could the shackles of divine power be so easily escaped? Tang San would not grant them such an opportunity. I never intended to use you as weapons. Tang San remarked, having committed an act that incited the wrath of both gods and men, yet feeling the need to explain. But who could blame them for overhearing Lin Tianmeng's earlier remarks? They had chosen the path to death. He was a god, and his face was of utmost importance. Lin Tianmeng had shown him such disrespect in front of these soldiers. Lin Tianmeng's life could not be spared, nor could the lives of these soldiers. Tianmeng, be extra cautious. Bai Ji activated her most powerful healing soul skill, ensuring that Lin Tianmeng's soul power could withstand this battle. Rest assured, I am aware. Lin Tianmeng nodded at her, indicating there was no need for concern, and then leaped forward. Ice Goddess Dance. One of the strongest attack soul skills Lin Tianmeng had recently obtained. Under the augmentation of his Ice God domain, its power had more than doubled. Those soldiers from the Star Luo Empire, thrown by Tang San, were all frozen midair, then lost their gravity and plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. The damage inflicted upon these soldiers was wholly converted into vitality by Bai Ji, augmenting Lin Tianmeng. Tang San's brow furrowed tightly. The attacks emitted by the two strands of divine consciousness had surprisingly been repelled. What on earth was Lin Tianmeng's power? Why did he feel that even with the use of two strands of divine consciousness, he still could not kill Lin Tianmeng? Tang San was actually contemplating retreat, but soon, he regained his composure as the divine king. He was, after all, a god. Even in the divine realm, his status was among the highest. Not to mention in this ordinary Douluo Continent. Lin Tianmeng had merely capitalized on a moment of opportunity, combined with Bai Ji's augmentation, which allowed him to barely withstand his attack. Yes, it must be so. Tang San exerted his power again, and the silhouette of the sea god gradually emerged from behind him. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng was also preparing to utilize his other two soul skills. Just then, a petite figure suddenly appeared, rushing over and positioning herself between Lin Tianmeng and Tang San, shouting, "Stop!" Her powder blue hair seemed to have grown longer, giving her a spirited appearance. "Donger, what brings you here?" Lin Tianmeng anxiously approached, grasping Wang Donger's hand, saying, "This place is perilous. You must go to Bai Ji's side." With Bai Ji's protection, Lin Tianmeng could feel reassured. However, Wang Donger resolutely shook her head and said no. "Tianmeng, this war was ignited because of me. I cannot allow you to be ensnared in such danger on my account. What? Donger, you are aware? Yes. I know he is my biological father, Tang San. Wang Donger turned her gaze coldly towards the void where Tang San stood. Donger, you. Tang San also looked at Wang Donger. In truth, he had wished to speak upon her sudden appearance, but he had forgotten her name. His daughter was named Tang Wudong, and after descending to the lower realm, he had split her in two, forgetting the names of both halves of his daughter. It was Lin Tianmeng who first called out Wang Donger, which reminded him of her name. Although I have never met my biological father, there is a very familiar aura about you, and your appearance bears some resemblance to mine, so I believe you must be my biological father. Wang Donger slowly stepped forward, fixing her gaze on the void where Tang San stood, speaking without a hint of timidity. You are correct, Donger. I am indeed your biological father. Come to your father. Tang San opened his arms, seemingly wishing to embrace Wang Donger. Yet, she instinctively stepped back. Tang San's brow furrowed involuntarily. Subsequently, Wang Donger inquired, I do not understand why I am Wang Donger. You bear the surname Tang, and my mother is named Xiao Wu. Why then do I carry the surname Wang? Tang San was momentarily speechless. Wang Donger interrupted him, including why I ran away to the lower realm and arrived at Douluo Continent. I do not wish to seek answers to these questions. She took a step closer, fixing her gaze firmly on Tang San, stating, I only ask you, since you are my biological father, why do you wish to kill my husband? Aside from her uncle and second father, Lin Tianmeng was the one who treated her the best. His kindness towards her far surpassed that of her biological parents. Yet now, her biological father sought to end Lin Tianmeng's life. One must ask, is this what is best for her? Donger, please do not become agitated. Tang San, at a loss for words, indeed had not considered Wang Donger's feelings. To kill Lin Tianmeng was his ultimate goal for tearing through the void to arrive at Douluo Continent. It was not something he could halt. As for whether Wang Donger would weep and grieve after Lin Tianmeng's demise, that was certainly not something he would contemplate. No need to say more, father. This is my first and last time calling you father. Wang Donger closed her eyes, allowing tears to stream down her cheeks. Since you wish to kill him, then you shall have to step over my corpse. She declared, Donger, come back. Don't do anything foolish. Lin Tianmeng hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Wang Donger, gently coaxing, listen, go to Sister Bai Ji for now. She will protect you. Afterward, he even took out a pack of tissues from his storage soul guide, handing it to Wang Donger. Wipe your tears. Do not cry. I will be fine. Wang Donger held the pack of tissues, staring blankly at Lin Tianmeng. Then, she suddenly threw herself into Lin Tianmeng's embrace, saying, you must come back alive. Lin Tianmeng understood that she was willing to go to Bai Ji's side. Thus, he quickly reassured her, rest assured. When have I ever deceived you? I believe you. Wang Donger still had tears on her face, but she made an effort to muster a smile. She then moved to Bai Ji's side. Sister Bai Ji, younger sister Donger, step behind me. Though Bai Ji was also astonished that Wang Donger's biological father was a deity. She had witnessed the earlier scene and knew that Wang Donger was undoubtedly on their side. Wang Donger obediently hid behind, striving not to cause trouble for Lin Tianmeng. Damn it, Tang San exclaimed in fury. Lin Tianmeng, you may oppose me, but how dare you take my daughter? Although Tang San was somewhat astonished when Wang Donger declared she would no longer recognize him as her father, he did not feel sorrow. It is merely a manifestation of his daughter Tang Wudong. Chapter 117. Tang San flees in disarray. Su Jujin becomes a hostage. Once another manifestation is located, they can be merged into one. Subsequently, their memories will be erased, and at that time, he can still possess a docile daughter. Having come to this realization, when Tang San made his move again, he entirely disregarded Wang Donger. Lin Tianmeng, you have usurped my Tang sect and slaughtered my brother's ancestral White Tiger Duke's estate. Today, I shall demand your life. Even at this juncture, Tang San did not forget to justify his actions with an appropriate rationale. Thus, even if someone witnessed the event, he would have a name to stand by. Unfortunately, amidst his elaborate scheming, he overlooked one crucial fact. The annals of history are forever inscribed by the victors. To think one could eliminate me with mere fragments of spiritual consciousness? A delusion. Despite having utilized several soul techniques, Lin Tianmeng's soul power remained utterly unspent. He was still in peak condition. In contrast, Tang San had already depleted a significant amount of divine power in their previous confrontation. Wang Donger intently observed the unfolding battle. If initially she harbored some reliance on her biological father, that sentiment had now vanished entirely. Now, she could only hope for Lin Tianmeng's victory. Sister Biji, do you think Tianmeng can win? Biji, uncertain herself, replied, to be honest, I do not know. The opponent is a deity. If it were me, I would undoubtedly lose. As a soul beast, Biji initially held great reverence for gods. However, after Lin Tianmeng had obliterated a fragment of Tang San's divine consciousness with the form of a soul beast, her perception of divinity had shifted significantly. It turned out that gods were not invincible. Even as mere soul beasts, they could confront deities head-on. At this moment, the battle between Lin Tianmeng and Tang San raged fiercely. The ice god domain clashed with the domain of spiritual consciousness, a spectacle of rapid transformations. Wang Donger, watching from the sidelines, clenched her fists. Tianmeng, you must win. Moments later, the rift in the void began to slowly mend. For Donger's sake, I shall spare you this time. Tang San prepared to flee, yet his words remained defiant. So, the illustrious God King also has days of retreat? Lin Tianmeng scoffed. Your gravest error was underestimating my strength. Tang San believed that Lin Tianmeng had narrowly triumphed in their previous encounter, but in truth, it had all been an act to deceive his opponent. Tang San, being obstinate and self-righteous, trusted only what he could perceive. Yet at that moment, Lin Tianmeng could have obliterated Tang San's fragment of divine consciousness without sustaining any injury. He feigned injury deliberately to lower Tang San's guard. Moreover, Lin Tianmeng had since evolved, his power transcending that of their last encounter. Thus, even though Tang San now wielded 2 fragments of divine consciousness, Lin Tianmeng was still capable of defeating him. In fact, Tang San's 2 fragments had been shattered by Lin Tianmeng to the extent of at least 80%. Otherwise, why would he flee? If this were the divine realm, you would have long since perished. Even as Tang San fled, he uttered such words, utterly unwilling to concede defeat to Lin Tianmeng. As a god king, if he could not win, at least he could escape. Although Lin Tianmeng was formidable, he lacked the divine consciousness power to hinder Tang San's escape. The vanquished continued to utter empty boasts. Lin Tianmeng, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders, watching the rift in the void close instantaneously before turning back to Wang Donger and BG. In truth, Tang San's earlier assertion was incorrect. Had they been in the divine realm, if Lin Tianmeng had wielded a level 10 soul guiding device, Twilight of the Gods, Tang San would not have had time to utter a single word before facing utter obliteration. He should be grateful that Lin Tianmeng had yet to reach the level where he could directly enter the divine realm. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to play the part of the arrogant. Tianmeng, are you unharmed? Wang Donger inquired anxiously. Do I appear to be in distress? Lin Tianmeng smiled slightly, for the most pressing issue had already been resolved. It was now time to address the matter of Su Jujin, the princess of the Star Luo Empire. Su Jujin had taken advantage of his absence, intruding upon the Tianmeng family, capturing all disciples within the sect, and even injuring Tangya. This grievance Lin Tianmeng must avenge. Wang Donger circled around him twice, pinching his arms before finally feeling reassured. It's a relief to hear that. If anything were to happen to you, I would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Although Wang Donger felt little affection for Tang San, should Lin Tianmeng be harmed due to him, she would never forgive herself. The nuances of right and wrong eluded her. All she knew was that Lin Tianmeng treated her genuinely well, while Tang San well, it was better left unmentioned. Su Jujin, having fainted moments ago, was assisted into a room by her maidservants. BG pointed toward the courtyard of the Tianmeng family. Wang Donger, furious, exclaimed, Su Jujin has gone too far. I heard she is only in her 30s. Tianmeng, let me teach her a lesson later. At that moment, the enforcers of Tiando City surrounded Princess Vina of the Tiando Empire as she approached. Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, Vina exclaimed joyfully, Patriarch Tianmeng, I did not expect to find you here. Even before Su Jujin dispatched troops to occupy the Tianmeng family, the enforcers of Tiando City had reported the situation. Layer upon layer, the report reached the royal family of the Tiando Empire, who deliberated for quite some time before sending Princess Vina to investigate. While en route, Vina suddenly felt a violent tremor in the ground. She suspected something significant had transpired, and thus commanded all enforcers to utilize acceleration soul guiding devices to hasten their arrival. Princess Vina, why have you come? Lin Tianmeng asked. He had initially believed the Tiando Empire would remain aloof, hoping to see both he and the Star Luo Empire suffer mutual destruction. Had that been the case, the Tiando Empire would no longer merit his collaboration. Given the magnitude of the disturbance in Tiando City, my royal brother was concerned and sent me to assess the situation personally. Vina was unlike Su Jujin. She was a woman of action. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. We are about to demand the return of our people from the Star Luo Empire's forces. With that, Lin Tianmeng strode forward. The plaque at the entrance of the Tianmeng family had been severed by the soldiers brought by Su Jujin. Wang Donger and BG flanked Lin Tianmeng on either side. When Princess Vina first laid eyes on Wang Donger, she was struck by her beauty. However, Wang Donger's short hair and masculine attire rendered her somewhat ambiguous in appearance. Shall we accompany you? Inquired one of the enforcers behind Vina. I can manage alone. You all stay outside. Vina replied. Is that so? Have you all ceased to heed my words? Vina shot a glance over her shoulder, her authority palpable. And no, we would never dare. We shall wait here. Should the princess require anything, do not hesitate to call us. Very well, Vina coldly acknowledged. Before joining Lin Tianmeng and company as they entered the courtyard of the Tianmeng family. Chapter 118. The reaction of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. Su Jiuzhou slowly regained consciousness. Princess, please wake up. In the room, Su Jiuzhou remained in a deep slumber, while her anxious maidservants gathered at her bedside. Suddenly, at the entrance, two maidservants acting as temporary guards were unceremoniously kicked aside by Lin Tianmeng, one after the other. Though he possessed a compassionate heart, he could not extend such kindness to those brought by Su Jiuzhou, who were intent on annihilating the Tianmeng family. He was not so benevolent as to treat enemies with the same consideration as his own kin. You cannot enter. One of the maidservants crawled toward Lin Tianmeng, clutching his leg in a desperate attempt to prevent his entry. Get lost. Lin Tianmeng delivered a forceful kick, sending the maidservant sprawling 3 meters away. Striding into the room where Su Jiuzhou lay, the remaining maidservants cowered in the corners, trembling with fear. Had Su Jiuzhou been awake, they would not have been afraid of Lin Tianmeng. However, with her in a state of unconsciousness and their soldiers having suffered total defeat, there was no one to stop him should he choose to act. Weina, who had previously encountered the ambitious and spirited Su Jiuzhou, now saw her in a disheveled state, lying in bed, oblivious to life and death. Tianmeng Patriarch, how do you intend to handle her? Weina inquired, her concern as a princess of the Tianhun Empire evident. Lin Tianmeng shrugged nonchalantly. Princess Weina, as you can see, Princess Jiuzhou is still in a coma and cannot return to the Star Luo Empire. In the spirit of hospitality from the Tianmeng family, I have decided to keep Princess Jiuzhou here, ensuring she receives proper care. Understanding his intentions, Weina realized he aimed to imprison Su Jiuzhou as leverage in negotiations with the Star Luo Empire's royal family. Truly, the Tianmeng Patriarch is cunning. Weina's gaze toward Lin Tianmeng grew more respectful. Very well, if you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall remain in the city for the time being, she pledged promptly. Then I must trouble you, princess. Not at all, it is my duty. With Su Jiuzhou's fate settled, Lin Tianmeng instructed by Ji and Wang Donger to rescue the captured disciples and tend to their wounds. Princess Weina departed the Tianmeng family with the enforcers, urging them to report back immediately should anything arise concerning Lin Tianmeng. The rescued disciples expressed their profound gratitude toward Lin Tianmeng while harboring deep resentment toward the Star Luo Empire. Those people are utterly despicable. They dispatched so many soldiers just to attack our humble sect. They even harmed Teacher Xiaoya. By the way, Patriarch, how is Teacher Xiaoya? Is her injury serious? During Lin Tianmeng's absence, Tang had been overseeing the Tianmeng family. Kind-hearted and beloved among the disciples, she was well regarded. She is fine. I shall bring her back tomorrow. Lin Tianmeng assured them. The disciples finally felt a sense of relief. The sect had also admitted several female disciples, whom Lin Tianmeng assigned to care for Su Jiuzhou while keeping a watchful eye on her. As for the maidservants accompanying Su Jiuzhou, they were all sent to Weina for her to manage. In the Star Luo Empire's royal palace, panic ensued. This is bad. Princess Jiuzhou is in trouble. What has happened? The emperor anxiously awaited news of Su Jiuzhou, and when it finally arrived, it bore grim tidings. Your Majesty, the army that Princess Jiuzhou led to Tiando City has been completely annihilated. What? The emperor felt darkness closing in, nearly collapsing. Thankfully, a maidservant behind him caught his fall. What about Jiuzhou? How is she? The emperor urgently inquired. Princess Jiuzhou has been captured, came the reply. The emperor's heart sank. This cannot be. She is the rightful heir to the throne. Nothing must happen to her. Struggling to regain his composure, he asked the soldier who had delivered the news, how do you know all this? The soldier responded. A disciple claiming to be from the Tianmeng family came to the palace, stating that Princess Jiuzhou has been captured and demands sincerity for her release. And where is he now? The soldier hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt. The guards did not allow him entry. Fool. The emperor's sleeve flared as he realized the gravity of the situation. If the Tianmeng family had truly captured Su Jiuzhou, it would spell disaster. Cursed Tianmeng family. They are surely banking on my determination to rescue Su Jiuzhou at any cost. Quickly, go retrieve that individual. I must question him personally. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor paced frantically within the grand hall. Logically, this war should have been one of assured victory. He had dispatched elite troops to accompany Su Jiuzhou, and their numbers were substantial. He had investigated the Tianmeng family and knew they had only a handful of disciples, with Tang being the sole soul master present. As for Lin Tianmeng and the others, they were elsewhere, not within the Tianmeng family. With such a formidable force and the divine jade pendant in Su Jiuzhou's possession, how could they have lost? Surely, something unforeseen must have occurred. Could it be the Tianhun Empire had intervened? But that shouldn't be the case. The emperor contemplated countless scenarios, yet none made sense. He could never have imagined that Lin Tianmeng, the patriarch of the Tianmeng family, could stand against the divine? How could one who dared challenge the gods fear a mere star Luo empire? Su Jiujio remained unconscious for an entire day. It was only the following evening that she finally awakened. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized she was not in her familiar chambers, but in a humble brick house. Cough. Cough. She attempted to speak, but a painful sensation gripped her throat, causing her to cough several times. She has awakened. Quickly, report to the patriarch. A female disciple guarding Su Jiujio's room hurriedly informed the male disciples standing outside. All right, we shall go at once. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng was conversing with Wang Donger and others in the hall when two disciples rushed in with news. Patriarch, Princess Jiujio has awakened. Lin Tianmeng immediately stood up. Let us go see her. I will come too. Wang Donger quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Su Jiujio began to grasp her predicament. A female disciple poured her a cup of water, saying, Princess Jiujio, you have been unconscious for a day and a night. Please drink some water to soothe your throat. Su Jiujio furrowed her brow tightly, unable to fathom that she had fallen to the status of a captive. I will not drink, she replied, her voice hoarse, firmly refusing the water offered by the disciple. The female disciple did not press the matter. I kindly offered you water, yet you refused to drink it. If you perish from thirst, so be it. Su Jiujio had not anticipated that she would not even attempt to persuade her, but instead would directly take the water away. Chapter 119. The overindulged and arrogant Su Jiujio. What? You wouldn't drink when I offered it, and now you wish for it. It's no longer available. The female disciple retorted with irritation. Captured by their clan leader, yet still fancied herself a princess? She seemed utterly oblivious to her current circumstances. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger entered. Clan leader, Madame Donger, the female disciple quickly bowed in respect. Thank you for your efforts, Lin Tianmeng replied. Now that she has awakened, there's no need for anyone to attend to her. You may return to your duties. Yes, clan leader. The disciple was eager to distance herself from Su Jiujio. Even as a prisoner, she still carried herself as if she were a princess. A burden the disciple could not bear. Su Jiujio, lying in bed, immediately heightened her vigilance upon seeing Lin Tianmeng and Wang Dong. You are the clan leader of the Tianmeng family? Su Jiujio fixed her gaze on Lin Tianmeng, speaking coldly. Seeing her attitude, Lin Tianmeng found it amusing. As a captive, she still regarded herself as a princess? Do you truly believe you have the right to ask such a question? Lin Tianmeng seated himself on the chair opposite her, pulling Wang Donger onto his lap. Wang Donger appeared somewhat shy, but did not resist. You two are utterly shameless. Su Jiujio exclaimed, taken aback. It was indeed a sect within the Tianhan Empire, devoid of manners. She was a dignified princess of the Xinglua Empire, the future heir to the throne. How dare these two humiliate her in such a manner? Su Jiujio, you would do well to comprehend your current situation. Lin Tianmeng remarked nonchalantly, adding pressure to her. Su Jiujio attempted to sit up, but found herself utterly drained, as if she had sustained severe internal injuries. What have you done to me? She cried out in shock. She sensed the gravity of her injuries. Without the timely intervention of a powerful healing soul master, she could potentially face paralysis or even death. Lin Tianmeng shrugged. If you inquire of me, who should I ask? Your injuries were not inflicted by me. Su Jiujio expressed her confusion. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Wang Donger, having arrived late and unaware of how Su Jiujio had suddenly fainted, felt the clarity of Lin Tianmeng's observations. Su Jiujio had shattered the jade pendant, forcibly invoking divine power, which had drawn forth two strands of Tang San's divine consciousness and a fragment of his essence to descend to Douluo Continent. And such an act naturally bore consequences. Su Jiujio, think carefully about what transpired before you lost consciousness, Lin Tianmeng suggested, prompting Su Jiujio to recollect the events herself. His words might not be convincing, but she would certainly trust her own memories. Indeed, as Lin Tianmeng finished speaking, Su Jiujio's brow furrowed tightly. She vaguely recalled that she had initially held the advantage. But once Lin Tianmeng and Bai Ji arrived, her soldiers had been left with no choice but to flee. At that moment, while contemplating their inevitable defeat, the jade pendant at her waist had suddenly illuminated, casting light upon her path. Joy surged within her. Yes, this was the jade pendant bestowed by the divine. The deity had promised that in times of danger, if she crushed the pendant, the divine would come to her aid. With absolute faith in the divine, Su Jiujio had decisively shattered the jade pendant. Then, she felt as though her entire body was on the verge of explosion, an unbearable discomfort enveloping her chest. Before she could process it, she spat blood and collapsed to the ground. The subsequent events remained a mystery to her. Once Su Jiujio finished recalling, she turned her astonished gaze toward Lin Tianmeng. So, has the princess remembered? Lin Tianmeng casually sipped from a cup of tea. Wang Donger sat on his lap, one hand wrapped around his waist while the other held his hand. For reasons unknown, Su Jiujio found their posture quite irksome. I only remember that after shattering the pendant, I lost consciousness, Su Jiujio replied coolly. She could surmise the cause, yet she was unwilling to accept it. After all, it was a deity. How could a deity harm her? If it were not for the divine's guidance, she would never have led troops to Tiando City, nor would she have suffered such immense losses. At that moment, Wang Donger seemed to grasp something, her expression turning horrified. Tianmeng. Does she mean that the deity forcibly inflicted the backlash of using divine consciousness upon her? Lin Tianmeng nodded slightly. Indeed. There is no other explanation. Wang Donger gasped in shock. It turned out her biological father, Tang San, was of such character. He had originally tasked Su Jiujio with his affairs. Yet in the end, he had betrayed her. Had it not been for Lin Tianmeng's timely intervention in allowing Bai Ji to provide Su Jiujio with some treatment, she would likely have already met her demise. Of course, to prevent Su Jiujio from escaping, Bai Ji had not fully healed her, but merely suppressed her life-threatening injuries. After coming to this realization, Wang Donger could not help but reflect on Tang San's cunning. Without Bai Ji, Su Jiujio would undoubtedly have perished in Tiando City, at the hands of the Tianmeng family. At that juncture, the royal family of the Xinghua Empire would certainly attribute Su Jiujio's death to Lin Tianmeng and his associates. Such a death would inevitably provoke a war between the Xinghua Empire and the Tianhan Empire. As the divine king, Tang San would then reap the benefits from the divine realm. Wang Donger tightened her grip on Lin Tianmeng's hand. Lin Tianmeng smiled back at her. Fear not. We shall confront whatever comes. You have your strategies, I have my means. He had long anticipated Tang San's schemes and held them in utter contempt. As the divine king of the divine realm, he should focus on governing the divine realm instead of meddling in the affairs of the mortal realm, risking war between the two great empires of Douluo Continent for his selfish desires. Regrettably, though he had plotted extensively, he had not accounted for Lin Tianmeng as one of the most significant variables. With Lin Tianmeng in play, Tang San's schemes could never succeed. Did he wish for war between the Xinghua Empire and the Tianhan Empire? That was feasible, but the victor would be determined by Lin Tianmeng. You speak falsely. The divine would never deceive me. Su Jiujio, having grasped the situation, remained adamant in her disbelief. She held the divine in such high reverence. How could the divine possibly harm its faithful followers? Jiujio, whether you believe it or not, the truth remains unchanged, Lin Tianmeng declared. Had I not arranged for someone to tend to your injuries in advance, you would have long since passed into the afterlife. Chapter 120. The Wheel of Fortune turns, returning to Shrek Academy. Su Jiujio's face contorted with disbelief. You had someone save me? That's impossible. Born into royalty, she had witnessed countless schemes from a young age. Even her beloved elder brother was secretly plotting ways to ensure her willing accession to the throne of the Star Luo Empire. Thus, she could not fathom that her adversary would act with benevolence. Hey, how can you be so ungrateful? Wang Donger interjected. Divine intervention nearly led to your demise. Yet you still cling to your faith in it. The one who truly rescued you from the jaws of death, you refuse to acknowledge. There's no need to get upset over such a person, Dong. Lin Tianmeng gently urged her to rise from his lap before standing up himself. Let us depart. We must return to Shrek. He needed to retrieve Tanya. All right, Wang Donger nodded obediently. Yet, upon hearing their intent to leave, Su Jiujio's anxiety surged. No, you cannot just leave like this. I am a princess of the Star Luo Empire, and my brother will undoubtedly send someone to rescue me. Currently, she could do nothing but lie there, unable to even sit up. In her frantic state, she exerted too much force while turning, resulting in her tumbling off the bed. Both Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger turned at the sound. Su Jiujio, having fallen, gritted her teeth, enduring the pain that radiated through her body, and glared fiercely at Lin Tianmeng. You won't be so arrogant for long. My brother will surely come to save me. Lin Tianmeng replied helplessly. That can only be discussed once your brother arrives. He approached and gently placed Su Jiujio back onto the bed, warning, until then, it would be wise for you to behave, or I possess ample means to make your existence a living torment. Su Jiujio had intended to retort, but upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's words, she fell silent. For she understood that until the Star Luo Empire sent someone to rescue her, she remained a captive here. Much like the disciples of the Tianmeng family, she had ensnared yesterday. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. Donger, let us go. Lin Tianmeng chose to disregard Su Jiujio. Regardless of her compliance, he would not allow her demise before negotiating terms with the Star Luo Empire. Wang Donger's emotions were in turmoil. Once outside the room, she turned to Lin Tianmeng and asked, Tianmeng, why do you think Tang San is doing this? Wang Donger no longer wished to refer to Tang San as her father. She would only use his full name from now on. She struggled to comprehend why Tang San, now a god and seemingly a divine king, would interfere in the affairs of Douluo Continent and incite war between the two great empires, the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Donger, your question is rather complex. I'm afraid I cannot provide an answer, Lin Tianmeng responded, shaking his head. Faced with Wang Donger's astonishment, Lin Tianmeng smiled. Because I am unable to perceive matters from his perspective, much like you, I do not understand his motivations. One can only say that the thought processes of the divine King Tang are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Surely, he has his own path to follow. That makes sense. Wang Donger decided not to delve deeper, having resolved to no longer acknowledge this biological father. Everything would be addressed once they found her mother. At Shrek Academy, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger approached the inner courtyard to retrieve Tanya, but before they could enter, they were intercepted by Zhou Yi. What on earth is going on with you two? The Soul Master competition is about to commence, and you dare to sneak off without a word? This is unacceptable. Zhou Yi, the lead instructor for this Soul Master competition, recognized that Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger were the strongest in the reserve team. If they were unable to participate, the combat effectiveness of Shrek Academy's representative team would undoubtedly suffer. Moreover, Zhou Yi's temper was notoriously bad. Teacher Zhou, we genuinely have an urgent matter. Lin Tianmeng attempted to explain, but Zhou Yi did not afford him that opportunity. What matter could possibly be more urgent than the Soul Master competition? Zhou Yi glared at them coldly. If the competition falters due to your absence, I will show no mercy. Yes, Teacher Zhou, we assure you we will participate on time. Wang Donger replied. Only participating on time. Other team members report to me daily for practice. Yet you two have been missing since yesterday. Zhou Yi placed her hands on her hips, her tone stern. Teacher Zhou, we did not intentionally miss practice. There were issues within my sect. Lin Tianmeng knew that honesty was the only way to appease Zhou Yi, so he began to explain the matter concerning his sect. Oh, you have a sect behind you? This revelation caught Zhou Yi off guard. She had only known that when Lin Tianmeng first entered Shrek Academy, there was no record of him being part of any sect. However, now that he had reached the rank of a four-ringed Soul Master, it was only natural for a sect to take him in. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi could not fathom that Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger were entangled in the affairs of the two great empires. The situation is as follows, Teacher Zhou. Lin Tianmeng slowly recounted his experiences over the past 2 days, omitting only the details of his battle with the divine consciousness avatars, with Wang Donger adding embellishments beside him. Even if Zhou Yi initially harbored doubts, she was now convinced to a significant extent. Ahem. In that case, I shall refrain from pursuing your absence from practice over the past 2 days. However, once this matter concludes, you must participate in the practice, Zhou Yi declared. Yes, Teacher Zhou. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger naturally did not argue against her. Very well, go on and attend to your business. Zhou Yi waved her hand, allowing them to leave. Bai Ji had also departed unexpectedly the previous day, leaving Zhou Yi to manage both the reserve and main teams alone. Fortunately, no conflicts had arisen between the two teams. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to handle. The primary issue was her limited strength, being merely a 6-ringed Soul Emperor, with combat capabilities inferior even to Ma Xiaotao. The main team already boasted Soul Kings at level 59, and their combat prowess and Soul Ring configurations were top-notch, making it entirely normal for them to challenge Soul Emperors. Zhou Yi sighed, muttering to herself, perhaps I should find some time to enhance my own strength as well. In the inner courtyard, within Zhang Lishuan's dormitory, Lin Tianmeng knocked on the door, immediately inquiring, Senior sister, how is Tanya doing? Wang Donger stood behind him. The moment Zhang Lishuan laid eyes on Lin Tianmeng, her expression lit up with surprise, but it quickly returned to calm upon noticing Wang Donger. As a substitute teacher in Class 1 of the second year, she was naturally acquainted with Wang Donger, though at that time, Wang Donger had not yet acknowledged her identity as a daughter. Now, she walks hand in hand with Lin Tianmeng, and it is evident to anyone that they are a couple. Chapter 121, Tanya and Zhang Lishuan, along with Wang Donger. Tanya's injuries have nearly healed, though she is still unable to engage in strenuous activity. Zhang Lishuan inquires, Tianmeng, has Tianmeng returned? Hearing Lin Tianmeng's voice from the bedroom, Tanya rushes out without even bothering to put on her shoes. Xiaoya, Lin Tianmeng exclaims with delight, noting that Tanya's appearance suggests she is on the mend. Please, come in, Zhang Lishuan urges. The group gathers at the doorway, as it would be unwise for other disciples in the inner courtyard to see them. All right, Lin Tianmeng replies, pulling Wang Donger inside and closing the door behind them. Senior sister, I cannot thank you enough for the past couple of days. If it weren't for your care, Xiaoya wouldn't have recovered so quickly, Lin Tianmeng expresses, presenting a third-level milk bottle as a token of gratitude. Although Zhang Lishuan does not find the third-level milk bottle particularly rare, she graciously accepts it. Thank you. I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Upon seeing the third-level milk bottle, Tanya recalls that she possesses one as well, also a gift from Lin Tianmeng. By the way, how have things been with the sect? Tanya inquires with concern. Typically, she has remained at the sect, treating the disciples as friends. It's all over now. The disciples within the sect have been rescued. You can rest easy, Lin Tianmeng assures her. That's good to hear. Tanya nods, then glances at Wang Donger, playfully teasing. Isn't this Wang Dong? When did you two start holding hands? Wang Donger's face instantly flushes with embarrassment. Sister Xiaoya, I am actually a girl. Ah, Tanya gasps. So you were cross-dressing all this time? But weren't you two roommates? My goodness, I can't even imagine. Tanya is always a lively character, prompting Lin Tianmeng to quickly interject, that is not the case. Xiaoya, don't overthink it. I had no idea Donger was a girl until now. She knew, but had always pretended otherwise. Thus, until now, no genuine relationship had developed between her and Wang Donger. So that's how it is. Tanya's curiosity ignites, her inquisitive nature flaring up. At that moment, Zhang Lishuan says, you all continue chatting. I'll go cut some fruit for you. Senior sister, you sit. I can handle this, Lin Tianmeng says, fully aware of the significant help Zhang Lishuan has provided. Tanya's dark blue silver grass would undoubtedly cause a stir within Shrek Academy. Thankfully, Zhang Lishuan is present, otherwise, where's the fruit? Lin Tianmeng asks as she enters the kitchen. Let me help you, Zhang Lishuan offers, going over to retrieve the fruit she bought that morning. Meanwhile, Tanya and Wang Donger sit on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Donger, I never would have guessed you were a girl. I couldn't tell at all. Tanya laughs. Sister Xiaoya, please don't tease me. I have now joined our sect, Wang Donger replies, her head bowed low, her cheeks flushed. In the kitchen, Lin Tianmeng cleans the fruit Zhang Lishuan has prepared, cutting it while asking, Senior sister, I've always wondered, why did you suddenly become a substitute teacher for our class? Zhang Lishuan hesitates, then responds, I've never been a teacher before. Since Teacher Shui was on leave, I thought I'd give it a try. Is that so? Lin Tianmeng feels that the situation is not quite so simple. However, she refrains from probing further. Ah, Zhang Lishuan suddenly exclaims. What's wrong? Lin Tianmeng rushes over to check. It's nothing. I just wasn't paying attention and nicked myself with the fruit knife, Zhang Lishuan says, looking down at her finger, which has a small cut from which blood is beginning to seep. This is hardly nothing. Wait, let me see your hand. I'll help you bandage it. Lin Tianmeng insists, retrieving a medical kit from her storage soul guide. One hand dabs a cotton swab with alcohol, while the other gently holds Zhang Lishuan's finger. The unexpected touch makes Zhang Lishuan feel uneasy, and she instinctively tries to pull away. However, Lin Tianmeng grips her hand a bit tighter. Senior sister, though the cut is small, an infection would be troublesome. Please, don't move. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Lin Tianmeng's words, Zhang Lishuan ceases her struggle, allowing him to tend to her injury with care. His movements are gentle, and as he wraps her finger, he inquires, does it hurt? Zhang Lishuan shakes her head slightly. Not at all. Yet, watching Lin Tianmeng earnestly care for her wound, a peculiar feeling begins to swell within her. It seems that no one has ever cared for her in such a way before. Among the inner courtyard, while many male students pursue her, her aloofness and strength intimidate them, leaving most to secretly harbor crushes without daring to confess. As for Bei Bei, who had a childhood engagement with her, his youthfulness, coupled with his overwhelming ambition and stinginess, left Zhang Lishuan devoid of such feelings. Yet Lin Tianmeng, this junior she has known for a short time, is genuinely concerned for her well-being. Senior sister, does it still hurt? Lin Tianmeng asks after finishing the bandaging. Zhang Lishuan returns to her senses and replies, it's nothing. Just a minor injury. As a soul master, injuries are quite normal. However, this time, it feels distinctly different. You should go rest. I'll take care of the fruit. Lin Tianmeng insists, pushing her away and preventing her from touching the knife again. It's all right. It's just a scratch, Zhang Lishuan tries to protest. But Lin Tianmeng does not allow her the opportunity. Trust me, just sit on the sofa and wait. I'll handle everything, he assures her. Zhang Lishuan is momentarily taken aback. I'll handle everything. What a beautiful promise. It is the first time she has heard such a commitment. All right. Strangely compelled. She refrains from arguing further. Lin Tianmeng returns to the kitchen, washes and prepares all the fruit, then brings it out. All right, everyone, let us eat some fruit. When Lin Tianmeng approaches, the three girls are engaged in lively conversation. To Lin Tianmeng's surprise, Zhang Lishuan is even wearing a smile. Moreover, the three seem to be getting along quite well, with Wang Donger transitioning from initial awkwardness to comfortably discussing her experiences with Lin Tianmeng. Tianmeng, come here. We were just talking about you. Tanya calls out, waving him over. Oh, what were you saying? Lin Tianmeng asks as he takes a seat. We were saying you're handsome. Tanya giggles. Even senior sister thinks you're good looking. Really? Lin Tianmeng looks at Zhang Lishuan. She awkwardly replies. Don't listen to their nonsense. I never said anything like that. Chapter 122, bringing Tanya back to the sect, the Star Luo Empire remains inactive. Wang Donger exclaimed. Master sister, you are lying. You clearly stated it just moments ago. Indeed, indeed. Tanya added. Zhang Lishuan interjected, while Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Let's not refer to her as master sister anymore. Xiaoya, how is your injury faring? Tanya shook her head, responding. I am perfectly fine now and can return at any time. She understood that, Given her current status, she should not linger at Shrek Academy. However, with Lin Tianmeng absent for the past few days, she had worried for her safety, thus refraining from leaving. Despite Zhang Lishuan's seemingly taciturn demeanor, Tangya could sense the genuine care she had devoted to her during this time. Before parting with Bei, he had never mentioned his childhood betrothal to Zhang Lishuan. Had it not been for Zhang Lishuan publicly revealing this matter within the inner courtyard, Tangya might still be oblivious. Upon reflection, Bei was indeed quite adept at maintaining dual allegiances without a word. Very well, I shall escort you shortly. Lin Tianmeng nodded in agreement. And what of me? Wang Donger blinked her large, powder blue eyes and inquired. One of us must remain to keep a steady hand on Teacher Zhou, Lin Tianmeng replied, shrugging her shoulders. Wang Donger sighed in resignation. All right then. Indeed, someone needed to temper Teacher Zhou's temperament. After Lin Tianmeng engaged in light conversation with them for a while, she expressed her deep gratitude to Zhang Lishuan before departing with Tangya. The room was soon left with only Zhang Lishuan and Wang Donger. Master sister, I must return to the outer courtyard as well, Wang Donger shyly announced as she rose to her feet. Zhang Lishuan nodded. Once Wang Donger left, she felt the weight of her master sister's presence. Even a solitary moment with her felt overwhelmingly pressuring. Let us not forget, master sister is an 8th ring soul Douluo. No matter how talented Wang Donger might be, she was merely a 3rd ring soul master at present. The Lin family. Lin Tianmeng returned with Tangya. This place truly suits me. At Shrek Academy, I could only hide behind master sister, unable to venture outside. It has been utterly unbearable, Tangya sighed, taking a deep breath and revealing a look of tranquility. Lin Tianmeng smiled. The princess of the Star Luo Empire, Su Jiuzhou, has been captured. I have arranged her in the guest room. Would you care to take a look? Upon hearing this, Tangya eagerly replied, of course. Why wouldn't I? She vividly recalled how Su Jiuzhou had led her troops to assault the Lin family, her face brimming with arrogance. Now, reduced to a captive, what thoughts would fill the princess's mind? Tangya was itching to deliver a decisive blow to the fallen adversary. Very well, we shall go at once, Lin Tianmeng agreed. Eager to assess Su Jiuzhou's condition, it would be dire if she managed to escape. Surely, the Star Luo Empire must be preparing to negotiate terms with them by now, right? Chief, Teacher Xiaoya, the disciple stationed outside Su Jiuzhou's room greeted respectfully. She hasn't caused any trouble since my departure, has she? Lin Tianmeng inquired. The disciple responded, none at all. Since your exit, she has remained in bed, staring at the ceiling in silence. Lin Tianmeng nodded, taking Tangya's hand as they entered. Su Jiuzhou had already heard the commotion outside. She had listened intently to the exchange between the disciple and Lin Tianmeng. Yet, she remained motionless, fixated on the ceiling. Her thoughts veiled in mystery. Princess Jiuzhou, Lin Tianmeng began, seating herself on the chair opposite the bed. The table held tea and pastries, untouched. Su Jiuzhou finally spoke. At this juncture, what am I even worth as a princess? She recognized her miscalculation. Her error lay in underestimating Lin Tianmeng's strength. Had she been aware of Lin Tianmeng's formidable prowess beforehand, the battle would not have ended in defeat. The Star Luo Empire was vast, easily capable of producing several titled Douluos. Yet, Su Jiuzhou had foolishly believed that simply leading her army would suffice to annihilate the Lin family, dismissing the need for titled Douluos. Moreover, with a titled Douluo present, she might have lost her position as the supreme commander. After all, her youth and lack of strength were significant hindrances. Had she known it would come to this, she would have heeded her brother's advice and brought formidable titled Douluo allies along. However, Su Jiuzhou suddenly recalled that upon shattering her jade pendant, she should have summoned the divine. But why? In the end, did victory lie with Lin Tianmeng? After contemplating this matter for a long time following her awakening, she could not arrive at an answer. Yet, now that Lin Tianmeng had returned, an idea sparked in her mind. She tilted her head to gaze at Lin Tianmeng, furrowing her brow, and asked, did the divine truly not appear? This was the question weighing most heavily on her heart. If even the divine could not vanquish Lin Tianmeng, then bringing titled Douluos would not alter the outcome. But if the divine had not manifested, curious to know? Lin Tianmeng replied leisurely, though it was somewhat humiliating. Su Jiuzhou conceded, yes. I shan't disclose that information, Lin Tianmeng declared. Su Jiuzhou was taken aback. Are you toying with me? Tangya couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that the usually haughty Princess Jiuzhou would find herself in such a predicament? Princess Jiuzhou, do remember, you are our captive now, Tangya asserted, stepping forward to gently touch Su Jiuzhou's cheek. Su Jiuzhou turned her head away forcefully, indignantly exclaiming, do not rejoice too soon. My brother will undoubtedly come to rescue me. When he arrives, he will take both of you back. At that moment, she would show them who the true captive was. Is that so? But the news has been dispatched for quite some time. Yet your brother remains conspicuously inactive, Lin Tianmeng remarked, crossing her legs in a casual manner, deliberately provoking Su Jiuzhou. You're speaking nonsense. Su Jojo had indeed fallen into the trap. Her brother cared for her deeply and would never forsake her. Although royal families lacked genuine familial affection, her brother had no heirs. She was the next in line for the throne. Under such circumstances, her brother could not possibly abandon her. Her reasoning was sound. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire was currently in a frenzy, frantically discussing rescue plans with his ministers. However, Su Jojo remained oblivious to this complexity. If your brother truly wished to save you, he would have sent someone to negotiate terms with me long ago. Yet to this day, I have yet to see a soul from the Star Luo Empire, Lin Tianmeng remarked, wrapping an arm around Tang Ya's waist and guiding her to sit beside her. Tang Ya, feeling a touch shy, nevertheless took a firm stance against Su Jojo. It seems your position as princess may soon be relinquished by the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 123. Ma Xiaodao is on the verge of giving birth. A certain branch of the Holy Spirit cult. Impossible. Su Jojo's eyes were filled with desperation. My brother will definitely send someone to rescue me. Although she spoke these words, a sense of panic began to swell within her heart. If her brother truly did not come to her aid, what fate awaited her? The thought made her swallow hard. Oh, Lin Tianmeng replied casually. Su Jojo said, all right, let us depart. We can discuss matters further when the Xinghua Empire sends someone to negotiate. Lin Tianmeng took Tang Ya's hand and addressed her. Let us go. All right. Tang Ya nodded, rising to her feet and walking towards the door alongside Lin Tianmeng. Wait. Su Jojo suddenly called out. What is it? Lin Tianmeng turned back, displaying an expression of impatience. I am a bit hungry. Could you send someone to fetch me something to eat? Su Jojo glanced at him with a hint of guilt. The female disciples had previously offered her food, but she had refused to eat, not wanting to endure such humiliation. Since she had no desire to partake, the disciples had naturally not insisted and had taken everything away. Now, however, her stomach audibly grumbled. Lin Tianmeng acquiesced. I suppose it can be arranged, but at this hour, the kitchen may be deserted. I shall have them prepare something for you. Faced with Lin Tianmeng's unexpected kindness, Su Jojo found her impression of him subtly shifting. It seemed he was not as unfeeling as she had imagined. Thank you, she said. As Tang Ya stepped over the threshold, she could not help but retort. Oh, so the illustrious Princess Jojo can express her gratitude after all. Su Jojo remained silent. Lin Tianmeng chuckled, playfully tapping Tang Ya's nose as he said, let us go. Tang Ya smiled radiantly. The sight of their intertwined hands struck Su Jojo as unbearably glaring. This Lin Tianmeng was truly detestable. She lay there, gravely injured, while he reveled in the company of beautiful women. Su Jojo could not help but think, once her brother rescued her, she would surely return. She merely wondered if, by then, Lin Tianmeng and his women would still be able to laugh. In the Stardow Forest, within a certain cave, a young man clad in a black robe hurriedly entered, his face etched with horror. Master, the scorpion tiger Douluo has fallen. The young man knelt on one knee, reporting to an elder in black robes who sat cross-legged within the cave. Upon hearing this, the elder immediately opened his eyes. Have you discovered how he met his demise? The scorpion tiger Douluo was a notable figure within the Holy Spirit cult. Recently, there were rumors that the cult leader intended to establish a new hall and appoint the scorpion tiger Douluo as its master, although this had yet to be confirmed. It was unexpected that, at such a critical juncture, the scorpion tiger Douluo would perish. After all, he was a title Douluo. Moreover, he was an evil soul master. Throughout the entire Douluo Continent, there were no more than 10 individuals capable of slaying the scorpion tiger Douluo. Yet, he had died without a sound. No, the young man replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was merely a messenger. He hoped the master would not be angered by this news, for otherwise, he might not leave the cave alive. I understand. You may go, the elder said. Yes, the young man sighed in relief. Fortunate that the master did not hold him accountable. Those engaged in the ways of evil soul masters often bore a touch of madness. One could be met with a friendly smile one moment and a blade the next. Thus, the young evil soul masters working under these leaders lived in constant trepidation. Naturally, they would also fantasize about the day they might become masters themselves. The young man quietly exited the cave and returned to their congregation area. It was vast and desolate, once the domain of soul beasts, but they had exterminated all the creatures that resided there and marked the territory with fences. Who would have thought that among the 4 great empires, a certain hall of the Holy Spirit cult would be situated within the Stardow Forest? The Emperor Tian, who was privy to every movement within the Stardow Forest, was certainly aware of this. However, they had only stationed themselves near the periphery of the core area, without disturbing the lives of the core soul beasts. As for the low-level soul beasts on the outskirts, their deaths were inconsequential. Emperor Tian harbored grand ambitions and was one of the 10 great ferocious beasts. There was no need to engage in conflict with the evil soul masters over mere low-level soul beasts. After all, evil soul masters were notoriously treacherous. Despite his confidence in his strength, one could never be certain of the unexpected attacks that evil soul masters might employ. For various reasons, Emperor Tian refrained from taking action, which only emboldened their arrogance. Some evil soul masters from other halls even discussed the possibility of establishing a base within the Stardow Forest, reasoning that those 10,000-year soul beasts would not come looking for them. The various branches of the Holy Spirit cult were stationed separately, with some in the Xinghua Empire, others in the Tianhun Empire and Doling Empire, and a few in the Sun and Moon Empire, though the latter were fewer in number. At this time, the Sun and Moon Empire had yet to earn the trust of the Holy Spirit cult. However, such matters developed rapidly, and once both parties demonstrated sufficient sincerity, cooperation could be established in an instant. Tang Yu remained at the Tianmeng family estate, ensuring that Su Jiujiu was well guarded until the Xinghua Empire sent representatives for negotiation. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng hastened to Shrek City. Although he had not been in such a rush, news from the academy informed him that Ma Xiaodao had gone into labor. This was a significant event. He could not afford to be absent. At the maternal and child health hospital in Shrek City, Lin Tianmeng finally inquired about the delivery room where Ma Xiaodao was located, only to discover that Xue Di was there holding Xiaoning. Xue. Lin Tianmeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. No matter the circumstances, the presence of his wife and child always provided him with solace. Tianmeng, you're back. Xue Di waved at him, smiling. Upon seeing her father, little Xiaoning babbled happily. The child was still too young to speak. Lin Tianmeng quickly sat down, taking Xiaoning from Xue Di's arms and displaying a gentle smile. Yes, how is Xiaotao? I'm not sure yet, but with her robust constitution, she should be fine. Xue Di replied. Having given birth herself, she had some experience, albeit limited. Once Ma Xiaodao finished delivering, she would assist in caring for her and share some important advice. Lin Tianmeng, teacher Xiaoxue. What astonished Lin Tianmeng was the unexpected arrival of Zhang Lishuan. She seemed to have just received the news, dashing over with urgency. Senior sister, what brings you here? Lin Tianmeng inquired, puzzled. Xiaotao is my dear friend. I naturally had to come for such a significant event, Zhang Lishuan replied. A hint of reproach in her tone, implying that Lin Tianmeng had forgotten the bond between her and Ma Xiaodao. It dawned on Lin Tianmeng, who sheepishly scratched his head and said, I apologize. I've been too busy lately to remember. Zhang Lishuan ignored him, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the little girl in his arms. This must be your daughter? She resembles a porcelain doll, absolutely exquisite. Even the typically aloof Zhang Lishuan couldn't help but radiate maternal affection upon encountering such a tiny, adorable child. Her name is Xiaoning. Would you like to hold her? Lin Tianmeng offered with a smile. Is that permissible? Zhang Lishuan thought to herself, yearning to embrace the child, yet feeling a twinge of anxiety as she had never held such a small infant before. At that moment, Xue Di approached her, saying, Allow me to show you how to hold her. Be cautious, as a child's skeletal development is still incomplete. Xue Di demonstrated the proper way to cradle the baby before handing her over to Zhang Lishuan. With utmost care, Zhang Lishuan took Xiaoning into her arms, her eyes softening with tenderness. She truly is so small. Is this the joy of holding a child? Little did she know whether she would ever have the fortune to marry a man she adored and bear such a delightful child herself. Tianmeng, how is Xiaotao? Soon. Cici arrived, her presence elusive as she seldom appeared, even to her husband, Lin Tianmeng. She's still inside, Lin Tianmeng replied. Oh, Cici responded, her expression reverting to her usual reticence upon seeing the crowd. Zhang Lishuan was somewhat taken aback. It seemed Cici and Lin Tianmeng were quite familiar with each other. Yet, Cici was not one to engage in conversation, particularly with male classmates, aside from during their battles. Xue Di casually cast a glance at Lin Tianmeng, perhaps understanding the nature of his relationship with Cici. The group remained outside, anxiously awaiting news as Ma Xiaotao had been inside for quite some time. Occasional sounds of distress emanating from within. Lin Tianmeng was deeply worried, but could only wait. Fortunately, the doctor soon emerged. Congratulations, you have a beautiful baby boy, and both mother and child are well, the doctor announced with a smile. Lin Tianmeng finally felt a weight lift from his heart. How is Xiaodao now? He eagerly asked. Nothing serious. She is just a bit weak after giving birth, so I recommend she recuperates well, the doctor advised. Thank you, doctor. Congratulations to the host on the birth of your child. Congratulations to the host on receiving a diamond-level reward. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward. 1 soul ring slot. 100,000-year soul ring. Well, this adds another slot for a soul ring. Now, he had 12 vacant slots. Can we go in now? Zhang Lishuan inquired. It's best to go in one at a time to avoid disturbing the mother. The doctor replied. Thank you, doctor. Tianmeng, you should go see Xiaodao first, Xue Di suggested, settling down. All right, I'm going now. Lin Tianmeng nodded. Ma Xiaodao had just given birth, and naturally, she needed her husband at that moment. Cici found it surprising. Xue Di spoke with such poise, reminiscent of a noblewoman accustomed to high status. Moreover, Her demeanor was remarkably gentle. Although the inner court's senior sister, Zhang Lishuan, was equally authoritative, Cici sensed a stark contrast in their presences. Zhang Lishuan's most memorable trait was her icy demeanor. The disciples of the inner court held her in high regard, which explained their respectful address as senior sister. However, Zhang Lishuan usually maintained a formal distance with those she was less familiar with. In contrast, Xuedi exuded an air of calmness and composure, as if unfazed by any situation, serene and tranquil. In a moment, Cici found herself envious of Lin Tianmeng, realizing that so many distinguished and beautiful women regarded him with favor. Even teacher Xiaoxua had given him a daughter. Inside the delivery room, Lin Tianmeng rushed to Ma Xiaotao's side, concern etched on his face. She lay there, weak and drenched in sweat. This is unbearable. I'm never doing this again, Ma Xiaotao exclaimed. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you one tea have to again. Are you hungry? I'll fetch you something to eat. The doctor said you need to nourish yourself. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's mood lightened a bit as she nodded. Okay, go ahead. Lin Tianmeng turned to leave. But Ma Xiaotao called out after him, wait. What is it? You haven't even seen the baby yet. She scolded. Lin Tianmeng turned back, feeling sheepish. I was too nervous and completely forgot. In the crib beside her lay their son. Let me see him too, Ma Xiaotao said, as she lacked the strength to sit up. Of course. Lin Tianmeng, having prior experience with holding babies, approached with great caution. The tiny infant wrinkled and delicate. Showing the baby to Ma Xiaotao, she was immediately taken aback. Oh my, he is so ugly. Lin Tianmeng responded. The doctor said newborns often look like this. They'll grow and look better in a few days. Ma Xiaotao, unimpressed, waved her hand dismissively. All right, just put him back. Complying, Lin Tianmeng returned the child to the crib. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaotao's mind was in turmoil. Why is my child so unattractive? Just look at teacher Xiaoxua's daughter, who was beautiful like a snow doll from birth. And then there's my own child. It's truly a case of comparison leading to despair. Lin Tianmeng, feeling helpless, remarked, the doctor assured us that all newborns look like this. They'll improve in a few days. Ma Xiaotao retorted, enough already, who else is out there? Senior sister. Shui and Cici, Lin Tianmeng replied obediently. Cici is here too? Ma Xiaotao expressed surprise. In her mind, such an occasion seemed unlikely for Cici to attend. Even if they were friends, given Cici's personality, she would likely wait until there were fewer people or until after Ma Xiaotao was discharged. Yes, Lin Tianmeng said, not understanding her astonishment, merely stating the facts. All right, I understand. You may leave now, Ma Xiaotao said. Lin Tianmeng, feeling the weight of her words, couldn't shake off the impression that Ma Xiaotao seemed rather reluctant to see him. In truth, Ma Xiaotao's inner thoughts were, how can I, possessing such beauty, give birth to a child so unattractive? It must be due to the male genes. Chapter 125. Is Cici getting married? Ma Xiaotao's own disdain for her unattractive son. After Lin Tianmeng exited, the three of them took turns visiting Ma Xiaotao. The first to arrive was Zhang Lishuan. Given their close familiarity, Ma Xiaotao couldn't help but vent her frustrations upon seeing her. Senior sister, you wouldn't believe it. My son is utterly hideous. Zhang Lishuan replied, really? I thought teacher Xiaoxua's daughter was quite adorable. Having never given birth herself, she was unaware of what newborns typically looked like. Ma Xiaotao rolled her eyes and gestured toward the crib, saying, don't take my word for it. See for yourself. Just don't blame me if you end up crying from the shock. Zhang Lishuan hesitated. It can't be that exaggerated, right? Just take a look and you'll see. Ma Xiaotao insisted. Reluctantly, Zhang Lishuan stood up and approached the crib, only to be greeted by a wrinkled bundle. Isn't it quite ugly? Ma Xiaotao inquired. Well, it's not that bad, Zhang Lishuan replied, struggling to state the obvious truth. Ma Xiaotao sighed. All right, senior sister, you needn't offer me false comfort. My heart is ashen. Why on earth is my son so unfortunate in appearance? Clearly, Xiaoning is so beautiful. Zhang Lishuan chuckled. Perhaps daughters tend to be more attractive? Who knows? In any case, I have no intention of having children myself. I've heard that newborns often look like this. They should become more appealing in a few days, Ma Xiaotao said. Now, senior sister, there's no need to console me further. Please send in the next visitor. Ma Xiaotao displayed a clear disinterest in continuing the conversation. Zhang Lishuan, taken aback, thought to herself that she never expected Ma Xiaotao's competitive spirit would extend to childbirth. All right, you take care and rest well. I'll take my leave, she said. Okay. Ma Xiaotao nodded. Just as Zhang Lishuan was about to depart, Ma Xiaotao suddenly called out, by the way, senior sister, now that I've given birth, when do you plan to find a boyfriend? Zhang Lishuan paused, her expression becoming somewhat awkward as she replied, such matters cannot be forced, they must be left to fate. True enough, but you should hurry, otherwise, your child might end up calling my son uncle, Ma Xiaotao jested, bursting into laughter. Zhang Lishuan assured her, don't worry, it won't come to that, at most, it will be brother. Perhaps she indeed ought to start considering her own lifelong commitment. After Zhang Lishuan left, the second visitor was Cici. In the presence of unfamiliar faces, Cici appeared quite ordinary, but among friends, she showed no restraint. Xiaodao, how are you feeling? Is childbirth exhausting? She exclaimed, dashing to Ma Xiaodao's bedside. Seeing Cici was akin to encountering a sister. Exhausting. You have no idea. Giving birth nearly took my life. Really? Was it that severe? Cici blinked her lively eyes, which sparkled even when hidden behind a mask. Of course, if you haven't experienced it, you wouldn't understand, Ma Xiaodao remarked, feeling like a seasoned veteran ready to dispense advice. Let me tell you, during childbirth, you mustn't scream too loudly. Conserve your strength, or you won't last until the end. Also, it's best to snack a bit along the way, or you'll run out of energy. Cici listened intently, her eyes wide with curiosity. After Ma Xiaodao finished, Cici spoke. Xiaodao, I'm married now, did you know? What? Ma Xiaodao exclaimed, utterly astounded. In her mind, Cici was not someone who would seek out a partner. She even imagined Cici might remain single for life. Yet now, Cici was announcing her marriage. This was shocking. Yes, Cici nodded, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Ma Xiaodao was left speechless. Cici is shy. This is simply unbelievable. She swallowed hard and asked, Cici, if you're married, who is your husband? Cici looked at her, nonchalantly replying, just like you. Ma Xiaodao. You can't mean Lin Tianmeng, can you? No way, oh my goodness. Yes, indeed. Our relationship can progress further now, Cici said with a smile. Ma Xiaodao felt her worldview shatter. When did you two conspire together? Speak the truth. She had been preoccupied with her pregnancy and completely missed the fact that her dear friend had married her husband. Cici grinned. Well, that's a secret I can't reveal. Really? If you're keeping secrets from me, can we still call ourselves good friends? Now we're more like sisters. Cici shrugged, but it's really nothing much. During the meeting with the team members, I showed Tianmeng my true self. Ma Xiaodao was taken aback. She had known Cici had been concealing her identity, but for her to reveal her true self to Lin Tianmeng was intriguing. Did you know him before? She inquired, believing that aside from that possibility, nothing else would explain Cici's actions. However, Cici shook her head, saying, no, I had never met him before that. Then why? Why reveal your true self to him? Cici chuckled. That's because I fell in love with him at first sight. Ma Xiaodao. How could she possibly believe that? All right, I don't want to pry into your affairs. I'll find you after I finish resting, Ma Xiaodao stated. After all, this matter could not be clarified in a short while. Cici stood up. All right, then I'll bring teacher Xiaoxue in to keep you company for a while. Ma Xiaodao now had little desire to share her child with anyone. The baby was simply too unsightly. After Cici left, Snow Emperor entered, cradling Xiaoning. Xiaodao, she said gently, as Xiaoning played with her own little arms, giggling merrily. Upon seeing Xiaoning, Ma Xiaodao felt a pang of envy. Sister Xiaoxue, how did you manage to give birth to such a beautiful and adorable daughter? Why is my son so unattractive? Snow Emperor blinked. Ugly? Yes. Just take a look over there. I'm so disheartened that I can't even come up with a name for him, Ma Xiaodao lamented. Snow Emperor laughed. It can't be that serious, can it? She cradled Xiao Ning in her arms and walked over to see Ma Xiaodao's newly born son. Suddenly, Xiao Ning let out a wail. Oh dear, Ma Xiaodao sighed. Look, you've frightened Xiao Ning to tears. She continued. I mistakenly set the chapter to tomorrow. I only just realized it. My apologies. The 126th chapter, the Shrek Inspection Team, en route to the Mingdo mountain range. Shuedi remarked. Xiao Ning's reaction has decisively proven that Ma Xiaodao's son is indeed quite unattractive. She cleared her throat awkwardly and added, ahem, truth be told, Xiao Ning wasn't particularly charming at birth either. Ma Xiaodao pouted, but she certainly wasn't this ugly, right? Shuedi nodded silently. I hope he grows more appealing in a few days. Otherwise, I might start to doubt whether the genes from Tianmeng are to blame, Ma Xiaodao quipped. Shuedi chuckled and said, you should take some time to rest. Tianmeng is preparing chicken soup for you, and you can enjoy it once you wake. Now that sounds more like it. A smile finally graced Ma Xiaodao's face. Thank you for coming to see me. Unfortunately, because of this unattractive child, I can no longer represent the academy in the competition. This was a significant regret for Ma Xiaodao. If her son had turned out handsome, it would have been one thing, but alas, he was quite the opposite. The sense of regret was magnified. Shuedi, unsure of how to comfort her, simply said, then I shall take my leave. Please rest well. Ma Xiaodao nodded. She was indeed fatigued. Once Shuedi departed with Xiao Ning, the room was left with just Ma Xiaodao and her unattractive son. Ma Xiaodao tightly shut her eyes, preferring not to see. A week later, Ma Xiaodao was discharged from the hospital. During this time, Lin Tianmeng had taken on the role of a father, caring for both Xiao Ning and Ma Xiaodao's child. As a devoted husband and father, he could not afford to neglect either. He was utterly swamped with responsibilities. Fortunately, Ma Xiaodao had nearly recovered, and the child was gradually growing more endearing. She often remarked how grateful she was not to have discarded him. This was a phrase Ma Xiaotao repeated frequently. Each time Lin Tianmeng heard it, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. The Grand Soul Master Tournament was fast approaching, and at this juncture, Bai Ji informed everyone about the Shrek inspection team. Upon hearing it, Lin Tianmeng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. In the original storyline, this inspection mission had caused the main team members to suffer varying degrees of internal injuries, with some even facing death. Lin Tianmeng had initially thought that with Bai Ji replacing Xian Lao as the team leader, the inspection team would not materialize, yet here it was. Everyone must prioritize safety. While the evil soul masters are indeed loathsome, one must also ensure their own well-being while dealing with them, understood? Bai Ji stated. Understood. Whether they were main team members or reserve team members, upon hearing about the Shrek inspection team, they felt a sense of pride. Only Lin Tianmeng remained an exception. However, despite his surprise, he felt no fear. With his strength, even an evil soul master of title Douluo level would find themselves facing inevitable demise under his hand. Seizing this opportunity to showcase the terror of evil soul masters to everyone was, in fact, a beneficial endeavor. Having come to this realization, Lin Tianmeng was less concerned. If there are no objections, we shall depart now, Zhou Yi announced. Bai Ji and Zhou Yi led the team together. One was a 6-ring soul emperor, and the other, a 100,000-year soul beast. Of course, only a handful within Shrek Academy were aware of Bai Ji's true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Zhou Yi would never have dreamed that the elder she had been working alongside was actually a 100,000-year soul beast. Alright, no one opposed. Among the main team members, 5 of them were very confident in their abilities. They believed that even when facing evil soul masters of the same rank, they could definitely hold their own. It was precisely this overconfidence that had led to injuries in the original plot. The destination of their journey was the Mingdo mountain range in the Star Luo Empire. Zhou Yi had already communicated with the military of the Star Luo Empire and successfully secured their assistance. However, upon returning to the Star Luo Empire, Lin Tianmeng felt a complex mix of emotions. Hui Yuhao felt similarly. The Duke of the White Tiger's estate no longer existed, having avenged their great grievance. His feelings upon returning to the Star Luo Empire were vastly different from before. Tianmeng go. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Hui Yuhao unconsciously leaned closer to Lin Tianmeng. Without Lin Tianmeng, he would never have been able to achieve vengeance so swiftly. What is it? Lin Tianmeng was also pondering the matters concerning the Star Luo Empire, albeit with differing thoughts. He was contemplating when the royal family of the Star Luo Empire would finally move to rescue Su Jiujiu. A week had passed, and it seemed as if Su Jiujiu had been forgotten by the royal family. From once being filled with hope, believing her brother would surely come to save her, she had now fallen into a state of despondency, lacking the spirit for anything. She was deeply afraid that the Star Luo Empire had already abandoned her. Hui Yuhao had countless words he wished to express, yet when Lin Tianmeng truly inquired, he found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he couldn't just say thank you, could he? After wrestling with his thoughts, Hui Yuhao suddenly had an epiphany and asked, Tianmeng go, are you hungry? There's a river right here. How about I catch some fish for you? That sounds good. Lin Tianmeng indeed felt a bit hungry. Although Xian Lao was not part of this expedition, Bai Ji's favorite was precisely the fish that Hui Yuhao grilled. Upon hearing this, she declared, then let's all take a break here. Xiao Yuhao, you stay here and focus on grilling the fish, and I'll have the others catch some. Bai Ji was already salivating at the thought, immediately organizing everyone. Ling Luocheng and the others were tasked with catching fish, while Chun Zifeng's group handled the cleaning. Xiao Xiao volunteered, I'll go gather firewood. Then I'll help with the skewers. Cui Ji chimed in. Lin Tianmeng took out a pot from his storage soul tool and said, here, we can use this to make fish soup. Bai Ji, upon seeing it, responded, you brought a pot? Perfect, I brought some seasonings, hee. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out Bai Ji had already made preparations for grilling fish in the wild. Zhou Yi was not particularly concerned about these culinary desires. But since Bai Ji was the highest authority, she had no choice but to follow everyone to the riverbank, mainly to protect the reserve team members. Their soul power levels were quite low, and without higher-ranked soul masters nearby, they could easily find themselves in peril. Zhou Yi absolutely would not allow anything to happen to her students under her watch. Everyone worked together to prepare for the fish grilling, and soon the ingredients were ready. With enough firewood gathered, Hui Yuhao began to grill the fish. His soul spirit, with its keen and discerning eyes, could accurately gauge the perfect cooking temperature of the grilled fish, resulting in an exceptionally delectable dish. Observing Biji quietly waiting nearby, almost salivating at the prospect, Zhou Yi could not help but inquire, is the grilled fish truly that delicious? Upon hearing this, Biji eagerly responded, you have no idea. Xiao Yuhao's grilling technique is simply unparalleled. Once you taste it, you'll understand. It's utterly unforgettable. Chapter 127. Ling Luocheng snatches the grilled fish. Zhou Yi loses her temper. Zhou Yi was somewhat taken aback. not expecting anyone other than Elder Xian among the seasoned veterans of the Sea God Pavilion to have such a fondness for food. However, those who possess such a love for culinary delights typically lack ulterior motives, making interactions rather pleasant. Before long, Hui Yuhao's grilled fish emerged fresh from the flames. Due to limited resources, he could only grill 4 fish at a time, which he allocated to Biji, Zhou Yi, and 2 acquaintances, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger. Meanwhile, on the side of the main team, Ling Luoqing expressed her discontent. Why do they get the fish first and not us? Hui Yuhao had no objections to giving the first 2 fish to his teachers, but the remaining 2 should have been offered to the main team first, shouldn't they? Hearing Ling Luoqing's remark, Lin Tianmeng was just about to take a bite. Before she could speak, Biji interjected, the one who grills the fish decides who gets it first. Ling Luoqing was momentarily silenced. However, she still protested, but we all contributed earlier. Where would the fish have come from otherwise? Zhou Yi furrowed her brows and replied, would you like me to give you my fish? Although Zhou Yi was a teacher from the outer academy, her strength was only at the 6th ring. To be frank, Ling Luoqing harbored some disdain for her. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi was the team leader for this competition, and Ling Luoqing could not openly undermine her authority. Thus, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need. Wang Donger set aside the fish she had been about to bite into, her displeasure evident. Lin Tianmeng gave her a reassuring glance before addressing Ling Luoqing. Senior Ling, Xiao Yuhao hasn't even eaten yet. We just need to wait a little longer. Is it really necessary to be so upset? Ling Luoqing was taken aback by Lin Tianmeng's unexpected stance. During previous sparring sessions with the reserve team, Ling Luoqing's ice element had always been augmented by Lin Tianmeng, so she had held a relatively favorable view of him. However, this time, Lin Tianmeng was not on her side. After all, it was merely a grilled fish. Why was it so difficult to yield? Ling Luoqing's face betrayed her impatience. Lin Tianmeng smiled slightly. If I give it to you, then I have to wait, right? If you don't want to wait, why should I? You. Ling Luoqing fumed, yet found herself at a loss for a retort. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng handed the grilled fish in her hand to the reserve team member, Xiao Xiao. Here. Are you hungry? You can have this one first. Xiao Xiao, fully aligned with Lin Tianmeng, accepted it without hesitation, exclaiming, thank you, Tianmeng. Ling Luoqing's irritation grew as she witnessed Lin Tianmeng willingly offer the fish to Xiao Xiao instead of her. She had always held high hopes for this junior. Yet, Lin Tianmeng's actions were profoundly disappointing. All right, Ling Luoqing, is it really just a matter of waiting a bit longer? We are all hungry too. Chen Zifeng realized he could no longer remain silent, so he stepped in to mediate. However, Ling Luoqing showed no intention of conceding, snapping. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Chen Zifeng's expression darkened instantly. Cici, maintaining her facade as an ordinary disciple, quietly observed the unfolding drama. At that moment, Hui Yuhao announced, the second batch of 4 fish is ready. I want one. Ling Luoqing declared, rushing forward to grab one. Hui Yuhao, however, skillfully evaded her grasp with his mental prowess, holding onto the 4 grilled fish as he stated, the teacher said that since I grilled the fish, I alone decide who gets them first. Ling Luoqing gritted her teeth. Hui Yuhao? What is the meaning of this, senior? Before Hui Yuhao could respond, Lin Tianmeng defended him. I merely called his name. What's wrong with that? Ling Luoqing was reluctant to admit her earlier urge to act. With so many witnesses, including Biji and Zhou Yi, she certainly did not dare to make a move. Zhou Yi frowned and asserted, Ling Luoqing, if you do not wish to participate in the competition, I can report you to the academy and send you back right now. This was a time for unity. And with the competition yet to commence, internal discord was unacceptable. Although Ling Luoqing remained somewhat defiant at Zhou Yi's words, she ultimately restrained herself from speaking further. Zhou Yi's reputation within the academy was formidable. Crossing her was not advisable. Hui Yuhao then turned to Lin Tianmeng. Thank you for standing up for me, Tianmeng. You can have this fish first. All right, Lin Tianmeng nodded, accepting the fish and taking a bite right in front of Ling Luoqing. Still the same flavor. Hui Yuhao distributed the remaining 3 fish to the reserve team members. This time, Ling Luoqing dared not protest further. After all, she did not wish to be sent back to the academy by Zhou Yi. Yet, only she knew what thoughts truly occupied her mind. Are you all right? Wang Donger approached Lin Tianmeng with concern, her brow furrowed. She had noticed that had Lin Tianmeng not intervened in time, Ling Luoqing might have resorted to violence against Hui Yuhao. I'm fine. Lin Tianmeng shook his head. I didn't expect such a scene to unfold over grilled fish. He too felt quite helpless. Hui Yuhao's grilling speed was quite impressive. With just a little more patience, they would all have their fill. Ling Luoqing was simply too impatient. On the side of the main team, Yao Haoshuan nudged Ling Luoqing's arm, saying, why are you so worked up? They are still young. The strongest among them barely above level 40. Isn't it unfair for you to bully them? Ling Luoqing shot him a glance, but ignored him. It's just a fish. Why can't I have it first? She was a main team member, after all. Ling Luoqing cast her gaze towards Lin Tianmeng and the others, her expression inscrutable and silent. After catching plenty of fish, Hui Yuhao grilled them all, ensuring everyone was satisfied and full. It was only when Ling Luoqing took her first bite of the grilled fish that she finally understood why Hui Yuhao had been reluctant to give it to her first. The flavor was truly exceptional. As she savored the grilled fish, Ling Luoqing reflected on her earlier words. With such deliciousness, she had indeed been foolish to be angry with them. Not only did she diminish her own worth, but it also resulted in Hui Yuhao eventually sharing the fish with her. Though Ling Luoqing was headstrong, she was not entirely unreasonable. After finishing her grilled fish, she stood up and walked over to Hui Yuhao, saying, "Junior, I was in the wrong earlier, and I apologize." To conclude, she added, the grilled fish was delicious. Hui Yuhao was somewhat bewildered, having thought that Ling Luoqing would never come to apologize to him. "And you, Junior, I truly feel embarrassed about my earlier remarks," Ling Luoqing said to Hui Yuhao before moving over to Lin Tianmeng. Chapter 128, CC's second martial soul, the demise of the Death Messenger. Lin Tianmeng was seated on the ground chatting with the reserve team members when he suddenly heard Ling Luoqing's voice, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. In truth, Lin Tianmeng had not been angry. It was only natural for someone to covet Hui Yuhao's delectable grilled fish. It was Wang Donger who indignantly defended Lin Tianmeng, saying, "Is that all? The senior merely uttered a fleeting apology? Tianmeng and Hui Yuhao are only 12 years old this year. Do you have any idea how much emotional trauma your words inflicted upon them?" Ling Luoqing's eyelids twitched as she replied, "Regardless, I have already apologized. That is sufficient." With that, she turned and walked away. Wang Donger, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "What kind of person is she? Calling herself a senior when she shows none of the grace of one." Lin Tianmeng chuckled softly. "Calm down, Dong." He was not the least bit upset, as he felt that Ling Luoqing had no bearing on him. Were it not for her intention to harm Hui Yuhao, he would not have bothered to say anything. Wang Donger returned to her seat, though her expression still bore traces of discontent. "What is so remarkable about her? She merely arrived a few years earlier than us. Once I reach her age, my achievements will surely not pale in comparison." Lin Tianmeng smiled. "If you wish to take revenge, it's simple. Doesn't she love eating the grilled fish made by Xiao Yuhao? Next time we grill, let us not give her any." Wang Donger's eyes lit up. "You're right." She turned to Hui Yuhao and said, "Hui Yuhao, did you hear that? Next time, you are not allowed to give her any grilled fish." "I heard." Hui Yuhao quickly nodded in agreement. Wang Donger finally felt her anger dissipate. As Ling Luoqing returned to the main team, she kept her gaze fixed on them. Cici sat not far behind her, completely indifferent to the commotion. However, she pondered in her heart whether Ling Luoqing would still dare to flaunt her authority over the main team if Ma Xiaodao were present. After everyone had a moment to recover, they prepared to set out to eliminate the evil soul masters. Zhou Yi and Bai Ji each took a team, Zhou Yi leading the main team, and Bai Ji in charge of the reserve team. The reserve team members possessed lower soul power and required protection from those with higher soul ranks. Zhou Yi had no objections to this arrangement. The two teams set off simultaneously and soon located the hideout of the evil soul masters. "This is the place." Inside the cave lay scattered corpses. "Everyone, be cautious. The methods of evil soul masters are exceedingly ruthless," Zhou Yi warned as the team advanced. The reserve team, led by Bai Ji, also entered the cave. "Teacher Zhou, is there going to be a problem? I can't shake the feeling that this place is ominous and terrifying," Xiao Xiao said, her hands clenched tightly in nervousness. Having just reached the third ring, her combat experience was limited, and facing high-ranking evil soul masters would likely lead to her demise. "Stay close to me and don't fall behind. If you sense any danger, retreat immediately." Zhou Yi's expression was grave. "Understood." Before they could delve deeper, a sinister voice echoed from within. "Who dares to intrude upon this place?" Zhou Yi and the main team were the first to confront the attack from the evil soul masters. "Engage," Zhou Yi commanded, and the main team members unleashed their martial souls. The battle was imminent. Evil soul masters, typically unruly, were particularly fierce here, as they had a squad of their own. Naturally, they would not show mercy to the intruding foes. Thus, the evil soul masters swarmed forward. "Let us take them down and leave no trace." "Yes." Simultaneously, reserve team members also released their martial souls. Lin Tianmeng's expression was serious, for he understood that if they did not swiftly eradicate these evil soul masters, tragedy could very well repeat itself. Despite his discontent with Ling Luoqing's earlier actions, having known her for so long and sparred with her numerous times, they had become somewhat acquainted. Moreover, Cici was present. "Bai Ji, ensure their safety. I will scout ahead," Lin Tianmeng instructed Bai Ji before breaking away from the group. "Rest assured," Bai Ji nodded, not attempting to dissuade him. Given Lin Tianmeng's strength, a few low-tier evil soul masters posed no threat to him. Although Wang Donger longed to accompany him, she recognized her own inadequacy and understood that she would only hinder him. Sister Donger, what is Tianmeng doing? Is he going to be alright? Xiao Xiao, timid and trembling, clung tightly to Wang Donger's arm as they moved forward. Wang Donger sighed, he will be fine. Since we cannot fight alongside him, we should strive not to become a burden. Meanwhile, the low-tier evil soul masters attacking the main team were swiftly dispatched. Consequently, the evil soul master who called himself the Messenger of Death finally made his appearance. Who dares to oppose the Messenger of Death? Upon his arrival, all the corpses on the ground began to rise under his control, expanding grotesquely. This is bad. Retreat. Zhou Yi sensed the escalating danger and immediately commanded a withdrawal. Yet, everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no time to escape. The closest to the grotesquely expanding corpses were Yao Haoshuan and Cici. In light of this, Cici decided to cease her pretense. Thus, Yao Haoshuan beheld as 5 soul rings emanated a blinding radiance from her, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. This was Cici's long-hidden second martial soul, the Holy Angel. How is this possible? The emergence of the Holy Angel left both the main team and the Messenger of Death astonished. Even Lin Tianmeng, who had just arrived, exhibited a look of surprise. Wow. Cici's hidden strength is astonishing. If she hadn't sensed life-threatening danger today, she might have concealed this second martial soul for a lifetime. Surprise aside, Lin Tianmeng swiftly unleashed his soul skills. While Cici's Holy Angel martial soul indeed countered the evil soul masters, her strength remained too weak. As the ice god's fury was unleashed, those corpses that had been expanding were instantly frozen. The Messenger of Death widened his eyes in disbelief. What is happening? Even the Holy Angel martial soul cannot freeze these corpses. Cici noticed Lin Tianmeng's arrival as a look of understanding flickered in her eyes, yet her assault did not relent. Chen Zifeng, Yao Haoshuan, you all, lend me your full support. Cici's voice seemed transformed, markedly different from her usual tone. Although Chen Zifeng was utterly astonished, he understood that now was not the time for discussion. Survival came first. Alright, everyone, give your all to assist Cici. Even Ling Luocheng, at this moment, set aside any grievances, unleashing the ice element that surged forth towards the Harbinger of Death. The others also showcased their unique skills. Through their collective efforts, that Harbinger of Death was unable to find an opportunity to escape and was obliterated from existence. Chapter 129. So, Cici's power is this formidable. Has Su Jojo truly gone missing? The crisis averted, everyone collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, they turned their astonished gazes towards Cici. What are you looking at me for? Cici retracted her Holy Angel martial spirit, feigning that nothing had occurred. The others were taken aback. So, Cici possesses such strength. Moreover, she wields a dual martial spirit, the Holy Angel as her second spirit. All these years, she has never unleashed her second martial spirit. How on earth did she conceal it so deeply? The main team members expressed their confusion. Furthermore, when Cici's Holy Angel martial spirit was released, they distinctly noticed that her visage transformed. It became far more beautiful than that of the senior sister, Ling Luocheng, and the others. It was a beauty imbued with a divine aura. At that moment, they were all left in a daze. However, once Cici retracted her second martial spirit, her face reverted to its original appearance, leading them to believe it was merely a consequence of the martial spirit enhancement. Nonetheless, the earlier scene was etched deeply in their minds, particularly for Chen Zifeng, Yao Haoshuan, and the other male team members. Is everyone alright? BG arrived and surveyed the disarray within the cave. Thankfully, both the main team members and the reserve team members were unharmed. Teacher, we are fine. Lin Tianmeng, aware of Cici's true appearance, was not overly shocked upon witnessing it. However, he did notice that quite a few were eyeing his wife. Let us exit through the cave entrance. It is unsafe here, BG instructed. Understood. The group then retreated back into the mountain range. This mission to eliminate the evil soul masters was remarkably successful, yet the perils they faced were not for outsiders to comprehend. Everyone, take a moment to recuperate. And let us leave this place as soon as possible, BG commanded. Yes, the evil soul masters were indeed organized, with the Holy Spirit sect being their largest faction. They had eradicated several evil soul masters in this operation and even dispatched a Harbinger of Death. Should the Holy Spirit sect learn of this and come seeking vengeance, it would not be easy for just the few of them to handle. That day, they departed from the Mingdo mountain range. The military of the Xinghua Empire remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Tianmeng was the head of the Tianmeng family, and that Su Juzhou had been captured. The emperor of the Xinghua Empire had ordered this information to be kept under wraps. However, such matters may be concealed temporarily, but they cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Su Juzhou's prolonged absence from the royal capital of the Xinghua Empire had already sparked some curiosity. It is well known that Su Juzhou is not a docile princess. She relishes in oppressing the common folk. It would be unusual for her to not make an appearance for an extended period. Thus, rumors began to circulate within the royal capital of the Xinghua Empire. Some claimed that Su Jiuzhou had been placed under house arrest by His Majesty the Emperor. Others suggested that she had ventured to another city to exert her tyranny over its denizens. Still, others speculated that she had caused trouble and perhaps attracted the ire of a formidable force, leading to her capture and inability to return. It must be said, sometimes the public's imagination is rather astute. In any case, these rumors quickly spread throughout the royal capital of the Xinghua Empire. As the Shrek Academy's participating team passed through the royal capital, they naturally heard these rumors circulating among the populace. Lin Tianmeng and BG were aware of the underlying truth. After all, Su Jiuzhou was currently held captive within the Tianmeng family, awaiting the arrival of the Xinghua Empire's emissaries for her ransom. However, the main team members were entirely unaware of this matter. Consequently, upon hearing these rumors, they could not help but engage in discussion. Has Su Jiuzhou truly gone missing? Even the citizens of the royal capital say they have not seen her for a while. Ganyang Mo, though not a native of the Xinghua Empire, had visited its royal capital before, but he had never encountered Su Jiuzhou. Nonetheless, he had heard tales of the unruly princess. The residents had mentioned that it seemed Su Jiuzhou had not left the palace for several days, which was quite out of character for her. Chen Zifeng nodded, stating, "He comes from the Tianhun Empire and harbors an inherent animosity towards the Xinghua Empire. Why should the Tianhun Empire always bow to the whims of the Xinghua Empire? One day, the Tianhun Empire will rise to power. When that day comes, I wonder if the Xinghua Empire would dare to confront us." It must be said, Chen Zifeng's analysis was quite astute. If that day were to come, and the Tianhun Empire chose to take the initiative, the Xinghua Empire might indeed hesitate to engage. After all, the Xinghua Empire could only assert its dominance among the three great empires of the original Douluo Continent. Should they confront the Sun and Moon Empire, they would not possess the means to retreat unscathed. Wang Donger, overhearing their discussion, leaned closer to Lin Tianmeng and whispered, "Hee. They have no idea that Su Jiuzhou is actually in our possession." Lin Tianmeng chuckled silently. "Your expression is too smug. Do not let others notice." Upon hearing this, Wang Donger immediately suppressed her smile, replying, "All right." However, Wang Donger was also puzzled, since the royal family of the Xinghua Empire was so concerned about Princess Su Jiuzhou. Why had no one come to rescue her yet? Not even a clandestine attempt had been made. This was exceedingly illogical. Was the Xinghua Empire perhaps plotting some scheme? Enough. Let us cease this discussion. This is a matter for the Xinghua Empire and does not concern us. Zhou Yi intervened to stop the main team members from continuing to discuss Su Jiuzhou's disappearance, as Shrek Academy wished to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. With Zhou Yi's directive, they naturally fell silent. By the time they reached Shrek Academy, it was already nightfall. Had they not employed the Flying Soul Guide, their arrival would have been even later. With just 3 days remaining until the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, the lead teacher Zhou Yi informed them that there would be no further training over the next 3 days. Everyone should rest well to prepare for the upcoming battle in the best possible condition. Upon hearing that they could rest, no one voiced any objections. After such an intensive training period, and having narrowly escaped a life-and-death situation, they certainly deserved a proper respite. "Cici," Yao Haoshuan suddenly called out to Cici, who was about to depart. "What is it?" Cici returned to her ordinary demeanor, her appearance unremarkable, her voice plain, and even the tone bore no trace of any particular emotion. Yao Haoshuan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he slowly approached, head bowed, and said to Cici, "Your appearance in the cave was fabricated." Cici promptly refuted this assertion. Yao Haoshuan was taken aback. "Huh?" At that moment, Cici had already turned away and walked off. Chen Zifeng took a few steps forward, patted Yao Haoshuan on the shoulder, and remarked, "What is this? Are you smitten? Go on." Yao Haoshuan glared at him, replying, "I'm not that superficial." "Then why did you inquire about her looks earlier?" Chen Zifeng clearly found this hard to believe. 5 years ago, they had all been reserve team members, and now they had ascended to the ranks of the main team. Whenever a major competition approached, Cici trained alongside them. Why had he never seen Yao Haoshuan act so bashfully around Cici before? Chapter 130. Does Teacher Zhou have a man of interest? As they exchanged banter, Lin Tianmeng caught up, calling out to Cici, "Cici, wait a moment." Upon turning around and recognizing Lin Tianmeng, a smile graced Cici's face. "What is it?" Lin Tianmeng replied, "I would like to have a proper conversation with you regarding MartialSouls." "Sure, where to?" Cici answered without hesitation. "Let's south go to my place. Donger is there too," Lin Tianmeng suggested after a moment's thought. "All right, lead the way," Cici nodded. "Follow me," she instructed, and thus, she accompanied Lin Tianmeng as they headed in the direction of the student dormitories at the outer academy. Chen Zifeng and Yao Haoshuan stood rooted to the spot in disbelief. After 3 seconds, Chen Zifeng finally exclaimed, "Did I just see that correctly? Cici actually accepted Lin Tianmeng's invitation?" Yao Haoshuan sighed. "It seems she simply does not harbor feelings for me." Upon returning to the teacher's dormitory in the outer academy, Zhou Yi found her roommate, Xue Di, tending to a child, while another, Ma Xiaotao, sat beside her holding a baby. The infant, having grown, was no longer as unappealing as at birth and had become somewhat adorable. Teacher Zhou, you're back. Xue Di smiled as she fed the baby, Xiaoning, with a bottle. So, how did your mission go? No issues, I hope. The child in Ma Xiaotao's arms was babbling incoherently, likely only understandable to the similarly young Xiaoning. No problems at all. Everyone returned safe and sound, Zhou Yi replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice, recalling the perilous moments they had faced, relieved that all ended well. She sat on the edge of the bed and continued. By the way, during the purge of the evil soul masters, I noticed that Lin Tianmeng's soul abilities seemed to surpass what one would expect from his level. Xue, do you have any insight into this? Zhou Yi had harbored suspicions for some time, but Lin Tianmeng had not previously exhibited such formidable strength in her presence, which had kept her from voicing her concerns. However, this time, she had clearly witnessed the immense power of his soul abilities. It was evident that without him, their purging operation would have likely failed, and there could have been injuries among the team. The sinister aura exuded by the Death Messenger had sent chills down her spine. Even as a six-ringed Soul Emperor, had she faced the Death Messenger alone, she would undoubtedly have been the one to falter. Yet, Lin Tianmeng had employed a single soul ability to freeze the dark sorcery wielded by that messenger, and with Cici's assistance, they had obliterated it. Xue Di exchanged glances with Ma Xiaotao before responding. Tianmeng indeed harbors many secrets, but I have never sought to uncover them. Strength is a blessing. It enables us to protect ourselves and our children. Ma Xiaotao added bluntly. Zhou Yi thought to herself, what was the point of asking these two love-struck individuals anything? She should have known better than to expect any substantive answers. By the way, Xue, while I've been away, the second-year class hasn't been unruly, have they? Zhou Yi had been acting as the team leader and would not return until after the competition. During her absence, the second-year class had been under the tutelage of Xue Di and Zhang Lishuan. Not at all. They've been quite well behaved, Xue Di said with a slight smile. Zhou Yi had assumed that since Xue Di and Zhang Lishuan were new to teaching, and with her absence as the homeroom teacher, the students would be difficult to manage. However, she was mistaken. Both Xue Di and Zhang Lishuan were not the types to be easily dominated by students. On the contrary, the students were rather intimidated by them. After all, they were teachers who would not hesitate to resort to physical action over a disagreement. They would often split the class into teams to spar against them. And without using their martial souls or abilities, if any student could force them to unleash their powers, they would be allowed to leave class early. Initially, the students had been eager, anticipating a chance to showcase their skills. However, in the end, they each left with bruised faces and sore bodies. The idea of leaving class early? Non-existent. Really? Zhou Yi was skeptical. Xue, don't defend them. If they dare to show you disrespect, I'll deal with them when I return. Xue Di chuckled. I assure you, there hasn't been any trouble, Teacher Zhou. You can rest easy. Even if I can't handle it, there's always Lishuan. During this time, Xue Di and Zhang Lishuan had grown more familiar with each other due to their shared responsibilities as teachers. Had it not been for her role as a substitute teacher in the second-year class, Zhang Lishuan would never have discovered that Xue Di's daughter was actually Lin Tianmeng's. The charm of Xiaoning was irresistible, and Zhang Lishuan found herself drawn to the adorable and beautiful little girl. All right, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. She then turned to Ma Xiaotao. Is this the brother of Xiaoning? May I take a look? Despite her often fiery temperament, Zhou Yi had a deep affection for children. There was a time when she had hoped to bear a child of her own. Alas, the past is best left unspoken. Of course, but he is not nearly as handsome as Xiaoning, Ma Xiaotao pouted. I can't help but wonder if it's due to the male genes that my son turned out so unattractive. Zhou Yi leaned closer, gently poking the baby's tiny fist, whereas the unattractiveness. Isn't he quite adorable? Zhou Yi radiated maternal warmth at the sight of the child. Ma Xiaotao couldn't help but remark, Teacher Zhou, I never realized you were so fond of children. Shall I just give my son to you? Sure. I could use a son. Zhou Yi laughed, her eyes crinkling with joy. Ma Xiaotao stuck out her tongue. I'm just joking. I've gone through so much to bring this little one into the world. Even if he is not the best looking, I can't just give him away. I'll eventually have to have my own. Zhou Yi retorted defiantly. After spending so much time caring for Xue Di's daughter, Xiaoning, she desperately longed for a child of her own. Yet, to this day, she had yet to encounter a man worthy of her lifelong devotion. Fan Yu? Forget it. Not only was his character questionable, but he was also unable to produce offspring. Zhou Yi now harbored an intense aversion to the youthful version of herself who had sworn to marry Fan Yu. Had it not been for this marriage delaying her, it is likely that she would have children capable of running errands by now. How delightful. Teacher Zhou, have you set your sights on someone special? Ma Xiaotao inquired with a playful blink. The spirit of gossip ignited fiercely. Even the usually indifferent Snow Empress turned her attention toward them. Zhou Yi sighed. Is it really that easy to encounter someone? I fear I am destined to live a life of solitude. Not necessarily, the Snow Empress replied. A woman's intuition is invariably the most sensitive and accurate. She had long since perceived that, although Zhou Yi had not verbalized it. Her interest in the student Lin Tianmeng was unmistakable. Chapter 131. Cece's hidden martial soul ability, Wang Donger inquired curiously. However, it seemed that even Cece herself was unaware of it. Nonetheless, the Snow Empress would not be the one to unveil it. It was best to wait for Zhou Yi to discover it on her own. In the student dormitory of the Outer Academy, Lin Tianmeng, Wang Dong, and Cece shared a room. Cece knew precisely what Lin Tianmeng was about to ask, yet she remained unfazed. It was merely about martial souls, after all. While it was essential to conceal this from others, there was no need to hide it from Lin Tianmeng. Cece, can you now enlighten me regarding the nature of your second martial soul? Lin Tianmeng asked earnestly, her gaze fixed on Cece. Wang Donger, sitting beside Lin Tianmeng, did not blink as she focused intently on Cece. The scene in the cave had been too distant for her to discern clearly. She only remembered a sudden eruption of brilliant golden light illuminating the entire cavern. Little did she know it was the result of Cece's second martial soul. Yet, Cece was already 18 years old. Moreover, she was a chosen representative of Shrek Academy, competing as a primary team member in the upcoming tournament. How had she managed to conceal her second martial soul for so long? Wang Donger expressed her desire to learn this skill as well, wishing to keep her Haotian Hammer martial soul under wraps for as long as possible. It's quite simple. My second martial soul is merely augmented by an additional spirit ring. As long as I wish to conceal it, no one will discern that I possess a second martial soul, Cece explained with a shrug. Her words suggested that keeping a twin martial soul hidden was a trivial matter. Wang Donger couldn't help but feel perplexed. But what if you find yourself in a situation where you must utilize your second martial soul? Cece replied. Aside from the moment in the cave when I felt the threat of death, I can manage without my second martial soul in all other circumstances. Her second martial soul was a divine angel, with its first spirit ring being of a millennium grade, and its initial spirit ability was divine light. You make a valid point, Lin Tianmeng nodded, but I fail to comprehend why you feel compelled to hide it. You are clearly a twin martial soul, strikingly beautiful, and possess a vibrant personality. Wang Donger, upon hearing this, wondered if there was something she was unaware of. Cece, by no means considered conventionally attractive, could only be deemed ordinary. Furthermore, her demeanor seemed devoid of any distinct personality traits. Wang Donger felt as if she was becoming utterly bewildered. Cece chuckled helplessly and raised her hand to remove the mask from her face. When her true visage was revealed, Wang Donger was left utterly astonished. My heavens, Sister Cece, you are incredibly beautiful. A sudden wave of insecurity washed over Wang Donger. Cece's appearance was that of ethereal beauty, nearly rivaling her own. What a close call. Surprised. Are you? In terms of strength, I may not be the strongest, but when it comes to disguise, no one in Shrek Academy can surpass me, Cece declared proudly. Her demeanor now entirely transformed. Wang Donger felt as though she was witnessing a remarkable transformation. However, Cece was right. Her skills in disguise were indeed impressive. How did your second martial soul come into existence? Are you perhaps a descendant of the spirit hall from a millennium ago? Lin Tianmeng pondered. Cece shook her head. I am not entirely certain about my origins, as I have been an orphan since childhood, raised by foster parents who were not soul masters. I awakened my martial soul at the age of 6. At that time, both martial souls awakened simultaneously, yet my second martial soul cleverly concealed itself. Had I not seen the soul mark, I would remain oblivious to its existence. Cece's first martial soul was a speed-oriented variant known as Star Wings, while her second was the Divine Angel. At first glance, they seemed unrelated, even somewhat incongruous. However, Cece's ability to effectively hide her second martial soul indicated the strength of her first. Unless faced with genuine life-threatening danger, she would never use her second martial soul in front of so many people. Sister Cece, please teach me as well, Wang Donger implored, rubbing her hands together with curiosity. What should I teach you? You possess a twin martial soul too? Cece responded with a mischievous grin. Wang Donger was momentarily taken aback, then realized her slip had revealed her second martial soul. Oh no, how could I be so foolish? She lamented. Even if she learned to hide it, her clumsiness would inevitably lead to her exposure. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng took Wang Donger's hand and said to Cece, she indeed has a twin martial soul. Please instruct her on how to conceal it. Wang Donger felt a surge of confidence. Sister Donger, what is your second martial soul? Cece asked. Haotian Hammer, Wang Donger admitted, deciding that since her secret was already out, she might as well embrace it. After all, the Haotian sect was not a forbidden sect. Indeed, Cece looked quite shocked. You are from the Haotian sect? Wang Donger nodded yes. Cece glanced between Wang Donger and Lin Tianmeng and said, in truth, I hide my second martial soul simply to maintain a low profile. Frankly, even if it were to be revealed, it wouldn't matter much to me. After all, This is Shrek Academy. Once they discover your twin martial soul, the instructors will only be more diligent in cultivating you rather than ostracizing you. However, representing your sect means you should indeed keep it concealed until the moment you truly need it. Wang Donger recognized that Cici was considering her best interests, and thus nodded in agreement. Cici's divine angel martial soul would have certainly been a coveted asset a millennium ago, especially by the Spirit Hall. However, that organization no longer existed. The lineage of the divine angel had scattered, losing its former prominence. The key to concealing a second martial soul is to refrain from releasing it unless faced with life and death circumstances, Cici stated. This was precisely how she had managed thus far. However, whether Wang Donger could achieve the same remained uncertain. She merely shared her method of concealing her martial soul. Wang Donger nodded in understanding, but continued to inquire. Sister Cici, now that your second martial soul has been revealed, what will the Academy do about it? What else could be done? I suppose they will arrange for a teacher who specializes in this area to instruct me individually. In any case, it will surely progress in a favorable direction. Cici felt immensely grateful that, in her moment of desperation, she had exposed her second martial soul, and all who witnessed it were students of the Academy. Had it occurred elsewhere, the outcome might have been uncertain. You are correct, Lin Tianmeng remarked. At the very least, Dinkai should promptly find a suitable teacher to guide you. Dinkai? Cici asked, puzzled. She had never paid much attention to matters within the Academy, and was completely unaware that Yin Xiaojia had been dismissed. Chapter 132, Kai Meyer seeks Cici. And Teacher Zhou's disguise techniques. Lin Tianmeng explained, the head of the Martial Soul Department has now been replaced by Kai Meyer. As for Yin Xiaojia, he is likely in seclusion under his master's orders. Master? Cici was even more confused, having no inkling that Lin Tianmeng had a mentor. Ma Xiaodao had never mentioned such things to her. Indeed, my master is the same as Donger's Master Mu from the Sea God Pavilion, Lin Tianmeng stated. Cici exclaimed. It's actually Master Mu. As an inner academy disciple, she was well aware of the Sea God Pavilion, whose leader, the dragon god Doa Muan, was said to have attained the pinnacle level of a 99th rank limit Douluo. She was astonished that Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger were disciples of Muan. No wonder their powers had escalated so swiftly. I surmise that Dean Kai will soon come to the inner academy to see you. As Teacher Zhou will undoubtedly report the matter, Lin Tianmeng analyzed. During their time in the cave, Zhou Yi had led the chosen team at the forefront, thus witnessing Cici's second martial soul up close. Though Zhou Yi had a notoriously difficult temperament, she was undeniably passionate about nurturing talent. Teacher Zhou, that must be Zhou Yi. Cici mused, feeling a hint of admiration at the thought of her. When it came to disguise, aside from martial souls, she was indeed the most skillful. Lin Tianmeng reflected. That is true. Zhou Yi has long disguised herself as an elderly woman, and no student has been able to discern her true identity. However, while she masked her appearance, her personality remained unchanged. She has always been quite fiery. Now that her true visage is revealed, everyone seems to enjoy her scoldings even more. Well, I must be on my way. Until next time, Cici declared, rising to depart. Allow me to escort you, Lin Tianmeng offered. Cici did not respond, presumably acquiescing. Wang Donger refrained from suggesting she accompany them, even though she cherished Lin Tianmeng and wished he could remain by her side. She understood that Cici likely wished to converse with him a bit longer. Thus, despite her reluctance, she chose not to follow. Cici resided in the inner academy, and Lin Tianmeng accompanied her to the shores of the Sea God Lake. All right, you should return now. Don't keep Donger waiting anxiously, Cici urged, having remained silent during their journey, now hastening him to leave. Lin Tianmeng, perplexed, inquired, are you so eager for me to depart? Indeed, Cici replied. You still haven't left? Seeing him remain stationary, she pressed, then go now. Lin Tianmeng, resigned, responded, I shall take my leave. Cici's demeanor was indeed quite peculiar. She had proposed to marry him and be his woman, yet after his agreement, she seemed reluctant to engage with him. See you at the Soul Master competition. Cici called back, then activated her soul power to propel her soul guide device, soaring from the Sea God Lake back to the inner academy. The Flight Soul Guide was currently the most sought-after model within the inner academy, albeit its cost was not insignificant. Previously, when they had ventured to the Mingdo mountain range, they had utilized this very flying soul guide, which was said to have been provided by the head of the soul guide department, Xian Liner. Upon learning this news, Lin Tianmeng could only give a thumbs up in admiration, thinking to himself, truly, head Xian is magnificent. Had it been Yin Xiaojia, he would undoubtedly have been reluctant to offer so many flying soul guides. With soul guides in hand, Yin Xiaojia would have surely auctioned them off rather than leaving them for the students' use. After all, in his eyes, soul guides were utterly worthless compared to martial souls. Upon returning to the inner academy, Cici indeed encountered Kai Meyer. She had not anticipated such swift action from Kai Meyer, who had come in person, demonstrating her regard for Cici. Dean, Cici greeted with a bow. Kai Meyer quickly assisted her to rise, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat." A gentle smile adorned Kai Meyer's face, reminiscent of Yin Xiaojia. Yet it exuded a genuine warmth that was absent in him. His smile was but a facade, crafted to appear amiable while concealing ulterior motives. In contrast, Kai Meyer was different. Despite their marriage, their interactions revealed that Yin Xiaojia did not hold her in high esteem. "Cici, I have come to see you regarding your second martial soul, the Sacred Angel." Kai Meyer stated her purpose directly upon sitting down, cutting straight to the chase, which resonated well with Cici's preferences for straightforwardness. Kai Meyer's face bore a subtle smile, a departure from her usual demeanor. It seemed that with Yin Xiaojia's dismissal, she had found her footing. "Dean, are you seeking a teacher skilled in this area to instruct me?" Cici asked. Kai Meyer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "Yes. You guessed it correctly." Cici couldn't help but chuckle. Upon exiting Lin Tianmeng's dormitory, she had donned her mask again, presenting herself as the ordinary girl she had always been. It was precisely because she projected such an unremarkable image that no one suspected her to be a twin martial soul. Indeed, you understand how crucial a student with twin martial souls is to the academy. Therefore, I hope you will study diligently under the teacher I find for you to develop your second martial soul, Kai Meyer articulated. Her intentions clearly for the benefit of the academy, yet there was more to her motives. She had come to seek Cici's consent. "Of course, if you are unwilling, I will not impose." While the second martial soul is significant for a soul master, honing a clear direction towards mastery will undoubtedly lead to remarkable achievements in the future. After speaking, Kai Meyer turned her gaze to Cici, awaiting her response. Cici discerned the sincerity in Kai Meyer's eyes. She had long suspected that Kai Meyer would seek her out, but she was surprised to find that Kai Meyer was not insistent upon her agreement. "Dean, may I meet this teacher?" Cici pondered, feeling the need to ascertain who the instructor was. "Of course," Kai Meyer replied, rising to her feet. "I will take you to see him now." "Very well." Cici also rose to her feet, a hint of impatience evident in her demeanor. If indeed the teacher was well suited for her learning, she would certainly be willing to take them as her mentor. Kai Meyer was delighted, for it was apparent to her that Cici was genuinely interested in this matter. Following Yin Xiaojia's dismissal, Mu Lao had specifically appointed her as the director of the Spirit Hall. She was acutely aware of the multitude of eyes scrutinizing her. It is worth noting that Yin Xiaojia held considerable prestige within Shrek Academy, having nurtured numerous formidable students. Among these students, some possessed a temperament akin to his own, intolerant of any imperfections. Therefore, despite Kai Meyer's current position as director, the role was far from easy. Chapter 133, Kai Meyer's Concerns. Laughter and dreams in the crimson dust. However, in order to distance herself from Yin Xiaojia, she must excel in her role as director. She was determined not to remain a mere shadow behind Yin Xiaojia for the entirety of her life. Her words had always fallen on deaf ears with him. Kai Meyer had harbored resentment towards Yin Xiaojia. During their quarrels, she had often vehemently questioned him. "If you do not love me, why marry me?" Each time she posed this question, he would lapse into silence. Silence, silence, an endless cycle of silence. As time passed, her heart too grew weary and lifeless. Fortunately, Mu Lao unexpectedly decided to relieve Yin Xiaojia of his duties, allowing her to step up as the acting director. Finally, her work began to occupy her mind. With an increasing workload, she naturally found less time to dwell on distressing matters. 2 days later, in the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire, the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition was set to commence today. Lin Tianmeng, as a member of Shrek Academy's reserve team, naturally accompanied the selected competitors to the Star Luo Empire ahead of time. This grand competition was being held in the largest exhibition area of the imperial city, and even before the event began, throngs of people had already gathered. At this moment, Lin Tianmeng and the others were seated in the contestant area. Wang Donger nudged him and quietly inquired, "Tianmeng, what do you think the Star Luo Empire is plotting?" "The princess has been captured. Yet they remain unperturbed and still have the time to organize a competition." Lin Tianmeng replied with a knowing smile. "On the surface, it appears they have taken no action regarding the princess's abduction. But who knows what they might be scheming behind the scenes. Additionally, there have been sightings of Star Luo Empire individuals near Xiaoya, but they dare not approach the Tianmeng family. Furthermore, the place where we are detaining Su Jiujiu is in Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire. Even if the Star Luo Empire wishes to rescue Su Jiujiu, they cannot evade the watchful eyes of the Tiando Empire. Thus, their only recourse now is to negotiate terms with us. However, they are reluctant to make significant concessions, which is why the negotiations have dragged on, hoping to make us anxious. When the time comes to negotiate, we may find ourselves compelled to yield." After Lin Tianmeng's analysis, Wang Donger suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The Star Luo Empire is indeed cunning. Having grown up in the Haotian sect, She had been well protected and was thus less savvy regarding the complexities of the outside world compared to Lin Tianmeng. Tianmeng, what are you two discussing? Cui Yiji, seated behind them, interjected with a hint of envy. Lin Tianmeng turned to her with a smile. We were merely pondering how we should arrange our lodging for tonight. Upon hearing this, Cui Yiji eagerly volunteered. What need is there to say? Of course, you should come and sleep with me. She was unafraid of inciting jealousy among the other sisters, and besides, Wang Donger appeared to be inexperienced in such matters. Indeed, Wang Donger blushed at the remark. Among the 7 reserve team members present, aside from Hui Yuhao and Jiang Nannan, all were women associated with Lin Tianmeng. Both Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger had yet to engage in a deeper relationship with Lin Tianmeng, making them particularly shy. Cui Yiji, on the other hand, was the boldest among them, her martial soul being the nine-tailed fox. Seduction was her greatest weapon. Sisters, does anyone have any objections? Cui Yiji turned to inquire of Xiao Xiao and Ning Tian. Ning Tian frowned slightly, visibly displeased, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. She understood that Lin Tianmeng had numerous women, a symbol of masculinity on Douluo Continent. Ning Tian's greatest aspiration was to elevate the 9-treasure glazed tile school during her generation. As for vying for affection, she currently found it beneath her. Since no one has any objections, Tianmeng, you shall stay with me tonight. I'll keep the door open for you. Cui Yiji said with a beaming smile, her gaze always alluring. Shoo, keep your voice down, lest others overhear, Lin Tianmeng cautioned in a hushed tone. Cui Yiji immediately fell silent. Teacher Zhou was still seated nearby. Tomorrow, it was possible that the reserve team would take to the stage. If Zhou Yi were to discover that they were not preoccupied with strategies for overcoming their opponents, but rather indulging in such matters, she would certainly scold them mercilessly. With all the contestants present, Lin Tianmeng observed clearly that the team seated diagonally in front of them was none other than Shrek Academy's current formidable rival, the Sun Moon Empire team. Xiahonkin also spotted them. This time, the siblings Xiahonkin and Meng Hongchen appeared as reserves, just like Lin Tianmeng and his group. However, they held privileges as the grandchildren of Jing Hongchun, the head of the Mingda Hall at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. The 7 main competitors were all disciples of Mingda Hall. Xiahonkin fixed his gaze on Lin Tianmeng, a provocative glint in his eyes. He had conducted an investigation and discovered that Lin Tianmeng was the strongest among the reserve team dispatched by Shrek Academy, reportedly already a 4-ring Soul Master. 5 years hence, they would ascend to the main team. At that point, Lin Tianmeng would become their greatest rival. Thus, Xiahonkin's objective was to decisively defeat Lin Tianmeng and his companions in this competition. Brother, what are you staring at? Meng Hongchen asked. Noticing Xiahonkin's intense focus on the Shrek Academy reserve team. Xiahonkin and his sister were both prodigies of Mingda Hall in recent years, yet a competitive dynamic existed between them. Especially for Xiahonkin, he was ever so proud, unwilling to be surpassed by anyone, even by his own sister. I am observing that young man. Xiahonkin pointed towards Lin Tianmeng. Meng Hongchen, who had been in different moments ago, now turned to follow his brother's gaze, her mouth agape in astonishment. Heavens, such a handsome man truly exists. Lin Tianmeng's appearance is undeniably captivating. Otherwise, it would not have left such a delightful first impression on so many goddesses. Meng Hongchen is an admirer of handsome men, and she finds Lin Tianmeng to be the epitome of her aesthetic preferences. I have never encountered a man as exquisite as him in the Sun and Moon Empire, Meng Hongchen exclaimed. Were it not for the restrictions on movement, she would have certainly approached Lin Tianmeng to shake his hand. Xiahonchen, witnessing Meng Hongchen's infatuation, couldn't help but cover her face and remark, could you exhibit a bit more decorum? Come on, he is merely a handsome man. Why does Meng Hongchen always fixate on the attractive competitors from other teams? So what if I do? Meng Hongchen retorted, unimpressed by Xiahongchen's attitude. Why should the presence of handsome men bother you? Leave me be. Meng Hongchen shot Xiahongchen a displeased glance. Her brother always fancied himself a heartthrob, but in truth, only he entertained such notions. Meng Hongchen certainly did not consider Xiahongchen to be particularly good-looking. He paled in comparison to Lin Tianmeng. You actually dared to speak on my behalf for someone else? Xiahongchen was astonished, pointing at his own face in disbelief. Who said anything about you? Don't flatter yourself. Meng Hongchen rolled her eyes, insisting that he could never match Lin Tianmeng's allure. Xiahongchen, Lin Tianmeng is our rival. Over at the Shrek Academy's team. They too noticed the Sun and Moon Empire's Soul Master Academy squad. Tianmeng, look, those two over there seem to be watching us. Wang Donger nudged Lin Tianmeng, speaking softly. Lin Tianmeng glanced in their direction and inadvertently locked eyes with Meng Hongchen. Suddenly, Meng Hongchen felt her heart racing, beating twice as fast as before. Brother, did you see that? He is looking at me. Does he find me attractive too? Meng Hongchen's eyes widened, determined not to miss a single moment. Xiahongchen ignored her, internally scoffing at Meng Hongchen's reaction. What is so special about a man? However, when he looked up, he happened to spot Wang Donger seated beside Lin Tianmeng. Wang Donger's short hair had grown into a flowing mane that perfectly complemented her unique powder blue locks and matching eyes. Xia Hongshun was momentarily captivated. How can there be such a breathtaking beauty in this world? It seemed Wang Donger noticed Xia Hongshun's gaze and felt a bit uneasy, saying to Lin Tianmeng, "Tianmeng, that older gentleman across the way seems to be staring at me. It's quite frightening." Lin Tianmeng, aware of whom she referred to, chuckled. "That fellow is likely Xia Hongshun from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. He is merely 2 or 3 years older than us." "Oh, just 2 or 3 years older. I thought he was like our uncle," Wang Donger lamented. Thankfully, she did not voice this loud enough for Xia Hongshun to hear. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated. The opening ceremony was quite formal, with the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire delivering a lengthy speech filled with platitudes. Lin Tianmeng found it surprising that after so long, Su Jiuzhou had been held captive, yet the Emperor remained composed enough to preside over the opening ceremony. It seemed that in Lin Tianmeng's mind, Su Jiuzhou was not of significant importance. If the Star Luo Empire continued to stall, he believed Su Jiuzhou could remain indefinitely. Perhaps as a maidservant within the Tianmeng family. That didn't sound too bad, after all. After the speeches concluded, the judges explained the competition rules, followed by representatives from each team drawing lots. Shrek Academy sent its primary team member, Chen Zifeng, who drew an obscure academy. Upon learning they were to face Shrek Academy, the other team's morale plummeted. The Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire sent its team captain, Ma Rulong, who also drew an unknown small academy. "How dull," Xia Hongshun remarked. "I thought we would face Shrek Academy in the first match." Ma Rulong sighed. "It seems we might be eliminated in the first round, not even making it to the top 16. Xia Hongshun exploded with frustration. "Why must you undermine our own strength? Defeating a mere Shrek shouldn't pose a challenge." Ma Rulong was left speechless. Xia Hongshun had always been arrogant and disdainful. Jin Hongshun likely brought him here with the intention of letting him fail once to temper his character. However, it remained uncertain whether Xia Hongshun could comprehend Jin Hongshun's good intentions. "Brother, aren't you afraid your boastfulness will come back to bite you? We might stand a chance against the reserve team, but how will you fare against the primary competitors?" Meng Hongshun rolled her eyes, clearly opposing Xia Hongshun's claims. "You," Xia Hongshun, exasperated, retaliated. "Why is everyone siding with other academies? Can't you exhibit a bit of confidence?" "Confidence must be rooted in reality," Meng Hongshun replied. "Is our strength inferior to theirs?" Xia Hongshun pressed. "Our entire team's strength is likely comparable to theirs, but if we're speaking solely about you." Meng Hongshun fell silent, her unspoken words carrying weight. This traitor. After all teams had drawn their lots, the competition commenced. The first round was uneventful, with strong teams easily overcoming weaker ones. Shrek Academy was no exception. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger did not even take the stage, leaving only 4 primary team members to compete. "Why are there only 4 primary team members? Where's Dai Yuang?" Xia Hongshun inquired, puzzled, as he observed only 4 individuals from Shrek Academy participating. 5 years ago, Dai Yueheng had appeared as a reserve team member in the Continental High-Level Soul Master competition, and the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire had conducted thorough investigations. Knowing all too well that Dai Yueheng's martial soul was the evil Eye White Tiger, even being aware of his 4 soul skills, they had crafted several strategies specifically targeting him. Yet now, Xia Hongshun discovered that Dai Yueheng was conspicuously absent from Shrek Academy's competing members. What could possibly explain this? Had their intelligence failed? Xia Hongshun immediately turned to Ma Rulong. "How did you conduct your investigation?" Ma Rulong's expression mirrored his own unease. He had not anticipated such a situation. Perhaps he is merely saving his strength for later, Ma Rulong speculated. "Humph," Xia Hongshun replied mischievously. "I will certainly report this to my grandfather and ensure you face consequences for your incompetence." Ma Rulong pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The match progressed swiftly, requiring little effort, and the Shrek Academy team emerged victorious. The 4 primary team members utilized only 2 of their martial souls, while the other 2 remained concealed. Xiao Hongshun narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Fortunately, we have thoroughly investigated these 4 primary team members and are aware of their martial souls and soul skills. The reserve team members are the focus of their observation this time. The Sun Moon Empire never engages in unprepared battles. Their scrutiny of the reserve team is aimed at preparing for the grand competition 5 years hence." Meng Hongshun seemed indifferent to these matters, her gaze fixated on Lin Tianmeng. Goodness, how can anyone be so remarkably handsome? Chapter 135, the love-struck Meng Hongshun, whose competitive spirit surpasses all, and the ever-ambitious Xiao Hongshun. Initially, Lin Tianmeng had paid attention to Meng Hongshun, but now his focus was solely on the match, no longer noticing her presence. The first match was won so effortlessly. "It's a pity I'm only at level 30-something now. Otherwise, I would yearn to participate." Wang Donger fidgeted, barely containing her excitement. In 5 years, it will be our home ground, and by then, we will at least be Soul Kings. Ning Tian spoke with a glimmer of aspiration in her eyes. As a support-type weapon soul master, she had achieved level 31 during the first-year assessment, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Now, her level had reached 36, and her 7-treasure glaze tile had evolved into the 9-treasure glaze tile. Her future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass even that of the sect leader. Joey commented, "In the next match, let us see who our opponent will be. If they are formidable, we should send you out." Her words were directed at Ning Tian. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes brightened. Yes, Teacher Zhou. Every one of the 7 reserve team members yearned for a chance to compete. Even Jiang Nanan, a Minggongshi Zhang'an with over 40 levels, hoped for the opportunity to represent Shrek Academy. In this regard, Lin Tianmeng exhibited a lack of enthusiasm. He came to compete merely as a reserve team member, not wishing to overshadow the primary team members. Given Shrek Academy's millennia of heritage and glory, he believed that even with only 4 primary members, they would undoubtedly secure the championship. As for him, he was content to observe from the sidelines. Hadn't Xiao Hongqin already begun her provocations? Unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong target. Soon, it was the turn of the participants from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire to compete against a little-known academy they had drawn. The outcome of the match was, of course, a foregone conclusion. The Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire secured victory in less than half a minute, nearly matching the duration of the previous match with Shrek Academy. In an instant, the audience comprehended the disparity in strength between Shrek Academy and the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. They effortlessly defeated their first opponent, utilizing only 1 or 2 martial souls, while the others remained hidden. This clearly indicated that their strength was indeed superior. The first round of matches extended over a considerable duration due to the large number of participating teams, but nearly half would be eliminated after this round. Tianmeng, look, that girl across is still watching you, Wang Donger remarked with a hint of jealousy. How shameless can the people from the Sun Moon Empire be? A girl constantly staring at a man? Lin Tianmeng chuckled helplessly. If she enjoys watching, let her. I cannot compel her to close her eyes. Wang Donger retorted. But I don't like her watching you. The headstrong princess of the Haotian sect was not to be trifled with. All right. Then I'll turn my back to her so she can't see, Lin Tianmeng replied, shifting to face the audience. Wang Donger laughed. That's a splendid idea. Now she won't be able to see you. Indeed, on the side of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, Meng Hongqin pouted in dissatisfaction. Muttering softly, what is this? Not even allowing a glance, Shrek Academy is truly stingy. Xiao Hongqin exclaimed, my love-struck sister is utterly hopeless. Xiao Hongqin even felt that, given the chance, Meng Hongqin might willingly follow Lin Tianmeng to Shrek Academy, forsaking all her privileges in the Sun Moon Empire. This was not an exaggeration. Meng Hongqin could genuinely act on such a whim. As an older brother, Xiao Hongqin believed he understood Meng Hongqin completely. She was stubborn, and once she made up her mind, nothing could sway her. Despite her incessant calling of brother, she harbored little respect for him in her heart. Of course, as her brother, he had not been particularly attentive to her. They were both siblings and rivals. Xiao Hongqin would not allow Meng Hongqin's strength to surpass his own. He was the strongest among the Mingda Hall in this cohort. A genius among geniuses. The glory of Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be secured by him, Xiao Hongqin, in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. After the conclusion of the first round, everyone began to disperse. Lin Tianmeng and the others followed Zhou Yi and Bai Ji back to the hotel arranged by the Star Luo Empire. As last year's champions, Shrek Academy was naturally accommodated in the most luxurious hotel. Each participant had their own room, and the decor was exceedingly opulent. It was said that these hotels were backed by the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, allowing them to directly house the competing participants. Naturally, only those academies that had secured top placements in the previous competition were eligible to stay in such luxurious hotels without charge, while competitors from lesser academies were forced to pay exorbitantly for subpar accommodations. Some academies, already aware of their likely early exit, had opted not to book hotels, treating the event merely as an opportunity for exposure. In the hotel corridor, Lin Tianmeng and his companions happened upon Xiao Hongqin and Meng Hongqin. Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, Meng Hongqin's eyes sparkled. Hello, little brother, she greeted with a smile, hoping to leave a positive impression on him. However, Xiao Hongqin scowled, pulling his sister back. Which team are you with? Can't you show a little restraint? How embarrassing. Meng Hongqin retorted defiantly. Why should I care? Aren't you also staring at the beautiful girls? Xiao Hongqin's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng took the initiative to grasp Wang Donger's hand, claiming his territory. When Meng Hongqin saw their intertwined hands, her heart shattered into a million pieces. Oh, why? Just when I finally saw such a handsome boy. He already has a girlfriend. Xiao Hongshun was not faring any better. Meng Hongshun had her sights set on Lin Tianmeng, and he was equally taken with Wang Donger. In that moment, both hearts broke. "Let us head back to our room," Lin Tianmeng said, ignoring the two of them. "Okay," Wang Donger replied, glancing back to make a face at them as they left. Xiao Hongshun's heart shattered even further. "Enough already, brother. Everyone has left. What are you still lingering here for?" Meng Hongshun quickly adjusted her demeanor, leaving Xiao Hongshun filled with immense curiosity. "Don't you fancy that young boy?" Xiao Hongshun inquired. "Indeed, what of it?" Meng Hongshun replied nonchalantly. "But seeing him with a girlfriend doesn't upset you?" Xiao Hongshun found it difficult to comprehend. Meng Hongshun shrugged her shoulders and responded indifferently. "So what? Strong individuals are never short of female admirers. Besides, how can you be so certain that the one by his side in the future won't be me?" Chapter 136. The Explosive Xiao Hongshun, God of the Destruction of the Divine Realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshun felt as though his worldview had been shattered. His sister, astonishingly, bore no aversion to sharing a man with other women. He, on the other hand, could not tolerate sharing the same woman with another man. It was simply unacceptable. Thus, he resolved to win over Wang Dong. Clenching his fists, a plan began to form in his mind. Soul masters are invariably drawn to strength, especially women. As long as he could showcase his formidable capabilities to Wang Donger, she would undoubtedly come seeking him without him needing to utter a word. At that moment, noticing her brother's expression shift to a rather inappropriate grin, Meng Hongshun understood he was likely concocting some foolish idea. Why was there such a vast disparity among men? Just look at Lin Tianmeng, handsome, sunny, youthful. Then there was her brother, Xiao Hongshun, unattractive, gloomy, and lewd. Sighing softly, Meng Hongshun stepped past Xiao Hongshun and made her way to her room. Although the first match had been won with ease, everyone needed to remain humble. The opponents drawn in the subsequent rounds would only grow stronger. Zhou Yi gathered the main team members and substitutes in a room, discussing various matters to be mindful of during the competition, as well as the tactical arrangements for the upcoming matches. Zhou Yi approached the competition with utmost seriousness. Her team needed to adhere to one simple directive: win. She had no interest in personal grievances or mismatch collaborations. As long as victory was secured, that was all that mattered. "All right, everyone, return and rest well. There's another elimination match tomorrow," Zhou Yi concluded, her expression relaxing. The first match had the largest number of participating teams, with many lesser-known academies taking part. However, after the initial round of eliminations, over half of these smaller academies would be weeded out. Of course, their luck might not hold, and they could draw their greatest rival, the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, in the second round. That would spell trouble. It wasn't that they couldn't win, it was simply unnecessary. Meeting them so early would surely lead to mutual destruction, allowing other teams to gain an additional opportunity to advance. Regardless of who ultimately triumphed, both would require recuperation, complicating matters when facing other competitors later on. After leaving Zhou Yi's room, Lin Tianmeng proceeded to visit Cui Yiji. They had previously made plans, so it was not appropriate to change them. "Tianmeng, have you forgotten about me after all this time?" Cui Yiji, adorned in a pink dress that beautifully accentuated her enviable figure, teased. She possessed absolute confidence in her looks and physique. However, Lin Tianmeng believed that her most alluring traits were her captivating gaze and charming personality, which were enchanting at any moment. "How could I ever forget you? Look, here I am tonight," Lin Tianmeng replied. He would never forget a beauty. That was impossible. "What about me? Am I not a beauty?" Guyina, who had been relegated to the role of an accessory, chimed in. "Oh, you are so annoying," Cui Yiji laughed playfully. Her due date was still a while off, but Zhu Lu was far ahead of her, having given birth, while the next in line was Zhu Lu. "Annoying? Well, then I shall take my leave." "No, you cannot leave," Cui Yiji exclaimed, pulling Lin Tianmeng back by the arm. "Tonight, you belong to me, and you cannot go anywhere." Lin Tianmeng turned back with a smile. "All right." Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San's 3/10 of divine power had vanished. He was now exceedingly weak, and recovering to his former strength would require at least several years. However, given the current state of the divine realm, he did not have that much time. There was not just one divine king to unify the divine realm. He could only wait for the chosen one of Douluo Continent to successfully ascend to godhood and subsequently become a vassal of the Tang family. Only in this way could he ensure the eradication of his enemies and transform the divine realm into the Tang family's private garden. He regretted not exercising restraint and provoking Lin Tianmeng. Tang San was filled with remorse, never having anticipated that Lin Tianmeng would be so formidable. He had sacrificed 3/10 of his divine power, yet still failed to eliminate him. Furthermore, his daughter, Wang Donger, had already severed ties with her biological father for the sake of Lin Tianmeng. This was an utter humiliation. "Lin Tianmeng, do not think I will let you off so easily. I am merely granting you a moment to rest. When you let your guard down, believing I will not strike again, I shall make my move and eliminate you in one fell swoop. He scoffed. How many lives do you think you have to challenge me? To dare confront a divine king in such a feeble manner, you are courting death. Tang San raged. But no one paid him any heed. Dai Mubai seemed to have vanished, not having visited Tang San in some time. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had gone traveling through the divine realm, having formed a close bond with the god of life. Ning Rongrong had even become best friends with the god of life. As for Ma Hongjun, he was in an even worse state. Having wept incessantly since arriving in the divine realm, constantly longing for Bai Qinxiang. Among these individuals, Tang San held the lowest opinion of Ma Hongjun. To weep and wail over a woman was a disgrace to their masculinity. Was it truly necessary? No matter how much he cried or how heartbroken he felt. Bai Qinxiang had been dead for 1,000 years. Tang San could not fathom it, nor did he understand. A millennium ago, when he had just begun his relationship with Xiao Wu, he had thought that if Xiao Wu were not by his side, he would surely be devastated. Yet, over time, he had grown accustomed to her absence. Claiming he wished to resurrect his beloved was merely a guise. In truth, he desired to ascend to godhood. Xiao Wu was nothing more than a tool on his path to divinity. Ultimately, if she had not shared a divine position with him, he would not have been able to become a divine king. However, since arriving in the divine realm, Xiao Wu had been relegated to his subordinate. Matters of the divine realm were never to involve her. To him, her greatest utility was to bear his children. One daughter was not enough. He needed her to continue giving birth. However, at present, the disappearance of Xiao Wu leaves him in a state of uncertainty, rendering his desire for her to bear him children utterly futile. Tang San, at this moment, is unexpectedly called by a voice. He looks up to find none other than his arch-nemesis from the divine realm, the god of destruction, standing before him, looking down with an air of superiority. Tang San furrows his brow. He is accustomed to being the one who gazes down upon others, so how dare anyone look at him in such a manner? Thus, suppressing the pain from his inner wounds, he rises. What is it? He inquires. For countless millennia, the gods of the divine realm have coexisted peacefully. The god of destruction regards him and states, I do not wish for your arrival to incite great turmoil in the divine realm. Do you understand? Chapter 137. Xiao Hongqian provokes Lin Tianmeng. Ma Rulong is the captain. The god of destruction's roots run deep within the divine realm, far beyond the reach of a novice god king like Tang San. Nevertheless, Tang San harbors a persistent desire to eliminate the god of destruction. Should he succeed in vanquishing the god of destruction and the god of life, then he, Tang San, would reign supreme in the divine realm. At that juncture, the entire divine realm would be under his dominion. However, under the current circumstances, he cannot confront the god of destruction head-on. His foundation is too shallow. Even with 6 allies, it is insufficient. Moreover, he does not fully trust all 6 of them. Thus, he can only humbly concede, I understand. That is good enough. The god of destruction thinks nothing of it, assuming Tang San has heeded his counsel. Yet, as soon as the god departs, Tang San slams his fist onto the table before him. The table, crafted from the divine wood of the divine realm, shatters into splinters upon impact. Destruction. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. Once I bring the child of fate to the divine realm, your reign as a god will come to an end. The next day, the teams for the competition gather for the draw. Representing Shrek Academy is Lin Tianmeng, chosen because Zhou Yi believes his luck might prove fortuitous. Lin Tianmeng himself is unaware of why his luck would change. It seems fortune has never favored him. Nevertheless, it matters little. It is merely a draw, and he is willing to participate. Meanwhile, from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, none other than Xiao Hongqian has been sent to draw lots. Upon spotting Lin Tianmeng, his gaze turns vicious. He knows that in 5 years, the reserve team Lin Tianmeng belongs to will be his greatest adversary. Hence, he has no intention of treating Lin Tianmeng kindly. Just wait, I will certainly defeat you, Xiao Hongqian declares. As Lin Tianmeng is in the midst of the draw, he is caught off guard by Xiao Hongqian's proclamation, mistakenly believing it was directed at someone else, and therefore does not respond. Xiao Hongqian, seated in the competitor's area, cannot help but cover his face in embarrassment, wondering why his brother must be so disgraceful. Truly. Moreover, Xiao Hongqian's words were indeed aimed at Lin Tianmeng. Dream Hongqian, feeling a wave of frustration, realizes her brother is oblivious to her affection for Lin Tianmeng. Yet he continues in this manner, showing no consideration for her feelings. At this moment, Xiao Hongqian remains unaware of Dream Hongqian's thoughts. He only knows he has just issued a challenge to Lin Tianmeng, who has ignored him entirely. This is simply intolerable. Thus, he exclaims once more, our Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire will undoubtedly defeat your Shrek Academy. Now, Lin Tianmeng comprehends the situation. With such a direct challenge, how could he possibly misunderstand? Oh, he responds. Xiao Hongqian, taken aback, thinks, what does that mean? Is he looking down on me? Naturally, Xiao Hongqian has a penchant for overthinking, and now he believes Lin Tianmeng is belittling him. You, boy, do not be too arrogant. Sooner or later, we shall face off in battle. When that time comes, I will surely prevail. Xiao Hongquan boasts. Lin Tianmeng glances at him, slightly frowning, then replies, oh. Xiao Hongquan, infuriated, thinks, how contemptuous. This is intolerable. Eventually, Ma Rulong steps in to pull him away, saying, please stop embarrassing yourself. Now everyone knows our Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire is resorting to intimidation. When have I ever intimidated anyone? I am merely stating facts. Xiao Hongquan protests. Ma Rulong covers his mouth, insisting, enough. Be quiet. Xiao Hongquan's protests are muffled, and once they leave the drawing platform, Ma Rulong finally releases his grip. The first thing Xiao Hongquan exclaims is, what are you doing? I was in the midst of provoking Shrek Academy. We will certainly be the victors. Ma Rulong, exasperated, shrugs. Why can't you understand my concerns? What concerns do you have? Are you afraid of Shrek Academy? Humph, do you think I don't know that? Xiao Hongquan retorts. What nonsense are you spouting? Ma Rulong's expression darkens, and he states, Xiao Hongquan, I hope you can discern who the captain of this competition is. As captain, he has the authority to decide which members can take the field and which cannot. If you remain so obstinate, I have no qualms about crossing paths with Master Jing Hongquan. After all, even if Xiao Hongquan complains to Jing Hongquan, he has his reasoning. Ultimately, it remains uncertain who will face punishment from Jing Hongquan. Dream Hongquan also supports Ma Rulong, saying, brother, just keep a low profile, otherwise. I want to help you in front of grandfather. Dream, you. Xiao Hongquan is taken aback that Dream Hongquan does not side with him. They are siblings, after all. Enough. Brother, stop your incessant rambling and let me see which team we drew. Dream Hongquan interjects. At this moment, Ma Rulong realizes they have yet to check the results of the draw. Reluctantly, Xiao Hongquan hands over the drawn lot without even glancing at it. After all, he knows he will not be participating this time. It seems we have drawn another small academy. It shouldn't pose much of a challenge, Ma Rulong remarks. The weaker the opponents they face early on, the better they can conceal their true capabilities. When they eventually confront stronger teams, it will catch them off guard. This is the strategy Ma Rulong has devised. Furthermore, Xiao Hongquan and Dream Hongquan, as the two secret weapons of their team, will not take the stage early on, allowing others to remain oblivious to the nature of their martial souls. Ultimately, they aim for an unexpected victory. Though Xiao Hongquan felt a strong sense of discontent, he understood that this was not the time to indulge in the temperament of a young master. During the competition, I can endure. However, we must secure the championship. He declared emphatically. Indeed, I share your fervent hope that we will emerge victorious, replied Ma Rulong. Being several years older than Xiao Hongquan, he exhibited a greater level of maturity. The reason Jing Hongquan appointed him as the captain of the main team was precisely due to Ma Rulong's leadership skills and his ability to consider the greater picture. In such competitions, it is often not merely strength that is tested, but one's overall perspective. Clearly, Xiao Hongquan lacked such foresight. Therefore, Jing Hongquan's decision was not misguided. Furthermore, the primary battleground for both Xiao Hongquan and Meng Hongquan lay 5 years in the future, not in the present. Thus, it was indeed the wisest choice for them to conceal their true capabilities. Of course, this also depended on their willingness to cooperate. Otherwise, Ma Rulong would show them no mercy, as he held the authority to determine who would take the field and who would not. Chapter 138, Ning Tian takes the stage. The 9-treasure glazed tower. Aware of these dynamics, Xiao Hongquan ultimately acquiesced. After all, he was determined to defeat Shrek Academy in the end. It was merely a matter of time. This was akin to the struggle between cold weapons and firearms. Could cold weapons truly prevail against their heated counterparts? The Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire was currently the most advanced institution for soul tools on the Douluo Continent, having begun its development at least several centuries before Shrek Academy. Such a gap of centuries could not be bridged by mere toil of a single generation. Hence, this competition was destined to culminate in the triumph of the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Xiao Hongquan was unwavering in his conviction. Whether he took the field or not was inconsequential, as the opponents were merely minor players. When the time came to face Shrek Academy, he would relish in proving his prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng returned to the contestant area after drawing lots, only to be seized by Wang Donger, who inquired, "Did that contestant from the Sun and Moon Empire say anything to you?" "Not at all. He merely asserted that they would undoubtedly triumph over us," Lin Tianmeng replied nonchalantly. He had no interest in engaging in verbal sparring with someone as juvenile as Xiao Hongquan. It was a pointless endeavor. Competitions were determined by strength, not by words. Lin Tianmeng had already conveyed the draw results to Zhou Yi. The team they were set to face was not particularly formidable, yet Zhou Yi still singled out. "Ning Tian, you will join the main team on the field shortly. Chen Zifeng, ensure Ning Tian's safety and prevent her from getting injured, understood?" "Understood." Both Ning Tian and Chun Zifeng responded in unison. Ning Tian was elated to represent Shrek Academy, even though their adversaries were not the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Chun Zifeng was equally pleased at the prospect of collaborating with the young master of the Nine Treasure Glazed sect. Although Ning Tian was merely 12 years old, she had already attained level 36, and her martial soul had evolved from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Her potential for divinity in the future was evident. If one did not seize the opportunity to forge a bond with her now, when would they? I have but one request. Finish the battle swiftly within a minute, and try to conceal your strength, understood? Zhou Yi instructed. Understood. The contestants included 4 main team members, along with Ning Tian. On the competition stage, the referee noticed that Shrek Academy had only sent a handful of participants and remarked, "This is a team battle. A 7-person team. Why do you only have 5? Ling Luoqing turned back with an air of confidence, declaring, 5 of us can easily defeat their 7. Is that a problem? The referee felt a touch of embarrassment. It was no wonder people said Shrek Academy looked down on others. Today's encounter confirmed that notion. Very well, you may proceed with 5 participants. The referee conceded without further comment. He was merely a soul sage. Having heard rumors of soul emperors under 20 years old at Shrek Academy, yet he had not witnessed their presence in this competition. In any case, his soul ring configuration was not optimal for a soul sage, making it understandable that the main team members of Shrek Academy would regard him with disdain. Ling Luoqing strode into the arena with an air of pride. Before the competition commenced, they still needed to draw lots. This time, they drew a team battle, with Shrek Academy's 5 against the 7 of the Sky Leap Academy. Both sides prepare, the referee announced. After both teams announced their names, the referee declared, begin. Shrek Academy immediately formed a fan-shaped formation. The 4 main team members surrounded the reserve contestant Ning Tian, positioning her in the rear, ensuring she was visible to the opponents, yet remained out of reach. The opposing contestants were taken aback. What kind of formation was this? In the previous match, this girl had not even appeared. At that moment, Ning Tian unleashed her martial soul. A stunning blue tower, comprising 9 levels, materialized, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. All opponents were left in utter astonishment. It was not only their competitors who were taken aback, but also the referee and even the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, who was observing from a high platform. The emergence of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower signified that the Heavenly Soul Empire would become increasingly formidable. The 9 Treasure Glazed sect had been a prominent force on the continent since over 10,000 years ago. Initially, it was known as the 7 Treasure Glazed sect. For its members' martial souls were solely the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, limiting their highest potential to the realm of the 7-ringed soul sage, making divine ascension impossible. Nevertheless, the auxiliary capabilities of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower were widely recognized. There was even a saying, in battle, if an opponent possesses a 7 Treasure Glazed Tower Soul Master, one must focus on defeating that Soul Master first, otherwise, trouble will surely follow. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire had previously held the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul in contempt, as it only provided support without offensive capabilities. In contrast, the Royal Martial Soul of the Star Luo Empire, the Star Crown, could both assist and launch powerful attacks simultaneously. The time had come for the 9 Treasure Glazed sect to be replaced by their Star Crown lineage. However, at this moment, Ning Tian and her 9 Treasure Glazed Tower had made their entrance. This ignited a profound sense of crisis within the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Su Jiujiu was still imprisoned in Heavenly City, and rescuing her would undoubtedly require a confrontation with the Heavenly Soul Empire. The magnitude of this battle hinged on the importance placed by both the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire, as well as their broader perspective. Previously, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire had underestimated Heavenly City, which had once hosted several formidable sects that had since fallen apart, leaving only the 9 Treasure Glazed sect as a relatively sizable entity. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire narrowed his eyes, eager to discern the true strength of the current 9 Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul. At this moment, Ning Tian was enhancing her teammates' performance on the arena. Unaware that numerous eyes were fixated upon her, the 7 treasures are renowned, first, for their speed. A 30% increase in velocity. The 4 primary team members surged forward, and the opposing team, caught completely off guard, lost several players in an instant. The 7 treasures are also famous, thirdly, for their strength. A 30% augmentation in power. With swift strikes, the remaining opponents, even upon regaining their composure, were utterly powerless against such formidable onslaughts. Elimination. In less than a minute, all 7 of the opposing team were out of the game. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy, much like in the previous match, had only 2 members unleash their martial spirits. Referee, it is time to announce the result of the match, Ling Luoqing coldly remarked. The referee hesitated momentarily, then resignedly declared, in the 8th round of the elimination matches, Shrek Academy emerges victorious. In an instant, the audience erupted in cheers. In this match, they not only witnessed the long-lost 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, but also the shining moments of Shrek Academy's elite members. Chapter 139. Invitation to the Royal Auction of the Star Luo Empire. Indeed, as they had previously stated, 5 individuals against 7 was more than sufficient. Shrek Academy once again left a vivid mark on the grand stage with their prowess. In the hearts of the spectators, Shrek Academy epitomized invincibility. Wow, we won again! Xiao Xiao exclaimed joyfully, her childlike innocence shining through. Victory brought her such delight. Indeed, and this was achieved without revealing too much of our strength. Zhou Yi was thoroughly satisfied with both the process and the outcome of the match, having exposed Ning Tian, yet concealed the others. Support-type soul masters are always the most sought after, but the Star Luo Empire certainly would not have this opportunity. Tianmeng, what are your thoughts? Wang Donger inquired. Noticing Lin Tianmeng seemed lost in thought. Lin Tianmeng stroked his chin and replied nonchalantly, I have no particular opinion. It's merely standard procedure. The strength of Shrek Academy has been cultivated over millennia. Defeating a smaller academy is akin to slicing through melons. If the match had lasted longer, it would have seemed odd. As it stands, Shrek Academy's advance to the finals is assured. Even if they face the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, they are not guaranteed to lose. If Zhou Yi sends me to compete, victory would be certain. However, I am not particularly inclined to exert myself excessively for the glory of Shrek Academy. My future lies in establishing my own city-state. Shrek City will inevitably become my adversary. As for the students and teachers within Shrek Academy with whom I share emotional ties, I certainly hope to take them along when the time comes. But those matters are for later. For now, let us focus on the present. Wang Donger seemed surprised. It appeared to her that today she truly recognized Lin Tianmeng's lack of attachment to Shrek Academy. Upon reflection, she realized that she had not chosen to attend Shrek Academy herself. Rather, her uncles had informed her that the students there were all geniuses. Since she regarded ordinary individuals as beneath her, she might as well attend there. Thus, she enrolled in Shrek. Otherwise, she might have remained at Haoyan Sect or pursued studies at another academy. The classmates she would have met would not have been this group. Wang Donger pondered this and felt it was indeed the case. Yet, she did not regret coming to Shrek Academy, because, were it not for being here, she would never have encountered Lin Tianmeng. Upon their return from the match, Zhou Yi rarely displayed a smile. Well done, especially you, Ning Tian. Zhou Yi now presented her true appearance, her beauty captivating even the eyes of other women. Ning Tian shyly smiled. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Continue to strive, Zhou Yi nodded. Everyone may stay to watch the matches of other teams or return to rest and prepare for the next match in 7 days. After this round, many teams will be eliminated, and the teams we face next will be significantly stronger. Subsequently, each match will be separated by a week. Ling Luoqing was the first to stand, saying, I want to go back and rest. Very well, Zhou Yi nodded. However, before she could leave, she was approached. You are the participants and supervising teacher from Shrek Academy, correct? I am an auctioneer from the Royal Auction House of the Star Luo Empire, and this is an invitation we are extending to you. The auction will commence tonight at 7 o'clock. The auctioneer, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and well-defined features, handed the invitation to Zhou Yi, who accepted it on behalf of the team. All right, thank you. No need for thanks. We look forward to your attendance. With that, the auctioneer departed. You all heard what the auctioneer said. Are you interested? Zhou Yi asked, primarily seeking the team's opinions, as she was indifferent herself. Chen Zifeng was the first to respond. Teacher Zhou, I think we should go. Even if we don't buy anything, it would broaden our horizons. I want to go too. Gong Yang Mo chimed in. Lin Tianmeng naturally wished to attend. He was curious to see what the Star Luo Empire could concoct without the Snow Empress embryo this time. I will go, he stated. Once he expressed his intention, the remaining reserve team members had no objections. Even Jiang Nan, who typically disliked such extravagant spending, said, then I will also go and take a look. She had little money, but as Chun Zifeng suggested, gaining experience would be beneficial. Moreover, she hardly knew the main team members. And since there were no classmates from her class in the reserve team, she needed to keep pace with them. And who was the core of the reserve team? Naturally, it was Lin Tianmeng. Following him was the right choice. In that case, let's gather at the auction house before 7 o'clock tonight. And each of you should take one invitation, Zhou Yi instructed as she distributed the invitations. After receiving his, Ling Luoqing returned to the hotel to rest. Lin Tianmeng did not linger to watch the matches, even the one featuring the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. He found it uninteresting. After all, this was merely the second match, and the Royal Academy would not likely deploy their trump cards. There was nothing of interest. Let us go, we should head back. Lin Tianmeng remarked to Wang Donger beside him. All right. Wang Donger nodded, standing up to follow Lin Tianmeng. Wait for me. Xiao Xiao trailed behind, eager not to fall behind. Cui Yiji and Ning Tian also joined, while Hui Yuhao was particularly attentive to Lin Tianmeng. Despite his desire to stay and observe the match to learn the tactics of other academies, nothing was more important than being with Lin Tianmeng. Jiang Nan was the last to follow. The relationship between her and Lin Tianmeng was somewhat awkward. Tang Ye was her close friend and also Lin Tianmeng's significant other. Since Tang Ye's withdrawal from school, the two of them have seldom met, each engrossed in their own affairs. Tang Ye now focuses on managing the Tianmeng family, while Jiang Nan continues her studies at Shrek Academy, currently representing the institution in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. The connection between them has begun to stretch further apart. This feeling is rather disheartening. Jiang Nan yearns to return to the days when she and Tang Ye were inseparable, but such a possibility seems lost now, unless... No. Jiang Nan shook her head vehemently, attempting to dispel her recent thoughts. How could she entertain such an idea? Sharing a man with her best friend is utterly unacceptable. She glanced at Lin Tianmeng, who walked ahead, seemingly surrounded by admirers at all times. Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, Cui Yiji, and Ning Tian, each a beauty in their own right. Being hailed as the most beautiful girl in the outer academy, she found herself grappling with an unusual sense of inferiority amid such enchanting company. Chapter 140. You still do not fully grasp Lin Tianmeng's kindness. At 7 in the evening, in the royal auction house of the Star Luo Empire. Has everyone arrived? Zhou Yi counted the attendees and nodded upon confirming their presence. I have conducted an investigation, and the theme of this auction primarily revolves around soul guidance devices. Zhou Yi remarked. The cost of soul guidance devices is exorbitant. We may not be able to afford them, but it is certainly beneficial to observe. If anyone spots an item of interest, please inform me. The Academy has advanced me some gold soul coins, and for items with less competition, we should be able to secure them. Indeed, Teacher Zhou. Let us proceed inside. Zhou Yi walked ahead, accompanied by Bai Ji, who, being less familiar with soul guidance devices, chose to stay with Lin Tianmeng and the others. If you find anything you fancy, just raise your paddle. I have the funds. Lin Tianmeng declared confidently. He was no longer the impoverished newcomer to Shrek Academy. Since joining the Outer Academy's Soul Guidance Department, he had sold numerous soul guidance devices. And with the Tianmeng family's operations now running smoothly, his monthly earnings had significantly increased. Really? Xiao Xiao's eye sparkled. If there is a suitable soul guidance device for me, can I bid? Of course. There's no need to save money for me. As a man, my earnings are meant for you all. Lin Tianmeng proclaimed with noble intent. Xiao Xiao beamed with joy. Wow, Tianmeng, you are so kind. Cui Yiji smiled faintly. You still do not fully grasp Tianmeng's kindness. Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed instantly. Wang Donger, though not directly addressed, felt her own face warm as well. How shameless of Cui Yiji. They are still so young. At that moment, Jiang Nan suddenly inquired. Can I join as well? She gazed at Lin Tianmeng, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Besides being labeled the most beautiful girl in the Outer Academy, she also bore the mark of poverty. Each day was a meticulous calculation for her. Even meals were frugal, as she dared not spend an extra copper soul coin. Her mother was at home, awaiting her to procure medicine for treatment. When she first learned that the annual tuition at Shrek Academy required 10 gold soul coins, she hesitated to enroll. However, her mother insisted that it pertained to her future, not wanting her illness to hinder her from becoming a powerful soul master. Shrek Academy is one of the finest institutions on the continent, and her mother hoped she would achieve success there. Should she become a formidable soul master, the potential earnings would be substantial. Thus, Jiang Nan ultimately spent the 10 gold soul coins to enter Shrek Academy. She did not shy away from the notion of mutual affection, yet she believed she lacked the qualification. Behind her was a mother in dire health. Until her mother's illness was resolved, she had no desire for romance. Presently, her sole aim was to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could she earn more money. Only by becoming stronger could her mother receive better treatment. Lin Tianmeng was acutely aware of Jiang Nan's stubbornness. This girl was indeed enduring hardships. If you wish, you certainly can, he said, all members of our reserve team. If there are soul guidance devices you desire, I can afford to buy them, so feel free to raise your paddles without hesitation. Lin Tianmeng's words resonated deeply with Jiang Nan. Simultaneously, Hui Yuhao realized that he too could enjoy the same privileges as Xiao Xiao and the others. Thank you, Tianmeng. Hui Yuhao expressed his gratitude, having long considered himself a subordinate of Lin Tianmeng. Even within the Tianmeng family, he had become an esteemed figure due to his early entry. Jiang Nan lowered her gaze and softly said, Thank you, Lin Tianmeng. Regardless of whether he acted out of consideration for Tang Ye or another reason, she was genuinely grateful to him. Even if she did not purchase anything in the auction house, this kindness would be etched in her memory. On the side of the main team, Chun Zifeng could not help but sigh. Alas, why do I not have such a wealthy friend? Yao Haoshuan chuckled. What? Do you shamelessly expect a junior to buy soul guidance devices for you? Chen Zifeng shot him a glare. Stop talking nonsense. Heaven knows, he truly had no such intention. Ling Luocheng paid little attention to their banter, instead casting several glances toward Lin Tianmeng. Why isn't anyone asking me? Shishi suddenly spoke. Yao Haoshuan had long wished to converse with Shishi, but she had consistently ignored him. Now that she had finally taken the initiative to speak, he promptly asked, "Huh? Do you have money to buy us soul guidance devices?" Shishi flashed a sly smile. "I do have money." Since that day, when her second martial soul, the Holy Angel, was revealed to them, she had ceased to pretend. Beyond wearing a mask, she had let go of her previous demeanor. After all, she had found her true soulmate and married him. The opinions of others no longer mattered to her. Really? Then can we buy soul guidance devices freely? Yao Haoshuan asked in delight. Shishi cast a casual glance at him and replied, "I can buy freely, but you cannot." "Why not?" Yao Haoshuan could not resist asking. "Because my wealth is mine alone, not yours," Shishi replied nonchalantly. Yao Haoshuan. So he had been played by Shishi. Yet, he could not be angry, as she bore no obligation to buy him soul guidance devices. However, to his astonishment, after hearing their exchange, Ling Luocheng actually smiled. Shishi is right. If we find a soul guidance device we fancy, we should inform Teacher Zhou, Ling Luocheng stated. Yao Haoshuan nodded helplessly. Why is it that others possess wealth while he does not? At that moment, Chen Zifeng reached out and patted Yao Haoshuan on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, you are not the only one who is impoverished. I am as well." Yao Haoshuan, however, was not particularly inclined to associate himself with Chen Zifeng. Upon entering the auction house, the opulence within left everyone momentarily stunned. Particularly, Wang Donger leaned closer to Lin Tianmeng and whispered, "Goodness. During my previous visit to the Treasure Appreciation Conference in Shrek City, I thought that was extravagant. But it appears the Star Luo Empire surpasses even Shrek City in its lavishness." Wang Donger, the little princess of the Haotian sect, expressed her astonishment at the excess, which indicated the level of extravagance was indeed remarkable. Lin Tianmeng remarked, "I hope this auction features truly valuable items. Otherwise, our visit will be in vain." He was aware that the auction was initially set to include the ranking engraving knife and the Snow Emperor's 10,000-year embryo. However, the existence of the Snow Emperor's 10,000-year embryo was now rendered impossible, as he had already rescued her, and she had become his wife. One could only wonder if the ranking engraving knife was still present. Chapter 141, The Elegant Auctioneer and the First Item for Bid. Esteemed guests, may I kindly request you to present your invitations? A man clad in a golden suit addressed them at the front desk. Zhou Yi was the first to produce her invitation. The others followed suit, displaying their invitations. The man in the golden suit verified them before gesturing. "Please proceed to the VIP room 206 on the second floor." Upon his words, a beautiful young lady in a pale yellow gown approached them, saying, "Please follow me." She was indeed lovely, yet among the selected and reserved members of Shrek Academy, she was hardly remarkable. Without mentioning others, Zhou Yi, the leading teacher, could easily outshine the girl in both appearance and demeanor. "Let us be on our way," Zhou Yi said, wishing for every team member to remain together. In truth, Zhou Yi had only a rudimentary understanding of the future development of soul masters. She had not studied soul guiding devices systematically. Yet, her insights were somewhat advanced, although currently, many were reluctant to utilize soul guiding devices. They would undoubtedly become the mainstream in the future. "Esteemed guests, please." Upon reaching room 206, the young lady in the pale yellow gown smiled and introduced herself. "Hello everyone. I am Qingqing, a mid-level auctioneer at the Royal Auction House of the Star Luo Empire. When the auctioneer downstairs announces the commencement of bidding, you may place your bids either by raising your paddle or stating your offered price directly. Each item will have a 10-minute observation period prior to bidding, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with the item. Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask me. The Royal Auction House of the Star Luo Empire is dedicated to providing the best service to every esteemed guest." After concluding her introduction, she stepped aside to await the commencement of bidding for the first item. "Thank you." Zhou Yi nodded slightly. "No need for thanks. It is our duty," Qingqing replied gently. "Truly, the service here at the Royal Auction House is commendable," Gonyang Mo remarked from the sofa, reclining slightly. "Sitting in the contestant area all day is uncomfortable. My back aches from the hard chairs." "Of course, otherwise, it wouldn't be the Royal Auction House," Chen Zifeng replied matter-of-factly. "I have heard that entry to the Royal Auction House of the Star Luo Empire is quite exclusive. One must undergo an asset evaluation, and anyone with a net worth below 1 million gold soul coins is not permitted entry. If that were the case, we likely wouldn't have been able to attend the auction. Fortunately, we received invitations from the auction house, so no evaluation was necessary," Yao Haoshuan explained. Chen Zifeng expressed confusion. "You may be poor, but you certainly seem knowledgeable." "I am not poor," Yao Haoshuan retorted. "I am merely less affluent compared to those with 1 million gold soul coins." Among the disciples of Shrek Academy's inner court, financial hardship was rare, They typically earned gold soul coins by completing tasks assigned by the academy. Of course, the ability to accept such tasks depended on one's strength. Those lacking strength could not succeed even if they tried. Hey, how about we team up to purchase a soul guiding device? We can share it. Yao Haoshuan suddenly proposed to Chen Zifeng in a hushed tone. But who would it belong to in the end? Chen Zifeng was not particularly intrigued. Soul guiding devices cannot be casually lent out. Whoever contributes the most funds owns it. Yao Haoshuan chuckled. Oh, please. Chen Zifeng laughed in response. Always trying to take advantage. No wonder your soul power isn't improving. Just as the two bantered, the auction downstairs had already commenced. Good evening, esteemed guests. I am your auctioneer for today, Qingya. Downstairs, a young lady in a purple gown smiled warmly as she addressed the audience. This auction is dedicated to soul guiding devices, featuring items below level 6. Suitable for soul emperors and below. Now, let us invite the staff to present the first item for bid. Qingya's voice was melodious, and her movements were fluid, truly befitting an auctioneer of the Royal Auction House. Lin Tianmeng, seated in the VIP room on the second floor, couldn't help but reminisce. Had Su Jiujiu not been imprisoned within the Tianmeng family, she would surely have been present at tonight's auction. The first item for bid failed to capture much attention, primarily due to its low grade. Most attendees at this auction were participants and instructors of the current Continental Advanced Soul Master Douluo competition, and items below level 3 were of no use to them. Furthermore, lesser academies had no chance of entering this venue. The Royal Auction House of the Star Luo Empire issued invitations not only to Lin Tianmeng and his group, but also to Xiao Hongchun and his companions, whose VIP room was adjacent to Lin Tianmeng's. The Star Luo Empire was certainly stirring the pot. The first item for bid was utterly disregarded by the students of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Thus, no bids were made. Meanwhile, a few reserve team members from Shrek Academy expressed some interest as their levels hovered around 30, making a level 3 soul guiding device suitable for their use. However, Lin Tianmeng interjected, there will be better soul guiding devices later. Let this one go to someone else, as their pillar of strength. His words naturally quelled any dissent among the others. Wang Donger expressed her disappointment. Is this truly the level of the Royal Auction House of the Star Luo Empire? Lin Tianmeng chuckled. What's this? Not yet reaching level 40, and you're already turning your nose up at a level 3 soul guiding device. Wang Donger shot him a glare. And what about you? Are you not equally dismissive? This soul guide device is undoubtedly of the 3rd tier. However, it pales in significance when compared to the recent research topics pursued by the two of them. Currently, the Soul Engineering Department of Shrek Academy has made considerable progress thanks to the inclusion of these exceptionally gifted students. In particular, Lin Tianmeng, a prodigy in his own right, consistently discovers innovative approaches that yield remarkable results. Despite Xian Liner's harshness towards the two, it stems from her high regard for them. Otherwise, why would she invest so much time in nurturing two newly admitted soul masters in the Soul Engineering Department? After the auctioneer, Qingya, introduced the first item and concluded the 10 minutes of viewing time, she declared, the initial bidding price for the first item is 1,000 gold soul coins, with a minimum increment of no less than 50 gold soul coins. To Lin Tianmeng, even 1,000 gold soul coins hardly seemed like a substantial amount. Previously, at the Treasure Appreciation event, he had spent Xian Liner's money on several soul bones and soul guide devices for his companions, each of which could easily fetch several million gold soul coins if sold. Chapter 142. A 10,000 gold soul coin item, gifted to Jiang Nanan. As Lin Tianmeng had anticipated, this soul guide device was not particularly sought after and was quickly sold for 2,500 gold soul coins. Next came the second item. The auctioneer, Qingya, introduced. The next item is a 4th-tier charging soul guide device, commonly referred to as a milk bottle. Milk bottle? Jiang Nanan murmured to herself. She recalled that Tangya had once shown her the soul guide device Lin Tianmeng gifted her, which was indeed a milk bottle, albeit of the 3rd tier, not the 4th. Qingya elaborated on the myriad benefits and precautions associated with this 4th-tier milk bottle before commencing the bidding. The starting price for the second item was set at 6,000 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 100 gold soul coins. As soon as Qingya's announcement concluded, bids began to surface. On the Shrek Academy Team S side, Zhou Yi inquired, is anyone interested in this 4th-tier milk bottle? The selected team members shook their heads. Some already possessed a milk bottle soul guide device, while others did not require a 4th-tier version. Teacher Zhou, Jiang Nanan said somewhat awkwardly. As a 4th-ring soul master, she indeed needed this 4th-tier milk bottle. However, she hesitated to voice her desire, fearing the guilt of spending the academy's funds. Jiang Nanan, what's the matter with you? Zhou Yi, perplexed, mistakenly assumed she might be unwell. As Jiang Nanan heard this, she wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. How embarrassing. Just then, Lin Tianmeng spoke up. Teacher Zhou, please refrain from bidding. I will do it. Why? Zhou asked, confused. Because I want to buy it myself, without using the Academy's money, Lin Tianmeng replied matter-of-factly. In truth, if it were a soul guide device he desired for himself, he would undoubtedly use the Academy's funds to purchase it. However, Jiang Nannan was different. If she were to use the Academy's money for this fourth-tier milk bottle, she would owe the Academy a debt of gratitude. Conversely, if he bought it and gifted it to her, the debt would be to him. In any case, Lin Tianmeng felt compelled to act decisively in this instance. Very well, Zhou conceded, understanding that Lin Tianmeng had likely acquired some funds since joining the sect. She did not press further. Thus, Lin Tianmeng promptly raised his paddle, 10,000 gold soul coins. The moment this price was announced, the other bidders were taken aback. Previously, when they had called out bids, the maximum increment was merely 300 gold soul coins, bringing the price to 7,600. Even if others continued to bid, it would likely cap at just over 8,000 gold soul coins. Yet, at this moment, someone had suddenly called out 10,000 gold soul coins. Disrupting the auction, the crowd instinctively glanced towards the upper level. In the private room, a large floor-to-ceiling window made of specially crafted glass allowed those inside to see outside, but not vice versa. However, Lin Tianmeng was unfazed by the possibility of someone harboring resentment towards him. He had no fear. Today, this fourth-tier milk bottle was his for the taking. Upon hearing the 10,000 gold soul coin bid, Xingya's excitement surged. 10,000 gold soul coins going once. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? This price deterred many, as they believed that while the fourth-tier milk bottle was valuable, it certainly did not warrant a price of 10,000 gold soul coins. After Xingya's announcement, no further bids were made. 10,000 gold soul coins going twice. 10,000 gold soul coins going thrice, sold. Xingya brought down the gavel, confirming the sale of the fourth-tier milk bottle. The esteemed guest who purchased this item is kindly requested to collect it from the backstage after the auction concludes. Xingya was elated. The higher the selling price of the items, the greater her commission. Simultaneously, she began to search for the identity of the guest who had bid so generously. Surely, they were someone of considerable means. How delightful it would be to make their acquaintance. Oh dear, where was my mind wandering? She continued her eloquent presentation of the third item. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy competitor's private room, upon hearing that Lin Tianmeng had successfully acquired the fourth-tier milk bottle, Jiang Nannan's face flushed even deeper. She gazed at Lin Tianmeng, as though she had a multitude of words to express, yet found herself at a loss for how to begin. It was Lin Tianmeng who smiled gently at her and said, Sister Nannan, were you hoping to have this fourth-tier milk bottle? I bought it specifically for you. Jiang Nannan's eyes widened in astonishment. Once the auction concludes, I will retrieve it from the backstage and present it to you. Lin Tianmeng's expression remained devoid of any excessive sentiment, simply adorned with a soft smile. In that moment, Jiang Nannan's heartbeat quickened. The 10,000 gold soul coins he bid were meant to acquire it for her. Oh my this. Jiang Nannan's emotions were quite complex. On one hand, receiving this fourth-tier milk bottle was a long-held aspiration. On the other, knowing that it was Lin Tianmeng who had paid such a high price to procure it for her left her feeling as though she would owe him a significant debt of gratitude. In contrast to others who might consider 10,000 gold soul coins a trifling sum, easily repayable in a few months, Jiang Nannan's situation was vastly different. Her family had a gravely ill mother, and every penny she earned went towards purchasing medicine for her. Thus, even now, she possessed little more than a few silver soul coins, which constituted her entire wealth. It was reminiscent of how she had begun her journey at Shrek Academy, akin to how Hui Yuhao had started. However, unlike Hui Yuhao, who had flourished under Lin Tianmeng's protection and amassed considerable wealth, Jiang Nannan remained in a precarious financial position. With her prospects for the future still uncertain, Jiang Nannan gazed intently at Lin Tianmeng and finally uttered a single word, "Thank you." Lin Tianmeng smiled brightly in response. No need for thanks. Did we not agree just moments ago? Besides, it's merely 10,000 gold soul coins. A price I can easily afford. To elicit a smile from a beauty is worth every coin. Suddenly, Jiang Nannan's face flushed crimson. What he meant was Jiang Nannan dared not continue her thoughts any further. Alright, let's swiftly move on to the next auction item. Wang Donger, noticing Jiang Nannan's apparent special feelings towards Lin Tianmeng, immediately interjected to halt their exchange. Do not underestimate a woman's intuition. Wang Donger pouted, somewhat displeased. This Lin Tianmeng certainly knows how to attract attention. With so many wives, is it not enough for him? Why must he go after Senior Jiang Nannan? Now, let us examine the third auction item. Have any of you found something of interest? Lin Tianmeng turned to inquire of Xiao Xiao and the others. Downstairs, the auctioneer Qingya gracefully introduced. This evening's third auction item is a ranked inscription blade. The ranked inscription blade. Cici exclaimed involuntarily. Chapter 143. Someone bids for the soul-eating blade, and Qingya is thrilled. What is the matter? Zhou asked. The ranked inscription blade is a tool used by soul mentors to engrave core formations, and it can also serve as a close combat soul guiding device. The term rank signifies that this blade ranks among the top 100 across the entire Douluo Continent, CC explained. You know about this? Yao Haoshuan was taken aback. He had never heard of CC's skills in crafting soul guiding devices. If you read more books in your spare time, you would know. What is so surprising about that? CC rolled her eyes, somewhat irritated. Yao Haoshuan, he felt a pang of disdain. He suddenly began to miss the ordinary CC of the past. The current CC's words were indeed quite sharp, alas. It was at this moment that Lin Tianmeng realized the third auction item was the ranked inscription blade. In the original storyline, this blade was purified by Alax within Hui Yuhao's mind, transforming into Holy Spirit gold and melding into Hui Yuhao's body. However, at present, there was no trace of Alax's consciousness within Hui Yuhao, thus the blade could not be purified. Is there anyone in need of this? Zhou Yi turned to ask. A blade that can engrave core formations. Do we not need it? Wang Donger looked at Lin Tianmeng. Having studied the craft of soul guiding devices, she naturally understood the significance of such a blade. Let us not rush. Let us first hear the auctioneer's introduction, Lin Tianmeng said lazily, reclining against the sofa's backrest. Very well. Wang Donger trusted every word Lin Tianmeng spoke without reservation. Everyone, please do not rush to bid. Allow me to explain first. Once I finish, it will not be too late to bid, Qingya said with a gentle smile, her tone and voice always soothing to the ears. The crowd fell silent, captivated by her words. This blade is indeed a ranked inscription blade. However, it is named the soul-eating blade. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment echoed among the bidders. Clearly, there were those among them who recognized its value. Could it be the fabled soul-eating blade that kills its master? Indeed, Qingya clarified. It is said that all who have possessed this blade have met with mysterious deaths. Otherwise, we would not have acquired it. For this reason, whenever we auction this blade, no one dares to bid, and it eventually falls into continued circulation. She believed that this time would be no different, and thus she surmised that her commission would be unattainable. Next came a 10-minute viewing period, after which the bidding would commence. Meanwhile, in the private room adjacent to Shrek Academy's participants, a quarrel erupted between the contestants from the Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. On what grounds do you prevent me from bidding on this blade? It is a ranked inscription blade. Xiahonkin's face flushed with frustration. As a soul mentor, he naturally required a superior inscription blade. However, Marulong was unwilling to allow him to participate in the bidding. But that is the soul-eating blade. Have you not heard its legends? Marulong stood up and declared, it can kill its own master. If it were anyone else, it might not matter. But Xiahonkin insists on buying it. As the captain of the main team, Marulong bore the responsibility of protecting both Xiahonkin and Minghanshan. Should Xiahonkin successfully bid for the soul-eating blade, and then fall victim to its curse, how could he justify that to Jinghanshan? Therefore, he forbade Xiahonkin from bidding on this ranked inscription blade. If you require a ranked inscription blade, you can ask the guild master to help you seek one. There are 100 such blades. It is not as if there is only this one, Marulong reasoned. Yet Xiahonkin would not listen. What do you understand? A ranked inscription blade is tantamount to a soul mentor's life. A soul mentor who possesses a ranked inscription blade would never easily part with it, unless they were to die. As he spoke the last sentence, Xiahonkin gritted his teeth. He could indeed kill for a blade. But the question remained, could he actually do so? Generally speaking, those who owned a ranked inscription blade and were not robbed of it were at least soul saints or higher. Xiahonkin, with only a 4-ring cultivation, lacked the capability. Unless he could persuade Jinghanshan to send a soul Douluo or title Douluo to seize it. In short, this soul-eating blade must not be purchased, even if you buy it. I won't let you touch it, Marulong stated firmly. You. Xiahonkin was taken aback by Marulong's resolute stance. Enough already. You two are really annoying with your bickering. Please stop. Minghanshan could no longer bear to listen. Her ears were starting to feel raw. What do you know? Xiahonkin glared at her. The ranked inscription blade is a fine item. I certainly know it is a fine item, but can you handle it? Minghanshan countered. The soul-eating blade can even kill those of title Douluo rank. Can you withstand its ferocity? In Minghanshan's view, her brother was somewhat incapable, yet had a considerable temper. He clearly lacked the ability to guard this blade, but still desired it. He failed to consider that even if he acquired it, how long could he wield it? Perhaps after only a few uses, he would be cursed to death. Was it worth losing one's life for a ranked inscription blade? Minghanshan certainly did not covet the soul-eating blade. She understood that once her soul mentor level reached 7 or 8, her grandfather would surely find a way to procure her a ranked inscription blade that would be no inferior to this soul-eating blade. I may not be able to withstand it, but surely my grandfather can. Xiahonkin remained obstinate, seemingly determined to obtain this blade at all costs. Soon, the 10 minutes elapsed. The soul-devouring blade, with an opening bid set at 100,000 gold soul coins, Requires a minimum increment of 5,000 gold soul coins for each subsequent bid. The auction commences now. After gracefully delivering these words, Qingya patiently awaited on the side. Deep down, she suspected that this blade would likely go unsold. After all, who would willingly spend 100,000 gold soul coins on a weapon that could potentially turn against its wielder? Yet, within moments, she was astonished to hear someone calling out a bid. Looking up, she noticed a sign being raised from the VIP room 206. I bid 100,000 gold soul coins. Lin Tianmeng's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Wang Donger widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Tianmeng, have you lost your mind? This is a cursed blade. I am not insane. This blade is of use to me, Lin Tianmeng replied confidently, having already devised a plan for its application. Moreover, he presumed that few would contest him for this weapon in the auction. Thus, now was the ideal time to bid. Even if someone raised the price, he was financially secure enough to continue increasing his offer. Meanwhile, Qingya, the auctioneer downstairs, felt a surge of warmth throughout her body. Someone was indeed willing to bid on this blade. Chapter 144. Lin Tianmeng versus Xiao Hongxun, a contest of wealth. She hastily declared, 100,000 gold soul coins once. Are there any other bids from the esteemed guests? In the VIP room of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Day and Moon Empire, Xiao Hongxun disregarded Ma Rulong's objections and insisted on raising the bid. I bid 105,000 gold soul coins. Qingya was taken aback. She had not anticipated that there would genuinely be bidders this time. Thus, she quickly announced, 105,000 gold soul coins once. The participation of bidders implied that someone would undoubtedly emerge victorious, securing her commission. Due to the peculiar nature of the soul-devouring blade, it had gone unsold multiple times at the royal auction house of the Star Luo Empire. To incentivize the auctioneers, the house decided that whoever sold this blade would receive 1% of the final sale price as a reward. 1% of 100,000 gold soul coins. Qingya felt a rush of joy. Even if it sold for only 105,000 gold soul coins, her commission would amount to 1,050 gold soul coins. Earning such a sum in a single day meant she could afford to take the rest of the month off. Thus, Qingya promptly announced, 105,000 gold soul coins twice. Just as she was about to declare a third time, Lin Tianmeng raised his bid again. 110,000 gold soul coins. His tone bore no trace of hesitation, as if that amount were merely a trifling sum to him. Qingya's scales of judgment immediately tipped in favor of Lin Tianmeng. One esteemed guest has bid 110,000 gold soul coins once. If another bid were to emerge, she could hardly fathom the implications. In the Royal Soul Master Academy VIP room, Xiao Hongxun frowned and remarked, who dares to challenge me for this blade? I told you not to buy it. Wouldn't it be better to concede? Ma Rulong certainly did not wish for Xiao Hongxun to obtain the soul-devouring blade. However, she was resolute. No way. I'm not spending the Academy's money. I'm using my own to purchase this blade. Ma Rulong, I respect you as the team leader, but I suggest you cease your commentary. I won't heed your words regardless. Ma Rulong. Meanwhile, Meng Hongxun remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. After all, the soul-devouring blade posed no threat to her. Moreover, her thoughts were not consumed by the blade, but rather by that charming young man from Shrek Academy, whose name she believed was Lin Tianmeng. How could she obtain his contact information? Over in Shrek Academy's VIP room, Zhou expressed her confusion. Lin Tianmeng, you have heard the auctioneer mention the malevolent aura of this blade. Why continue to bid? As Lin Tianmeng's teacher, her concern for his safety was paramount. If her student were to be harmed during the competition, it would be an unbearable embarrassment, especially if it were due to the acquisition of a cursed blade. Teacher Zhou, please do not worry. Since I dare to participate in this auction, I possess the means to suppress the malevolent energy of this blade, Lin Tianmeng confidently assured her. Please trust me. Under normal circumstances, Zhou would have immediately intervened. Yet, when faced with Lin Tianmeng, she found herself hesitating. Just then, from the adjacent VIP room, Xiao Hongxun raised the bid again. I bid 115,000 gold soul coins. Qingya promptly echoed, 115,000 gold soul coins once. Lin Tianmeng continued to raise his offer, 120,000 gold soul coins. Qingya exclaimed, 120,000 gold soul coins once. She was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the excitement. The more they bid, the higher the final sale price would soar, naturally increasing her commission. Qingya thought to herself, regardless of who ultimately secures the blade, I must personally meet him to express my gratitude. Xiao Hongxun, feeling competitive, raised the bid again. I bid 130,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Qingya realized that 5,000 gold soul coins had become too trivial for further increments. Lin Tianmeng declared, 150,000. Xiao Hongxun. In the VIP room, Xiao Hongxun was infuriated, leaping in frustration. Damn it. This person must be doing this on purpose. A soul-devouring blade. I refuse to believe anyone else would dare to buy it. I say, brother, why not refrain from increasing the bid? We simply do not possess that kind of money, Meng Hongqian urged. Her concern was not for Xiao Hongqian's safety should he win the cursed blade, but rather for the possibility that he might exhaust his funds and require her to cover the difference. She was unwilling to do so, as she needed her money to pursue romantic interests. What do you know? I must win this blade. What's 150,000 gold soul coins? I can afford it. This time, Xiao Hongqian had received substantial financial support from both him and Meng Hongqian, intending for them to acquire valuable items in the Star Luo Empire. The funds from Mingda Hall and the academy were held by the supervising teacher. Xiao Hongqian contemplated. If necessary, he could dip into that pool of money. After all, he was a student of the academy. What was wrong with using the academy's funds? I bid 160,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Hongqian declared once more. Without hesitation, Lin Tianmeng responded, 170,000. Xiao Hongqian. Who on earth is this person? Is he doing this on purpose? At this rate, the money I brought will truly be spent entirely on this. I have already stated. It is merely a cursed blade, not worth such a sum. Yet, you insist on buying it. Now look where we are. Ma Rulong, feeling exasperated, decided to abandon all restraint. Since Xiao Hongqian was determined to buy it, so be it. He would first contend with the competition. Meanwhile, Qingya, the auctioneer downstairs, was overwhelmed with exhilaration at the prospect of such a large sum of money. She anticipated that the bidding would continue to rise, and if it reached 200,000 gold soul coins, my goodness, how much commission would she earn tonight? The commission for other auction items is merely 1,000th. Yet this particular item stands apart, commanding a commission of 1%. With the proceeds from this single auction piece, Qingya could easily cover her expenses for the entire month. Following this, she would be free to rest. 18,000 gold soul coins. Xia Hongqian gritted his teeth and said viciously, no matter who might be deliberately targeting him, he must seize this blade. In the private room of the Shrek Academy competitors, Jiang Nannan swallowed hard as she gazed at the scrolling numbers on the big screen. Heavens, such a vast sum of money. Her eyes shifted to Lin Tianmeng. Just how much wealth does he possess? He can raise the bid by 10,000 gold soul coins without a hint of hesitation. In that moment, Jiang Nannan felt as though she might never be worthy of Lin Tianmeng in her lifetime. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianmeng, Jiang Nannan's thoughts were spiraling. He remained composed, intent on acquiring the soul-devouring blade. To ordinary soul masters, the soul-devouring blade could indeed be a bane, potentially transforming its wielder into an evil soul master. However, what if the one wielding this blade is already an evil soul master? Chapter 145, Successful Bid, the Soul-Devouring Blade Acquired. Indeed, Lin Tianmeng's primary motivation for bidding on this soul-devouring blade was to gift it to Tangya. Now, Tangya had already become an evil soul master, her dark blue silver grass rapidly evolving in power. Her soul power had reached level 49, just one level shy of absorbing another soul ring. Due to her relatively weak mental capacity, she struggled to control the dark blue silver grass. In battle, there was a risk of backlash. Yet, as long as Lin Tianmeng was by her side, she could unleash the full potential of the dark blue silver grass without distraction. With Lin Tianmeng present, she feared nothing. Currently, Tangya was primarily focused on the crafting of soul tools within the Tianmeng family, and Lin Tianmeng knew she required a suitable carving knife. Hence, each time he raised the bid, his emotions remained remarkably stable. After all, he had ample resources at his disposal. What were a mere 100,000 gold soul coins? He could spend millions without batting an eye. With this carving knife, the soul tools crafted by Tang yet could be uniquely tailored for the evil soul masters. These evil soul masters were affluent, and as pariahs, they deserved to be exploited. Lin Tianmeng felt no moral qualms about profiting from them. Forget the notion that evil soul masters might try to evade payment. Would Lin Tianmeng even grant them that opportunity? He could effortlessly extinguish even a titled Douluo-level evil soul master. So why would he fear those lesser beings who fell short of that rank? Xia Hongqian now found himself at a loss, unsure whether to continue raising the bid. If he truly had to spend 200,000 gold soul coins, it would not only be unreasonable for Ma Rulong, but even for himself. Let us call it a day. No more bidding, Ma Rulong advised. Downstairs, Qingya's melodious voice rang out. 18,000 gold soul coins, once. 18,000 gold soul coins, twice. It appeared that no one else intended to raise the bid. To curry favor with this esteemed guest, Qingya declared, 18,000 gold soul coins, thrice, sold. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for successfully acquiring the ranking carving knife. Please come to the backstage after the auction to collect your item. In a departure from protocol, she directly invited the buyer to meet her. Normally, auctioneers would conclude their duties after the event, not waiting in the back for guests to claim their items. However, this instance was different. Qingya was genuinely eager to meet the individual willing to spend 18,000 gold soul coins on the carving knife. Could it be a strikingly handsome man? In the Royal Soul Master Academy's private room of the Sun Moon Empire, Xiahonkin was filled with dissatisfaction, yet felt powerless. 18,000 gold soul coins, 18,000. The veins on his forehead throbbed. Why hadn't he bid higher? Perhaps 18,000 was the limit for that fellow next door. What a pity, what a true pity. Otherwise, that carving knife should have been his. After all, it was a ranking carving knife, one of the top 100 carving knives across the entire Douluo Continent. It would have been invaluable for inscribing core formations, yielding exceptional results. Yet now, that carving knife belonged to another, and Xiahonkin had lost his chance. It's just a carving knife. What is there to lament? Surely, my grandfather will find us an even better one in the future, Meng Hanshin consoled. To be honest, she was not particularly passionate about crafting soul tools. Her involvement was primarily due to her grandfather being the head of Mingda Hall. The ranking carving knife held little allure for her. Her martial soul was already formidable, and she feared that without focused development, she might accomplish nothing. Xiahonkin, on the other hand, aspired to reach the pinnacle in the realm of soul tools. The Sun Moon Empire currently had an urgent need for a vast number of soul masters, who occupied a prestigious position within the empire. Xiahonkin yearned for greater respect from others, thus aspiring for superior advancement in the field of soul mastery. Well, spending such a large sum on a fearsome blade hardly seems worthwhile, he reassured himself. Ironically, Ma Rulong mistook his self-comforting thoughts as genuine conviction, saying, "Indeed. I've told you before, it was your insistence to participate in the bidding." Xiahonkin thought. He was merely comforting himself, not genuinely believing that. Alas, how frustrating. Meanwhile, Lin Tianmeng, having successfully acquired the carving knife for 18,000 gold soul coins, left several of the core team members astonished, particularly Chen Zifeng, who exclaimed, "Junior, what do you need the soul-devouring blade for, especially at the cost of 18,000 gold soul coins?" Among the reserve team, aside from Jiang Nannan, the others were unfazed. After all, Lin Tianmeng had already demonstrated his extravagant spending during the treasure appreciation event in Shrek City, where he had effortlessly spent millions without a flicker of concern. 17,000 gold soul coins for this carving knife was insignificant to him. Even if the bidding reached 200,000, it would be neither painful nor troublesome for Lin Tianmeng. This stark contrast in financial capability between Xiahonkin and Lin Tianmeng was evident. While Xiahonkin had the backing of the Mingda Hall's leader as his grandfather, the funds he could personally access were limited. Relying on family support was fine, but the inability to manage one's own finances was truly disheartening. I find it quite worthwhile. This blade is a ranking carving knife, and its inherent strength is undoubtedly formidable. Its fearsome reputation is merely a facade, Lin Tianmeng remarked naturally. What if you face backlash while using it? Cici inquired, her primary concern being Lin Tianmeng's safety. After all, she had finally found a husband who was pleasing to the eye, and she could not bear the thought of losing him so soon. Rest assured, I did not purchase it for myself, Lin Tianmeng remarked. Oh, Cici felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ling Luoqing cast several glances at Lin Tianmeng, yet remained silent. For reasons unknown, she harbored an inkling that this junior was far from ordinary. In the cave that day, the soul skill he employed was immensely powerful. Ling Luoqing stood closest to him, her martial soul being of the ice element. Her sensitivity to the essence of extreme ice was unparalleled among those present in the cave at that moment. Thus, she could distinctly perceive that Lin Tianmeng's mastery of extreme ice far surpassed the meager abilities he displayed during their usual sparring sessions. Given the critical situation at that time, Cici had unleashed her second martial soul, the Holy Angel, which drew everyone's attention away from the unfolding events. Consequently, Ling Luoqing did not ponder further. However, now, reflecting on Lin Tianmeng's manner of operation, a bold thought suddenly struck her mind. Could it be that Lin Tianmeng's soul power level exceeds 40? But then, what could it possibly be? 50? Surely not. As a soul king herself, Ling Luoqing was familiar with the capabilities within that rank. The power Lin Tianmeng exhibited did not quite align with that of a soul king. Chapter 146. The Ice Blue Scorpion Soul Bone. Ice Explosion Technique Soul Skill. Could he be a soul emperor? Yet, he is only 12 years old. A 12-year-old soul emperor is an unprecedented anomaly in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. But if he were not a soul emperor, then what could he possibly be? Ling Luoqing found herself engulfed in confusion. As anticipated by Lin Tianmeng, after the auction lost its grand finale, the Snow Emperor embryo, there ceased to be any particularly remarkable items. The carving knife was one, followed by the Ice Blue Scorpion Soul Bone. Originally, this soul bone was to be auctioned by the princess of the Star Luo Empire, but since she had yet to return, the esteemed auctioneer Qingya continued with the presentation. Esteemed guests, the next item I present for your bidding is the Ice Blue Scorpion Soul Bone. Qingya's voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing every cheek in the room. Merely listening to her felt like a delightful experience. Upon hearing the words Ice Blue Scorpion Soul Bone, many were drawn in with keen interest. When Qingya revealed the item, several gasps of admiration echoed through the hall. With a smile, Qingya introduced. This is a left arm bone of the ice blue scorpion, radiating a vibrant green hue. As you can see, its crystalline clarity is unmatched by most soul bones. What a beautiful soul bone! Ling Luoqing could not help but exclaim. Being of the ice attribute herself, she felt a natural affinity for ice-related soul bones. Yet, Lin Tianmeng understood that this soul bone was destined to remain beyond her reach. For the Ice Blue Scorpion clan's ice was not ordinary. It was the essence of extreme ice. Only those possessing the essence of extreme ice could hope to merge with this soul bone. Any attempt to forcibly integrate it would only lead to the soul master's demise. If Qingya had expressed no confidence in the previous item, she was supremely confident in fetching a high price for this Ice Blue Scorpion left arm bone. Despite her commission being merely 1,000th, it was still quite substantial, especially considering its high starting bid. Confidently, Qingya continued. This Ice Blue Scorpion left arm bone imposes stringent requirements on the soul master wishing to absorb it. They must be of the ice attribute. Otherwise, a forced fusion would not only endanger their health, but could also threaten their very life. Thus, this Ice Blue Scorpion left arm bone is significantly limited in its applicability. Furthermore, upon absorption, it grants the soul master the fixed soul skill of ice explosion. This soul bone originates from the extreme north, a region known to be a human forbidden zone, and the Ice Blue Scorpion clan harbors the essence of extreme ice. They are formidable creatures, living in packs, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary soul masters to procure the soul bones of Ice Blue Scorpions. The monarch of the Ice Blue Scorpion clan is referred to as the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, ranking second in the extreme north and possessing the lowest temperatures known to exist. Upon hearing the name Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Tianmeng. Clearly, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion mentioned by Qingya was none other than Lin Tianmeng's esteemed partner. The Ice Emperor. Why are you all looking at me? Lin Tianmeng feigned ignorance, playing the role of the innocent. Wang Donger shot him an exasperated look. Only you can act so oblivious. Lin Tianmeng offered a faint smile, refraining from responding. As for the main team, they were perplexed as to why the reserve team members were all fixated on Lin Tianmeng. Could it be that Lin Tianmeng's extreme ice attribute was connected to the Ice Blue Scorpion clan? They only knew of Lin Tianmeng's extreme ice attribute, but were unaware that his martial soul was the Ice Blue Scorpion. This was primarily because Lin Tianmeng had not demonstrated much of his strength during their past sparring sessions, and the Ice Blue Scorpion insignia was concealed beneath his clothing, rendering it invisible. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi voiced her confusion. What? You all don't know what Lin Tianmeng's martial soul is? Ling Luoqing quickly inquired. What is it? We genuinely have no idea. This junior has hidden it too well. Chen Zifeng shrugged helplessly. Zhou Yi was almost speechless. Are you all truly the main team? How were you selected? After so long of sparring, they did not even know what Lin Tianmeng's martial soul was. Zhou Yi was unrelenting in her criticism. Indifferent to who they were, Chen Zifeng, his expression darkened, said, Please enlighten us. Teacher Zhou, what is the martial soul of this junior? His martial soul is the Ice Fairy, embodying the essence of extreme ice, Zhou Yi replied. What? What? Except for Cici. The three main team members displayed expressions of astonishment, especially Ling Luoqing, who had initially desired the Ice Blue Scorpion soul bone. It now seemed that this soul bone would be far more suitable for Lin Tianmeng. Yet, Lin Tianmeng showed no desire for this soul bone, as he already possessed the ice explosion technique's soul skill, rendering an additional one redundant. So, your martial soul is the Ice Fairy, Ling Luoqing said with reluctance. I had intended to inform Teacher Zhou of my desire for this soul bone, but given the circumstances, I shall concede it to you. Lin Tianmeng was somewhat taken aback. Considering Ling Luoqing's competitive nature, it was surprising that she was willing to relinquish it to him. In light of this, Lin Tianmeng decided to be forthright, saying, Senior Ling, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I do not require this soul bone. Moreover, I must remind everyone that this soul bone is not as straightforward to fuse with as the auctioneer suggested. Not just any ice attribute soul master can absorb it. What do you mean? Ling Luoqing inquired, puzzled. The Ice Blue Scorpion clan embodies the essence of extreme ice. Only those with the extreme ice attribute can hope to merge with the soul bones they produce, Lin Tianmeng explained. Is that so? Ling Luoqing was taken aback. Fortunately, she had not mentioned her intent to bid to Zhou Yi, or she would have truly found herself in a precarious situation. If it were her own money, it would be one thing, but this is the Academy's funds. She would owe the Academy a favor. Therefore, I advise the senior not to participate in the bidding. Lin Tianmeng said with utmost seriousness. For some inexplicable reason, Ling Luoqing found himself believing him. All right, let it be, she replied. Apart from Lin Tianmeng and herself, there were no other ice attribute soul masters among the students from Shrek Academy attending this time, so they did not raise their paddles during the auction. Following this was a 10-minute appreciation period. The auctioneer, with a graceful smile, stepped aside. In the private room, Ling Luoqing softly inquired, "Are you not going to inform them that only soul masters with ultimate ice attributes can fuse with this soul bone?" Lin Tianmeng shook his head and replied, "What does it matter to me if others want to bid? I am not one to play the saint." Besides, he recalled that in the reserve team of the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, Meng Hongqin's martial soul seemed to possess some ice attributes. If it were to be won by them, it would certainly be an interesting spectacle. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Meng Hongqin remained blissfully unaware that the man she admired wished to witness her embarrassment should she fail to fuse with the soul bone. Chapter 147. The auction concludes, collecting the items backstage. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and many were already jostling to participate in the bidding. At this point, the auctioneer revealed her signature smile and announced, the ice blue scorpion left arm bone, with an opening bid of 12 million gold soul coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 50,000 gold soul coins. Let the bidding commence. 12 million gold soul coins. Ling Luoqing was momentarily stunned. That truly was an astronomical price. It was far too exorbitant. Fortunately, she was unable to fuse with it. Otherwise, spending such a fortune on a soul bone would be unthinkable, even for the academy. Lin Tianmeng, however, regarded it as fairly ordinary. This price was merely acceptable given the rarity of the soul bone. Of course, the final transaction price would undoubtedly exceed this amount. The only thing he felt relieved about was that the Ice Emperor was not present. Otherwise, with her notoriously fiery temper, Lin Tianmeng feared she might erupt and destroy the entire royal auction house of the Star Luo Empire. In the adjacent private room of the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, Meng Hongqin was indeed thrilled. "Teacher, I want that ice burst technique." Her martial soul was the Zhu Qing Ice Toad, half ice attribute and half poison attribute. Her soul skills were formidable, primarily due to the rapid spread of her toxins. Even the haughty Xiao Hongqin had to concede that she was not a match for Meng Hongqin. If they were to engage in a life and death battle without using soul guiding devices, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. 12 million gold soul coins. Is that not a bit excessive? The supervising teacher hesitated. The hall master had indeed provided him with ample funds. But there was no guarantee that better items would not come up later. If he spent it all now, he might miss out on other valuable items. Excessive? This is the ice blue scorpion soul bone. Meng Hongqin stood up, exclaiming, "Do you truly understand how precious the ice blue scorpion soul bone is? It embodies the essence of ultimate ice. Moreover, the ice burst technique is incredibly practical and perfectly suited for me. Enough talk, bid quickly. I do not wish for someone else to snatch this soul bone away." Seeing Meng Hongqin so anxious, Xiao Hongqin could not help but mock. "Weren't you just saying that I was bidding too aggressively? Now that it's over 10 million gold soul coins, you certainly are willing to spend." The tens of thousands of gold soul coins for the carving knife she had bid on earlier paled in comparison to the price of the ice blue scorpion soul bone. As they spoke, bids began to surface from other private rooms. "I bid 12,250,000 gold soul coins. I bid 13 million gold soul coins. 13,500,000. 13,800,000. 14 million. The price surged, and the initial 12 million gold soul coins could no longer secure the item. "Teacher, hurry and place a bid," Meng Hongqin urged. "All right." The supervising teacher, noticing the rapid increase in price, promptly raised his paddle and declared 15 million gold soul coins. Though this price was steep, it still did not fully reflect the value of the ice blue scorpion soul bone. Thus, the bidding continued to escalate. 16 million gold soul coins. 18 million. Soon, the price soared to 20 million. This price was undeniably steep, causing many of those who had initially participated to slow down, calculating whether the ice blue scorpion soul bone was truly worth such an amount. "This is far too expensive. Perhaps we should refrain from purchasing?" Xiao Hongqin advised. "No, we must buy it." Meng Hongqin slammed her palm on the table, declaring, "If I can acquire this ice blue scorpion left arm bone, my strength will surely increase significantly. For the sake of victory in the competition, we must secure this soul bone." With Meng Hongqin insisting so fervently, the supervising teacher found it difficult to argue. So he continued to raise the bid. "I bid 21 million gold soul coins." Downstairs, the auctioneer smiled even more beautifully, announcing 21 million gold soul coins once. Is there any other esteemed guest wishing to raise the bid? At this point, those capable of bidding were quite few, though there were still one or two. 21,500,000 gold soul coins. 22 million. Meng Hongqin urged the supervising teacher, "Just offer a high bid to leave them all behind." The supervising teacher nodded, steeling himself, and said, "I bid 25 million gold soul coins. 25 million gold soul coins once." The auctioneer, understanding that this was likely the price for the soul bone, quickly stated, "Indeed." Once the bid of 25 million was announced, many hesitated to continue bidding. Firstly, They lacked sufficient funds, and secondly, they deemed that while the ice blue scorpion soul bone was precious, it did not warrant such an exorbitant price. 25 million gold soul coins twice. The auctioneer, seeing no further bids, swiftly declared, 25 million gold soul coins thrice sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for winning the item. Please proceed to the backstage to collect it after this auction concludes. This also constituted a commission, and she would earn a commission of 25,000 gold soul coins. Originally, she was not qualified to explain or bid on this item. Only Su Jojo held such a privilege within the royal auction house of the Star Luo Empire. As the saying goes, the fertile water does not flow to the fields of outsiders. Whenever particularly high-value items were auctioned at the royal auction house, it was Su Jojo, the princess, who served as the auctioneer, with the commission ultimately benefiting the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Qingyao was merely an employee. How could she be qualified to auction such high-value items? However, for reasons unknown, Princess Su Jojo had not appeared in the auction hall this time. They had temporarily allowed her to take over, and this high commission finally afforded her a chance to profit. After the auction of the ice blue scorpion soul bone concluded, the event came to an end, lacking the anticipated grand finale of the Snow Emperor embryo. The Emperor of the Xinglua Empire had lost his leverage to incite discord between the Mingda Hall and the main body sect. Let us proceed to the backstage. Lin Tianmeng said to his companion, Wang Donger, Although Wang Donger was uncertain about Lin Tianmeng's motives for acquiring the soul-devouring blade, she felt compelled to support him. Teacher Zhou, please return with the other students. I will fetch my auction item and follow shortly. Lin Tianmeng addressed Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi regarded him with suspicion. You don't intend to use that soul-devouring blade secretly, do you? Lin Tianmeng quickly replied, of course not. That blade is dangerous. I fear it might bring calamity. Zhou Yi fixed him with a stern gaze. You better not. Indeed, Zhou Yi's expression was quite formidable, and Lin Tianmeng sensed that she might erupt at any moment. Everyone else, return to the hotel and discuss our strategy for tomorrow, Zhou Yi instructed. Yes, Teacher Zhou. Among the reserve team, only Wang Donger remained, accompanying Lin Tianmeng to retrieve the soul-devouring blade from the backstage. Chapter 148. Qingya invites to dinner, laughing at Hongchen's concerns. Backstage at the royal auction house of the Xinglua Empire, Qingya had long been waiting, eager to meet the esteemed guests who successfully bid on the soul-devouring blade and the ice blue scorpion soul bone. These two individuals had significantly boosted her commission, ensuring she need not work for at least a month. When Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger arrived backstage, they encountered Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, who were also present. Meng Hongchen had come to collect the ice blue scorpion soul bone she had won, a perfect fit for her ice explosion soul skill. Xiao Hongchen, however, was displeased as he had not secured the item he desired. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger approached the auctioneer, Qingya, and announced, I am the successful bidder for the ranking carving knife. Upon hearing this, Qingya's eyes widened in delight. Ah, it is you. She quickly retrieved the soul-devouring blade, placed it in a box, and handed it to Lin Tianmeng. This is the item you won, the ranking carving knife, Qingya said. Lin Tianmeng nodded and accepted it. So you snatched this knife away. Xiao Hongchen protested, stepping forward to block Lin Tianmeng's path. Mind your words. Before Lin Tianmeng could respond, Wang Donger, unable to tolerate the affront, exclaimed with a frown, What do you mean we snatched it? Are you familiar with the auction rules? The highest bidder wins. If you had the means, you could have bid more. To complain that someone else snatched it after you fell short is simply absurd. Wang Donger was not someone to be easily bullied. Her gentle demeanor was reserved solely for Lin Tianmeng. Xiao Hongchen was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Wang Donger from the competition venue, the very woman who had captivated him at first sight. Now, the situation had become quite awkward. Thus, Xiao Hongchen offered an apology. I apologize for my choice of words. Wang Donger raised an eyebrow. Why are you apologizing to me? You should be apologizing to my man. Previously, Xiao Hongchen had only speculated about the relationship between Wang Donger and Lin Tianmeng, but now he had confirmation. Should he pursue Wang Donger as Meng Hongchen did, or abandon the idea entirely? It was indeed a dilemma. After weighing his options, Xiao Hongchen begrudgingly apologized to Lin Tianmeng. I'm sorry, I did not mean it earlier. Lin Tianmeng understood that given Xiao Hongchen's stubborn nature, he likely did not genuinely regret his words. However, the mere act of saying so was already commendable. There would certainly be future opportunities to settle the score. It's fine, Donger, let us be on our way. Lin Tianmeng said, taking Wang Donger's hand. All right. Wang Donger followed Lin Tianmeng as they turned to leave, casting a final glare at Xiao Hongchen. Meng Hongchen chuckled. Brother, is this the person you fancy? She doesn't seem all that special, and her temper alone would be enough to give you a run for your money. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Hongchen was still deliberating whether to pursue Wang Donger. Sighing, he recalled how impressive Lin Tianmeng had been earlier, particularly his magnanimity. Not holding a grudge against him, He truly seemed like a good person. Meng Hongqian began to indulge in her infatuation. All right, enough of this embarrassing delay. Take your ice blue scorpion soul bone and depart swiftly. Xiao Hongqian now found himself growing weary of Meng Hongqian's antics. Fine. Meng Hongqian decided not to dwell on it further, sensing that her brother was rather peculiar. It was unclear what thoughts occupied his mind. Qingya held Lin Tianmeng in high regard. Despite Xiao Hongqian's remarks, he did not lose his temper, while it was Xiao Hongqian who was left fuming. Thus, Qingya chose not to linger backstage, but instead pursued them. Esteemed guest, greetings. Fortunately, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger had not strayed too far, allowing Qingya to catch up. Lin Tianmeng turned to see the auctioneer Qingya and inquired, Miss Qingya, is there something you need? Wang Donger also turned, her gaze keen. Sometimes, a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. She could sense that this auctioneer harbored an interest in Lin Tianmeng. It is like this, your acquisition of the ranking carving knife has significantly increased my overall income. I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of gratitude. If that is inconvenient, I completely understand. Qingya smiled softly, her demeanor as warm and inviting as during the auction, leaving one feeling as if embraced by spring. Lin Tianmeng glanced at Wang Donger, who frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. However, she ultimately refrained from voicing her objections. If it was merely a dinner invitation, she could tolerate it. After all, with her presence, could Qingya truly whisk Lin Tianmeng away? Very well, Lin Tianmeng agreed. Wonderful. I know a restaurant in the Imperial City renowned for its exquisite cuisine. Allow me to take you there. Qingya's spirits soared, for although Lin Tianmeng was youthful, he possessed an undeniable charm. At just 12 years old, he was already strikingly handsome, destined to captivate many hearts as he matured. By the way, may I inquire your esteemed name? Qingya asked while walking. I am Lin Tianmeng, and this is Wang Donger, my girlfriend, Lin Tianmeng introduced. Wang Donger felt a blush rise to her cheeks, yet her heart swelled with warmth. Lin Tianmeng had not concealed her identity, but rather embraced it openly, which provided her with a profound sense of security. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qingya remarked, Ah, that makes sense. No wonder I sensed such intimacy between you two. A match made in heaven, truly a pair of exquisite individuals. Flattery is universally appealing, and Wang Donger shyly replied, It's nothing special. Lin Tianmeng, however, unabashedly grasped Wang Donger's hand, affirming, You are right. It is my fortune to be with Donger in this lifetime. Wang Donger buried her face further, realizing her esteemed position in his heart. Qingya smiled gently and said, I truly envy the affection you two share. It is a pity that I have yet to encounter my destined soulmate. Lin Tianmeng inquired, Miss Qingya, with such beauty, you surprisingly do not have a boyfriend? Indeed. Qingya replied, Many people assume that I must have been in a relationship or married by now, but alas, I have never experienced love. Lin Tianmeng was tempted to ask, Have you ever conversed with a soul beast? But refrained, aware of the need to conceal the identity of the soul beast in this imperial city of the Xinglua Empire. Qingya remarked that the restaurant they were in was quite exquisite, with lavish decor suggesting a high price point. You two may order whatever you desire without concern for my budget, she encouraged. Very well, Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger replied in unison, perusing the menu. The dishes here rivaled those served to the core disciples of Shrek Academy, indicating a substantial backing. In Chapter 149, The Rules of the Royal Auction House, Qingya, who yearned for freedom, they ordered 3 reasonably priced dishes. Upon noticing, Qingya said, You need not worry about my expenses. Allow me to select a few more dishes, as I am quite familiar with the specialties here. Once the waiter arrived, she handed over the marked menu, saying, Please expedite the service. Thank you. Certainly, the waiter responded. And after he departed, Qingya asked, May I be so bold as to inquire if you both are here in the Xinglua Empire for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? Wang Donger hesitated, but Lin Tianmeng answered directly, Yes, we are reserve team members from Shrek Academy. You are from Shrek Academy? Qingya exclaimed, astonished. Who on the Douluo Continent had not heard of it? With its profound heritage and millennia of tradition, it was said that the 7 individuals who ascended to godhood a millennium ago emerged from Shrek Academy. Although Qingya was a resident of the Xinglua Empire, she had long been aware of Shrek Academy's reputation. Indeed, Lin Tianmeng nodded. We are primarily here as substitutes and may not compete. Even so, that is impressive. I have heard that Shrek Academy only accepts prodigies, not ordinary individuals, and those fortunate enough to enroll and graduate are destined for greatness. Qingya expressed her genuine admiration. Not merely for show. Wang Donger then asked, Sister Qingya, what led you to become an auctioneer at the Royal Auction House? At the mention of this, Qingya's expression shifted. Ah, it is a tale of fate. My parents passed away when I was very young, and it was the auction house that took me in. Consequently, I grew up there and naturally became an auctioneer. Lin Tianmeng understood. Miss Qingya, like Zhang Lishuan from Shrek Academy, was also a victim of circumstance. Burdened by unrepayable kindness in childhood, she now found herself trapped in a place she did not wish to remain for a lifetime. Was this truly fair? Qingyao was unaware. Nonetheless, she had become an auctioneer at the royal auction house, a role that was difficult to escape once assumed. Although the Xinghua Empire did not permit them to attend top-tier auctions, they still held considerable value. Originally, the auction today was to be hosted by Su Juzhou. As the final item, a precious ice blue scorpion soul bone promised a high commission for the auctioneer. An auctioneer of Qingyao's rank would not be eligible to auction such a rare item. However, due to Su Juzhou's absence tonight, she had been called upon as a temporary replacement. Had she not been taken in by the auction house, she might have perished long ago. Thus, her feelings towards the auction house were deeply conflicted. Miss Qingyao, forgive my boldness, but may I ask if you find happiness in your current situation? Lin Tianmeng leaned back in his chair, his gaze clear. Happiness? Qingyao pondered. Perhaps I am content. The colleagues at the auction house were kind, and her interactions with them were pleasant. Furthermore, her skills as an auctioneer allowed her to earn enough commission each month to afford some respite. Yet, the earnings she made could only be spent within the confines of the imperial city, as the auction house strictly forbade her and her fellow auctioneers from leaving. Any violation would result in permanent dismissal. Is that so? Lin Tianmeng sipped his tea, speaking in a subdued tone. He could discern that Qingyao was not truly happy. Her claim of contentment was a self-deception. Qingyao felt a bit embarrassed, realizing Lin Tianmeng had seen through her facade. Fortunately, the waiter returned with their dishes, alleviating some of the tension in the air. Let us eat. You must be hungry, Qingyao suggested. Indeed, Lin Tianmeng nodded, handing a set of utensils to Wang Donger. And the three began their meal. As they dined, Qingyao contemplated Lin Tianmeng's earlier words. Suddenly, she recognized how monotonous her life had become. Having been raised by the auction house, why should she dedicate her entire existence to it? In her early days as an auctioneer, she had given every penny she earned to her foster parents. After all these years, her debts of gratitude should have been settled. She should not confine herself to this place. What she truly yearned for was freedom. Thus, as she continued to eat, Qingyao suddenly declared, "You are right. Perhaps I should pursue what I genuinely desire." Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger exchanged puzzled glances. For so long, I have been trapped within this small imperial city, seldom venturing beyond the auction house. My lips, which usually bore a signature smile, faltered. I found myself unable to smile at all. In truth, I have always longed for the world outside. I wish to discover what lies beyond. I have heard of the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Douluo Empire, the Sun Moon Empire, and Shrek Academy, yet all I have are hearsay. I have never left the confines of the Xinghua Imperial City. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tianmeng was not the only one taken aback. Even Wang Donger could not help but feel sympathy for Qingyao. My goodness, Sister Qingyao, you have remained in the Xinghua Imperial City all this time without ever stepping outside? Wang Donger asked, her large, sparkling eyes wide with astonishment. Qingyao nodded. Indeed, even within the Imperial City, there are many places I have yet to explore. Her entire life seemed to have been ensnared by the auction house. Thus, I yearned to venture out, Qingyao confessed, feeling a weight lift from her heart as she spoke those words. Would the auction house allow you to leave? Lin Tianmeng inquired. Qingyao shook her head. The royal auction house of the Xinghua Empire does not operate on a hiring basis, but rather an alternative form of servitude. Unless I flee directly and never return to the Star Luo Empire, my fate will inevitably be dire. Wang Donger exclaimed in astonishment. What? The Star Luo Empire actually? She was only aware of the empire's superficial glamour, completely oblivious to the undercurrents flowing beneath. Conversely, Lin Tianmeng had long suspected this. After all, Su Juzhou was merely a princess, yet she could be so willful and domineering, undoubtedly aided by the machinations of the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Education holds immense significance. Lin Tianmeng could discern the plea for help inscribed in Qingyao's elegant gaze. Yet, she dared not voice it here. For this was the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire. In any restaurant, auction house, or even clothing store, royal eyes could be watching. She was planning to escape the Star Luo Empire, and once she did, she would be branded a traitor. Therefore, she would never dare to speak of her specific plans in such a place. Chapter 150. In solitude, Wang Donger's final decision. All right, let us dine first. We can discuss matters later, Lin Tianmeng said nonchalantly. Qingyao nodded, falling silent. Wang Donger sensed the current atmosphere and also refrained from speaking, focusing intently on her meal. It seemed the internal strife within the Star Luo Empire was indeed tumultuous. After finishing their meal, Qingyao settled the bill, and the three of them stepped outside, feeling as though the air had become somewhat fresher. Lin, this is my address. Qingyao wrote a note for Lin Tianmeng, inviting him to visit her whenever he had the chance. All right, Lin Tianmeng nodded. Rescuing fallen women was indeed one of his favorite pursuits. I must return, otherwise they will grow suspicious, Qingyao stated. Then we shall meet again another day. Qingya turned back 3 steps, her longing for the outside world palpable. When would she finally escape this magnificent cage? Once Qingya departed, Wang Donger could not help but exclaim. It turns out there are so many people trapped against their will even within the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire. Every place harbors individuals who are also bound by circumstances. Thus, it is imperative to enhance our strength swiftly. In this vast continent, one's worth is eternally measured by their power, Lin Tianmeng remarked. Wang Donger grasped his meaning. Shall we go to my place tonight and train together? Their cultivation during the fusion of their martial spirits would yield twice the result with half the effort. Wang Donger was eager to ascend to the 4th ring as soon as possible. Lin Tianmeng raised an eyebrow. Sounds good. Wang Donger beamed with joy, and Lin Tianmeng shared in her delight. However, their happiness was of entirely different natures. Clearly, Wang Donger had yet to realize the gravity of the situation. That night, by the time they returned to the hotel, it was already past 9 o'clock. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger first reported to Zhou Yi before heading back to their room. Wang Donger, who was exceptionally fastidious, stated, I will take a shower first, and then we can train. All right, Lin Tianmeng nodded. Showering. So what comes next? Poor Wang Donger, unaware that she had already fallen into the claws of a wolf. Lin Tianmeng lay on the bed where Wang Donger had just slept, gazing up at the ceiling, pondering whether the royal family of the Star Luo Empire had truly abandoned Princess Su Jiujiu. What were the Emperor's true thoughts? He had never occupied a position of power and could not fathom the mindset of those who did. However, he could inquire of other leaders. Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Many academies participated in this Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. And the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Heavenly Soul Empire had a team as well. It was highly likely that Princess Vina was among them. During tomorrow's competition, it would be prudent to observe. Though Vina might not take the stage, she would likely come to spectate. In Lin Tianmeng's recollection, Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire was a person of meticulous thought, yet remarkable innocence. These 2 descriptors were inherently contradictory, yet they were particularly apt for Princess Vina. In any case, she and Su Jiujiu were 2 entirely different princesses. Su Jiujiu, supported by the Star Luo Empire, which was currently the 2nd most powerful empire on the Douluo Continent following the Sun and Moon Empire, had developed a haughty and arrogant disposition from a young age, believing that everything in the world ought to belong to her. Whatever she desired, she would seize by any means necessary. However, Vina was different. As a princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire, which was a mere small nation in the shadow of the Star Luo Empire, she did not wield her status to act capriciously before the public. Instead, she remained exceedingly humble, for the burden of enhancing national strength lay upon the shoulders of her royal lineage. Having indulged in the privileges of royalty, she naturally bore the responsibility of caring for her country. In Lin Tianmeng's view, if the Heavenly Soul Empire ever required a princess to be wed to another nation, Vina would do so without hesitation. She regarded the fate of her nation as more significant than her own. Her current boyfriend, it was said, belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If he were not a member of that clan or merely a trivial figure within it, would Vina still wish to be with him? The likelihood was slim. Vina was not the type to become infatuated with love. She was willing to dedicate her marriage and everything she possessed, solely seeking the prosperity of the Heavenly Soul Empire. How could a princess with such a sense of national duty possibly be lost in romantic fantasies? Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, Wang Donger emerged from the bathroom after her shower. She was wrapped in a bath towel, holding a towel in her hand to dry her hair. Lin Tianmeng immediately sat up from the bed. Ahem. He coughed to mask his current feelings. Wang Donger was startled. Upon seeing Lin Tianmeng, she sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought a thief had sneaked into my room. Lin Tianmeng chuckled. So do I count as a thief? Upon hearing this, Wang Donger dropped the towel in her hand, exclaiming, Oh my, I completely forgot about you being a thief. It suddenly dawned on her that it was late at night, and she was in the same hotel room as Lin Tianmeng, having just taken a shower. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but it was too late. Lin Tianmeng picked up the towel and handed it to her, saying, Hurry and dry yourself. I'll help you dry your hair. Oh, Wang Donger was still in a daze. She absent-mindedly dried her hair and then sat on the edge of the bed, still bewildered. Lin Tianmeng was as gentle as ever, just as he had been when drying her hair previously. Suddenly, Wang Donger's anxiety dissipated. Oh well, it is what it is. After all, I have already become his woman. Perhaps it is time for our true relationship to unfold. She had often heard Cui Yiji speak of Lin Tianmeng's prowess and gentleness in such matters. Though she had not voiced it, she secretly envied him. She simply felt that she was still too young, having recently embraced her identity as a daughter, and thus lacked the courage to take that step. Perhaps it would be best to yield. Let us see if Cui Yiji dares to call her an inexperienced young girl next time. You go take a shower, Wang Donger suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianmeng immediately sensed the potential for something significant. He nodded eagerly. All right. Once Lin Tianmeng entered the bathroom, Wang Donger's heart raced with anxiety. Goodness, how could she have let him go take a shower? If Lin Tianmeng hadn't initially entertained such thoughts, but now that she had suggested it, he developed an interest. How embarrassing. She hadn't intended to be so proactive. Oh dear, what should she do now? Retract? No, it was she who had proposed it. Retracting was not an option. Then accept? Oh dear. Wang Donger lay on the bed, caught in a dilemma. Tossing and turning, she listened to the sound of water cascading from the bathroom, unable to calm her emotions. Chapter 151. Achieving a fruitful outcome, smiling at the world with confidence. Soon, Lin Tianmeng emerged from the shower. Wang Donger leaped off the bed in a flurry. You're done? She stammered awkwardly. Yes, Lin Tianmeng replied, drying his hair. Noticing her nervousness, he chuckled. What are you afraid of? Didn't you ask me to shower? Wang Donger swallowed hard. Lin Tianmeng's physique, his Adam's apple, his abdominal muscles, was incredibly alluring. The only pity was that his body was still too young. This was Wang Donger's first encounter with a man wrapped only in a towel. She had to admit that Lin Tianmeng was perfect in looks, physique, and personality. She thought, even if she waited until she turned 18 to find a boyfriend, her ideal type would likely still resemble him. Are you afraid? Lin Tianmeng asked, walking closer while drying his hair. Wang Donger was indeed a bit scared, very nervous. Yet, she also felt a thrill of anticipation. Lin Tianmeng was the man she had chosen to entrust her life to. No, I'm not scared, Wang Donger retorted defiantly. Lin Tianmeng smiled again. I respect your wishes. If you don't wanna, we need to proceed. He was not in a hurry. Wang Donger was still young. And they were already bound by marriage. There was no escape. He would never force his partner. That was not the mark of a true man. Who said I didn't want to? Wang Donger suddenly raised her voice. Lin Tianmeng raised an eyebrow. She quickly darted a glance at him and murmured, I didn't say I was unwilling. Lin Tianmeng chuckled. So you're agreeing then? No backing out. No backing out, Wang Donger whispered, her voice barely audible. With her affirmation, Lin Tianmeng naturally had no reason to hesitate. Thus, the atmosphere became charged with intimacy. Congratulations, host. Your wife has successfully conceived. Congratulations, host. You have received a platinum-level reward. Congratulations, host. You have gained the opportunity to communicate with a deity from the divine realm once. Note, you may only choose one deity for communication, and the duration is limited to 3 minutes. Lin Tianmeng was taken aback. Such a reward existed. Could it be because Wang Donger hailed from the divine realm? This opportunity to speak with a deity was significant. If utilized wisely, it could lead to advantageous outcomes. Donger, you truly are my lucky star. Lin Tianmeng couldn't help but embrace Wang Donger, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Wang Donger was bewildered. What is going on? Nothing, just praising you. Ha, he replied. That night proved too exhausting, and Wang Donger quickly fell into a deep slumber. When the sun rose the next day, she opened her eyes and realized the events of the previous night. Lin Tianmeng was right beside her. Goodness, she felt utterly mortified. At that moment, Lin Tianmeng also awoke, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and said casually, Dong, you're awake. Wang Donger bit her lip, replying, MHM. Lin Tianmeng glanced at the soul-guiding alarm clock on the bedside. It's time to get up. Otherwise, we'll be late for the meeting, and Teacher Zhou will surely be upset. The mention of this made Wang Donger resolve. All right, let us get up. Outside, everyone had gathered. Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger were the last to arrive, but fortunately, they made it in time. Zhou Yi frowned, having noticed that Lin Tianmeng had exited from Wang Donger's room. This boy, always neglecting his training, only indulged in mischief. Next time, she would have to have a serious talk with him. Let me explain our tactics for the upcoming match. Everyone follow me to my room. Zhou Yi was not overly concerned about winning or losing the next match. Even with only 4 main team members, they were still the elite of Shrek Academy. Moreover, none of the reserve team members were to be underestimated. As everyone followed Zhou Yi outside, Cui Yiji, noticing Wang Donger's flushed face, understood what had transpired the previous night. She gently tapped Wang Donger on the shoulder, saying, So, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Wang Donger's voice was barely a whisper. MHM. Cui Yiji laughed. What is there to be shy about? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wang Donger buried her head lower. She feared she could never be as casual as Cui Yiji in discussing such matters. Xiao Xiao leaned in, asking, What are you all whispering about? Wang Donger immediately straightened up. Nothing at all. Cui Yiji chuckled. We were just discussing what I mentioned to you last time. Xiao Xiao understood instantly, her face turning crimson. Oh dear, Sister Cui, you're so naughty. Cui Yiji shrugged. All right, I'm the villain. Just be careful not to get caught by the bad guy tonight. The 3 girls laughed and teased each other, drawing curious glances from the others. It was astonishing. Shrek Academy's competitors seemed like they had come for a beauty pageant, each one more stunning than the last. The next match was still several days away, and those remaining in the hotel were the ones who had not been eliminated. Xia Hongshun happened to be among them, his gaze fixed on Wang Dong. Though he could not hear what she and Cui Yiji were discussing, the mere sight of Wang Dong made his heart race uncontrollably. It was over. He feared he had truly fallen for a woman. The question remained, should he pursue her? He certainly harbors a disdain for Lin Tianmeng. However, since Wang Donger is willing to be Lin Tianmeng's girlfriend, he cannot easily sever the bond between them. What should he do? Xiao Hongshun fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Meng Hongshun appeared from down the corridor, gently tapping Xiao Hongshun on the shoulder and inquiring, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Startled, Xiao Hongshun's heart nearly leapt from his chest. Meng Hongshun's unexpected touch only heightened his fright. "Why have you become so timid?" Meng Hongshun blinked and continued. "I saw you standing here motionless, your gaze fixed in one direction. What exactly are you observing?" The Shrek Academy's competing teams had already followed Zhou Yi, leaving the corridor quite empty. Not wanting Meng Hongshun to uncover his inner thoughts, Xiao Hongshun replied, "Nothing in particular, just wandering." "What about you? Why are you out?" "I went downstairs to the cafeteria to get some food. Are you coming?" Meng Hongshun said casually. "Not interested," Xiao Hongshun replied curtly, turning away and departing. "What a lunatic," Meng Hongshun muttered, frowning. Her brother truly was self-centered, always preoccupied with his own affairs, showing little regard for her feelings. Since childhood, Meng Hongshun had envied the brothers of others, as they seemed so adept at caring for their sisters. Chapter 152. Cui Yiji knocks on the door. Are evil soul masters visiting the Tianmeng family? After returning to his room, Xiao Hongshun began to devise a step-by-step plan to win over Wang Donger. Yes, he had made up his mind. He intended to claim Wang Donger for himself. Over the years, he had yet to encounter a woman who genuinely stirred his heart. Now that he finally had, he did not wish to let her slip away easily. As Meng Hongshun had pointed out, she had a boyfriend. So what? He would not share a woman with another man, but he could use his charm and strength to win her over. Xiao Hongshun had already formulated a strategy in his mind. He believed he was no lesser than Lin Tianmeng. The man Wang Donger would ultimately choose would surely be him. Meanwhile, after Zhou Yi had outlined a strategy, Lin Tianmeng naturally made his way to Wang Donger's room. "I can't participate this time again, Sai," Wang Donger lamented. She had long been itching to take the stage, but Zhou Yi insisted she was a secret weapon and should remain on the sidelines. "Isn't it better not to participate? There's no pressure, whether we win or lose. It's beyond our control." Lin Tianmeng took it all in stride, confident that he would always have opportunities to showcase his abilities. It was merely a high-level Soul Master competition across the continent, and the highest participants were only at the Soul King or Soul Emperor level. He had little interest in that. Unless the competition consisted entirely of titled Douluos, he would be keen to participate. However, it was evident that such a scenario was impossible. Don't you care whether our academy wins?" Wang Donger asked, somewhat surprised, turning to look at Lin Tianmeng. Yet she forgot how close they were seated, causing her to inadvertently bump her nose against Lin Tianmeng's lips. She quickly recoiled, exclaiming, "I didn't mean to." Lin Tianmeng chuckled. "Even if you did it intentionally, I wouldn't hold it against you. In fact, he would welcome it." Wang Donger pouted in mock annoyance. "I'm asking you a question. Answer properly and stop changing the subject." Lin Tianmeng replied earnestly, "I truly don't care much. It's just the competition's outcome. After all, it's not that significant." Wang Donger had experienced similar sentiments. The Millennium Legacy of Shrek Academy held little allure for her, having lived at Haotian Clan for 11 years and only being at Shrek Academy for a year. However, would it be inappropriate to think this way? Wang Donger remarked, "Seeing Teacher Zhou so engrossed in strategy every day, I genuinely worry for her." "Oh, so that's what you're concerned about?" Lin Tianmeng had not anticipated this. He had assumed Wang Donger was worried about the Shrek Academy representative team losing, which would reflect poorly on her. Instead, it turned out that this young girl was concerned that if they lost, Teacher Zhou, who painstakingly devised strategies, would undoubtedly be very upset. "Of course, Teacher Zhou is our homeroom teacher. She has guided us throughout this year," Wang Donger said, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Lin Tianmeng pulled her tightly into an embrace, saying, "There's no need to worry. With all 4 main team members present, if we can't win with this lineup, it simply means Shrek Academy is truly too weak." Wang Donger was taken aback by his sudden embrace, but soon composed herself, replying, "You're right. After all, they had already crossed a significant boundary the previous night. Allowing him to hold her now seemed trivial." Just then, a knock echoed from outside the room. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" Wang Donger quickly extricated herself from Lin Tianmeng's arms, tidying herself up before opening the door. "It's me, Cui Yiji," came the captivating voice from outside. Wang Donger breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel her anxiety resurge. The relief was due to it being someone familiar, but the anxiety stemmed from the realization that Cui Yiji was likely here to vie for affection. Upon opening the door, she found Cui Yiji standing outside in a pink ultra-short skirt. I knew Brother Tianmeng would be here with you, Chui Yiji said with a smile. What are you two discussing behind closed doors? I'd love to listen in. Wang Donger was at a loss for words. Lin Tianmeng jumped off the bed, teasingly saying, What is this? Just a day or two without visiting, and you can't contain yourself? Chui Yiji stepped closer, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Tianmeng. If only Brother Tianmeng could visit me every day. Wang Donger pouted, expressing her displeasure. He can't possibly go to your place every day? Lin Tianmeng raised an eyebrow, sensing that Wang Donger was feeling envious. Chui Yiji, unfazed, replied, Sister Donger, it seems you've truly become a woman now. Surely we should have more common topics to discuss. Who has anything in common with you? Wang Donger blushed, unwilling to engage further. Lin Tianmeng interjected, All right, what brings you here? Just get to the point. Chui Yiji smiled. Brother Tianmeng understands me well. Wang Donger then realized that Chui Yiji had not come to compete for attention, but rather had something important to convey. Oh dear, I just made a fool of myself. Wang Donger felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Chui Yiji explained, It's like this. Sister Biji asked me to summon you both, saying it concerns the Tianmeng family and evil soul masters. Evil soul masters? Both Lin Tianmeng and Wang Donger exclaimed in surprise. Chui Yiji shook her head. Alas, it seems you two are more in sync than I thought. I don't know the specifics. But Sister Biji is waiting for us in her room. Then let us go now. Lin Tianmeng understood that this matter was undoubtedly serious. Otherwise, Biji would not have sent someone to find him. Indeed, Wang Donger nodded, regardless of whether she had embarrassed herself earlier. She was determined to investigate the matters concerning the Tianmeng family and the evil soul masters. The three of them exited together and made their way down the corridor to Baiji's chamber. At that moment, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered within. Xiao Xiao, Hui Yuhao, and Ning Tian were present. Brother Tianmeng, you have arrived, Xiao Xiao remarked. What exactly is going on? How did this become entangled with the evil soul masters? Lin Tianmeng inquired. Wang Donger trailed behind, cautiously closing the door before stepping inside. Baiji, possessing the most knowledge of the situation, explained, Tangya has sent word that she has recently noticed several low-level evil soul masters frequently lurking near our sect. As a member of the Shrek Academy reserve team, Lin Tianmeng's every action attracted attention. So he had previously instructed Tangya to directly inform Baiji if there were any issues within the sect. Baiji, being an elder, could move stealthily, and fewer individuals were concerned about her whereabouts. Approximately what levels are they? Lin Tianmeng asked. Tangya mentioned the lowest is around level 30, while the highest is about level 50, Baiji replied thoughtfully. They seem to rotate daily, and she has observed that each time the individuals she monitors are different, there are likely dozens of them. Chapter 153, Returning to the Tianmeng Family. Encountering the Snow Demon Sect's Mu Shui. So many? Wang Donger exclaimed. With so many evil soul masters watching our sect, what could they possibly want? Lin Tianmeng recalled a time when he had accompanied Tangya for vengeance and had obliterated an evil soul master. That soul master was likely affiliated with the Holy Spirit sect, and it was even possible that they were of a higher rank. Otherwise, the Holy Spirit sect would not mobilize so many evil soul masters to surveil the Tianmeng family. It seems I must return, Lin Tianmeng stated. Currently, Tangya was the only four-ring soul master within the sect. Although she was also an evil soul master, her level remained too low. If a confrontation were to occur, she could easily be captured by the Holy Spirit sect. That would indeed create a serious predicament. What about the competition? Xiao Xiao had not anticipated the situation would evolve in such a manner. Baiji reassured, it is permissible for you to return. The competition can manage without one participant. I can inform Zhou Yi that I sent you on an errand, and she will not suspect anything. Indeed, this matter is grave and cannot be delayed. I shall depart tonight. Lin Tianmeng resolved, having already devised a plan. If the Holy Spirit sect had truly set their sights on them, then every member of the Tianmeng family would be in peril. He needed to return in person. Wang Donger felt reluctant. May I accompany you? Baiji cautioned. It would be best not to. I fear Zhou Yi might grow suspicious. Very well. Wang Donger felt a mix of emotions. She was concerned about the safety of the Tianmeng family, yet reluctant to part ways with Lin Tianmeng. They had only just, but now he was preparing to leave. I will return as swiftly as possible, Lin Tianmeng assured, taking Wang Donger's hand and speaking softly. With so many people present, Wang Donger could only respond with a gentle hum. Hui Yuhao, harboring concern, asked, could there be danger? Evil soul masters do not hesitate to kill. He understood that his presence would only complicate matters for Lin Tianmeng, as his level remained too low. However, his worry for Tangya and the other's safety prompted his inquiry. Fear not, I shall protect you, Lin Tianmeng replied confidently. Now, let us not dwell on worries. The fact that those evil soul masters are merely observing our sect without taking action indicates they have not yet received orders from above. He elaborated. There are likely two possibilities for their surveillance. First, They may be targeting the Star Luo Empire's princess, Su Jiujiu, who has been in our custody for quite some time without any action from the Star Luo Empire. This is rather peculiar. Secondly, it could be that I previously eliminated an evil soul master, prompting them to seek retaliation. Upon finishing his speculation, Ning Tian interjected. I believe they may very well be colluding with the Star Luo Empire's royal family, aiming to rescue Su Jiujiu. But is that even feasible? Collaborating with evil soul masters is akin to courting death. Wang Donger exclaimed. I cannot say for certain. The actions of evil soul masters are notoriously unpredictable. They operate purely on whim, Ning Tian responded. Nevertheless, do not worry too much. I am here. Lin Tianmeng did not exaggerate. Even if he were to single-handedly storm into the Holy Spirit sect's headquarters, he was confident he could return unscathed, perhaps even eliminate the sect's leader. Bai Ji, having witnessed Lin Tianmeng's strength firsthand, was untroubled. Very well, you shall depart tonight. I will speak to Zhou Yi. Agreed, Lin Tianmeng nodded. That night, under the cover of darkness, Lin Tianmeng leaped from a window of the royal hotel of the Star Luo Empire and vanished from sight. 10 minutes later, within the main hall of the Star Luo Empire Palace. What? You say Lin Tianmeng jumped out of the window and fled? The emperor of the Star Luo Empire was taken aback by this revelation. Yes, I witnessed it myself and returned immediately to report to your majesty. Continue monitoring the hotel. You may leave for now. Understood. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire furrowed his brows tightly, pacing within the grand hall. Why now? Of all times, has Lin Tianmeng uncovered the evil soul masters stationed outside the Tianmeng family? Yet, aren't evil soul masters typically secretive in their operations? Normal soul masters should be unable to detect them unless they possess significantly greater power. Little did he know, Tang Ye was an evil soul master herself. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Soul Empire, in the city of Tiando, Lin Tianmeng moved with remarkable speed, aided by a flying soul tool. He traversed from the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire to the capital of the Heaven Soul Empire, Tiando City, in a mere matter of minutes. Who dares to intrude upon the airspace of the Heaven Soul Empire? Before Lin Tianmeng could land, a cold female voice rang out from behind him. Oh no, how could I have forgotten this detail? The young master of the Snow Demon sect, Mu Shui, was conducting business in the airspace of the Heaven Soul Empire and was also a commanding figure. Mu Shui shared a close relationship with Feina, and the Snow Demon sect was a formidable sect that had remained hidden until now. It was likely that the Heaven Soul Empire had offered them considerable benefits, prompting their emergence to assist in military endeavors, as the Heaven Soul Empire was no longer hesitant and was actively recruiting personnel, preparing for war with the Star Luo Empire. Halt! Mu Shui commanded, leading several subordinates to intercept Lin Tianmeng's path. Lin Tianmeng did not resist, but stated, I am a resident of Tiando City. My sect is located there. What sect? Mu Shui inquired. The Tianmeng family, Lin Tianmeng replied. You are a member of the Tianmeng family. Her previously unperturbed eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Indeed, what of it? Lin Tianmeng asked, perplexed. Can you prove your affiliation with the Tianmeng family? Mu Shui continued cautiously. I can. Lin Tianmeng previously distributed a token to all disciples of the Tianmeng family, each crafted from warm spirit jade, imparting a gentle warmth when held. Lin Tianmeng retrieved his token from Mu Shui to examine. The front bore the 4 characters of the Tianmeng family, while the reverse inscribed the title of clan leader. Mu Shui exclaimed in astonishment. You are the leader of the Tianmeng family, Lin Tianmeng? She had heard the name Lin Tianmeng more than once, as Vina had often spoken of him. Each time Vina mentioned Lin Tianmeng, her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable admiration. Mu Shui found herself perplexed, pondering who this Lin Tianmeng could be to command such reverence from Princess Vina. Rumor had it that he was nearly awarded a Duke's Medal, only to decline it. Thus, by the time she first encountered Lin Tianmeng, her curiosity had already burgeoned immensely. Indeed, that is I, Lin Tianmeng nodded affirmatively. Chapter 154, The Stirring Evil Soul Master. The current state of Su Jiujiu. My apologies, I was unaware of your identity earlier. You may take your leave now. Though Mu Shui yearned to converse further with Lin Tianmeng and learn more about him, she discerned the urgency in his demeanor as he had appeared rather anxious earlier. Hence, she refrained from detaining him. No worries, we shall be acquainted upon our next meeting, Lin Tianmeng acknowledged, for he indeed had pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would have entertained a discussion with Mu Shui regarding the present situation in the Heavenly Soul Empire. As Lin Tianmeng descended from the skies, he arrived at the entrance of the Tianmeng family, immediately sensing something amiss in the surroundings. The evil soul masters believed themselves to be adeptly concealed, yet Lin Tianmeng had already seen through their charade. However, since they had not acted rashly, he deemed it unnecessary to expose them just yet. He resolved to first locate Tang Ye to inquire about the circumstances. The gates of the Tianmeng family stood ajar, guarded by 2 sentinels, those same 2 he had encountered during his previous visit. Clan leader, what brings you back? The guards inquired. The Lady Tanya anticipated your personal arrival and is currently awaiting you in the side hall. Thank you for your efforts. I shall see her now. Lin Tianmeng replied with a nod. Upon entering the side hall, Tanya was indeed seated there. Initially, she assumed the approaching footsteps belonged to a disciple of the sect and paid little mind, until the footsteps drew nearer, prompting her to turn. Tianmeng, when did you return? Her eyes brimmed with joy, for it had been quite some time since Lin Tianmeng had last visited the Tianmeng family. Despite her daily engagements, she often found herself longing for his presence, especially as she was with child. I have just arrived in Tiando City. By the way, what is the situation with those evil soul masters? Please, elaborate, Lin Tianmeng inquired as he settled beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Leaning against Lin Tianmeng, Tanya felt a profound sense of security. Initially, I did not pay much attention to my surroundings, but my dark blue silver grass is particularly sensitive to malevolent energies. One day, while out, my martial soul unexpectedly activated. It was then I realized the surrounding evil aura was exceedingly dense. However, I refrained from alarming them and swiftly retracted my martial soul. In the following days, I feigned going out to buy vegetables to observe them, and I discovered they appeared to belong to some organization, rotating their surveillance over our sect without taking any action. I was uncertain, hence after hearing Tanya's account. Lin Tianmeng grasped the situation. Xiaoya, are you aware of an organization of evil soul masters on the Douluo Continent? He asked. Tanya nodded. The Holy Spirit cult. During our revenge on Tai Li and the others, I recall we had killed an evil soul master from the Holy Spirit cult. This was the first time Tanya was hearing of this. I remember fainting at the time, so I was unaware. That evil soul master attempted to abduct you. And I fought him, ultimately vanquishing him, Lin Tianmeng explained. So that was the case. But why did he want to abduct me? Tanya questioned, perplexed. Because your martial soul is the dark blue silver grass, which greatly enhances strength within their Holy Spirit cult, coupled with some of their secret techniques. They could swiftly cultivate you into a higher-level evil soul master. Tanya was taken aback. Is that so? Rest assured, as long as I am here, they shall not succeed, Lin Tianmeng stated earnestly. Tanya, naturally, held unwavering faith in his words. Yes. By the way, how is Su Juzhou faring? Lin Tianmeng inquired. He considered the two possibilities, and although Su Juzhou seemed unrelated to the evil soul masters, one could not discount the desperate measures of the Xing Luo Empire. She is still lying in bed every day, though she no longer refuses to eat regularly, Tanya replied. Take me to see her, Lin Tianmeng instructed. All right. Su Juzhou remained in her original guest room, now attended to by a single female disciple responsible for her care and meals. The female disciple divulged that Su Juzhou had once tried to entice her into helping her escape, promising her a bounty of gold and jewels afterward. However, the disciple had rejected her offer. Lin Tianmeng could not help but chuckle. Does Su Juzhou truly believe she is regarded as a person of integrity by others? Tanya joined in the laughter. Indeed, who is unaware of the princess of the Xing Luo Empire being spoiled and tyrannical? How could she possibly offer anything of value to anyone? If that female disciple were to assist her in escaping, the first thing Su Juzhou would do is summon her brother to lead an army against our sect. At that point, none would be spared. Lin Tianmeng nodded and stepped into the guest room where Su Juzhou resided. Haven't you already been fed? Why are you here again? Su Juzhou lay on her side, not bothering to turn at the sound. Observing her current state, Lin Tianmeng realized she had likely resigned herself to despair. Isn't this our Princess Juzhou? What? Not a trace of anger left. Lin Tianmeng began, unrelenting in his teasing. Su Juzhou immediately turned around, seeing both Lin Tianmeng and Tanya, her ire flaring. What do you want? My farce has long passed. What else is there to see? Su Juzhou now detested her inability to rise. Otherwise, she would have shattered everything in the room. No matter how much time had elapsed, the tale of Princess Juzhou remained an amusing one. Lin Tianmeng remarked, alas, one wonders what could have transpired. How is it that the emperor of your nation has not sent anyone to negotiate? Have they truly abandoned you, princess? Su Juzhou found herself questioning this very matter, which fueled her daily self-pity. I find myself at a loss for words. If your intention is to humiliate me, then I concede that you have succeeded. Su Juzhou even closed her eyes, seeking refuge in the oblivion of unseeing. Lin Tianmeng felt a twinge of helplessness. He recalled how Su Juzhou had been when she was first captured, far from this resigned state. It appears that time indeed has the power to dull all edges. Is that so? Regardless, I refuse to believe that the Star Luo Empire would truly relinquish you. Lin Tianmeng took a seat and spoke. Su Juzhou's eyelids fluttered. A mere inquiry would reveal that the emperor of the Star Luo Empire has no heirs and is incapable of procreation. The one he favors as his successor is none other than you, Su Juzhou. I cannot fathom that under such circumstances, he would be unwilling to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Su Juzhou opened her eyes. Chapter 155. Two choices, marry me or? She retorted, but what does that matter? You've analyzed so much. Yet no one has come to save me. Perhaps I shall remain bedridden until I perish within your sect. Lin Tianmeng chuckled, Princess Jiuzhou, you overthink. Once you lose your utility, I would not hesitate to dispose of you. Su Jiuzhou's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Lin Tianmeng. You, fear not. For at present, you still possess some value, Lin Tianmeng replied. Su Jiuzhou remained silent. Before she could fully process his words, Lin Tianmeng suddenly posed. I now present you with two choices. Weigh the pros and cons. What choices? Su Jiuzhou did not believe she had any power to choose at this moment. Even if Lin Tianmeng demanded her life, she would have no recourse. First, marry me and join the Tianmeng family. As soon as the words left his lips, both Su Jiuzhou and Tang were left in a state of shock. You must be dreaming. Su Jiuzhou thought that if her soul power were available, she would have surely fought Lin Tianmeng by now. Tang merely paused momentarily before regaining her composure. Second, take me to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire to meet your brother, Lin Tianmeng continued. Initially, Su Jiuzhou did not comprehend the purpose of this second option, but after a moment of thought, she replied, even if I wish to, I cannot go there now. I can find someone to heal your injuries, but I will place a restriction within your body. If you fail to take me to meet your brother, with but a thought, you shall perish without a grave. A thin sheen of sweat broke out upon Su Jiuzhou's forehead. Both choices were utterly unacceptable to her. She understood Lin Tianmeng's prowess. Despite her brother being a titled Douluo, it was uncertain whether he could escape Lin Tianmeng's grasp unscathed. Should anything happen to her brother, she would become the center of the entire Star Luo Empire. At that point, she would not need Lin Tianmeng's hand to end her life. She would follow her brother into the abyss. Yet, the first choice was simply too insulting. Give up. I shall never choose that. Su Jiuzhou declared vehemently. Is that so? Then I shall choose for you, Lin Tianmeng retorted. You. Su Jiuzhou's face flushed with anger. During her captivity within the Tianmeng family, she had occasionally overheard disciples discussing Lin Tianmeng. They all claimed that the clan leader had several consorts, with Tang and Wang Donger being merely two among them. Su Jiuzhou thought to herself that not even her brother's harem boasted such numbers. What right did Lin Tianmeng have? She had once felt indignant over this. However, she never anticipated that Lin Tianmeng would desire her as a bride. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Tianmeng stood, pacing in front of her bed, nonchalantly suggesting, Are you afraid I might choose the first option for you? Su Jiuzhou fell silent, yet her tightly clenched hands spoke volumes. Enough of your unrealistic fantasies. Lin Tianmeng smiled. You wish to marry me? I would not be inclined to accept. You. Su Jiuzhou glared at him, eyes brimming with loathing. What? Do you truly wish to wed me? Lin Tianmeng took a step back, exclaiming, By no means. I advise you to select the second option. At least that way you can preserve your virtue. Su Jiuzhou seethed with indignation, unsure how to articulate her feelings. Indeed, when Lin Tianmeng presented the first option, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger, perceiving it as a grave insult. Yet, upon hearing him declare his unwillingness to marry her, the humiliation only intensified. You must be dreaming. I shall not choose the second option either. Is that so? Have you not yet grasped the reality of your situation? Su Jiuzhou, how long has it been? Here, who still regards you as a princess? Lin Tianmeng's knack for provoking ire had reached new heights, nearly driving Su Jiuzhou to the brink of despair. Even Tang could not help but laugh. She knew that someone like Su Jiuzhou, a source of calamity, could never capture Lin Tianmeng's interest. If he were to marry her, chaos would surely follow. Before Su Jiuzhou could respond, Lin Tianmeng unleashed his soul power, conjuring a formidable restriction in the air, which he then thrust into Su Jiuzhou's body before her astonished gaze. Su Jiuzhou felt a sudden pain in her chest, eliciting a scream from her lips. Very well, I shall have someone heal your injuries. Tomorrow morning, we shall set off for the Star Luo Empire, Lin Tianmeng stated. Having dared to act thus, he must have devised a comprehensive plan. Lin Tianmeng, do not think that this will compel me to obey you. To betray my brother is out of the question. Su Jiuzhou shouted, abandon that thought. That is not for you to decide. Lin Tianmeng merely raised a hand, and Su Jiuzhou was suddenly gripped by a sharp abdominal pain. The onset of this pain was so abrupt that she toppled off the bed. What have you done to me? Lin Tianmeng shrugged. I haven't done anything. Oh dear, is your stomach hurting? Could it be that you are with child? Whose is the child? You. Su Jiuzhou clutched her abdomen, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. The pain she felt was akin to a piercing agony. Lin Tianmeng snapped his fingers lightly, stating, This is merely a minor reprimand. If you continue to disobey, I would not hesitate to let you experience the 10 greatest tortures. Suddenly, Su Jiuzhou's stomach ceased to ache, and this experiment made her realize that Lin Tianmeng had indeed implanted some controllable restriction within her. Thus, should she refuse to cooperate, she might find herself in a predicament akin to the one she had just experienced, trapped between life and death. In that moment, Su Jiujio felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What should she do? On one side lay her brother's safety, and with it, the fate of the entire Star Luo Empire. On the other, her own predicament. This choice was indeed a difficult one to make. Lin Tianmeng did not linger to await her decision. He took Tangya by the hand and exited. As he stepped through the door, he cast back a remark. Someone will come shortly to attend to your injuries. Of course, soul power will not restore you. No matter the circumstances, Su Jiujio is still a soul master. If she were truly to regain her soul power, her female disciple might find herself in peril. Lin Tianmeng cannot be expected to watch over her incessantly, as he is far too preoccupied. Tianmeng, do you truly intend to seek out the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire? Tangya expressed her concern, knowing that within the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire, there are undoubtedly numerous titled Douluos. Although Lin Tianmeng is powerful, Tangya questioned whether he could contend with so many titled Douluos. Indeed, this matter can no longer be neglected. Since the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire has shown no response, we shall take the initiative. Lin Tianmeng would not afford the Star Luo Empire any time to react. Chapter 156. The Impatient Tang San, the Imperial Beast, the Three-Eyed Golden Lion. Although Tangya did not fully comprehend Lin Tianmeng's actions, she offered her unwavering support. After the two departed, Su Jiujio lay in bed, rendered speechless. What exactly does he intend to accomplish? Even if she were to lead him into the Imperial Hall of the Star Luo Empire to meet her brother, does he truly possess the confidence to strike a fatal blow? After all, her brother is guarded by several titled Douluos. Regret now consumed Su Jiujio. She deeply lamented not heeding her brother's request to bring a titled Douluo with her. Moreover, the grievous injuries she sustained were not from the battlefield, but rather from shattering that jade pendant. Are the deities truly devoid of reason? For the first time, Su Jiujio found herself questioning the divine realm. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San had not relinquished his surveillance over Lin Tianmeng. Thus, he was aware that Wang Donger had become Lin Tianmeng's true spouse. Initially, he was filled with rage, perceiving Lin Tianmeng's actions as a provocation of his authority. However, gradually, Tang San began to ponder whether Wang Donger could still be considered his daughter. It seemed plausible to assert that she was, yet equally valid to claim otherwise. Now, Wang Donger had unequivocally become Lin Tianmeng's, severing her bond with her biological father. In Tang San's original scheme, Wang Donger was meant to be infatuated with Hui Yuhao, the child of destiny, while he would orchestrate the appearance of Wang Qiuer to vie for Hui Yuhao's affection alongside Wang Donger. Though Wang Donger might attain Hui Yuhao's love, their journey would ultimately lead to an impasse, for all of this was meticulously orchestrated by Tang San himself, who said emotions could not be manipulated. He was the one capable of controlling the affections of others. Whoever he wished to have fall in love would be compelled to do so, and those he desired to deny love would find themselves bereft of it. Yet, why has the predetermined affection of Wang Donger for Hui Yuhao now transformed into her affection for Lin Tianmeng? The variable of Lin Tianmeng perplexed Tang San the most. Who exactly is he? Why does he possess such formidable strength? When the new star ascended in the Douluo Continent, Tang San had clearly seen Hui Yuhao. Yet now, out of nowhere, Lin Tianmeng had emerged, with Hui Yuhao relegated to the role of Lin Tianmeng's subordinate. What on earth is happening? He is, after all, a god king. Why can he not discern the past and present of Lin Tianmeng? In frustration, Tang San slapped the table, controlling his strength this time so that it did not shatter as it had previously. Damn it, where did this Lin Tianmeng come from? This question had plagued Tang San for quite some time. Initially, he had contemplated sending a trace of divine consciousness to the Douluo Continent to investigate Lin Tianmeng. But the god of destruction had already warned him against engaging in such subterfuge. He was certainly not afraid of the god of destruction. However, now was not the right time to engage in conflict with them. He must endure. A small lapse in patience could disrupt grand plans. Squinting his eyes, Tang San gazed towards the lower realm. There lay the Douluo Continent, the place from which he had ascended. A millennium ago, he had been the foremost genius there. A millennium later, he still wielded the highest authority over that realm, despite the fact that few in the Douluo Continent were aware of his existence as a god king. He had been closely observing the happenings of that world all along. A new star? It must belong to his family. The Sun and Moon Empire wishes to wage war. With him present, the inevitable outcome would be defeat. The notion that gods cannot interfere in the affairs of the lower realms is utter nonsense. He had intervened numerous times. Aside from a few admonishments from the god of destruction, where were the other gods? They did not dare to speak. Strength, after all, remains the ultimate truth. Tang San understood that other first and second-tier gods refrained from confronting him directly due to their inferior strength. He believed he would soon dominate alone. Yet, he never expected that a mere minor character on the Douluo Continent would cost him a third of his strength. Damn it, he would eventually eliminate Lin Tianmeng. However, with his diminished power, even if he sent another trace of divine consciousness to the lower realm, he could not contend with Lin Tianmeng. What should he do? Tang San rose and began to pace in the garden. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Of course, how could I not have thought of this? A smile graced Tang San's face as he immediately rolled up his sleeves and set out. He intended to find Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai typically showed little concern for the affairs of the Douluo Continent, believing that having ascended to godhood, he should detach himself from it. However, Tang San deemed this perspective utterly absurd. Detached from the Douluo Continent? Impossible. He ought to remember how the 7 of them had arrived in the divine realm in the first place. The Douluo Continent is capable of producing gods. At that time, the newly arrived gods would become adversaries to the old gods like them. Therefore, Tang San had long since devised a plan to use his daughter to restrain the new gods of the Douluo Continent, making them his sons-in-law. This way, not only could he avoid enmity, but when the time came to battle the god of destruction, they could also serve as significant support. It was a win-win situation. After all, at this juncture, Tang San no longer felt he had acted wrongly. What sacrifice of his daughter's happiness? Where was the sacrifice? It was his daughter who had fallen for the child of destiny. What did that have to do with him? Of course, now that Lin Tianmeng had appeared, Wang Donger had deviated from his original plan, prompting Tang San to consider abandoning her. It was time for Wang Qiu'er to make her entrance. Tang San looked up at the sky, his thoughts coalescing. Simultaneously, in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, the imperial beast, the three-eyed golden lion, abruptly opened its third eye. Star Do Great Forest. What is happening to me? The three-eyed golden lion felt an overwhelming influx of memories that did not belong to it. Featuring Shrek Academy, Wang Donger, and Hui Yuhao. These were individuals it clearly did not recognize. However, why does it feel an inexplicable sense of destiny within? It senses an imminent connection with these individuals, a connection woven by fate. Rue Beast, what troubles you? Di Tian inquired, observing the Rue Beast's unusual demeanor as he practiced nearby. The imperial Rue Beast symbolizes auspiciousness, as long as it resides within the Star Do Forest. The cultivation speed of all soul beasts here can be amplified by at least double. Typically, Di Tian is closest to the Rue Beast, for the nearer he is, the faster his own cultivation progresses. Nevertheless, despite his rapid advancement, he remains merely an 800,000-year soul beast, far from the Silver Dragon King. The true cultivation level of the Silver Dragon King remains a mystery to all. It feels as if a sudden influx of alien memories has invaded my mind. The Rue Beast uttered in confusion, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. It could only turn to Di Tian for assistance. Oh, what type of memories do you speak of? Di Tian asked. It seems to pertain to humanity, the Rue Beast replied without hesitation. Chapter 157, Di Tian's Concerns. Why has Lin Tianmeng not appeared today? Upon hearing the term human, Di Tian's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. For many years, humans and soul beasts have maintained an adversarial relationship. When soul beasts reigned supreme, they regarded humans as mere prey. Now, with humans as the dominant force on Douluo Continent, they enhance their strength through the hunting of soul beasts and the absorption of soul rings. Sometimes, they hunt soul beasts not for their rings, but for their flesh. Humans have established cities and empires, growing increasingly disrespectful towards soul beasts. Di Tian yearns to transform the current dynamics between humans and soul beasts. Yet his power alone is insufficient. Fortunately, the presence of the imperial Rue Beast in the Star Do Forest significantly reduces the time required for soul beasts to cultivate. Thus, Di Tian holds the Rue Beast in high esteem, regarding it as a friend. However, should the Rue Beast's auspicious power ever dissipate, Di Tian would undoubtedly abandon it without hesitation. Useless entities must perish. Can you elaborate for me? Di Tian requested. The Rue Beast, unaware of Di Tian's inner thoughts, felt a surge of anxiety. It seems to be related to an academy and its students, it said. Is it Shrek Academy? Di Tian asked with a serious tone. Yes. The Rue Beast nodded. Di Tian's brows furrowed tightly. Shrek Academy. Again, Shrek Academy. Previously, the Star Do Forest had launched a beast tide that nearly overtook a portion of human city-states, only to be repelled by the combined forces of Shrek Academy's elites and those from the body sect. That battle left the soul beasts of Star Do Forest severely weakened. For years, Di Tian has refrained from instigating a second beast tide. Just some memories? Nothing more? Di Tian probed further. The Rue Beast shook its head. No. Those memories are somewhat perplexing, yet they replay incessantly in my mind. Particularly the name Hui Yuhao, which echoes repeatedly. It frowns, feeling as if an invisible force is manipulating its thoughts. In these memories, Hui Yuhao himself appears infrequently, whereas a person named Lin Tianmeng frequently emerges. Moreover, the beautiful women in my memories seem to be fond of him. Even Hui Yuhao is depicted as his subordinate. Di Tian, What is happening to me? Am I in danger? The Rue beast expressed its concern, aware that its fate is intertwined with the fortunes of the entire Stardow forest. If it were to perish, the forest would undoubtedly suffer a grave blow. Perhaps even worse than before. It should be fine, Tian reassured, having never encountered such a situation himself. However, I can attempt to examine your memories. Relax your mind. All right, the Rue beast complied, closing its eyes in trust. Tian directed his soul power towards the third eye atop the Rue beast's head. Yet, as soon as his soul power made contact, it was repelled. It seems impossible? Tian realized, sensing a barrier preventing his deeper inquiry. He had no doubt that should he force the matter, he would sustain severe repercussions. What is the matter? The Rue beast inquired, puzzled by Tian's sudden pause. Tian shook his head. It's nothing. I cannot explain your condition. If these memories pose no harm to you, let them remain. The Rue beast felt a pang of disappointment. Oh, those memories ignited a profound yearning for the human world within it. It pondered when it might have the opportunity to venture out, to discover the true nature of Shrek Academy and the identities of those who appeared in its mind. The following day, in the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire, the competition venue was alive. The academies that had drawn early slots in the lottery had commenced their matches. Shrek Academy, having drawn a later position, had no matches scheduled for the day. Meng Hongchen noticed Lin Tianmeng's absence from the contestant area and muttered to herself, where could he be? Has something happened? Who? Xiao Hongchen inquired. Lin Tianmeng, Meng Hongchen replied. Look, he should be seated over there. Yet today, only Wang Donger occupies that spot. She gestured toward the empty seat. Xiao Hongchen followed her gaze, confirming that only Wang Donger was present. Previously, he had been so focused on Wang Donger that he had neglected to consider Lin Tianmeng's whereabouts. Now, upon reflection, it indeed seemed rather strange. Lin Tianmeng had consistently sat beside Wang Donger during past matches. It is indeed curious. But Wang Donger remains as stunning as ever, Xiao Hongchen remarked. Meng Hongchen retorted, forget it. We are not on the same wavelength. She rolled her eyes and returned to her thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongchen continued to fixate on Wang Donger, whose hair had grown significantly and now brushed her shoulders, cascading gracefully. Her hair and eyes shimmered in a dreamy pastel blue, a hue that captivated Xiao Hongchen. He mused that one day, he would surely win Wang Donger's affection. After all, Lin Tianmeng was merely a 12-year-old child. What could he possibly compare? At that moment, within the Shrek Academy contestant area, Xiao Xiao noticed someone gazing at Wang Donger from across the way. She gently tapped Wang Donger on the shoulder, saying, Donger, someone is watching you. Who? Wang Donger turned to look, her eyes locking onto Xiao Hongchen's. Instantly, her expression soured. Truly, it was infuriating. Why did Xiao Hongchen from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon constantly fixate on her? Do not mind him. He is merely a lunatic. Wang Donger remarked. Indeed, he does resemble a madman, constantly fixating on us. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Ning Tian interjected. I have heard of the laughing red dust from Mingda Hall. It is said that he is the grandson of the Hall Master, Jing Hanchun, and possesses formidable cultivation and commendable Soul Master abilities. Who is Jing Hanchun? Xiao Xiao inquired. Within the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, there exists a Mingda Hall, where all the elite disciples engaged in the study of soul-guiding devices are gathered. Jing Hanchun is the supreme leader of Mingda Hall. Ah, I see, Xiao Xiao nodded. Isn't that somewhat akin to our Academy's Sea God Pavilion? Wang Donger suggested. Somewhat, yet there are significant differences, Ning Tian analyzed. If we consider the quantity and quality of Soul Masters, Mingda Hall undoubtedly excels, as Jing Hanchun himself is a 9th-level Soul Master. However, in terms of the strength of Soul Masters, Mingda Hall pales in comparison to the Sea God Pavilion. Wang Donger wholeheartedly agreed, stating, not to mention, Muan is a 99th-level limit Douluo, which Jing Hanchun cannot hope to match. Chapter 158. The Transformation of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion, Wang Qiuer. We certainly do not lag behind them, Wang Donger asserted. Ning Tian, unusually, concurred with her sentiment. Yes, I share your view. Meanwhile, Laughing Red Dust pondered. With Lin Tian absent, was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Once the competition concluded and they were en route back to the hotel, he could approach Wang Donger and then, hey, brother, what are you thinking? Are you not watching the match? Dream Red Dust nudged him, noticing his distraction. Oh, I am watching. Laughing Red Dust quickly regained focus. His primary objective in this prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament was to secure the championship and bring renown to the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. As for women, they were of little consequence. Yet, could they truly be deemed inconsequential? Perhaps only Laughing Red Dust himself could ascertain that. In the Heavenly Soul Empire, Heaven-Do City, Princess Weina was preparing to have breakfast when she was suddenly informed. Princess, there is someone outside requesting an audience. Who is it? Weina asked. He claims his name is Lin Tianmeng. Quickly, invite him in. Upon hearing this, Weina abandoned her breakfast and hurried outside, exclaiming, "No, I shall meet him personally." Lin Tianmeng awaited outside the palace, and within moments, the grand doors swung open. Emerging from within was none other than Princess Weina of the Heavenly Soul Empire, who approached him with a brisk pace. "Elder Lin Tianmeng, you have come to see me early this morning. Is there something urgent?" Weina warmly inquired. The maid who had previously announced Lin Tianmeng found the scene curious. As a second-tier maid, she was not closely associated with the princess and thus remained oblivious to Lin Tianmeng's true identity. It was astonishing that a princess would dash to the door upon hearing the name Lin Tianmeng and exhibit such enthusiasm. What exactly was Lin Tianmeng's background? Indeed, Lin Tianmeng confirmed as he followed Weina into the grand hall, leaving the maid stationed outside. "Princess, I have urgent matters to discuss. Please, Elder Lin, speak freely." "I shall never hesitate to assist in any way I can," Weina asserted firmly, standing resolutely by Lin Tianmeng's side. As long as the Lin family could endure, the Star Luo Empire would not pose a threat to the Heavenly Soul Empire. As a princess, Weina always prioritized the safety of her empire. "I plan to visit the royal family of the Star Luo Empire and meet with their emperor," Lin Tianmeng declared. "What?" Weina exclaimed in astonishment. "That is far too dangerous. I have implanted a restriction within Su Jiuzhou's body. I will take her along." Lin Tianmeng revealed his plan. Weina, inherently trustworthy, believed in the adage of trusting those who are worthy. A restriction? Could that pose any issues? Weina asked with concern. "Fear not, princess. I will not place myself in jeopardy," Lin Tianmeng reassured her. "I have come to request the Heavenly Soul Empire to dispatch troops to assist me." "Very well. How may I assist?" Without a moment's hesitation, Weina agreed. She had no other recourse. The strength of the Heavenly Soul Empire paled in comparison to that of the Star Luo Empire, leaving collaboration with sects as their only option. "I have already sent word to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They will also lend their support," Lin Tianmeng stated, having made all necessary preparations. "When the time comes, I will seize control of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, and the rest shall be entrusted to you." Indeed, Lin Tianmeng was determined to wage a true war against the Star Luo Empire. Weina understood immediately, her expression turning grave as she stated, "Very well. I shall beseech my elder brother to mobilize all available troops at your signal." "Thank you, Princess," Lin Tianmeng said with a slight bow. The strength of one individual is ultimately too insubstantial. Choosing to ally with the Heavenly Soul Empire was, in essence, a quest for companions. The two then deliberated on the specifics of their plan before Lin Tianmeng took his leave, initiating their actions promptly. Once Lin Tianmeng departed, Weina set off for the royal palace to explain everything to her brother and arrange the troops. Hence, when Mu Shui arrived at the grand hall in search of Weina, she was informed that Weina had already gone to the palace. "Why would she enter the palace so early?" Mu Shui inquired. Standing outside the hall, apart from the guards, was the very maid who had previously announced Lin Tianmeng. She explained, "A man named Lin Tianmeng came to see the princess, and shortly thereafter, she entered the palace. Not long ago." Mu Shui understood. "I see. It appears Weina has become quite taken with this Lin Tianmeng." Having been childhood companions, Mu Shui had walked alongside Weina for many years, and this was the first time she had witnessed Weina so invested in a man. Even Weina's previous boyfriends had not received such treatment. After leaving the princess's hall, Mu Shui also made her way to the palace. As the young master of the Snow Demon sect and a close friend of Weina, she was well known within the palace and was not hindered in her passage. "Mu Shui, what brings you here?" Weina asked upon meeting Mu Shui in a side hall after discussing plans with her brother. "I have come to find you," Mu Shui replied. "Is there something amiss?" Weina inquired. "Not at all. But what could possibly prompt you to enter the palace so early?" Mu Shui noted, her demeanor warm and welcoming in Weina's presence. "My brother and I were contemplating enlisting the aid of your Snow Demon sect, so I thought it only fair to inform you." Weina recounted the full story to Mu Shui. As she spoke, she noticed Mu Shui's eyes widen in shock. "Weina, have you lost your mind? The Star Luo Empire is immensely powerful. Even if we united the entire strength of the Heavenly Soul Empire, we would not stand a chance against them." Mu Shui expressed her concerns, fearing that the Heavenly Soul Empire might suffer catastrophic losses that could take centuries to recover from. "No, Mu Shui, I have faith in Elder Lin. He will undoubtedly succeed," Weina affirmed with unmasked admiration. Mu Shui found it peculiar. "What makes you trust him so implicitly? He is, after all, younger than us. Perhaps it is merely a feeling. In any case, I believe in him." Weina maintained her original perspective. "All right, fine. We of the Snow Demon sect will undoubtedly stand behind you. Pursue whatever course you wish," Mu Shui conceded. "Thank you, Mu Shui," Weina replied, her face alight with joy. "What need is there for us to express gratitude between ourselves?" Mu Shui shot her a glance, slightly annoyed, and said, "By the way, Do tell me how Lin Tianmeng caught your eye? You mean the patriarch of the Tianmeng clan? Vina began to recount the story she had learned about Lin Tianmeng. In the Stardow Forest, the auspicious beast pondered for a long time before deciding to venture into the human world. Aware that Di Tian would certainly oppose its departure, it chose not to inform him, planning to leave quietly. Having cultivated for many years and possessing inherent auspiciousness, it was already capable of taking on human form. Yet, what shape should it assume? At that moment, a vision of a woman suddenly emerged in its mind. It was the visage of Wang Donger. Subsequently, amidst a dazzling golden radiance, the imperial auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion, transformed into a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Donger, though her figure was somewhat taller and she appeared a few years older. Chapter 159, The Inner Court Disciple Assessment Tournament, Tang San and Dai Mubai. She named herself Wang Qiuer. Thereafter, she gracefully exited the Stardow Forest without hindrance. No soul beast dared to approach her, despite her current human guise. Upon leaving the Stardow Forest, Di Tian quickly sensed her absence. However, he did not intervene. The auspicious beast had its own temperament. If he were to forcefully confine her, she could suppress her auspicious aura, causing the Stardow Forest to lose its beneficent enhancement. Even Di Tian had to concede that. To a certain extent, the auspicious beast held a status in the Stardow Forest comparable to his own. Should they engage in conflict, it was uncertain which side the other soul beasts would support. Thus, Di Tian would not permit such a confrontation. Since she was curious about the human realm and wished to explore, he would let her go. Eventually, she would return when she had satisfied her wanderlust. At Shrek Academy, upon her appearance, Wang Qiuer instantly became the center of attention. The reason was simple. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Her long, powder blue hair cascaded in large waves, and her figure was tall and elegant, exuding a vibrant spirit. Her eyes, also powder blue, were utterly enchanting. Greetings, I am Wang Qiuer, here to participate in the Inner Court Disciple Assessment Tournament. Wang Qiuer's ambitions were crystal clear, within the memories that had suddenly surfaced in her mind. One path pointed toward the inner court of Shrek Academy. All disciples within the inner court were accorded great respect, and graduating from there would surely position one among the elite of the continent. The instructor at the registration desk, upon hearing Wang Qiuer speak, lifted his head in astonishment. Miss, you wish to enter the inner court? Indeed, Wang Qiuer nodded affirmatively. She had already simulated the Golden Dragon martial spirit and its accompanying weapon, the Golden Dragon Spear, in accordance with human soul master customs. As the imperial auspicious beast of the Stardow Forest, Wang Qiuer was inherently proud. She was determined to claim the championship in the Inner Court Selection Tournament hosted by Shrek Academy. Aren't human soul masters quite formidable? I shall see for myself whether they surpass my prowess. Miss, participation in the Inner Court Disciple Assessment requires a soul power of at least level 50. I am already at level 60. Wang Qiuer declared with her head held high. Upon uttering this, she unleashed her martial spirit and soul rings. 6 soul rings, perfectly proportioned. Martial spirit, Golden Dragon. The registration instructor was left utterly speechless, staring in awe. The Golden Dragon martial spirit was something he had never witnessed. Even amidst the myriad of extraordinary beings at Shrek Academy. Am I permitted to register? Wang Qiuer asked, growing a tad impatient. Yes, of course. Please fill out this form. The instructor finally regained his composure and handed her the registration form. Although Wang Qiuer had initially been unable to write in the human script, the memories in her mind seemed to have endowed her with the ability to do so effortlessly. Recalling her martial spirit, she began to fill out the form, leaving behind elegant handwriting. Once completed, just as she was about to depart, the instructor called out, Wait, Miss Wang, you haven't paid the registration fee yet. The term registration fee had also appeared in her memory. Is it to be paid in gold soul coins? She inquired. The registration fee for the Inner Court Disciple Assessment is 100 gold soul coins. The instructor felt the oppressive aura emanating from Wang Qiuer, even as he remained seated in silence. Yet, the fee had always been set at 100 gold soul coins. It wasn't a price he had established. I have no money, Wang Qiuer stated. The instructor swallowed hard, acutely aware that he might soon face her wrath. Wang Qiuer slowly approached him and said thus, Lend me 100 gold soul coins, and I shall return them after the assessment. The instructor thought, what else can I say? Could he refuse? Very well. But remember to repay me. After receiving the 100 gold soul coins, Wang Qiuer returned them to him, saying, Is this sufficient for the registration fee? Yes, it is. When does the assessment begin? Wang Qiuer inquired. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, at the inner court of Shrek Academy. You may enter with this badge. The instructor handed her a badge inscribed with the number 39. Numerous outer court disciples had registered for the assessment, and those coming from outside could also participate without graduating from the outer court. Wang Qiuer took the badge and departed without further words. The instructor finally exhaled in relief. What a formidable presence. What a striking beauty. Yet, why does she seem so familiar? In the divine realm. Upon hearing that Wang Qiu'er had successfully registered for the Inner Court Disciple Assessment at Shrek Academy, Tang San could not help but smile, a rare expression of delight. It seemed that his efforts bore fruit. If one daughter was lacking, another would suffice. When the time came, he would have both daughters face the trials together, merging them into his true daughter, Tang Wudong. As for Dai Mubai, he had already approached him. Upon learning of the destruction of the White Tiger Duke's long-standing legacy, Dai Mubai was incensed, nearly spitting blood in fury. Tang San informed him that the downfall of the White Tiger Duke's estate was orchestrated by a young man named Lin Tianmeng, who was currently participating in the high-level Soul Master Combat Tournament within the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire. Tang San subtly indicated his desire for Dai Mubai to eliminate this Lin Tianmeng. Dai Mubai readily agreed, promising swift action. Thus, Tang San was elated, merely awaiting Dai Mubai's move, content to observe from a distance. However, once Tang San departed, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from behind the screen. All were deities here. None should presume to be foolish. Is there something suspicious about Lin Tianmeng? She inquired. It should be so. Dai Mubai is quite disappointed in Tang San. He intends to use my hand to eliminate this fellow named Lin Tianmeng. The words Tang San spoke were riddled with inconsistencies, yet Dai Mubai refrained from exposing him. In truth, Dai Mubai does not particularly care for the Duke of the White Tiger clan on Douluo Continent. After all, it has been 10,000 years. The evil-eyed White Tiger clan was once part of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire when he ascended to godhood, and now, not long after, it has devolved into a mere duke's estate. He has little interest in meddling in the affairs of the lower realm. Whereas Tang San is consumed with thoughts of Douluo Continent. Tang San has indeed become increasingly ungrateful. He has completely forgotten the oaths we made as seven. Zhu Zhuqing is equally disillusioned. If he shows no mercy, we too can cast aside righteousness. Does he not wish to use me as an instrument to slay Lin Tianmeng? I shall not act in accordance with his wishes, Dai Mubai declared. What do you mean? Chapter 160. Yi Shi Shui and Long Xiaoyao. Yin Xiaozhe emerges from seclusion. To evade the incessant meddling of the three matriarchs, our white feather now traverses the streets of the eastern Japan with a large entourage, both to avoid detection and to engage in some training. According to reliable sources, the great demon lord is poised to take action. As the saying goes, the most perilous place is often the safest. How dare you speak in such a manner? Unexpectedly for Wu Yong, before the young master could respond, a bodyguard-like individual stepped forward to obstruct him. However, the heavy accent from the Guangdong region made Wu Yong feel quite uncomfortable, though he grasped the general meaning. No. Should I require your White Fox clan to depart and investigate, granting your kin a tremendous fortune, would you, White Fox King, be willing to take a gamble? Si Wuling proposed. Naturally, Mui retained confidence in himself. Although he was merely at the second step of the second difficulty, with the bamboo of time, the copper lamp, and the 5 thunder talismans in hand, he believed that even if he encountered those at the 4th or 5th step of power, he would still be qualified to engage in battle. I have offended my elder brother and uttered words I should not have, Wu Yong said with a gloomy expression. Chu Yun's cards are rather unique. They belong to the illusion system, utilizing formidable mental strength to disrupt and confuse enemies, then coordinating with other cards to engage in combat. A skilled illusion card master can eliminate foes before they are even aware. If you trust me, allow me to assist. I have learned a bit about first aid. It might come in handy, Wu Yong said helplessly. Since you suspect him of extortion, you should report it to the police and have them arrest him and your friend. This time, Wu Yong's words were delivered in close proximity. Wu Fan gazed up at the sky, seemingly catching sight of Luo Shi's tearful eyes deep within the starry expanse. Hearing her call his name, the interior of the Grand Hall was far more expansive than Yun Feng had imagined. Stretching over 100 meters in length and more than 40 meters in width. Lavishly adorned, the dais featured a dragon-carved throne, a dragon screen behind it, and a dragon-carved platform in front, while 6 coiling dragon golden columns flanked each side, and overhead loomed a golden 5-clawed dragon, exuding an air of royalty. This method of refining treasures allows you to experiment with materials using a set of forbidden techniques, devoid of fixed patterns. The quality of the artifact produced depends not only on the material combinations, but also requires true fire and spiritual refinement at advanced stages. Such entities, even a mere trickle escaping their fingers, would be considered a fortuitous opportunity for him. Initially, he naively believed that 700,000 would suffice for a down payment on a house, but it soon became clear that this amount fell woefully short. Various colored banners fluttered around, yet one flag in the center caught Hua Shangyun's attention. Father, mother, you are both quite advanced in age. I worry about your long journey. Hua Baoguo expressed his genuine concern for the elderly couple. Yun Xiaoxi followed Tao Qing outside, and as soon as she entered the vehicle, it departed without a moment's pause. Gu Mu's heart was a tumult of emotions. with a peculiar thought continually swirling in her mind. Moreover, with Tang Yinran's naturally sweet appearance, fair skin, and lips tinged with a faint crimson, coupled with her attire, an aura of youthful vitality radiated from her. The suspense left by Lin Mo the previous night was overwhelming, causing many netizens to lose sleep, each wishing they could blink and find themselves in the following morning. On the production side of Yinling High Tech, it is currently the only domestic line capable of independently developing mobile phones that are on par with Nokia, Motorola, Ericsson, and other manufacturers, boasting the longest processes, most complete operations, and deepest precision processing. Yin Shuangying and Duan Peng also surged in from the flanks, forming a pincer movement with the warriors at the front. At this moment, the Earth Rat who had departed from Xiao Wanren was now in a mine, reporting to the individual before him and persuading him regarding Xiao Wanren's outcome. Immediately, Su Zi suppressed all grievances and told Su Cheng that she intended to become engaged to Ming Rue during National Day, insisting on it regardless of Su Cheng's agreement. Asserting that marriage is a matter of personal freedom as per the law, and parents have no authority to interfere. They could hardly fathom the potential consequences of encountering an ice frost giant dragon. In battle, arrows function as extensions of the arm, hitting their mark precisely, with the destructive power entirely reliant on one's mental strength. Tang Jiaming and his companions were not overly fearful. Zhou Tong was intent on eliminating them, and witnessing Zhou Tong's demise before them was, in fact, somewhat gratifying. Huang Yoji provided an address, and Shi Chubei exchanged glances with Qiao Daxing, who then dashed out. Click. The restroom door suddenly swung open, revealing a damp face peering out. Its body measured 4 to 5 meters in length, with limbs resembling those of a colossal beast, and its mouth was filled with teeth that were a good 10 centimeters long. As for the reason behind this, Chu Chu deemed Lin Baoju to be a shameless fraud, certain that he had tricked her great-grandfather into handing over his credit card with sweet words. Otherwise, why would her great-grandfather, who dotes on her so, not allow her to spend? After all, this was a side chamber, not a place where just anyone could come and go freely, and all visitors were required to undergo layers of registration. It would be a simple task for those associated with the Divine Slayer Gelling Emperor to obtain the list of everyone present at the venue. Only a small portion of the dark mist remained to be dissipated, and even the blood-red eyeball was gradually being replaced by ashen gray. Concerned that Kunwu might be troublesome, Lin Baoju hastily stuffed all her spirit talismans into her belongings, along with the secret metal phoenix sword. A group of several individuals entered the estate's interior, where many were gathered. Not only was Chu Xiu present, but even the 9th princess and Zhang Rong had arrived. Why don't you ask Yang Tianxi if he is willing? Luo Chun gestured toward Yang Tianxi, crossing her arms and enjoying the myriad expressions that played across his face. Lin Baoju felt an ominous premonition and, without a moment's hesitation, commanded the 12 bones swirling in the air to encapsulate the silvery glow. This is entirely possible. As he spoke, Mo Guangyu shook his head in resignation, stating, "The special high-tech department is becoming increasingly ineffective. It seems we can only rely on ourselves." After saying this, he fell into a brief reverie. This indicated an intention to usher him out. Chu Yu was quite astute and took Jiang Rong with him as they departed, but once outside, Jiang Rong shook him off. Chapter 161. Yin Xiaozha holds Kai Meyer accountable. Is the team leader Zhou Yi? The entire hall was abuzz with speculation about Liang Feng's intentions, whispering and pointing as they observed the old master seemingly losing his mind. Once these words escaped his lips, silence enveloped the room, for indeed, the weight of tactical heavy trucks pales in comparison to that of tanks. If 2 tactical trucks could be positioned side by side, it would undoubtedly enhance the mobility of the army significantly. The mention of the late Empress stirred in Liu Bo a recollection of a recent momentous event, one that he had momentarily forgotten amidst his previous merriment. Xiong Fong bit her lip, her gaze fixed upon the flickering candlelight. She refrained from contradicting Wan Er and remained tight-lipped about the secret. "Brother Monkey, weren't you granted a leave of absence? You've earned enough money by now, so why not return to the company? I can arrange a fine position for you as my office director. Zhang Bangshang has lost face and has gone to Shenzhen. I am in need of an office director. Come back, Brother Monkey," suggested Beiji. Yet, one wonders how effective the aerial strikes on the Japanese aircraft carrier fleet have been. Upon hearing his words, the guests found them reasonable, and soon someone echoed him loudly, while the crowd from Kunlun displayed unmistakable joy. At the Rhine Energy Stadium, a friendly match between Arsenal and Cologne was underway, with Cologne treating the match with utmost seriousness, nearly fielding their strongest lineup against Arsenal. In the northeast of the capital lies the Wuzhong River, where vessels transporting grain from Jeju and Yunqing enter the capital via this river, accessing the city through the waterways north of the New Xiaomen. In an instant, countless waves of seawater transformed into a dark torrent, surging towards Du with unrestrained fury. He caught a glimpse of bare shoulders, smooth and radiant, glistening with a mesmerizing sheen, yet Wu Hao remained unenchanted. Urgently, he needed to visit the Lingji Hall to retrieve the Lingji Jade, for, as the elder spoke, it appeared that each enhancement of cultivation would yield varying rewards of spiritual value. The Golden Crow Demon King was driven to madness. For the first time in 2 millennia, he faced such humiliation. In the past, even the Demon Emperor held him in esteem within the demon realm. Qingzhou, one of the ancient 9 provinces, derives its name from its eastern location, associated with the wood element, thus embodying the color blue, and has historically been a significant stronghold. Wang Yinzongbi was overjoyed. With over 10,000 people in Shimin town, if a confrontation were to ensue, he would undoubtedly suffer considerable losses. If he could subdue the enemy without a fight, it would be the most favorable outcome. Meanwhile, those economic firms that had previously wavered and the second and third-rate celebrities were filled with regret. Almost everyone's gaze shifted towards one direction, the Cloud Sea Hall at the Mountain Gate. Its might was overwhelming, appearing even more fearsome than the will of the Celestial Emperor. The Snow Lotus Demon Emperor could not approach, as the mere intent of the sword was unbearable, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of existence. The sword energy surged forth, radiating and resonating, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Wu Ying's expression grew grim, beads of sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. Since the breakout commenced, half an hour had elapsed, yet the sword in his hand had never paused, and such intense exertion was beginning to take its toll even on him. Throughout the duel, he found himself perpetually suppressed, even sustaining injuries that caused him to cough up blood, his internal organs trembling, and his primordial spirit destabilizing. Old Song sat to the side, conversing with the male host about nearby locations for catching wild fish, planning to try his luck early the next morning, as everyone awaited the arrival of the two. Wang Rui discerned that the agent had already urged Zhang Zifen multiple times, both of them eager to speak, yet they had not yet voiced their thoughts. After approximately half an hour, sounds emerged from beyond the mountain, resembling the noise of horses being driven away. Ali Yanzong discovered a cluster of slender bamboo, severed a stalk with his short sword, stripped it of its leaves, sharpened one end, and fashioned a bamboo spear. Moreover, Anqi and Anmei's aunt, Yi Lingqing, was involved in the tumultuous event at Bolong, a fact that underscored the presence of powerful forces at play. Chen Changshan abruptly turned and departed, entering his office before closing the door in front of everyone. A short, scrappy bandit slashed at the hind leg of the white horse. The general was thrown from his mount, but promptly rolled to his feet and re-entered the fray. Zhao Riyue nodded. By the way, Brother Zhang, there's a piece of gossip. Someone from the Bai family plans to propose to Su Bingxue from the Su family at the convention center, rumored to be the grandest proposal in coastal history. After relaying this, Zhao Riyue took her leave, alone in the spacious carriage. Listening to the synchronized footsteps of the guards outside, Lan Suixin casually shifted her position. Brother Lan merely nodded, uttering no further words, silently smoking his cigarette. His heart filled with an inexplicable sensation, one that he could not quite define, though it felt somewhat unpleasant and stifling. Perhaps he was overthinking it, and he hoped that was indeed the case. After enduring the cold wind in the courtyard for too long, his face and ears remained flushed even after finishing the sauna. Do you know me? I don't know you. How can you possibly know me? Zhu Xiaoxiao found it hard to accept this reality. Moreover, nearly everyone present believed that the descending large blade had struck Li Dalong's body with precision, orchestrated by Yunro. Feng Manlu furrowed his brow. He was at a loss for words, as he seemed unaware of his own identity or whereabouts. Yet, upon witnessing his open embrace, she felt a pang of longing for the sensation of being cradled within his arms as she drifted into sleep, stealthily surveying the lavish surroundings of the hall. Her cheeks still flushed with heat, she felt as though she had engaged in some clandestine act. Upon comprehending the path of impossibility, the ancestor of the underworld river was indeed overjoyed. He practiced the path of slaughter, and the path forged by Wan Wui resonated perfectly with his own. Chapter 162, Self-Awakening. Kai Meyer and Yin Xiaozhou were overlooked. Zhang Tianmeng stepped forward to lift the dazed Dao Yuan, returning alongside Chai Hongji, who carried the demon fox, to the Qinglian sect. What do you want? Long Qingjun retreated a step upon seeing Zhu Qi approach, instinctively shielding her dragon horn. The people of Silent Hill held no grudges, but Bai Lengxiang was indifferent. Assisting in this manner sufficed to repay her debt to the people of the Serpent Forest. Furthermore, though the Hao family may not rival the 4 major sects, they were far from insignificant in the northern desert. Even if Song Zhong harbored jealousy towards the Hao family, retribution would not come easily. Although still some distance from Tangjiabao, they were already within its sphere of influence. The terrain of Bashu was steep and perilous, adorned with stunning scenery that captivated the heart and spirit. His technique of massage was unorthodox, appearing rather unprofessional. He relied solely on his knowledge of acupoints to invigorate Bai Shao's blood vessels. Is there anyone else? Nie Fei continued to call, but no one else came forth. He had already defeated 6 challengers, achieving significant publicity. After this display, the Taekwondo club would surely attract numerous recruits, while he too would reap substantial benefits. Thus concludes the tale. The Tao of the Supreme True Classic does not mention the outcome, seemingly leaving a suspenseful mystery for different individuals to ponder. As the rain poured increasingly heavily, Luo Shui became drenched, yet she tirelessly constructed a shelter for Mu Lingtian to evade the downpour. The tribe's soldiers of Calchahan crumbled effortlessly. After the heavily armored cavalry ahead were vanquished, the light cavalry behind lacked the capacity to resist, falling from their mounts under the onslaught of the Kueizhou army. What brings you to our journey to the West world? Certainly, it is for the sake of the precious one that I have come. Have you not, after all, prepared for this very matter for such a long time in the Western Heavenly Court and Buddhism? The Eastern Jade Emperor chuckled, his spirit radiating with an unrestrained vigor, resembling a tempest that struck the streets with devastating force in an instant. In that moment, numerous storefronts along the street crumbled, and dozens of innocent lives were tragically lost in the ensuing chaos. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The Hua Luogang mathematics competition commenced, much to the dismay of teacher Chung, for the promising Yi Xiaoya had declined to participate due to ill health. Then, with a swift motion, he launched high into the air, and in the fearful eyes of the youth, the black demon blade descended from above, cleaving with a single stroke, simple yet effective, devoid of any embellishment. In truth, she had long known that she could not control the obstinate Yi Feifei, who was as stubborn as a mule. Yet, each time she held on to a glimmer of hope, exerting every ounce of strength to intervene, only to inevitably face failure. 2 truths were now evident. First, Sister Man's sensitive spot indeed lay at her earlobe. Second, Yaya harbored a deep-seated malice, wishing for her uncle to break her legs. Must one be so heartless? As for the guest room, since she was assigned to a guest room, did that imply she must always be prepared to depart? Enough, Song Yang. Let me ask you one final question. Will you fulfill the wager? Lu Yu interrupted Song Yang once more. Under the aegis of Accor, the Accor services stand as a paragon in the global corporate service industry, renowned for their ticketing services. Although the internal chaos was decidedly better than the external turmoil, the improvement in conditions merely indicated a reduction in danger, not a significant enhancement in the overall living environment. Being scrutinized by that stone carving felt like sitting on pins and needles. Ling Hentian had deliberately placed the sculpture here to monitor whether his disciples were diligently practicing. Nangong Yi was the type whose initial beauty captivated, but upon closer inspection, she resembled stagnant water in a well, lacking the fluidity of charm and depth of character, rendering her less appealing to those who had come to know her. He followed her gaze outside, where indeed the ground was bathed in shallow sunlight. At some point, the sky had transformed into a mesmerizing azure, dispelling the morning chill and dense fog. Perhaps that day would truly come, Chu Zheng remarked meaningfully. However, Rong Huang paid no heed to his words, her entire focus fixated on the letter before her, rendering all else temporarily insignificant. Gun Yinhuan trailed behind the others as they exited, while Rong Chanqian cast an unwilling glare at Gun Yinqing, her lips moving in silent protest. He had merely consumed the primordial spirit of Rongzhan. He had yet to refine it fully, and complete refinement would require considerable time. Now, he was eager to return to Yi Yun's consciousness realm to expedite the thorough refinement of Rongzhan's primordial spirit. The auction, due to these 2 men, had taken on an extraordinary quality, as if all brilliance coalesced around them, leaving no room for others to intrude. At that moment, he could not help but comprehend Yi Yun's identity. Little did he expect him to be a disciple of the Tai immortal sect. Thus, the numerous formidable yet enigmatic figures must surely also be disciples of the Tai immortal sect. Having a powerful immortal sect as one's backing was undoubtedly the most prudent choice for a cultivator. Fortunately, he had initially joined the Tai immortal sect. Had he aligned himself with a mere ordinary sect, the direct consequence would likely have been the entire sect plummeting into the abyss alongside him, vanishing without a trace. Do not misunderstand, for His Highness the Prince does not hold a particular fondness for Ziying and Jinjun. Rather, in comparison to the wet nurse, Ziying and Jinjun carry a hint of Rong Huang's essence, a scent that Round prefers. Rather than her leaving him, he would prefer to imprison her, to ruin her, all to keep her by his side. Hiss! Countless individuals collectively gasped, witnessing the disciples from the 9 great peaks charging forth fearlessly, brimming with murderous intent, akin to ferocious tigers descending the mountain to slaughter the disciples of the Celestial Alliance. Yendi could no longer contain himself. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself into the air. The jade flute, entwined in flames behind him, erupted with boundless fire, its notes ringing clear, reminiscent of a haunting specter. Especially the lizard men, who could also take the opportunity to check on Ban Li's, to see if there were any formidable wild beasts suitable for taming. Another figure in white flickered in and out of existence, like a wraith traversing the dual realms of black and white. The sound of the peacock screen whirled with a buzzing, akin to a helicopter's rotor, its radiant colors spiraling and shimmering, unleashing a resplendent rainbow as it struck Meng Rulong. Chapter 163. In the imperial palace of the Xinghua Empire, Lin Tianmeng was poised to unveil his grand scheme. The only aspect worth learning was Italy's thriving community football, which stands as the fundamental reason behind the strength of Italian football. Indeed, have him killed. How outrageous. An elder of great seniority suddenly let loose, spitting in a manner befitting his age, leaving his beard soiled and eliciting both laughter and incredulity. The other three clan leaders also expressed their agreement with Li Xian's words. Should this matter come to the attention of Qiao Yi's diehard fans, they might very well set fire to his villa. Welcome to the rescue team. A few cameras were trained on Yi Fugini, who intended to return to Earth first. To them, it seemed that anyone clad in such robes was a devil. The azure robe had undoubtedly become their nightmare. In response, Ji Yuan frowned slightly, but refrained from expressing his displeasure on the spot. Fortunately, if it was merely a request for song and dance to liven the atmosphere, it would be harmless. Thus Ji Yuan chose not to intervene. This was undoubtedly a twofold benefit. As his soul power enhanced, he simultaneously grasped more knowledge from the Yolan scriptures. Kawashima leaned against the door, wanting to ask something more, but was deterred by a mere glance from the man, resigning himself to watch him ascend the stairs. Vodka could not place the bomb and could only act alongside Jin. Kawashima and Kiyosaki seized Hatsuzuki Hikaru and moved to another position. Having reached this point, how could he fail to realize that since he had snatched young Master Shui from the suspended wanderer, he had already stepped into a web of schemes? Without needing translation, Li Aigua understood that the destination was just ahead, and instantly his spirits lifted as he slowly engaged the handbrake. After clarifying the sequence of events, Li Aigua felt a wave of emotion. Who would have thought he had now become an idol-like figure? He also wondered where Xie Wanyu had obtained such a charming wild spirit beast cub. Now that circumstances had suddenly shifted, Dong Fanghua had no choice but to promptly adjust her strategies and conditions. The other princes remained silent, pondering the implications of their eldest brother's words. Did he mean to suggest he had no desire to marry the mermaid princess? Or was he testing them? Yet, those who supported Lin Mu were not without their own voices. A multitude of netizens, regardless of whether they were Lin Mu's fans, rallied to his defense. Deep below the ground, Chen Quan was engaged in an intense battle with two Azura kings, where unimaginable power reverberated with each punch and strike, shaking the very heavens and earth. The leader of the organization did not turn back to look. Upon hearing the shout, an ominous premonition washed over him, reminiscent of the earlier live broadcast when he heard Kai Su's voice. On the way home, gazing at the vibrant lights outside, Chen Yu discovered just how beautiful the nightscape of this city, the magic metropolis, truly was. In the depths of night, although Tej and the others found it temporarily inconvenient to venture out, it was rumored that Fengyang City had increased its patrols to prevent any suspicious individuals from roaming. After annihilating their opponents, the EDG team opted to forego the Baron and instead proceeded directly to push the mid lane. Have you surpassed level 27? The testing instructor gazed at Wang Chun with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. It was said that in the alleyways, brawls often erupted over mere inches of wall space, and most of the ladies in the half-city were no match for Lady Chao. After hearing his cousin's words, Qin Yu felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. He had been anxiously worried that his uncle might suddenly pass away, given the high mortality rate associated with sudden myocardial infarctions. Yesterday, upon seeing his master, he had been so overwhelmed with excitement that he had called out to him in front of Aunt Yan, only to later realize the impropriety of his actions, as Shen Wuxin was unaware of his master's identity. Time slipped away, and in those fleeting minutes, Su Qingyi felt as though they stretched longer than her entire life. She was so tense that she even forgot to breathe. Zhang Weihua asked with concern, for he understood that the only things Zhao Taizhu could not accomplish were those he had never contemplated. Listening to the anguished cries, Feng Xian found it impossible to find peace, and his unease only intensified. He never anticipated that Hanks would turn the tables and utilize Zhao Taizhu's accomplishments in K country to withdraw his troops preemptively. Zhao Taizhu paid no heed to such words, but Feng Qian would not share the same indifference. Upon hearing those remarks, he was immediately incensed. Ting Shu took a deep breath. The speed at which the battle concluded took him by surprise, and given the current state of the Blastoise, further combat was unnecessary, as the outcome was already evident. After a brief moment of flickering pale and flushed expressions, Bai Qingshan seemed to make a significant decision and produced a grotesque statue from his robes. Henceforth, he must shatter this space to earn the right to contend with the deity Shiva. In the Great Chu, draped in white silk, all the younger generations donned mourning attire for him, as he was a predecessor who had brought light to future generations. Unintentionally, Qin Lianya caught a glimpse of hope, then glanced at Gu Jingfeng, whose eyes reflected a hue similar to her own. Shortly thereafter, Gu Jingfeng softly called in Jin Zhong, who had been waiting outside. The wild Chao Bei Ni evolved by emitting waves through a unique magnetic field. When these waves attracted the magnetic forces within them, they combined to emit a marvelous electric wave, drawing other Chao Bei Ni to instinctively approach. Jin, sensing the situation, raised his right hand to grasp the hilt of his sword, issuing a loud shout as he rotated his blade 90 degrees, freeing it from the encirclement. Surveying his surroundings, Wu Ming rushed towards the door marked with the letter B, disregarding any tasks or plans. The elevator was destroyed, the entire team perished. And all he could do now was locate that bastard and beat him to a pulp. Even Zhang Ning reluctantly rose from her seat. If her grandfather were not present, she would have preferred to remain seated, but with him around, she had no choice but to comply. At this moment, I found myself sitting in the detention room of the police station, my heart racing with anxiety. In this unfamiliar place, should I be wrongfully accused of destroying a crime scene, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, a device storing the power of thunderbugs was activated, instantly unfurling a massive electric net. Chapter 164. The Anxious Tang San. I am Wang Qiuer. I have been placed under a restriction. Su Jiujiu spoke softly. Previously, she thought this restriction prevented her from returning home. However, upon seeing her longed-for brother, her desire to return diminished. Upon hearing this, the emperor of the Xinglua Empire took several steps back in haste. Su Jiujiu discovered that Mr. Su and Mr. Cheng were acquainted, which she found truly delightful. Meng Chudong was also surprised that the two knew each other. Grandpa Zhu looked at her with a mix of anger and compassion. It was infuriating that even at such a moment, she still concealed something. Beast, the same trick will no longer be effective. Observing the astonished expression of the purple-winged scorpion beast, Mu Yufeng revealed a triumphant smile, seemingly concluding that this creature had little prowess left and would surely meet its end at her hands. Another option was to enter the ghost realm after death, but in doing so, he would lose all cultivation. Without any special treasures, a person would lose their abilities upon death and ultimately be reduced to a prisoner, reincarnating into the cycle of life. Ain stepped into the ruins, where an entire building had collapsed. Fortunately, it was an old house, long uninhabited. As his words fell, with a flick of his fingers, a beam of light shot forth, severing by Yuntao's hands. Wu Zihao struggled to sit up, restraining the artist's emotions while contemplating how to inquire about the truth surrounding his mother's incident. Growing increasingly agitated, he found himself unable to accomplish anything in such a restless state. Thus, he sat quietly with the materials, questioning himself about his current predicament. The connection between these two was evident to Meng Chudong, and Cheng San could perceive it as well. How can one remain so calm? Feeling the force of Han Ye's punch, the emperor couldn't help but feel somewhat inadequate, yet he was astonished that Bai Ling had managed to block it so effortlessly. Qingxiao, Jiamo. The giant spirit bellowed in anger as he stepped forward with an expression of displeasure. He had merely intended to be a spectator, yet he had nearly sustained serious injuries. His heart filled with indignation, Jiamo remained utterly indifferent, as if he were simply ignoring a pet's antics before him. Li Hui drained his cup, joining the others in idle chatter, dreaming of the splendid life that awaited them upon reaching Chang'an. Meanwhile, the purple-gold spirit insect appeared invigorated, having recently absorbed Qi Meng's spiritual energy and feeling quite spirited, seemingly unaffected by the shockwave from Qi Meng's self-detonation. Since Liu Bei's arrival, the city of Shuzhou had strictly prohibited nighttime strolls, regardless of one's rank. Even the most esteemed officials were not exempt. Grandpa Zhang led a squadron of soldiers to patrol the area, and those caught were either beaten to death or left with barely a breath. Chen Dao chuckled. I just had a fruitful battle with the Japanese down in the mountains. I wonder how much you've gained, General Zhang? Oh, it's nothing. Here, take this. I have business to attend to. I'll leave the rest to you, said Ling Fan, returning the silver staff card to the traffic officer before rushing towards a taxi. Yet he felt utterly helpless. The more powerful an entity was, the more they cherished their lives. Among them were certainly individuals with fiery spirits, but they were few. Those capable of sensing unusual energies were undoubtedly numerous. Presently, the Sea Nation exuded an extraordinarily grand aura, and the rate at which it absorbed energy from the hot sea had reached unprecedented heights. Fortunately, the Sea Nation's landmass was merely 1/10 of the Jiuzhou continent, allowing the energy of the Jiuzhou continent to be sustained, albeit barely. Given all these circumstances, the youthful face filled with curiosity found immense intrigue in the figure known as Li Xiaoyi. He was compelled to wonder why this person appeared so knowledgeable about the main god's space, how he had escaped his role as a mere supporting character, and what secrets he harbored. Chapter 165. Wang Qiuer's Worries, Xiao Hongchen's Flirtation. In the world of soul beasts, the rule of survival of the fittest was strictly upheld. Many newly born soul beast cubs face abandonment by their mothers once the nursing period concludes, forced to confront peril alone. Those that emerge directly from their eggs are even more vulnerable, lacking any such maternal support. Wang Qiu'er observed as she followed, "Accompany me to the Tingguan mansion." Chen Xiang took the lead, while Shun Lianqing expressed confidence in having a solution, assuring that he would lend her his assistance. Simultaneously, the celestial beings hastily retreated. Even the vengeful Li Jing, who harbored a grudge against those who harmed his progeny and destroyed his treasures, did not linger. The intricate formations of the Jiejiao were deeply ingrained in the minds of the people. Those who entered, save for specific locations, faced either death or injury. As for the individuals on Weibo still seeking information about Jinbai Chuanming, Jikong contemplated, but ultimately withheld any details. Damn it. The illustrious third-largest guild of the Heavenly Dynasty had never cornered him to such an extent, yet now, facing a lone player, he found himself bereft of any means to retaliate, and even self-preservation required considerable effort. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Zhu Hong appeared as though he had been forcefully shoved, his body uncontrollably flying off the stage, leaving him utterly bewildered and at a loss. "How did your negotiations go?" Mulan inquired as she ushered Zhao Xinghua into the room, gently closing the door behind her. Moreover, just as Yazawa Nico remarked, Jikong had indeed brought a rise under his command, yet he had never mentioned this to them, inevitably leading to some speculation in their minds. As if sensing the breath of death, the salamander roared menacingly, and in the next instant, it made a desperate leap, yearning to return to the water, to its lair. At this moment, it regretted emerging at all. Why did it not retreat upon feeling the chill? Ancient alchemical formulas revealed to Ji Xinyuan by the Danxiong indicated that many formidable elixirs from ancient times had vanished over the ages. "Your Xiaoyao sect's treasure chamber is indeed vast," Fadian remarked in admiration. "Third brother, fall back." The lone wolf, witnessing his third brother engage fiercely with Luo Chong, was taken aback, realizing that it was too late to rush to his aid. He gently placed the second brother's head on the ground before charging forward. Lest the third brother meet a similar fate. Don't even think about it. As Yu Haochen spoke, one hand slid to her back, deftly loosening the clasp of her undergarment. This was precisely the wondrous aspect of the reverse divine prohibition. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a reverse divine prohibition? Tianxin smiled enigmatically. Chen Feng sighed, stating, "Another seeker of power." After speaking, he bowed his head and extended 2 fingers. Fortunately, the 3-leaf wonder tree continued to absorb that peculiar power. Otherwise, Bai Yi truly wished to avoid remaining in such a place. Once attired, Bai Yi strapped the black meteorite sword to his back. This weapon was now his sole means of defense and must not be neglected. Remaining in the room without any sign of Yu Haochen's arrival, Xia Yongning deliberated whether to descend. Ultimately, she decided that if her presence was required, Yu Haochen would send someone to summon her. Staying in the room seemed best. Although she felt it was somewhat impolite, she was unsure of how to present herself before Yu Haochen's family. The 5 individuals had clearly defined roles and worked in seamless harmony, a testament to the combat formations they had diligently practiced over the past year. Xia Yongning smiled, saying, "Television often depicts those who initially despise one another ultimately coming together. Isn't there a saying that goes, 'Enemies must meet'?" Seeing everyone's gaze upon him, Chen Xiao felt a surge of excitement, though it was not unexpected. Seizing the initiative might allow him to obtain a foundational elixir first. Chapter 166, Tang San. Unable to influence the battle in the ice god domain with the ice explosion technique. Within the imperial palace of the Xinglua Empire, a confrontation was imminent. Tang San found himself powerless to sway the course of the battle. He had sought out Dai Mubai, yet Dai had not yet commenced his actions, while Lin Tianmeng had already led Su Jiujiu into the palace. Tang San was preparing to take a gamble by sending Niu Tian and Titan of Haoyan Sect to the Xinglua Empire when he watched him execute a flawless jump, tracing a perfect arc in the air before charging towards him. Feng Yueming maintained a cold gaze upon Mu Zhilan, then proceeded to walk past her without a word. "Fortunately, I have always maintained a positive outlook. As long as life is bearable, that is sufficient. My online store's income now sustains a comfortable lifestyle, and I even find myself willing to indulge in luxury items at times. The squirrel may have encountered misfortune. Time is running short. Prepare to approach the aircraft." Tan Xiang shook his head helplessly, expressing his regret. He sensed that this situation bore significant issues, as if the task itself were a trap. As Bonnie witnessed Elmer's demise, Xie Tong seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Nine heavens, divine thunder." A series of intricate hand signs followed, and suddenly a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking Bonnie directly atop her head. As time passed, more and more supreme beings arrived, yet all chose to observe from the sidelines. In a brief moment, the elder finished his 3 sets of punches, standing firm, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient hero with his long beard flowing and clothes billowing in the wind. At the same time, he expelled a surge of vital energy into the grand formation, Consequently, with the collective efforts of those besieging Dongyang, the 9 foundational restraints in the 4 corners and the central square of Tianqing City were destroyed, causing the protective barrier enveloping Tianqing City to dissipate. Since Principal Wei had stated such, I had no further objections. Besides, she would never risk her son's life, so I could only nod in agreement. However, as Lin Yuan stepped out the door, a carriage hurriedly approached, the reins yanked, causing the horse's neck to rear back, its hooves halting abruptly before her. That is acceptable. The Dragon Blood Extreme Realm Elixir is priced at 40,000 mid-grade source crystals each, Gru stated, noting that this price was slightly lower than that at the auction, yet still higher by nearly 15,000 mid-grade source crystals compared to the eastern region. Previously, she had often criticized Wu Mengrun for this, believing that the revelry of nightly festivities had left her son in such a frail state. During the eastern wasteland upheaval, numerous formidable individuals emerged, among whom the most terrifying was Yi Jiutian, not only uncommonly powerful but also possessing remarkable talent, having ascended to the celestial rank at a young age. Followed closely by the elder Shanmo, Xia Yuan concentrated intently, solidifying the medicinal effects. This absorption took a full 8 hours, whereas it typically required only 1. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the spiritual vein abruptly ruptured and shattered. Ample spiritual energy coalesced under the influence of the formation. The Xuanji Taoist inserted a sliver of peak spiritual power into the Taiji flag using the secret 5-element transmission technique of the 5-element sect, causing the Taiji flag to radiate dazzling brilliance. Isn't there still a crown prince in Dazhao? A man casually responded, slightly tilting his head to reveal a beautifully sculpted jawline and crimson lips, light snowflakes landing on his lips, eliciting a faint, mocking smile. He had already contacted the leopard and others, who were now at the best hospital in Kyoto, alongside Jiang Ningfang. Here, a voice resonated before the figure appeared. An elderly man with silver hair and a lean frame, stepping out from the main house with a warm smile. Chapter 167. Yan Xiaozhi seeks assistance from Ma Xiaotao. Title: Douluo Fallen. Ma Xiaotao laughed, saying, "Haha, that's true. The child has already been named by Ma Xiaotao herself, bearing the name Lin Changxing. His nickname is Changxing, which signifies the hope that he may lead a long life, accomplishing all he wishes to achieve within the confines of his limited existence." Meanwhile, Shangguan Jing'er stormed in with a group of fierce and formidable spirits. The impression Qin Jiong left on Tianshan Tonglao was akin to the profound and inscrutable aura that her master, Xia Yozi, once imparted. Even if there were dissenting opinions, they must be suppressed for the time being. It was imperative to address the immediate issues at hand. "Knock, knock, please step into my office." Guan Yi rapped twice on the desk, and I followed her inside. After merely a day of exploration, Ning Wuxin opted to depart, fully aware that once the Nanyan 7 arrived, the 9 ancient altars would be thoroughly scoured, rendering her helpless against their formidable power. Despite the tumult of battle, even during the restoration of her Dantian, she feared no detection. The next day, she naturally encountered the old woman again, who was painting in the mountains, depicting an ancient prison, with none other than Ning Wuxin herself concealed beneath the guise of the Thousand Illusions ghost mask. Witnessing this scene, Ning Wuxin was taken aback, declaring it an illusion. Typically, battles between fans revolve around exposing each other's scandals. However, Yu Shui and Sheng Xuzhe were quite exceptional, as both lacked any dirt on each other, with what little existed being forced and laughable. As dusk approached, the twilight descended like a gray net, gradually enveloping the city. The last rays of the setting sun cast an orange hue upon the tops of the towering edifices. He meticulously arranged all the details of his journey, approaching it with a traveler's mindset to capture photographs, subsequently sharing those emotions and beautiful vistas with his fans. This implies that, given Dongbai's beauty, Suja must have taken a liking to her, rightfully claiming her as his own. "Teacher, this porridge is quite unpalatable. You should eat less," Xiao Mo remarked, gently pushing the porridge toward Lung Su, signaling her to partake more. Yan Xiu leaned back against the chair, his tall frame relaxed, fingers intertwined casually upon his lap. "No, Your Majesty." Upon hearing that the Empress ordered Su Yuemei to be taken away, Su, in a panic, grasped Su Yuemei's arm but winced in pain from her injured finger, inadvertently releasing her grip. "Happiness should be a universal possession," Lin Xin interjected languidly, his gaze drifting toward the crystal chandelier on the living room ceiling, as if seeking to glimpse something through the translucent, glistening pendants. When Shi Tian returned, the battle had already concluded, with Chao Dong directing others in the cleanup of the battlefield and the collection of bodies. Tianmu's heart tightened slightly. Consumed with worry for Xiao Yin, was it truly necessary for her to endure such suffering? "For instance, my brother toiled day and night for you, merely to carve out time to visit you on set." As he bellowed, shadowy figures emerged from the surrounding gray mist. At the moment the car's engine roared to life, Li Xiaodian happened to exit the bathroom, walking toward the floor-to-ceiling window, secretly observing the vehicle departing from the Tan family villa, a wave of desolation washing over her heart. The hotel manager and staff, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out to investigate, only to be paralyzed with fear upon witnessing 200 to 300 individuals disembarking from the vehicle, armed with machetes. Now we are left with only this scant supply. Let us hope to replenish our resources here, Han Zhang suddenly declared. Chapter 168. The Starry Luo Empire perished. Having seized the initiative, Lin Tianmeng stood invincible in this battle. Today marks the demise of the Starry Luo Empire. The army of the Tianhun Empire clashed with the royal guards of the Starry Luo Empire outside, retreating steadily in the face of overwhelming numbers. A tremendous sound erupted from the crack, sending waves of ice powder into the air. As the powder settled, a figure cloaked in black emerged, yet another dark-clad individual. Initially, Jiang Heng feared his wife might be at a disadvantage and intended to intervene. But upon realizing she was unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to parry with the cunning old foxes before him. Less than half a mile beyond the city gates, as they veered toward the eastern ferry, several groups awaited her amidst the rain, alongside her fellow disciples. No, Chungrue, I am not feigning. I truly come to apologize. Allow me to see Shenlei. I know I was wrong. I have come to take you home. Shall we return home together? Jiang Qiming cast a glance, and his followers surged toward the old residence. Almost all have arrived. It appears the rumors circulating may indeed hold truth. A domain master spoke coldly, yet as he enveloped his dragon claws in a layer of razor-sharp diamond armor, he reached forth with his claws, piercing effortlessly through the transparent barrier of the enchantment, as if plunging a finger into a mound of sand. This is an exceedingly intricate clinical support technique, most critically during the aortic valve replacement surgery, to prevent damage to the patient's brain and avoid cognitive impairment while protecting all bodily organs. The procedure must be conducted under deep hypothermia with circulatory arrest. Beneath the setting sun, the two exchanged silent glances. Moments later, Lin Yin's typically aloof visage blossomed into a radiant smile before she turned and departed. Her gaze fell upon Bai Ji, noting his pallid complexion, reminiscent of a sheet of paper, and speculating that should another encounter occur, her junior brother might not withstand it. She turned back, spotting those guards clad in ordinary dark green training attire reappearing. Upon returning to the Imperial Hospital, she caught sight of that lake blue figure from afar. It was Bai Shui, patiently awaiting her. Fate, that inescapable destiny, surprisingly could be manipulated. Such prowess was beyond even the invincible immortal king of yore. Yan Shuangfei also broke into a smile. Suddenly feeling compelled to share a well-known tale from her era, it is better to weep in a BMW than to smile on a bicycle. It seems the Ziyun maid is more sensible and obedient compared to that Hongxue. However, sometimes being overly sensible is not necessarily a virtue. Particularly when arriving in such a unique circumstance, one cannot discount the possibility of a special mission. Due to Fu Xinyan's substantial stature and the panic he induced, the commotion he caused was particularly loud, rousing the oblivious beauty still lost in slumber. While the differences may not appear significant, the disparity in effectiveness during combat is indeed astonishing. Presently, Li Ji can only hope that the world tree Anaphis absorbs some of these aspects, thus allowing Li Ji's sanctuary to achieve a new advancement. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Fu Xinyan's face, who bore a bemused expression, unsure of how to respond. Is it even possible? This time it was De Bao who spoke, incredulous at the notion that with an investment of less than 5,000 yuan, one could amass a fortune of 1 million within a mere year. It seemed utterly absurd. Master Huayang neither corrected her regarding the nature of her sect nor exposed her fabrications, instead adopting a diplomatic demeanor akin to Madame Zheng, expertly extolling the Zheng family until they were elated. Chapter 169. Competition paused? Marry for eternity. Mu Shui was left in a state of shock. Is it truly possible to engage in such a manner? Su Jujiao is now a deposed princess, the sister of a tyrant. Why would Lin Tianmeng choose to marry her? Mu Shui speculates that if he were to make such a proposal to Vina, she would likely acquiesce. Yet, why is it specifically Su Jujiao? He inhaled deeply, calming his mind, and then suddenly bowed respectfully, akin to a dutiful younger generation merely offering a customary greeting. Mu Xiaodai seemed to sense his arrival. Her closed eyes shed a crystalline tear that trickled down her cheek. Upon receiving a call from Aunt Wang, Ren Lingfeng hurried back, and upon entering the house, he found Mu Xiaodai in the living room, panting as she practiced with her crutch, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, clearly having been at it for quite some time. After all, for a sheltered flower, enduring such a public spectacle without breaking into tears is a testament to extraordinary willpower. Despite this, the silent guide had not shown her face throughout the 3 full days that Xiaoyida was required to submit the production video. The serpent, while asleep, exhaled rhythmic streams of black mist that swirled like a tempest, and upon colliding with the surrounding icebergs, they would disintegrate into powder. Of course, you might interpret this as magic and fighting spirit, Armand remarked to André. Although his legs might feel a bit uncomfortable, there is no doubt that Gray looks most dashing in formal attire. Gray, clad in formal wear, must have arrived here as a member of the coaching team. We are unaware of these subsequent matters. You have examined his body multiple times, and according to the records of the Dark Scriptures, there should be numerous free-roaming insects and a larva within him. Did you discover anything? Bing Yuge inquired, her tone haughty, as he resumed his former nature at the Liu family manor, treating himself as the centerpiece of this banquet. The overweight man continued to chew on his roasted meat, oblivious to his surroundings, as the only sounds in the otherwise silent room were the sizzling of meat on the grill and the smacking of his lips. Jiangqingsa, Ajia, and Heizai settled into a booth in the corner, leisurely listening to the music of the night while sipping beer. At that moment, where had Jiang Qingsu escaped to? Without a doubt, the only place within the venue where Han Yingying and Zhang Mingxi would not dare to venture is the men's restroom. Furthermore, he discovered that with the eye of insight, he could perceive the flaws in his opponent's martial arts, and coupled with the ability to discern the direction of the wind, he could easily evade attacks. In this world, banditry is considered a legitimate profession. Unlike the ruthless thieves of Yifan's previous world, where everyone cried for blood and left no survivors. What does Zhang mean by completely disappeared? For a moment, I was at a loss. Does it imply that Shui has entirely vanished, or that he has found himself? Junhui, who had been intently observing the massive shadows not far away, spoke softly at that moment. I saw my father move again, but after taking just 2 steps, he was once more ensnared and unable to move. Thus, Mr. Zhou had set up 7 incense sticks, corresponding to the 9 steps to closure, 11 steps to rest, 13 steps to open, and 15 steps to death. The mountain appeared desolate, at least from an external viewpoint. The trees were withered and dead. The grass was yellow and sparse, and the ground was hard as stone. With a flash, Ling Shuiyan drew forth the Qingfeng longsword, observing Yifeng, who knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his shoulders and waist grievously wounded. Based on Ling Shuiyan's years of experience, it was improbable that he could rise again. Wasn't it at that time? Yi Fenglan cautiously replied. Subsequently, Yun Feiyu did not continue the conversation but turned to glance at her once more. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Yi Fenglan comprehended his intent. Chapter 170. The competition is halted. Lin Tianmeng returns. Xiao Xiao was utterly astounded. Is that even possible? What is impossible? That guy Tianmeng. Others might be oblivious, but we are not. Can he not create a stir? Wang Donger felt increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Her words not only persuading Xiao Xiao, but also convincing herself. Especially now, given the somewhat unstable political climate, the Prince of Shou, holed up in Yenzhou, continues to make a ruckus. Thus the matter of enriching the harem is being scrutinized closely by court officials. In the hall, Murong Ling and Murong Ling, both wearing expressions of grief and disbelief, knelt on the ground, while the crown prince sat to the side. To prevent the sacrifice of comrades, Lu Sai was overly certain that number 3 was aimed at coercing him into not harming Nanxi, forcing him into such a difficult choice. Meanwhile, Gong Shuaman did not believe Ning Zhuwei to be the type with a saintly heart. She did not appear to be so. If it were out of care for her classmates, then after being in school for so long, why had she never shown any concern for herself? At that moment, the room was only occupied by Rose and her, and they listened intently, truly not expecting the emperor to arrive that very afternoon. Initially, she had intended to use this to tease Li Mengmeng, but upon reconsideration, she thought it better to feign ignorance than to provoke her into anger. For He Chung, it initially boiled down to old master he valuing the child in her womb, and given his age, he too needed a child, which is why he married Xinxi. Even if they were demonic beasts, those who could become demon kings were not ordinary creatures. Their intelligence was exceedingly high, allowing them to grasp the situation in an instant. In the midst of silence, they once again audaciously began to inquire, expressing their restlessness over a new dish that had never evaded capture, awkwardly observing the scene. Once they entered the city, even if those individuals discovered Fu Jingxin, he would not fear. The city's complex terrain meant that at his speed, no one could chase him down. Additionally, due to the significant difference in height and build between him and the Taizong, there was no need for Lao Ba to accompany him. He could directly impersonate the Taizong. Upon arriving at the main courtyard, Qing Shu saw Madame Wu with red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried. Old Madame Wu appeared relatively composed, while others bore expressions of sorrow. Su Chang'an was unsure whether he wept for the tragic fate of the beloved girl, or for having slain his soon-to-die great-grandfather with a single sword strike. He merely felt that this mayor must be mad to commit such a heartless act, destroying all sense of morality. Yet, his daughter was overjoyed, rewarding her with 3 months' worth of wages upon returning. As her personal maid, she saw clearly that her young lady was quite fond of young Master Nya. Were it not for his past actions, one might genuinely believe that Dr. Wang spoke kind words out of trust. However, under the current circumstances, Lu Jin was acutely aware that Dr. Wang was clearly mocking him, a form of veiled high-level sarcasm. Nevertheless, she still found it intolerable to endure the grotesque and revolting visage of the wine barrel, burying her face directly into Ma Tianjiao's embrace. In truth, Mantong regretted that shortly after his son was born, he had gone to the capital. At that time, due to financial constraints, he did not bring the mother and child along, and then he squandered 13 years in the capital, failing to pass the imperial examination, causing his son to grow distant from him. Reflecting on the future, he spoke again, his expression filled with unwillingness. For now, I am willing to endure this. I have sacrificed so much and treated him well, yet do you not find such a person utterly disgusting? Such a flawless plan, along with his attempts to obfuscate the truth, will it still prove effective? Chapter 171. Dai Mubai rejects Tang San, a fierce woman at home. Since Zhou Yi has said as much, everyone has no choice but to disperse. Wang Dong'er pulls Lin Tianmeng aside and whispers, "Please, tell me in detail what exactly is going on. Did you not say you would return to the sect to deal with those evil soul masters? How did it suddenly turn into a battle with the emperor of the Xinglua Empire?" Wang Dong'er finds that there are few matters on this continent that elude her understanding. Yet here stands one perplexing situation. A spear, a long black spear, its tip glimmering with condensed spiritual energy, seemingly aimed to pierce through Yi Yushi's chest. In a fleeting moment, Qin Ruishi unleashes a fire attribute spell and a metal attribute spell in rapid succession, subsequently employing an earth attribute spell for defense, demonstrating remarkable proficiency with each type of magic. Observing the exquisite sandalwood box in her hands, she is filled with curiosity about its contents. With a sense of gratitude, she smiles brightly as she returns to her room. Luo Yunxi, seeing so many eager faces, feels a pang of conscience. It seems inconvenient to refuse. So she decides to take these individuals along. Hongli stifles a laugh internally, thinking that Chi Che is likely to be infuriated by this unexpected gem from the Feng family, to the point that he might even contemplate killing him. As the sword lights surrounding Yi Yushi grow denser in the image stone tablet, the elder finally directs some of his attention towards her. Yi's thoughts are indeed meticulous. Despite her earlier memory confusion, she reflects on past events and even unravels the doubts that arose after Yun Zichen hung up the phone. Lu Yi directly calls her father, while Ai Lian also contacts someone from the Shin family. "I am well aware of your intentions. There is no need for such deliberate statements." He speaks softly, his voice hoarse yet gentle. A mere extra seeks to become a true actor, yearning for the acknowledgement of their skills and to earn admiration through their own talents. Hence, everyone feels a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Nan's second son. After all, a happy comrade, Li means a more relaxed work environment for those beneath him. Qin Alfing's disappointment in her has reached its peak as he prepares a bowl of soup, his face contorted with difficulty as he struggles to lift his chopsticks. At that moment, he is far from enjoying a meal. He is merely trying to satiate his hunger with this barely palatable food. "Are you implying that the emperor himself spoke these words to you?" Li Er inquires with curiosity. For Li Yuan is not one to easily express his emotions. Yi Chun is taken aback. Since his rebirth, he has yet to witness the state of the poetry world here. Gradually, the surroundings grow quieter, with only a gentle breeze weaving through the strands of hair. As Xia Mo feels a powerful current flow into her palms, gradually permeating her entire body, rendering her lighter, almost as if she could float away like a hyacinth. What is there to be embarrassed about? At worst, you could find a good partner too. After all, isn't there one right beside you? Suamo chuckles, not having forgotten Lin Yu's affection for Ding Yan, which she has been discreetly guarding. She intentionally lowers her voice, speaking ominously, "Young Master Jun. Welcome to a 3-day hell tour. I too have just arrived in hell, and I ask for your guidance." She elongates her tone, awkwardly shifting her body. Her eyes fixated on Yin Ruojuan, devoid of any expression. On this lower tier, though tanks are scarce, each is a formidable armored vehicle, displaying impressive firepower. Nangong Ling advances step by step towards her, causing her to retreat in fear until she is backed against a tree, her panicked gaze locking onto his furious eyes. Struggling to catch her breath as her chest heaves. How did he find out? How could he possibly know? She had just claimed he was not the type to demand repayment. Yet here he is, precisely that kind of person. Chapter 172. Dare to curse me to death? Gu Yuna is enraged. They are merely here to participate in the competition. They cannot meddle in the grand affairs of the empire, as the academy will send someone to handle it. Xiao Yuhao, good morning. Lin Tianmeng walks out from Wang Dong'er's room, greeting Hui Yuhao with a refreshing demeanor. Hui Yuhao is exceedingly excited. "Brother Tianmeng, it truly aligns with what you said yesterday." He Bai and Dian Wei engage in a warm conversation. Learning that Dian Wei had previously helped eliminate a villain named Li Yong, who had once been the magistrate of Suyong, and was now wanted by the authorities. Dianwei had no choice but to hide with his wife and child. What do you mean? Gu Lingyan is momentarily taken aback, glancing at Han Yellen, sensing that there is more to her words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Yan, upon hearing such words, is slightly stunned, unable to comprehend their meaning. Such confidence. Do enlighten us as to why. The usually taciturn General Sang finally speaks. The entire family owes a debt of gratitude to Yi Shaowan for saving their lives. And with her previous remarks, it seems that Yi Shaowan might even consider having another child. Thus, early yesterday morning, Ho Chung gathered over 200 fierce bandits, taking advantage of the open city gates for the common folk, and launched a surprise attack on Langming County. The bandits rampaged through the town, especially humiliating the captured county magistrate and soldiers, targeting Hebai. This statement resonates within Chang Kong's heart, evoking an unusual sensation as he gazes into Liang Ping's profound eyes and sunken eye sockets, causing his expression to suddenly become numb, a chill running down his spine. Beneath it all, Benny's is merely a researcher. If tasked with discussing microorganisms, he could articulate endlessly. However, engaging in business negotiations poses a considerable challenge for him. Ever since her return, she has been waiting for someone from the Yi family to come and fetch her, yet no news has arrived. Tommy Coughlin listens to the board members' banter, feeling utterly helpless regarding the city government's request for casinos to conserve water. Do you know who I am? I am Chen Zihao, the eldest son of the Chen family in Jinling. Chen Zihao proclaims confidently, tilting his head back. If you refuse to speak, I would not mind slaughtering you all. Xiantian Xiangzuan declares sternly. How domineering. A mere second-tier cultivator can tear apart a hand formed from a ninth-tier earthly realm. Jiang Zian's soul trembles violently, her dark eyes shimmering with golden light, her vitality surging. This company is simply unmanageable. Does the man you are clinging to not grant you this privilege? Su Ning, seeing Su Qingye cease her explanations, assumes she is at fault, thus becoming even more provocatively arrogant. Xiangba stands 10 feet tall, with dark skin and a physique as robust as a water buffalo, wielding a massive iron hammer, having already ascended to the 9th tier of the earthly realm. Positioned at the pinnacle within the Chongqing sect, Changsun Chongqing rolls her eyes at Guichu, then turns to the anxious gazes of the others, feeling a warmth spread within her heart. The Songlong King stands frozen in place, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, devoid of the strength to flee. Yusheng silently glances at the flight attendant, accepting a cup of water and quietly murmuring thanks. The following morning, Su Xiling and Yuan Tiangang arrive at the training grounds, brimming with vigor, only to see the Yu family and Li Zongqing already assembling the troops from a distance. I stood behind Lu Ting for a while, observing her remarkably poor card skills, so abysmal that I could hardly bear to watch. Meanwhile, Yi Bai and Meng Bing remained fixated on the crevice. I informed them that I had already cast a spell before that fissure. Not only would intruders be detected, but even the slightest proximity would alert me. Chapter 173, Return to the Starry Forest. Gu Yuna and Bai Ji. Lin Tianmeng seemed devoid of any romantic sensibility, entirely oblivious to the implications in Wang Donger's words. Tianmeng, do try this. It's quite delicious. Xiao Xiao proactively served him a piece of meat from her lunchbox. After tasting it, Lin Tianmeng remarked, it truly is quite good, a faint smile gracing his lips. He gently raised his hand, his body gradually becoming transparent, and then slowly ascended from the realm of his heart, emerging from the confines of Qiao Xinglian's form. Now, having witnessed Zheng Yonghe's exceptional medical skills, a once dormant heart began to stir with renewed vigor. Previously, opportunities were scarce, but now, with a golden chance laid before him, failing to seize it would be a disservice to his princely identity. Brother Yu Bai, you haven't noticed either, Zhani said, entwining her arms around the man's neck. Her eyes closed as she nestled deeper, uncertain of her destination but unwilling to halt. He always carried it with him, yet had never partaken, knowing it was Zheng's painstaking effort. Since it was claimed to be a life-saving remedy, it certainly should not be consumed carelessly like candy. Thus, without further thought, he took it out to give to Shi Ning. Should it prove successful, Zheng's contributions would be invaluable. Xin Yan fell silent, handing over Hua Feng's lifeless body to Wu Wuzhua, who was surely guarded by others nearby. This honest fellow only knew how to examine corpses, and upon discovering an issue, he rushed to the Dali Temple without regard for anything else. Otherwise, he would have silenced the matter entirely. In March of the same year, Zhu Wen decisively defeated Huang Chao at Wangmandu, with Huang Chao's subordinates, Li Tang, Gu Songzhou, Yang Neng, Hua Siyuan, Zhang Giba, Zhang Guo, and Zhang Guobian, all surrendering to Zhu Wan. Lao Tao raised his eyes to the heavens, his face taut, maintaining a facade of composure. Fearful that should a smile of triumph escape him, he would be immediately cast aside. The introduction was straightforward, yet Feng Zheng was left utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the significance of the three-life Zen staff. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Zilong flipped his right foot, sending a stone hurtling through the air, striking that man's head with pinpoint accuracy. A resounding thud echoed, and the man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed limply. All matters are pending. Let Lord Jiang Haoyuan, Duke of the Protectorate, serve as a witness. Pity the Sun family, left with orphans and widows. Whenever difficulties arise, may Brother Jiang extend his assistance. The handwriting became increasingly chaotic towards the end, suggesting that Sun Chongfu wrote the letter alone in the stillness of the night. Inevitably overwhelmed by sorrow and unable to control his emotions, Xie Qiuling and Boris's sedan also halted at the restaurant's entrance. Boris slicked back his hair with pomade and donned black sunglasses, instantly embodying a theatrical flair. After the village chief swallowed the meat, he suddenly murmured, his entire body swelling dramatically, purple fur emanating from his skin. At this point, Hao Jinfeng was utterly stunned. Body mutation? What does that even mean? The malevolent spirit orb was engulfed by a liquid black substance, which then receded back into Luosha's body, signifying that Luosha was now carrying the malevolent spirit orb with him. Yeleman was lifted by the fierce wind, soaring into the air to gaze down upon Xie Qiuling, who was also looking up at him. Lan Wu accelerated once more with terrifying speed, her figure weaving through the void, unleashing waves of blinding radiance that struck the black dragon's form. Her delicate features were partially obscured by darkness, like a fine black veil, mysterious and elegant. Her deep black eyes looking down with a nonchalant expression as if she found nothing remarkable in her actions. According to the rules, the cosmic spirit orb and the purple gem within rightfully belong to me. Peter Quill, have you forgotten our agreement? Yondu, accompanied by the Ravagers, appeared here, joining the fray for the power gem. Chapter 174. Deceiving Purple G, do you dare to desecrate the Master? Starry Forest, Core Zone. Upon returning here, Lin Tianmeng felt a subtle shift within his heart. Yet, he was not the one experiencing the most profound change. It was Bai Ji. Having lived in the Starry Forest for hundreds of thousands of years, she never anticipated she would one day depart from this place. Zhang Xiong secretly relished the moment. Lin Ye's statement saved him considerable effort, eliminating the need for any further instigation. Of course, the man did not forget his primary purpose for confronting others, to eliminate Luo Yi and his companions, so he took action. Man mused. Establishing a cafeteria here would simultaneously enhance the player's nutritional intake and eliminate the time spent shuttling back and forth to the school cafeteria. However, an unexpected scene unfolded when Xian Hui just placed a piece, and Jiaying promptly followed suit with another. It was imperative to ascertain who had eliminated Rothas. After all, the individual capable of taking down Rothas in the sea warranted utmost caution. The school's allocation is not dictated, but rather a mutual selection process. Essentially a negotiation between the school and employers to introduce students based on their majors and prospective employers, allowing them to secure positions after evaluation. Secondly, given that an earthquake had just occurred, it was certain that order in Tangshan would be chaotic, raising concerns for Xiaji's safety. Gung Haosher gazed blankly at the tissue, exhaling a sigh of relief within. At last, it has been retrieved. Ling Lan observed that Jiang Fenghua had found a hiding spot, so she stepped back to a safe distance, preparing to use the stone for a feint. Yes, but you must arrange the most extravagant wedding banquet for Luo Shi. Furthermore, if you wish to call me father, you must first defeat me to earn that right. The goddess Luo had vanished. However, what brought me joy now was that Chu Yi had officially joined the fray. With her assistance, the plans between me and Sister Liang would proceed more smoothly. With that thought, I made my way to the office to find Sister Liang. This is my regular report for hospital checkups and treatments. His wife produced a stack of reports, further convincing her husband, who finally realized he had misunderstood her. After hearing their conversation, Dong Ling suddenly comprehended. So Bai Wantian was after their formula? Yet, she found it puzzling. As Bai Jiarong had mentioned, they did not run a pharmacy. The organizing committee had granted Jean Pinyuan a favor. When Sanjiro and others came to lodge complaints, they directly rebuffed them using Jean Pinyuan's claims. With a loud clap, the lights in the corridor went out completely, leaving only the green safety light at the stairwell aglow in the dim hallway. However, given Tony's rapid updates over the course of a month, these hardly seemed outdated. He had refrained from using them previously due to the system being hacked. I truly don't know, Auntie, I have no idea. Shishi's words were clearly unconvincing. How could a man who had previously interacted with him possibly be unaware of his name? The proprietress understood that Shishi was still reluctant to reveal the truth. With a sigh, she ceased her inquiries. Abin felt somewhat perplexed, saying, Brother Chong, what are you talking about? Did you order a male escort today? The breathtaking scenery elicits a sigh from her. She understands that having already immersed herself in the treacherous intrigues of the court, he is bound to harbor ambitions. Moreover, his past experiences will undoubtedly exert a significant influence on his sentiments. The news from Wei Lan, rather than instilling hope in Li Jie, only serves to further entangle his heart in confusion. The cane strikes the ground, producing a soft thud as Yihuan leans on it while walking, exuding a certain aura reminiscent of the notorious gang leader Du Yueshing. Chapter 175, A Stunning Battle. Ziji's Betrayal. His objective is to vanquish Di Tian and subdue Ziji. Should he succeed in defeating Di Tian, the starry Great Forest will, in due time, resemble the far northern lands, becoming the territory of Lin Tianmeng. Thus, Lin Tianmeng refrains from holding back, unleashing his most potent soul technique. Ji, assist me. Initially, the old man was quite displeased, believing that Yin Fan was overstepping his bounds. Had it not been for his precarious situation, he would have certainly made Yin Fan pay. Aunt Wu's illness was something Luo Miling was somewhat aware of. If treated at a major hospital, surgery would be necessary, yet surgery carries risks, and even the hospital cannot guarantee success. Su Jin merely gazes calmly ahead. The graveyard, under the sun, exudes an aura of gloom. This heavy atmosphere leaves Su Jin at a loss for words, as her heart feels equally burdened. Yang Guozhong's face, resembling a chrysanthemum, is etched with frost, and his gaze upon Tang Gu is now laced with murderous intent. The remaining individuals tremble in fear, too intimidated to utter another word, as if dreading to provoke the esteemed one, fearing they might be next. During Gu Linfeng's hospitalization, Lin Xia endured an excruciating dual torment of body and spirit, as she had to remain perpetually prepared for the absurd and unreasonable demands that Gu Linfeng might present. Upon noticing the entrance of students, the male teachers deliberately averted their gazes, adopting an appearance of upright gentlemen as they perused their lesson plans. Curiosity began to stir within me. What had Changgu said to Lin Tao that instilled such fear in them? Uncle Lin and my father share a brotherly bond. Lin Xia felt an inexplicable swell of pride. The man, clad in white, stands approximately 1.7 meters tall. While not conventionally handsome, he possesses an inexplicable air of wickedness. His name is Kalabi, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from Yunin Village. Currently, he is cultivating in the Cloud Thunder Gorge, where mountains rise and fall like waves. Unbidden, memories of my academic research surfaced. My primary focus is the study of consciousness in artificial intelligence. Turning away in dejection, I concealed the flicker of disappointment in my eyes. I did not wish to intrude upon her tranquil moments with the stone. After all, my presence felt superfluous, did it not? Extracting these resources is a monumental endeavor. The base has allocated a substantial workforce for this task. From exploration to extraction and transportation, they have established a comprehensive and mature service. Upon seeing Ryan, despite their ignorance of the celestial anomalies, the presence of their lord rendered them assured that all would be well. Shortly thereafter, Lord Baolai approached His Majesty and whispered something, causing the Emperor's smile to vanish in an instant. With a mere lift of his hand, the music ceased abruptly and the dancers retreated. The atmosphere in the hall became tense with confusion as everyone observed the Emperor's grim countenance, rendered mute with fear. The release of the Bobby robot was a timely distraction, sparing them the discomfort of deciphering Gugu's mood, thus securing their unwavering support. This was the first impression Wang Yu had of Shi Huanxue. It remained uncertain whether the poetic lines referred to the peach blossoms or the beauty beneath the peach tree. Then I shall say that these pastries are a gift from my home for the elders, Shi Huanxue remarked as her sister urged her forward. As long as you have that thought, I shall take care of the rest. All I need to do is gather evidence of Scar's crimes. Is that not so? Li Hao impulsively declared, deeply wounded by Zhai Feng's earlier words which had struck a blow to his pride. Liar intended to extract Feier's blood to concoct an antidote for Siener. If this continued, the child within Feier would inevitably be lost. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at Shangwan Hongye, knowing her son to be notoriously obstinate, and decided to reveal everything to him, for he would eventually need to know. Chapter 176. Are you willing to inherit the position of the deity? Di Tian is defeated. A brilliant radiance suddenly manifested before Lin Tianmeng. This is... Gu Yuna widened her eyes. Such brilliance only appears when one is chosen by the divine. Bai Ji and Ziji were equally astonished. But the one most taken aback was Di Tian, who had cultivated for 80 years. In that moment, Ji was rendered speechless. And as the hidden symbol on her body turned to ashes, the essence of life within her suddenly grew cold, swept away by the wind. Yet, this upgrade did not yield the exclusive techniques of a slave master. Perhaps this was the reason for the relatively brief duration of the upgrade. Consequently, one could only go in circles, relentlessly pursuing Hezive, who was growing increasingly disoriented, sustaining several wounds yet refusing to relent. The brown wooden beads, enveloped in a layer of golden light, bore a character that appeared not carved but rather inherent. With the necessary weaponry at his disposal, Shi Zun could not contend with Shi Jian, and any attempt to force a confrontation would lead to nothing but futility. Regarding the terrifying killing intent that sent shivers through the soul, Chun Xian remained ever vigilant, the guardian seal suspended above his primordial spirit, casting spectral light and enveloping his essence, leaving no room for opportunity. At this moment, the tremors in the area had not yet subsided. Yet Mo Yuqing could no longer contain himself. His eyes, now suffused with a blood-red murderous intent, propelled him forward. He was an elemental wind wielder, and his speed was his greatest advantage. Hong Do nodded, issuing commands via radio, and in the next instant, a cacophony erupted behind the guiding shinobi, followed by the sudden appearance of a large display screen before all. With this thought, he became increasingly convinced that the sword madman had merely encountered misfortune, hastily retreating, fearing that should the sword madman learn he had brought him a rival, he might well turn his wrath upon him. The colossal shadow belonged to Onyxia, who descended immediately after Thrall departed from Garrosh and the others. Richard harbored a lingering sense of unease. If DeLuca dared to withdraw her reinforcements, she must possess a new trump card. But what could it possibly be? Yi Tan, however, marveled at the elder's appetite. Was it not said that the elderly require less sustenance? Clearly, this adage did not apply to him. With heads thrust into the muzzle of the opponent's gun, what right did they have to negotiate? Lei Jingyun was perceptive enough to relinquish his bow into the snow. Lei Jingyu, seemingly dissatisfied, scoffed and tossed aside his steel spear. Those 3 brief words encapsulated all of Arthas's emotions. Jaina gazed at Arthas, unable to accept his request. Subsequently, one astonishing ID after another began to emerge into the public eye. Vieri was a prominent figure. He had once been the king of Miatsa, and in fact, during the summer, Trapani had extended a significant offer to invite him. Thus, to forcibly breach this barrier, especially with Dustin's father still sealed within, and in opposition to the Extinction Star, Ares' actions would be tantamount to patricide. In an effort to avoid extravagance and the discontent of others, Zhang Zhao declined the welcoming party proposed by Li Zijing. Although he could have leveraged his advantages to gain certain benefits, he understood the necessity of subtlety. After all, as the base expanded and personnel increased, a diverse array of individuals would invariably bring forth a multitude of challenges. This situation can be likened to a well. The water within, initially murky, becomes clear and sweet once drawn out. Step back. The third prince, wary of the ghostly beast's potential resurgence, commanded his men to create distance and prepare for defense. Chapter 177, Marrying Ziji, Granting Freedom to Guyu Na, the once mighty beast god. The supreme among the 10 ferocious beasts and the sovereign of the Star Do Forest, Emperor Tian, has now fallen. Lin Tianmeng returned victorious. The astonishment in Ziji's eyes was palpable. She seemed almost incredulous that the once indomitable Emperor Tian had met his end today, in this unremarkable place. Evidently, the Galaxy Private League was concealing treasures. One might say their coach, Wang Bo, was of a caliber akin to an SSS-level player. Yet, to see such an extraordinary figure remain composed on the sidelines, either meant he was playing coy or had a strategy for the final moments. Prince Yuan paused momentarily at this thought. Du Zipping scoffed, "This matter bears no relevance to me. Very well, I shall relay what I have observed. You may ponder it at your leisure." He proceeded to disclose the apparent plot to ambush Mihu. At that moment, the malevolent spirit, realizing its predicament, found half its head ensnared within the nether lotus. The figure in the azure robe rejoiced, only to be caught off guard as the cave began to tremble violently. Peering through the barrier, he cursed under his breath, astonished that these individuals possessed forbidden-breaking talismans, hastily diverting his energy to reinforce the barrier. According to the original plan, Huang Fusong personally led the troops to confront the enemy head-on, both to draw their attention and to keep them off balance, while Cao Cao and Su Gui lay in ambush on the flanks, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Feng Yan'ai slowly turned, his expression devoid of emotion as it fell upon a dashing young man at the forefront. Even if the creature had been altered by a necromancer to possess the strength of a novice swordsman, he would not have regarded it with concern. All eyes were fixated on the erupting alchemical furnace and the swirling vapors of elixirs. It was only natural to be drawn to the furnace itself. He Yongyan's assault remained ferocious, painting the sky with flames, sharp blades of fire rippling through the air, saturated with lethal intent. Chowka followed suit, first consuming the awakening pill, then seizing a water jug from the table, downing several gulps to facilitate the pill's absorption, after which he plopped down onto Baifan's bed. Emotion surged. "I shall undoubtedly accomplish this task. I shall establish an extraordinary legacy. Why has there been no word from the entire group? Could it be that someone leaked information? Were they ambushed?" As he spoke, Tian Ermio closed his eyes, reopening them to witness a shift among the 30-odd individuals before him. Yen Chong and Su Wanner collapsed, propping themselves with their palms, their expressions revealing trepidation at Bei Qinfeng's hesitant demeanor. "Rest assured, even if the King of Heaven were to knock at my door, I would not admit him." Old Wei understood the gravity of the situation and, eschewing jest, replied solemnly. The sound of slicing air echoed relentlessly, crimson sword lights flickering, each strike cleaving through the atmosphere, weaving a dense web of lethal intent. Our magic circle requires the combination of the 4 elements, wind, fire, water, and earth, to form the 5th element, holy light. We will then utilize these 5 elements to activate the magic circle against the demon within him, Bai Lily explained at that moment. Duan Yingjun observed the deeply furrowed brow of Tian Ermio, sensing a pang of unease within him. Nearby, 4 individuals sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Previously uncertain about whether their master had encountered difficulties, Tian Ermio contemplated the use of the spirit vine. A thunderous bolt of lightning suddenly descended, striking the cosmic god king, whose formidable physique, renowned throughout the universe, was utterly obliterated by the sheer force, scattering his soul into fragments that drifted amid the turbulent void. Chapter 178. Visiting Zhu Lu, the tug-of-war between Cui Yiji and Wang Donger. This is for the best, she remarked. Though Gu Yuna was an unpredictable variable. With Lin Tianmeng having returned her, further discussion seemed futile. Acceptance appeared the more prudent course. Lin Tianmeng lingered a while longer, conversing with the Snow Empress and playfully engaging with Xiao Ning, until Zhou Yi ushered him away. This fellow can actually speak. Xiao Dao marveled internally, though his expression remained unchanged. What if I decline? He replied in a tone as casual as ever, fully aware that the other could hear him. Lin Yu emerged from the snow, refraining from summoning his external avatar, instead consolidating all his vitality, manifesting the ultimate explosive force of his corporeal form. Lin Yu nodded and then greeted the others. Mu Jian and the rest breathed a sigh of relief, while Yi Mingyue burst into tears in Lin Yu's embrace. Their bond growing even closer, which often provoked fierce glares from Qingqing directed at Lin Yu. To be the sole participant from the alchemy domain. It seems Brother Lin's mastery in alchemy is unparalleled, Lu Wuxin remarked, clearly deducing that Lin Yu's true strength lay not in cultivation, but in alchemy. Upon releasing the dam, the 2 insects faced off, incessantly probing one another with their antennae, indicating their comparable levels. The Cyclops dragon sensed the strength of its opponent, particularly noting a bone fawn, of the finest quality, as hard and white as ivory. Instinctively, Xiao Dao executed a swift roll to evade. Only to realize too late that the gaseous serpent posed no offensive threat, he silently chastised himself for his oversight. Seizing the opportunity, the gaseous serpent, accompanied by mocking laughter, surged past Xiao Dao. However, after a brief skirmish with the shadow creatures and the Amadas, another squadron emerged. Wen Yiming nodded in agreement. Zhai Jianmen and Huang Xiandong were kindred spirits. After all, not everyone was a billionaire with excess wealth to hide. Collecting items is a process of discerning the genuine from the false, constantly evolving and renewing. As one's self-cultivation and aesthetic taste improved, one's perspective naturally shifted. Liao, do you know why Ipatian named his mercenary group the Ghost-Faced Serpent? Delay emerged from the carriage, leaning against the doorframe as he inquired of Liao. Could it be that the inventor of the anti-cancer miracle drug and super antibodies is him? You must be mistaken. He seems rather young. How old is he? Has he weaned yet? The young man, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled and tossed the chessboard into the air, watching it trace a path before vanishing from sight. Zhu Yuanlong sat in deep contemplation within the cave, as the very fabric of reality trembled. His mystical arts resonated with the heavens, his corporeal form communing with the cosmos. Unforced, he and the universe became one. With each step he took, it felt as if he was embodying profound truths of the mystical arts. As if merging with the forces of the world, his true essence flowing like the vital energies of the cosmos. However, Long Songhai was unable to fully unleash the true power of the Qi Wang Holy Grail, which could only mitigate the onslaught of the four-legged, two-headed demon dragon's dark light and magic orbs, failing to completely withstand the assault, producing a resounding echo. Suddenly, a surge of wrath clouded Gu Zifeng's vision, causing him to overlook the name, Tang Ning, inscribed beneath the invitation. A burst of crimson light erupted, revealing countless shadows of gods and demons, accompanied by a colossal crimson blade, shattering the void as it collided with the sword light. Ing Zheng was momentarily taken aback, arriving in this world. He was greeted by the matchmaker, who was the first to naturally address him by his true name. This evoked a sensation that was both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. Yet it granted him a fleeting sense of living authentically in his own identity. Here lay 3 Xianjindan, which might prove useful to you. Tian Shuizi tossed a vial towards him. Observing her hopeful gaze and the innocent, endearing expression on her face, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Although he had yet to devise a solid plan, he felt no trace of anxiety within. Chapter 179. Unmasking Wang Qiuer's identity, Tang San's good deed. Wang Donger was infuriated. You are clearly an impostor. Wang Xiu'er stood there, silently observing them, before unleashing her golden dragon martial soul. A golden radiance enveloped her as the golden dragon spear manifested in her grasp. Golden dragon martial soul. As Chu Yao retraced his steps, he pondered over Chu Yi's peculiar demeanor. She had clearly called out to him as if to speak, yet upon turning to face her, she fell silent, merely uttering a few polite phrases before dismissing him. Witnessing the monsters seemingly frozen in place, the crowd from Longhu Mountain couldn't help but marvel. Rest assured, the Hall Master. I have already dispatched someone to interrogate him. I believe prying open his lips is merely a matter of time, Cheng Yin assured with great confidence. It was a rather strange sensation, although in reality, Yu Ling owed her nothing. He could not shake off the deep-seated guilt that lingered within. Years ago, even when he sought to use Zhou Shiyun's moonstone at the Illusion Moon Spring, she had refused. Yet today, she had voluntarily presented the moonstone. Indicating that this was no mere transaction, Li Xiao understood that his sister had likely developed genuine feelings. Just as Yun Patian was about to turn around to ascertain the situation, it was already too late. The force concentrated in his previous punch was considerable. In an instant, the power in Yun Patian's arm was entirely drained. Had Qing Huan known that the assailants targeting Gu Wangqian were not only Gu Jiangnan, but also several esteemed elders from the three major celestial sects, she would likely have reconsidered her thoughts. Similarly, Lu Guowei was in a precarious position. Having lost his cultivation, he was merely a commander in this contest at best. If Yu Ling recalled correctly, he had been unconscious by the underground river's edge, a rather unsafe locale, under normal circumstances. He should have been discovered by the Sha Han clan long ago. With a command from the leading elder, the cloud ship's power source surged forth, darting towards the heart of the Zonglong Valley like an arrow released from its bowstring. The matter of demolition was something people engaged in daily across the nation. Although various modes existed, they could essentially be distilled into two types, violent and gentle. As for his identity, it had been thoroughly cleansed. The master of Mandala had perished, and he was now simply Su Xiangning. From an initial group of nearly 100, village leaders joined in, followed by local militias and the able-bodied laborers from various villages. Within 2 days, the strike team expanded to nearly 10,000. Gu Pingxing's gaze was penetrating, fixated intently on Wen Jixia, causing her to choke on the words that had nearly escaped her lips, and after a prolonged pause, she remained silent. Director Tian, this year's circumstances are unpredictable. We shall only know the outcome when the time comes. There is nothing to be concerned about regarding the countermeasures in Huairan Town. We ought to take a break and enjoy a holiday, Yang Zixin stated deliberately. The doctor, noticing him follow out, succinctly explained the schedule for the 4 drips and dietary considerations over the past few days. Likewise, in Zhou Rulan's heart, she had already foreseen the repercussions of today's upheaval. In fact, she had even prepared herself to relinquish the clinic. After their meal, Yin Tongyan incessantly conversed with Su Luoluo, who merely responded absent-mindedly. Her mind occupied with thoughts of escape. Max had no qualms about his conscience regarding her. However, he felt a tinge of shame knowing that Ruth was being manipulated from behind the scenes, merely a tool to utilize Max for achieving her ends. At the mention of this name, Lan Yu felt every hair on her body stand on end, nervously glancing at her mistress. Chapter 180. The Demon Soul Great White Shark Princess, by Xiuxiu. However, Lin Tianmeng did not anticipate that upon arriving at the ocean floor, the first being he would encounter was not the mermaid princess, Leah, but the newly transformed Demon Soul Great White Shark Princess, by Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu was deeply enamored with the human world. She transformed into human form in hopes of leaving the deep sea to experience the splendor of humanity. Old Fox, Lu Bian silently scoffed, aware that their camaraderie had not reached such a level. Lu Yu would not easily express his sentiments. Upon returning home, Yi Xuanji washed his hair and styled it in a youthful, vibrant manner, dressed in freshly bought shorts and a polo shirt. He carried a fruit basket he had purchased on the way to Li Bingqing's house. Prepare for battle. In groups of 3, combat formation. Reagan heard Meng Xing's command, his body bristling with tension as he shouted, issuing the battle orders. The unparalleled prodigy of the demon race, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, perished on the Phoenix Star No. 2 arena, bearing his secrets and hidden talents. He sought to gain an advantage, even going so far as to notify himself in advance. How could such brazen audacity exist in this world? It would be better to eliminate him. As for the entrance to the Imperial Human Secret Repository, it was situated atop the Miao Miao Peak. It was likely that the Miao Miao Sword sect chose this location due to the repository's significance. The consensus deemed this strategy unfeasible. Upon seeing the principal encouraging him to voice his thoughts, Pang Tong stepped forward to garner some favorable impressions. In the absence of the elder, the Huang family could only be represented by the elder's 3 sons. Remaining here for others was unnecessary and cumbersome. The old steward, wise in his years, understood that Huang Tian had previously bided his time for reinforcements. Now, it was time to take decisive action. We have devised numerous plans to deal with you. Should you perish today at the hands of our three sects joining forces, it would not be a disgrace. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Kunchi could not help but comment, a smirk playing on his lips. Tang Xinyuan thought, whether one enemy or four, they remained adversaries. After all, her dragon uncle was formidable. A grand table was laden with 12 dishes and 2 large bowls of rice, most of which found their way into Lin Mu's stomach. At the center of the grand formation lay the true lethal strike of the magic array. But this could hardly escape Qian Ling's perceptive abilities. Blinking rapidly, she realized that indeed, bizarre training begets bizarre results. The combat ineptitude of 3 months prior could now face her with a fighting chance. Would you care to place your hands on your hips? She heard her voice, fragile and on the brink of shattering, filled with despair. The words of Situ sure left all those in the Gi mansion astounded. They too began to surmise that if Lin Chongqing could outmatch everyone, it indicated that the opponent's strength was on par with that of the ancestor. The divine weapon in Tilmasia's grasp was one of the 10 ancient divine weapons feared by demons, the Blood Shadow, a tool for slaying them. Not to mention the cultivators who had achieved the essence Qi realm. Even those who had merely completed the 5th stage of the blood washing could sense external dangers with remarkable acuity. However, this hospital is not limited to just this one patient. There are countless others in similar predicaments. And we must certainly strive to alleviate their suffering to the best of our abilities. Who are you? Do not pull me. A multitude of armed personnel has arrived at the village entrance, and I must hasten there. Should I delay, I would be remiss. The man spoke urgently, panting heavily, his demeanor reflecting an intense sense of urgency. Afraid of snakes? It suddenly dawned on Lei Xian that she had previously witnessed Feng Xian leading numerous shadow guards throughout the royal residence in the back mountain, capturing snakes one by one. It was all due to Miss Ling's fear of them, prompting the prince to issue such orders. The Shura sword in his hand seemed to sense Lu Chengfeng's murderous intent. The originally pristine white blade turned a deep crimson, as though drenched in blood, enveloped in a sinister aura. Chapter 181, Marrying Princess Lia, by Xiuxiu followed suit. There is no need to elaborate on the formidable mental prowess of Lin Tianmeng. The mermaid Princess Lia's soul had been tainted by the soul-forging techniques of the malevolent soul master, leaving her to drift aimlessly. He stood still for only a brief moment before addressing Lia. Princess Lia, I shall now infuse my mental energy into your consciousness to examine the state of your spiritual sea. This seating arrangement resembled the last 2 seats in a 7-seater SUV, akin to mere benches, devoid of any comfort. It seems this task is indeed quite urgent. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Lu Chen to board a cargo plane. The computer was situated in a hotel not far from the overpass, indicating that when Jianhu also resided there. It is always others who are unaware of the actual circumstances, and this particular figure is indeed what they desire. However, it is merely a matter of processing this information, as it is not just a matter of time concerning the food situation. Lu Xingxue observed with disdain. Her abilities were unimpressive, her status lacking, yet her ambitions soared high. Noticing Ban Tian and Gue Su's capitulation, she showed no inclination to follow suit, instead scoffing and distancing herself slightly from them. The colossal rock spears struck their targets, yet those aimed at the toothy beast shattered upon impact. The beast, in turn, opened its 3-pronged maw and unleashed a torrent of venom toward Wang Bo, then twisted its massive body, utilizing its 8 claws to burrow back into the ground. Since our stakeholders have arrived, let the board meeting of the Mu Group officially commence. Mu Tian chuckled. Despite the scorpion's deep-seated hatred for the Okamoto family, he found himself struggling to contain the urge to unleash a massacre that night. However, Chu Yun's words were a command he could not defy, leaving him with a sullen countenance as he acquiesced. Tang Zeng and the others approached the cave, acutely aware of the ominous atmosphere enveloping the space, even hearing the chilling winds whistling from within. Although Wang Yuan appeared sincere, merely desiring the transmission of a breathing technique was woefully insufficient. As a close friend of Guijia, Shizhong understood that Guijia intended to use himself as bait to lure Sima Yi into a full frontal assault. Upon hearing this, Li Mur felt a surge of joy, realizing he must wish for her peace of mind at Qianqing Palace, thus finding someone willing to assist her. Could it be that Meng Biu had lived multiple lifetimes, hence his awareness of her and Gu Xiaojun, knowing so many intricacies? Just then, a fervent shout echoed from ahead. Lin Miao instinctively looked up while steadying himself against a tree trunk, only to see Asano Mirai had unexpectedly dashed to the front of the combined beast, arms outstretched as he shouted at it. Look at this photograph, Commander. This was just taken from the helicopter. The responsible party produced a photo. He Ning observed the scene with a heavy heart, yet made no effort to dissuade Tang Li from participating or to encourage him to rest. She knew he would never comply, especially given the immense burden he bore. He would likely remain restless even if forced to take a break. CMO stood protectively beside Yin Wu, remaining still, yet after a considerable time had passed, no unusual events transpired. The two teams for the finals were determined. The defending champions, the Philadelphia 76ers, faced off against the season's dark horse, the Golden State Warriors. A matchup that appeared anything but evenly matched. Upon entering the courtyard, the two displayed utmost reverence, performing a semblance of a moon worship ritual, burning moonlight paper before sitting down to drink with Qianfu. Chapter 182. Harvesting wool in the setting sun forest. Yu Yu weeps from the shearing. Before heading to Shrek Academy, Lin Tianmeng had another destination in mind, the setting sun forest. He yearned for the fragrant Yuxiang Chilua celestial product, the fiery apricot blossoms, and the octagonal mysterious ice grass. Thus, Bai Xiuxiu and Lia parted ways with the Tianmeng family, where Lin Tianmeng entrusted Tangya to take good care of Lia. Astonished, she lifted her head, only to see a large hand gripping the other end of the blanket. The pressure of her teeth biting her lip intensified. This man, it turns out, can exhibit tenderness. Alas, whenever he is involved, her life turns chaotic. As long as one understands why the other party proposed to terminate the contract, negotiations with A.O. Tian may still proceed. Have I crossed over once more? Zhang Nin gazed in bewilderment at everything before him, questioning why it had been agreed that Cui Xiao would remarry, yet suddenly, he found himself in this situation. Zhang Nin was utterly confounded. Suddenly, a remarkable airflow gathered around Lin Shan, as if an invisible force were emanating from him. Yu Yin needed no guidance. She merely observed her character step forward, autonomously diagnosing Qing Wan, perfectly in line with the plot. Upon hearing this, Yu Shanhao's lips twitched involuntarily. For reasons unknown, a chill crept up her neck when she recalled Lin Hao's final smile, an ominous sensation washing over her. Adams indeed had little association with the terrorists. His animosity was directed solely toward Jun Yao. When he exited the city of sin, he bore no hatred, only wishing that Jun Yao would take him away from this desolate place. Yet Jun Yao had no such intentions, instead insisting he remain to keep watch over the mine. This explains the agony endured by the tall, slender figure. The relentless torment stemming from damaged veins and a shattered soul was unbearable. Nalan Luchuan, it seems. Even Mo. Qianhan harbors fears. It appears that Nalan Luchuan is no ordinary character. If Hua Wuye truly hails from the Xuanshan kingdom, then Mo. Qianhan's concerns are certainly justified. TSK, with him around, even someone like Nalan Luchuan must be quite a headache. Anderson extended his hand, and the man beside him presented a pair of black-framed glasses with both hands. Anderson took the glasses, donned them, and adjusted the frame. A shadow flickering in his gaze behind the lenses. She felt gratitude, yet could not shake a tinge of suspicion. After all, she was merely a new intern. Why did the supervisor treat her so differently? It seemed that both Aunt Sue and Aunt Lu were aware of the child's exchange. Lu Yiqing had instructed Gu Jie to inform them to act as if they were unaware of the child's replacement, regardless of what transpired. Qin Yin noticed her anxiety and offered a few comforting words, which proved ineffective, so she simply pulled her in front of the dressing mirror to show her reflection. In purely theoretical discussions, he could still keep up, but now that the topic veered into the realm of the divine, he resolved to listen solely to Luo Yi. In truth, regardless of the nature of the concubines entering the manor before, none had ever truly remained. Rumors soon circulated, speculating that Feng Junqiu was a man of unorthodox inclinations. Huang Shanshan was rebuffed by Qin Yin, and thus sought to linger at the Qin residence. However, with the company's stocks plummeting and business suffering significant losses, there was no longer a need for such an abundance of models, leading to Huang Shanshan's dismissal. The Princess of Jing merely assumed he had always disliked discussing the matter of their betrothal, and so she chose silence. Yet, with a belly full of pent-up frustration, she glanced back at Xiaoyan. Zhou Hui inhaled deeply, utilizing a grip from the Savage series to shatter the crystal into fragments. Duan Donghe pointed forward, causing the ground in the center of the corridor to tremble and then part, revealing a luminous pillar radiating colorful light. Gu Pingxing made his appearance at the school when the results were announced, and the mathematics teacher summoned him to the office. However, gazing at him, they were at a loss as to whether to scold or praise him. Chapter 183, the grand finale. Tang San has met his demise. Lin Tianmeng took away all that he could before departing from the setting sun forest, leaving only Yu Yu and others to weep silently in his absence. Where shall we go now? Bai Xiuxiu asked gleefully, having witnessed the diversity of species. It turned out that plants could cultivate for 100,000 years as well. As Yi Linglan pushed open the door, she was immediately enveloped by a shadow, and in the next moment, she found herself firmly pinned against the wall, her lips covered by a palm. It's me. The man's voice was strained, and it was only then that Yi Linglan realized it was Yi Xiao. Upon opening a message from Shinsusu, she was startled to find a photo of Shinsusu's face, causing her to tremble and drop her phone onto the bed. Let us not discuss this matter. Emperor Su waved his hand dismissively, sitting up slightly. The construction of the Chengtian platform was of utmost importance. He was increasingly uncertain about his health, which seemed to be deteriorating. If the platform could be completed sooner, he might receive enlightenment from the immortals sooner as well. Yet, at present, not only was he unable to capture Tang Mingho, but he also risked alerting them, making it uncertain when he would finally seize their missteps. In truth, even Eunuch Lu was perplexed as to when his wariness towards Yun Yueshi had transformed into a willingness to devise plans for her benefit. Yun Chu's eyes darted around. She could not very well express to her current child husband her intent to seek out her lover, merely claiming curiosity to take a stroll. Yun Chu smiled, reminding herself not to cry. She bit her lip tightly, determined not to weep, believing that everything would eventually pass. Yet, tears betrayed her, cascading down as she trembled violently. In her contemplation, Gu Wanwan had already arrived at Yin Wushuang's door and knocked several times, only to be met with silence from within. Meanwhile, Ruan Qingjun dared not delay, striving to allow the Empress Dowager to sleep a little longer, as she could not guarantee that the next time she awoke, it would be Ouyang Yunhua. Thus, the best course of action was to return to the capital with Ouyang Yunhua and seek assistance from Ouyang Haoshuan and Yun Yueshi. That's impossible. The young master would never do such a thing. Su Tai exclaimed, suddenly agitated. Young mistress. The young master is not just the heir of the Lu family. He abruptly noticed a fleeting shadow outside the door and hastily halted his words, setting aside all else. It was difficult not to be fond of such an adorable child, plump and fair, especially those expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes, truly enchanting. The orange blossoms on the Huazhou orange trees were capable of curing asthma, a discovery attributed to Fan Ziyu during the Northern Song dynasty. Otherwise, the two princesses would not have met their untimely demise. Rather than requesting to stay here, it seemed he was determined to spend the night. She immediately felt she had invited trouble upon herself. Before she could seek their assistance, they had already come knocking. Situ Sheng sighed. How many are there? That fellow has brought them all, but they're likely unnecessary with this girl around. The ghost will only end up on the receiving end of a beating. Murong Shang and Nangong Dai were unaware and dared not voice their thoughts, while Mu Yunsu and Feng Lingjue were equally perplexed about what kind of scheme Dongfang Lin was concocting, and for a moment, no one spoke. A heavy atmosphere settling in the room. Xiao Yu curtsied to each of the four, and with their presence, the Yang siblings ceased their hostilities. Crimson blood surged forth, inciting the poisonous insects, snakes, and toads to become frenzied, as if they had been invigorated, all rushing towards Yi Shao. Just as their lips met, Ji Tiantian turned her head away, and the kiss landed squarely on her cheek. However, there were not many residents in this grand estate. Rather, in another location, there was an entire city dedicated to the Qin family for their habitation and cultivation.